The game has descended into reality, ushering humanity into an era of universal awakening. Alien monstrosities rampage unchecked, turning the wilderness into a forbidden zone for humankind. Only by awakening powerful professions and leveling up can one defy fate and subdue the myriad of races. Liu Yang awakens as a summoner, triggering the most formidable talent system. He acquires divine-level talents that transform his bloodline, evolving his companion lizard into the King Ghidorah from a distant void. The King Ghidorah inherently possesses regal might and boasts unlimited growth across all attributes. It can also devour the talents of its targets, rapidly recover, manipulate spatial laws, and transfer damage, embodying countless divine-level talents that it shares with Liu Yang. As he levels up, Liu Yang continues to transform, creating atomic dinosaur Godzilla, the primordial King Kong, and the infinitely proliferating Daimao. The army of alien monstrosities launches an assault, putting humanity in grave peril. Riding Ghidorah amidst a storm of thunder and lightning, Liu Yang makes his entrance, followed by countless titanic beasts. Chapter 001: The Most Powerful Talent System. Jiuzhou Empire, Jianghai Province, Jiang City. Jiang City Senior High School, Class 7 of the 3rd year. Liu Yang sits in his seat, trembling all over, his breath quickening, unable to calm his racing heart. His mind has just absorbed a vast amount of information. I have crossed over. Liu Yang's heart swells with astonishment. I have crossed into a world where games have materialized into reality. In this world, individuals undergo an awakening ceremony upon reaching the age of 18. The college entrance examination no longer prioritizes academic performance, but rather the strength and potential of the profession awakened. After awakening, one can gain experience through wilderness training, clearing dungeons, or directly engaging in battlefields against other races. The higher the level, the stronger the power. High-level professions with formidable strength can even dominate everything. Liu Yang is still striving to digest the information he has received when someone gently taps his shoulder. Liu Yang, the voice is that of a pleasant young lady. What are you thinking about? It's our class's turn to awaken. Liu Yang regains his focus, realizing it is his deskmate calling him. His deskmate, He Xiaodao, is a charming and lively young girl who possesses 2 playful canine teeth that are revealed when she smiles. Liu Yang took a moment to steady his emotions and managed to force a smile as he followed He Xiaodao into the line of their class. On their way to the playground, He Xiaodao suddenly leaned in and whispered to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, what kind of profession do you think I will awaken?" Her tone was laden with anxiety and uncertainty, fearing that she might awaken to an undesirable profession. "Do not fret," Liu Yang reassured her with a smile. "You are bound to awaken a most formidable profession." In truth, the profession one awakens to is entirely random. He had no inkling of what profession he himself might awaken to, let alone contemplate the possibilities for others. In this world, the profession one awakens to fundamentally determines their future. Combat professions possess formidable and direct combat capabilities, serving as the vanguard against alien races. They are also the bedrock of a nation's strength and are the most sought-after professions. Once a combat profession is awakened, a bright future awaits. Following closely are support professions, which wield potent enhancement abilities capable of bolstering either individual or group strength, rendering them indispensable. Throughout the training process, support professions are equally in high demand among various teams, ensuring a promising future. Lastly, there are lifestyle professions. These professions typically lack direct combat or support capabilities, with talents and skills intertwined with daily life. They are not essential in battles against alien races or during training, and their prospects are somewhat dimmer. Among the students present, none wish to awaken to a lifestyle profession, as it would be tantamount to declaring that their future would be bleak. However, Liu Yang held a different perspective. The awakening of a profession is indeed a matter of chance, relying on fate, yet the subsequent development of each profession rests solely on the individual's effort. Historically, many of the formidable individuals have indeed been combat professionals. Yet there are also powerful support professionals and even instances of lifestyle professionals who have made their mark. A powerful support professional can provide enhancement capabilities that surpass the direct combat prowess of 10 combat professionals of the same rank. Furthermore, a strong lifestyle professional can single-handedly ensure the logistical support of an entire army. Do you contend that they are weaker than combat or support professions? Not necessarily. In Liu Yang's view, the strength of a profession is entirely contingent upon the individual's capabilities. "And what about you?" He Xiaodao countered, turning the question back to Liu Yang. What kind of profession do you think you will awaken to? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang smiled in realization and said, "It matters not. No matter what profession I awaken to, I will strive with all my might to develop it." As soon as his words fell, an ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host is about to undergo awakening. The strongest talent system is binding. System binding successful. Note, this system is a one-time trigger system. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback. Before he could comprehend its meaning, the system had already activated. Ding! The strongest talent system has successfully activated. The host will trigger the system post-awakening, acquiring 1 to 2 SSS grade talents based on their profession. SSS grade talents. Liu Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, astonished within. In this world, talent levels are categorized as F, D, C, B, A, and S. Beyond that, there are indeed SS and SSS levels. Yet throughout history, there have been few instances of individuals attaining SS grade talents, and none have been recorded for SSS grade talents. It is merely due to the deductions made by scholars regarding the world's laws that they theorize there exists an even more powerful tier above SS, hence the reservation of an SSS grade. Liu Yang had not anticipated that he was on the verge of acquiring 1 to 2 SSS grade talents. Now, regardless of the profession he awakens to, he felt no anxiety. With such formidable SSS grade talents to back him up, even if he were to awaken the most inferior lifestyle profession, he was confident he could forge a brilliant path. Indeed, Xiaotao's voice pulled Liu Yang from his thoughts. After all, you are quite intelligent. No matter what profession you awaken to, a bright future is assured. However, I still hope you awaken to a combat profession, as it would yield greater rewards. Following her remark, Xiaotao gave a playful smile. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. Liu Yang nodded with a smile, and together they followed the class to the playground. The previous class had not yet fully concluded. A colossal magical array stood on the playground, radiating light, with beams of energy shooting skyward intermittently, signifying the completion of an awakening ceremony by an individual. Liu Yang, alongside his classmates, took position beneath the magical array, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the previous class. From the front, bursts of excitement could be heard, with jubilant celebrations, lamenting sighs, and soft reassurances. Those who had awakened combat or support professions wore expressions of elation, while the surrounding teachers and classmates applauded in congratulations. Meanwhile, the students who transitioned to vocational careers wore expressions of despondency, some even shedding tears. The teachers could only offer words of consolation. Director Tang Rong, standing in the audience, suddenly let out a heavy sigh. He cast his gaze down at the information in his hands, his expression grave. Alas, the awakening situation of this year's students is quite disheartening. Among the 6 classes, there are merely 17 combat professions, 26 support professions, and the remainder are all lifestyle careers. It appears that this year's school evaluation holds little promise. However, a nearby teacher still clung to hope, stating, "There are still 2 classes yet to complete their awakenings. I've heard that the 2 students with the best grades in the entire grade are in those classes." As he spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted towards Liu Yang's class, and he quickly spotted Liu Yang among the crowd. There he is, that Liu Yang, who has consistently ranked first. He then turned his attention to the class under the awakening formation, and there's Song Yanran, who has been competing with Liu Yang for the top spot. Chapter 002, The Awakening Phenomenon, a Rare Profession. Upon hearing this, Tang Rong shook his head and replied, "The profession awakened is random. Theoretical grades are of no consequence." He cast a fleeting glance at Liu Yang, his expression revealing skepticism. Compared to this young man, he would rather place his faith in Song Yanran to awaken to a commendable profession. After all, Mayor Song is a level 67 second transformation Dark Knight. It stands to reason that her daughter would not be lacking in potential. The teacher, with a resigned smile, turned back to observe the awakening ceremony on stage. Liao Feng. The teacher presiding over the ceremony called out the next name. Liao Feng stepped eagerly into the awakening array, his face alight with anticipation. Bang! A towering beam of light shot upwards as Liao Feng completed his profession awakening ceremony. Liao Feng. Auxiliary profession, priest. Ecstatic. Liao Feng exited the array and boasted to his classmates, "I have awakened as a priest." His usual academic performance had been rather lackluster, and he had merely drifted through school. Thus, he had not harbored high expectations for himself. But now, unexpectedly awakening an auxiliary profession left him immensely satisfied. His classmates joined in congratulating him. The priest profession is highly sought after for its supportive role during training, and it holds significant potential for advancement. Zhang Xian, Bao Qiqiang. One by one, the students stepped into the awakening array, completing the ceremony and acquiring new professional identities. However, most awakened to lifestyle professions, with auxiliary roles becoming increasingly scarce, let alone combat professions. As more students completed their awakening ceremonies, Tang Rong's expression grew increasingly grim, his brows knitting together. The nearby teachers instinctively shifted a couple of steps away, wary of disturbing his dark mood. Tang Rong, a deep voice called from behind him. Turning around, his frown transformed into a beaming smile as he approached. Principal Zhang, what brings you here? The newcomer was Zhang Bohan, the principal of Jiangxing High School. With a smile, Zhang Bohan replied, I came to observe the awakening results of this year's students. Tang Rong remained silent, merely shaking his head in disappointment. Zhang Bohan, unconcerned, added, no rush. If a rare profession emerges, our school's ranking this year may still hold promise. Tang Rong let out a bitter smile, saying, rare professions, however, have eluded our school for several years now. Zhang Bohan gestured for him to remain calm and turned his attention back to the awakening array on stage. Tang Rong could say no more and could only hope that one of the upcoming students would awaken to a rare profession. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Song Yinran. Song Yinran is up. Amidst the cheers of her classmates, a tall female student gracefully entered the awakening array. Lu Yang stood at the base of the stage. Even from a distance, the radiant glow of the array allowed him to discern her features, coldly beautiful, with an ethereal grace. Song Yinran also glanced at Lu Yang, her beautiful eyes brimming with pride. Gifted and hailing from a prestigious family, she had basked in admiration and adoration from a young age. Yet, since arriving at this school, she felt that someone had overshadowed her brilliance. Lu Yang consistently excelled academically, securing first place in 9 out of 10 assessments. The only time he did not rank first was due to an absence caused by illness. However, his origins were unremarkable, indeed, one might say dismal, as he was an orphan living on government assistance. This stark contrast rendered Lu Yang's brilliance even more dazzling. Song Yinran admired Lu Yang's diligence, but was fiercely competitive. She would not permit anyone to outshine her. Previously, they had competed in academic performance, which she had begrudgingly accepted. But after today, such assessments would become irrelevant. From now on, they would be judged by the nature of their professions and their levels. Song Yinran was resolute in her belief that she would awaken to a high-tier profession, perhaps even a rare one. Henceforth, she would leave Lu Yang far behind. Before stepping into the awakening array, Song Yinran cast one last glance at Lu Yang, curious about his reaction. Yet, Lu Yang's gaze remained unwavering, his posture growing straighter. And he even raised his head with pride. A flicker of surprise crossed Song Yinran's eyes. She could not comprehend the source of his confidence as she turned to step into the awakening array. Under the watchful eyes of all the faculty and students, bang! A beam of light soared into the sky. Previously, the awakening beams of students had only reached heights of 30 to 40 meters, with 100 or 200 meters being a rarity. Yet, Song Yinran's awakening beam surpassed all previous records, even piercing through the clouds. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The brilliance of the awakening array suddenly dimmed. Even the beam of light transformed into a shade of black, casting a dark pall over the sky above. In an instant, the entire playground was enveloped in darkness. An awakening phenomenon. Tang Rong and Zhang Bohan's eyes widened in astonishment, their faces alight with excitement. A rare profession. Song Yinran had awakened to a rare profession. The students present exhibited expressions of excitement and curiosity. Truly, it was Song Yinran who had awakened a rare profession. Such a remarkable awakening phenomenon. How astonishing. But what rare profession could possibly cause the sky to darken? The phenomenon persisted momentarily. Then, the black light vanished, and the playground returned to its original state. Rare profession, Night Mage. The teacher overseeing the awakening exclaimed, his voice trembling with exhilaration. In the center of the array, Song Yinran stood, her face radiant with excitement and joy. Tang Rong eagerly approached the edge of the array to personally welcome her. Congratulations, Song Yinran. You have awakened the first rare profession of our school this year, and the first rare profession we have seen in 3 years. Still basking in her excitement, Song Yinran expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, Teacher Tang, before returning to her class with his accompaniment. Just before rejoining her classmates, Song Yinran cast a triumphant glance in Lu Yang's direction. Her classmates gathered around her, bombarding her with questions. The mage profession itself is already a high-tier combat profession, and she had awakened as the rare night mage. Naturally, this drew curiosity and envy from her peers. Wow, the rare night mage! He Xiaotao exclaimed in envy. Then she turned to Lu Yang, a hint of concern in her voice. Lu Yang, don't feel too much pressure. When it's your turn, try to keep a calm mindset. I believe in you. You will surely awaken to a good profession. Lu Yang smiled lightly, assuring her it's fine. You need not worry about me. Returning to Zhang Bohan's side, Tang Rong exclaimed excitedly, Principal, Song Yinran truly awakened to a rare profession. It seems our school S ranking this year is promising. He added, I believe Mayor Song will be immensely pleased. Let us inform her of this good news at once. He reached out to usher Zhang Bohan away. However, Zhang Bohan showed no intention of leaving, instead responding calmly, no rush, let us wait and see. Tang Rong was left puzzled. He had thought that Zhang Bohan had come specifically to see Song Yinran, but to his surprise, he was also interested in witnessing the upcoming awakening ceremony. However, he refrained from voicing any concerns and chose to stand beside the principal, awaiting the awakening of the next student. As it came time for Lu Yang's class to undergo the awakening, Song Yinran remained on the playground, determined to witness Lu Yang's awakening ceremony firsthand. Soon, the teacher at the formation called out Lu Yang's name. Lu Yang. Chapter 003, Dual SSS Level Talent, Bloodline Transformation. Suddenly, Principal Zhang Bohan turned to Tang Rong and inquired, what profession do you think he will awaken to? Tang Rong glanced at Lu Yang, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Principal, you know as well as I do that strong theoretical grades merely indicate intelligence and active thinking. They do not determine the profession one awakens to. However, the influence of one's lineage does hold some relevance. Powerful ancestors often provide a superior growth environment and ample training resources, increasing the likelihood of their offspring awakening to a remarkable profession, a notion that has been academically substantiated. This is why I hold higher hopes for Song Yinran than for Lu Yang. Song Yinran's father, Song Zhou, is a level 67 rare profession, a dark knight, a second-tier profession, currently serving as the mayor of Jiang City. Thus, her awakening to the rare profession of Night Mage is both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Yet, as for Lu Yang, I am unaware of his parents' identities. If they held a higher or rare profession, they would not have abandoned him. Zhang Bohan understood this reasoning and chose not to speak further. Yet, within his gaze towards Lu Yang, there lingered an unwavering anticipation. He had always observed Lu Yang's intelligence and inherent resilience, and he believed that fate would not be unkind to such a remarkable individual. In the audience, he Xiaohao clasped her hands tightly, silently praying for Lu Yang. Lu Yang, you can do this. Not far away, Song Yinran felt an inexplicable tension rising within her. Her delicate brows furrowed. Nevertheless, Lu Yang himself stepped into the awakening formation without a hint of burden, nodding to the teacher. The formation began to operate. A dazzling light erupted, swirling as rings of magical aura began to resonate harmoniously. A beam of light shot skyward from Lu Yang. In that moment, everyone present held their breath, their gazes drawn upwards to the ascending radiance. However, contrary to expectations, the light did not break through the clouds. It halted at a height of merely 100 or 200 meters. Ha! Tang Rong chuckled softly. I warned you not to hold too high expectations for this child. The greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. Zhang Bohan's expression turned grave as he remarked, no, it seems it is not over yet. The light from the formation did not dissipate immediately, but continued to swirl around the formation, and the pillar of light surrounding Lu Yang appeared to be ascending once more. Suddenly, the teacher on stage exclaimed with excitement, Lu Yang has awakened as a summoner. It is indeed a summoner. The furrowed brow of Zhang Bohan instantly relaxed, transforming into one of hopeful anticipation. Tang Rong also gazed at Lu Yang in astonishment. A summoner indeed? Below, Song Yinran was about to exhale a sigh of relief when her tension surged once more. In this world, aside from the rare and legendary professions that were somewhat unique, there existed a profession of particular distinction, the summoner. The rating of a summoner is not solely determined by the profession itself, but also by the overall strength of the accompanying summoned beast. In fact, the strength rating of a summoner largely hinges on the power of their associated summoned beast. While one can later form contracts with other formidable summoned beasts through magical means, the associated summoned beast remains the most crucial. This is because a special blood bond exists between the summoner and their associated summoned beast. The stronger the associated summoned beast, the mightier the summoner becomes. If one awakens with a rare and powerful summoned beast, they are recognized as a rare combat profession. Conversely, if the summoned beast is ordinary and lacks combat prowess, the summoner is relegated to a support role or even a life-based profession. Thus, the conclusion of Lu Yang's awakening ceremony had yet to be fully determined, as the ultimate outcome depended on the nature of his associated summoned beast. Curiosity and anticipation flickered across the faces of the crowd as they fixated on the formation, eager for the final revelation. Ding. Host has completed the awakening ceremony. Profession confirmed as summoner. System activated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring SSS level talent. Bloodline transformation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for additionally obtaining an SSS level talent. Talent sharing. Bloodline transformation. The host can modify the bloodline of both the associated summoned beast and contracted summoned beasts, provided that the summoned beast possesses the power of its original bloodline. Talent sharing. The host can share talent skills with their summoned beast. A satisfied smirk played at the corners of Liu Yang's mouth. Truly, the most powerful talent system had not only bestowed upon him 2 SSS-level talents, but had also provided talents perfectly suited to this profession. Soon, Liu Yang felt a unique allure, an irresistible connection to his very soul, urging him to instinctively summon his beast. Come forth. Liu Yang followed his instinctual call. Suddenly, a summoning formation appeared before him, from which a rift in the void opened, and an oddly shaped creature began to struggle out from the fissure. Its limbs were short. Its tail was long, its head elongated and pointed, its body cloaked in a brown hue, covered in triangular scales. The teacher overseeing the awakening ceremony regarded the summoned beast with surprise. Meanwhile, Tang Rong and Zhang Bohan, leveraging their formidable strength, peered through the luminous aura to assess the situation, both wearing expressions of disbelief. A lizard? They exchanged incredulous glances. Was this not the most ordinary lizard in existence? It bore no semblance of a fantastical creature. Simultaneously, the pillar of light surrounding Liu Yang plummeted, descending from a height of 100 or 200 meters to merely 30 or 50. The audience erupted in murmurs. Was this truly just an ordinary summoned beast? Song Yanran felt a wave of relief wash over her, mingled with a tinge of regret. With a sigh, she prepared to turn away when the crowd erupted in excitement once more. Look, the light is rising again. The lizard emerged from the rift, obediently standing before Liu Yang, gazing up at its master. Initially taken aback, Liu Yang felt no disdain. This was his associated summoned beast, and an extraordinary bond existed between them. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a remarkably potent bloodline essence coursing through the creature, albeit exceedingly thin, as if it had been diluted over countless generations. Nevertheless, Liu Yang could perceive it clearly. It was a bloodline unique to a ruler. In a fleeting moment, Liu Yang envisioned a colossal golden dragon standing at the pinnacle of this world, adorned with 3 regal heads and vast wings that obscured the sun. Surrounding it were swirling dark thunderclouds, with golden lightning crackling across its magnificent form. Bloodline transformation. Liu Yang immediately activated the talent he had just acquired on the lizard. The creature floated into the air, and the golden scale atop its head began to shimmer, swiftly enveloping its entire being. Its snout elongated, its tail grew longer, and sharp bone spines sprouted from its spine, while a pair of forelimbs evolved into resplendent golden wings. Zzz. As Liu Yang stood beside his summoned beast, a cascade of yellow lightning erupted around them, crackling ominously. Boom. The descending beam of light suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden hue, piercing through the clouds and soaring skyward in an instant. Rumbling. The clouds darkened, roiling violently, echoing with the thunderous sounds of impending storms. Crack. Crack. Blinding bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating anything they struck into ashes. Zhang Bohan and the assembled teachers paled instantly, leaping from the ground to soar above the playground, erecting protective barriers to shield against the onslaught of lightning. The scene evoked an involuntary fear among the students, who instinctively huddled together. Tang Rong stood dumbfounded, frozen in place on the platform. Though Zhang Bohan was tense, an irrepressible joy illuminated his face. Once again, the phenomenon of awakening. Another rare profession, an even more powerful rare profession. Chapter 004, The Absolute Monarch, Ghidorah. It was evident to all discerning eyes that the magnitude of Liu Yang's awakening phenomenon signified an extraordinarily potent and rare profession. Curiosity painted the faces of the onlookers, except for Song Yanran and Tang Rong, whose expressions darkened. Song Yanran felt overshadowed once more, while Tang Rong's face burned with embarrassment. Boom. As the last golden bolt of lightning struck the center of the magical array, the storm clouds gradually dissipated, and the extraordinary spectacle faded, restoring everything to its original state. The brilliance of the awakening array dimmed, and Liu Yang reappeared within the crowd's view. However, there was a notable difference. Beside him stood a golden-winged, bipedal young dragon. A dragon. His familiar summoned beast was indeed a dragon. My heavens, his luck is astonishing. Dragons are rare creatures, and now he had become a rare summoner. Lightning crackled at the tips of its wings, exuding formidable strength. His dragon looked magnificent and regal. What kind of dragon was it? The students gazed curiously at the teacher responsible for the awakening, awaiting his answer. Yet, the teacher wore an awkward expression, for he had never encountered such a dragon before. It seemed to belong to an entirely new species. Reluctantly, he announced, Lu Yang, rare profession, dragon summoner. Just then, Zhang Bohuan descended from the sky and landed beside the magical array, seeking assistance. Curiously glancing at the dragon beside Lu Yang, he turned to him and asked, Lu Yang, your familiar summoned beast has not appeared in our world. It resembles a completely new species. Could you tell me its species name? I need to report it. Lu Yang looked down at his familiar, which also gazed back at him. Their eyes met in a moment of understanding. Without raising his head, Lu Yang replied, it is one of a kind, the only one in the entire universe. The image of a golden colossal dragon standing atop the world resurfaced in Lu Yang's mind, accompanied by a voice that resonated within him. The voice revealed that his familiar summoned beast was named Ghidorah. A panel materialized before Lu Yang. Ghidorah LV1. Strength, 100. Intelligence, 100. Stamina, 100. Agility, 100. Spirit, 100. Talent, Devour talent, Monarch's Might. Skill, Lightning Ray. Devour talent. Level 1 can absorb the talents of targets, converting them into its own, with the number of absorbed talents determined by its attributes and level. Monarch's Might. The path of absolute monarchical might. Each time it slays a creature of equal or higher level, it gains 1 point in all attributes. Lightning Ray. Emits a powerful lightning beam through its wings, with strength determined by its attributes. Lu Yang was momentarily stunned. Ghidorah's attributes were already formidable, but its talents were even more extraordinary. The ability to absorb the talents of targets for its own use meant it could possess more than 2 talents. Furthermore, the Monarch's Might indicated it was a summoner beast capable of infinite growth, destined to be a sovereign presence, living up to its name. Most importantly, he possessed an SSS-grade talent sharing, allowing him to share talents with his summoned beast. This meant he could also inherit these 2 extraordinary talents. He quickly checked his own panel. Name, Lu Yang LV1. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Stamina, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 20. Personal talent, talent sharing, bloodline modification. Shared talents, Devour talent. Monarch's Might. Skill, Summon Ghidorah. Talent sharing. The host can share talent skills with the summoned beast. Bloodline modification. The host can modify the bloodlines of both familiar and contracted summoned beasts, provided the summoned beast possesses the primordial bloodline power. Summon Ghidorah. Summons a kingly dragon from the void of another world. Ghidorah is unique and cannot be summoned multiple times. Compared to Ghidorah, his own attributes seemed pitifully low. Yet, he indeed shared Ghidorah's talents. The future appeared increasingly promising. Ghidorah? Zhang Bohuan's voice pulled Lu Yang back from his daydreaming. All right, I will report it. He then attempted to lead Lu Yang down from the magical array. However, as he approached Lu Yang, Ghidorah let out a warning growl towards him. Hiss. Startled, Lu Yang quickly communicated with Ghidorah mentally, urging it to remain calm. Only then did Ghidorah lower its guard, obediently standing aside. Zhang Bohuan, unperturbed, escorted Lu Yang down from the magical array. His face still bore an expression of ecstasy, yet he struggled to contain his excitement. Giving Lu Yang a serious pat on the shoulder and advising, keep it up, classmate. Thank you, principal. Lu Yang replied with a faint smile as he returned to his class. Tang Rong approached Zhang Bohuan, his face a mask of awkwardness. So how is it? Zhang Bohuan said, somewhat smugly. I told you this kid has potential. Hee. Tang Rong chuckled nervously, still seeking to regain his composure. Principal, Lu Yang awakening a rare profession is indeed a boon for our school. However, for him personally, it may not necessarily be so. Zhang Bohuan furrowed his brow. Tang Rong continued, familiar summoned beasts are independent entities, thus requiring human care and nurturing. The cost of raising a dragon is quite substantial. He shook his head, gazing at Lu Yang's departing figure with a sigh of regret. Most ordinary families could hardly afford the upkeep of a dragon, let alone one who needed government assistance. Zhang Bohuan suddenly understood. He had been so caught up in excitement that he had overlooked this aspect. Now, with Tang Rong's words, concern began to surface on his face. Indeed, raising a summoned beast entails significant costs. The daily sustenance required for a dragon is considerable, not to mention the cost associated with skill learning scrolls, training, and various other expenses. Lu Yang simply cannot bear such a burden. There are many summoners who, despite awakening their profession and possessing formidable summoned beasts, ultimately achieve little due to personal shortcomings. Thus, it can be said that being a summoner is an exceptionally unique vocation. Let me see if I can devise a solution, murmured Zhang Bohan. What did you say, principal? Tang Rong inquired, having not heard him clearly. Nothing, Zhang Bohan replied hastily, turning to leave and instructing Tang Rong to proceed with the awakening ceremony. Rest assured, principal, Tang Rong assured him, bidding farewell while casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yang before continuing to oversee the awakening ceremony. Lu Yang returned to the class with Ghidorah, His classmates regarded the unfamiliar golden dragon with curiosity. Yet, for reasons unknown, each time they gazed upon the young dragon, an inexplicable sense of dread washed over them, causing them to instinctively part ways for Lu Yang. Only He Xiaotao, mustering her courage, approached and sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations, Lu Yang. I knew your awakened profession would be remarkable. Lu Yang expressed his heartfelt gratitude in return. Thank you. And I hope you awaken a profession you desire as well. Indeed. He Xiaotao nodded and then asked, Your dragon is so beautiful. May I touch it? No sooner had she spoken than Ghidorah emitted a fierce roar, seemingly warning her against such presumptions. The surrounding onlookers gasped in surprise. Can it understand human speech? Lu Yang shrugged and chuckled. I suppose so. Perhaps it's best not to. He Xiaotao replied sheepishly, sensing the dragon's reluctance. Lu Yang. A crisp female voice suddenly sounded from the outskirts of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Song Yanran approaching. Chapter 005. The Novice Training Instance. Song Yanran fixed her gaze on Lu Yang, her demeanor haughty as she declared, Don't celebrate too soon. Our competition has only just begun. With that, she spun on her heel and departed. It was evident that Lu Yang's awakened profession surpassed hers. She had anticipated that from this day forward, she would leave him far behind and embark on entirely different life paths. Yet, it appeared that she was the one being left behind. Lu Yang, you're in trouble. It seems Miss Song has set her sights on you, one classmate remarked teasingly. I reckon she's been competing with him throughout high school, probably developing feelings along the way. Isn't that the truth? Today, both of them awakened rare professions. It looks like the rivalry will continue into college, another chimed in. Well, we can't help you with that. Good luck. The classmates jeered, prompting Lu Yang to respond with a playful kick to each of them. The remaining students successfully completed their awakening ceremonies. Unsurprisingly, only one combat profession emerged, alongside 4 support professions, while the rest were life professions. However, Tang Rong was unconcerned. After all, 2 rare professions had already been manifested, ensuring their school's ranking was practically secured this year. Nonetheless, the emotional disparity among the students remained pronounced. On the way back to class, He Xiaotao wore a dejected expression, her head down and silent, only letting out quiet sobs. She had awakened as a life profession, specifically a chef, which was rather unremarkable among life professions. Her future seemed bleak and predetermined. I firmly believe, Lu Yang began to comfort her, that it is not one's profession that determines their future, but rather the individual themselves. A profession merely provides a clear path. How one chooses to traverse it is entirely up to them. Turning to He Xiaotao, he added encouragingly, I believe that someone as intelligent and charming as you will undoubtedly lead a vibrant and colorful life. He Xiaotao halted her tears, looking up at Lu Yang with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Really? Absolutely, Lu Yang affirmed with a serious nod. He Xiaotao managed a faint smile, bolstered by his words. Humph, what's wrong with being a chef? The world still needs chefs. Even if I am a chef, I will strive to be an exceptional one. Ha ha ha, I believe in you, Lu Yang said, feeling a sense of relief as He Xiaotao regained her optimism. At that moment, neither of them noticed a faint glow emanating from He Xiaotao, flickering momentarily before vanishing. Just then, a teacher entered the classroom. First, let me congratulate all of you on acquiring new professions. However, with this new title comes the promise of fresh challenges. Awakening your profession is merely the first step. In 1 week's time, you will face the National Joint Examination, and your results will determine your entry into the corresponding vocational academy. Until then, the school will assist you through the novice phase of your training. Starting tomorrow, we will open a week-long novice training instance, and all students who have awakened their professions are eligible to enter. The novice training instance is a resource that has been thoroughly mastered. The monsters within possess relatively low levels and gradually increase in difficulty along a prescribed route. Additionally, participants can opt to exit the instance at any time if they encounter danger, ensuring the safety of novices. Overall, it is an exceptionally suitable environment for early-stage training. Many students grew excited upon hearing this news, particularly those who had awakened combat professions, their spirits soaring with anticipation. Support profession students also wished to experience it, while those in life professions remained sullen. Noticing this disparity, the teacher spoke up. Life profession students need not feel disheartened. You can choose to team up with your classmates to enter the instance together, or you may practice your skills in the life facility provided by the school, enhancing your proficiency and gaining experience in the process. However, the students showed little reaction. The chasm between life and combat professions was not something a few words could easily bridge. Realizing that further discussion would be futile, the teacher briefly summarized the information before dismissing the class. He Xiaotao and her fellow life profession students hurriedly made their way to the school's life facility. With no time constraints, they were eager to seize every opportunity to gain experience points. Lu Yang, on the other hand, returned home. Today was unlike any other. As a golden dragon trailed behind him, Ghidorah occasionally wandered off or flapped its wings to soar a short distance, drawing quite a bit of attention along the way. He lived in an old residential complex, a government-subsidized housing arrangement, consisting of a modest single room. Ghidorah squeezed into the cramped space, making it feel even more confined. It found a relatively open spot, crouching down and resting its head beneath its wings. Lu Yang quickly prepared a simple stir-fried rice dish. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, the dragon's head stretched over and devoured nearly all of it. Lu Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. He had forgotten that from this day forward, he would be responsible for feeding two mouths. After consuming a bowl of fried rice, Ghidorah seemed unsatisfied, whining at Lu Yang for more food. Reluctantly, Lu Yang prepared another serving, this time making a larger portion. Yet, Ghidorah still appeared to be hungry, persistently demanding more sustenance from Lu Yang. Lu Yang couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. How could he possibly bear this burden? The mere cost of food threatened to crush his already impoverished household. Just as Lu Yang was mulling over what to do, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Zhang Bohan standing there. "Principal, what brings you here?" Lu Yang asked, surprised. "I have brought you something," Zhang Bohan replied. Stepping into the room, two large bags appearing seemingly out of thin air. Ghidorah, sensing something intriguing, eagerly snatched one of the bags and began tearing into it, devouring chunks of fresh, red meat. "What is this?" Lu Yang questioned, still trying to comprehend the situation. "This is venison from the forest, a high-quality meat," Zhang Bohan explained. "Considering the high cost of raising a dragon, I took your family's circumstances into account and specifically brought this for you." "Thank you, Principal," Lu Yang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, truly relieved by this timely assistance. Afterward, Zhang Bohan produced a card and pressed it into Lu Yang's hand. "This card contains 100,000 yuan. Take it for now." Just as Lu Yang was about to decline, Zhang Bohan tightened his grip on his hands and continued, "No refusals. This card is not a gift. It comes with a price. 1 week from now, during the National Joint Examination, you must achieve a commendable score and gain admission to Jiuzhou University. Consider this an advanced scholarship from the school." A warmth filled Lu Yang's heart, and he ceased to resist, solemnly nodding in response. "Principal, even without this scholarship, I will certainly gain admission to Jiuzhou University." Jiuzhou University, the undisputed premier institution of the Jiuzhou Empire, was his ultimate goal. Zhang Bohan looked at the young man before him, who stood a half-head taller, and felt a surge of pride. "Tomorrow, you will enter the novice training dungeon. Rest well today," he advised before preparing to leave. Out of politeness, Lu Yang escorted him downstairs. Upon returning to his room, he discovered that the two bags of venison had disappeared, leaving only Ghidorah, its belly swollen, sprawled on Lu Yang's bed, snoring peacefully. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yang kicked the creature lightly, exclaiming, "What the heck, you glutton? Did you leave anything for me? What am I supposed to eat? Dragon meat?" Chapter 006. Infinite Growth of All Attributes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ghidorah shot up, fear glimmering in its eyes as it looked at Lu Yang, then nuzzled against him in a seemingly apologetic manner. Understanding its remorse, Lu Yang sighed helplessly and said, "Next time, ask me before you eat." Ultimately, he rummaged through an unknown corner and unearthed a pack of instant noodles to make do. That night, Lu Yang spent his first evening with a dragon, feeling inexplicably at ease. The next day, he woke up on time, bringing Ghidorah along to school. Along the way, curious glances were cast his way, many belonging to fellow summoners, though none of their summoned creatures could rival the captivating presence of the golden Ghidorah. Before long, Lu Yang arrived at school. The atmosphere today was different. Despite it being class time, a lively chatter filled the air. The senior students were preparing to embark on their first dungeon adventure, causing an unusual level of excitement among them. After the teacher outlined some precautions and distributed novice weapons to each student, they made their way to the entrance of the novice training dungeon. For the next 7 days, this dungeon would remain open, allowing unlimited entries but capping the number of participants at 5 per group. This meant students could form teams of up to 5 to explore together. Before officially entering, the teacher granted students time to form their teams. "Lu Yang, will you team up?" "Lu Yang, I'm a tank warrior, quite robust. I can serve as your shield. I already have 4 members. We just need 1 more damage dealer. Would you like to join?" Numerous students extended invitations to Lu Yang, drawn by the striking presence of the golden young dragon by his side, which exuded power. Given his rare profession as a dragon summoner, his overall combat capability was presumed to be formidable. Lu Yang politely declined their offers, stating, "Sorry, I intend to solo the dungeon. You all know that soloing yields higher experience points, and I aim to level up quickly." Understanding the rationale, his classmates refrained from pressing him further and turned to seek other companions. Soon, The first batch of students had formed their teams and prepared to enter the dungeon. Principal Zhang Bohan personally initiated the novice training dungeon. Teams entered one after another, with several students opting to venture in solo to test the waters, assured that they could exit the dungeon at any time, prompting the teachers not to intervene. The much-anticipated Song Yinran also chose to enter alone. She donned a full set of bronze-quality gear and wielded a long staff, clearly ready for the challenge. Principal Tang Rong said cheerfully, observing Song Yinran. Mayor Song intends to make significant plans for our school this year. It seems she's quite pleased with her awakened profession. Zhang Bohan nodded with a smile. Indeed. We must seize this opportunity to secure more resources. Before entering the dungeon, Song Yinran approached Lu Yang. Lu Yang, I hope you strive to level up during this period. I wouldn't want you to fall short of the passing mark for Jiuzhou University during the joint examination. Huh. Lu Yang was puzzled. What was she implying? Did she perceive him as weak? Was this a challenge? His classmates found amusement in the exchange, teasing, Lu Yang, you better step up your game. Their curiosity piqued about how far the two rare profession students would advance during the novice phase and whether they could attain admission to Jiuzhou University. By the way, Principal, Tang Rong suddenly inquired, turning his attention to Lu Yang. How many levels do you think this kid can attain during this period? Will he meet the admission standards for Jiuzhou University? Zhang Bohan grinned, recalling the confident look Lu Yang had given him the previous day. Yes, I believe he can. However, Tang Rong shook his head, casting a skeptical glance at Lu Yang. Noticing Zhang Bohan's gaze, Lu Yang respectfully nodded from a distance, then prepared to enter the dungeon. Arriving at the entrance, he focused his thoughts and stepped inside. The environment around him transformed in an instant. Lu Yang found himself in a vast plain, with a lush forest ahead and a stark mountain peak rising 300 to 500 meters in the distance, barren and devoid of any vegetation, creating a stark contrast. The dungeon was divided into 3 distinct regions: the plain, the forest, and the high mountain. Each area harbored monsters of varying levels, with the difficulty increasing as one approached the mountain summit. This straightforward distribution of terrain and monsters was specifically designed for novices. Let us commence. Lu Yang cast a glance at his companion, Ghidorah, who was already brimming with eagerness. Hiss! At the signal, Ghidorah took to the skies, its keen dragon eyes scanning for prey. It did not take long before it spotted its target. Grassland Mouse Rabbit LV1. Roar! Ghidorah let out a fierce cry, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning erupted from the tips of its wings, striking down upon the unsuspecting creature. Crack! Lu Yang barely had time to comprehend the events unfolding before him when several messages materialized. Successfully killed Mouse Rabbit, gained 10 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Quickly, Lu Yang opened Ghidorah's panel. Ghidorah LV1. Strength, 101. Intelligence, 101. Stamina, 101. Agility, 101. Spirit, 101. Talent, devouring talent. Might of the king. Skill, wingtip lightning. Indeed, all attributes had increased by 1 point. The path to greatness for Ghidorah had begun. A smile graced Lu Yang's lips as he urged Ghidorah to continue hunting. Onward. Roar. Ghidorah appeared to revel in the thrill of the hunt, soaring with increased speed as dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from its wings, striking in every direction. With each flash, Lu Yang accrued experience points, and Ghidorah's attributes received yet another boost of 1 point. There was no need for Lu Yang to intervene. His experience bar was rapidly climbing. During this time, Lu Yang discovered another mouse rabbit hidden within a burrow, dispatching it with several strikes from his novice staff. Successfully killed Mouse Rabbit, gained 10 experience points. Gained 1 point in all attributes. Meanwhile, Ghidorah had already dispatched 11 mouse rabbits, accumulating 11 points in total. Suddenly, 2 beams of light illuminated both Lu Yang and Ghidorah, signaling their successful upgrade. Lu Yang LV1 to LV2. Ghidorah LV1 to LV2. Chapter 007. An unstoppable rampage through the dungeon. Lu Yang opened his own panel. Name, Lu Yang LV2. Strength, 21. Intelligence, 21. Stamina, 21. Agility, 21. Spirit, 31. Innate talent, talent sharing, bloodline transformation. Shared talent, devouring talent, might of the king. Skill, summon Ghidorah. Upon leveling up, all attributes increased by 10 points, while his summoner's special attribute, Spirit, increased by 20 points. Aside from that, there were no significant changes. However, the transformation for Ghidorah was monumental. Ghidorah LV2. Strength, 211. Intelligence, 211. Stamina, 211. Agility, 211. Spirit, 211. Talent, devouring talent, might of the king. Skill, wingtip lightning. Devouring talent. Level 1 can devour the next talent after reaching level 10. Might of the king. Total attributes increased, 11. After leveling up, Ghidorah's attributes had astonishingly increased by 100 points, reaching a staggering total of 211. This was akin to the attributes of a level 20 professional. And those professionals lacked such balanced attributes. Just based on attribute values alone, Ghidorah could effortlessly trample this novice dungeon with his eyes closed. Yet, Liu Yang was not in a rush to expedite through the dungeon. He aimed to maximize the value of this experience. The Might of the King talent could only be enhanced by defeating creatures of equal or higher level. To fully capitalize on this talent and augment Ghidorah's attributes, he would need to slay as many creatures of equal or greater level as possible. Liu Yang gazed up at the soaring Ghidorah, formulating a detailed plan in his mind. Ghidorah, focus solely on hunting monsters of equal level. Ignore lower-level creatures unless absolutely necessary. Hiss. Ghidorah let out a call and swiftly soared ahead. It quickly spotted another creature. Grass Weasel LV2. Zap. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck, instantly annihilating the weasel. Successfully killed Grass Weasel LV2. Gained 20 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Successfully killed Grass Weasel LV2. Gained 20 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Successfully killed Grass Weasel LV2. Gained 20 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Although Liu Yang had deliberately guided Ghidorah to select its targets, he had not lifted a finger himself. Nonetheless, Ghidorah's speed in exterminating foes was astonishing. It was a continuous onslaught. Liu Yang's experience bar steadily climbed without interruption. Soon, the ground around them was littered with the corpses of grass weasels. Bang! 2 beams of light signaled another upgrade. Liu Yang and Ghidorah ascended to level 3. Liu Yang LV2 to LV3. Ghidorah LV2 to LV3. Liu Yang's attributes increased by 10 points, with spirit rising by 20 points. Ghidorah's attributes surged by another 100 points, and after defeating 18 grass weasels, Ghidorah's total attributes had reached an alarming 330 points. They continued their advance towards the mountain peak. Ghidorah began hunting new prey. The map of the novice dungeon was not vast, with a dense distribution of monsters, but their overall numbers were limited. Moreover, the closer they approached the mountain, the slower the respawn rate, designed to prevent novices from inadvertently wandering into higher-level monster territories, where they would face considerable danger. However, Liu Yang required no such protection. He was solely focused on slaughtering monsters, allowing Ghidorah to unleash its fury. Successfully killed Wild Antelope LV3, gained 30 experience points. Successfully killed Wild Antelope LV3, gained 30 experience points. Ghidorah soared above Liu Yang, practically bulldozing its way through. Any creature of equal level that crossed their path was reduced to ashes by a single bolt of lightning from its wings. Liu Yang merely needed to follow along on the ground, never needing to raise a hand. His experience points had reached level 3 at 60. With a few more wild antelope slain, he would soon ascend to level 4. However, the further they progressed, the more experience points required for leveling up increased, almost exponentially. Typically, individuals entering the novice dungeon on their first day would primarily remain within the plains, with most only managing to reach levels 3 or 4 within the initial 2 days. On the 3rd and 4th days, one should venture into the forest area, where one can attain level 57. Finally, from the 5th to the 7th day, one should strive to ascend 10 levels in the mountainous region. This is the plan and objective set by the school. Generally, individuals can reach levels 7 to 10 within the first week of their novice phase. The entry requirement for the Advanced Vocational Academy is level 10. To secure a spot in a competitively ranked Advanced Vocational Academy, one must elevate to a higher level. The top vocational academy of the Jiuzhou Empire, Jiuzhou Academy, has an admission threshold of level 15. Liu Yang harbored no concerns about reaching level 15. At this pace of leveling up, he could easily achieve at least level 78 on the first day. However, Liu Yang sensed a hint of something amiss. The rate of experience gain appeared to be diminishing. Turning around, he noticed that Ghidorah had unknowingly landed on the ground, lazily unleashing its wingtip lightning to slay monsters with an air of nonchalance. Liu Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Ghidorah conveyed a message to him: hunger. Liu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The demand for sustenance was rather excessive. With a bitter smile, he reflected on how little time had passed. Due to the time constraints, he had not prepared any food. He hadn't even had the opportunity to utilize the 100,000 yuan that the principal had given him yesterday. Should he exit briefly to procure some food? Liu Yang contemplated stepping out of the dungeon to purchase provisions, for otherwise, it would significantly hinder his monster hunting efficiency. Suddenly, Ghidorah sent forth a request. Turning to look, he found Ghidorah standing before the carcass of a wild antelope, signaling its desire to feed. Go ahead, Liu Yang said, a look of relief crossing his face. Just yesterday, He had reprimanded Ghidorah, and today it had taken note, remembering to ask him before indulging. Upon receiving the command, Ghidorah let out a pleased roar and began to feast, devouring the wild antelope within moments. One was insufficient, so it flew over to another carcass to continue its meal. After consuming 4 wild antelopes in total, Ghidorah finally restored its condition. Although the taste paled in comparison to venison, it would have to suffice for the sake of satiating hunger. With a triumphant cry, Ghidorah ascended into the sky once more, resuming its monster hunting spree. Successfully killed wild antelope LV3, experience points 30. Successfully killed wild antelope LV3, experience points 30. Moments later, 2 beams of light rose again, marking Liu Yang and Ghidorah's ascension to level 4. Chapter 008. Is the leveling speed too rapid? Liu Yang LV3 to LV4. Ghidorah LV3 to LV4. Liu Yang's attributes increased by another 10 points, while his mental strength surged by 20. Ghidorah, too, saw a remarkable increase of 100 points across all attributes, bringing its total to a staggering 481 points, considering the monsters it had just slain. Meanwhile, a level 4 wild creature, the Grey Wolf, possessed the following attributes: Grey Wolf LV4. Strength, 40. Intelligence, 20. Stamina, 40. Agility, 50. Spirit, 20. Its attributes were rather modest. Ghidorah needed no more than a swift claw strike to effortlessly dispatch a Grey Wolf. Successfully killed Grey Wolf LV4, experience points 40. Ghidorah attributes 1. Liu Yang suddenly felt a pang of concern. Was such a rapid rate of leveling too accelerated? He had hoped to maximize his monster hunting during these lower levels to bolster his overall attributes. Outside the dungeon, Zhang Bohan and several teachers were maintaining order at the entrance. Since students began their training, there had been instances of students choosing to exit the dungeon prematurely, often bearing some injuries that required the teacher's assistance. However, some emerged merely exhausted and in need of resupply. Song Yanran was one such case. Tang Rong, upon seeing Song Yanran unexpectedly exit the dungeon, approached her with an expression of surprise, inquiring about her condition. Song Yanran, why did you come out so suddenly? She replied, fatigued. I've run out of blue potions and needed to resupply. The blue potion refers to a restorative for mental strength, while the red potion restores stamina. In the absence of supporting roles to recover their states, practitioners relied on these potions for timely restoration. After using a detection spell, Tang Rong discovered that Song Yanran's mental strength was nearly depleted and was astonished to find that she had already reached level 3. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You've reached level 3? His exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, both teachers and students, who regarded Song Yanran with astonished expressions. If I'm not mistaken, the dungeon has only been open for a little over 2 hours, and she has already reached level 3? Just moments ago, our 5-person team barely managed to slay a nest of rat bunnies after exhausting our stamina and still hadn't reached level 2. Yet she soloed the dungeon and achieved level 3? Truly impressive for a rare class. Her combat prowess must be formidable. Have you not seen her clad in bronze gear? With an endless supply of potions and her rare class, it's hardly surprising that she levels up so swiftly." Nonchalantly, Song Yanran walked away, heading straight to the square, where she received a large supply of blue potions from a well-dressed individual, stowing them in her space backpack. After requesting a teacher's assistance to recover her state at the dungeon entrance, she re-entered the dungeon. Heh. Tang Rong returned to Zhang Bohan's side, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Principal, I believe it's a foregone conclusion that Song Yanran will gain admission to Jojo Academy. Being a rare class, coupled with her family's abundant resources, even during a novice dungeon run, someone was specifically delivering blue potions to her. Such leveling efficiency is remarkable." Zhang Bohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, this child possesses intelligence and talent, and with such extensive resources at her disposal, gaining admission to Jojo Academy should pose no problem." Suddenly, Tang Rong recalled something and said, "Principal, if I remember correctly, our Jiangxing High School holds the record for the highest level achieved on the first day of the novice phase at level 5, right?" Zhang Bohan confirmed with a nod. "That's correct, it was level 5. He reached level 5 on the first day and subsequently attained level 15 within 7 days, holding the record for the highest level up during the novice phase." A smile crept across Tang Rong's face as he cheerfully stated, "I believe this year, Song Yanran might just break that record." Indeed, it is quite possible, Zhang Bohan did not dispute. After all, Song Yanran had reached level 3 in merely 2 hours, and there remained 10 hours of training time ahead. Although higher levels would mean facing more formidable monsters and requiring greater experience points to level up, it should not be an issue for Song Yanran. Alas, Tang Rong suddenly asked Zhang Bohan, "Principal, how many levels do you think our other rare class practitioner, Liu Yang, will reach on his first day?" Zhang Bohan cast him a sidelong glance and replied, I believe level 4 should be within reach. This was his conservative estimate. He understood that Liu Yang lacked the abundant resources that Song Yanran possessed, and his path to leveling up might not be as smooth. However, the combat prowess of dragons was widely recognized, and he should be able to manage well in the early stages. Tang Rong, however, shook his head and said, "Let us hope so." However, his situation is distinctly different from that of Song Yanran. I advise the principal to temper his expectations. Song Yanran hails from a prosperous background, rich in resources. The disparity in this regard is far beyond what Liu Yang can compare. Zhang Bohan chose not to engage further, casting a worried glance towards the entrance of the instance. He too was curious about why Liu Yang had yet to emerge, what could be transpiring within. Little did he know that at this moment, Liu Yang was seated before a tree, struck by lightning and a blaze, leisurely roasting a leg of wild antelope. Ghidorah, centered around him, continued to advance towards the mountain, hunting monsters of comparable levels. Successfully defeated Grey Wolf LV4, gained 40 experience points. Ghidorah's overall attributes increased by 1. Liu Yang had hardly engaged in any activity, yet his experience points steadily accumulated. Soon, Liu Yang had finished roasting the leg of lamb and couldn't resist taking a bite, exclaiming, "I must say, this wild antelope meat is quite delectable when roasted." As he ate, he continued his journey towards the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Yang had arrived at the threshold of the forest area. A step further would plunge him into the forest, officially entering the mid-stage of the instance. The monsters within the forest predominantly boasted levels of 47, significantly stronger and more aggressive than those in the prairie region. The teacher had warned them not to venture into this area before reaching level 4, especially without a well-formed team. However, for Liu Yang, whether facing level 4 monsters or level 7, or even level 10 monsters in the mountain region, all were mere fodder before the might of Ghidorah, whose overall attributes had soared to 508 points. Nevertheless, the forest remained in unknown territory. The towering, dense trees obscured much of the visibility and restricted Ghidorah's ability to fly. Ghidorah had also expended considerable stamina and spirit. To err on the side of caution, Liu Yang decided to wait until he leveled up once more and fully restored his state before entering the forest. Ghidorah expressed no dissent. It would adhere to its master's wishes. It turned around in the air, heading back towards the prairie region in search of targets to hunt. Successfully defeated Grey Wolf LV4. Gained 40 experience points. Ghidorah's overall attributes increased by 1. Successfully defeated Grey Wolf LV4. Gained 40 experience points. Ghidorah's overall attributes increased by 1. Before long, dozens of wild monsters had met their demise. Liu Yang's experience points surged once again. Bang! 2 beams of light ascended, signaling a level up. Liu Yang LV4 to LV5. Ghidorah LV4 to LV5. Liu Yang estimated that if he continued at this pace, he would likely reach level 10 on the very first day of his novice training instance. Upon reaching level 10, he would no longer be able to enter the novice training instance. At that point, he would need to seek higher level instances or venture into the wilderness for training. Liu Yang was aware of the distribution of wild monsters around the city and had already formulated a rough plan in his mind. He could venture to Wolf Lake outside Jiangcheng, where the wild monsters exceeded level 10, and there was a level 15 instance accessible at level 12, yielding plentiful experience. Chapter 009. Sleeping comfortably in the instance. Due to his level up, Ghidorah had once again gained 100 points in overall attributes. And with over 100 wild monsters defeated within the instance, its total attributes now reached 746 points. In stark contrast, Liu Yang's own overall attributes stood at a mere 51 points, with his highest spirit at only 101 points, a typical level for a novice practitioner. He planned to wait for a suitable opportunity to enhance his own attributes. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach level 15 during his novice period. Prioritizing Ghidorah's overall attributes appeared to be the wisest choice. Ghidorah's base attributes were significantly higher, its skills more potent, and its efficiency in monster hunting unmatched. Liu Yang entered the forest area accompanied by Ghidorah. Due to the terrain's constraints, Ghidorah could no longer fly, but instead trailed behind Liu Yang on foot. No sooner had they entered the forest than Liu Yang heard several piercing roars. However, before he could discern the source of the sounds, Ghidorah unleashed several bolts of wing-tipped lightning in various directions. Crackle, crackle. Successfully defeated Blackback Gorilla LV5, gained 50 experience points. Ghidorah's overall attributes increased by 1. Successfully defeated Forest Python LV6, gained 60 experience points. Ghidorah's overall attributes increased by 1. Successfully defeated Jungle Leopard LV7, gained 70 experience points. Ghidorah's overall attributes increased by 1. In a single strike, 3 high-level monsters were vanquished, yielding considerable experience. It seemed the teacher's words rang true. The monsters in the forest were denser and more aggressive. This was fortuitous for Liu Yang. With Ghidorah effortlessly dispatching foes, the greater the monster density, the more swiftly his experience points grew. Monsters continually surged towards Liu Yang, primarily comprising level 57 creatures. Ghidorah, moving along the ground, could easily spot those lurking behind trees and bushes with its keen dragon eyes, delivering precise strikes with its wing-tipped lightning. As Liu Yang navigated the narrow forest path, Ghidorah acted as a formidable guardian, eliminating the encroaching monsters. The duo soon arrived at a relatively open glade. Liu Yang intended to use this as a base, temporarily staying here to allow Ghidorah to hunt more monsters. He noticed that the rate of his experience point accumulation had significantly slowed. Although the level 57 monsters provided more experience, the amount required to level up had also increased. Previously, from level 1 to level 4, he had only needed to defeat a little over 100 wild monsters. However, to progress from level 5 to level 6, judging by the 30 experience points yielded by a single level 6 forest python, he would need to defeat at least 300 wild monsters to level up. This was even higher than the total experience needed to reach level 4. Following this trend, the experience required for each subsequent level would likely increase exponentially. No wonder the record for the first day's level up in the novice training instance only reached level 5. It must be quite challenging for an average novice practitioner to reach level 5 on the first day, let alone the significantly higher experience demands for level 6. As the experience required for future levels continued to escalate, it seemed that reaching level 10 during the novice period would not be an easy feat for most new practitioners. Fortunately, the monsters in the forest exhibited aggressive tendencies, continuously approaching Liu Yang, allowing Ghidorah to dispatch them with efficiency that was not too slow. Liu Yang estimated that there were still over 7 hours remaining until the instance's first day deadline. At this rate of monster hunting, even with the increasing experience requirements, he could still feasibly reach level 7 or 8 on the first day, since he needed to defeat several hundred monsters to level up. This presented a perfect opportunity for Ghidorah to enhance its overall attributes. Sitting on a stone, Liu Yang watched Ghidorah unleash bolt after bolt of lightning, feeling a sense of boredom as he had nothing to occupy himself with. As drowsiness gradually enveloped him, he leaned back and instructed Ghidorah, "I shall take a brief respite. You continue to fend off the onslaught. Be vigilant and ensure no wild creatures approach me." With a low growl, Ghidorah acknowledged his command, inching closer to Liu Yang before resuming the hunt against the ceaselessly attacking monsters. Successfully defeated Forest Python LV6, gained 60 experience points. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Successfully defeated Jungle Leopard LV7, gained 70 experience points. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Outside the dungeon, Song Yinran exited for the second time, her exhaustion palpable. Breathless, she implored the healer to restore her vitality, hurriedly taking a packet of blue potion from a servant before plunging back into the depths of the dungeon. Tang Rong looked upon Song Yinran's retreating figure with a sense of pride, reflecting, what a diligent child she is. At this rate, she will surely reach level 4 soon. Over 4 hours have elapsed, and with more than 7 hours remaining until the dungeon closes at midnight, she might even ascend to level 5. Or perhaps even sprint to level 6. Tang Rong surveyed the students present with a detection spell, noting that most had only managed to attain level 2, with many still languishing at level 1. Only Song Yinran had progressed to level 3 within those 4 hours. However, he felt no surprise, for this was to be expected. After all, not everyone could awaken a rare class, nor possess the abundant resources that Song Yinran did. A single blue potion's market price was around 500 currency, a cost far beyond the means of ordinary students. Thus, they opted to exit the dungeon to recover with their instructors before re-entering. However, this approach had its drawbacks. Upon re-entering the dungeon, they were forced to start anew, facing the lowest level monsters, the mouse rabbits. To catch up to their previous progress, they would need to exert additional effort. Only upon reaching the next area would the entry point for the dungeon change. This undoubtedly wasted precious time and diminished their leveling efficiency. This was why Song Yinran chose to use potions within the dungeon, allowing her to face higher level foes without having to begin anew with the level 1 mouse rabbits, thereby significantly enhancing her efficiency. Only someone from her background could afford such a method of progression. Tang Rong mused, suddenly sensing an anomaly. It appeared that Liu Yang had not exited the dungeon at all. He had neither emerged to recover nor restock supplies. What could he possibly be doing inside? Tang Rong found it perplexing, as even a student like Song Yinran needed to exit for recovery. How could Liu Yang remain in the dungeon for such an extended period? Under normal circumstances, his state could hardly sustain him for 4 hours, unless he fought without depleting his stamina and mental energy. Or perhaps he could restore himself through leveling up. Tang Rong chuckled at the absurdity of that notion, speculating that Liu Yang was likely tucked away in some corner, sleeping soundly. Ironically, the reality was indeed as he had imagined. At that moment, within the dungeon, Liu Yang lay in a deep slumber, comfortably rolling onto his side, while Ghidorah tirelessly unleashed its winged lightning beside him. The crackling sounds of electricity seemed to have no impact on his peaceful rest. Successfully defeated Jungle Leopard LV7. Gained 70 experience points. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Unbeknownst to him, 2 beams of light signifying level-ups burst forth. Liu Yang and Ghidorah had both ascended in rank. Their levels had risen to 6. Liu Yang LV5 to LV6. Ghidorah LV5 to LV6. Chapter 010. The first to venture into the mountain region. Liu Yang awoke and opened his personal panel to inspect his status. Name: Liu Yang, LV6. Strength: 61. Intelligence: 61. Stamina: 61. Agility: 61. Spirit: 121. Personal talent: talent sharing. Bloodline modification: shared talent. Devouring talent: sovereign's might. Skill: summon Ghidorah. His attributes had once again increased by 10 points, with his spirit rising by 20. Still, he remained unremarkable. He then turned to Ghidorah's panel. Ghidorah's attributes had surged by 100 points, not counting the additional 300 points gained from defeating over 300 wild creatures during its ascent from level 5 to level 6. Its total attributes had now surpassed 1,000 points. Ghidorah, LV6. Strength: 1087. Intelligence: 1087. Stamina: 1087. Agility: 1087. Spirit: 1087. Talent: devouring talent, sovereign's might. Skill: winged lightning. Devouring talent: level 1 can devour the next talent after level 10. Sovereign's might: current total attribute increase, 487, with attributes soaring to 1087 points. Liu Yang now possessed the capability to venture outside Jiang City for training. The monsters in the novice training dungeon had been significantly weakened, primarily designed to help newly awakened practitioners swiftly acclimate to the rhythm of combat and leveling. Consequently, the experience points provided by these monsters were relatively low. In contrast, wild monsters of the same level possessed far greater attributes, and those within the dungeon were even stronger. There were also elite and boss-level monsters, boasting attributes that eclipsed the ordinary. Though he was uncertain of the true strength of these monsters, Liu Yang was confident that, provided they were of similar levels, he should still be capable of dispatching them with ease. After all, Ghidorah's 1087 points and attributes were simply overwhelming. If this were insufficient to eliminate similarly leveled monsters, it would indeed be quite implausible. Returning to the present, after Liu Yang reached level 6, he discovered that the experience required for the next level had indeed doubled compared to before. Should he continue to slay the level 5 to 7 wild creatures in the forest, and considering each monster yielded approximately 10 to 15 experience points, he would need to defeat around 800 wild creatures to level up. Glancing at the time, Liu Yang noted that more than 6 hours had passed since he entered the dungeon. Previously, Ghidorah had defeated over 300 wild creatures in the forest, taking roughly an hour and a half. To defeat an additional 800 wild creatures would require at least over 4 more hours. This pace was somewhat slow. Liu Yang frowned. By the time he achieved that, only about an hour would remain until the dungeon closed on the first day. At this rate, he would only reach level 7 by the end of the first day in the novice training dungeon. Although this efficiency was already remarkable, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He had initially hoped to attain level 8 by day's end, and then proceed directly to the Wild Wolf Lake outside Jiang City for training the following day. It seemed that the current circumstances were somewhat misaligned with his expectations. Clearly, he needed to accelerate his progress. Liu Yang rose and gazed through the dense foliage toward the peaks behind him. The monsters in the mountainous region possess a higher level, providing a greater amount of experience points. Let us proceed. Liu Yang beckoned to Ghidorah, urging him to venture into the mountainous area. Ghidorah flicked his head and followed closely behind Liu Yang. The forest area, though not extensive, was characterized by a complex terrain that impeded swift navigation. After traversing for over half an hour, Liu Yang, accompanied by Ghidorah, finally emerged from the forest and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, numerous wild creatures had boldly attacked, all of which were swiftly dispatched by Ghidorah. Liu Yang gazed up at the towering peak before him, a sudden smile of understanding crossing his face. Could I be the first to reach the mountainous area on the very first day to hunt monsters? There remained approximately 5 hours until the closure of the first day's dungeon. He pondered the levels his fellow classmates might have reached, yet he was confident that no one could surpass his rate of advancement. With his thoughts collected, Liu Yang and Ghidorah continued onward. Freed from the towering trees of the forest, Ghidorah finally took to the skies once more. With a resounding roar, he circled around Liu Yang. simultaneously using his keen dragon eyes to search for prey. It wasn't long before he spotted a massive lizard hidden behind a rock, slumbering peacefully. Zap! Crack! A bolt of lightning emanating from his wing tips struck with precision. Successfully killed stone lizard LV8, experience points 80. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. The thunderous crack of the lightning seemed to awaken the slumbering stone lizards in the vicinity. Suddenly, from behind the stones and crevices, numerous enormous lizard heads emerged. Their glowing red pupils fixated upon him, hissing as they flicked their serpent-like tongues. In the next heartbeat, these stone lizards lunged forward on their stout limbs, charging towards Liu Yang with ferocity. A quick scan revealed at least a dozen. Yet, he remained unfazed. With a sweeping gesture, Ghidorah descended beside him and unleashed a fearsome roar. The thunderous dragon's cry instantly intimidated the stone lizards, leaving them momentarily stunned. In the next instant, they all turned to flee. Liu Yang would not grant them such an opportunity. Experience points presented on a silver platter, and they thought to escape? With a pointed finger, he issued a command in his mind. Attack! Ghidorah, understanding the directive, stood upright, his wings unfurling as golden bolts of lightning erupted from him, converging at his wing tips. Crackle boom. Multiple bolts of lightning simultaneously struck outwards, instantly annihilating the surrounding stone lizards. Successfully killed stone lizard LV8, experience points 80. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. Successfully killed stone lizard LV8, experience points 80. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. Successfully killed. Liu Yang was instantly rewarded with a significant amount of experience points. Casting a satisfied glance at Ghidorah, he continued along the mountain path. Ghidorah took flight again, relentlessly searching for hidden monsters. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from above. Liu Yang looked up to discover a snow eagle with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, descending rapidly towards him with sharp claws extended. Humph! Ghidorah snorted disdainfully through his nostrils and swiftly took to the skies. With over 1,100 points in agility, Ghidorah outpaced the snow eagle's dive by several times. In the blink of an eye, he was before the snow eagle, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he sent it crashing to the ground. Smash! Successfully killed snow eagle LV9, experience points 90. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. Ghidorah perceived the snow eagle's behavior as a provocation. After dispatching it to the ground, he let out a triumphant roar. Yet, rather than scaring off the surrounding monsters, this roar attracted them, bringing forth a throng of creatures. In mere moments, a multitude of stone lizards appeared around Liu Yang, and numerous snow eagles soared down from the skies. However, Liu Yang felt no fear. Instead, a satisfied smile crept across his face. The more monsters that approached, the more pleased he became. It was all experience points. He need not waste time seeking them out himself. Understanding his master's intent, Ghidorah began to unleash waves of golden lightning. Zap! He struck down the monsters surrounding them, commencing a slaughter. Successfully killed stone lizard LV8, experience points 80. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. Successfully killed snow eagle LV9, experience points 90. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. Within a few blinks, dozens of monsters were eradicated by Ghidorah. Liu Yang was rewarded with an immense influx of experience points. Yet, he noticed that no level 10 monsters had appeared thus far, prompting him to continue his ascent along the mountain path. The level 10 monsters granted the most experience points, and finding them was his priority. The elevation of the mountainous area was not particularly high, only 300 to 400 meters. Liu Yang quickly reached the summit, with Ghidorah effortlessly dispatching monsters along the way. Upon reaching the peak, he finally encountered the level 10 monsters within the dungeon. Snow Ape LV10. These snow apes were tall and formidable, their numbers plentiful, congregating in their territory, seldom straying far. They posed a significant challenge for novice adventurers, presenting the choice of either confronting the powerful snow apes or facing the overwhelming onslaught of multiple snow apes simultaneously. However, today they had crossed paths with Liu Yang. Observing the gathering of over 50 snow apes at the summit, Liu Yang smiled contentedly. With a pointed finger, he signaled Ghidorah to step forth and commence the performance. A bolt of lightning struck down, and a snow ape fell lifelessly to the ground. Successfully killed snow ape LV10, experience points 100. Ghidorah, all attributes 1. The surrounding snow apes were instantly drawn to the commotion, entering an aggressive state as they charged towards Liu Yang. Ghidorah unleashed bolts of lightning, swiftly dispatching them one by one. Liu Yang reveled in the surge of experience points. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The rate at which the snow apes were respawning seemed unusually slow. Having reduced the 50-plus snow apes to just a handful, he found no new snow apes emerging. Liu Yang even began to suspect that once a snow ape was slain, it would not respawn. His suspicions were soon confirmed. After Ghidorah eliminated the last snow ape, no new ones appeared. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, Liu Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why had the monsters ceased to respawn? This was never mentioned by the instructor, who had provided little information regarding the snow apes in the mountainous area. All that was said was that they would only gather at the summit and that one must be adequately prepared before approaching, employing a strategy of luring them out individually to defeat them. Thus, the method of eliminating one foe at a time proves to be relatively safe. Perhaps the instructor had not anticipated that such a multitude of snow monkeys could be eradicated with such swiftness. Could it be that my killing prowess is too formidable? Liu Yang pondered. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a bit longer. If I cease the onslaught, the purpose of my presence here becomes moot. I might as well descend to the mountainside to hunt the colossal rock lizards and snow eagles, although they yield slightly less experience. Their sheer numbers might render the experience gathering process more efficient. Liu Yang made his way to the heart of the mountaintop. Glancing around, he found no sign of the next snow monkey's resurgence. Just as he resolved to return to the mountainside, an unusual sound emanated from behind him. Assuming it was the reappearance of a snow monkey, he turned only to discover a golden boulder materializing on the ground, shimmering with a faint luminescence. What is this? Liu Yang wondered, employing a detection spell to glean its information. Experience Stone LV10. Health 9,999. The ultimate reward of the novice trial dungeon, which only appears upon the demise of all guardian snow monkeys. It can provide a substantial amount of experience, converting damage taken into experience points. Surprised, Liu Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder the snow monkeys had ceased to respawn. It was because this hidden gem existed within the novice trial dungeon. This meant he could simply attack the stone to accumulate experience points, which was rather exhilarating. Liu Yang instructed Ghidorah to test this out. Crack! A bolt of lightning surged from Ghidorah's wingtip, striking the experience stone. Experience Stone LV10. Health 5,435. The experience stone had its health diminished by over 4,000 points. Liu Yang also received experience points. Experience points 450. Instantly, Liu Yang was elated. A single strike yielded 450 experience points, causing his experience bar to surge by 0.8. Should one attribute Ghidorah's immense output, or the sheer delight of farming the experience stone? However, this experience stone had lost over 4,000 health points in one blow. Wouldn't it be depleted after just 3 attacks? It seemed rather unsatisfactory, amounting to roughly 1,000 experience points. As Liu Yang contemplated this, he turned back to observe the experience stone, only to be astonished to find its health restored to full, reverting back to 9,999. Could it be? Liu Yang squinted, realizing that Ghidorah's shared talent, devour talent, had been triggered. The target possesses the talent, rapid recovery. The target's level is too high, temporarily unable to be devoured. Elated, Liu Yang exclaimed, just as I thought. The experience stone can rapidly recover its health, preventing it from being destroyed, thereby continuously providing experience to its attackers. Now that is a true boon. Otherwise, with just 99.99 health, a 5-person team could wear it down given enough time. Ghidorah, unleash your fury upon it. Liu Yang was eager to elevate himself to level 10 swiftly and then absorb the experience stone's rapid recovery talent. Being able to recover health rapidly upon taking damage would undoubtedly qualify as an S-grade talent. It was a must-have. Following Liu Yang's command, Ghidorah began to unleash a relentless barrage upon the experience stone. Liu Yang's experience points soared. Experience points 450. Experience points 420. Experience points 480. With each of Ghidorah's strikes, Liu Yang saw his experience bar increase by approximately 0.8. Before long, his experience bar was filled, resulting in another level up. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of upgrade light ascended simultaneously from Liu Yang and Ghidorah. Liu Yang LV6 to LV7. Ghidorah LV6 to LV7. At this juncture, approximately 4 hours remained before the dungeon's closure. Liu Yang estimated that if he continued to accrue experience at this pace, reaching level 10 today was indeed feasible. Were it not for the dungeon's restriction on leveling beyond 10, which would automatically expel him and prevent re-entry, he could potentially reach level 20 simply by farming the experience stone over the next 6 days. Yet, that was of little concern. Liu Yang understood that the dungeon's rules would not allow for such a bug to be exploited. After attaining level 10, he could venture outside Jiang City for further training, where the wild monsters would provide significantly more experience than the dungeon. During the 7-day novice phase, he should be able to surpass level 15. Chapter 012. Absorbing the S-grade talent, rapid recovery. Time drifted by slowly. Liu Yang sat beside the experience stone, observing Ghidorah diligently attacking the stone. While he himself had little to occupy his time, feeling somewhat bored, he had attempted to attack the experience stone himself, but alas, each of his strikes only diminished the stone's health by about 10 points. yielding a meager 1 experience point, barely worth the effort. If the opportunity arose, he must enhance his own capabilities appropriately. Currently, lacking attributes and formidable skills, he would be inferior to even the most mundane of adventurers without Ghidorah by his side. After reaching level 10, he could learn a new skill and have an additional chance to contract a familiar. Soon he would absorb the experience stone's rapid recovery talent, equivalent to acquiring a life-saving skill. Thus it would be prudent to learn an offensive skill. As for the new contracted familiar, any creature possessing a trace of powerful bloodline origin would suffice. He could use the transform talent to mold it into a potent summon. As he contemplated this, Liu Yang's experience bar filled once more. Bang! Bang! 2 beams of upgrade light burst forth from Liu Yang and Ghidorah, marking yet another level increase. Liu Yang LV7 to LV8. Ghidorah LV7 to LV8. Liu Yang glanced at the time. It had taken him roughly 30 minutes to progress from level 7 to level 8. Although the experience required to ascend from level 7 to 8 had doubled compared to that from 6 to 7, with Ghidorah's formidable attack power. Each strike provided Liu Yang with nearly 0.5 experience. Estimating the time needed to progress from level 8 to 9, it should take around an hour. With over 3 hours remaining, he would have ample time to reach level 10. It must be said that farming the experience stone was indeed exhilarating. Yet the process was rather monotonous, especially for Liu Yang, who had nothing to do during this time. Thus, he opted to indulge in another nap. An hour slipped by in an instant. Liu Yang and Ghidorah were once again enveloped in a beam of upgrade light. Liu Yang LV8 to LV9. Ghidorah LV8 to LV9. Another 2 hours passed. Warning: there are only 30 minutes remaining until the closure of the novice trial dungeon. All novice adventurers should seize the moment. Liu Yang received a notification from the dungeon. He glanced at his experience bar. He still needed 12 points to level up. Feeling a slight relief, half an hour should suffice. Soon, with Ghidorah's powerful strikes, Liu Yang acquired the final experience points needed for his level up. Experience points 510. 2 beams of upgrade light illuminated once more. Liu Yang LV9 LV10. Ghidorah LV9 LV10. Note: as you have elevated your level to 10, you are about to be transported out of the novice training dungeon. Countdown: 60 seconds. 59, 58, 57. Ghidorah, consume its talent. Liu Yang commanded Ghidorah to employ devour talent on the experience stone. Ghidorah's level ascended to 10, and a new talent slot was unlocked, allowing the use of devour talent for further consumption. Roar! Ghidorah spread its wings towards the experience stone, its jaws agape. Wisps of light ascended from the experience stone, drawn into Ghidorah's mouth. The target talent has been successfully devoured. Ghidorah acquired the SS grade talent, rapid recovery. Obtained Ghidorah's shared talent, rapid recovery. Observing Ghidorah successfully devouring the talent from the experience stone, Liu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that upon reaching level 10, he would be transported out of the novice training dungeon, and he feared missing this opportunity. Fortunately, the dungeon granted him a final minute to successfully acquire this SS grade talent. With over 30 seconds remaining, Liu Yang swiftly reviewed his personal panel alongside Ghidorah's. Name: Liu Yang, LV10. Strength: 101. Intelligence: 101. Stamina: 101. Agility: 101. Spirit: 201. Personal talent: talent sharing, bloodline modification. Shared talents: devour talent, sovereign might, rapid recovery. Skill: summon Ghidorah. Not too shabby. His attributes were not particularly impressive, rather unremarkable. However, the 5 talents he possessed were all of SSS and SS grades. The potential for development he harbored was unparalleled. Moreover, he had a summoned beast of sovereign lineage from the abyss, Ghidorah. Ghidorah, LV10. Strength: 1880. Intelligence: 1880. Stamina: 1880. Agility: 1880. Spirit: 1880. Talents: devour talent, sovereign might, rapid recovery. Skills: wingtip lightning, gravitational ray. Devour talent: level 2 total talents devoured. 1. Talents available for devouring. 0. Sovereign might. Current total attribute increase. 880. Rapid recovery. Will rapidly restore stamina and spirit after receiving non-lethal damage. Gravitational ray. Fires a beam powerful enough to alter the target's gravity, with potency determined by its own attributes. After reaching level 10, Ghidorah not only gained the ability to devour an additional talent, but also learned a new skill. Gravitational ray, a delightful surprise. Regrettably, the total attribute increase from this dungeon run was not substantial, merely 880 points. Yet, this was unavoidable. Grinding experience stones did not allow for attribute enhancement, and focusing on attributes would not enable him to reach level 10 in such a brief period. At this stage, Elevating his level remained paramount. Opportunities for attribute grinding were plentiful. This instance was not critical. To possess a staggering total of 1,880 in attributes at level 10 was already an extraordinary feat. Such formidable attributes would not only allow Liu Yang to effortlessly dominate the wild wolves at Wolf Lake beyond Jiang City and its dungeons, but could also potentially secure a triumph in the Novice Practitioner's National Examination in 6 days. Liu Yang now needed only to elevate his level to 15 or above. Gaining admission to the Jiuzhou Academy was all but assured. Countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The surroundings shifted abruptly as he was transported out of the novice dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the teachers remained diligently stationed at their posts. Tang Rong was busy maintaining order in the square, and Zhang Bohan had just returned moments ago. As Liu Yang and Ghidorah emerged from the dungeon, they instantly captivated everyone's attention. After all, Ghidorah's presence was simply too striking. Tang Rong, bewildered, remarked, "He has finally come out. I wonder what he was doing in there that he only now chooses to emerge." Yet, Zhang Bohan exhibited no reaction. Upon turning to look, he was struck by astonishment, frozen in place, whispering in disbelief. "Could it be that my detection spell has malfunctioned? This kid, he has actually reached level 10. Chapter 013, Impossible. You cannot reach level 10. What?" Tang Rong exclaimed in shock. He quickly turned to Liu Yang, utilizing his detection spell. Liu Yang LV10. Impossible. Tang Rong also suspected his detection spell was faulty and checked once more. The information remained unchanged. Liu Yang LV10. Absolutely impossible. Tang Rong pulled over a nearby teacher for assistance in verifying Liu Yang's level. Director Tang, equally incredulous, found the reality to be true, confirming, "I see level 10 as well." Heh. Suddenly, Zhang Bohan chuckled, a relieved smile spreading across his face, stating, "It must be correct. This kid has indeed reached level 10. Tang Rong's face flushed crimson, still unwilling to accept this reality. What on earth is going on? He hurried to Liu Yang's side, anxiously inquiring, "Liu Yang, what did you do in there?" Liu Yang furrowed his brow, glancing at Tang Rong with confusion over his attitude, and replied nonchalantly, "What else could I do? Kill monsters and level up? Or perhaps take a nap?" Tang Rong knew that a nap would hardly suffice to elevate Liu Yang to level 10. However, those words struck him heavily in the face. Considering he had recently jested in front of the teachers, mocking Liu Yang for supposedly hiding away and napping, Tang Rong's expression grew increasingly grim. Ahem. Zhang Bohan cleared his throat, stepping forward to pull Tang Rong back, then looked at Liu Yang with genuine delight, inquiring kindly, "Liu Yang, what exactly transpired in there that enabled you to reach level 10 on the very first day?" Liu Yang's demeanor softened in response to Zhang Bohan, and he candidly replied, "I didn't do much, just the usual. Fought monsters and leveled up, making my way from the grasslands to the mountaintop, and then I came out." Zhang Bohan, Tang Rong, and the other teachers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. None could fathom that Liu Yang managed to traverse from the grassland area to the mountain peak area on the very first day of his novice period while starting at level 1. They all glanced at the golden dragon behind him. While they could not assess the summoned beast's attributes and skills, they could sense that this golden dragon seemed genuinely formidable. Perhaps he truly achieved it? Impossible. Yet, Tang Rong interjected, "The highest level monsters in the mountain peak area, the snow apes, only yield 100 experience points. Even if you had been grinding snow apes from the start, you could not possibly reach level 10 today." All present have undergone the trials of the novice dungeon and possess detailed information, fully aware of the circumstances within. Each snow ape yields 100 experience points. How many must one vanquish to ascend to level 10? The snow ape boasts formidable attack power and substantial health, often clustering in groups, posing a significant challenge even for a quintet of adventurers. Defeating a single one can be quite time-consuming, let alone facing them solo. Even if one could achieve the feat of slaying one per minute, a day would still prove insufficient. Historically, the swiftest ascent to level 10 was accomplished on the second day. The individual who achieved this has since become the guardian deity of the Jiuzhou Empire, one of the most formidable practitioners in the nation, standing among the elite on the global stage. Several instructors, reflecting on the practical realities, concluded that such an achievement seemed implausible. Zhang Bohan, envisioning the most favorable scenario for Liu Yang, also felt it was unfeasible and pressed further. "Liu Yang, tell me the truth. What transpired within the dungeon?" Suddenly, Liu Yang realized a pivotal point. The teachers appeared unaware of the ultimate reward within the novice dungeon. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you not aware of the ultimate reward in the dungeon?" "The ultimate reward?" Zhang Bohan and the other instructors were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. A flicker of amusement crossed Liu Yang's mind as he elaborated. "Once all the snow apes atop the mountain are dispatched, The ultimate reward of the novice dungeon is triggered, revealing an experience stone. The instructors were familiar with the concept of the experience stone, a crucial resource found in higher-tier dungeons, typically under the control of national powers. They were all momentarily stunned. After all, no one had ever contemplated the possibility of someone eliminating all the most formidable snow apes in one fell swoop. Historically, such a feat had never been accomplished. It is imperative to remember that this is a novice dungeon. Those who enter are newly awakened practitioners, possessing low attributes, limited skills, and scant practical experience. Even those who historically awakened rare or legendary professions had never achieved this. Thus, they were genuinely unaware of the existence of the ultimate reward. Yet now, Lu Yang had achieved it. He became the first individual to eliminate all the snow apes at once, triggering the ultimate reward, and successfully reached level 10 on the very first day, shattering the historical record. If it were merely a matter of farming experience stones, such an accomplishment might indeed be plausible. Zhang Bohan pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend how Lu Yang had managed this, ultimately deciding to set the matter aside. He smiled and clapped Lu Yang on the shoulder, nodding in affirmation. Congratulations, Lu Yang. You have broken the world record today and brought glory to our school. I hope you maintain this momentum as you continue onward. Lu Yang nodded in assurance. Rest assured, Principal, I will. The other instructors remained in a state of shock, unsure of what to say. Observing their reaction, Lu Yang took his leave. By the way, Principal, I won't be coming to school tomorrow. I'm heading to the Wild Wolf Lake outside Jiang City to level up. Very well, go ahead. Zhang Bohan did not attempt to dissuade him, recognizing that with Lu Yang already at level 10, he could no longer enter the novice dungeon. As he watched Lu Yang's figure recede into the distance, Zhang Bohan's smile broadened, embodying the expression of one who has discovered a treasure. At this moment, one of the teachers suggested, should we reconsider the classification of Lu Yang's profession? The designation of a rare profession seems inadequate. Perhaps we might consider elevating it to that of a legendary profession. Zhang Bohan nodded in agreement with this notion. Indeed, I will contemplate reporting it. However, Tang Rong interjected coldly, I believe it is not so simple. The classification of a profession considers not only its initial strength, but also its potential for future development. The higher the level, the more arduous the path of experience becomes. A profession that excels in the early stages may not maintain its strength later on, especially since he is the most unique of summoners. Our nation has seen very few accomplished summoners in its history. Any discerning listener could detect the sarcasm in Tang Rong's tone, yet he spoke a measure of truth. The uniqueness of the dragon summoner indeed impacts the profession's ceiling. Zhang Bohan shot Tang Rong a disapproving glare, aware of the underlying reasons for Tang Rong's skepticism towards Lu Yang. The factual concerns he raised were one aspect, but more importantly, Tang Rong had long sought to curry favor with the Song family. Originally, with Song Yanran awakening a rare profession, Tang Rong could have leveraged this opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Song family. However, the emergence of the more dazzling Lu Yang left him uncertain about how to commend Song Yanran in the presence of her family. As the closure time for the dungeon approached, a dull thud resonated. The light on the novice dungeon's gate dimmed. One by one, figures were teleported out of the dungeon. Song Yanran emerged among the crowd, examining her own panel with a triumphant smile. She had reached level 6 on the first day, a record-breaking achievement for the school. I am undoubtedly the first. Chapter 014. Is there truly no way to surpass him even once? Surveying her surroundings, Song Yanran utilized her detection technique to assess her classmates' progress. She discovered that most had only reached level 3, with a scant few achieving level 4, and not a single one had attained level 5. Meanwhile, she had reached level 6. This accomplishment had already shattered the long-standing record in Jiang City and might even surpass the city's overall record. Excitedly, she approached Tang Rong, inquiring, Teacher Tang, I reached level 6. Have I broken the record in Jiang City? To her surprise, the usually affable Tang Rong wore an uncharacteristically grim expression. Intelligent as she was, she immediately surmised something was amiss, but retained a sliver of hope, tentatively asking, Teacher Tang, what happened? Tang Rong forced a smile, responding, Song. Reaching level 6 today is impressive. Few can achieve this nationwide. He hesitated, then added with a forced laugh. However, regrettably, the record was just set today. Though reluctant to acknowledge Lu Yang, he felt compelled to speak the truth to Song Yanran. Could it be Lu Yang? Song Yanran pressed. What level did he reach? You may find it hard to believe. Tang Rong's expression soured, but he has reached level 10. Level 10. Song Yanran gasped, her face reflecting shock and disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. Nearby students, upon hearing this news, froze in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. My goodness, Lu Yang has reached level 10? Did he rocket to level 10 on the first day? That is theoretically impossible. Perhaps he is genuinely extraordinary? They speculated, glancing around in search of Liu Yang's presence. This is inconceivable, Song Yinran murmured. Even if he could directly ascend to the mountain region today, he could not possibly reach level 10. Her academic prowess confirmed the impossibility of such an achievement. Alas, Tang Rong comfortingly patted Song Yinran's shoulder. According to Liu Yang, he had vanquished all the snow apes atop the mountain, triggering the ultimate reward of the quest, a precious experience stone. Naturally, Song Yinran understood the significance of the experience stone and couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating sigh, lamenting, is there truly no way to surpass him even once? Throughout the day in the quest, she had exerted immense effort, hardly pausing in her relentless pursuit of monsters, consuming countless health and mana potions, and had only managed to barely reach the forest zone. In contrast, Liu Yang had directly ascended to the peak area, annihilating the strongest snow apes there and triggering an unprecedented ultimate reward, spawning the experience stone. Tang Rong quickly offered words of encouragement, do not despair. Every profession possesses its own uniqueness. A fleeting advantage does not guarantee permanence. What truly matters is sustainable development moving forward. Dragons, as magnificent creatures, indeed possess formidable strength and an early advantage, yet their subsequent nurturing conditions are exceedingly stringent. Liu Yang's path of advancement may not prove as smooth sailing as it seems. Conversely, you are unencumbered by such limitations and instead possess myriad advantages for growth. I have faith in you. Surely, you shall surpass him in the future. Song Yinran comprehended Tang Rong's implications. She came from a wealthy family, abundant in resources, and her future was devoid of want. Liu Yang, on the other hand, relied on government assistance to survive, struggling to maintain his own livelihood, let alone bear the costs of nurturing a dragon. However, Song Yinran aspired to surpass him through her own efforts rather than through external circumstances. While Tang Rong continued with his flattery and disparagement, Song Yinran, feeling fatigued, impatiently remarked, Teacher Tang, I am quite exhausted today. I shall take my leave. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Sighing, Tang Rong recognized that his hopes of aligning himself with the Song family had likely diminished, prompting a deep exhale. As Song Yinran walked with her head down, looking somewhat disheartened, a servant waiting outside rushed forth to console her. Miss, do not be disheartened. He was well aware that Liu Yang's achievements were a blow to her spirits, fearing that she might suffer setbacks as a result. Unexpectedly, Song Yinran lifted her head, her expression radiating pride, and declared, who said I was disheartened? This is merely the first day after awakening. I still have 6 days ahead of me, and I will surely catch up to his level. The National Joint Examination will be the true test of strength. The outcome remains uncertain. Her eyes sparkled with determination, and her fair cheeks glowed with confidence, not a facade of false strength. The servant, relieved, encouraged her, indeed, Miss, you shall achieve excellent results, and then surpass that Liu. Whatever his name is, it's Liu Yang, Song Yinran corrected, then strode out of the school, stepping into a luxurious car that awaited her, departing with grace. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was still on his way home. Not long into his journey, Ghidorah began to whine, demanding food. Are you hungry again? Liu Yang exclaimed, feeling exasperated. Hadn't they consumed plenty of food in the quest? Even with the full restoration of states from leveling up, Ghidorah had been eating almost continuously while fighting in the quest. This was physiological hunger, distinct from merely recovering stamina through eating. Ghidorah had an insatiable appetite and was quite selective, only consuming meat and the fried rice that Liu Yang personally prepared. Initially, Liu Yang had intended to store some monster corpses in his spatial backpack during the novice training quest. However, the corpses would disappear as the monsters respawned, requiring a life profession to preserve them for an extended period. Otherwise, they would vanish upon exiting the quest. The same applied to wild monster corpses, which also needed to be processed by life professionals to become stable food sources. Thus, he had to abandon the idea. Sighing in resignation, Liu Yang decided to head to the trading post instead. After all, he needed to prepare essential supplies for his upcoming training at Wolf Lake outside Jiang City the next day. The trading post was a dedicated venue for professionals, directly managed by the imperial authority of the Jiuzhou Empire. Here, professionals could freely trade various weapons, equipment, materials, and all manner of items. Since most of these goods circulated exclusively among professionals, Liu Yang had never visited the trading post before, having only gleaned some knowledge about it while at school. The imperial trading post was conveniently located at the city gates, primarily for the ease of professionals frequently entering and exiting the city. Although easily found, it was quite far from where Liu Yang was. Lacking transportation and unable to use public transit with Ghidorah, he contemplated summoning Ghidorah back into the summoning space, only for Ghidorah to exhibit clear reluctance, unwilling to be recalled by Liu Yang. Left with no choice, he had to walk alongside Ghidorah. During the journey, Liu Yang observed numerous professionals riding exotic mounts along the streets, moving at speeds comparable to vehicles. An idea struck him. Could he also ride Ghidorah? He turned to look at Ghidorah but quickly dismissed the thought. Though Ghidorah was a bipedal dragon with robust wings, capable of flight, its current size was still too small. Standing upright, it barely reached a height of 1.5 to 1.6 meters, and with its wings spread, it only extended a little over 2 meters. Insufficient to accommodate Liu Yang's 1.8-meter stature. However, he suddenly noticed that Ghidorah, now at level 10, appeared significantly larger than it had at level 1 the previous day. It seemed Ghidorah's size increased with each level gained. He merely needed to reach a higher level, and soon he could ride this majestic dragon. The thought of soaring atop such a magnificent creature filled Liu Yang's mind with excitement. Suddenly, a blaring horn pierced the air beside him. A luxury car came to a halt, and the tinted window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Liu Yang. Chapter 015. Jiang City Trading Post. Upon turning his head, Liu Yang was surprised to find Song Yinran calling out to him. What a coincidence, he thought. Song Yinran, have you reached level 10? She inquired directly, then, tentatively employing a detection spell to examine Liu Yang's status, only to discover that she could not glean any information about him. This indicated that Liu Yang's level had indeed surpassed hers. The driver in the car confirmed this, stating, Miss, he is indeed level 10. Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. Feeling somewhat speechless at her immediate inquiry, she was indeed competitive. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, Song Yinran called out, hurriedly exiting the vehicle to chase after him. Confused, Liu Yang asked, what is it? I want to ask how you did it. Song Yinran's voice softened, a flush creeping onto her cheeks, as if shy to inquire. Understanding her question, Liu Yang candidly explained, it's simple. Once you reach the peak area, swiftly eliminate over 50 snow apes atop the mountain, and you will trigger a hidden event. An experienced stone will then appear, allowing for rapid leveling based on the damage dealt. Simple. Upon hearing those words, Song Yinran couldn't help but twitch her delicate face, her heart filled with astonishment and confusion. How could Liu Yang speak so nonchalantly about it? Did he not realize the immense difficulty of accomplishing such a feat? It was something that had never been achieved in the entire history of the human race. As Liu Yang recalled the scene from earlier, he realized that he had hardly lifted a finger throughout the entire process. Was there anything more effortless or simpler than that? Indeed, it was rather simple. I believe you can achieve it as well. Song Yinran looked at him with a mixture of belief and skepticism. Really? Why did she feel such doubt in her heart? Well, let me see if I can reach the mountain peak area tomorrow. Then I'll give it a try too. All right. Liu Yang nodded and turned to take his leave. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he was headed somewhere. Suddenly, with an inexplicable impulse, she asked, where are you going? How about I give you a ride? I can have the driver take you. As soon as she finished speaking, her cheeks flushed a bit more. Liu Yang glanced at the considerable distance ahead and thought, why not save time and effort? I'm going to the exchange. Song Yinran turned and gestured for him to get in the car. Hop in. But Liu Yang cast a glance at Ghidorah beside him, pondering what to do about it. Ghidorah was clearly not going to fit inside the vehicle. Can't you just put it away? Song Yinran asked, puzzled. It refuses to be stowed away. Liu Yang replied with a resigned shrug. Surprised, Song Yinran glanced at Ghidorah and suggested, then let it stand on the roof of the car. All right. Following her lead, Liu Yang climbed into the vehicle, and Ghidorah leaped onto the roof. Creak. However, as soon as it landed on the roof, two deep dents formed. With sharp claws embedded into the car's surface, the driver in front felt a pang in his heart and, with tears in his eyes, started the vehicle. Liu Yang soon arrived at the exchange. Before getting out, he expressed his gratitude to Song Yinran. As Song Yinran gazed at the exchange before her, she surmised Liu Yang's intentions. He was likely preparing for his expedition outside the city tomorrow. A sudden feeling of disparity washed over her. Liu Yang had already begun his true wilderness training, while she still had to linger in the novice dungeon for another day or two. Yet, she would not let this discourage her. Her stubborn determination surged even stronger. Before parting, Liu Yang, Song Yinran issued another challenge to him. In 6 days for the grand examination, let us compare our results. This time, I absolutely will not lose to you. Liu Yang smiled helplessly at her words and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall await your performance. Subsequently, Liu Yang turned to face the imposing structure before him, the Jiangxing Exchange. It was his first visit to such a place exclusively for professionals, and he felt a subtle thrill within. After adjusting his mindset slightly, he stepped confidently into the exchange. As soon as he entered the grand entrance, a staff member in professional attire approached him promptly. With keen eyes, the experienced staff member recognized Liu Yang as a freshly minted level 10 novice practitioner and politely began guiding him through the process. Under the staff member's direction, Liu Yang smoothly registered his personal information. Name, Liu Yang. Level, 10. Points, 0. Contributions, 0. Membership level, ordinary. Once his identity was registered, he could partake in various activities within the exchange. Liu Yang cast a cursory glance at the map of the exchange. The entire establishment was divided into several areas. Besides the trading area for various weapons, equipment, materials, and task items, there was a task publishing area. Additionally, there was a restricted zone for trading rare items, which required at least a high-level membership for entry. As an ordinary member, he lacked even the qualification to glance inside. To elevate his membership level, he needed to increase his personal contribution. Ghidorah let out a low whimper. All right, let us go buy some meat first. Liu Yang, feeling helpless, set off towards the materials trading area. The materials trading area was vast, with a plethora of items for sale. Shops lined up in rows, leaving Liu Yang momentarily dazzled, uncertain of where to begin. Fortunately, Ghidorah had a keen sense of smell and led Liu Yang to a shop where the enticing aroma of fresh meat wafted through the air. The shopkeeper, upon seeing the dragon accompanying Liu Yang, immediately beamed with delight. Young man, you're quite impressive. A dragon summoner. It's been ages since I've encountered such a rare profession. Noticing Ghidorah's eager demeanor, the shopkeeper quickly discerned Liu Yang's needs and chuckled. You're here for meat, aren't you? After all, a dragon's appetite is no small matter. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 large bags from his storage box, revealing the vibrant crimson meat within. This is fresh forest purple deer meat, just delivered this morning. Top quality meat, delicious and nutritious, perfect for feeding exotic beasts. The moment Ghidorah caught a whiff, it became exhilarated, yet it would not take action without Liu Yang's command. Liu Yang nodded politely and inquired, "How much for 1 bag, sir?" The shopkeeper held up a hand to indicate a price. 8,000. Liu Yang was taken aback. Is a bag of deer meat really that expensive? The principal brought 2 bags yesterday, and I thought it wasn't too costly. All right, I'll take 10 bags for now. Liu Yang produced the card that Bohan had given him to make the payment. The shopkeeper grinned broadly and handed over 8 more bags of deer meat. After storing them in his spatial backpack, Liu Yang turned to leave. Losing 80,000 in one go was undeniably painful, but this was the reality of the practitioner's world, where prices soared to outrageous heights, an issue he would have to face moving forward. Clearly, he needed to devise ways to earn money. The expenses in the practitioner's world were exorbitant. Equipment, items, potions, and food all required funds. Liu Yang understood that powerful practitioners would not fret over such concerns. However, the school had never taught any methods for earning money as a practitioner, and having never experienced it himself, he was at a loss for how to proceed. As Liu Yang wandered through the exchange, he noticed many shops not only sold items, but also displayed signs indicating they were buying goods, listing the prices they were willing to pay and even specifying the drop locations for each material. After briefly surveying several shops, he found that most of the items were dropped at the Wild Wolf Lake outside the city. He took note of the names of those items and materials. Finally, he arrived at the task publishing area. Chapter 016. Eliminate the true wild monsters. The task publishing area allowed practitioners to accept tasks and complete them in exchange for rewards. It also offered the option to commission tasks for others to fulfill, provided one offered a certain reward in return. Liu Yang intended to see if there were any tasks suitable for him. While honing his skills, he could also earn some remuneration. After a cursory glance, he discovered that most tasks involved significant labor with meager rewards, yielding low cost-effectiveness. Aside from this, to conquer the level 15 dungeon, the Wolf God Temple, and obtain the boss's dropped item, submit the Wolf King Wind Dan. Reward, 1,000,000 gold. Note, the Wolf King Wind Dan can only be dropped in the Nightmare difficulty level of the dungeon. The dungeon difficulty is classified into 3 tiers, normal, hard, and nightmare. With each ascending level of difficulty, the attributes of the monsters within the dungeon multiply several times, thus significantly increasing the challenge of completing it. At the nightmare level, even for a level 15 dungeon, a well-equipped and strategically composed team of 5 level 15 adventurers is required for any hope of success. Regular adventurers should stick to farming the normal level and perhaps tackle the hard level occasionally. That can be considered later. Liu Yang mentally mapped out his plans. The Wolf God Temple dungeon is located near Wild Wolf Lake. For the level 15 dungeon, the minimum entry level is 12, while the maximum is 18. He intended to reach level 12 at Wild Wolf Lake before attempting the Wolf God Temple dungeon. If he could conquer the nightmare level of the Wolf God Temple and acquire a Wolf King Wind Dan, he would earn a reward of 1,000,000 gold. At this stage, Liu Yang was in dire need of funds. He was uncertain how long the 8 bags of deer meat he possessed would sustain Ghidorah. If he hadn't earned any money by the time they ran out, both of them would face hunger. Liu Yang finally surveyed the quest release area, noted a few tasks related to Wild Wolf Lake, and then turned to leave that area, heading toward the living quarters. There, he purchased a tent, bedding, fire-starting tools, and a bounty of food. Having reached the city gates, he decided to exit the city directly. He planned to remain outside the city for the next 6 days, making the most of every moment to level up. As Liu Yang left the trading post, the sky had completely darkened. He arrived at the city gates and queued for inspection. The gate guard scanned him to retrieve his information. Liu Yang, 18 years old, a student from Jiangqing High School. Level 10. Rare profession, Dragon Summoner. The guard cast a surprised glance at him. A high school student who had just awakened this year not only possessed a rare profession, but had also reached level 10 on the very first day. He knew full well what that signified. He was undoubtedly a genius from some esteemed family. The guard stifled his astonishment and curiosity, continuing with his duties by questioning Liu Yang's purpose. Although individuals were permitted to exit the city after reaching level 8, it was unusual for someone who had just completed their awakening to venture out alone at such a late hour. Liu Yang answered honestly, "I need to seize the time to level up." The guard scrutinized him curiously, as well as the imposing golden dragon behind him. Throughout his life as a guard at this city gate, he had witnessed myriad lives and met all kinds of people. Yet, the young man before him evoked a feeling that the walls he guarded and the territory within them could not contain him. He was a dragon poised to soar. His future was limitless. The guard regained his composure and opened the exit passage. Liu Yang walked toward the outside, hearing the guard's heartfelt blessing. "Young man, give it your all. The future of the empire belongs to you." Liu Yang smiled back in acknowledgement and then slowly stepped into the exit passage. Before even crossing the city gates, Liu Yang caught a whiff of a metallic scent of blood, accompanied by the distant roars of monsters growing nearer. Soon after, he finally experienced the true world. Beyond the city gates lay an expanse of untamed wilderness, where wild creatures sporadically roamed in the distance. The walls would dispatch beams of light to eliminate any approaching monsters, ensuring the safety of the city within. Guided by the road signs, Liu Yang circumvented the blood-soaked land before him and made his way toward Wild Wolf Lake. Wild Wolf Lake was over 30 kilometers from the city gates, not too far, yet not particularly close either. Liu Yang planned to rest once he arrived at Wild Wolf Lake tonight, and then begin his monster hunting and leveling up there the following day. As he ventured further from the gates, the imposing city entrance quickly vanished from sight, replaced by an endless stretch of towering walls. With the change in route, the walls soon faded from view. Without the deterrence of weapons atop the walls, the lurking monsters in the night grew bolder and began to reveal themselves. Lo! Guttural growls resonated around him. Liu Yang turned toward the source of the sound and issued an attack command to Ghidorah. Ghidorah sprang into action, its sharp dragon eyes clearly discerning the two lurking monsters even in the dark. It quickly identified the two creatures as Night Cat Demon LV-10. Strength, 160. Intelligence, 120. Stamina, 200. Agility, 180. Spirit, 120. The two cat demons, nearly humanoid in form, lay in the shadows of a large tree, poised to launch a lethal assault. Liu Yang glanced at the information and could not help but smile. This was the true essence of wild monsters, unaltered and unweakened. Their attributes were nearly double those of the level 10 snow apes found in beginner dungeons. However, Ghidorah, also at level 10, had now attained a staggering total of 1,880 in all attributes. It surpassed these wild monsters by over tenfold. Under the overwhelming power of attributes, the result was still the same: instant annihilation. Ghidorah opened its mighty jaws and unleashed a curved beam of gravitational light toward the direction of its target. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, illuminating the entire forest and striking both Night Cat demons. Successfully killed Night Cat Demon LV-10, gained 200 experience points. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Successfully killed Night Cat Demon LV-10, gained 200 experience points. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Obtained Night Cat Demon Claw. Although these genuine wild monsters boasted enhanced attributes, they also provided greater experience points and drop materials. Liu Yang recalled that the trading post offered a purchase price of 10 gold for a Night Cat Demon Claw. While not particularly valuable, he was confident he would acquire more lucrative items in the upcoming trials. For instance, that coveted Wolf King Wind Dan. Moreover, as he accumulated these materials, they would eventually amount to a considerable income, enough to sustain both himself and Ghidorah. Meow, roar. The ruckus caused by Ghidorah quickly attracted a horde of wild monsters, all of them emitting fierce roars as they approached Liu Yang. The density and respawn rate of monsters in this area far exceeded those in beginner dungeons. Yet, Liu Yang was unperturbed. He welcomed the challenge and decided to remain in place, waiting for the wild monsters to come to him. Soon, throngs of wild creatures appeared around him. Through the information relayed by Ghidorah, Liu Yang discovered that they were primarily level 10 to 12 cat demon monsters. It seemed this region was a territory dominated by cat demons. Meow, Gur. The cat demons encircled Liu Yang, growling softly. In the next moment, a multitude surged towards him and Ghidorah with unrestrained ferocity. Chapter 017. Proactively seeking monster spawn points. Sleeping to level up. Roar. Ghidorah emitted a thunderous roar, fully unfurling its wings, which erupted with arcs of golden lightning, enveloping its entire being in a dazzling display of electric brilliance. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Simultaneously, it unleashed bolts of lightning from its wing tips, creating a powerful electric ring. Clap, clap, clap. Successfully defeated the Night Cat Demon LV-10. Experience gained, 200. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Successfully defeated the Cursed Cat Demon LV-11. Experience gained, 220. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Obtain the Night Cat Demon's Claw. Obtain the Cursed Cat Demon's Fang. In an instant, Ghidorah annihilated the surrounding swarm of wild monsters. Liu Yang swiftly amassed an abundance of experience points, his experience bar visibly surging upward. More wild monsters continued to emerge from all directions. Liu Yang estimated that at this rate of experience acquisition, he would likely reach level 11 by the following day. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. Ghidorah. Liu Yang commanded Ghidorah to locate their lair. He intended to proactively seek out the spawn point of these cat demons. There, the population of cat demon monsters would be greater, and Ghidorah could obliterate them the moment they spawned. The efficiency of experience acquisition would escalate to new heights. If other adventurers were to learn of Liu Yang's plan, they would undoubtedly deem him a madman. Most adventurers avoided monster spawn points, fearing they would be overwhelmed and subsequently ambushed. Even if they harbored similar thoughts, they would first prepare meticulously, assembling a party of numerous companions, equipping themselves adequately, and bringing ample supplies before daring to approach a spawn point. Yet here was Liu Yang, a mere level 10 adventurer, boldly seeking out a spawn point without any preparation. It was a reckless endeavor. However, Liu Yang harbored no such concerns. With Ghidorah by his side, even the most formidable number of wild monsters posed no threat. They would merely become his experience fodder. His only concern was that there might not be enough monsters or that they would not respawn quickly enough. In addition to gaining experience, he needed to accelerate Ghidorah's growth. With the extraordinary talent of King's Might, even without leveling up, the more monsters he faced, the stronger Ghidorah would become, and in turn, he would grow stronger as well. Facing the national examination in 6 days, he would possess greater confidence in achieving commendable results. Ghidorah received the command and began to scout in the direction from which the cat demons were approaching. Liu Yang followed closely behind, relishing the steady increase in experience and the acquisition of various monster loot. Before he knew it, his experience had risen by 5, and his spatial backpack was filled with dozens of materials. Suddenly, Liu Yang stepped into a pool of purple water, instantly coating himself in a hazy violet hue, and he felt his stamina begin to wane. The pool below him occasionally bubbled, as if simmering, clearly indicating it was a toxic mire. Poisoned. Liu Yang frowned. But to his surprise, his stamina was instantly restored. The effect of his rapid recovery talent had kicked in. As long as he wasn't one-shot killed, no matter the damage he sustained, he could recover his stamina almost immediately. Truly an SS-level talent, a miraculous ability. Ghidorah was also affected by the poison, yet it remained unfazed, continuing to unleash lightning from its wings and gravitational beams, swiftly dispatching the approaching wild monsters. With this reassurance, Liu Yang boldly stepped into the toxic mire, following Ghidorah as they pressed onward. The duo traversed for about half an hour before Ghidorah finally came to a halt before a cave. Liu Yang observed that the cat demons were emerging from the very cave before them. This must be their spawn point. This is the place. Suddenly, Liu Yang retrieved a tent from his spatial backpack and set it up on the spot. He then took out a bag of venison and tossed it in front of Ghidorah, while he himself pulled out a loaf of bread for a simple meal. The moment Ghidorah caught a whiff of the venison, it tore open the bag and eagerly devoured several pieces, relishing every bite. However, the cave continued to yield more cat demons. Ghidorah's comical behavior of taking a bite of venison before hastily firing a gravitational beam into the cave was enough to elicit hearty laughter from Liu Yang. Thankfully, Ghidorah's eating pace was swift, and it soon finished the venison, intently watching the cat demons spawn from the cave. Liu Yang glanced at the time. It was already deep into the night, and he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Yawning, he instructed Ghidorah, stay vigilant and watch the surroundings. I'm going to sleep. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll reward you with another bag of venison. With that, he took out his bedding and crawled into the tent. With Ghidorah by his side, he had no concerns for his safety and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Liu Yang's experience points continued to rise rapidly. Successfully defeated the Night Cat Demon LV-10. Experience gained 200. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Successfully defeated the Cursed Cat Demon LV-11. Experience gained 220. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 1. Time passed swiftly. The deep night gradually lightened until it was fully bright, heralding the dawn of a new day. Bang! A beam of light suddenly enveloped Liu Yang, waking him from his slumber. Liu Yang LV-10 LV-11. Ghidorah LV-10 LV-11. He leveled up. Liu Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. After just one night's rest, he had ascended from level 10 to level 11. The speed of his leveling exceeded his expectations. He opened his personal panel to review his information. Name: Liu Yang, LV-11. Strength: 111. Intelligence: 111. Stamina: 111. Agility: 111. Mentality: 221. Innate talent: talent sharing, bloodline modification. Shared talents: devouring talent, King's Might, rapid recovery. Skills: summon Ghidorah. Talent sharing: the host can share talent skills with summoned beasts. Bloodline modification: the host can modify the bloodlines of companion summoned beasts and contracted summoned beasts, provided the summoned beasts possess the power of the original bloodline. Summon Ghidorah: summons a kingly dragon from another realm. Ghidorah is unique and cannot be summoned in multiples. Hint: level has increased to 11, allowing for the contracting of a new summoned beast. Every 10 levels attained by a summoner permits the contracting of a new summoned beast, requiring merely a contract scroll. However, the price of a single contract scroll is exorbitant. Liu Yang had seen this in the trading market yesterday. Even the most basic level 1 contract scroll for level 11 would cost a staggering 200,000. As one ascends in rank, the price of contract scrolls escalates exponentially. A level 7 contract scroll commands a staggering price in the millions. At present, Liu Yang finds himself utterly incapable of affording such an item. It is no wonder that summoners are regarded as an extraordinarily unique profession. Merely acquiring skill books is a burden beyond the means of ordinary individuals. With a wry smile, he soon reconciles with the situation. However, this poses no significant issue. With the formidable King Ghidorah by his side, the absence of a new summoned beast is of little consequence. Liu Yang firmly believes that the mighty King Ghidorah is more than capable of overpowering any creature. The ability to contract a new summoned beast is merely a delightful embellishment for him. Its absence will not yield any adverse effects. He resumes his examination of Ghidorah's status panel, his face once again lighting up with astonishment. Ghidorah, LV-11. Strength: 3,317. Intelligence: 3,317. Stamina: 3,317. Agility: 3,317. Mentality: 3,317. Talents: Devour talent, Sovereign Might, rapid recovery. Skills: Wingtip Lightning, Gravitational Ray. Devour talent: Level 2 current number of devoured talents: 1. Possible number of devourable talents: 0. Sovereign Might: total attributes increased, 2017. Upon reaching level 10, Ghidorah's attribute growth astonishingly doubled from 100 to 200 points. Last night, it vanquished over 1,000 wild creatures, resulting in a total attribute increase of 2,017 points. Its overall attributes now stand at an impressive 3,317 points, excluding equipment bonuses, skills, or talent influences. In accordance with the standard increase of 10 points per level for a profession, Ghidorah's current attributes of 3,317 points are roughly equivalent to those of a profession at around level 300. Of course, Liu Yang understands that the reality is far more complex. The attributes of human professionals predominantly depend on the bonuses from skills and talents, with the attributes conferred by equipment being indispensable. The mightier the professional, the greater the attribute bonuses from skills and talents. Likewise, the more powerful the equipment, the higher the additional attributes it confers. Although Liu Yang is uncertain about the exact level and circumstances under which a professional could achieve 3,300 points in total attributes, he is confident that, at this moment, there exists no one among his peers who surpasses him. With 3,317 total attributes, Liu Yang possesses the ability to dominate all his contemporaries. Zing! Crack! Ghidorah tirelessly unleashes a bolt of lightning upon the incessantly emerging Night Cat demons from the cave entrance. Successfully killed Night Cat Demon LV-10. Experience gained, 200. Liu Yang glances at his experience bar, noting that the experience required for the next level has more than doubled. If he were to remain here and continue slaying cat demons, he would need to eliminate at least 3,000 more to level up once again. Given Ghidorah's efficiency in dispatching foes, this task could be accomplished in just a day or two. However, Defeating the level 10 Night Cat Demon no longer contributes to Ghidorah's overall attributes. Only an occasional level 11 Cursed Cat Demon can provide a mere 1 point to its total. Thus, the efficiency of attribute accumulation has significantly diminished. It is imperative to seek out higher-level wild creatures. Liu Yang resolves to advance further. After all, his initial destination was Wolf Lake. This was merely a temporary waypoint. Gaining a level here is already a pleasant surprise. He rises, tidies his tent, and stows everything into his spatial backpack. He departs, turning to signal Ghidorah to follow. Crack! After delivering one last bolt of lightning, Ghidorah picks up a cat demon corpse from the ground and devours it before turning to follow Liu Yang. Walking through the forest, Liu Yang gnaws on the dry bread he purchased yesterday, taking out the map to confirm his direction. Upon locating the path to Wolf Lake, he quickens his pace. Along the way, countless wild creatures emerge to attack, yet all fall victim to Ghidorah's swift and merciless strikes. In a world teeming with danger, Liu Yang and Ghidorah traverse unimpeded, arriving at the Wolf Lake campsite in just over 2 hours. Wolf Lake is named for its surrounding bodies of water. It is said that all the wild creatures in the vicinity take the form of wolves, and nearby lies the Wolf God Temple Dungeon, hence its name. Due to its proximity to Jiang City and relatively low overall level, it has become the premier destination for novice training. After years of development, human professionals have established a bustling adventurers' camp near Wolf Lake, complete with taverns, inns, medical clinics, and various shops, resembling a small village. Adventurers training in the area frequently gather here during their downtime. The camp is alive with chatter, and the commotion can be heard from a distance. Encircled by wooden traps and walls, guards armed with weapons stand vigilant against encroaching wild creatures. As Liu Yang arrives, a newcomer to this bustling scene, he plans to explore before making any decisions. The camp is not particularly large, and he completes a circuit in just over 10 minutes. Aside from basic facilities catering to the needs of professionals, the Central Plaza stands out as a notable gathering place where adventurers convene to form teams. For the larger spots at Wolf Lake, we need a strong combat professional. For the smaller spots, we're in need of a tank. For the regular difficulty of the Wolf God Temple Dungeon, we're looking for a healer and a ranged damage dealer. For the hard difficulty, we need a support class for efficiency. Larger spots refer to areas brimming with wild creatures, where they spawn frequently and in abundance. With sufficient strength and speed, one can quickly amass experience and valuable loot. Conversely, venturing into these areas without adequate strength could result in untimely demise. Smaller spots denote areas with fewer spawns and lower frequency, albeit with significantly reduced difficulty. As Liu Yang steps into the plaza, he draws the attention of a throng of adventurers. The radiant golden dragon trailing behind him is simply too eye-catching. The professionals utilize detection spells to glean his basic information. Dragon Summoner, a rare profession. Handsome, would you like to join us for some leveling? For the larger spots at Wolf Lake, we could use someone like you. Come with us. We may not have a healer, but we can provide potions. How about joining our party, Handsome? We can get you to level 12 before heading to the Wolf God Temple Dungeon. Adventurers eagerly extend invitations to Liu Yang. After all, as a rare profession, his inherent strength far exceeds that of the average professional. Moreover, the presence of a dragon only amplifies his appeal. Pray tell, where might these larger spots at Wolf Lake be located? Liu Yang inquires of a knight who has issued him an invitation. How about it? Would you like to join us? The knight, convinced of his companion's agreement, eagerly responded. The waterfall to the west of the Wild Wolf Lake is teeming with wild monsters. If we farm there, we guarantee you'll reach level 12 in just 3 days. Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully, mentally noting the location, then smiled politely to decline. Thank you, but I do not intend to form a party. With that, he turned and left the clearing, leaving the knight in a state of bewilderment. If 5 people take 3 days to elevate my level from 11 to 12, surely I could achieve that alone in just 1 day, right? After a moment, the knight slowly regained his senses and turned to his companion, asking, wait, did I just get played? Chapter 019, Seizing the Farming Spot. Seems like it, haha. The knight's comrades couldn't help but laugh, even teasing him. What a pity, Captain. You have no idea how sycophantic you look just now. And yet the person had no intention of teaming up with you. Instead, they walked away with valuable information about the farming spot. The knight's face flushed crimson as he quickly defended himself. It's just a rare class, like it's something to be revered. Besides, even if we shared the spot's location with him, what of it? That area is the fastest and most populated for farming in Wild Wolf Lake. Most teams wouldn't dare venture there. Even our elite squad needs to be fully equipped before attempting it. What can a lone player do to seize the spot? His teammates were about to retort when the knight impatiently interrupted. Enough. Let us focus on assembling a powerful offensive team and get to that spot early. A teammate inquired. But it's getting late. What if there's already a team there? At this, the knight's expression darkened, and he scoffed. Then we'll take it by force. Anyone daring to contest with us must be tired of living. As Lu Yong walked along the path, he suddenly raised a finger to his nose. Following the information he had gathered as he made his way along the edge of Wild Wolf Lake towards the west. Along the route, he encountered numerous wild wolves congregating around the lake. Upon spotting Lu Yong and his dragon, they howled and charged forward, eager to tear them to shreds. However, with a mere flick of his wing, Ghidorah unleashed a bolt of lightning, annihilating a group in an instant. Successfully killed Wild Wolf LV-11. Experience points, 220. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Wild Wolf Pelt. Successfully killed Hunting Wolf LV-12. Experience points, 240. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Hunting Wolf Fawn. With 1 human and 1 dragon, they pressed forward unimpeded. Lu Yong soon discovered the waterfall described by the knight. At the lake's edge, a cliff loomed, with a river cascading down to form a waterfall that poured into Wild Wolf Lake. Beside the waterfall, numerous wild wolves lay in wait. A quick glance revealed at least 30 wolves. He even spotted a few towering werewolves. It was evident that the werewolves were higher-level monsters, offering even greater experience points. Indeed, this was a prime farming location. Lu Yong smiled in satisfaction. The number of wild monsters here surpassed even what he had encountered in the Cat Demon Cave the previous night. This was precisely the kind of place he needed to grind for levels. Let us go, Lu Yong chuckled, striding confidently towards the waterfall with Ghidorah. Aru? The wild wolves on guard immediately noticed Lu Yong and Ghidorah, unleashing a chorus of howls. The wolves beneath the waterfall were instantly roused, responding with furious cries. In an instant, the chilling howls echoed across the area. Aru? The wild wolves launched their assault. Lu Yong halted, employing a simple detection spell to gather information on the monsters. The most formidable among them were the werewolves. Werewolf LV-13. Strength, 280. Intelligence, 180. Vitality, 360. Agility, 330. Mentality, 160. Renowned for their agility, werewolves boasted attributes that far surpassed other monsters of the same level. Yet, before Ghidorah, they were nothing to be concerned about. With a scoff, Lu Yong commanded Ghidorah to attack. Ghidorah stepped forward, unleashing a deafening dragon roar at the approaching wolves. Roar! The wild wolves froze, momentarily stunned in their advance. But at the sound of a werewolf's howl behind them, they quickly resumed their charge. Bang! Ghidorah unleashed a gravitational beam, sweeping through the front lines and obliterating a swath of monsters. Dozens of wild wolf corpses were sent flying. Successfully killed Hunting Wolf LV-12. Experience points, 240. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Hunting Wolf Fawn. Successfully killed Werewolf LV-13. Experience points, 260. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf Claw. Lu Yong instantly amassed a wealth of experience points. His experience gauge visibly surged. The duo continued pressing forward, drawing ever closer to the waterfall. Under Ghidorah's merciless onslaught, the wild wolves beneath the falls were swiftly eradicated. Yet, soon after, new monsters respawned around the waterfall, charging toward them. Lu Yong sought a comfortable spot to sit, while Ghidorah stood guard, continuing the hunt. After clearing another wave of monsters, Lu Yong retrieved a bag of venison from his inventory, tossing it in front of Ghidorah. Have a bite. With permission granted, Ghidorah delightedly tore open the bag, indulging in the dragon meat. During this, 2 swift werewolves seized the opportunity to dart in front of Ghidorah, swiping at it with their claws. Clang! The sound echoed like metal striking against metal, yet the damage was a pitiful 1 point. Indeed, just 1 point. With Ghidorah's attributes exceeding 3,300 in health, not only was it robust, but its defense was astonishingly high. The claws of the level 13 werewolves merely tickled. Ghidorah barely felt a thing. After finishing the last piece of venison, Ghidorah suddenly turned in fury and bit down on a werewolf's neck. It then resumed its slaughtering spree. Meanwhile, Lu Yong comfortably perched on a rock, relishing the rapid accumulation of experience points. At this rate of experience gain, he would likely ascend from level 11 to 12 by tomorrow morning. Once he reached level 12, he could venture into the Wolf God Temple dungeon. Although the monsters within would be of higher levels and doubled attributes, the experience points would be far greater. Moreover, there exists the possibility of acquiring an array of weapons and equipment, along with various materials and even rare items. Particularly, that Wolf King's Wind Dan is a coveted prize I am determined to obtain. Lu Yong was contemplating his forthcoming plans when, in the distance, a 5-member team gradually approached the waterfall area, consisting of a sword and shield knight, a priest, a longbow archer, a spear-wielding warrior, and a dark flame archer. This assembly represented the most common and sensible configuration for a party. The knight led the charge, cleaving through the wild creatures that obstructed their path. With the cooperation of his teammates behind him, he dispatched each beast with ease, requiring only a few strikes to secure victory. The knight couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Ha ha! Who could rival our efficiency in hunting monsters? You all lamented not having found that dragon summoner. Yet here we are with a dark flame archer instead. While both are rare classes, I dare say his damage output surpasses that of the dragon summoner considerably. At the center of their formation stood the archer, whose bow emanated a dim purple flame. Each arrow he released inflicted substantial damage on the target, accompanied by a burning effect from the dark flame. His allies merely needed to provide additional strikes or allow the dark flame to burn for a moment to eliminate their foes. Such formidable output. The 5-member team soon neared the waterfall area, only to realize that something seemed amiss. Why are there no monsters here? Chapter 020. Then let's take him down. How daring to steal our spot. Under normal circumstances, one would encounter numerous wild creatures near the waterfall. However, today, not a single beast was in sight. A cacophony erupted from the direction of the waterfall, growing increasingly tumultuous. The team hastily exited the forest, arriving at the waterfall's edge, where they beheld a golden, bipedal, winged dragon standing at the center of the area, unleashing violent bolts of lightning and rays of light, mercilessly slaying one wild creature after another. The wolves had scarcely spawned before being instantaneously eliminated. The creature's respawn rate paled in comparison to the dragon's kill rate. The team stood in stunned silence. What manner of individual could inflict such damage? Was he a high-level professional? Suddenly, they recognized the golden dragon and the figure behind it. The priest spoke up. Captain, doesn't he, that young man lounging on the rock, look familiar? Isn't he the one who mooched off you at the camp this afternoon? The knight and his companions turned to look and, upon recognizing Lu Yong, gasped in unison. It was indeed the dragon summoner. Their astonishment deepened. Wasn't he merely an 11-level professional? How could he possibly inflict such high damage? Even a dragon shouldn't he be capable of such exaggeration. How could a level 12 or 13 monster be dispatched so easily? The dragon had not even paused in unleashing its skills. What was happening? Could he be using cheats? The scene before them had transcended their understanding. An 11-level professional, even if he belonged to a rare class. How could he manage to hunt monsters of level 12 or 13 in such a manner? Furthermore, Lu Yong himself had not even lifted a finger. Relying solely on his summoned creature, he was able to dominate the area. The archer's face involuntarily twitched, and he retorted, "Look at him. He is practically falling asleep." They turned their gaze back to Lu Yong, who had indeed yawned, appearing to be bored to the point of drowsiness. What should we do now? The dark flame archer, who had remained silent for some time, suddenly spoke. Didn't you say no one would come here? Observing the astonished expressions of his companions, a hint of disdain crept into his smile. Shall we change locations for our hunt? I know of another spot. Although it doesn't have as many monsters, it's still decent. Before he could finish, the dark flame archer dismissed his suggestion, stating, "No way. I need to level up quickly." He then turned his gaze to Lu Yong by the waterfall, a glimmer of malice in his eyes. "This is the place. We'll take this spot from him." However, the priest looked at Lu Yong with a hint of trepidation. "I sense he is incredibly strong. His dragon-s damage is so high that dispatching level 12 or 13 monsters is a trivial matter. One wrong move, and we might be eliminated too." The dark flame archer scoffed, dismissing their concerns. "You've never seen the world. Do you think rare classes are merely a tad stronger than ordinary or advanced classes? Rare classes are far more formidable than you can imagine. If he can kill monsters in a heartbeat, so can I." With that, he knocked an arrow and, with a sudden flourish, unleashed a skill at the wild creatures lurking in the forest, firing 3 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows, ignited with dark purple flames, struck a level 13 werewolf. With a pitiful howl, the creature collapsed. The dark flame archer lowered his bow and remarked, "I only refrained from using skills earlier to conserve mana. If I had unleashed my skills, eliminating such low-level monsters would be a breeze." He then turned his attention back to Lu Yong, confidently asserting, "His dragon may require skills to dispatch monsters, but I wager it won't last much longer." Even the lowest level of mental power possessed by an 11-level professional cannot sustain endless skill usage. No sooner had he spoken than the team observed the dragon cease its onslaught and approach a corpse to feast. Although it dispatched a wild creature that dared to attack with a single swipe of its tail, without skills, its intimidation factor diminished significantly. "Look," the dark flame archer said, a triumphant smirk adorning his face. The unfolding scene seemed to validate his assumptions. The others were uncertain, glancing toward the knight. "Captain?" The knight hesitated for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Then let us take him down. How dare he steal our spot? He is practically courting death." He was unwilling to relinquish this location, especially after having boasted in front of his teammates at the camp. Anyone who dared to encroach upon their territory would be met with annihilation. He couldn't afford to lose face. How could he continue to assert his presence otherwise? Previously, he had been wary of Liu Yang's displayed prowess, but the Dark Flame Archer's words reinvigorated his confidence. Could 5 of us truly fear just one individual? The knight began rallying his companions, asserting that even if this boy was powerful, he was merely one person, and ultimately just a summoner. If they eliminated the summoner himself, then the summoned creature would be of no consequence. Pleased with this response, the Dark Flame Archer smiled, a wise choice. The knight nodded and instructed his team to spring into action. Nevertheless, they still harbored some apprehension about the dragon's damage output. To ensure their initial strike would be decisive, they planned to circle around to the top of the waterfall and launch a surprise attack from above. The Dark Flame Archer would lead the charge, ensuring that his skill struck first for maximum damage, followed by the archer providing additional support. If the dragon still stood after that, the knight would absorb its attacks while the rest would deal with the summoner directly. The Knight of Sword and Shield possesses a frontal blocking skill capable of completely absorbing damage from the front for a duration of 3 seconds, provided that the damage does not exceed 5 times his health points. In their estimation, Liu Yang, being only at level 11, stood little chance of surviving such an onslaught. After devising their plan, they turned and stealthily made their way into the forest, heading toward the waterfall above. Meanwhile, leaning against a rock, Liu Yang glanced at the distant woods. That small team presumed that their concealment in the far-off thicket would go unnoticed by him. Little did they know, Liu Yang had already sensed their presence through Ghidorah. Although he was unaware of the specifics of their murmurs before they departed, a flicker of vigilance stirred within him. As long as they did not entertain any ill intentions toward him, he was disinclined to seek them out. However, should they indulge in avarice or harbor malicious thoughts toward him, they would have no one to blame but themselves for Liu Yang's ruthless retaliation. The wild world was not governed by the same rules as the city behind high walls. Here, self-interest reigned supreme. Engaging in conflict, or even resorting to murder and theft for profit, was commonplace, and the regulations of the city held no sway here. Be cautious. Liu Yang instructed Ghidorah to remain alert to any unexpected circumstances before closing his eyes once more. Ghidorah acknowledged the command, heightening its awareness of the surroundings while continuing to eliminate the incessantly respawning monsters. Successfully defeated Werewolf LV-13, experience points 260. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf Claw. Successfully defeated Wolf Hunter LV-12, experience points 240. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Wolf Hunter Fawn. In Chapter 021, 1 strike to vanquish 5 professionals. Liu Yang observed his experience bar and noted that he had accrued 16 experience points in just over 2 hours since his arrival. If all went smoothly, he would reach level 12 by tomorrow, allowing him to tackle the Wolf God Temple dungeon. A sense of anticipation flickered within him. How much more efficient would the leveling be within the Wolf God Temple? However, at that moment, Ghidorah suddenly conveyed a message to him. The group was drawing near. Liu Yang's expression darkened, his demeanor instantly turning serious. They were indeed seeking trouble. This was easily understood. As stated by the knight in the camp, this area was the largest monster respawn point near Wolf Lake, rich in both experience and resources. Liu Yang had been grinding here alone for 2 hours, gaining approximately 1/6 of his experience. Furthermore, his backpack was brimming with monster drops, wolf pelts, wolf hunter fangs, and werewolf claws, each numbering in the hundreds. Even if the lowest trade price for these materials was merely a few dozen coins, their cumulative value was significant. Experience points and wealth would increase with the time spent here. Everyone would be envious. In the self-serving wilderness, no one would readily relinquish such easily attainable resources and benefits to others. Through Ghidorah's perception, Liu Yang discerned that the small team was currently positioned atop the cliff directly above him. Though referred to as a cliff, it was only a height of a dozen meters. Professionals of their level could easily jump down without consequence. It appeared they intended to launch a surprise attack. Liu Yang chuckled coldly and instructed Ghidorah to feign ignorance while continuing to eliminate monsters. He himself closed his eyes again. If they wished to catch him off guard, he would turn the tables and deliver an even greater surprise. Meanwhile, above the cliff, the night team had reached the edge, with 5 individuals crouched low, peering down. They observed Liu Yang reclining there, seemingly oblivious and relaxed, prompting them to snicker derisively. Such a powerful summoning beast, yet the summoner himself was a fool. Did he not fear that a moment's carelessness could cost him his life? The Dark Flame Archer coldly remarked, "Let us strike, don't waste time." Rising to stand at the cliff's edge, he drew his longbow, aiming at Liu Yang below. Dark purple flames surged from his hands and bow. The archer beside him hastily followed suit, taking aim at Liu Yang. The priest bestowed a blessing upon the two. while the sword and shield knight and the spearman tightened their grips on their weapons, poised to leap down for a finishing blow. Once everything was in place, with a nod from the sword and shield knight, whoosh, the dark flame archer released the bowstring, sending 3 arrows hurtling toward Lu Yang below. The dozen meters of height was fleeting for the swiftly flying arrows. In an instant, they reached Lu Yang's head. Hit. The dark flame archer could not suppress a smirk. This time, he was surely doomed. He had unwavering confidence in his damage output, convinced that Lu Yang could not withstand his 3 arrows. Moreover, another archer's powerful shot was following closely behind. The others could not help but feel a surge of joy at the sight. Yet the next moment, their expressions rapidly shifted from delight to shock, filled with disbelief. Just as the 4 arrows were about to strike Lu Yang, Ghidorah, still engaged in slaying monsters nearby, suddenly darted to Lu Yang's side, spreading its wings to shield him from above. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 arrows struck Ghidorah's wings, producing 4 crisp sounds without leaving a single mark. What on earth was happening? The knight's face contorted in disbelief. None of them had seen how the dragon had appeared beside Lu Yang so suddenly, despite the 3 to 4 meters of distance. Could the dragon teleport? Yet they had no inkling that Ghidorah's agility attribute was nearing 4,000 points. At full speed, that 3 to 4 meters was nearly indistinguishable from teleportation. The dark flame archer began to question his very existence. How could it possibly inflict no damage at all? He was acutely aware of the damage his previous shot could deal. 0. His prideful high-damage dark flame enchanted arrows could slay a level 13 monster in a single blow. Yet now, facing an 11-level summoning beast, he could inflict not even a single point of damage. Had he truly become so absurdly powerful? Not only did he possess terrifying output, but his speed was astonishing, and now even his defense was despairingly high. Suddenly, the dark flame archer grasped a realization. No wonder he dared to grind alone here, even having the audacity to sleep in such a perilous location. Roar! A piercing dragon roar erupted from below the cliff, jolting the group back to their senses. Upon looking again, they found that Lu Yang had risen, a cold smile gracing his face as he gazed up at them. So it was you. Lu Yang recognized the faces of several individuals before him as members of the night squad from the camp. He had anticipated their arrival, knowing full well that a confrontation was inevitable. However, he did not expect them to launch an attack without so much as a greeting. Given the circumstances, he felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he disdainfully uttered, "Do it." Roar. Ghidorah's dragon eyes instantly sharpened, and its body crackled with electricity, radiating an aura of lethal ferocity. It was over. The priest perched on the cliff felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding as he beheld the electrifying Ghidorah glaring at them. A chilling realization struck him. They were likely doomed. Without a moment's hesitation, the priest turned to flee. Coward. The sword and shield knight cast a contemptuous glance at the priest's retreating figure. Yet, scarcely had he finished his thought when he felt a rush of wind from behind, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning. Ghidorah had inexplicably soared behind them in an instant. When had it taken to the skies? The knight's heart sank in terror, and he instinctively raised his shield. Activating his defensive skill, the others quickly followed suit, brandishing their weapons and unleashing their most formidable attacks against the golden dragon before them. Humph! Ghidorah let out a derisive snort. Zzzzz. The electricity coursing through its wings surged violently, and then, with a simultaneous strike, it unleashed 5 bolts of lightning towards its adversaries. Crack! 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 The 5 bolts struck their targets with pinpoint accuracy, affecting even the priest, who had managed to distance himself. The bodies of the 5 convulsed momentarily before turning an ominous black, emitting thick clouds of white smoke. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless and motionless. The knight, barely clinging to life thanks to his defensive skill, lay incapacitated, his soul remaining fixed in terror upon Ghidorah soaring above. Astonishingly, all 5 of them had been annihilated in a single strike by the summoned beast. With great difficulty, the knight emitted a final whimper. Monster! Seeing that one of them still lingered on the precipice of death, Ghidorah mercilessly unleashed another bolt of lightning, extinguishing the last flicker of life. Crackle. Chapter 022, Gathering Spoils and Leveling Up. Lu Yang received a notification. Successfully killed humans LV-15, LV-13, LV-14, LV-16, and LV-8. Ghidorah's attributes increased by 4. To his surprise, these individuals had bestowed upon Ghidorah an additional 4 points to its overall attributes. The surroundings fell silent once more. Oh whoa! The freshly spawned monsters rushed towards Lu Yang. Yet before they could close the distance, a bolt of lightning from overhead struck them down mercilessly. Lu Yang stood at the base of the cliff, gazing upward, his heart racing. He had just taken the lives of 5 individuals, albeit indirectly. To claim that his heart remained untouched would be a lie. However, he quickly regained his composure. The law of the wild dictated a survival of the fittest. If he could not steel his heart against such realities, he might very well be the one lying on the ground. Once he had steadied his emotions, Liu Yang called Ghidorah down to continue slaying monsters for experience. However, Ghidorah relayed a message to him. It had discovered something. What could it be? Liu Yang wondered, curiosity piqued. Could it be the spoils from those adventurers? He gestured for Ghidorah to bring him up. Although Ghidorah's current size could not accommodate him, it was still capable of lifting him with ease. Ghidorah descended gently, grasping Liu Yang's forearm and pulling him up the cliff. Upon reaching the top, Liu Yang beheld a trove of items scattered beside the corpses of the 5 foes. One body lay a short distance away, as if the individual had attempted to flee before succumbing. Most of the gathered items were materials dropped by wild monsters, wolf pelts, fangs, and claws, indicative of frequent encounters with these creatures. Additionally, there were various potions and supplies. Among the scattered equipment, Liu Yang noticed 2 pieces that stood out, glimmering with a faint sheen. One was a dark purple longbow, and the other was a piece of upper body armor. Amethyst longbow LV5, bronze grade. Strength 20, agility 20. Bow and arrow skill attack power 20. Exquisite noble garment LV8, bronze grade. Stamina 25, spirit 20, reduces damage taken by 5. Remarkably, these were 2 pieces of bronze grade equipment, dropped by the dark flame archer. Given his rare class, it was likely that he was a scion of a noble family, sent out to train under the guise of adventure, only to have fate lead him to Liu Yang. While the amethyst longbow was not suitable for Liu Yang, it certainly appeared to possess considerable value. He donned the exquisite noble garment, which enhanced his attributes slightly. The remainder of the equipment was collected without hesitation. Even the lesser items would surely hold some monetary worth. He intended to sell them at the trading post upon his return to Jiang City. After gathering all the spoils, Liu Yang glanced at the charred remains of the 5 bodies, a frown creasing his brow. Perhaps it would be best to incinerate them completely. Turning to Ghidorah, he issued the command. Ghidorah obeyed, unleashing another powerful bolt of lightning, igniting the still smoking corpses in flames. The fire quickly enveloped the 5 bodies, reducing them to ash. Afterward, Liu Yang and Ghidorah descended to the base of the waterfall once more, resuming their hunt for wild monsters. Successfully killed Wolf Hunter LV12, experience 240. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Obtained Wolf Fang. Successfully killed Werewolf LV13, experience 260. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Obtained Werewolf Claw. Liu Yang's experience bar continued to rise rapidly. Time slipped away in the monotony of monster hunting. Soon, twilight descended. Liu Yang set up his tent, deciding to spend the night here. With Ghidorah's presence, even in slumber, he would continue to earn experience points and remain secure. As the wild monsters respawned, they were promptly dispatched by Ghidorah, posing no threat to Liu Yang whatsoever. Relaxed, he settled down to enjoy a meal while Ghidorah feasted on several wolf carcasses to tide him over. Liu Yang, feeling generous, pulled out a bag of venison to treat his loyal companion. With an excited roar, Ghidorah eagerly began to devour the meat. Watching Ghidorah's exuberance, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile, sharing in its joy. Was the meat truly that delectable? It suddenly struck Liu Yang that he had yet to taste venison himself. Rising to his feet, he approached Ghidorah, taking a piece of meat from before it and placing it over the fire to grill. Once cooked, he took a bite and was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. Indeed, it was quite delectable. No wonder you have such an affinity for it. Liu Yang acknowledged Ghidorah's taste with admiration. A soft grunt escaped Ghidorah in response, before it turned to continue its assault on the encroaching wild creatures. Liu Yang glanced at his experience bar, noting that he had already reached level 38, estimating that by the following morning he would ascend to level 12. It was merely the 2nd day of his novice phase, yet he was on the cusp of level 12, unable to suppress a proud smile. Such a pace of advancement was unprecedented, both in history and likely in the future. However, he remained grounded, determined not to let pride lead to complacency. In the 5 days to come, he would exert every effort to level up, striving to achieve an outstanding score in the National Joint Examination and gain admission to the Jojo Academy. Turning his gaze to the surrounding environment, he noted that night had completely fallen, enveloping the area in darkness. Aside from the occasional flicker of lightning emitted by Ghidorah illuminating small patches, he could see nothing else. After the night squad had passed by in the afternoon, no other teams had ventured forth. This was, after all, a major spawn point for wild creatures near Wolf Lake, and only those with considerable strength dared approach. Thus, Liu Yang was spared from further conflicts. Stay vigilant, he said, patting Ghidorah on the neck before retreating into the tent to rest. Ghidorah expanded its perception zone. With over 4,000 points of mental strength, Its sensory radius extended over 400 meters. Every rustle of grass and whisper of wind within this area was keenly felt. Should any threat arise, it would be swiftly dealt with. This assurance allowed Liu Yang to entrust his safety to Ghidorah, peacefully sleeping in the perilous wilderness. In the deep of night at Wolf Lake, the distant howls of beasts echoed, while the waterfall lamented mournfully. Ghidorah, like a relentless machine, annihilated every wild creature that appeared, providing its master with a continuous stream of experience points. As dawn broke, Liu Yang awoke eagerly. He could hardly wait to check his experience bar, only to discover that, after a night's passage, he had risen to 98. Experience points continued to surge. Exiting the tent, he observed Ghidorah tirelessly dispatching the local wild creatures, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Soon, a radiant beam of light enveloped both him and Ghidorah as they leveled up. Clang, clang, level up. Liu Yang LV11, LV12. Ghidorah LV11, LV12. Chapter 023. Soloing the Nightmare Level Wolf God Temple. This morning marked the third day of Liu Yang's novice phase, and he had reached level 12. He opened his personal panel to review his information. Name, Liu Yang, LV12. Strength, 121. Intelligence, 121. Stamina, 12,125. Agility, 121. Mental, 24,120. Equipment, Exquisite Noble Garment, LV5, Bronze Grade. Innate Talent, Talent Sharing, Transformed Bloodline. Shared Talents, Devouring Talent, King's Might, Rapid Recovery. Skill, Summon Ghidorah. Note, level has increased to 12, allowing the contract of new summoned beasts. Liu Yang's overall attributes had increased, albeit modestly. Even accounting for equipment bonuses, his highest mental value was only 261 points. However, he was not concerned. At this stage, with the presence of the regal Ghidorah, the specifics of his attributes became inconsequential, as he need not engage directly in combat. When the time came to enhance his attributes, utilizing King's Might to boost all stats would be effortlessly achievable under the right circumstances. Turning his attention to Ghidorah's panel, he noted, Ghidorah, LV12. Strength, 6,451. Intelligence, 6,451. Stamina, 6,451. Agility, 6,451. Mental, 6,451. Talents, Devouring Talent, King's Might, Rapid Recovery. Skills, Lightning Strike, Gravitational Ray. Devouring Talent, Level 2, currently Devoured Talent count, 1. Possible Devourable Talents, 0. King's Might, currently increased, all attributes, 4,951. Wow. Liu Yang couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Ghidorah had dispatched nearly 3,000 wild creatures yesterday, and its total attributes had now reached an impressive 6,451 points. Liu Yang gazed at Ghidorah, pondering that such formidable attributes would surely allow it to conquer any dungeon with ease at this stage. Now that he had reached level 12, he intended to head directly to the Wolf God Temple dungeon for further training. Come, he called before departing, taking out a bag of deer meat to reward Ghidorah. Ghidorah eagerly accepted, and after finishing, it affectionately nudged Liu Yang in a bid for more favor. Let us go? With Ghidorah by his side, Liu Yang left the waterfall region. The ground was strewn with the carcasses of wild wolves, gradually dissipating, and as new wolves began to spawn. This once tumultuous place finally returned to tranquility. After walking for a while, Liu Yang found his pace too slow and decided to have Ghidorah assist him in traveling, extending his hand towards it. Come, fly me like yesterday. Ghidorah understood, carefully grasping Liu Yang's arm before taking to the skies, to ensure Liu Yang's comfort. It slowed its pace as much as possible, though it still flew quite swiftly. Liu Yang felt himself tilting as his surroundings blurred into a whirl of light and shadow. After a short while, he found it overwhelming and once again requested Ghidorah to reduce its speed. Ghidorah complied, slowing down further until Liu Yang felt more at ease. Before long, they had returned to the Wolf Lake campsite. It was as bustling as the day before, with vendors calling out their wares and adventurers eagerly seeking companions for parties. After purchasing some supplies, Liu Yang exited the camp. The locations for monster grinding were usually hushed whispers among adventurers, but the Wolf God Temple dungeon was common knowledge. He had heard of it at school and even reviewed maps, so upon leaving the camp, it was not long before Ghidorah guided him to the entrance of the Wolf God Temple dungeon. This area was nestled within a valley. Liu Yang descended from the air and approached the entrance with Ghidorah. A crowd had gathered there, consisting of adventurers seeking teammates. Normal difficulty speedrun, 4 for 1. Looking for a strong combat class. Difficult difficulty speedrun. We have mountain knights and healers, looking for 2 combat class members with bronze equipment, plus a control class. Nightmare difficulty clearing. Seek out adventurers of level 18 and above, equipped with bronze gear. High-ranking sorcerers required for a challenging dungeon group. Lu Yong casually surveyed his surroundings before striding directly toward the entrance of the dungeon. He had no intention of searching for companions. He felt no need for them. With the formidable King Ghidorah by his side, he was confident that even the nightmare difficulty of the Wolf God Temple dungeon could be surmounted with ease. Ironically, before Lu Yong could reach the entrance, he was swiftly encircled by a throng of eager adventurers. Hey, handsome dragon summoner, care to join us for the dungeon run? We're forming a quick clear team. We just need one more combat class. Join us, and we'll split the loot evenly. Although Lu Yong had no desire to team up, the insistence of these adventurers made it clear that they were determined to have him as a companion. The majestic presence of Ghidorah was simply too awe-inspiring. Moreover, everyone was well aware of the immense battle prowess a dragon could wield. Given that Lu Yang's current level was merely 12, any adventurer with a higher level could utilize detection spells to glean his information, revealing him to be the rare class of dragon summoner, prompting a flurry of invitations. With a gentle shake of his head, Lu Yong politely declined their offers. No, thank you. I prefer to go solo. Yet, the crowd seemed unwilling to disperse, blocking his path. A frown creased Lu Yang's brow as Ghidorah let out a furious roar. The resounding dragon's cry echoed throughout the valley, sending shivers through the hearts of all present, rendering them momentarily speechless. Stand aside, Lu Yong commanded sharply. The adventurers quickly regained their senses and cleared a path for him. He made his way directly to the dungeon's entrance. Upon encountering the interface for selecting the dungeon difficulty, he opted for Nightmare. Entering Nightmare difficulty Wolf God Temple. Confirm entry? Confirm. Cancel. Confirmation. With a single thought, Lu Yong was whisked away through the swirling portal into the depths of the dungeon. Outside, the gathered adventurers wore expressions of astonishment. Wait, he's entering the dungeon alone? But he's only level 12. Even soloing on normal difficulty must be a challenge for him. Who gave him the audacity to attempt a solo run? I recall that those capable of soloing typically start at level 16 or 17. After a flurry of murmurs, the crowd began to mock and deride Lu Yong. TCH. Can't you see he's a noble rare-class dragon summoner? He must have confidence to choose to go solo. Fine, let him be. Just don't be surprised if he meets his demise in there. Chapter 024. Annihilating monsters with triple attributes. Gaining tenfold experience. Lu Yong found himself at the entrance of a grand hall, blissfully unaware of the chatter he had incited among the onlookers, feeling only a sense of unease. This was not a novice training dungeon. It was a genuine dungeon. The monsters within had not been weakened in any manner. On the contrary, he had entered at the nightmare level, where the creatures had been exponentially enhanced. From beyond the colossal doors came the chilling howls of wolves, accompanied by a palpable aura of death and a heavy scent of blood. It was as if to forewarn him that death was an all too common occurrence within these walls. Upon entering, one must be perpetually prepared for the specter of mortality. Lu Yong glanced at Ghidorah beside him, a hint of confidence gracing his lips. Are you ready? Roar. Ghidorah responded with a resounding dragon's roar, its voice reverberating throughout the hall, affirming its readiness to heed its master-esque call. The monsters within the hall paused momentarily upon hearing the sound, only to erupt into a cacophony of furious howls. Taking a step forward, Lu Yong reached out to the grand doors. Confirm whether to open the Wolf God Temple doors? Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. With a mere thought, the doors trembled in response. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive doors slowly swung inward. As soon as the doors parted, Lu Yang's gaze fell upon four weapon-wielding werewolves glaring at him with fury. Upon closer inspection, he utilized detection spells to reveal their information. Wolf God Temple Guard LV-18 Elite. Strength, 900. Intelligence, 600. Vitality, 1000. Agility, 1200. Mentality, 600. Skill, Berserk Strike. What astonishing attributes. Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback. Typically, the attributes of an 18-level monster hover around 300 to 400 points, yet these beasts boasted a maximum attribute of 1200. The Nightmare level dungeon had nearly tripled their attributes. For an ordinary adventurer to challenge the Nightmare difficulty, assembling a well-rounded, well-equipped, and experienced team was essential. Otherwise, facing these four werewolf guards would be nearly insurmountable. However, Lu Yong regarded them with disdain. What did their 1200 attribute points matter? In comparison to his King Ghidorah, whose attributes soared to an impressive 6451, they were utterly insignificant. How? The four Wolf God Temple guards raised their long spears and blades, charging toward Lu Yong with ferocity. He remained motionless, knowing full well what fate awaited them. With a swift flap of its wings, Ghidorah surged forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Lu Yong, emitting a low growl. Bang! In an instant, It unleashed a powerful gravitational beam toward the oncoming guards. With a sweeping motion, the 4 werewolf guards were sent flying, their bodies hurled far into the distance. Instant annihilation. Successfully defeated Wolf God Temple Guard LV-18. Gained 3,600 experience. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf S Resilient Claw. Liu Yang received 4 notifications simultaneously. His heart swelling with joy. He had not anticipated that slaying a single monster would yield 3,600 experience points, tenfold that of the creatures outside. With the simultaneous defeat of 4 werewolves, he gained an impressive 14,400 experience points. His experience bar surged nearly a full level. While it was true that the monsters within the dungeon had grown stronger, naturally, the experience rewards would also be greater. Yet, Ghidorah's ability to dispatch them with such swiftness was exhilarating. Liu Yang couldn't help but smile. This will certainly accelerate my leveling speed. He pondered how many monsters awaited him within this dungeon and how much experience he could gain from a single run. Eager to delve deeper, he strode into the heart of the Wolf God Temple, directing Ghidorah to lead the way. Let us go. As Liu Yang ventured further into the grand hall of the Wolf God Temple, more guards began to emerge from the shadows, launching their assault upon him. Liu Yang, however, could scarcely spare a glance at them, resolutely pressing forward. Ghidorah merely needed to unleash a bolt of wingtip lightning to instantly annihilate a lone guardian of the Wolf Temple. Alternatively, it could expel a mightier gravitational beam, sweeping away a multitude in one fell swoop. Liu Yang simply reveled in the deluge of experience points and assorted loot. Successfully defeated Guardian of the Wolf Temple LV-18. Experience points 3,600. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf's Tenacious Claw. Successfully defeated Guardian of the Wolf Temple LV-18. Experience points 3,600. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf's Cleaver. With an unimpeded path, Liu Yang swiftly arrived at the other end of the grand hall. Before him stood another imposing door, leading deeper into the inner sanctum. Without hesitation, Liu Yang opted to open the inner chamber's great door. Inside lay an exceptionally dim environment. Difficult to discern in its entirety, yet the deep, resonant sounds of heavy breathing echoed ominously. Suddenly, in the dense shadows, pairs of blood-red eyes illuminated, all fixating upon Liu Yang. Then, a series of sharp wolf howls erupted. It was a congregation of several towering werewolves. In a flash, several of the werewolves leaped from the darkness, brandishing their enormous claws towards Ghidorah, who stood before Liu Yang. However, before they could reach him, a blinding bolt of lightning struck, reducing them to charred remains. The crackling of electricity filled the air as Ghidorah unleashed a surge of violent lightning, erupting in a circle of wingtip lightning around itself. The surrounding monsters were swiftly obliterated. Seizing the momentary illumination provided by the dazzling lightning, Liu Yang took the opportunity to examine the information of these creatures. Warrior of the Wolf Temple LV-19 Elite. Strength, 1,200. Intelligence, 650. Stamina, 1,200. Agility, 1,200. Spirit, 650. Skill, Bloodthirst. Within this chamber resided more formidable warrior of the Wolf Temple monsters, boasting higher attack power, greater health, and unchanged agility. The challenge of traversing through such a gathering of high-level elite monsters was evident. Yet, today, they were met with Liu Yang and his kingly Ghidorah. With a single powerful gravitational beam, Ghidorah could effortlessly sweep away the foes. After launching 2 gravitational beams, the remaining monsters in the inner sanctum were utterly vanquished. Successfully defeated Warrior of the Wolf Temple LV-19. Experience points 3,800. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf Warrior Necklace. Successfully defeated Warrior of the Wolf Temple LV-19. Experience points 3,800. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf Warrior Ring. Liu Yang's experience bar surged once more. Eagerly, he pressed onward, stepping through a large door within the inner sanctum, entering another area. This led to a passageway towards the back hall. Torches flickered along the walls, illuminating the entire corridor. Numerous armed werewolf monsters patrolled within, and upon sensing the intruders, they howled in unison and launched an assault on Liu Yang and Ghidorah. Bang! Ghidorah unleashed a radiant gravitational beam, clearing the oncoming foes with ease. Successfully defeated Werewolf Warrior LV-19. Experience points 3,800. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Werewolf Warrior Medal. The monsters within this passage were all LV-19 werewolf warriors. Liu Yang scarcely had the chance to assess their attributes before Ghidorah eliminated them. However, he paid no mind to their attributes, for he knew that even should they boast superior stats, they were still within a range far beneath that of his Ghidorah. Continuing deeper into the passage, Ghidorah forged ahead, and wherever they traversed, all wild monsters were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Any stray creatures hiding in corners were swiftly detected and dispatched by Ghidorah's keen senses with a lethal bolt of lightning. The passage was not particularly lengthy, extending merely 300 to 400 meters. Lu Yang soon reached its end. Beyond the passage lay an altar, surrounded by a cadre of werewolf warriors and several robed werewolf priests. Additionally, upon the altar stood a werewolf grand sorcerer, draped in a black robe and wielding a long staff. Lu Yang employed his detection skill to glean information about these creatures. Werewolf Priest LV-19 Elite. Strength, 600. Intelligence, 1,200. Stamina, 800. Agility, 600. Spirit, 1,000. Skill, Blood Poison. Werewolf Grand Sorcerer LV-20 Boss. Strength, 1,000. Intelligence, 2,400. Stamina, 2,200. Agility, 1,200. Spirit, 2,000. Skills, Voodoo Bloodthirst Enhancement. The werewolf priests bore little of particular note, akin to the werewolf warriors, albeit one inclined towards the physical and the other towards the magical. However, the werewolf grand sorcerer warranted attention. A level 20 boss? This marked Lu Yang's first encounter with such a caliber of monster. The sheer attributes displayed were intimidating, compounded by the presence of two skills. Were it not for Ghidorah's over 6,000 points in all attributes, vastly surpassing it, Lu Yang might have entertained thoughts of retreat. For an ordinary adventurer of the same level, facing such an exaggerated disparity in attributes would render victory nearly impossible. Even a well-equipped, optimally composed, an experienced team would need to tread carefully. A single misstep could cost them dearly. Thus, in most scenarios, adventurers entering a nightmare-level dungeon must be thoroughly prepared. For instance, the team Lu Yang observed outside, attempting to breach the nightmare-level difficulty, consisted of members all around level 18, adequately equipped. Yet, even such a capable team merely aimed to explore the dungeon and make some progress. Lu Yang surmised that the grim reality was they might struggle even to conquer the main hall area. Should they learn that a mere level 12 adventurer was currently soloing a nightmare-level dungeon, they would likely question their own existence, perhaps even suspecting a glitch in the world. The werewolf grand sorcerer, having spotted Lu Yang, slowly raised its withered wolf paw and pointed at him, emitting a low growl. The werewolf warriors and priests swiftly responded beneath the altar, launching an assault on Lu Yang. The werewolf warriors charged forward brandishing their weapons, while the werewolf priests unleashed their blood poison spells from a distance, sending forth a barrage of crimson magical projectiles toward Lu Yang and Ghidorah. Ghidorah, unfazed, snorted through his nostrils and spread his wings wide, unleashing a formidable gravitational beam from his dragon maw. The leading werewolf warrior was instantly sent flying, and those behind him, caught in the residual energy, also fell one by one. Several crimson magical projectiles struck Ghidorah, enveloping him in a faint red aura. Lu Yang noted that this was a continuous damage spell, inflicting a commendable 13 points of damage on Ghidorah. It was noteworthy that Ghidorah currently boasted over 6,000 points in all attributes, with both physical and magical defenses reaching extraordinary levels. One could surmise that the attacking power of these werewolf priests was substantial, had it been another class of adventurers. They might have easily succumbed if they failed to dispel the spell or recover in time. However, under the influence of his rapid recovery talent, Ghidorah swiftly regained his vitality, remaining at full strength. Roaring in anger, the werewolf archmage sensed the unfavorable turn of events. Raising his staff atop the altar, he slightly parted his wolfish jaws and began to chant an incantation. He then cast the Bloodlust Empowerment skill. Dozens of crimson rays descended upon the werewolf warriors and priests, their pupils instantly glowing red as their attributes surged dramatically. The werewolf warriors moved with greater swiftness, their weapon strikes more powerful, while the blood poison projectiles from the priests were unleashed at an accelerated pace. Yet, all these tricks proved futile before Lu Yang and Ghidorah. Ghidorah positioned his massive form before Lu Yang, shielding him from the magical projectiles and ensuring he suffered no harm. He then unleashed a series of gravitational beams from his dragon head, effortlessly obliterating the monsters before him. Successfully defeated werewolf warrior LV-19, gained 3,800 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired werewolf warrior medal. Successfully defeated werewolf priest LV-19, gained 3,800 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired werewolf priest staff. After releasing just a few skills, not a single monster remained alive beneath the altar. Only the reluctant werewolf archmage remained, stationed atop the altar. With an expressionless gaze, Lu Yang glanced at it and commanded Ghidorah, "Finish it." Ghidorah's wings crackled with lightning, striking the werewolf archmage. Crack! The archmage's robe was instantly reduced to ashes, and its body became charred black. With a reluctant roar, it fell heavily to the ground. Successfully defeated werewolf archmage LV-20. Gained 20,000 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired equipment. Werewolf archmage staff LV-18, bronze. 20,000 experience points. Liu Yang was somewhat elated. A boss-level creature had provided him with over 10,000 experience points, along with a piece of equipment. Werewolf archmage staff LV-18, bronze. Intelligence 105, Spirit 105. 10 reduction in magical release costs. A commendable piece of equipment, though currently unwearable. Liu Yang stowed the staff, planning to equip it once his level was sufficient. A quality piece of gear could significantly enhance one's attributes and provide special effects. This 18-level staff, being merely of bronze quality, just a tier above white gear, could still bestow a dual attribute boost of 105. Equipment of higher levels and quality would undoubtedly offer even greater attribute enhancements and effects. To augment his all-around attributes, Liu Yang realized he must first elevate his output capabilities to improve efficiency. Thus, he aimed to gather a complete set of bronze quality or superior equipment under suitable circumstances. Acquiring a fitting piece of gear proved to be a pleasant surprise. Liu Yang continued deeper into the dungeon. Traversing past the altar, he once again beheld a magnificent palace. Chapter 026. The Wolf God Temple's final boss, the Wolf King. This palace, constructed within a mountain cave, was predominantly made of bluish stone, seamlessly integrated with the hillside. The architectural craftsmanship was not exceptional, lacking the intricate carvings characteristic of human palaces, and much of it had faded into dullness. The front of the palace featured a partially ajar grand door, flanked by 2 colossal wolf statues standing sentinel. The entire structure emanated an imposing aura, instilling a sense of dread. This must be the Wolf God Temple, Liu Yang mused, unfazed by its grandeur. After a cursory glance, he and Ghidorah strode through the grand entrance. Contrary to expectations, there were no monsters guarding the interior. In fact, not a single creature was present. Liu Yang felt a tinge of disappointment as he hastened deeper into the palace. Navigating through a narrow, dimly lit corridor, the duo arrived at the main hall. Flames flickered throughout, illuminating the space with torches. Seated upon the central throne was a werewolf clad in armor. Resting one hand on its chin and the other on the throne, tilting its head to observe Liu Yang and Ghidorah's approach. Beside its throne lay a massive chain blade, stained with coagulated blood, exuding a menacing aura of slaughter. This must be the boss, Liu Yang concluded. The palpable presence of power surrounding it starkly contrasting with that of the other monsters. He employed his detection spell to glean its information. Wolf King LV-21 Boss. Strength, 3,000. Intelligence, 1,800. Vitality, 3,000. Agility, 2,800. Spirit, 2,000. Skills, Charge / Fury Burst, Wolf God's Descent. Indeed, this was the boss of the Wolf God Temple instance. Possessing the highest attributes Liu Yang had encountered thus far, its stats surpassed even those of the previously formidable werewolf archmage and boasted 3 skills. A typical adventurer party would undoubtedly face considerable pressure when confronting it. Yet, Liu Yang felt no such pressure. He merely cast a nonchalant glance at the creature before raising his hand and issuing a command. Attack. Even with the Wolf King's impressive 3,000 points in both strength and vitality, Liu Yang regarded it with indifference. Ghidorah's attributes eclipsed it by at least double, and collectively, his stats were overwhelmingly superior. Furthermore, Ghidorah wielded top-tier offensive skills. Under the influence of such exaggerated overall attributes, Liu Yang found himself uncertain of Ghidorah's damage potential. Every monster he had encountered thus far had been obliterated in a single blow by Ghidorah. Faced with this terrifying Wolf King boss, his subconscious still believed that Ghidorah could also dispatch it in one swift strike. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Ghidorah advanced, lightning surging from its wings. Just as it prepared to unleash a bolt of lightning from its wingtip to reunite the Wolf King with its progeny, a sudden cacophony erupted from either side. Both Liu Yang and Ghidorah instinctively turned their heads. The iron gates on either side of the palace rose abruptly, revealing 4 pairs of blood-red eyes. Howls of ferocious wolves echoed from within. 4 colossal beastly wolves emerged from the gates, advancing towards Liu Yang from either flank. To Liu Yang's astonishment, these 4 beasts were even larger than the Wolf King itself, each adorned with robust collars bristling with spikes. Their bodies were marred with scars and bloodstains, and their maws were filled with razor-sharp fangs. Liu Yang employed a detection spell. Fighting Wolf LV-20 Boss. Strength, 2,000. Intelligence, 800. Stamina, 2,000. Agility, 2,500. Spirit, 800. Skills, Savage Wolf Pounce, Frenzied Bite. 4 boss-level creatures. Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering 4 boss-level monsters prior to facing the Wolf King. It is well known among adventurers that confronting 4 such formidable foes simultaneously poses an even greater peril than facing a boss. A single misstep could easily cost one their life here. The 4 fighting wolves emitted low growls, lowering their heads and slowly advancing into a combat stance. Once within striking range, they surged forward, leaping to unleash their savage wolf pounce. Zzz. Ghidorah cleaved through the air with a bolt of lightning, obliterating the nearest fighting wolf, leaving behind a charred corpse. It then turned and unleashed a gravity beam towards another direction, simultaneously dispatching 2 more. The last wolf seized the opportunity to leap before Liu Yang, opening its massive maw to devour him. Liu Yang could even perceive the rancid stench emanating from the wolf's breath. Yet he remained utterly still, not even blinking. Wham! A dragon's tail swept through, sending the airborne fighting wolf crashing violently against a stone pillar. The entire pillar crumbled, burying the wolf's carcass beneath the fallen debris. Successfully killed fighting wolf LV-20. Experience gained, 20,000. Ghidorah gains 1 point to all attributes. Obtained tough wolf fur. Obtained wolf collar. Liu Yang received 4 kill notifications almost simultaneously, and his experience surged. Roar. Upon witnessing the instantaneous demise of the 4 fighting wolves, the Wolf King on its throne did not exhibit any fear. Instead, it became increasingly enraged, even exhilarated. It roared as it rose from its seat, grasping a massive chain blade and striding towards Liu Yang. The low growls reverberated throughout the palace, the heavy armor clanging with each step, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Liu Yang soon realized the Wolf King boss was extraordinarily massive. While ordinary wolf warriors stood merely 2 to 3 meters tall, this Wolf King towered half the head taller, reaching an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters. No wonder it was the Wolf King, Liu Yang thought with a smirk. With a mere thought, Ghidorah understood and flapped its wings, unleashing another wingtip lightning strike upon the advancing Wolf King. Boom! The Wolf King's massive form trembled, momentarily halting in place. Its once bloodthirsty, crimson eyes widened in disbelief, revealing a flicker of fear. Liu Yang's expression mirrored surprise as he realized that Ghidorah had not slain the Wolf King with its strike. Checking the Wolf King's stats, he saw Wolf King LV-22, leader. Stamina, 263,000. It still had 26 points of stamina remaining. Liu Yang chuckled. This was the first creature to withstand one of Ghidorah's attacks, piquing his curiosity. However, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps the Wolf King's heavy armor provided substantial defense, allowing it to survive Ghidorah's wingtip lightning. Not dead yet. Then another strike would suffice. The Wolf King quickly regained its composure, swiftly unleashing the skill Wolf God Descends. Its form swelled again. A massive wolf head apparition appearing behind it, boosting all attributes by 50 instantly. It then executed a charge slash, wielding the enormous chain blade with incredible speed aimed at Liu Yang. Yet, Ghidorah refused to grant it the opportunity to attack, delivering another wingtip lightning strike. Boom! The colossal Wolf King boss collapsed, emitting a resounding crash. Chapter 027. You can never surpass me. Liu Yang received a notification. Successfully killed Wolf King LV-22. Experience gained, 110,000. Ghidorah gains 1 point to all attributes. Obtained equipment. Wolf King's heavy armor chestplate, bronze. Obtained Wolf King's claw, advanced. After reaping the substantial experience provided by the Wolf King, a radiant pillar of light enveloped both Liu Yang and Ghidorah, signaling their level up. Liu Yang LV-1213. Ghidorah LV-1213. Liu Yang's lips curled into a smile. Having completed a single run of the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple dungeon and already leveling up once, his experience bar had even increased slightly. He was quite satisfied with this leveling efficiency, even though the experience required for subsequent levels would grow exponentially at this rate. He was confident he could reach at least level 16 before the novice phase concluded. By then, applying to the JoJo Academy at level 16 would almost guarantee his acceptance. However, Liu Yang suddenly harbored a doubt. Even with such a high leveling efficiency, one could only reach around level 16 during the novice period. How had those aspiring to enter the JoJo Academy managed to reach at least level 15? Liu Yang considered his leveling efficiency to be several times superior to others. Yet, upon reflection, the reality was merely a slight edge over other exceptional adventurers. Perhaps they had relied on resources to bolster their progress. Liu Yang was not foolish. He quickly grasped the underlying rationale. Adventurers with abundant resources exhibited leveling efficiencies far beyond ordinary expectations. he could conceive several methods to enhance experience gain. Firstly, there were various items or equipment designed to accelerate experience acquisition. However, such items were prohibitively expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary adventurers. For those endowed with rich resources, however, these costs were trivial, allowing them to freely utilize various experience-enhancing items. Additionally, they could enlist powerful adventurer teams to tackle high-level dungeons beyond their skill level, thus accumulating even more experience. There were even rare items that could directly elevate one's level. Liu Yang chuckled softly and shook his head. This exemplifies the disparity in resources. For ordinary individuals, even a lifetime of diligent effort may scarcely allow them to keep pace with those privileged few, let alone catch a glimpse of their fleeting shadows. But what of it? A profound confidence radiated from Liu Yang's gaze. You shall never surpass me. He was resolute in his belief that he would leave them far behind. One day, he would undoubtedly stand atop the pinnacle of this world alongside Ghidorah, surveying all below. Roar. Ghidorah seemed to sense his master's determination, emitting a powerful roar that conveyed its unwavering resolve. It would stop at nothing to help its master achieve his goals. Liu Yang affectionately patted Ghidorah's head before inspecting the recently acquired equipment and materials. One piece of bronze-quality gear and one advanced material. Wolf King Heavy Armor Chest Piece LV-22, bronze. Strength 110, Stamina 130, with a very low probability of reducing damage taken by 50 when attacked. No wonder the Wolf King could withstand a strike from Ghidorah. It likely triggered the effect of this equipment. However, this gear was not suited for him, and he intended to sell it for gold. Next was the advanced material. Wolf King's Claw. Liu Yang recalled seeing someone at the trading post willing to pay a handsome price for such materials. Reputed to be excellent for weapon crafting and quite valuable. Yet, the anticipated Wolf King's wind Dan had not dropped, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it excessively. After all, it was a matter of chance, and the likelihood of obtaining it on a single run was exceedingly low. In any case, he would continue to farm this dungeon before the novice phase concluded. With 4 days remaining, he could run it a good 10 more times. If not for the 6-hour cooldown for re-entering the dungeon, he could have easily managed at least 50 more runs. And he was confident that he would eventually procure the Wolf King's Wind Dan. But that was merely a thought. If there were no restrictions on dungeon cooldowns, he might even have the ability to reach level 20. That would be truly extraordinary. Finally, Liu Yang glanced at the panels for himself and Ghidorah. His panel remained largely unchanged, with a mere increase of 10 points across all attributes and an additional 20 points in mental strength. However, Ghidorah's panel exhibited notable transformations each time. Ghidorah, LV-13. Strength, 7,036. Intelligence, 7,036. Stamina, 7,036. Agility, 7,036. Spirit, 7,036. Talent, Devouring Talent, King's Might, Rapid Recovery. Skills, Winged Lightning. Gravitational Ray. Devouring Talent. Level 2, currently devoured talents. 1. Talents available for devouring. 0. King's Might. Total attributes acquired. 5,336. Ghidorah's total attributes had increased by 585 points this time, surpassing 7,000. Liu Yang calculated that there were a total of 385 monsters in the Nightmare level Wolf God Temple. With just a few more runs, he could break the 10,000 point barrier. 10,000 points in total attributes. The mere thought filled Liu Yang with pride. There were likely very few in this world with such a formidable summon. He couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Observing this, Ghidorah mimicked Liu Yang's behavior, its dragon mouth producing strange yet joyous sounds. Ha ha! Liu Yang laughed heartily. The duo of man and dragon exited the dungeon in high spirits. As they emerged, a flurry of light and shadow enveloped them. Liu Yang and Ghidorah were teleported out of the dungeon, reappearing at the entrance. He adjusted his expression slightly before leading Ghidorah to a secluded corner to rest. With 6 hours remaining until the next dungeon entry, and no significant monsters nearby, he realized that he would have to return to the waterfall area to hunt. The time spent traveling there and back would consume nearly half of the time. And given the fatigue, it seemed more prudent to take this opportunity to rest. Many passers-by noticed Liu Yang and his striking Ghidorah. After all, his summon was extraordinarily conspicuous. Wasn't he the dragon summoner who soloed dungeons? How could he emerge so swiftly? Did he clear the dungeon? Nonsense. Are you foolish enough to believe he could solo a dungeon? Indeed, even on normal difficulty, a team would typically take over 2 hours to clear it. And he had only been gone for an hour. How could he have possibly cleared it? He likely chose to exit midway because he couldn't defeat the foes, which is quite normal and nothing to be ashamed of. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, mocking Liu Yang's presumptuousness. Wait. Suddenly, one of the players noticed something amiss. Bored, he cast a detection spell on Liu Yang and discovered that his level had indeed risen by 1. This fellow seems to have leveled up. Level up? How can that be? The others appeared skeptical and followed suit, casting their detection spells to confirm that Liu Yang's level had indeed increased by 1. Before entering the dungeon, he was only at level 12, and now he had ascended to level 13. This indicated that Liu Yang had gained experience from battling monsters within the dungeon. The group exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of doubt. Soon, a mage rationalized the situation, stating, "What is all the fuss about?" It's quite possible that he was nearing the end of level 12 before entering the dungeon, and after slaying a few monsters, he leveled up. When he realized he couldn't win, he simply exited the dungeon. His analysis was logical and plausible. Others nodded in agreement, and they resumed their mocking glances at Liu Yang. Liu Yang noticed the attention directed towards him and overheard whispers, yet he was indifferent to their opinions. After all, sharing the truth with them would only result in disbelief, and they might even consider him deranged. What a waste of breath. Liu Yang felt no need to prove anything to them. They were simply not on the same level. However, he despised the sensation of being scrutinized by others using detection spells. These spells could reveal information about monsters within 10 levels of the caster and about players of equal or lower level. Consequently, those of higher levels could freely use detection on him, exposing his information. Liu Yang felt as though he were being laid bare, and it irked him. He knew that certain equipment and items could shield one from the effects of detection spells. It seemed he would need to acquire such an item soon. At that moment, a tradesman appeared at the dungeon entrance, his attire suggesting he was a blacksmith. He raised a megaphone and shouted, "I am offering high prices for the Wolf King's Claw. Brothers and sisters, bring your materials to exchange for gold." The arrival of the blacksmith quickly captured everyone's attention. The Wolf King's Claw? The advanced material dropped by the Wolf King boss? It appears to be that item. But it can only be obtained from the Wolf God Temple at difficulty level hard or above, making it quite elusive for the average player. Our team is the only one capable of tackling such challenging levels. The other teams simply cannot manage it, so he is likely to be disappointed. A swordsman rose and suggested, "The Claw of the Wolf King is exceedingly difficult to acquire. We probably won't obtain it. However, there is an ice mage team that specializes in overcoming hard-level challenges. They have been in the dungeon for over 2 hours now and should emerge shortly. Perhaps you could inquire with them about it." The blacksmith, grateful for the lead, expressed his thanks. "Thank you, my friend." Liu Yang also took note of this blacksmith. He happened to possess a Claw of the Wolf King that he had just acquired, and with his funds running low, he intended to sell it for some cash. As Liu Yang was about to approach, 5 figures suddenly appeared at the dungeon entrance. One of them rushed forward, shouting frantically, "Is there a healer here? Please help. My brother is on the brink of collapse." The Ice Mage team had finally emerged. The surrounding crowd recognized them and gathered in curiosity, eager to understand what had transpired. Liu Yang looked on with intrigue and saw a warrior stagger out, cradling a bloodied casualty. 3 others followed closely behind, their expressions wrought with concern. Among them was a male mage with a blue staff and white hair, emanating a chill, undoubtedly a high-level ice mage. A priest pushed through the crowd, glanced at the barely conscious victim on the ground, and without hesitation, unleashed a significant healing spell. A green light enveloped the injured, and his condition improved slightly. After a considerable duration, the priest ceased his spell and turned to his comrades, stating, "I've stabilized his health. If he takes some red potions, he should be fine." The warrior nodded gratefully, then carried the individual to a nearby spot. The ice mage produced a stack of cash and handed it to the priest. The priest accepted it without reservation and curiously inquired, "What happened to your sharpshooter? How did he sustain such severe injuries?" The ice mage sighed and shook his head, explaining, "While battling the wolves, he was caught off guard and was bitten by one of the fighting wolves. Unfortunately, our priest's mana was depleted, and we had run out of blue potions, leaving us no choice but to retreat." Sorrowfully, the priest replied, "Indeed, the fighting wolves at the hard level are quite challenging, forcing encounters with 2 boss-level monsters. Even your well-equipped team faced difficulties." The blacksmith, recognizing the ice mage team, approached them eagerly. "Hello, brothers. I heard you've attempted the hard-level Wolf God Temple several times. Have you, by any chance, obtained the material for the Claw of the Wolf King? I am offering a high price for it." The ice mage shook his head in response. "We have only cleared the dungeon twice and have yet to receive the Claw of the Wolf King." "Very well." The blacksmith sighed with disappointment. Unwilling to give up, he asked everyone present once more. Receiving no affirmative answer, he prepared to leave, when suddenly, Liu Yang raised a massive claw and inquired, "Is this what you seek?" The blacksmith instantly recognized the item, exclaiming with delight, "The Claw of the Wolf King." "Yes, indeed. High-grade material, the Claw of the Wolf King. How many do you have?" "I will take them all." Liu Yang chuckled softly, replying, "For now, I possess only this one." "One is fine," the blacksmith said without hesitation, producing cash for the transaction. Liu Yang agreed, receiving a sum of 100,000 coins, which he stored in his spatial backpack. The blacksmith pressed on, "My friend, is your team planning to continue tackling the hard-level wolf god temple? If you happen to obtain more of this material, could you sell it to me?" Liu Yang shook his head, answering, "I do not have a team, but if I acquire more, I can sell it to you." With that, he returned to his spot next to Ghidorah. "What?" The blacksmith paused, puzzled. "No team? How did you manage the dungeon?" He turned to the others, only to find them staring at Liu Yang in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. "What is going on?" the blacksmith asked, confused. After a moment, one of them finally regained composure, incredulously exclaiming, "Did he truly solo the dungeon at hard difficulty?" "Indeed, otherwise how would he possess the claw of the Wolf King, which only drops at that level? My heavens, a level 12 soloing the hard-level Wolf God Temple? I don't think many have achieved that in our history." The Ice Mage's team, despite their superior configuration, had met failure, while he managed to succeed alone. How did he pull it off? Could it be that he is using hacks? Is his profession genuinely that formidable? Everyone was engulfed in astonishment, launching into fervent discussions about Liu Yang. This time, however, the glances directed at him were devoid of previous mockery. Instead, they were filled with awe and admiration, mingled with a hint of incredulity. This event had undoubtedly transcended their understanding of the game. Chapter 029. Once more, the Wolf King falls, acquiring the rare Wolf King Wind Dan. The blacksmith, overhearing their conversation, was left agape. He incredulously asked those nearby, "A level 13 soloing the hard-level Wolf God Temple? Are you jesting?" A bystander shook their head, lamenting, "We wish it were a jest, but the evidence is before us. We must accept the truth. If you don't believe it, you could always ask him yourself." Their curiosity about Liu Yang intensified, yet they hesitated to approach him after having previously doubted and ridiculed him. The blacksmith, still skeptical, approached Liu Yang directly, asking bluntly, "Brother, did you just solo the hard-level Wolf God Temple?" Liu Yang looked up, met his gaze, and gave a nonchalant nod. "Really?" The blacksmith pressed for confirmation. Liu Yang, uninterested in further explanation, turned his attention to preparing his meal. "Roar!" Ghidorah let out a low growl. The blacksmith flinched, but, rather than retreating, produced some delectable food from his backpack and presented it to Liu Yang, saying, "Brother, I believe you. You look impressive." He then sat down, unwrapped the food, and offered it to Liu Yang. Amused by the blacksmith's affable demeanor, Liu Yang asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much," the blacksmith replied. "I simply wish to befriend you." He extended his hand in introduction. "I am Zhao Hai, a level 19 blacksmith." "Liu Yang," he responded, accepting the handshake. Zhao Hai chuckled and continued, "Are you planning to continue running the dungeon? If you happen to obtain another claw of the Wolf King, could you sell it to me? I will wait for you at the dungeon entrance." Zhao Hai swiftly unveiled his intentions. Very well, Liu Yang acquiesced to his request. The prospect of exchanging the materials obtained from the dungeon for currency was undeniably tempting, saving considerable effort. Notably, his bag was already brimming with a plethora of dropped materials, nearly bursting at the seams. He inquired, "I have some additional materials here. Would you like them?" However, Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, "I have no need for other materials. I seek the Wolf King's Claw to forge bronze-quality equipment and enhance my proficiency. Once I accumulate a few more points, I will reach level 20, enabling me to craft silver-quality gear. Should you require any equipment then, feel free to approach me. As long as you provide the materials, I shall forge them for you at no cost." "All right." Liu Yang regarded him in astonishment. The ability to craft silver-quality equipment at level 20 was a remarkable feat for a mere artisan. It dawned on him that Zhao Hai's potential was not significantly less than that of the more sought-after combat professions. Equipment was an essential requirement for every profession, and thus, his prospects for development were exceedingly promising. Suddenly, Liu Yang recalled his deskmate, He Xiaotao, the adorable girl with 2 prominent canine teeth. Regrettably, she had awakened a rather ordinary chef profession. Unless fate intervened, it seemed that their paths would diverge significantly in the future. Sighing inwardly with regret, Liu Yang felt a pang of sorrow. Noticing Liu Yang's shift in mood, Zhao Hai prudently fell silent and settled down at a distance. Liu Yang then reclined on the ground to rest, with Ghidorah keeping watch. The 6 hours passed swiftly. Liu Yang's dungeon cooldown had refreshed, allowing him to re-enter the Wolf God Temple dungeon. As he set forth, a wave of curious gazes followed him. "Look, that dragon summoner is about to enter the dungeon again," exclaimed one. "He can't wait to dive back in after just 6 hours. He must be quite confident. It seems he intends to solo the dungeon again. Can he take me with him? Yelling won't help. Go ask him." Several brave souls mustered the courage to approach Liu Yang, extending invitations to form a party and offering generous terms. Should Liu Yang agree to guide them through the challenging dungeon, they would provide him with all the loot, including materials and equipment, while they only sought experience. Some even offered to pay for his assistance. However, without exception, Liu Yang turned them all down. The experience gained from soloing a dungeon far surpassed that obtained from teamwork. At this juncture, experience was his utmost priority, and he would not concede to their requests. "I'm sorry, but I do not wish to form a party." With that simple declaration, he rejected everyone, stepping once more into the dungeon entrance amid a sea of envious and resentful glances. He selected the Nightmare difficulty for the Wolf God Temple. Entering Nightmare difficulty Wolf God Temple. Confirm to proceed. Confirm. Cancel confirm. With a mere thought, the surroundings shifted in a dazzling display of light, and Liu Yang was transported into the dungeon. Before him stood the towering, formidable door, resounding with the fierce howls of wolves within. Casting a glance at Ghidorah, he hesitated not a moment in opening the door. It groaned ominously as it slowly swung open. Roar! Ghidorah let out a fierce roar, charging to the front of Liu Yang, and swiftly unleashed 4 bolts of lightning, instantaneously dispatching the 4 wolf guards at the entrance. Following this, a horde of wolf monsters filled the grand hall. Ghidorah unleashed powerful gravitational beams, sweeping left and right, effortlessly annihilating all the wolf creatures in sight. Successfully defeated Wolf God Temple Guard LV-18, gained 3,600 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Acquired Wolfen Resilient Claw. Successfully defeated Wolf God Temple Guard LV-18, gained 3,600 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Acquired Wolfen Cutlass. Liu Yang's experience surged significantly, and his bag was instantaneously filled with abundant materials. He then ventured deeper, arriving at the Wolf God altar. Ghidorah replicated the earlier strategy, swiftly eliminating the Wolf Grand Sorcerer and sweeping away the remaining wolf monsters with gravitational beams. Successfully defeated Wolf Grand Sorcerer LV-20, gained 20,000 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Acquired equipment. Wolf Grand Sorcerer's Hat LV-18, Bronze. Upon inspecting the equipment, Liu Yang felt a surge of joy. He had obtained yet another suitable item. Finally, he reached the palace of the Wolf God. The boss, the Wolf King, retained its haughty demeanor, seated upon its throne. Regarding Liu Yang with disdain, Liu Yang scoffed derisively. Were it not for the experience points from the 4 fighting wolves, he would have dispatched Ghidorah to strike it down with a bolt of lightning long ago. With a resounding rumble, the gates on either side slowly rose. For massive fighting wolves charged forth from the shadows towards Liu Yang. He cast a languid glance at them, and 2 beams of gravitational light sent them hurtling away. Roar! The boss Wolf King let out a furious howl, rising from its throne, wielding a colossal chain blade. Yet, before it could take even 2 steps, a brilliant bolt of golden lightning struck its forehead. This time, its equipment failed to trigger any special damage reduction effects. With a thunderous crash, the immense body of the Wolf King collapsed heavily to the ground. Successfully defeated Wolf King LV-22, gained 110,000 experience points. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Acquired equipment. Wolf King's Heavy Armor Leggings, Bronze. Acquired Wolf King's Wind Essence, Rare. Chapter 30. He soloed the Nightmare difficulty Wolf God Temple. The Wolf King's Wind Essence. Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that after merely his second run of the Nightmare difficulty, the Wolf King boss would drop the Wind Essence. It was an unexpected windfall. Upon returning to town, it could be exchanged for 1 million in cash, enough to sustain him comfortably for a considerable time. Liu Yang felt that this venture outside the city was indeed worthwhile. For the next 4 days, he simply needed to focus on grinding experience to level up. With a heart full of joy, Liu Yang exited the dungeon. Just as he was teleported out, Zhao Hai scampered over with an astonished expression, inquiring, "Liu Yang, have you completed it already?" "Yes," Liu Yang replied with a smile and a nod. "Impressive, my friend." Zhao Hai exclaimed in awe, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his mind. Tentatively, he probed, "You finished a difficult dungeon run in just over 40 minutes? He had been timing Liu Yang since he entered the dungeon, intending to gauge how long it took him to complete a challenging run. But he never expected it would be done in such a brief span. Oh, is that so? Liu Yang himself was unaware of how swiftly he had completed the dungeon this time. Perhaps it was due to his second venture into the instance, which allowed him to bypass the initial exploratory phases and proceed directly to the heart of the matter. Zhao Hai, still somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Did you obtain the Wolf King's Claw this time?" "No," Liu Yang replied, shaking his head as he walked past him toward the entrance. However, just after taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back to Zhao Hai and asked, "But I did acquire this. Do you have any idea of its value?" "What is it?" Zhao Hai asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Upon noticing the glowing blue orb in Liu Yang's hand, he gasped in astonishment. "What the hell? Is that the Wolf King's Wind Elixir?" His exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone around them, who turned to look in their direction. The Wolf King's Wind Elixir? Isn't that a material obtained only from nightmare-level bosses? He exclaimed, incredulous. You actually acquired it? Wow, that material is said to be incredibly rare. Many people are offering exorbitant prices for it. But that's not the crux of the matter. The real significance lies in the fact that this kid soloed the dungeon and obtained the Wolf King's Wind Elixir. What does this imply? It indicates that he didn't merely solo a dungeon of moderate difficulty. He tackled one at nightmare level. A level 13 dragon summoner soloing the nightmare level Wolf God Temple? He might very well be the first in history to achieve such a feat. Wait, let me process this. This is impossible, right? He must be using hacks. There's no other explanation. Everyone around fell into a state of shock, with a few skeptical onlookers gathering courage to approach and take a closer look. Once they confirmed that the orb in Liu Yang's hand was indeed the Wolf King's Wind Elixir, they were rendered speechless, gazing at Liu Yang and his Ghidorah with a mix of awe and disbelief. Noticing that he had once again become the center of attention, Liu Yang couldn't help but frown and walked aside. Zhao Hai hurried to catch up, his voice brimming with admiration. Brother, you are truly impressive. You say you soloed it. And that's remarkable enough, but it wasn't even on moderate difficulty. It was nightmare level. You nearly had us all fooled. Liu Yang cast him a glance, his expression nonchalant. I never claimed I was on moderate difficulty. That was your assumption, not mine. Zhao Hai pondered this for a moment and realized Liu Yang was indeed correct, allowing an awkward chuckle to escape his lips. Later, he addressed Liu Yang's query. The Wolf King's Wind Elixir is a rare material, essential for crafting certain unique jewelry and concocting special potions. The market price at our trading post is generally over $1 million. However, those are just opportunistic merchants trying to deceive the gullible. For those who genuinely need the Wolf King's Wind Elixir, they would pay even $10 million. Really? Liu Yang realized he had nearly been misled, having thought the elixir was only worth $1 million. Absolutely. Zhao Hai assured him with a pat on his chest. Brother, I wouldn't lie to you. Thank you. Liu Yang replied, grateful for his insight. Without Zhao Hai, he would have been left in the dark, a complete fool. No problem, Zhao Hai said, feeling a bit smug at Liu Yang's gratitude. He noticed that Liu Yang seemed to have a plethora of materials to sell and tentatively asked, Liu Yang, do you have a lot of materials you wish to offload? Yes, Liu Yang nodded. His bag was overflowing with materials, and he suspected that after a few more runs, he would run out of space. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hai continued, if you trust me, I can help you sell these materials, and I guarantee you'll get a better price than at the trading post. I can even bring someone to trade with you directly for that Wolf King's Wind Elixir. Liu Yang raised his gaze to meet Zhao Hai's. He noticed the sincerity in Zhao Hai's eyes, which didn't seem to betray any intent to deceive. He replied coolly, all right, if you manage to sell everything for me, I can offer you a share of the profits. Zhao Hai's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly clarified, you don't need to give me a cut. I'm not in need of money. I just hope you can reserve any subsequent Wolf King's claws for me. He genuinely wanted to befriend Liu Yang, hence his willingness to offer a favor. Not a problem. Liu Yang agreed, feeling no objection since they had already discussed it. Thanks, brother. Zhao Hai then invited Liu Yang to trade. Liu Yang transferred a substantial amount of materials from his bag to him. As Zhao Hai received the materials and equipment, his astonishment deepened, and he exclaimed, wow, just how many monsters did you defeat to gather this much material? He included several pieces of equipment he didn't need for Zhao Hai to sell on his behalf. The Wolf King's heavy armor tunic and the Wolf King's heavy armor leggings? At this moment, he was utterly convinced of Liu Yang's ability to solo the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple, as such items could not be fabricated. Wait. Zhao Hai suddenly spotted a fine piece of equipment, the amethyst longbow. This is a fantastic item, and it can fetch a pretty penny. That should be everything, Liu Yang said, handing over all the materials and equipment while retaining the Wolf King's Wind Elixir. All right, Zhao Hai chuckled, preparing to leave. I'll take my leave now, brother. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Liu Yang watched him depart and resumed his rest. Once the 6-hour cooldown for the dungeon elapsed, he would re-enter the instance. By now, night had fallen. The adventurers at the dungeon's entrance had lit bonfires, and the distant wilderness echoed with the roars of monsters. Meanwhile, within the novice training dungeon, Song Yanran was fuming, shouting, Liu Yang, you big liar. Today marked the 3rd day of her novice period. After tirelessly repeating the novice training dungeon multiple times, her level had finally reached 10. At that moment, she was in the mountaintop area, surrounded by the corpses of several snow apes, while dozens more roamed nearby. Though she had sustained some injuries, her flawless, delicate face bore the marks of battle, tinged with crimson. Gasping for breath, she leaned on her staff and consumed a potion to restore her health. Once she felt somewhat better, she unleashed her moon eclipse skill upon an approaching snow ape, sending forth a wave of dark energy. After casting several skills, she finally managed to take down one of the snow apes. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, teleporting her out of the dungeon. As soon as Song Yinran emerged, she stomped her feet in anger, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "Simple? Where on earth is this simple?" Chapter 031. Song Yinran's Resource Power. The day before yesterday, Song Yinran had believed Liu Yang's claim that the snow apes in the mountaintop area were weak and could be easily dispatched, triggering the ultimate reward to farm experience stones. Trusting his words, she had diligently made her way from the forest area to the mountaintop, leveling up to level 9. This was already quite an accomplishment. But she was not satisfied. She wanted to eradicate all the snow apes on the mountaintop to trigger the ultimate reward, thereby proving that she was not inferior to Liu Yang. However, the reality was that with her bronze gear, her attributes had nearly tripled. Even her basic attack skill, Moon Eclipse, could deal considerable damage, allowing her to easily dispatch boulder lizards and snow eagles with a single blow. Yet she requires the release of 3 skills to vanquish a single snow ape. Even though the cooldown of these skills is nearly negligible, the rapid unleashing of multiple abilities can swiftly eliminate a snow ape. However, her mental energy is insufficient to sustain such reckless skill deployment, even with the aid of potions. She cannot eradicate all the snow apes on the mountaintop in one fell swoop. Her best achievement was defeating over 30 before her combat prowess was utterly depleted. Moreover, during her recovery, new snow apes would respawn. Thus, Song Yinran is incapable of annihilating all the snow apes at once. How on earth do you manage to accomplish this? She pondered in bewilderment. Suddenly, a voice broke her reverie. Looking up, Song Yinran's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Father!" The visitor was none other than the mayor of Jiangqing, Song Zhou. Principal Zhang Bohan, Director Tang Rong, and several other teachers followed him with utmost respect. "Yinran, you've reached level 10, Song Zhou said with surprise, embracing his daughter. Song Yinran, feeling a sudden twinge of grievance, replied, "You finally decided to return. You didn't even attend my awakening ceremony. It's all my fault. I've been preoccupied with some very important matters these past few days." Song Zhou admitted with a guilty sigh. "As soon as I finished, I rushed back to see you." The two enjoyed a long-awaited reunion, exchanging pleasantries before boarding their vehicle. As the car began to move, Song Zhou unexpectedly retrieved a blue gem from his spatial pouch, emanating a soft glow. Here, he offered to Song Yinran. "This is an upgrade gem. Using it will elevate your level by 1, but it can only be utilized within 3 days after awakening, and you may only use it once in your lifetime. I haven't returned too late. There's still a little time left, so hurry and use it." The driver interjected, "Miss. The mayor has been busy these past few days securing this gem. It was quite a challenge to procure." Song Zhou frowned slightly and retorted, "Just drive the car." The driver promptly fell silent, focusing on the road. A warmth spread through Song Yinran's heart. Her father was not indifferent to her, but rather tirelessly working for her future. "Thank you, father." She accepted the upgrade gem and, without a moment's hesitation, chose to use it. A radiant beam of light enveloped her as her level ascended to 11. Song Zhou smiled with satisfaction and continued, "You can head out of the city shortly. I have hired a professional bounty team for you. They specialize in monster grinding and can assist you in leveling up quickly." He then produced a talisman and a finely crafted stone, explaining, "This is an experience talisman that will enhance your experience gain by 20. This one is a reset stone, which can refresh the cooldown for entering dungeons 10 times. Once you reach level 12, they will guide you to tackle the hard difficulty Wolf God Temple, significantly boosting your leveling efficiency. With a national exam in just 4 days, you must strive to reach level 15 or higher to gain admission to Jojo Academy." "Okay, father, I will achieve it," Song Yinran replied solemnly. Nodding in agreement with Song Zhou's plans, her resolve strengthening. "Liu Yang, this time I will not be outdone by you." At the Jiangqing Trading Hall, Zhao Hai entered the grand lobby and dialed several numbers. Shortly, a group of merchants arrived. Zhao Hai presented all the materials that Liu Yang had given him, selling them one by one. The prices were agreed upon. "Do not take me for a fool, not a single coin less," he insisted. "Agreed," the merchants replied readily, exchanging cash for goods. However, one merchant curiously inquired, "These materials are from the Wild Wolf Lake and the Wolf God Temple, right? Where did you acquire so many? Did you raid a wolf den?" The quantity of materials Zhao Hai brought was equivalent to their combined harvest over several days. "Humph," Zhao Hai smirked proudly. "These are from a particularly impressive brother of mine who entrusted me to sell them. He can solo the nightmarish Wolf God Temple dungeon. Gathering these materials is child's play for him." Soloing the nightmarish Wolf God Temple? The merchants paused momentarily before erupting in derisive laughter. "Ha, what a boast." Seeing their disbelief, Zhao Hai grew anxious and insisted, "It's true." Yet the merchants dismissed his claims, uninterested in his explanations, and hurriedly left after concluding their transactions. "TCH. A bunch of ignorant fools," Zhao Hai muttered resentfully as he made his way to the equipment trading area. Passing by the quest release zone, he noticed a crowd gathered, creating quite a commotion. Curious, he approached to see a high-level player holding a photograph, inquiring of passers-by, "Has anyone seen this person recently?" An 8th-level Dark Flame Archer, possibly leveled up to 9 or 10, carrying a distinctive purple crystal longbow. Anyone with information will receive a generous reward. The onlookers began discussing among themselves, trying to recall recent encounters. Suddenly, one person stepped forward, saying, "I think I saw him at the Wild Wolf Lake camp yesterday morning. He seemed to have joined a night squad to grind monsters in the wild." The leading high-level player perked up and began interrogating him. After gathering some information, he and 4 other high-level players hastily exited the trading hall. Zhao Hai watched them depart, feeling a surge of anxiety. That purple crystal longbow they mentioned, could it be the very one Lu Yang gave me? Secretly checking his spatial pouch, he found it was indeed an exact match for the bow in the photograph. This is bad. Although he couldn't comprehend the situation fully, his instincts told him it must involve Lu Yang. Given the aggressive demeanor of those 5 high-level players, Lu Yang might be in danger. Zhao Hai stood frozen, engulfed in turmoil. After a while, he resolved, "To hell with it. I'll risk my life to accompany my friend." With newfound determination, he swiftly exited the trading hall and made his way towards the entrance of the Wolf God Temple dungeon. Achoo! Lu Yang suddenly sneezed, instinctively reaching to touch his nose. Another 6 hours had passed. Though it was now deep into the night, he was determined to enter the dungeon once more. He needed to seize every opportunity to level up. Upon re-entering the dungeon for the second time, his experience bar had reached 58. Another run would likely elevate him to level 14. Lu Yang, accompanied by Ghidorah, approached the dungeon entrance, garnering curious and astonished gazes from those around him. As he once again selected the Nightmarish Difficulty Wolf God Temple. Entering Nightmarish Difficulty Wolf God Temple. Confirm entry. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Chapter 032. High-level players seeking revenge? Lu Yang was now quite familiar with the Wolf God Temple dungeon as he entered for the 3rd time, pushing open the massive doors and immediately beginning to grind monsters. Ghidorah had also grown more adept at dispatching these werewolves than before. A few beams of gravitational light swept through, effortlessly clearing the werewolf guards within the Grand Hall. Lu Yang advanced without hesitation, his experience points surging exponentially. This time, he attempted to quicken his pace while meticulously calculating the time. Upon reaching the Wolf King boss, he discovered that barely over 20 minutes had elapsed. The last time he completed a dungeon, it had taken over 40 minutes. And this time he had achieved it much faster, by a significant margin. The Wolf King sat upon his throne, emitting a series of low growls, and raised the gates on either side, unleashing 4 ferocious fighting wolves. Ghidorah extended his neck, releasing 2 beams of gravitational light towards the sides. Before the 4 fighting wolves could even fully emerge from the gates, they were dispatched in an instant. Next came the boss, the Wolf King. This time, it did not even rise from its throne before being struck down by a bolt of lightning, reduced to ashes. Successfully defeated Wolf King LV-22, gained 110,000 experience points. Ghidorah received 1 point in all attributes. Acquired equipment, Wolf King's Chainblade, bronze. Acquired Wolf King's Claw, advanced. 2 pillars of upgrade light rose from Lu Yang and Ghidorah. Level up. Lu Yang LV-1314. Ghidorah LV-1314. Lu Yang's level surged to 14. With the upgrade, his attributes increased by 10 points, and his mental power surged by 20 points. Ghidorah's attributes experienced a further enhancement of 200 points. Adding to the total from the 2 dungeons, Ghidorah's attributes had surpassed 8,000 points, totaling 8,006 points. With just over 4 days until the national examination, theoretically, he could clear the dungeon over 20 more times. Each run could increase Ghidorah's attributes by 385 points, alongside the attributes gained from leveling up. By that time, Ghidorah's total attributes would likely approach 20,000 points. The thought thrilled Lu Yang. With Ghidorah by his side, he was confident in achieving an exemplary score in the national examination. For the remaining time, all he needed to do was focus on clearing dungeons to elevate his level. Lu Yang glanced once more at the experience bar, noticing that the experience required for leveling had indeed doubled again. This meant that ascending from level 14 to 15 would necessitate 4 more runs of the Nightmare Difficulty Wolf God Temple. To reach level 16, he would likely require 8 runs, and then 16. It appeared that Lu Yang could ultimately only attain level 16. He pondered this curiously. If someone like him could only reach level 16 in 7 days, how were others achieving levels 15, 16, or even 17? Was it solely through resource accumulation that such disparities could be bridged? Lu Yang felt a surge of emotion, lamenting the inequities of the world. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, it ignited his fighting spirit. The more unfair the circumstances, the more he was determined to enhance his strength and break through such inequities. After exiting, he intended to inquire with Zhao Hai about any methods to accelerate experience gain. If possible, Lu Yong wished to attain an even higher level. Bang! Surrounding light and shadows shifted as Lu Yong was teleported out of the dungeon. At the entrance, numerous professionals were gathered, forming small groups. Some recognized Lu Yang's return and noted that his level had risen to 14, their astonishment intensifying. They were even gripped by a sense of dread. My goodness! He has reached level 14. With such an upgrade speed, it was evident he had truly soloed the nightmare difficulty dungeon. Furthermore, it seemed he had emerged in just over 30 minutes. Half an hour to solo the nightmare difficulty Wolf God Temple? Incredible! I cannot comprehend how he achieved this. Such a powerful profession must be a legendary one. Otherwise, it simply defies reason. Lu Yong once again captured a considerable amount of attention, causing quite a stir. However, he paid little heed to their discussions, returning to his secluded corner. Night had fully descended. Lu Yong kindled a fire and prepared venison to share with Ghidorah, while also intending to roast a piece for himself. A woo. Ghidorah joyfully tore into the venison as if starved. Seeing this, Lu Yong couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to pat Ghidorah's head. Lu Yong! A voice suddenly called out urgently from behind. Lu Yong turned to see Zhao Hai rushing over in a panic, with Ghidorah also lifting its head in curiosity. What's wrong? Lu Yong inquired, puzzled. Panting heavily, Zhao Hai finally reached Lu Yang's side and, after catching his breath, asked seriously, "Tell me, where did you get that purple crystal longbow?" Suddenly realizing something, Lu Yong retorted, "Could it be that the family of that dark flame archer is seeking revenge?" Zhao Hai, taken aback by Lu Yang's nonchalance, confirmed, "You really did kill someone?" As he mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. Unfazed, Lu Yong sat down and continued roasting meat, saying, "They started it." Zhao Hai, seeing the truth in Lu Yang's words, quickly grabbed his arm, urging, "We need to leave quickly. That guy's people are already out looking for you." Not leaving. Lu Yong shrugged off his grip, continuing to roast the meat. Seeing Lu Yong's indifference, Zhao Hai grew frantic, shouting, "Their levels are not low. There might even be level 30 professionals among them. This is no joke." Lu Yong remained unmoved. "Oh my dear brother, what are you thinking? You could get killed." Zhao Hai was nearly in tears. Noticing Zhao Hai's genuine concern, Lu Yong couldn't help but laugh, offering him a piece of the roasted venison, asking, "Want some?" "It's quite good." Zhao Hai was at his wit's end. Did Lu Yong even hear what he was saying? 5 high-level professionals were coming for revenge, and he still had the leisure to sit here roasting meat. Enough. Zhao Hai suddenly rolled up his sleeves, determined to drag Lu Yong away, insisting that he would pull him out today, no matter what. Drag him away? A cold laugh echoed from a distance. "Where do you think you're taking him?" Zhao Hai turned to see that the group had indeed arrived, and a sense of dread washed over him. Oh no. How could they arrive so quickly? Lu Yong glanced casually at them, realizing that his detection skill was ineffective. They had clearly surpassed his level. Observing their fully armed demeanor, they seemed well prepared, and their levels likely weren't low. However, Lu Yong paid them little mind, returning to his roasted meat. The group halted a short distance from Lu Yong. One of them stepped forward, peering at him before stating, "No doubt about it. He is the one who interacted with that night squad." The leader, a high-level professional clad like a swordsman, produced a stack of money, handing it to another before stepping up to Lu Yong. He then pulled out a photograph, looking down at Lu Yong with an accusatory tone. "Have you seen this person?" Seeing Lu Yong lazily refuse to lift his head, the man's face grew displeased, and he barked again, "I'm asking you a question." Roar. Beside him, Ghidorah suddenly unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the valley. Crackling. Lightning erupted from Ghidorah's wings, enveloping its entire form in a dazzling display of electric energy. The swordsman was momentarily stunned by the roar, but as reality sank in, he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Observing the crackling electricity surrounding Ghidorah and recalling the charred remains of the corpse they had discovered, he realized with certainty that the culprit they sought was none other than the individual before him, Lu Yong. It was he. This very man had slain their young master. Chapter 033. Instant Annihilation of 5. A true monster. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the swordsman drew his longsword from his waist. Clang. The instant the blade was unsheathed, he executed the gale/skill, his speed surging dramatically. In a heartbeat, a glimmering edge hurtled towards Lu Yang's neck. He intended to behead Lu Yong directly. Humph. A mere level 14 waste, you took advantage of the situation to kill my young master. Now, it is your turn to pay with your life. Everything transpired at breakneck speed. None of the onlookers had time to react. Even Zhao Hai, situated closest to Lu Yong, merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the blade's glint. Just as it seemed the next moment would seal Lu Yang's fate, there was a resounding clang. The swordsman's long sword abruptly halted, striking against a golden dragon wing. What? The swordsman felt a surge of astonishment. When had it arrived? Just moments before his attack. That dragon had been nearby, feasting on flesh. He had assumed Liu Yang was merely a low-level, level 14 practitioner, likely still in the novice phase. Yet here he was, a level 28 Gale swordsman, who should have easily dispatched him with a single blow. Who could have anticipated that his summoned beast possessed such uncanny abilities, capable of instantaneously materializing before him to block the strike? Most astonishingly, the swordsman clearly observed the damage inflicted by his attack. 0. The Gale swordsman's signature skill, Gale Slash, had inflicted not a single point of damage upon a level 14 summoned beast. Shocked, the swordsman took a step back, exclaiming, "Impossible. There is something amiss with you." It became evident that the young man before him and his summoned beast were far from the simple adversaries he had envisioned. What seems to be the issue? Liu Yang scoffed, rising to his feet as he issued a command to Ghidorah. Kill. Before his words had fully dissipated, the charged Ghidorah unleashed a bolt of lightning. Crack. The golden wingtip struck the Gale swordsman with pinpoint accuracy, illuminating him for a brief moment before he was reduced to a charred husk, collapsing to the ground in a plume of thick, white smoke. Successfully killed human LV-28. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. What just happened? The onlookers were left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Initially, they had sensed that this group was up to no good, and no one had anticipated the swordsman would suddenly mount an attack. At that moment, all present, including Zhao Hai, had believed Liu Yang was doomed, given their proximity and the swordsman's unexpected ambush. Zhao Hai could even feel the sharp edge of the blade grazing his skin. Yet the outcome was that Ghidorah had inexplicably appeared in front of Liu Yang, intercepting the attack and then retaliating with lethal precision. A level 14 novice practitioner had instantaneously vanquished a nearly level 30 high-level opponent. The scene was plunged into an eerie silence. Suddenly, 5 individuals materialized from the dungeon entrance, shattering the brief stillness. Engage. The remaining 4 snapped back to reality, brandishing their weapons in preparation for combat. A burly, imposing figure stepped forward, crossing his arms before him, rapidly transforming his limbs into a massive shield. Among the remaining trio, there was a mage, a marksman, and a cleric. The cleric clasped his hands together, casting a blessing that significantly enhanced the attributes of his 3 companions. The mage brandished his staff, conjuring several magical spikes above him. The marksman steadied his long gun, aiming at Liu Yang and preparing to unleash a fatal strike, marking Liu Yang with a deadly sign. The 4 coordinated their efforts with remarkable synergy, simultaneously assuming their positions and unleashing their skills. Trouble. Zhao Hai recognized several of the skills: magical spikes, plant transformation. He hurriedly warned Liu Yang. These are advanced skills that can only be learned at level 25 or above. Their levels are all above 25. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the 4-man squad simultaneously unleashed their attack skills. Numerous magical spikes hurtled towards Liu Yang at breakneck speed, while the marksman's deadly bullet flew with such swiftness that it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Liu Yang remained motionless, rooted in place. Ghidorah once again teleported, spreading its wings to shield Liu Yang. Clang. Whoosh. The bullets and magical spikes struck Ghidorah in succession, sending ripples of magic cascading over its resilient scales. The faces of the mage and the marksman paled in disbelief. Impossible. How can it be 0 damage? Both realized that their prized offensive skills had inflicted a shocking 0 points of damage. But how could the adversary be merely a level 14 novice practitioner? An individual with an average attribute of merely 141 points and a maximum spirit of just 281 points. A mere triviality. Even if that dragon was formidable, how powerful could a level 14 dragon truly be? Unable to suppress their curiosity, they exchanged glances, each searching for answers in the other's eyes. However, Liu Yang would grant them no such opportunity. His gaze turned icy, and with a mental command, he declared, "Kill." Zzz. Ghidorah's wings crackled once more with electric energy, charging briefly before launching forward. Crack. A mighty bolt of lightning struck the towering figure wielding the plant shield. Thud. The imposing figure suddenly buckled, collapsing to his knees. The plant matter on his arms had been reduced to charred ashes, ignited in flames, and he bled profusely. His face took on a deathly pallor as he gasped for breath, blood oozing from his mouth. The remaining 3 stood agape, horrified to discover that the once mighty warrior's health had plummeted to the brink of extinction. One strike had nearly obliterated him. It was crucial to note that he was a forest spirit renowned for its defensive prowess, boasting a formidable level of 29. The plant transformation skill was supposed to grant him a temporary boost of 200 in defense. In the past, He could withstand several direct hits from a level 30 nightmare difficulty dungeon boss. Yet now, he could barely endure a single blow from a level 14 summoned beast. The remaining 3 racked their brains, utterly bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. Buzz. Ahead, Ghidorah's maw glimmered with ominous light. The Seeker of Blessings sensed the ominous threat of death and let out a self-deprecating chuckle, remarking that today was truly bizarre. If even the forest spirits could not withstand a single strike from this dragon, what hope did they have? Crash! Ghidorah unleashed a powerful gravitational beam, instantly annihilating 4 individuals. Their bodies propelled far away by the force. Successfully killed human LV-26, human LV-26, human LV-28, human LV-29. Ghidorah gains 4 points in all attributes. After this display, Liu Yang nonchalantly resumed his seat, while Ghidorah returned to his side, feasting on the remaining venison. The others present gradually emerged from their shock. Does anyone know what just transpired? If I'm not mistaken, it seems he single-handedly wiped out an elite team nearing level 30. And it was a swift execution. A level 14 practitioner effortlessly eliminated 5 nearly level 30 practitioners. Would anyone believe this if we told them? I doubt anyone would, yet it is nonetheless the truth. His strength is beyond that of a mere human. He is akin to a monster. It was truly terrifying. A smile suddenly graced Zhao Hai's face as he reflected on how he had indeed made a fortuitous bet this time. He had risked his life to accompany a gentleman, only to find himself alongside a true powerhouse. This venture was certainly worthwhile. Zhao Hai sat beside Liu Yang, his face beaming with enthusiasm, ready to sing his praises. However, Liu Yang preemptively spoke. If you have nothing better to do, could you fetch the equipment and items dropped by those individuals? Chapter 034. Crafting a Silver Quality Experience Amulet. Zhao Hai, now wholeheartedly admiring Liu Yang, was eager to cultivate a good relationship. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, he promptly agreed and scampered towards the direction where the others had been blasted away. Soon, Zhao Hai returned, having gathered all the equipment, items, and materials they had dropped. Liu Yang took a cursory glance. Most of it consisted of bronze-quality gear suitable for levels 20 to 25, none of which he could utilize. Fortunately, being bronze quality, they could fetch a decent price, so he entrusted Zhao Hai to sell them. Zhao Hai, of course, readily accepted and also handed Liu Yang the proceeds from previously sold materials. The materials you asked me to sell fetched a total of 173,000 yuan. I have yet to sell those pieces of equipment. Liu Yang accepted the money, dismissively responding, no matter. As he spoke, he handed Zhao Hai yet another Wolf King's Claw. Another Wolf King's Claw? Zhao Hai exclaimed in delight, his eyebrows raising in excitement. If I can get 3 more Wolf King's Claws, I'll be able to reach level 20. This trip outside the city has truly been worthwhile. Not only have I gathered the materials, but I've also made such an impressive friend. Liu Yang was not swayed by this flattery and instead posed a question. Do you know of any equipment that can enhance the speed of experience gain? Or perhaps anything that could expedite my leveling up? Zhao Hai chuckled awkwardly, replying, there are such items, but the price. Even the cheapest experience amulet would cost upwards of 10 million. Hearing this, Liu Yang promptly dismissed the thought, closing his eyes to rest. However, Zhao Hai suddenly shifted his tone, continuing, if I could reach level 20, I could directly craft an experience amulet, and it would be of silver quality. Increasing experience gained by 25. Really? Liu Yang exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide open. What else do you need? He was aware that the crafting cost for such equipment would undoubtedly be substantial, especially for silver quality. Hee. Zhao Hai revealed a knowing smile, replying, the materials required happen to be the Wolf King's wind darts that you already possess. He elaborated, to craft a silver quality item. 2 Wolf King's wind darts are needed, while only 1 is required for bronze quality. Excellent. Liu Yang thought to himself, already formulating a plan. With a stroke of luck, he merely needed to run a few more dungeons to collect 5 Wolf King's Claws, allowing Zhao Hai to reach level 20 so that he could craft the experience amulet for him. If they were fortunate enough to acquire another Wolf King's wind dart, he would request a silver quality experience amulet. If not, he would settle for a bronze quality one. In the distance, several practitioners occasionally glanced in their direction. Still discussing the recent events, their curiosity piqued about the true nature of Liu Yang. As night fell, time passed swiftly. Liu Yang suddenly opened his eyes, rising to lead Ghidorah back towards the dungeon entrance. He once again opted for the nightmare difficulty of the Wolf God Temple, confirming his entry. A cascade of light and shadows enveloped Liu Yang as he vanished from sight, only to reappear within the dungeon. He stepped forward, opening the large door, re-entering the familiar grand hall. Bang! This time, the 4 werewolf sentinels at the entrance were caught off guard, being blasted away by Ghidorah's incoming gravitational beam. Ghidorah understood his master's intentions and, in a bid to save time, seized Liu Yang and took flight, instantly drawing the attention of a horde of werewolves. Awoo! Awoo! In the air, Ghidorah unleashed several gravitational beams, swiftly eliminating all the werewolves. A torrent of information flooded Liu Yang's vision, rewarding him with a substantial amount of experience and materials. The duo continued their relentless assault, soaring into the passageway behind the hall. Although the passage was not as spacious as the Grand Hall, it still allowed Ghidorah to fly. Bang! Ghidorah unleashed a gravitational beam in midair, clearing the passage of werewolves in no time. Next was the werewolf altar, where Ghidorah continued to sweep away everything with a single gravitational beam. Successfully killed werewolf Grand Sorcerer LV20, gained 20,000 experience. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired equipment. Werewolf Grand Sorcerer Necklace LV15, bronze. The Werewolf Grand Sorcerer dropped yet another piece of equipment. Werewolf Grand Sorcerer Necklace LV15, bronze. Intelligence 60, Spirit 50, Spirit Recovery Speed 10. The attributes were quite decent. He planned to wear it once he reached level 15. With a flourish, Ghidorah landed in front of the entrance to the Wolf God Temple, and together, they stepped inside. Within the palace, ablaze with flames, the boss, the Wolf King, sat arrogantly upon his throne. Just as he raised the gates on either side, Ghidorah unleashed 2 gravitational beams, obliterating the 4 fighting wolves inside. Roar! The Wolf King let out an enraged howl, preparing to rise, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning that instantly obliterated him. Successfully killed Wolf King LV22, gained 110,000 experience. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired equipment. Wolf King's heavy armor bracers, bronze. Acquired, Wolf King's claw, advanced. It is far better for you to remain seated. Liu Yang grinned widely, stepping forward to collect the equipment and materials dropped by the Wolf King before exiting the dungeon. Bang! A flash of light enveloped him. Liu Yang was teleported out of the dungeon, standing once more at the entrance. He glanced down at the time, 18 minutes and 46 seconds. Liu Yang raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. The efficiency was quite commendable. Just as he intended to retreat to a familiar corner for some rest, he noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him, as if they were beholding a monster, filled with astonishment, disbelief, and even a hint of fear. Zhao Hai, who was closest to him, stared at him with an odd expression. What is going on? Liu Yang asked in confusion. Zhao Hai twitched his facial muscles and tentatively inquired. Did you just complete the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple again? It's been less than 20 minutes since you entered the instance. Were you flying in there? Haha. Indeed, I was flying. Liu Yang chuckled, suddenly realizing the reason behind their reactions. He tossed something to Zhao Hai. Upon receiving it, Zhao Hai discovered yet another Wolf King's claw. His surprise morphed into sheer shock. This kid had soloed the instance once more. And this time it had taken only 18 minutes. Zhao Hai was momentarily dumbfounded, but then he smiled in understanding and turned to follow Liu Yang. If it weren't for the lack of official records for such outdoor instances, this kid would surely be on his way to fame. Completing the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple in 18 minutes would undoubtedly surpass all historical records. Most remarkably, he had done it solo, perhaps making him the first in history. The others could scarcely find words to express their astonishment, resorting to merely labeling Liu Yang as a monster. Liu Yang settled back into his corner, closing his eyes to rest, while Ghidorah curled up beside him. The sky gradually lightened, heralding the arrival of day. More adventurers flooded into the valley, forming parties, engaging in conversation, and the area buzzed with activity once more. Liu Yang calculated the time, preparing to re-enter the instance as soon as the 6-hour cooldown expired. Shortly after he stepped into the instance, a striking figure accompanied by 4 fully equipped adventurers entered the valley. Leading the group was a tall, curvaceous young woman, her beauty obscured by a mage's cloak, yet it was easy to imagine she was a stunning beauty. Their presence immediately attracted numerous gazes. Chapter 035, Song Yinran's slight sense of superiority. They appeared to be a professional bounty hunting team. Experienced adventurers recognized the attire of the 4 individuals. Wow. All were capped at level 18, adorned in uniformly bronze-quality gear, with even some silver-quality weapons. Clearly, they were a specialized team for efficiently taking down monsters in instances. Which wealthy young lady could afford such a formidable bounty team to assist her in leveling up? The group paid no heed to the murmurs around them and proceeded directly to the instance entrance, selecting the hard difficulty level of the Wolf God Temple to enter. If Liu Yang had been present, he would have immediately recognized the leading young woman as his classmate, Song Yinran. After leaving the city the previous evening, Song Yinran had sought out a lesser-known area populated by wild monsters to begin grinding. With the assistance of 4 bounty hunters constantly defeating monsters, combined with her experience amulet, she had swiftly leveled up from level 11 to 12 overnight. Early this morning, she had eagerly rushed to the Wolf God Temple to continue her grind. In truth, given the strength of her team, they were entirely capable of challenging the nightmare-level difficulty. However, for the sake of efficiency and safety, Song Zhou had suggested she opt for the hard difficulty level. The team he hired could clear the hard difficulty Wolf God Temple without sustaining any injuries. But they could not guarantee success at the nightmare level, where the risk of failure loomed. Besides, Song Yanran possessed a reset stone to refresh the instant's cooldown. As long as she organized her runs wisely, she could clear it multiple times without taking that risk. Upon entering the hard difficulty Wolf God Temple, Song Yanran felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. After all, it was a bona fide instance, and as a newcomer, it was somewhat intimidating. Miss Song, stay close to us, her team instructed. Meanwhile, her 4 teammates, with ease, opened the door and began unleashing their skills. Among them were 3 damage-dealing classes and 1 support class, focusing on maximizing their output. The synergy among the 3 damage dealers was remarkable under their coordinated assaults. They swiftly dispatched the 2 werewolf sentinels at the entrance. Soon after, they faced the werewolves within the Grand Hall. They exhibited no signs of panic, methodically dealing with the monsters inside, providing Song Yanran with a steady stream of experience points. In less than 20 minutes, they had eradicated all the werewolf monsters in the area. How fast? Song Yanran marveled, having not struck a single blow, impressed by the professionalism of her team. Suddenly, she thought of Lu Yang. She recalled that he had left the city the following day, and he was likely at level 12 by now, probably grinding the same instance. However, she doubted Lu Yang could match her efficiency in monster grinding. Perhaps he was teaming up with others for the normal difficulty, or maybe the hard level, given that he possessed some strength. As Song Yanran observed her experience bar soaring, her teammates informed her that with her experience amulet, she needed to clear the instance 3 times to level up by 1, and thereafter, the increments would likely increase. According to Song Zhou's plan, reaching level 15 before the national joint examination posed no issues for Song Yanran. A small sense of superiority welled up within her. This time, you surely won't surpass me, will you? At the entrance of the Wolf God Temple, Zhao Hai meticulously monitored the time while closely watching the swirling portal. 17 minutes, 56 seconds, 57 seconds, 58 seconds, 59 seconds. Bang! Suddenly, a figure and a dragon materialized from the entrance. It was Lu Yang and his Ghidorah. Alas, Zhao Hai sighed in regret. Stepping forward to say, so close to breaking 18 minutes. Lu Yang found Zhao Hai rather tedious and simply bypassed him, returning to his familiar corner. Zhao Hai followed cheerfully and asked, so, did you get another Wolf King's Claw this time? Lu Yang shook his head. After all, it was a probability-based drop. He couldn't expect it every time. Subsequently, Lu Yang looked down at his experience bar. It had reached 62. With just 2 more clears of the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple, he would level up to 15. He figured that attaining level 16 within the remaining time should pose no problem. Lu Yang continued to rest his eyes, awaiting the refresh of the instant's cooldown. About an hour later, a familiar voice called out his name. Lu Yang, is that really you? Lu Yang opened his eyes to see Song Yanran approaching with 4 companions. Song Yanran. Lu Yang nodded slightly in greeting, instinctively using his detection skill on her, discovering that she had indeed reached level 12. Song Yanran employed her detection skill on Lu Yang, only to find it ineffective, clearly indicating that his level surpassed hers. With a hint of surprise, she asked, what level are you now? Level 14, Lu Yang replied candidly. Level 14. Song Yanran exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Her companions nodded in confirmation, validating Lu Yang's claim. Yet Song Yanran remained in a state of disbelief. She was acutely aware that after reaching level 10, the experience points required to ascend to each subsequent level multiplied exponentially, rendering the value of level 14 self-evident. Having expended numerous resources to attain level 12, she found it utterly disheartening that Lu Yang, a veritable novice, had already reached level 14. The fleeting sense of superiority she had just experienced evaporated in an instant. Song Yanran felt a dissonance in her understanding and could not help but press further. How on earth did you achieve that? Lu Yang shrugged nonchalantly and replied, I simply farmed dungeons. What else could I do? You. Song Yanran assumed Lu Yang was dismissing her, and her brows knitted together in irritation. Humph. With a final declaration of pride, she asserted, don't get too pleased with yourself. I will surpass you soon. With that, she led her 4 companions back to the entrance of the dungeon and re-entered. Wow! Zhao Hai exclaimed suddenly, a reversal stone. This is a rare treasure. Which affluent family does she belong to afford such an extravagant item? Lu Yang was equally taken aback. Hadn't Song Yanran just been teleported out of the dungeon? How could she re-enter so swiftly? He turned to Zhao Hai and inquired, what exactly is a reversal stone? Zhao Hai patiently explained. It's an item that can directly refresh the dungeon cooldown. You can enter the dungeon multiple times in a short period. He then looked at Lu Yong and asked, "It seems like she knows you quite well. Who is she?" The fact that she could afford a professional bounty team and a reversal stone was astonishing. Lu Yong disregarded the curiosity and continued, "So, how does one acquire a reversal stone?" Zhao Hai shook his head and replied, "This item is priceless and not something an ordinary person can obtain. Even if you have money, you might not be able to acquire it." Oh, Lu Yong nodded thoughtfully, a new scheme forming in his mind. If he could refresh the dungeon cooldown multiple times, it seemed he could level up even higher before the national exam. He planned to propose a trade with Song Yanran when she next emerged. An hour later, Song Yanran's team reappeared at the dungeon entrance. Fatigue was evident on their faces as they settled onto a patch of ground beside Lu Yong. As soon as she sat down, Song Yanran turned to Lu Yong, her eyes filled with determination and confusion. She still could not comprehend how he had reached level 14. Thus, she approached Lu Yong once more and repeated her inquiry. "How did you manage to do it?" To her surprise, Lu Yong answered her question directly this time. "I soloed the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple." "What?" Song Yanran was momentarily stunned, and the bounty hunters nearby were equally taken aback. But soon, they erupted into laughter. "Huh. This kid claims he soloed the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple? Oh my goodness, that's hilarious." Chapter 036. Song Yanran's mind went blank. None of Song Yanran's team believed Lu Yang's words, and they all erupted in loud derision. Song Yanran remained silent, not laughing, not because she believed Lu Yong, but because she was furious. "Lu Yong," she exclaimed, her brows furrowing in ire, "even if you don't wish to tell me, there's no need to toy with me like this." She felt that Lu Yong did not take her seriously, which only fueled her anger. Lu Yong sighed and explained, "I'm not toying with you." "Ha." Someone nearby laughed even louder, unabashedly mocking, "Soloing the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple. How can you even say that?" Zhao Hai couldn't stand it anymore and interjected, "What he says is true. He really can solo the nightmare level." Yet they dismissed him, waving him off. "Honestly, we don't want to believe this either." Not far away, another professional stood up to speak, "But this kid really has soloed the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple. He has even dropped the Wolf King's wind elixir. That can't be fake." As he spoke, more and more individuals corroborated, confirming that Lu Yong was not exaggerating. They had witnessed him repeatedly entering and exiting the dungeon alone, even dispatching 5 near-level 30 professionals in mere seconds. From initial shock, their sentiments had evolved into a sense of the commonplace. After hearing their testimonies, Song Yanran, still skeptical, turned to Lu Yong and asked, "Lu Yong, is what they said true? Can you really solo the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple?" Lu Yong smiled and nodded. "That is utterly preposterous." Song Yanran's teammates remained unconvinced, even believing that this group was merely playing a prank on them. One of them quickly retorted, "If he can solo the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple, then I'll eat this staff." He held up a gleaming silver staff that radiated a faint glow, clearly of considerable value. Lu Yong suddenly became intrigued and asked, "Really?" The mage scoffed dismissively, "Absolutely. Just don't go back on your word." Lu Yong smiled knowingly. "So how will you prove it?" He turned to Song Yanran and asked straightforwardly, "Do you happen to have a reversal stone that can refresh the dungeon cooldown?" Song Yanran, taken aback, nodded slowly. "What has that got to do with anything?" Lu Yong laid out his proposition. "I'll take you to farm the nightmare-level dungeon. You use the reversal stone to help refresh the cooldown." The captain of the bounty team realized the implications and quickly interjected, "Miss Song, don't listen to this kid. We've rested enough. We should head back into the dungeon." Yet Song Yanran remained rooted in place, seriously questioning Lu Yong. "Lu Yong, are you truly not toying with me?" With a sincere smile, Lu Yong replied, "Not at all." Song Yanran furrowed her brows, contemplating, before finally agreeing to Lu Yong's deal. "All right, I can use the reversal stone to help refresh the cooldown. But if you dare to deceive me..." She suddenly clenched her small fist in front of Lu Yong. "I will not let you off easily." Rest assured, Lu Yong responded with a confident smile, setting off toward the dungeon entrance with her. The captain of the bounty team blocked Song Yanran's path, cautioning, "Miss Song, the uses of a reversal stone are exceedingly precious. Don't waste them lightly." The mage added anxiously, "Yes, Miss Song, this kid is clearly bragging." "How can you believe him?" Song Yanran replied, "You all wait here. We'll find out if he can truly do it after one attempt." With that, she swiftly followed Lu Yong. The mage, puzzled, asked the captain, "You're just letting her go with that kid?" "Since Miss Song is willing," the captain replied nonchalantly. Sitting back down, "We needn't concern ourselves further." He did not believe Lu Yong could lead Song Yanran to solo the nightmare-level dungeon. He thought it was merely a prank. Once she emerged, she would naturally rejoin them. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was stifling laughter, unable to resist asking the mage, "When you eat that staff later, will you need some seasoning? I have cumin, spicy powder, and..." The mage snapped impatiently, "Get lost." Zhao Hai was undeterred, wearing a look of amusement, as many others gathered around, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Song Yanran followed Lu Yang to the entrance of the dungeon. Lu Yang extended a team invitation to her, which she accepted. Upon joining the party, Song Yanran beheld Lu Yang's information and was taken aback to find he was indeed level 14, stirring a sense of discontent within her. Turning to Lu Yang with a serious expression, she warned, "Lu Yang, do not toy with me, or you shall face dire consequences." With that, she utilized a recall stone to refresh their dungeon entry cooldown. Lu Yang merely smiled, unfazed, and calmly selected the nightmarish difficulty for the Wolf God Temple, confirming their entry. Bang! A dazzling array of light and shadow enveloped them, transporting them into the dungeon. Before them stood the familiar grand door. A chilling howl echoed from within, accompanied by a suffocating aura that made Song Yanran feel uneasy. Lu Yang, however, was unperturbed and stepped forward to open the door. With a thunderous rumble, the door slowly creaked open, revealing 4 elite werewolf guards in their line of sight. Song Yanran employed her detection spell and gasped in horror. Their attributes were astonishingly high, far exceeding those of the creatures in the hard difficulty level, and there were 4 of them. Having never ventured into a nightmarish difficulty dungeon, she was oblivious to the transformations it entailed. Lu Yang, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "The quantity and attributes of nightmarish monsters surpass those of the hard difficulty by more than double. How could we possibly defeat them?" Song Yanran exclaimed as she noticed the werewolf guards charging towards them. The heavy thudding of their footsteps bore down upon her with an overwhelming sense of dread, prompting her to contemplate an immediate exit from the dungeon. The very thought of perishing here sent shivers down her spine. In a panic, she shouted, "Lu Yang, you scoundrel!" Gripping her staff, she prepared to unleash a spell. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from her position, effortlessly sending the 4 werewolf guards sprawling. Successfully defeated werewolf guard LV-18. Experience gained, 2,400, 480. Successfully defeated werewolf guard LV-18. Experience gained, 2,400, 480. Successfully defeated werewolf guard LV-18. Experience gained, 2,400, 480. Successfully defeated werewolf guard LV-18. Experience gained, 2,400, 480. In an instant, Song Yanran was stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. What had just happened? How could 4 elite-level monsters simply perish? What did I deceive you about? Lu Yang's voice snapped her back to reality. Glancing at him, she noted the perpetual, tranquil smile gracing his face, radiating an air of nonchalance, as though they were merely strolling through a schoolyard rather than delving into a dungeon. "What of the monsters?" Song Yanran asked, still in disbelief. "They were eliminated in an instant." Lu Yang shrugged, unconcerned, and continued forward. "Humph." Ghidorah, the dragon, proudly flicked its nose at Song Yanran before turning to follow Lu Yang. She was astounded. He had single-handedly dispatched 4 level 18 elite monsters with a single blow. Song Yanran's mind was overwhelmed, unable to articulate the sheer shock coursing through her. It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her, sending a tingling sensation from her head to her toes, causing her entire body to tremble. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and keep up." Lu Yang's voice echoed from ahead. Song Yanran's body instinctively followed, though her mind was still grappling with the bewildering events. Chapter 037. Why is his approach to dungeons so different from ours? As Song Yanran entered the grand hall with Lu Yang, she finally regained her composure, only to feel a surge of anxiety upon realizing the hall was teeming with werewolf monsters. At a cursory glance, there were at least 100. When she had tackled the hard difficulty, she had never encountered such a multitude. Furthermore, the attributes of these monsters were terrifyingly high. Just standing there, enveloped by their oppressive presence, made her feel uneasy, stirring a twinge of fear within her. Howls erupted from the werewolf monsters as they detected the intruders, their piercing cries resonating throughout the hall. Song Yanran tightened her grip on her staff, her anxiety palpable. "Stand still," Lu Yang suddenly instructed, turning to her with a steady gaze before gesturing forward and calmly commanding, "Clear them out." With a huff, Ghidorah shook its head and puffed out 2 breaths through its nostrils. Then, taking several steps forward, it unfurled its wings and inhaled deeply, emanating a blinding light from its mouth. Bang! It unleashed a powerful beam of gravitational light that sent the advancing werewolf monsters flying. A sweeping motion followed, clearing half of the hall of werewolves in an instant. With the remaining half, Ghidorah repeated the maneuver, launching another gravitational beam that sent them scattering in disarray. Within mere moments, the entire hall was devoid of werewolf monsters, not a single one left standing. Song Yanran stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the flood of notifications filling her screen and witnessing her experience bar surge nearly 20 levels. Deep in thought, she pondered, why does he tackle dungeons so differently? Is this truly his method of clearing a dungeon? Even mowing grass on a school playground couldn't be this effortless. She recalled how, during her time with the bounty team in the hard difficulty Wolf God Temple, for seasoned bounty hunters had spent over 20 minutes clearing the werewolves, and they had faced only half the number. Song Yinran felt her understanding of the game shatter before her eyes. She stared at Liu Yang's back, lost in contemplation. After a while, she inexplicably chuckled to herself. He truly is an enigma. Regaining her focus, she quickened her pace to catch up with Liu Yang, asking, "Is this how you always approach dungeons?" "Why, of course," Liu Yang replied, bemused by her inquiry. "No wonder you found it so easy." A light of realization dawned on Song Yinran as she laughed. No wonder only Liu Yang could obtain the ultimate rewards from the beginner's training dungeon. Given his prowess, clearing the snow ape region atop the mountain would be a mere blink of an eye. With such strength, single-handedly tackling the nightmarish difficulty Wolf God Temple would be as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed Liu Yang could earn experience stones from the beginner's training dungeon, nor that he could conquer the nightmarish difficulty Wolf God Temple at level 14. Throughout the annals of human history, such feats had never been achieved. Thus, in the minds of ordinary folk, Liu Yang's claim seemed nothing short of ludicrous, a preposterous jest. However, Song Yinran's expression shifted as she firmly declared, "Do not think that this means I will concede easily. One day, I shall surpass you." Liu Yang, taken aback, could only respond with bemusement, for he had said not a word. He had just turned to say something, but upon meeting Song Yinran's unwavering gaze, he swallowed back his words and instead replied, "Very well, I shall await that day." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Song Yinran's face. At that moment, Liu Yang was suddenly reminded of a phrase, a smile like Yinran, realizing how aptly it described her. "Let us proceed," he declared, turning once more to advance. Song Yinran hastily followed, while Ghidorah led the way ahead of them. The two, like a dragon and a phoenix, entered the corridor of the Grand Hall. Ghidorah unleashed 2 beams of gravitational light, swiftly dispatching the werewolf monsters lurking within the passage. Though Song Yinran had come to terms with the surreal events unfolding before her, she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, her curiosity piqued. The pair ambled through the lengthy corridor as if on a leisurely stroll, eventually arriving at the werewolf altar. A glance at the werewolf grand sorcerer upon the altar revealed that the nightmarish-level adversary was indeed a boss-class monster, boasting astonishing attributes. However, with a single bolt of lightning from Ghidorah's wingtip, it was instantaneously reduced to a smoking heap of charred remains. Successfully defeated Werewolf Grand Sorcerer LV20, experience gained, 13. 200, 2, 640. Acquired Werewolf Grand Sorcerer's Eye, high grade. Witnessing a level 20 boss perish in an instant, Song Yinran felt a sense of numbness. It no longer astonished her. She followed Liu Yang into the final werewolf temple. As she beheld the imposing werewolf king seated upon the throne, a frown creased her brow. Confronting the challenging level werewolf king already weighed heavily on her, let alone facing a nightmarish level foe. The disparity in levels alone was a staggering 10. With a low growl, the werewolf king echoed through the palace. The gates on either side slowly ascended, revealing 4 pairs of blood-red wolf eyes. Bang! Bang! Ghidorah unleashed 2 beams of gravitational light in quick succession, annihilating the wolves on either side. Then, with another bolt of lightning, the werewolf king on the throne was struck down. Successfully defeated Fighting Wolf LV20, experience gained, 13, 200, 2, 640. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Successfully defeated Werewolf King LV22, experience gained, 72, 600, 14, 520. Acquired Werewolf King's Wind Dan, rare. With a sudden flash, an upgrade beam illuminated from Song Yinran. Her level surged from 12 to 13. Although she had mentally prepared for this, she was still taken aback by the shock of it. If her memories from an hour ago were indeed accurate, she recalled that the challenging level difficulty would typically spawn 2 fighting wolves simultaneously. Even a professional bounty team would find themselves under considerable pressure. Before commencing, they would meticulously devise plans and set traps, only managing to eliminate the 2 wolves through synchronized teamwork, followed by an exhausting battle against the werewolf king that took nearly half an hour. Yet now, Liu Yang had led her against a nightmarish-level boss. In mere seconds, he had dispatched 4 terrifying fighting wolves alongside the overwhelmingly powerful werewolf king, who hadn't even risen from his throne. "Do you have the werewolf king's claw or the werewolf king's wind Dan?" Liu Yang inquired suddenly. "If you do, please hand them over." "I possess both," Song Yinran replied, retrieving the items from her space pouch without a hint of concern for their value. I collected a werewolf king's claw during my previous encounter at the challenging level. Liu Yang accepted the materials, somewhat astonished by Song Yinran's fortune. To acquire a werewolf king's wind dan on her very first attempt at the nightmarish level. Her luck surpasses even mine. Have we gathered all the necessary materials? Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had just obtained a werewolf king's claw, which he could turn over to Zhao Hai for a level up to 20. Zhao Hai could then use the 2 werewolf king's wind dawn to forge a silver quality experience talisman, with the potential for him to clear the dungeon 14 more times. Plus Song Yinran's additional 8 cooldowns, they could tackle the dungeon a total of 22 times. Despite currently trailing Liu Yang by 1 level, she possessed a talisman that would enhance her experience gained by 20. Song Yinran was confident that upon completing all her dungeon attempts, her level would not only catch up to Liu Yang's, but might even surpass it. With a playful smirk, she began to anticipate the moment she would exceed him in level, reveling in the thought of proudly proclaiming that she was not inferior to him, that she could indeed triumph over him. Let us depart. Liu Yang, unaware of Song Yinran's musings, called for her to exit the dungeon. Coming. Song Yinran stepped alongside him, and together they were transported out of the dungeon. The moment they emerged, they drew a multitude of gazes. The 4 members of the bounty team scoffed derisively. They exited the dungeon after barely 30 minutes? I thought they would last longer. Oh, I see. A mage mocked, feigning enlightenment. So what he meant by soloing the nightmarish level was entering alone and starting the grind. He never claimed he would clear it. It turns out we had misunderstood him from the outset. The team leader shook his head with a chuckle. Let us conclude this farce. We're here for business. Let us hurry and assist Miss Song with her dungeon run. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai sported a smug grin, teasing, someone else about to get a taste of the staff. The other players around them wore expressions of amusement, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The mage shot him a glare, akin to looking at a simpleton, then followed the team leader towards Song Yinran. The bounty captain extended another invitation to form a party. Miss Song, let us not waste any more time. To their astonishment, Song Yinran declined the offer, stating, you may leave now. I no longer require your assistance. What? The bounty captain and his companions were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears, and sought confirmation. Miss Song, what did you say? Song Yinran reiterated. I said you can go back first. I do not need you to guide me through the dungeon any longer. The bounty captain, perplexed, asked why? Don't you wish to level up? Song Yinran revealed her reasoning, casting a glance at Liu Yang, her eyes subtly shimmering with a unique brilliance. Because he can truly lead me to conquer the nightmarish level werewolf temple. The 4 exchanged incredulous glances, each recognizing the disbelief mirrored in the other's eyes. Impossible. The bounty captain hastily remarked. How could he possibly contend with the nightmarish difficulty of the wolf god temple? Indeed, Miss Song. The mage's face flushed crimson, urging. Do not be deceived by this lad. Song Yinran frowned in displeasure and asserted, I speak the truth. I have even obtained 2 Wolf King Wind pills. As she spoke, Liu Yang produced the 2 Wolf King Wind pills along with the Wolf King's claw, showcasing them before the gathering. Wolf King Wind pills. The nearby bounty team was utterly dumbfounded. Everyone was aware that the Wolf King Wind pills were items that could only drop from bosses of nightmarish difficulty. This young man had astonishingly produced 2 at once. The mage involuntarily twitched, still attempting to resist. What does this prove? Perhaps he acquired them from someone else. Are you trying to renege on the deal? Zhao Hai stoked the flames from the sidelines. The surrounding professionals chimed in, egging him on. Indeed. Does a prestigious bounty team lack the fortitude to accept defeat? Even their employer has confirmed it, yet he continues to seek excuses. What happened to eating the staff? Hurry and consume it. We're eager to witness. Do you require some seasoning? I have spicy sauce here. The mage found himself in an embarrassing predicament. His face aflame with humiliation. The others felt similarly ashamed, wishing they could vanish into a crevice in the ground. Song Yinran sighed helplessly. You should leave quickly. I will ensure my father pays your reward properly. Upon hearing this, the mage felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and as he prepared to depart, he was halted by the captain. Confused, he looked toward the captain, who averted his gaze, gritting his teeth and saying with resignation, you must eat the staff. They had already been publicly humiliated. If they could not even uphold their initial promise, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, making it exceedingly difficult to secure future contracts. The mage's face fell, staring blankly at the staff in his hands, bewildered. How on earth am I supposed to eat this? The captain, exasperated, kicked him. Hurry and eat. The mage, with a face full of indignation, reluctantly took a few hefty bites of the staff, his expression akin to that of someone consuming excrement. Ha ha! Zhao Hai and the onlookers erupted in laughter. So how does the staff taste? Liu Yang could not suppress his laughter either. At least you've shown some courage. Let us assume you didn't go back on your word. Upon hearing this, the bounty captain finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly led his team away in disgrace. As they retreated, Song Yinran could no longer contain her laughter and cast an amused glance at Lu Yang. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai, still reveling in the moment, exclaimed. Let this be a lesson to those who look down on others. Suddenly, Lu Yang adopted a serious demeanor, presenting the materials he held to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's excitement surged upon seeing 5 Wolf King's claws and 2 Wolf King wind pills. Indeed, Lu Yang nodded nonchalantly. Go and level up. Do not forget our arrangement. Zhao Hai, fully aware of Lu Yang's intentions, assured him, rest easy, brother. I will manage this by tomorrow, just you wait. With that, he departed in a fit of excitement. Will it truly be ready by tomorrow? Lu Yang pondered, slightly surprised by Zhao Hai's promise. If so, his leveling speed might surpass his expectations. Song Yinran, indifferent to Zhao Hai's whereabouts, was still reveling in the exhilaration of swiftly conquering nightmarish difficulty. The thrill of annihilating monsters and the rocket-like pace of leveling created an indescribable euphoria within her. Thus, she could hardly contain her eagerness to re-enter the dungeon with Lu Yang, tentatively inquiring, shall we continue with the dungeon? Let us wait a moment. Lu Yang unexpectedly declined. He intended to refresh the dungeon cooldown using Song Yinran's time rewind stone after Zhao Hai delivered the silver experience talisman, maximizing their gains. Until then, they would wait for the dungeon's cooldown to reset normally. Oh, Song Yinran replied, feeling somewhat disheartened, but said nothing further as she followed Lu Yang back to their corner. Lu Yang settled down, rekindling the campfire and producing a bag of venison. He selected 2 pieces and tossed the entire bag to Ghidorah. The moment Ghidorah caught the scent of the venison, it erupted with excitement, flapping its wings joyfully before diving into the bag to feast heartily. Hee hee, Song Yinran chuckled at Ghidorah's comical antics. It was so lively, resembling a little dog. Roar. Ghidorah seemed to comprehend her words, lifting its head to let out a roar, seemingly displeased at being compared to a mere dog. Startled, Song Yinran trembled. Her expression tense as she asked, did I say something wrong? Lu Yang gestured for her to relax, assuring her that Ghidorah meant no harm. Yes. Be cautious in your words around it. If you offend it, it might just devour you. Chapter 39, Silver Experience Talisman, Rocket-like Leveling. Neurotic. Song Yinran assumed Lu Yang was jesting and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Roar. Ghidorah suddenly roared again at Song Yinran, this time even louder, its voice echoing throughout the valley, as if expressing its displeasure. I'm not joking. Song Yinran trembled again, taking deep breaths to compose herself, and then, with a playful pout, warned Lu Yang, if you scare me again, I won't hold back. Ha ha ha. Lu Yang finally burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. Ghidorah joined in with its own cacophony, as if sharing in the mirth. Song Yinran found herself amused as well. I'll take a break. After finishing her meal, Song Yinran spread a blanket beside Lu Yang. She had been tirelessly battling monsters to level up since the previous night, having only taken a brief respite, and was utterly exhausted. Now that she had the chance to rest, she promptly lay down to sleep. Lu Yang, observing her peacefully drifting off, chuckled helplessly. You dare to sleep so soundly in the wild? Aren't you afraid of encountering ill-intentioned individuals? Unexpectedly, Song Yinran, not fully asleep, suddenly said, I trust you. She felt secure resting beside Lu Yang. Though she harbored some reluctance, she acknowledged his strength, believing that with him guarding her, no danger would befall her. Besides, they had been classmates for several years and had interacted frequently. Surely, Lu Yang wouldn't betray her. Lu Yang smiled faintly, opting not to respond further. Time swiftly passed, and after 6 hours, Lu Yang called out to awaken Song Yinran. Wake up, it's time to enter the dungeon. Song Yinran opened her drowsy eyes, reluctantly rising from the ground, stretching with a soft hum. Under the firelight, even in her elongated robe, she could not conceal the alluring form beneath. Let us go? Song Yinran quickly regained her composure. Lu Yang gently patted Ghidorah a few times before leading it, and Song Yinran toward the dungeon entrance. As per usual, they selected the nightmarish difficulty of the Wolf God Temple. Confirm entry. Lu Yang had entered the dungeon for the 7th time, long accustomed to the routine. He skillfully opened the door and commanded Ghidorah to commence the slaughter. Song Yinran, on her second venture into a nightmare-level dungeon, was almost impervious to the unique sense of oppression that characterized this difficulty. Instead, exhilaration and excitement surged within her as she too began to relish the thrill of mowing down monsters and the rocket-like speed of her level-ups. The two exchanged no words, swiftly following Ghidorah deeper into the dungeon. Before long, they confronted the Wolf King. As per tradition, the Wolf King met his demise peacefully upon his throne. Bang! 2 beams of light signifying level-ups ascended from Lu Yang and Ghidorah. Their levels soared to 15. Lu Yang LV 15. Ghidorah LV 15. Finally, at level 15, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Reaching level 15 marked the initial step forward. Now, all he needed was to excel in the National Unified Examination to secure his place at the Jojo Academy. Congratulations, Song Yinran exclaimed, her voice genuine. You've already reached level 15, which guarantees your entry into Jojo Academy. Though she felt a twinge of resentment at being outpaced by Liu Yang, her words were heartfelt. You'll get there too, Liu Yang responded with a smile. Before the big exam, you should also reach level 15. With your skills, Jojo Academy will be a breeze for you. Humph, Song Yinran replied, proudly lifting her chin. That's a given. She then muttered softly, who knows? I might even surpass you by then. What did you say? Liu Yang asked, not quite catching her words. Nothing, she retorted. A faint blush gracing her cheeks as she swiftly changed the subject. Let us hurry and exit. Liu Yang, along with Ghidorah and Song Yinran, exited the dungeon. Outside, the night had deepened. Liu Yang opted to patiently await the natural refresh of the dungeon cooldown, seizing the opportunity to rest. Though Song Yinran didn't quite understand his decision, she held no objections. After all, she relied entirely on Liu Yang to navigate the nightmare-level dungeon, and dared not voice any complaints. The two settled in a corner to rest, while Ghidorah dutifully stood guard, ensuring their safety. After 6 hours, Liu Yang awoke precisely on time, rousing Song Yinran to re-enter the dungeon. They swiftly cleared the dungeon once more, reappearing at the entrance. I'll rest a bit longer, Song Yinran said, clearly still groggy, and lay back down. Liu Yang chuckled, resigned, as he prepared breakfast. Just as he retrieved the last of the venison to reward Ghidorah, he suddenly realized a grave issue. It was the final bag of venison. Apologetically, Liu Yang addressed Ghidorah. We have just 2 days left, so I'm afraid you'll have to make do. If you're hungry, nibble on some wild monsters to tide you over. Ghidorah, happily devouring the venison, paid no heed to Liu Yang's words. Brother, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar. Liu Yang turned to see Zhao Hai approaching with excitement. Liu Yang, thanks to your support, I've successfully leveled up to 20. I've also transitioned to a silver blacksmith. Liu Yang sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations. Zhao Hai produced a finely crafted talisman and handed it to Liu Yang. I've forged a silver experience talisman for you. Liu Yang inspected it. Experience talisman LV15 silver. Experience gain speed increased by 25, effective below level 25. Thank you. Liu Yang promptly donned it. No need for thanks. Zhao Hai feigned dissatisfaction. I should be thanking you. Without your help, I wouldn't have leveled up so easily or completed my transition. Just mutual assistance, Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. Zhao Hai appeared eager to say more. Yet urgency flickered across his face as if he had pressing matters to attend to. After a moment of hesitation, he finally stated, now that I've completed my transition, my family is sending me to Jojo Fu for further studies. I'll be leaving soon. I had to plead with them to let me come here. Jojo Fu, the capital of the Jojo Empire. I know you'll definitely get into Jojo Academy, so we'll meet there. He then handed Liu Yang a small chip and a package, saying, this is a communication chip. Once used, you can contact me anytime. My information is already inputted. We'll stay in touch. With that, he hurriedly turned and left. Liu Yang was momentarily perplexed until he spotted several figures waiting for Zhao Hai in the distance, which offered him some understanding. He activated the communication chip and discovered it already contained Zhao Hai's contact details. Opening the package revealed an astonishing sum of 1 million yuan in cash. What an interesting person, Liu Yang mused, finding Zhao Hai to be a genuinely amiable individual, generous, straightforward, and somewhat humorous. He welcomed the idea of forging a friendship with him. Liu Yang approached Song Yinran, waking her. Wake up. We need to dive back into the dungeon. With the silver experience talisman now in hand, it was time to expedite their level ups. Song Yinran, having just fallen asleep, groaned in displeasure. She couldn't fathom why Liu Yang was so eager to tackle the dungeon again, feeling somewhat bewildered. However, once fully awake, she was more than willing to accompany Liu Yang back into the dungeon, eager for the thrill of rapid leveling. Following Liu Yang to the dungeon entrance, Song Yinran used the recall stone to refresh their entry cooldown. With a shimmer, they were transported into the dungeon. Chapter 040. This time, I can't possibly be considered the loser, can I? At most, it would be a tie. Let us race. Liu Yang opened the door and sprinted forward. Ghidorah took flight, soaring ahead and unleashing gravitational beams, sweeping through all the werewolf monsters in the hall. Song Yinran hurriedly kept pace, anxious not to fall behind. She had nothing to do but run alongside Liu Yang, continuously amassing experience points. This time, they cleared the dungeon in approximately 20 minutes. The Wolf King remained in his serene posture, quietly seated upon his throne, offering up his worth. Successfully defeated the Wolf King LV22, experience points 96, 800, 24, 200. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Obtained the Wolf King's Chainblade, bronze. Liu Yang checked his experience bar, noting that his progress had risen to level 16. He realized that wearing the silver experience talisman perfectly compensated for the experience loss from teaming up and even yielded a surplus. Generally speaking, in a team, each member could only share 23 of the experience, with only the monster slayer receiving additional experience rewards. However, even with such experiences, the maximum experience points obtained would not exceed 90, which is still less than what one could achieve through solo play. Generally, team play is aimed at leveraging the collective strength of multiple players to efficiently clear dungeons or challenge higher difficulties. After all, under normal circumstances, the combined power of a group is undeniably greater than that of an individual. It is worth noting that not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Liu Yang, who is able to solo dungeons at nightmarish difficulty levels and even do so with remarkable efficiency. Now, Liu Yang's experience points gained from teaming up far surpassed those from solo play. Taking into account the additional 8 entries into the dungeon granted by Song Yinran's use of the Rewind Stone, the total experience points he could acquire had significantly increased. After 5 more runs, he would likely reach level 16. Liu Yang intended to seize the momentum and complete the remaining entries of the Rewind Stone with Song Yinran. He turned to her and said, "Let us continue after we go out." "All right," Song Yinran agreed without hesitation. After exiting the dungeon, they promptly used the Rewind Stone to re-enter. Due to Liu Yang's extraordinary efficiency in clearing dungeons, they swiftly completed 7 runs in just over 2 hours. As anticipated, Liu Yang's level rose to 16, and his experience bar had considerably filled. With 2 days remaining, he could still clear at least 10 more dungeons, making it entirely feasible to push for level 17. Song Yinran also reached level 15, a result that far exceeded her expectations. She felt a surge of excitement, believing she might reach level 16 before the national examination. However, Liu Yang's rapid leveling surprised her. With a puzzled expression, she looked at him and asked, "How come you level up so quickly?" She had recently witnessed Liu Yang reaching level 15, and in her understanding, with the experience sharing mechanism in a team, he would need to clear at least a dozen dungeons to reach level 16. Why had he leveled up after just 6 or 7 runs? The experience sharing mechanism seemed to have no effect on him, and the disparity between them appeared to remain as vast as ever, perhaps even widening. Though it was merely a 1-level difference, Song Yinran was acutely aware of the significant gap that lay beneath it. "It just happened naturally," Liu Yang replied with a casual smile. "Humph," Song Yinran feigned indifference, letting out a soft huff before refraining from further inquiries, though internally, she felt somewhat dissatisfied. After exiting the dungeon, Song Yinran had exhausted her Rewind Stone, leaving them to wait for the dungeon cooldown to reset. During the subsequent hours, Liu Yang and Song Yinran repeatedly entered and exited the dungeon, waiting for the cooldown to refresh each time. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. On the night of the 7th day, they finished their final dungeon run. Exiting the Valley of the Wolf God, they exchanged farewells, as the next day they would return to school for the national examination. At that moment, Song Yinran had just reached level 16, her joy evident on her face. She gratefully thanked Liu Yang. "Thank you for guiding me through the dungeons these past few days. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." "Not at all," Liu Yang replied with a slight smile, nonchalantly saying, "It's merely mutual assistance. I benefited from your Rewind Stone as well, after all." "Hee hee," Song Yinran suddenly laughed, her sweet smile illuminating the dim surroundings. Although Liu Yang appeared indifferent, she was self-aware enough to recognize who truly benefited from whom. Without Liu Yang's guidance through the nightmarish difficulty of the Wolf God's temple, she would have only managed to reach level 15, even after fully utilizing her Rewind Stone. The gap between levels 15 and 16 is far from trivial. The effort required grows exponentially. "Don't think I'll let you off the hook for this favor," Song Yinran teased, smiling as she added, "I'll repay you when I have the chance." "Then let's await that opportunity," Liu Yang replied with a smile. Ding ding. Song Yinran glanced at her communication list and asked Liu Yang, "My dad has sent someone to pick me up. Are you coming back with me?" "I'll pass for now." Liu Yang declined her kind offer, saying, "I have some matters to attend to and will return on my own afterward." "All right then." Song Yinran accepted without further insistence. "See you tomorrow morning at school." "See you tomorrow." Liu Yang bid farewell and swiftly departed the valley with Ghidorah. As Song Yinran watched Liu Yang's retreating figure, she suddenly thought of something and muttered to herself, "Now that we are both level 16, this time can't be counted as my loss, right? It's at most a tie." What she did not know was that while Liu Yang's visible level was indeed 16, his experience bar had already climbed to 96. He needed merely 4 more experience points to reach level 17. Waiting for the dungeon cooldown to refresh for another run would risk running out of time, especially since he needed to report to school in the morning. Thus, Liu Yang resolved to grind through wild monsters on the way back. aiming to accumulate the remaining 4 experience points before returning, so he could enter the national examination at level 17. Liu Yang was confident that this level would surely make a remarkable impression during the national examination. With a crackle, Ghidorah's wings surged with furious lightning, cleaving through every wild monster encountered along the way. Successfully defeated Werewolf Scout LV-14, gained 280 experience points, 70. Acquired Werewolf Dagger. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Jiangxing High School was abuzz with excitement. The senior students had completed their initial phase of training and returned to prepare for the national examination, gathering on the playground. A number of teachers were present to maintain order. Principal Zhang Bohan and Director Tang Rong stood on a platform, swiftly surveying every returning student. Very good. Zhang Bohan nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, although our school has not awakened many combat professions this year, most have reached levels 11 and 12, with a few even reaching levels 13 and 14. It seems our school's average score for the national examination is secure. Tang Rong chuckled, saying, not just secure. We might even break records. He then feigned mystery, asking Zhang Bohan, Principal, do you know what level Song Yinran has reached? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Bohan replied, Song Yinran has clearly stated her determination to secure a place at Jiuzhou Academy. Reaching level 15 should not be a problem. Tang Rong, however, grinned mischievously and said, not just that. In fact, she has reached level 16. Level 16. Zhang Bohan was taken aback, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Unlike Tang Rong, who was eager to curry favor with the Song family, he genuinely did not know this news. Is that true? Zhang Bohan asked, still a bit incredulous, seeking confirmation. Just then, Song Yinran entered the playground. Tang Rong gestured for him to see for himself. Zhang Bohan turned to glance at her, employing a detection spell to check her information. Song Yinran LV-16. Truly, she has reached level 16. Zhang Bohan was overjoyed, and his aged visage instantly radiated with a beaming smile. Our school hasn't seen a student ascend to level 15 during the novice phase in 3 years, yet this year, Song Yinran has astonishingly attained level 16. Although she has not shattered the previous year's record, it is still a cause for celebration. With this level, as long as she performs adequately in the national joint examination, her admission to Jiuzhou Academy is virtually guaranteed. Tang Rong, standing nearby, chimed in with enthusiasm. Indeed, if she gains entry to Jiuzhou Academy, our school will bask in her glory. The admission criteria for Jiuzhou Academy are exceedingly stringent, with fewer than 1,000 students nationwide gaining entry each year, averaging only 1 or 2 from each city. A student who secures a place in Jiuzhou Academy brings immense honor to both themselves and their school. As Song Yinran approached her class's lineup, a throng of students quickly surrounded her. Each one marveled at her rapid progression, enviously speculating about her promising future. Song Yinran, you're incredible. How did you manage to level up to 16 in just 7 days? This must be the highest upgrade record in our school this year. I doubt just our school. Perhaps in the entire Jiangxing, no one has a higher level than hers. The questions bombarded Song Yinran from all sides, yet she was too preoccupied to engage. After offering a few cursory responses, her gaze drifted toward the lineup of the adjacent class. To her dismay, she still had not spotted Liu Yang. Anxiously glancing at the time, she noted that the national joint examination ceremony would commence in mere minutes. Where could he be? Zhang Bohan, on the platform, also recognized the urgency of the situation, his eyes desperately scanning the crowd for Liu Yang. It's about to begin. Why haven't I seen Liu Yang? Liu Yang? Tang Rong interjected, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Perhaps he's forgotten what day it is, or maybe he's encountered some unforeseen circumstance and can't make it. Tang Rong, who relished the prospect of Liu Yang's absence, reveled in the idea that this year's accolades would solely belong to Song Yinran, making it easier for him to curry favor with the Song family. Zhang Bohan, upon hearing this, unusually lost his temper, reprimanding him sternly. Silence. And if anything has indeed happened to him, you better watch your words. Tang Rong, having never witnessed such an outburst from Zhang Bohan, fell silent, chastened. As time ticked away, the minutes dwindled. Zhang Bohan, increasingly anxious, began to stomp his feet in frustration. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from above. Zhang Bohan looked up, and his face instantly transformed with joy. A golden dragon soared swiftly from the distance, clutching the very student he had been eagerly anticipating, Liu Yang. The dragon's roar captured the attention of everyone present, who instinctively gazed skyward. It's Liu Yang, he's finally here. I thought he had given up on participating in the national joint examination. Wow, what an impressive entrance. Can anyone see what level he has reached? I can't view his stats. As Liu Yang gracefully descended into the crowd, he flashed an apologetic smile at the teachers and Zhang Bohan before swiftly joining his class's formation. You finally made it, he Xiaotao remarked, feigning displeasure as she lightly punched his arm. Do you realize that arriving late can be interpreted as forfeiting your qualification for the National Joint Examination? Lu Yang chuckled. I'm not late yet, am I? To his delight, he noticed that He Xiaotao had reached level 9. You've leveled up to 9? Yes, He Xiaotao replied, a hint of pride lifting her chin. I haven't been the only one working hard during this period. I'm about to reach level 10. Congratulations. Lu Yang beamed, genuinely pleased to see He Xiaotao embracing her ordinary yet commendable journey. And you? He Xiaotao inquired, unable to see Lu Yang's information. With a hint of pride, Lu Yang quietly replied, level 17. He Xiaotao gasped in astonishment, jumping up and covering her mouth, her face a picture of shock. Level 17. Her exclamation drew the attention of numerous onlookers, who turned to look. What? Lu Yang has reached level 17? Are you joking? Is this for real? How on earth did he achieve level 17? Could it be he is using hacks? I thought Song Yanran was impressive, but Lu Yang is even more astonishing. He leveled up to 10 in a day and to 17 in just 7 days. I doubt anyone in human history has accomplished such a feat. Song Yanran, attentively observing the unfolding scene, was taken aback. He leveled up again. She gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Recalling Lu Yang's frantic demeanor from the previous night, she realized he must have been busy farming monsters. A twinge of resentment stirred within her. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Yang would outpace her even in this limited time frame. Humph. With a dissatisfied huff, she muttered. Who is he trying to impress with all this effort? Can't I win just once? On the platform, Tang Rong stood in bewilderment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He could not fathom how Lu Yang had achieved level 17. He briefly questioned whether his detection skills were malfunctioning. In stark contrast, Zhang Bohan's smile was so broad it seemed to crease his already wrinkled face even further. Haha, I knew this kid wouldn't disappoint. Song Yanran had just reached level 16, yet he had surpassed her to reach level 17. This not only shattered the school's historical record, but also the records of Jiangxing and even Zhanghai province. Zhang Bohan, brimming with pride, turned to Tang Rong, unabashedly taunting. So what do you say now? Are you still doubting this kid? Tang Rong's face twitched involuntarily, flushing with embarrassment as he reluctantly admitted, this child is indeed a genius. Faced with Lu Yang's repeated demonstrations of strength, he had no choice but to acknowledge his brilliance. Ding dong. Suddenly, a clear, resonant bell rang out across the arena. The sound seemed to penetrate the soul of each attendee, bringing an instantaneous hush to the crowd. A cloaked elder descended from the sky, landing beside Zhang Bohan. He was the examiner dispatched by the state to oversee the National Joint Examination. A formidable figure at level 69 with a second-tier occupation. With a robust voice, the examiner solemnly declared, the time has come. The National Joint Examination for Novice Practitioners officially commences. Chapter 042, Level 17. 17891 points in all attributes. As the examiner's words faded, he raised his hands skyward. A beam of light shot from his palms into the heavens. Upon reaching a certain height, the light halted, then rapidly expanded outward, forming a barrier that enveloped the entirety of Jiangxing Middle School. Simultaneously, all connections between the school and the outside world were severed. The students, unaccustomed to such a formidable atmosphere, felt a wave of tension wash over them, leading to hushed whispers amongst themselves. Silence. The examiner's authoritative voice echoed, surveying all those present. Then, with gravitas, he solemnly announced the rules. I hereby declare the examination regulations. The National Unified Examination will feature 3 distinct types of trial instances, each corresponding to the 3 primary career paths. The instances will be tailored to assess the specific competencies related to each career type. Combat professions will focus on evaluating comprehensive combat capabilities. Support professions will prioritize the assessment of auxiliary skills. Meanwhile, life professions will emphasize foundational application abilities. Prior to each round of examinations, students may judiciously select the difficulty level based on their own strengths. Each successful assessment will yield corresponding points. The higher the chosen difficulty, the more points awarded, which will ultimately determine the final examination results. Students are permitted to don their equipment when entering the trial instances. Yet the use of any enhancement potions or items is strictly forbidden. Upon entering the instances, all enhancement statuses will be nullified, and communication chips along with spatial backpacks will be temporarily disabled. The clarity of the examiner's rules was unmistakable, allowing the students to comprehend with ease. Excitement and anticipation illuminated their faces. The teachers then began organizing the students into queues based on their career types. After the examiner concluded, he nodded at Zhang Bohan, who returned the gesture and set about coordinating the teachers. Under the guidance of their instructors, the students orderly proceeded to their designated areas. Lu Yang, do your best. He Xiaotao, assigned to the life trial instance, raised her small fist in encouragement before departing. You too, give it your all. Lu Yang replied with a smile, following his teacher towards the combat trial instance. Coincidentally, Song Yinran stood right in front of him. With a hint of annoyance, she inquired, "Were you grinding monsters all night yesterday?" "Indeed," Lu Yang replied nonchalantly with a smile. "Humph," Song Yinran thought to herself, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet she remained pridefully silent, aware that any comparisons at this point would be futile. She could only pin her hopes on the upcoming National Unified Examination results. Wishing to surpass him at least once in this regard, "You better give it your all in the exam, or I might just surpass you," she warned Lu Yang. "Rest assured," he replied candidly, "that won't happen." "You." Song Yinran found herself at a loss for words at his response. How could he not perceive the gravity of this situation? Forget it, she thought, realizing she had already come to terms with the disparity between them. Her competitive spirit merely yearned for a challenge against Lu Yang, for aside from him, she had no one else to compete with. "Let's do our best." Song Yinran suddenly turned serious. "We'll meet again at Jojo Academy and continue as classmates." With that, she flashed a charming smile, radiating her usual charisma. "Together. Let's strive for success," Lu Yang responded with a grin, extending his hand towards her. "See you then." Song Yinran hesitated briefly before reaching out to shake his hand, solidifying their pact. Before long, the students from Jiangxing High School had formed orderly lines categorized by their professions. The disparity in numbers across the three areas was striking. The live profession zone boasted a staggering 700 to 800 participants, forming numerous lengthy queues. The support profession area had a slightly higher count with 200 to 300 students, forming 3 to 4 lines. In stark contrast, the combat profession zone was rather pitiful, with just over 100 students, resulting in only 2 lines. Silence. The examiner's voice resonated once more throughout the campus, commanding attention as everyone fell silent, awaiting his next words. "Students, please enter the respective trial instances in the order of your lines. It begins." A spark of determination ignited in Lu Yang's eyes. He glanced at his companion, Ghidorah, feeling a swell of confidence within him. After 7 days of relentless effort, both Lu Yang and Ghidorah had attained level 17. Ghidorah's attributes now reached an astonishing level. Ghidorah, LV 17. Strength, 17,891. Intelligence, 17,891. Stamina, 17,891. Agility, 17,891. Mentality, 17,891. Talent, devouring talent, sovereign's might, rapid recovery. Skills, wingtip lightning. Gravitational ray. Devouring talent, level 2 current devoured talents. 1. Available devourable talents. 0. Sovereign's might. Total attributes acquired, 15,491. 17891 points across all attributes. Lu Yang felt an exhilarating rush within. Over the past week, through frequent dungeon runs and intense monster grinding in the wild, Ghidorah had vanquished over 10,000 creatures. Its overall attributes had surpassed the 10,000 point mark, nearing an impressive 20,000. With such a formidable Ghidorah by his side, Lu Yang brimmed with confidence for the upcoming examination. Before entering the instance, he gently patted Ghidorah, leaning forward to touch its forehead with his own. "Have you grown even larger?" Lu Yang noticed with surprise that Ghidorah's head seemed to have expanded. Stepping back, he saw that its body indeed appeared bigger and longer. Could the increase in attributes also accelerate physical growth? Lu Yang's delight surged once more. It seemed that soaring through the skies atop Ghidorah would soon become a reality. "We're almost up," Song Yinran suddenly alerted as they approached the front of the line, with just 10 more individuals before it was their turn to enter the instance. On the main stage, the examiner scrutinized certain students. Song Yinran, level 16, rare profession, Night Mage. He nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his face. This child from Songzhou is indeed impressive. Zhang Bohan and Tang Rong exchanged proud smiles. Zhang Bohan gestured for the examiner to continue assessing. What about the child behind her? The examiner's gaze shifted backward. Lu Yang, level 17. He raised an eyebrow in astonishment, a flicker of surprise coursing through him. Is there truly a child capable of reaching level 17 in the novice phase? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Dragon Summoner, rare profession. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired of Zhang Bohan. Is he the child you reported for a profession rating change? Yes, Zhang Bohan nodded. I believe this child's profession strength has far surpassed the rare rating. He should be considered legendary. The examiner pondered Lu Yang for a moment before concluding, at present, his profession strength appears commendable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 17 in such a short time frame. However, the factors for profession rating are numerous, and I will need to observe further. This examination will provide an excellent opportunity for pertinent documentation. As several individuals deliberated over Lu Yang, he had already entered the combat trial instance with his group. Chapter 043, 1 second? Cheating. He must be cheating. Come on, let's check on his situation. The examiner completed his remarks and, under the guidance of Zhang Bohan, entered a room to take a seat. Zhang Bohan pressed a button, and suddenly, the entire room plunged into darkness before illuminating dozens of screens. He swiftly navigated through the displays, focusing on several of them that showcased the students deemed most promising in this session. The majority were students above level 12. At the center, two screens prominently displayed the circumstances of Song Yanran and Lu Yang. At that moment, both had already been transported into the instance, finding themselves in an expansive chamber. Lu Yang surveyed his surroundings, detecting no anomalies, not even a single monster. As he pondered this, a selection appeared before him. The first round of the combat class examination begins. Please select the difficulty for the first round. Easy, hard, nightmare. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yang chose the nightmare difficulty. Difficulty confirmed. The examination officially commences. First round examination content. Eliminate 3 werewolf warriors, elite. Suddenly, a beam of teleportation light descended upon the vacant area before Lu Yang, materializing 3 towering, formidable werewolves. Werewolf Guardian LV-20 Elite. Strength, 1,200. Intelligence, 900. Stamina, 1,200. Agility, 1,200. Spirit, 900. Skill, Pounce. Observing the displayed information, a smirk of disdain crept across Lu Yang's face. Despite the impressive attributes of the 3 monsters before him, they were utterly inconsequential in his eyes. A howl erupted as the 3 werewolf guardians unleashed their ferocity, charging at Lu Yang with claws bared. With a resounding crack, Ghidorah unfurled its wings and unleashed a trio of lightning strikes, instantly obliterating the 3 werewolf guardians. Successfully killed werewolf guardian LV-20, experience points, 0. Ghidorah gains 3 points in all attributes. Lu Yang was somewhat taken aback. The monsters within the trial instance provided no experience. First round examination passed. Time taken, 1 second. Personal points earned, 9. Please wait for other candidates to complete the examination content. Rankings will be determined shortly, with higher ranks receiving additional rewards. However, he was unconcerned, folding his arms and patiently awaiting the results. Outside the instance, Zhang Bohan and the examiner stared wide-eyed at the screens in disbelief. He defeated them in a second? What just transpired? The examiner instinctively sat up straight, struggling to believe his eyes. Wasn't he supposed to face examination content of nightmare difficulty? 3 level 20 elite monsters, dispatched in a single move? On another screen, Song Yanran had selected the hard difficulty. She faced 2 level 18 advanced monsters, werewolf warlocks. Their attribute panels were equally formidable, with the highest intelligence reaching 600 points. Song Yanran raised her staff and swiftly unleashed several moon eclipses. Waves of shadowy energy cascaded upon the 2 werewolf warlocks, rapidly sapping their strength. In no time, thud, thud, the 2 werewolf warlocks fell to the ground, lifeless. Her actions were quick, taking merely 5 or 6 seconds. Yet, to the examiner and Zhang Bohan, this was within the realm of normalcy, acceptable by their standards. According to the examination criteria, candidates choosing normal difficulty would face a single ordinary monster 1 level above their own. Hard difficulty would present 2 advanced monsters 2 levels higher. Nightmare difficulty entailed 3 elite monsters 3 levels above. Each increment in difficulty geometrically escalated the challenge. Yet, Lu Yang completed the most difficult nightmare examination in just 1 second. They exchanged glances, at a loss for words. They had never encountered such a phenomenon. The events unfolding before them surpassed their comprehension. After a prolonged silence, the first round of the combat class examination has concluded. Calculating rankings for all candidates, they finally snapped back to reality, refocusing on Lu Yang's screen. As they scrolled down, the results were revealed. Combat class first round examination results. First place, Lu Yang. Challenge difficulty, nightmare, time taken, 1 second, points earned, 1,003. Second place, Song Yanran. Challenge difficulty, hard, time taken, 6 seconds, points earned, 502. Third place, Han Wei. Challenge difficulty, hard, time taken, 9 seconds, points earned, 20. As anticipated, Lu Yang claimed the top position, receiving a reward of 100 points. Given the nightmare difficulty, his points were tripled. All candidates have successfully passed the first round of the combat class examination. The second round will commence in 60 seconds. Candidates are advised to prepare. 1 second. Although Song Yanran had witnessed Lu Yang obliterate a level 22 Wolf King boss, she had mentally prepared for this result. Yet, upon seeing the score firsthand, she couldn't help but marvel at his prowess. He is truly exceptional. The other students were left in utter disbelief at the announced results. No way. Clearing the nightmare difficulty examination in a single second? How could this be? There must be an error in the examination system. Cheating. Liu Yang must have cheated. Aside from Song Yanran, nearly no one was willing to accept Liu Yang's score. Some even voiced doubts regarding the fairness of the examination content. But as soon as they spoke, they were instantly teleported out of the instance, losing their examination qualifications, leaving them in despair. The teachers outside the instance reprimanded them sternly. The trial instance was absolutely fair and just, and no doubts would be tolerated. The second round of the combat class examination begins. Please select the difficulty for the second round. Easy, hard, nightmare. Liu Yang once again chose the nightmare difficulty. Difficulty confirmed. The examination officially commences. Second round examination content. Cumulative monster kills, time limit, 30 minutes. This round of examination offers additional points for monster kills. Normal difficulty, 1 point per monster. Hard difficulty, 2 points per monster. Nightmare difficulty, 3 points per monster. Note, this round of examination may pose life-threatening risks. When candidate stamina is depleted, they will be automatically teleported out of the trial instance, or they may choose to exit the trial instance voluntarily. So, it's a competition to see who can slay the most monsters in this round. Upon comprehending the examination content, Liu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. The examination process allows for monster farming, even providing extra points as a reward. It was simply exhilarating. Liu Yang glanced at Ghidorah, who, sensing their bond, let out a couple of low roars and fixed its gaze ahead. With a loud clang, a portal appeared at the end of the room, revealing several silhouettes. 3 werewolf warriors burst forth from the portal, unleashing a furious roar towards Liu Yang. A howl. Zzz. Bam. Bam. Before the howls of the beasts had fully subsided, Ghidorah unleashed 3 bolts of lightning, annihilating them in an instant. Yet another swift defeat. The examiner, taken aback, rose from his seat in astonishment. He turned to confirm with Zhang Bowen. If my eyes do not deceive me, the werewolf warriors he faced are indeed elite monsters of level 20, with maximum attributes reaching 1,500 points. Zhang Bowen, in a daze, nodded affirmatively, agreeing that the attributes were indeed as such. How could he have dispatched them so effortlessly? The examiner's expression was one of incredulity. His own attributes stood at a mere 171 points, and his mental strength was only 341 points. Could 341 points of mental energy summon such formidable minions? The examiner, visibly unsettled, glanced towards Ghidorah, who stood beside Liu Yang. While he understood that dragons possessed substantial individual strength, witnessing one perform at this level was a first for him. Chapter 044, Theoretically Perfect Score, Making History. On the screen, the second wave of monsters arrived a mere 10 seconds later. Crack, crack, crack. 3 bolts of electricity flashed, and once again, 3 werewolves fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the examiner noted that the werewolves had barely emerged from the portal. Another 10 seconds passed, yet the scene remained unchanged. Having grown accustomed to this spectacle, the examiner's initial shock began to wane, and he found himself almost desensitized to it. He furrowed his brow, stroking his chin in contemplation. If he continues to perform at this level in the subsequent 3 rounds, I shall upload this footage to the National Professional Union and recommend an elevation of this young man's occupational rating. Zhang Bohen, upon hearing this, could not help but feel elated, eagerly exclaiming, "Let's continue watching. I have faith in his performance." The occupational rating directly impacts a professional's treatment in society. Rare professionals are afforded better benefits than those in higher or ordinary occupations, and the treatment for legendary professionals is even more exceptional. This is precisely why Zhang Bohen has been striving to advocate for Liu Yang's rating enhancement. After all, once they leave this school, he would no longer be able to assist Liu Yang. This was the last thing he could do for him. Zhang Bohen genuinely held affection for the young man. Moreover, having a legendary professional emerge from Jiangxing High School would be a tale he could boast about for years. The examiner continued to observe Liu Yang's situation for a while longer. As the same scenario unfolded repeatedly, he inevitably felt a tinge of boredom. He glanced over at Song Yinran's situation. Zhang Bohen, however, watched with rapt attention, secretly reveling in Liu Yang's continuous annihilation of monsters. Reluctantly, he swiped away Liu Yang's screen, enlarging Song Yinran's view. She had opted for the difficult difficulty level, facing 2 werewolf priests each time. These advanced monsters were level 18, with attributes hovering around 600. The pressure on her was not particularly intense. She needed only to unleash her lunar eclipse skill once to bring down a single monster. While she could not achieve instant kills, the sustained damage from the lunar eclipse would allow her to defeat a monster within 3 seconds. The key to Song Yanran achieving a commendable score lay in how well she managed her mental energy usage. If she cast skills too rapidly, her mental energy would not recover in time, rendering her unable to unleash further skills, thus jeopardizing her performance. Therefore, Song Yanran wisely chose to release her skills every 3 seconds, using the intervals to maneuver around the remaining monsters. This strategy not only conserved her mental energy, but also maintained efficiency. The examiner acknowledged her approach with a nod, deeming it a sensible method. Achieving around 10 monster kills per minute was a commendable performance. During this time, the examiner's peripheral vision caught sight of Liu Yang's screen once more. Suddenly, the display brightened, and 3 nightmare difficulty monsters lay vanquished on the ground. The examiner couldn't help but twitch in disbelief, muttering softly, "What a sight to behold." In the remaining time, the examiner and Zhang Bohan observed the performances of other candidates. Most displayed average performances, with only a handful garnering their approval. Yet, each time they glimpsed Liu Yang, the others seemed to pale in comparison. "Look at this kid," Zhang Bohan chuckled. "He's even lying down." Liu Yang hardly needed to lift a finger. Even Ghidorah remained relatively inactive, simply standing in place to unleash its wingtip lightning. Each time monsters teleported in, they were instantaneously dispatched. Liu Yang, finding the ordeal rather tedious, decided to lie down and close his eyes for a moment of repose. The examiner could not suppress a laugh, albeit one tinged with frustration. While other candidates exerted themselves to the utmost in the exam, he lay there in a deep slumber. Were it not for his unique circumstances, I could easily assign him a failing grade based solely on his attitude. Zhang Bohan discerned the examiner's underlying appreciation and smiled, choosing not to speak further. Time gradually slipped away. The 30 minutes of today felt particularly prolonged. Many students, unable to endure any longer, opted to withdraw from the instance midway. Others, despite their best efforts to achieve better results, were met with injury and subsequently teleported out of the instance by the system. Thus, their examinations came to an abrupt conclusion. The second round assessment for combat professions has concluded, and the rankings are being calculated. As the 30-minute mark arrived, all instance monsters were instantaneously eradicated. The candidates exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Song Yanran, too, sat down, slightly panting. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. "I should score over 600 points this round. That should secure me second place, right?" Song Yanran no longer harbored hopes of surpassing Liu Yang. She was well aware that he would undoubtedly choose the nightmare difficulty, and his score would far exceed hers. After all, the bosses in the nightmare level instance would fall to him in a single blow, whereas the monsters within the trial instance were nowhere near as formidable. Liu Yang stood up, stretching lazily. "Finally done. I almost dozed off." Humph. Ghidorah also expressed its dissatisfaction. "If only all the monsters had appeared at once. I could have had some real fun. 3 at a time is simply too dull." Liu Yang patted Ghidorah in a gesture of comfort. Results for the second round assessment of combat professions are now available. First place, Liu Yang. Challenge difficulty, Nightmare, monsters killed, 540. Points earned, 1620. Second place, Song Yanran. Challenge difficulty, difficult, monsters killed, 305. Points earned, 610. Third place, Han Wei. Challenge difficulty, difficult, monsters killed, 271. Points earned, 542. As expected, Song Yanran chuckled in relief, though a sense of inexplicable frustration lingered in her heart. This examination posed no challenge for him at all. Good heavens. 540 monsters. Upon witnessing the results, Han Wei found himself utterly bewildered. In the nightmare difficulty, monsters spawn every 10 seconds, with 3 appearing per wave, summing up to a maximum of 18 in a minute. Over the course of 30 minutes, a staggering total of 540 monsters would emerge. Had he truly annihilated them all? Achieving such a feat required instantaneous kills. It was inconceivable to accomplish this with a kill time of less than 1 second. Han Wei was at a loss to comprehend how Liu Yang managed this. He wanted to assert that it was impossible, yet this was, after all, an impeccably fair national examination, devoid of any semblance of injustice. He was left with no choice but to conclude that Liu Yang was an anomaly beyond human standards. In the monitoring room, the examiners could not help but shake their heads in astonishment upon seeing the results, murmuring their disbelief. This was theoretically a perfect score for this round of examinations, a feat that had never been achieved in history. If it were not for the monitoring footage, they feared no one would believe it if they shared the news. At this moment, Zhang Bohan was equally exhilarated, his aged face flushed with excitement. A theoretical perfect score. Liu Yang had undoubtedly made history, and it belonged to Jiangcheng High School. Suddenly, Zhang Bohan recalled something and tentatively inquired, "Examiner, do you believe he has a chance of securing first place in this national examination?" The examiner paused in surprise, and then responded with delight, "I nearly overlooked that. Given his score, he is highly likely to claim the top spot in the national examination." The examiner had never contemplated this possibility before. After all, he was overseeing a modest city high school, where only 2 individuals had ever achieved the rare distinction of attending Jojo Academy. Attaining a place there was already considered an exceptional accomplishment, with aspirations limited to city or provincial rankings. However, the emergence of Liu Yang had shattered these conventions. Even appending decades of accumulated perceptions, not only had he effortlessly and flawlessly passed 2 rounds of nightmare difficulty assessments, but he had also attained a score that had never been reached before. Such extraordinary, no, monstrous, performance warranted the examiner's newfound respect for him. I believe this young man could easily hold his own against those prodigies from the Jojo Prefecture. If he can achieve a high score in the final round, I believe he stands a good chance of securing the national first place. The points from the first 4 rounds held relatively little weight. Even if Liu Yang consistently ranked first, it would be difficult to significantly distance himself from the talents of the Jojo Prefecture. The last round of the assessment, however, focused on a simulated instance, where the point rewards were the highest. Whether he could secure the national first place hinged entirely on the results of the 5th round. Zhang Bohan eagerly anticipated Liu Yang's upcoming performance, thinking, let us await the outcome. Within the trial instance, the announcement echoed. The 3rd round of the combat profession examination commences. Please select the difficulty for the 3rd round of examination. Easy, hard, nightmare. Liu Yang unwaveringly chose the nightmare difficulty. Difficulty confirmed. The examination officially begins. Content of the 2nd round. Eliminate 3 Wolf Kings. Note, this round may pose life-threatening risks. Should a candidate's stamina deplete, they will be automatically teleported out of the trial instance, or they may choose to exit voluntarily. With a resounding clang, 3 towering figures descended from beams of light in the distance. Liu Yang felt a sense of familiarity and even affection toward them. Were they not the Wolf Kings from the Wolf God Temple? Without hesitation, Ghidorah unleashed 3 bolts of lightning, incinerating the 3 Wolf Kings into charred remains. The Wolf Kings didn't even have the chance to howl before collapsing into the ground, emitting plumes of thick smoke that gradually dissipated. 3rd round examination passed. Time taken, 1 second. Personal points earned, 300. Examiner, look. Another instant kill. Zhang Bohan exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Indeed, the examiner chuckled in disbelief. Even though he had braced himself mentally, Liu Yang still managed to astonish him. Those were level 20 bosses, with average attributes exceeding 3,000 points. He dispatched them in an instant. How was one to interpret this? A twinge of shame washed over him. His decades of experience utterly failed to decipher the prowess of an 18-year-old child. No wonder he had elevated to level 17. The examiner gazed at Liu Yang on the screen with keen interest. His strength was sufficient to solo nightmare-level instances of considerable difficulty. Subsequently, the examiner raised his expectations for Liu Yang to new heights. If the 4th round of examination yielded similar results, it would be challenging to provide an objective assessment. It would all depend on what kind of teammates the 5th round S system would match him with, and what sort of instance would be simulated. Whether he could clinch the national first place would hinge solely on his performance in the 5th round. Having said that, the examiner turned his attention to Song Yanran, who had opted for the hard difficulty. She was faced with 2 level 18 Wolf King bosses, with average panel attributes around 2,000 points, a significant disparity compared to Liu Yang's instance. Yet, she still felt considerable pressure. To eliminate 1 Wolf King, she would need to cast her Lunar Eclipse skill 45 times. Thus, she had to maneuver constantly to evade the Wolf King's pursuit. After 2 to 3 minutes of struggle, she finally defeated both Wolf Kings and passed the examination. Her performance was commendable. However, the examiner had already witnessed Liu Yang's more extraordinary display. In comparison, he felt disinclined to offer her accolades. Zhang Bohan, however, readily praised her, hoping to enhance her impression before the examiner. The 3rd round of the combat profession assessment has concluded, and the rankings are being calculated. Due to the limited number of monsters, the candidates who could pass completed the examination swiftly. Those unable to succeed quickly opted to give up or were teleported out of the instance prematurely. Results of the 3rd round of the combat profession assessment announced. 1st place, Liu Yang. Challenge difficulty, nightmare, time taken, 1 second, points earned, 3,003. 2nd place, Song Yanran. Challenge difficulty, hard, time taken, 2 minutes and 43 seconds, points earned, 502. 3rd place, Han Wei. Challenge difficulty, hard, time taken, 4 minutes and 17 seconds, points earned, 20. Again, it was 1 second. Han Wei's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the results. He racked his brain, struggling to comprehend how Liu Yang achieved such a score. 3 nightmare-level bosses eliminated in a second? He wanted to accuse him of cheating, but managed to restrain himself, swallowing the accusation lest he cast doubt upon the integrity of the national examination, which could result in his own expulsion from the instance and premature termination of the examination. Alas, Song Yanran let out a weary sigh. She was not at all surprised by Liu Yang's performance. Rather, she felt a twinge of regret as she realized the widening chasm between them. Throughout her entire high school journey, she had never once bested Liu Yang. It seemed that her only hope of surpassing him lay within the halls of Jojo Academy. Song Yanran swiftly reignited her fighting spirit, clenching her small fists. She had heard that Jojo Academy was brimming with infinite possibilities, and with diligent effort, she might not have to continue falling behind him. A new environment, a fresh starting point, and novel opportunities awaited her. Song Yanran had already begun to look forward to her future. As for Liu Yang, he felt no surprise regarding this outcome. Seeing Song Yanran consistently hold the second position genuinely pleased him. As long as she maintained this, her admission to Jojo Academy was assured. Suddenly, a flurry of light and shadow transformed the surroundings. The space each candidate occupied morphed, expanding significantly, with 4 long corridors stretching outwards for hundreds of meters. At the center of the room, a luminous crystal had also appeared. The content of the 4th round of examinations seemed markedly different. Many candidates felt a slight tension. The 4th round of combat profession examinations begins. Please select the difficulty level for the 4th round. Easy, hard, nightmare. Nightmare. Liu Yang opted for the nightmare difficulty. Difficulty confirmed. The examination officially commences. 4th round examination content. Protect the crystal, time limit of 1 hour. Note, every 120 seconds, a wave of monsters will appear. After 10 waves, a boss-level monster will emerge. And in the final wave, 4 boss monsters will appear. Monsters killed in this round will yield additional points. Normal difficulty, 2 points per monster. Hard difficulty, 3 points per monster. Nightmare difficulty, 5 points per monster. Boss-level monsters, 5 points. Boss, 10. Warning, this round may pose life-threatening dangers. When a candidate's stamina is depleted, they will be automatically teleported out of the trial instance, or they may choose to exit voluntarily. The rules of this round were quite straightforward, encapsulated succinctly in 2 words: defend home. Liu Yang found the examination content rather intriguing. Chapter 046, a serious analysis results in a fool? Within the monitoring room, a glimmer of anticipation flickered across the examiner's face. This year's 4th round of assessments was decidedly unique. It not only tested candidates' combat capabilities when outnumbered, but also emphasized their strategic acumen and adaptability in real time. Indeed, Zhang Bohan concurred. Each wave will present 10 monsters, and regardless of whether they are defeated, the next wave will appear after 120 seconds. If candidates lack sufficient output capacity, they will face an escalating number of monsters. However, the instance is cleverly designed. Monsters will prioritize attacking the crystal rather than the candidates. Only after being attacked by the candidates will they shift their focus. Candidates could leverage this mechanism to alleviate some pressure. Yet they still had to ensure the crystal remained intact, a task of considerable difficulty. The examiner added, additionally, monsters may randomly drop limited-use items for this round, such as immobilization tools, health restoratives, and attack enhancers, which can provide some assistance. The ability to utilize these items effectively is also a test. With that, the examiner's gaze shifted to Liu Yang's screen. Although the young man's summoned beast was robust enough to navigate this round without issue, he was nonetheless eager to observe how he would handle the situation. The lightning skill released by that dragon should be a single target ability, facing so many monsters at once. Even if it can achieve instant kills, will require a certain amount of processing time. Moreover, his summoned beast cannot frequently unleash skills, as it must account for mental energy consumption. Consequently, the efficiency of clearing monsters may diminish over time. The examiner's analysis was sound, and Zhang Bohong wholeheartedly agreed with his insights. He has begun spawning monsters. Indeed, the 2 men fixed their eyes on Liu Yang's screen, eagerly anticipating his next move. Inside Liu Yang's instance, the first wave of 10 monsters had emerged from the northern corridor, advancing toward the crystal. Liu Yang sat cross-legged beside the crystal, while Ghidorah lazily flapped its wings, displaying no sense of urgency in the face of impending danger. What is he doing sitting down again? The examiner felt a surge of irritation at Liu Yang's nonchalant attitude toward the examination. It seemed he had no sense of urgency whatsoever. Zhang Bohong offered an awkward smile, unsure of what to say, and simply continued watching. Soon, the 10 monsters burst forth from the corridor, emitting fierce howls. Liu Yang glanced up at their attributes. Wind Wolf, LV20. Strength, 1,200. Intelligence, 650. Stamina, 1,000. Agility, 1,200. Mentality, 600. Too weak. Liu Yang could hardly be bothered to continue observing. Lowering his head once more to feign sleep, he had anticipated that the national examination would pose a significant challenge, prompting him to toil tirelessly to enhance his strength. Yet now it appeared that, even at the 4th round of the examination, The monsters he encountered were no more formidable than those in the nightmare-level Wolf God Temple, and some were even less so. He could only await the 5th round of examinations. Liu Yang had heard that the 5th round of the national examination was notoriously difficult, with fewer than 1 in 10 candidates successfully passing it each year. Perhaps there will be some amusement in store. Ghidorah shook its head, turning to face the 10 winged wolves. Its dragon eyes and mouth shimmered with a radiant light. Boom! A robust beam of gravitational energy erupted from Ghidorah's maw, instantly obliterating the 10 advancing winged wolves. Their corpses flew backward, crashing heavily against the rear wall, embedding themselves deep into it. Gradually, they slid down and fell to the ground. The monsters did not even have time to emit a whimper before being dispatched with ruthless efficiency. As the monsters lunged forward, Liu Yang remained inactive. The examiner was on the verge of chastising Liu Yang for his demeanor when, in the next heartbeat, his summoned beast unleashed an exceptionally extravagant area of effect skill, instantly annihilating the 10 monsters. Wait, his summoned beast can use area skills too? Zhang Bohong was momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly explained, he's level 17. It's normal for him to have 2 skills. Then why didn't he use it from the start? The examiner felt his face grow warm with embarrassment. He had earnestly analyzed Liu Yang's strategy, only to discover that his summoned beast could eliminate all the monsters with a single area skill, rendering his analysis unnecessary. The examiner now felt like a fool. The second wave of monsters in Liu Yang's instance soon followed, and the outcome remained the same, with Ghidorah effortlessly dispatching them with a single beam of light. Forget it. The examiner irritably waved his hand, signaling Zhang Bohong to divert his attention from Liu Yang's screen. Given the current situation, it seemed the 4th round would likely unfold in a manner similar to the previous one, making further observation redundant. Zhang Bohan observed the situation of Song Yanran and noticed that the examiner's lips concealed a subtle smile. After all, he was not merely observing a single candidate, but rather the future of the empire. The more formidable Liu Yang proved to be, exceeding all expectations, the more delighted he became. With a smile, Zhang Bohan expanded Song Yanran's screen. She had chosen the difficult mode and was currently facing the onslaught of the second wave of monsters. This time, she unleashed a skill she had never used before. The light of the falling moon. A simulated moonlight illuminated the exit of the passage. Monsters entering the moonlight's radius would have their speed diminished while suffering continuous damage, the latter being quite significant. Most of the monsters failed to escape the moonlight's grasp, while the few that did were swiftly dispatched by her. However, the consumption of the light of the falling moon skill appeared to be considerable, as Song Yanran could only deploy it every 1 or 2 waves. Nonetheless, she managed to handle the situation adeptly. After all, her class's power level was evident. Even a standard skill could easily vanquish a monster. Overall, she seemed to navigate the challenges with relative ease. The examiner offered an approving assessment, acknowledging her reasonable tactics. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of Liu Yang's screen. Bang! A brilliant flash of light erupted, instantly clearing the battlefield. Having witnessed Liu Yang's prowess repeatedly, the examiner found watching others to be rather dull. Thus, he decided to minimize Liu Yang's screen, preferring to avert his gaze. Out of sight, out of mind. Apart from the anomaly that was Liu Yang, the other candidates were engaged in arduous battles. The difficulty of the 4th round had evidently escalated beyond a mere notch. Within mere minutes, some candidates faced the shattering of their crystals by monsters, resulting in their premature elimination from the instance. Others, unable to bear the pressure, chose to withdraw from the trial instance voluntarily. As time progressed, the number of candidates being forcibly teleported out of the instance continued to rise. Among the already scarce combat-type candidates from Jiangxing High School, only 2 remained. Liu Yang and Song Yanran persevered. Han Wei, by the 10th wave, had already fallen behind in clearing the monsters. By the 20th wave, under the command of a boss-level monster, he could no longer withstand the onslaught, resulting in his defeat. At this point, only 2 screens remained before the examiner and Zhang Bohan. Song Yanran had amassed a full round of items, deploying them all at once against the final wave of monsters. After a grueling struggle, she finally succeeded in defeating the last 4 bosses. Exhausted, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her mental stamina had been thoroughly depleted, and her physical strength was nearly exhausted, teetering on the brink of being forcibly teleported out of the instance. In stark contrast, Liu Yang rose from the ground as if awakening from a dream, stretching comfortably. Ghidorah retracted its wings and lazily flicked its tail. Surrounding them lay 4 enormous ancient wolf spirit bosses, slowly dissipating into light. The 4th round of the combat profession assessment has concluded, and the rankings of the candidates are being calculated. Chapter 047, 5th round assessment, simulation instance. Results of the 4th round assessment for combat professions. First place, Liu Yang. Challenge difficulty. Nightmare, successfully withstood 30 waves of monsters. Crystal remaining health, 100. Points earned, 26,753. Second place, Song Yinran. Challenge difficulty. Difficult, successfully withstood 30 waves of monsters. Crystal remaining health, 41. Points earned, 11,252. Is that all? The students outside could also see the information, and the brevity of it left them somewhat surprised. Only 2 individuals passed the 4th round? The 4th round was exceedingly challenging. Han Wei sighed, stating that without powerful class strength and equipment as a safety net, it was virtually impossible to succeed. As he spoke, he cast a regretful glance at the names displayed above. Han Wei had awakened as a high-tier class, the Ranger. Throughout the first 3 rounds, his performance had closely trailed Song Yinran, believing that he was not far behind these prodigies. Little did he know that those rounds were merely an appetizer. Upon reaching the main course, the disparity became glaringly evident. Other students could not help but express their admiration. They are both remarkable. No wonder they have been hailed as the 2 great geniuses of Jiangcheng High School, excelling from start to finish. Especially Lu Yang, I find him astonishing, achieving perfect scores in every round. I heard he even broke historical records in the 2nd round. Surely, both of them will participate in the 5th round, right? If they can pass the 5th round, they are likely to secure a city or provincial ranking. I've heard the 5th round is extremely difficult. Very few manage to pass each year. No worries. We must have faith in them. The students who had concluded their assessments did not leave immediately. Instead, they waited outside the instance for the final results of Lu Yang and Song Yinran. Inside the instance, the environment around Lu Yang and Song Yinran shifted once more, reverting to the original room. A gentle light descended from above, enveloping them. In an instant, Song Yinran felt all her fatigue evaporate, her vitality and spirit replenished, returning her to peak condition. Finally, the 5th round. Song Yinran became excited again. As long as she passed the 5th round, she would undoubtedly gain admission to the Jojo Academy. She glanced at the name of Lu Yang on the list, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. It's just the 2 of us left. We should be matched together soon, right? She mused about the potential scenarios, feeling a sense of anticipation swell within her. Wouldn't the 5th round be a breeze then? No. But she quickly shook her head, resolutely asserting her stance. I must rely on my own efforts to pass the assessment. I cannot always hope for an easy victory. In the other instance, Lu Yang inexplicably touched his nose. He called Ghidorah back to his side, patting its head. Attention! The 5th round of the assessment is exceedingly challenging, possessing certain special characteristics and dangers, and there may be a risk to life. Please confirm again whether you wish to continue participating in the assessment. Unlike the previous 4 rounds, the 5th round emphasized the difficulty and danger of the assessment right from the outset. This highlighted the formidable nature of the 5th round. However, Lu Yang and Song Yinran both chose to confirm without a moment's hesitation, continuing to pursue the 5th round assessment. Confirmation. The 5th round assessment for combat professions is about to commence. Now, I announce the rules of the 5th round assessment. Content of the 5th round assessment. Completing a simulation instance. 1. The instance system will match teammates for each candidate. Teammates will complement each other in terms of class type, level, and attributes, ultimately forming a balanced and reasonable adventure team. 2. Upon completing the team formation, the instance system will simulate a corresponding instance based on the average attributes of all professionals in the current team. 3. The default difficulty of the instance is nightmare level, with special mechanisms in place that are not elaborated upon here, requiring candidates to explore them independently. 4. In this round of assessment, killing monsters will yield additional points, with 100 points awarded per monster. The final assessment rewards will be based on the completion time, with additional points awarded according to each candidate's individual contribution. The assessment rules have been announced, and matching teammates will commence in 60 seconds. In essence, Lu Yang easily comprehended the assessment guidelines. It simply involved forming a team randomly and collaboratively clearing the system-simulated dungeon. Each monster defeated would yield 100 points, implying that I must eliminate as many creatures as possible. However, this would effectively deprive other candidates of the opportunity to accrue points. Some candidates, in their quest for additional points, might even come into conflict with their teammates. The candidates' mental fortitude, along with their communication and cooperation skills, would be put to the test. Nevertheless, Lu Yang glanced at Ghidorah. They were unlikely to surpass me. After 4 rounds of assessment, Ghidorah had accumulated an additional 853 points in all attributes, bringing its total to a staggering 18,744 points. With its presence, Lu Yang felt confident in securing all monster kills. The countdown has ended, and teammate matching is underway. After a few seconds, a beam of light enveloped Lu Yang and Ghidorah, transporting them to another realm. Here, Lu Yang encountered a familiar face. Lu Yang. Song Yanran exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lu Yang and Ghidorah. She expressed her delight. It seems we have indeed been matched together. A sense of relief washed over her. Although reluctant, she had to admit that Lu Yang's presence in the team significantly increased her chances of clearing the 5th round. Quite the coincidence. Lu Yang replied with a smile. Having a familiar individual in the team was a boon for him, and he did not mind at all. In the monitoring room, Zhang Bohan and the examiner both sighed in relief upon witnessing this development. Your school's performance this year is certainly secure, remarked Zhang Bohan. Indeed, he added, suppressing his excitement and feigning indifference. You flatter me, sir. Until the final results are revealed, no one can guarantee what kind of performance they will achieve. The examiner shot him a disapproving glance as if to scold him. With such formidable students, especially the extraordinary Lu Yang, what pretense could he maintain? Zhang Bohan offered an awkward smile, signaling him to continue monitoring. Bang! 3 beams of light descended into the dungeon, bringing 3 unfamiliar faces into the fray. The newcomers curiously sized each other up before introducing themselves. Hello, I am Wang Xiaoma from Jiangyi No. 1 High School, a level 15 priest. Li Kong from Province No. 2 High School, level 16 barbarian. Chen Fan from Haya Mountain High School, level 16 phantom thief. The assessment criteria for support classes differ from those of combat classes. Hence the inclusion of support roles in this round. Lu Yang and Song Yanran followed suit with their introductions. I am Lu Yang, a level 17 dragon summoner. Song Yanran, a level 16 night mage. We are both from Jiangxing High School. Our team composition is quite commendable, Chen Fan remarked with a smile. All 3 damage dealers are rare classes, and we even have a level 17 powerhouse. The front line and support are also solid. We should be able to achieve a commendable result. Let us hope so, Li Kong replied nonchalantly. Let us all give it our best. Song Yanran encouraged the group with palpable enthusiasm. Rest assured, beautiful lady. Chen Fan responded cheerfully. With me around, there's no need to worry. Song Yanran slightly furrowed her brow, disliking Chen Fan's demeanor, and subtly edged closer to Lu Yang. Team formation complete, commencing the simulated dungeon scenario. Suddenly, a string of garbled text flashed across the information panel, momentarily visible. However, the keen-eyed Song Yanran managed to catch it. Wait, is something amiss? Simulated dungeon successful, beginning teleportation. Chapter 048. Look at those monsters' attributes. Are they even something a mere human can contend with? Yet, no one heard Song Yanran's words. 5 beams of light descended, transporting the 5 individuals into the simulated dungeon. In the next moment, Lu Yang and Song Yanran found themselves in a vast cavern. The cavern was approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, with 4 dark, foreboding tunnels leading in different directions, the contents of which remained a mystery. Lu Yang noticed a colossal egg behind them. Listening intently, he discerned the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat emanating from within. Is this egg alive? Chen Fan also took note and inquired. What kind of dungeon is this? With 4 tunnels, which way should we go? Wang Xiaoma and Li Kong both shook their heads, evidently perplexed. Lu Yang, uncertain, tentatively reached out to touch the eggshell. He then received a message. 30 minutes until the colorful bird hatches. Please protect the egg's safety. Upon hatching, the colorful bird will guide adventurers to the Spider Queen's lair. Lu Yang concluded, informing the others. This appears to be a combination of a guardian mode and an exploration mode. We must protect it here for 30 minutes until it hatches, after which it will lead us into the next phase. Shall we each guard a tunnel? Chen Fan chuckled, drawing dual daggers from his waist and performing a flourish. If any of you can't hold your ground, just call for me, and I will come to your aid. He then exchanged a knowing glance with the priest, who promptly cast a blessing spell to enhance his state. Subsequently, Chen Fan's form flickered and blurred before he melded into the shadows, swiftly heading towards the western tunnel. I'll head north, Li Kong said tersely, moving on without further ado. How do you two plan to proceed? Wang Xiaoma asked, noticing Lu Yang and Song Yanran standing still. We'll guard right here, Lu Yang replied. But what if your output isn't enough, and the egg is endangered? Wang Xiaoma queried, somewhat astonished. It will be fine. Lu Yang assured him with a confident smile, signaling for him to relax. Do as you wish, Wang Xiaoma shrugged. I'm merely here to assist you. A failure won't greatly affect me. Lu Yang, Song Yanran suddenly whispered. I feel something is off. What is it? Lu Yang asked, confused. Just before we were teleported in, I saw a string of garbled text appear on the dungeon system. Could there be a problem? Garbled text? A flicker of alarm crept into Lu Yang's mind. Boom. The cavern erupted with a series of thunderous roars, interrupting their conversation. The surrounding tunnels echoed with rustling and numerous footsteps, sending chills down their spines. Monsters are coming, Wang Xiaoma said, showing signs of tension as he gripped his staff tightly. Let us observe for now. Lu Yang motioned for Song Yanran to stay calm. There should not be any issues. All right, Song Yanran nodded, raising her staff, preparing for battle. The two stood beside the massive egg, gazing towards the eastern and southern tunnels. The rustling footsteps grew increasingly louder. Soon, in the sight of the two, monstrous entities emerged, vast and overwhelming. Countless spiders surged forth from the cavernous opening, rushing towards them like an unstoppable tide. Upon witnessing such a multitude of arachnids, Song Yinran instinctively shuddered. Yet, she swiftly quelled the nausea rising within her, brandishing her staff in preparation to unleash her spells against the impending foes. Lu Yong nodded at Ghidorah, readying himself for a fierce onslaught. Ghidorah stood tall, unfurling his magnificent wings, and let out a resounding dragon roar that echoed through the chamber. The roar reverberated powerfully, causing the very walls of the cave to quiver. As the horde of spiders drew nearer, a brilliant light emanated from Ghidorah's dragon eyes and mouth, signaling the impending attack. By the heavens! Help! A panicked cry from Chun Fan erupted behind them. Save me! Even the usually taciturn Li Kong scrambled back, his face a mask of terror as he shouted at the others. What on earth is happening? Wang Xiaomao and Lu Yong exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the duo's frantic demeanor. Chun Fan pointed at the advancing swarm of spiders behind Lu Yong, his face contorted in horror. Look at those creatures' attributes. Are they even something we can contend with? Lu Yong and Wang Xiaomao turned to assess the situation, employing their detection skills to examine the monster's attributes. Swift Spider LV-20, Elite. Strength, 3,200. Intelligence, 3,000. Stamina, 3,300. Agility, 4,000. Mentality, 2,800. Skill, Leap Attack. Upon scrutinizing the monster's attributes, both Wang Xiaomao and Song Yanran were instantly struck with fear, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Even Lu Yong, typically composed, exhibited a rare look of astonishment. A sudden chill ran through Song Yanran's heart. Indeed, there was trouble brewing. Simultaneously, within the examination room, the proctor and Zhang Bohan stared in shock at the screen. How can this be? How can these monsters possess such formidable attributes? They both gazed at the panel displaying the monster's stats, utterly unable to fathom it. Wasn't the dungeon system supposed to simulate based on their average attributes? Their collective average was merely around 7 or 800, so how could these minor creatures boast attributes exceeding 4,000? Normally, a level 20 monster, even an elite from a nightmare-level dungeon, would not possess such elevated stats. Moreover, the sheer number was staggering. The spiders swarming from all directions were beyond counting, easily numbering 4 to 500. The most alarming aspect was that this was merely the first wave of monsters. If each wave consisted of only a few creatures with such attributes, their small party might manage, but facing hundreds of such beasts was utterly insurmountable. The attributes of these creatures were simply outrageous. Zhang Bohan grew anxious, daring to suggest, could it be that there is an issue with the trial dungeon? Zhang Bohan. The proctor's anger flared, his gaze piercing as he admonished. The trial dungeon has been meticulously crafted by countless powerful individuals over generations. How could it possibly malfunction? Yet, even he harbored doubts, grappling with the perplexing situation before them. This shall not occur again. The proctor took a moment to steady himself, warning Zhang Bohan. If you utter such words again, you may as well resign. Zhang Bohan felt a sense of injustice, yet he refrained from retorting, helplessly inquiring. What are we to do about the current situation? There's no way we can pass such a challenging assessment. The proctor pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first observe how they choose to proceed. After all, they have the option to withdraw from the dungeon at any time. The choice is theirs. Should they elect to continue, I will report the circumstances and recommend they receive additional points. His gaze fixed on Lu Yong on the screen, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Young man, how will you choose? Within the dungeon. Oh my goodness. Wang Xiaomao was utterly paralyzed by fear, shaking his head vigorously as he backed away. I'm not playing with you all anymore. This could very well cost me my life. My apologies, brothers. Before he could finish, he vanished from the dungeon, having opted to exit outright. The assessment standards for auxiliary roles differed from those for combat-oriented roles. The results of the 5th round were not as crucial for him. Ultimately, preserving his own life took precedence. Did he really just run away? Chun Fan looked upon him with disdain. He turned to Lu Yong and the others, asking, what shall we do? Should we also retreat? This was simply beyond their capability to confront. Song Yanran felt a twinge of retreat as well, yet she looked to Lu Yong, seemingly awaiting his decision. However, she noticed that Lu Yang's expression was rather peculiar. Rather than fear, his face radiated excitement and anticipation. A smile even graced Lu Yang's lips. He finally spoke. If you wish to withdraw, I will not hinder you. The scene before them might seem like a veritable hell to the others, but to Lu Yong, it was an entirely different matter. Monsters with attributes of 4,000 were undeniably formidable, yet before Ghidorah, they were merely fodder, destined to be vanquished. Liu Yang speculated that perhaps the dungeon system had erroneously included Ghidorah's attributes in calculating their team's average, resulting in such inflated statistics for the monsters. Nevertheless, Liu Yang harbored no fear. To him, what he beheld was not an army of terrifying beasts, but an opportunity for Ghidorah to enhance his attributes. Ghidorah sensed his master's exhilaration and let out another resounding dragon roar. He took to the skies, soaring above the group, a brilliant light bursting forth from his maw. Liu Yang turned to Chun Fan and Li Kong, instructing, "If you choose to stay, then keep to the sidelines and do not cause any disruption." With a thunderous blast, Ghidorah unleashed a powerful gravitational beam from above, obliterating swathes of spiders in an instant. The remaining arachnids scattered in all directions as they were swept away. What had once been a horde of hundreds of spiders was instantly reduced to a mere dozen stragglers, still stubbornly advancing towards the giant egg. A few leaped towards Chun Fan, aiming for his face. He swiftly concealed himself, retreating with haste. As a phantom rogue, known for his agility, he excelled in speed among his peers. Yet, in the presence of the swift spiders boasting an agility of 4,000, he felt sluggish as a tortoise. Before he could take 2 steps back, a spider lunged at his face with all 8 legs extended. Suddenly, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck before him, sending the airborne swift spider crashing to the ground. Zapping sounds echoed as another series of lightning bolts descended, obliterating the remaining swift spiders in rapid succession. Chun Fan stood frozen, a wave of paralysis coursing through his body from head to toe. With great difficulty, he lowered his gaze to the charred remains of a spider, unable to suppress a gulp. What had transpired? Beside him, Li Kong shared the same incredulous sentiment. He was on the verge of exiting the instance when he beheld a scene he had never witnessed in his life. Liu Yang's summoned beast had, with a single skill, annihilated hundreds of elite monsters possessing a staggering attribute of 4,000 points. This spectacle was indelibly etched into his memory, one that he would likely never forget. Song Yanran stood beside Liu Yang, her expression equally filled with astonishment, though it was predominantly laced with delight. My goodness! For the first time, she openly praised Liu Yang, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. I always knew you could do it." However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, a tinge of shyness washed over her, tinting her cheeks a rosy hue. In her heart, Song Yanran felt fortunate to be matched with Liu Yang, and grateful that, despite her initial fear, she had chosen to believe in him rather than withdraw. Liu Yang had indeed exceeded her expectations, bringing her yet another surprise. Yet, he remained oblivious to this detail, merely offering a faint smile. A torrent of notifications had just flooded his screen. From the 4 entrances emerged a total of 500 swift spiders, which, upon defeat, yielded no experience points, but instead awarded a staggering total of 50,000 points. This was merely the first wave of monsters in the 5th round of assessments. Liu Yang had amassed more points than in the entirety of the previous 4 rounds combined. No wonder the 5th round was deemed the most crucial. A powerful practitioner could dramatically widen the gap between themselves and others. For them, this was the moment to showcase their true prowess. The passive ability of Ghidorah's kingly might was still in effect. Liu Yang observed as Ghidorah's attributes surged by 500 points, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Finally, there was some amusement to be had. For him, only challenges of this caliber could vaguely resemble a national examination. A flicker of anticipation began to brew within him once more. In the examination room, the examiner was rendered speechless, standing in shock, utterly motionless. Zhang Bohan was so astounded that he lost all strength, slumping into his chair. After a long pause, he regained his composure, bursting into an almost manic laughter. "Ha! I knew this kid would surprise us again. Those were 4,000-point attribute monsters, all 500 of them, and he obliterated them in an instant. This kid is a freak. A complete and utter freak." A smile crept onto the examiner's face as he remarked, "This young man's occupational strength is extraordinarily high. It can no longer be measured by the rarity of his profession. He can be classified as legendary." Examiner Zhang Bohan suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, proposing a bold suggestion. "I believe his occupational strength may even exceed that of legendary status, nearly on par with the select few professions. What do you think?" The select few professions? Images of several individuals flashed through the examiner's mind. Each one, with a mere wave of their hand, could summon storms, alter reality, or reshape the very landscape. Strangely, he did not refute Zhang Bohan's assertion, but rather responded with caution. "It is still too early to say. If this profession retains such strength in the later stages, I believe he could indeed rank among them." As he spoke, the examiner's gaze remained fixed intently on Liu Yang, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhang Bohan smiled with satisfaction. His objective had been entirely achieved. From this day forth, Liu Yang would undoubtedly become the focal point of attention for those in the know. There was no longer any need for him to worry about Liu Yang's future. Another wave is imminent. The examiner glanced at the time and cautioned. I believe they should pass the first phase smoothly. It is the second phase that may hold unforeseen challenges. As he spoke, a flicker of concern surfaced in his eyes. Zhang Bohan's expression turned grave as he analyzed. If the attributes of even the initial wave of minor monsters are this exaggerated, then the final boss, the Spider Queen, must possess attributes exceeding 10,000. Exceeding 10,000. The examiner immediately shook his head, responding, no way. If the attribute values surpass 10,000, these children would be unable to withstand even a single attack. The instance system wouldn't be able to teleport them in time, and there would be a risk to their lives. He suddenly resolved, if necessary, I will intervene in the assessment and forcibly extract them. Intervening in the examination process is a grave violation of protocol, punishable by imprisonment. He was acutely aware of this reality. Yet, he could not bear to witness these children perish before his eyes, especially Liu Yang. Ensuring his safety was paramount. Within the instance, Chen Fan and Li Kong gradually regained their composure. With slightly trembling legs, they approached Liu Yang. Wow, Chen Fan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, brother, you are truly incredible. Such terrifying output. Are you not a legendary class profession? Is it true that you are only level 17? Even the typically taciturn Li Kong expressed his astonishment in a flurry of words. I've only seen something like this in documentaries about the gods of our empire. For a moment, I even thought you were more exaggerated than them. Of course, Song Yanran said proudly. He is the #1 genius of Jiangxing High School. She had fully accepted the reality now, no longer harboring fantasies of surpassing Liu Yang. From another perspective, as long as she could stay close behind him, never falling behind, it was a testament to her own strength. Yet, Liu Yang seemed oblivious to their words, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the entrance ahead. Through Ghidorah's senses, he knew that the next wave of monsters had already emerged, swiftly approaching them. The second wave of monsters is here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Yanran and the others immediately tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly and fixating on the dark entrance ahead. Soon, they heard the all-too-familiar, spine-chilling sounds, the rapid scuttling of countless spiders, the rustling of numerous legs. Swish, 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 swish. They're coming. With keen eyes, Song Yanran spotted the black shadows darting from the entrance. Indeed, it was a multitude of spider monsters. She hurriedly used a detection spell to assess their attributes. Resilient Spider LV20, Elite. Strength, 4,000. Intelligence, 2,500. Stamina, 4,000. Agility, 3,000. Mentality, 2,500. Skill, Spider Claw Strike. This wave of spider monsters was larger, their surface color darker, with two particularly robust forelimbs that appeared immensely powerful. However, their speed was nowhere near that of the previous wave. However, even when compared to the previous wave of agile spiders boasting an impressive agility of 4,000 points, the resilient spiders, with their 3,000 points, still appeared to be as swift as the wind in the eyes of Song Yanran and Chen Fan, who struggled to keep up with their movements. In mere moments, the relentless swarm of resilient spiders had traversed half the distance through the 4 passages, encircling them. As they beheld the ominous mass of arachnids rapidly closing in, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Bro, what are you waiting for? He urged, rushing to Liu Yang's side, panic evident in his voice. Li Kong, equally frightened, stumbled back in dismay. Only Song Yanran and Liu Yang remained composed, with Liu Yang patiently awaiting the convergence of the spider hordes from all directions. Ready for Ghidorah to unleash havoc, Song Yanran chose to place her unwavering faith in Liu Yang, firmly believing that with him present, no calamity would befall them. Soon, the monstrous swarm was less than 100 meters away, forming a tight circle around them. With a mighty roar, Ghidorah finally unleashed a deafening cry. Spreading its wings, it soared into the air and unleashed a gravitational beam toward the oncoming horde. The powerful beam swept mercilessly through the spider swarm, sending their carcasses scattering in all directions. In an instant, countless spider bodies filled the air, resembling a dark cloud obscuring the sun. After the gravitational beam passed, only a handful of the 500 monsters remained. With a crackling sound, Ghidorah summoned bolts of lightning from its wings, thoroughly cleansing the area. Once the chaos subsided, Ghidorah landed before Liu Yang, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the cavern. With that, tranquility returned. Liu Yang had once again amassed 50,000 points, while Ghidorah gained 500 points in all attributes. Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow hard, turning to Liu Yang with eyes wide in shock and admiration. Bro, you are simply incredible. Li Kong was so taken aback that he could hardly find his words, merely standing there shaking his head and muttering, unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Song Yanran, having witnessed such displays before, took it in stride. She clapped Lu Yong on the shoulder and flashed him a thumbs up, expressing her approval. Lu Yong smiled faintly and returned to his seat beside the colossal egg, awaiting the next wave of monsters. Well done. Two excited voices rang out from the monitoring room. Zhang Bohong watched as Lu Yong effortlessly dispatched the second wave of 500 spider monsters, his arm raised in exhilaration. Even the usually composed examiner appeared to be swept up in the fervor of the moment, feeling a youthful vigor rekindle within his old bones. In all my years, I have never encountered a child as extraordinary as him. Even the legendary General Lon of your pales in comparison. The examiner referred to General Lon, the youngest commanding figure in the country, currently the chief commander of the southeastern defense line of the Jojo Empire, and one of its legendary figures. Recalling his experiences monitoring General Lon, the examiner reflected, when General Lon awakened his legendary profession, he also unlocked a unique talent, causing a nationwide sensation. He later entered Jojo Academy with the highest scores and achieved fame instantly. Yet, I believe that the young Lon was still no match for this boy. Suddenly, Zhang Bohong had a realization. What did you just say? The examiner's eyes lit up as they exchanged a knowing glance. Talent. This boy may very well have awakened a talent. Indeed, the examiner exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. The boon from a talent for a professional is immense, indeed immeasurable. For him to exhibit such occupational strength at level 17, he must possess a remarkably powerful talent. Absolutely, Zhang Bohong added. The phenomena he displayed upon awakening his profession were distinctly unlike anyone else's. The examiner's expression grew serious, his brows furrowing. Talented professionals are already exceedingly rare. Those with legendary talents are a rarity of a century. I must report this extraordinary situation. You stay here and keep an eye on things while I contact a few people. With that, he rushed out of the room. Zhang Bohong, feeling increasingly exhilarated, turned his gaze back to Lu Yong on the screen, filled with anticipation. The battle within the dungeon raged on. Lu Yong had barely rested for a few minutes before the next wave of monsters began their assault. Approximately every 5 minutes, another horde emerged. Analyzing the intervals of the previous two waves, Lu Yong concluded. He stepped forward and instructed, be cautious and prioritize your safety this time. Chun Fan and Li Kong chose to remain closely behind Lu Yong, unwilling to stray even a step away from him. Convinced that there was no safer place than by his side, Song Yinran, watching this unfold, couldn't help but chuckle. The sound of countless skittering feet approached, growing nearer. Soon, a vast array of spider monsters appeared in their line of sight. The myriad spiders converged like a tidal wave rushing toward them. Liu Yang's gaze sharpened as he cast a detection spell. Web Weaver Spider LV-20 Elite. Strength, 2000. Intellect, 4000. Stamina, 2500. Agility, 2800. Mentality, 3500. Skill, Web Shot. This time, the spiders were a deep blue, their bodies smaller, yet their abdomens more pronounced. As the swarm approached, Lu Yong sensed something amiss. Upon nearing them, the web weaver spiders slowed their pace and began to move laterally. Gradually, the spider horde formed several circles, surrounding Lu Yong and his companions. Then, Lu Yong observed the spiders halting their advance, lifting their abdomens as they began to gather energy. These spiders can launch ranged attacks. Lu Yong warned urgently. No sooner had he spoken than the first circle of web weaver spiders unleashed a barrage of webs, raining down upon them. Ranged attacks? Chun Fan and Li Kang's eyes widened in horror, their hearts racing. None of them had anticipated such a turn of events. If they were ensnared, they would likely meet an untimely demise. These webs were unleashed by spiders with an intellect of 4,000 points. Their 3,500 stamina would be utterly insufficient to withstand even a single hit. Even Song Yinran felt a surge of panic. Without time to seek cover, she shouted from behind. Lu Yong, be careful. Chapter 051. Is this the sensation of winning effortlessly? How exhilarating. However, Lu Yong remained stationary, unperturbed. The others were oblivious to his thoughts. Only aware that the sky was completely shrouded in an intricate web, they believed that no matter how formidable Lu Yong might be, even if he could annihilate all the spider monsters in an instant, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of such overwhelming webs. After all, this was an attack fortified by an intellect score of 4,000. At level 17, Lu Yong and his summoned creature could scarcely boast a health pool of 3 to 500. They were utterly incapable of enduring such an assault. Damn it, Chun Fan exclaimed in a panic. I'm out of here. He hastily opened the dungeon interface, preparing to withdraw. But at that moment, whoosh. Liu Yang's Ghidorah suddenly sprang into action. In a flash, it soared above Lu Yong, unfurling its wings and executing a rapid series of rotations in midair. With a powerful sweep of its wings, it obliterated the nearest web. Following that, a torrent of ferocious lightning surged from the tips of its wings. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A thunderous circle, composed of countless bolts of chaotic lightning, erupted from Ghidorah, radiating outwards. Boom. Crackle. Sparks flew in every direction as the once menacing webs disintegrated into ashes, cascading to the ground. The thunderous circle expanded outward, simultaneously vanquishing the nearest cluster of web spiders. Bang! Ghidorah unleashed a potent gravitational beam, sweeping through the entire swarm of spiders. Countless spider carcasses flew through the air. As the brilliance faded, only a scant few of the webbed spiders remained, desperately flailing, all soon to be struck down by the descending lightning from the tips of Ghidorah's wings. Ghidorah landed beside Lu Yong, disdainfully exhaling through its nostrils. Humph. Lu Yong turned to inquire, "Are you all alright?" Huh. Chun Fan and Li Kong stared in astonishment once more. Is this even possible? They had initially thought that Lu Yong and his summoned creature could not withstand a single attack from the spider monsters. Yet, to their surprise, his summoned creature had proactively engaged the webs. The web attack had no discernible effect on Ghidorah, as if it had suffered no damage whatsoever. Impressive. Chun Fan chuckled with relief. Thank goodness I was too startled to exit the dungeon earlier. Otherwise, I would have missed out. With a powerhouse like this, clearing the 5th round of the exam should be a piece of cake. Lu Yong. Song Yinran rushed forward, her heart still racing. You truly frightened me. I thought something terrible was about to happen. Lu Yong smiled confidently, reassuring her, do not worry, everything is fine. However, Song Yinran glanced at Ghidorah with concern, asking, is it alright? It seemed to take quite a few hits just now. It's no problem, Lu Yong replied, gently stroking Ghidorah. Such attacks inflict negligible damage on it. Humph. Ghidorah raised its head with pride, exhaling through its nostrils. In truth, the web attacks from the web spiders had indeed caused some damage to Ghidorah, albeit only a few dozen points, trivial in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, Ghidorah possessed a rapid recovery talent, swiftly returning to full health, rendering the damage almost inconsequential. Hee. Ghidorah's anthropomorphic demeanor amused Song Yinran. In the examination room, Zhang Bohan let out a sigh of relief, still shaken. He had nearly stopped breathing when he witnessed the swarm of webbed spiders unleashing their attack. He had believed that Lu Yong and his summoned creature would be unable to withstand any assault. Anxiously, he had contemplated prematurely teleporting them out of the dungeon. Yet, without the examiner by his side, he lacked the authority to act, leaving him to anxiously watch. But who could have anticipated that Lu Yang's performance would once again shatter his preconceived notions? Zhang Bohan couldn't help but exclaim. It appears that even the most challenging 5th round poses no difficulty for him at all. What is the situation? The examiner suddenly entered the room, inquiring. Zhang Bohan shook his head with a smile, lamenting, words cannot adequately convey the experience. You should review the footage yourself. The examiner regarded him with curiosity before approaching the screen. That was likely the 3rd wave of monsters, right? Remarkable. He has already amassed 150,000 points this round. Did he single-handedly eliminate all the monsters? Lu Yong had claimed all the points for the 5th round, while the other 3 teammates were still at 0. Such a disparity elicited a chuckle from the examiner. TSK, TSK. It seems those 3 in his team are entirely superfluous. Had I known, I would have let him take the 5th round alone. It might have added some challenge for him. Zhang Bohan forced a smile, unsure how to respond, especially considering that Song Yinran was also part of the team. He then shifted the topic, asking, excuse me, esteemed examiner, may I inquire whom you contacted earlier? The examiner did not shy away from the question, much to Zhang Bohan's surprise. However, he did not provide a direct answer, offering only a tantalizing hint. You'll find out when he arrives. Zhang Bohan's heart raced with excitement. The prominent figures would actually be present. The examiner then returned to discussing Lu Yang's assessment dungeon. There are still 3 waves of monsters remaining in the first phase. The final wave will feature 4 boss-level monsters leading the charge. I wonder if he can handle them as effortlessly as before. Zhang Bohan speculated that those boss-level monsters would likely possess attributes several times greater. If not managed properly, it could pose a threat. Let's wait and see, the examiner remarked, his expression turning serious. If he cannot handle these boss-level monsters, I will consider teleporting them out of the dungeon early. I have received approval from above. The primary focus of this assessment is to ensure his safety. With the examiner's assurance, Zhang Bohan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The 4th wave of monsters approached. Inside the dungeon, Lu Yong rose once more to confront them. Song Yinran and the others stood behind him, chanting words of encouragement, mentally participating in the battle. Go, Lu Yong. You got this, brother. Annihilate them completely. I won't be a hindrance. Perform at your best. Lu Yong couldn't help but chuckle at their fervor. As the sound of many footsteps drew near, he soon beheld the 4th wave of monsters. This time, a swarm of vividly colored venomous spiders approached, excelling in intellect and mental attributes. with a maximum score still at 4,000. They possessed a ranged attack skill called Toxic Shot, albeit with a significantly shorter range than that of the webbed spiders. As the venomous spiders neared Liu Yang and his companions, they had yet to launch their attack. However, Liu Yang would not allow them the chance to launch an attack. Once they had all gathered together, forming a circle, he commanded Ghidorah to strike. With a resounding roar, Ghidorah took to the skies. A beam of gravitational light erupted from its maw, sweeping across the battlefield in mere moments, annihilating all the venomous spiders. Liu Yang once again earned 50,000 points. Clap, clap, clap. Chun Fan was the first to burst into applause. Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? This is simply exhilarating. Liu Yang, indifferent to his enthusiasm, continued to await the next wave of monsters. 5 minutes swiftly passed. The fifth wave of monsters commenced their assault. Chapter 052. An 8,000-point attribute boss monster? Instantaneous annihilation. The fifth wave of monsters exhibited a notable change. Unlike the previous 4 waves, which consisted of a singular type of monster, this wave amalgamated the varieties from the earlier encounters. 4 types of spider monsters emerged from 4 different openings, launching an attack towards Liu Yang and his companions. This time, Liu Yang chose not to wait for all the spider monsters to congregate before taking action. He instructed Ghidorah to prioritize eliminating the most threatening creatures, the webbing spiders and the swift spiders. Ghidorah complied, unfurling its wings and soaring into the air. With a swift motion, it flew to the entrance of the webbing spider horde, unleashing a blinding beam of gravitational light into the fray. In an instant, it shattered the swarm of webbing spiders. Following that, it deftly maneuvered to the swift spider group, releasing another gravitational beam that efficiently dispatched them. Finally, it circled the cavern, finishing off the last 2 types of spider monsters. Wow, it flies so fast. This was the first time Chun Fan and the others witnessed Ghidorah take the initiative. Its rapid, lightning-like speed was akin to a golden bolt of lightning flashing through the cavern. Li Kong succinctly expressed his astonishment with a single word: powerful. Liu Yang and Song Yanran were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment as they marveled. Your summoned beast is incredibly formidable. It seems almost otherworldly. I have never encountered such a powerful summoned creature, nor have I ever heard of anyone summoned possessing such strength. Liu Yang glanced at her in surprise, realizing that she had indeed spoken the truth. Ghidorah was not a creature of this world. It was a king from a realm beyond. However, he merely smiled faintly without elaborating. Approaching the colossal egg, Liu Yang felt the heartbeat emanating from within grow increasingly intense. The shell was cracking with several fissures. The colorful avian was about to hatch. Liu Yang instructed Song Yanran and the others to remain vigilant. The final wave of monsters was imminent, and after that, they would enter the second phase. Let us strive to avoid any mistakes. Understood. Song Yanran and Chun Fan nodded obediently, even knowing they might not contribute much. They remained resolutely by the giant egg, ensuring it faced no unforeseen hazards. 5 minutes passed rapidly. The cave resonated once more with rustling, the sound of numerous footsteps. Unlike before, there seemed to be even more intense and thunderous sounds emanating from within. Thud, 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 thud. Upon hearing this, Song Yanran and Chun Fan grew tense, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed ahead, prepared for battle. In the observation room, the examiner and Zhang Bohan stood up, their eyes glued to the screen before them. Here they come. Boss-level monsters. The examiner produced a translucent crystal, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face as he murmured, if they find themselves in danger, I will teleport them out of the dungeon. The crystal in his hand was a device capable of connecting to the trial dungeon system. Zhang Bohan glanced at the crystal in the examiner's hand, then looked back at Liu Yang on the screen, his expression revealing a hint of conflict. On the screen, vast swathes of spider monsters were surging forth from the 4 openings, resembling the structure of the previous wave, with 4 different types of spider monsters appearing simultaneously. Liu Yang raised his hand, poised to command Ghidorah to attack, when he suddenly noticed 4 enormous silhouettes emerging from the cave. These were 4 colossal spiders. Each stood 7 to 8 meters tall, their 8 legs stretching over 10 meters in length. The other spider monsters, merely a meter in height, appeared as insignificant as spider larvae in their presence. The examiner quickly accessed the panel information for the 4 giant spiders. Extreme Eye Spider LV22, Boss. Strength, 6,600. Intelligence, 4,500. Stamina, 7,800. Agility, 6,800. Spirit, 4,500. Skills, Spider Claw Strike, Sacrificial Pressure. 7,800 points. The examiner's expression turned grave, exclaiming in astonishment. Their attribute values are double that of elite monsters. Why would the trial dungeon system simulate such high attribute monsters? If only one boss-level spider monster appeared in this wave, the examiner might have boldly suggested that Liu Yang give it a try, for his performance had been nothing short of spectacular. He wished to discover the limits of Liu Yang's capabilities. However, facing 4 such high-attribute boss monsters at once was a risk the examiner was unwilling to take. To a significant extent, the threat posed by 4 boss-level monsters was far greater than that of a single boss. If mishandled, it could result in utter annihilation. The examiner unconsciously tightened his grip on the crystal, glancing at Zhang Bohan beside him. Do you think he can handle this? Zhang Bohan furrowed his brows, his expression torn. Never mind. The examiner seemed to have made a decision. I cannot take this risk. With that, he prepared to activate the crystal in his hand. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the screen. Wait. Zhang Bohan reached out to stop the examiner, pointing at the screen with excitement. Look. The examiner turned to the screen, astonished to see that Liu Yang's summoned beast had already taken down one of the extreme eye spiders. Along with it, a multitude of smaller spider monsters beneath it had been thoroughly eradicated. How did he achieve this? The examiner struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Soon, Liu Yang provided the answer. Ghidorah flickered through the air and appeared at another cave entrance, facing the oncoming swarm of spiders. It unleashed a powerful gravitational beam from its mouth. It swept away all the monsters in its path. The massive extreme eye spider was also sent flying, crashing heavily against the cavern wall. The fates of the remaining 2 extreme eye spiders were no different. The 4 boss monsters, each with attributes nearing 8,000 points, seemed no more formidable than the ordinary small spiders before Liu Yang. They too met the same fate of being obliterated in an instant. The examiner found himself at a loss for words to express his astonishment, ultimately releasing a relieved laugh. This can still be taken down in an instant? Where exactly lies the limit of this young man? Zhang Bohan's face radiated with unbridled joy. Esteemed examiner, he boldly speculated. Do you think the final boss, the Spider Queen, might also be vanquished in a single strike by him? The examiner chuckled, pondering for a moment before responding. I find that highly improbable. Given the current trajectory, the Spider Queen's attribute values would undoubtedly exceed 10,000 points, with an astonishingly high defense. Even if he were to defeat her, it is unlikely that he could do so in just one blow. It would certainly require considerable effort. Zhang Bohan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in the examiner's words. Indeed, once a monster's attributes surpass 10,000 points, its defensive capabilities increase exponentially. Even if this young man is exceptionally powerful, achieving a one-hit kill on a boss remains somewhat unrealistic. The examiner turned his gaze to the screen and remarked, the colorful bird has begun to hatch. They are entering the second phase. Inside the dungeon, Liu Yang and his companions had gathered around the colossal egg. Crack, crack. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the egg, rapidly covering it entirely. Coo, coo. The sounds of hatchlings chirping emanated from within. Crack. The entire eggshell shattered with a resounding crash. The colorful bird finally emerged, fully revealing itself to Liu Yang and his companions. It raised its head high, adorned with a vibrant crown, a golden beak dangling a red ornament, its body cloaked in colorful feathers, and while its wings were short and modest, it boasted a pair of robust claws beneath its belly. Most strikingly, its tail sported a cluster of brilliantly colored long feathers, lush and vibrant. Caw, caw. The colorful bird tilted its head back and crowed. Liu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't that just a rooster? Chapter 053. More than one boss. Ha. Liu Yang's comment elicited laughter from Song Yanran and the others. The colorful bird was indeed a rooster, but a colossal one at that. Standing over 2 meters tall and measuring more than 5 meters in length, Liu Yang, alongside Ghidorah, appeared almost like a chick beside it. Caw, caw. The colorful bird called out a few more times before flapping its wings and swiftly darting towards the western cave entrance, all the while cawing in a rather comical manner. The second phase has begun. Let us hurry and keep up. Liu Yang stifled his amusement and urged everyone to run, aware that the forthcoming challenges could be perilous, and they needed to remain vigilant. He surmised that the second phase would involve following the colorful bird to locate the lair of the Spider Queen. If monsters appeared along the way, they would need to ensure the bird's safety. Should the colorful bird perish in its quest for the Spider Queen, their journey would come to an abrupt halt. As it turned out, Liu Yang's conjecture was indeed correct. They had scarcely entered the cave behind the colorful bird when numerous spider creatures emerged, launching an assault. Caw! Upon spotting the spiders, the colorful bird erupted into a furious cacophony, leaping to peck at the creatures with its golden beak. Despite its massive size, its attack power was remarkably meager. After several pecks, not a single spider had been slain. Crackle! Ghidorah unleashed a flurry of lightning strikes, swiftly dispatching the spider creatures. The colorful bird continued forward into the depths of the cave. Stay close, everyone, and don't fall too far behind, Lu Yang cautioned Song Yanran and the others. If a monster ambushes us, I may not be able to protect you in time. Understood, Song Yanran responded, moving a few steps closer. Don't worry, brother. Even if you were to abandon us, we would not lose our way. Chun Fan and Li Kong needed no prompting from Lu Yang, remaining steadfastly by his side. Fearful of straying too far, the cave's diameter was substantial, allowing Ghidorah to soar above them, fully alert and attuned to any disturbances within. Occasionally, groups of spider creatures attempted ambushes, but they were swiftly dealt with by Ghidorah, posing no threat to the group. Before long, the colorful bird led Lu Yang and his companions to 2 cave entrances. It hesitated for a moment before choosing one and diving inside. I can't believe there are more caves within these caves, Song Yanran exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. Without the colorful bird to guide us, we might have genuinely lost our way. Indeed, Chun Fan nodded, adding, in general, the design of trial dungeons is comprehensive and reasonable, well suited for newcomers like us. However, I remain puzzled as to why this particular dungeon is so bizarre, with monsters possessing such elevated attribute values. Had we not been paired with Lu Yang today, we, mere novices at levels 15 or 16, would have had no chance of clearing this challenge. Not even against the first wave of monsters in the initial phase. Exactly. Li Kong chimed in, equally perplexed. Suddenly, he fell silent, his mouth agape as he pointed upward. The others understood his implication. The trial dungeon system must be malfunctioning. Yet, he dared not voice it aloud for fear of being immediately expelled. Humph. Song Yanran pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. Once we get out of here, I'll definitely have my father inquire about what is going on. Chun Fan and the others merely chuckled in response, not taking her words too seriously. Their ability to advance to the 5th round of examinations at level 16 during the National Joint Assessment spoke volumes about their prowess. Achieving such a feat without a strong class or background would be virtually impossible. The cave was deep, and Lu Yang and his companions had lost track of how long they had been following the colorful bird, still not reaching the endpoint. Along the way, they encountered numerous branching passages. Had it not been for the colorful bird leading the way, they would have surely become lost. Fortunately, the monsters they faced within the cave were not numerous, typically appearing in groups of 10 to 20, all swiftly dispatched by Ghidorah. Their progress remained commendably efficient. As the party delved deeper, they increasingly felt an oppressive force emanating from the depths. Song Yanran's complexion grew increasingly pale. Lu Yang, she finally spoke, halting him. I'm a bit concerned. Her brows furrowed, and her tone turned grave. What troubles you? Lu Yang slowed his pace. Song Yanran voiced her concerns. This trial dungeon is quite peculiar. The attributes and quantities of the monsters within are excessively exaggerated. Each wave consists of 500 creatures, each with attributes around 4,000. Even the boss-level monsters nearly reach 8,000 points. I fear the final boss could exceed 10,000 points, perhaps even 20,000. Most importantly, I worry there may be more than one boss. Gasp. Chun Fan and Li Kong finally grasped the severity of the situation, unable to suppress a gasp of shock. More than one boss, and each with attributes exceeding 10,000, perhaps even 20,000. At their current levels, they could scarcely fathom what such a scenario might entail. Perhaps those 2 bosses might be effortlessly vanquished with just a gentle breeze. The dungeon system would scarcely have time to determine their injuries, thus losing the opportunity to transport them away. Indeed, my brother. A flicker of hesitation arose once more in Chun Fan and Li Kang's hearts. Should we not reconsider? Earlier, they had been astounded by Lu Yang's actions. Their minds flooded with surprise, neglecting to contemplate this aspect. Now, coming back to their senses, they felt it more prudent to rely on reality rather than trust in a level 17 Lu Yang to continue performing miracles. At least, they could preserve their lives. Chun Fan urged, given your current points, you are already assured a place in the Jiuzhou Academy. Why risk your life further? Without a moment's thought, Lu Yang replied, I stated from the very beginning that if you wish to withdraw from the dungeon, I shall not impede you. His demeanor was remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the daunting challenges that lay ahead. With that, he turned to pursue the colorful bird ahead. Chun Fan stood rooted, grappling with his expression. Those are over 10,000 attribute points. Just imagine the staggering attack and defense values. No matter how formidable my brother is, couldn't possibly take it down in one blow. Yet, it could annihilate us in an instant. Ultimately, he resolved to withdraw from the dungeon, muttering, I cannot risk my life. I shall retreat. Good luck to you all. As his words faded, he vanished from sight. I too shall depart. Li Kong followed suit. Exiting the dungeon, Song Yanran, however, did not withdraw, though her face still bore a lingering worry. Suddenly, Lu Yang's voice echoed from ahead. Hurry up and catch up. Upon hearing this, Song Yanran's gaze transformed, her worry giving way to determination, and she hastened to follow. Playfully, she leapt to Lu Yong's side and asked, "How did you know I wouldn't withdraw early?" Lu Yong glanced at her and explained, "I knew they might, but you certainly wouldn't. After all, you are quite tenacious." He jested further, "If you choose to exit early today, I shall mock you for a lifetime." "Humph," Song Yanran feigned disdain. "You think you're so impressive." Giggles erupted from her. Suddenly, the colorful bird emitted a resounding call, halting before a cave entrance. Lu Yong and Song Yanran turned to gaze into the cave. It appeared pitch black within, yet a powerful sense of oppression emanated from it, creating an overwhelming atmosphere. Without doubt, this was the lair of the Spider Queen. Chapter 054, 13,800 attribute points? Can we withstand Ghidorah's attack? Zhang Bohan's expression displayed renewed tension. The examiner's demeanor also turned grave as he looked at Zhang Bohan and said, "Since we all believe this child can create boundless possibilities, let us grant him this opportunity to see what he can achieve." He lowered his gaze to the crystal in his hand. "If necessary, I shall intervene." "Understood," Zhang Bohan replied, turning his focus back to Lu Yong on the screen, his eyes brimming with confidence. Inside the dungeon, the colorful bird awaited Lu Yong and Song Yanran's decision before proceeding with its next action. "Are you ready?" Lu Yong inquired of Song Yanran. "Yes," she replied with a hint of nervousness. Lu Yong nodded, advising, "Once we enter, stay close to me. If anything seems amiss, exit the dungeon immediately." With that, he signaled the colorful bird to advance. The colorful bird received the cue, raising its head and calling out before leaping into the cave. With a whoosh, Ghidorah followed suit. Lu Yong and Song Yanran brought up the rear. The moment they stepped into the cave, they sensed a dramatic transformation in their surroundings. What appeared to be a dim cave from the outside revealed itself to be an extraordinarily bright palace, lavishly adorned. The entire structure was primarily constructed from a purple crystal, emanating an eerie, dazzling light. Deep within the cave lay an immense spider web, beneath which rested a giant cocoon ensnared in silk. As Song Yanran surveyed the area, she noticed the absence of any monsters and couldn't help but ask, "Where's the boss?" Lu Yong looked up towards the shadow above the spider web and pointed there. Following his gaze, Song Yanran was startled to discover a colossal, grotesque figure lurking there. Suddenly, the shadow illuminated with several eerie red lights. It swiftly descended along the vast spider web, emerging from the darkness. Only then did the two discern the creature's true form, a grotesque half-human, half-spider monstrosity. Its upper body was human, with exaggerated proportions, most of its skin exposed, save for a few key areas covered by a thin layer of fuzz. A mass of spider silk-like white hair coiled at the back of its head, and its face bore a pair of compound eyes glowing ominously red, with two prominent fangs protruding from its mouth, creating a chilling sight. From the abdomen downward, it possessed a massive spider body with 8 long, spiked legs. The horrifying appearance made both Lu Yong and Song Yanran involuntarily frown. They employed a detection spell to examine its information. Spider Queen LV-24, Boss. Strength, 10,800. Intelligence, 12,600. Vitality, 13,800. Agility, 10,800. Mentality, 12,800. Skills, Queen's Gaze, Queen's Scream, Web Entanglement. What astonishing attribute values. Song Yanran was utterly taken aback. She had indeed guessed correctly. The Spider Queen Boss's attributes had surpassed 10,000 points, with the highest attribute reaching an astounding 13,800 points. Such exaggerated values. It seemed that just one skill could obliterate both her and Lu Yong. With concern, she turned to Lu Yong, asking, "Are you truly confident?" Though she believed in him, the prospect of facing such a terrifying creature evoked an instinctual fear within her. The attribute value of 13,800 even elicited a rare expression of surprise from Lu Yong. However, he felt neither panic nor fear. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. "Fear not," Lu Yong assured Song Yanran. "Nothing will go awry." He then turned his gaze to Ghidorah, his eyes brimming with trust. Lu Yong believed Ghidorah would effortlessly vanquish the Spider Queen before them. Ghidorah had withstood 6 waves of monsters in the first phase, eliminating 3,004 creatures in total. Additionally, while escorting the colorful bird, it had taken down 285 more. Its current total attribute value had soared to a terrifying 22,088 points. Each individual attribute surpassed the Spider Queen's by nearly 1,000 points. The total attributes combined were nearly double that of the Spider Queen. It was a complete domination. Moreover, every output skill possessed by Ghidorah is of a transcendent caliber, with damage intricately linked to all attribute points. Lu Yong was skeptical that the Spider Queen could withstand Ghidorah's onslaught. However, Before Liu Yang could issue a command, the Spider Queen preemptively launched an attack. Employing the skill, Queen's Shriek, unleashing a piercing and jarring wail. Accompanied by a visible wave of formidable sound, it swiftly surged towards Liu Yang and his companions. The sound pierced through their eardrums, striking at their very souls, causing Song Yanran to instinctively clutch her ears in agony. Liu Yang, too, found himself in discomfort, covering his ears. What to do? Zhang Bohan, witnessing this, immediately panicked. Yet the examiner reassured him, saying, "Do not worry. The Queen's Shriek is merely a control skill and inflicts no damage. Kaichin will assist, if necessary." The examiner glanced at Ghidorah, positioned before Liu Yang, his eyes brimming with astonishment, as it appeared that his summoned beast was seemingly unaffected. Although the Queen's Shriek inflicted no damage upon Liu Yang and his companion, both were tormented by the sound and struggled to regain their composure. Roar. Ghidorah, perceiving its master's distress, let out a furious roar. The sound of its dragon-s roar was deafening, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. The Spider Queen was interrupted mid-casting, her face a mask of shock as she beheld the soaring golden dragon. Ghidorah surged forward, its wings gathering a ferocious bolt of wingtip lightning aimed at the Spider Queen. Crack! The wingtip lightning struck the Spider Queen instantaneously. It caused her to shudder, plummeting from her web and crashing heavily to the ground, smoke billowing from her form. Lying still for a protracted moment. The examiner was momentarily dumbfounded by this scene. Could it be that she was defeated in an instant? Zhang Bohan quickly checked the information on the Spider Queen and discovered she still had over 100 health points remaining, exclaiming, "No, it appears she isn't dead yet." No sooner had he spoken than the image of the Spider Queen trembled, shakily rising to her feet, her smoke-laden body emitting a defiant hiss towards Ghidorah. Soon. Her multifaceted eyes lit up, activating the Skill Queen's gaze. At this moment, Liu Yang finally regained his senses, casting an irritated glare at the Spider Queen. Scoffing at her futile struggle. "Ghidorah, finish her off." Crack. Ghidorah understood the command, instantly unleashing another bolt of wingtip lightning. Boom. This time, flames erupted from the Spider Queen's body, igniting the web behind her in a conflagration. In an instant, the entire crystalline cavern was ablaze with fire. Successfully killed Spider Queen boss. Earning points, 100,000. Ghidorah gains 1 point to all attributes. With the Spider Queen utterly defeated, Liu Yang received the kill notification. He turned to see Song Yanran still looking pained and couldn't he help but inquire, "Song Yanran, are you alright?" Song Yanran furrowed her brow and weakly waved her hand. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "As long as you're okay," Liu Yang sighed in relief. Once she regained her composure and gazed at the Spider Queen's corpse, she incredulously asked, "Did you really defeat the boss?" Chapter 055. The Genius Emerging Under Extreme Conditions. Liu Yang nodded nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the accomplishment. "My heavens!" Song Yanran exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. "That was a boss with 13,800 points in attributes. You actually managed to take it down so swiftly. How on earth did you accomplish that?" Song Yanran was bewildered. Even though she had come to regard Liu Yang as a legend-level professional, far surpassing her own rare-class profession, she could hardly fathom how he managed to vanquish a boss with 13,800 attribute points. It is common knowledge that the higher a monster's attribute values, the exponentially greater their offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet the common understanding they held could not encapsulate Liu Yang. Liu Yang chuckled and replied, "It wasn't he exactly a swift kill. Ghidorah needed 2 attacks to barely defeat her." Upon hearing this, Song Yanran couldn't help but twitch her face in disbelief. 2 attacks to kill her, and it was barely enough? She was at a loss for words. Had she not known Liu Yang's character, she might have thought he was intentionally boasting. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the examiner and Zhang Bohan were both blushing profusely. All right, the examiner exclaimed thrice, both amused and exasperated. "I must admit I underestimated you. You truly are extraordinary. A boss with 13,800 attribute points, defeated just like that?" Zhang Bohan interjected, "Sir, he used 2 attacks to take down the boss. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count as a swift kill." "You." The examiner erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Is there really a distinction between 2 attacks and a swift kill? Do you really need to specify that?" Not long ago, he had speculated that even if Liu Yang could defeat the Spider Queen, it would require considerable effort. A swift kill was out of the question. Yet Liu Yang had once again proven him wrong. However, he felt no shame. Instead, he was increasingly filled with excitement and exhilaration. "Forget it," the examiner, disinterested in further quarreling with Zhang Bohan, turned to gaze at Liu Yang on the screen, his eyes filled with admiration as he murmured, "I can no longer fathom your capabilities. I cannot provide a reasonable evaluation." I can only wait to see if the upcoming esteemed figures can recognize your potential. Zhang Bohan cautiously asked. They should be arriving soon, right? He was quite curious about which notable figures would specifically come to Jiangxing High School for Lu Yang. The examiner glanced at the time and replied, it should be about time. Once these two children emerge, we'll prepare to welcome them. As he spoke, he looked back at the screen, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. The examiner furrowed his brow and asked, didn't they already defeat the last boss? Why haven't they been teleported out of the instance yet? Zhang Bohan also recognized the issue. Indeed, he suddenly recalled a possibility. Could it be that there is a hidden boss within this instance? A hidden boss? The examiner was taken aback, and then indignantly exclaimed, what is this trial instance doing? Not only has the difficulty increased so much, but now there is also a hidden boss. The examiner began to doubt the integrity of the trial instance itself. Yet as soon as he finished speaking, he realized he had misspoken, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Bohan. Zhang Bohan awkwardly smiled, signaling that he had heard nothing. Hastily changing the subject, shall we continue watching? From Lu Yang's current performance, I believe that even if there is a hidden boss, it shouldn't pose much of a challenge for him. The examiner nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Inside the instance, Lu Yang and Song Yanran were also becoming aware of the issue. Both were puzzled as to why they had not been teleported out of the instance after defeating the boss. Song Yanran recalled her earlier speculation and voiced her concern. Could there truly be another boss? Lu Yang commanded Ghidorah to amplify its perception, allowing it to sense the entirety of the cave. Deep within the cavern, he discerned a formidable monster's aura emanating from a colossal spider cocoon. Lu Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there is more than one boss. With a sudden crack, the spider cocoon exploded, revealing several elongated spider limbs. Cawing with excitement, the colorful avian sensed the presence of its nemesis. Lu Yang also beheld the details of the monster. Spider Queen LV-24, Boss, Variant. Strength, 12,800. Intelligence, 14,600. Stamina, 15,800. Agility, 12,800. Spirit, 14,800. Skills, Queen's Gaze, Queen's Shriek, Web Entanglement. A variant, indeed? A hint of mockery flickered within Lu Yang. The attributes of this variant boss had significantly escalated. For any other adventurers facing this simulated dungeon, even under normal circumstances, their chances of success would be exceedingly slim. One boss was already a daunting challenge, and now an additional hidden variant boss emerged. It was no wonder that so few candidates passed the 5th round of assessments each year. Lu Yang speculated that the initial design of the trial dungeon was never intended for the majority of candidates to succeed. The ultimate aim of the trial dungeon was likely to select those exceptional individuals who could stand out under extreme conditions. No, they should be termed geniuses. Only these prodigies were worthy of the Empire's future cultivation and to bear the weight of its destiny. Lu Yang was uncertain if he would attract the attention of those in power. All he could do was endeavor to elevate himself to the utmost of his capabilities. Let us engage. Lu Yang issued a kill command to Ghidorah. ZZZZ. Ghidorah's wings crackled with electric energy as it unleashed 2 devastating bolts of lightning towards the still-emerging Spider Queen variant. Bam! The 2 brilliant streaks of lightning illuminated the chamber. The Spider Queen variant, having only partially emerged from the cocoon, fell motionless. The enormous spider cocoon ignited, flames roaring as they gradually consumed its remains. Successfully defeated boss Spider Queen variant, awarded points, 300,000. Ghidorah gains 1 point to all attributes. Cawing with exhilaration, the colorful avian celebrated the demise of its foes. Then, it relayed the final message. Congratulations to Jiangxing High School candidates, Lu Yang, Song Yanran, for passing the 5th round of combat profession assessments. Candidates who pass the 5th round will have their scores integrated into the national examination rankings, which will be announced by the chief examiners of various universities. Transporting all candidates now. Bang! A flash of white light enveloped Lu Yang and Song Yanran. In the next moment, they found themselves back on the familiar school playground. The entrance to the trial dungeon sealed behind them. Surrounding them were eager teachers and classmates, who immediately flocked to Lu Yang and Song Yanran upon their emergence from the dungeon. Lu Yang, Song Yanran, did you pass the 5th round? What were your scores? How many points did you earn? Song Yanran nodded with a smile. The classmates clamored to ask what had transpired within the dungeon. However, a commanding voice interrupted them. Silence. Lu Yang turned toward the sound and noticed that the examiners and the principal had arrived, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar figures. Chapter 056, National First Place, a clear lead. Behind the examiner and Zhang Bohan stood a middle-aged man and woman, both adorned in exquisite attire, exuding an air of maturity and composure. The man bore a stern expression, radiating an authoritative presence, while the woman moved with an elegance that captivated all. Both focused their gaze upon Lu Yang, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. Lu Yang, Song Yinran. Zhang Bohan approached with a beaming smile, grasping their hands enthusiastically. Congratulations on passing the 5th round with outstanding results. Jiuzhou Academy is already extending its invitation to you. Principal, esteemed examiners, Lu Yang and Song Yinran greeted politely. They exchanged curious glances at the two middle-aged individuals behind Zhang Bohan. Although uncertain of their identities, it was evident that they held significant stature. Congratulations. The examiner nodded approvingly at the duo before adding, please hold on a moment. We will soon announce your overall assessment scores. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lu Yang and Song Yinran's eyes as they awaited their results. The surrounding teachers and classmates were equally intrigued. What do you think their scores will be? I believe they could achieve a city or provincial ranking. Are you out of your mind? Lu Yang has secured 1st place in 4 consecutive rounds, all with full marks. Now, having passed the 5th round, how could he possibly settle for just a provincial ranking? Exactly. I think he should at least achieve a national ranking. However, the results of the 5th round had yet to be revealed, leaving everyone in suspense over how many points he might have earned. The classmates engaged in animated discussions, growing ever more curious about Lu Yang and Song Yinran's scores. Silence. The examiner, having received the final results, quelled the chatter. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yang before slowly beginning to speak. Now, I will announce the final results of this national examination. With a sweeping gesture, the examiner unveiled a massive luminous screen. Everyone simultaneously turned their gaze toward the display. Final results of this national examination are as follows. 1st place, Jiangxing High School, Lu Yang, total points, 732,804. 2nd place, Jiuzhou Academy Affiliated High School, Li Lihong, total points, 267,650. 3rd place, Jiuzhou Prefectural Academy, Wang Anxiong, total points, 262,510. 4th place, Jiuzhou Academy Affiliated High School. Lu Yang's name prominently occupied the 1st position. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. First in the nation, Lu Yang had achieved the highest rank in the country. Not only that, but his total score surpassed that of the 2nd place by more than double, an astounding 730,000 points. It seemed to have shattered historical records. Incredible! Lu Yang is truly remarkable, bringing honor to Jiangxing High School. Zhang Bohan, overwhelmed with excitement, stepped forward to embrace Lu Yang, patting him heartily on the back. Child, you have truly excelled. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback by his exuberance. Congratulations, Principal. The examiner beamed at the two, genuinely extending his congratulations. Jiangxing High School has produced a national champion this time. Your school has finally gained recognition across the nation after decades of effort. As Zhang Bohan released Lu Yang, he gazed at him with gratitude, saying, we owe it all to this child. I never imagined that he could bring me such immense surprise. With a solemnity befitting the moment, I patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and urged him, I hope you can maintain this momentum and continue to astonish others. The principal has overpraised me, Lu Yang replied, a modest smile gracing his features. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Song Yinran appearing somewhat despondent. She hastily searched for her name on the display screen, scrolling from the 1st position down to the 100th, yet her name remained elusive. She continued her search until nearly reaching the 200th place, at last spotting her name. Rank 172. Jiangxing High School, Song Yinran, total points, 12,550. Below it, in smaller print, it read, 3rd in Jianghai Province, 2nd in Jiangxing City. This achievement was quite commendable, and it secured her a place at Jiuzhou Academy. Teachers and classmates alike congratulated Song Yinran, yet she felt no joy, only a tinge of melancholy. Gazing at Lu Yang, who stood proudly as the national champion, she was engulfed by a sense of helplessness, realizing that no amount of effort could close the gap between them. However, she quickly reconciled with her feelings. Having teamed up with Lu Yang for numerous quests, she had long acknowledged the disparity in their abilities. She had relinquished any desire to compete with him, now merely hoping not to lag too far behind, lest she lose sight of him entirely. In her heart, Song Yinran vowed to strive earnestly to catch up. Turning to Lu Yang, she found him looking back at her, and she gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, Congratulations, Lu Yang, on achieving 1st place nationally. Thank you. He replied with a smile. And congratulations to you, as well for your commendable results. Meanwhile, Director Tang Rong, who had been waiting outside the instance for a considerable time, hurried over to Song Yinran, wearing a sycophantic grin. Congratulations, student Song Yinran, on achieving such outstanding results. You truly bring honor to our school. Zhang Bohan also approached her to offer his congratulations. Although her score paled in comparison to Lu Yang's, it was still a remarkable accomplishment. earning Jiangqing High School a measure of prestige. Suddenly, a jubilant voice emerged from the crowd. A middle-aged man in a suit, flanked by bodyguards, made his way towards Song Yinran. "Father," she exclaimed, surprised. Director Tang Rong was equally astonished and promptly inquired, "Mayor Song, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Song Zhou, the mayor of Jiangqing. After exchanging pleasantries with Director Tang Rong, he immersed himself in the joy of celebrating his daughter's achievements. As the final results of the National Unified Examination were announced, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Meanwhile, in Sujiang City and Zhanghai City, two students, Chun Fan and Li Kong, wept bitterly as they gazed at the national rankings. Damn it, this kid actually secured first place. He truly cleared that exceedingly difficult fifth round. 730,000 points. Could he have really defeated the boss? If only I had taken the chance to gamble alongside him. They lamented, regretting the missed opportunity. If heaven granted me another chance, I would utter 4 words. Let the big shot take me. Due to their failure to pass the fifth round, both students found themselves lacking sufficient total points to be included in the national rankings. Even their provincial and city rankings bore no trace of their names. They were excluded not only from Juzhou Academy, but even from the top 100 colleges nationwide. Returning to Jiangqing High School, most students had departed the playground after receiving their final results, leaving only those pursuing vocational exams behind. "Lu Yang, come here. I would like to introduce you to 2 individuals." The examiner called for Lu Yang as 2 middle-aged men stepped forward. As they approached, an invisible aura radiated from them, drawing the attention of onlookers. These gentlemen were none other than the deans of the 6 Harmonies and 8 Wilderness branches of Juzhou Academy, Dean Zhao and Dean Su. Both were formidable third-tier professionals, boasting levels exceeding 80. "The deans of Juzhou Academy," Lu Yang exclaimed in surprise. Although he had suspected their identities were noteworthy, he had not anticipated they were deans of the academy. Third-tier professionals at such high levels were among the most powerful in the country, surpassed only by a handful of individuals above level 90. Lu Yang quickly offered a courteous bow. "Greetings, esteemed deans." Song Zhou, who had been observing, was taken aback and hastily approached with Song Yinran. "Greetings, esteemed deans. I am Song Zhou, the mayor of Jiangqing. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Mayor Song." The deans replied politely, shaking his hand, but they had no intention of engaging in lengthy conversation with him. Instead, they turned their attention back to Lu Yang. Smiling as they inquired, "Lu Yang, I believe you can deduce the purpose of our visit?" With a calm smile, Lu Yang responded, "I assume the 2 of you have come to invite me to join your branch." His composed demeanor took the 2 deans by surprise as they exchanged glances. They had not expected Lu Yang to exhibit such calmness. Although they were indeed there to extend an invitation, they had not anticipated he would express such confidence. His mindset and character were clearly extraordinary, which explained why he had emerged as this year's unexpected national champion. The deans shared a knowing smile and shook their heads in admiration. "Indeed," they replied, somewhat at a loss for how to proceed with the conversation. "Lu Yang." Dean Su stepped forward, smiling gently, and unabashedly praised him. "Given your overall performance, achieving such results this year is truly remarkable. The students from Juzhou Mansion are no simple opponents, yet you have far outpaced them. You have undoubtedly created a miracle," Dean Zhao added. "After hearing Examiner Li's detailed introduction of your situation, we promptly transmitted this information back to Juzhou Mansion, eager to witness firsthand the prodigious talent responsible for such achievements." "You flatter me, esteemed deans," Lu Yang replied humbly, smiling modestly. "You need not be so modest," Dean Zhao interrupted, waving his hand, and continued. "You may not realize the magnitude of what you have accomplished today. In the history of our nation, since the implementation of the National Unified Examination System, the highest record prior to this has only been 580,000 points." Lu Yang was taken aback. His score had indeed shattered historical records, and on a national scale. Dean Su continued, "We briefly reviewed your performance in the 5th round examination. To achieve such a flawless result under extraordinary conditions left us genuinely astounded." She glanced at the creature, Ghidorah, behind Lu Yang and speculated, "Based on the information currently available, your professional intensity has already surpassed the threshold of legendary-level occupations." Suddenly, Director Su's voice grew somber as he leaned closer to Lu Yang, whispering, "Have you awakened your talent?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether to respond to the inquiry. Talent, unlike skills, can only be passively awakened by practitioners, with an exceedingly low probability of occurrence. The number of practitioners who have awakened their talents across the nation is exceedingly rare. The enhancements and benefits conferred by talent are monumental, capable of transforming a practitioner entirely. Each talent-awakened practitioner discreetly opts to conceal their talent information to avoid being targeted by those with ill intentions, thereby mitigating the effectiveness of their talents. Zhang Guohuan approached Lu Yang from behind, gently patting him on the shoulder and casting a look of trust his way. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yang chose to trust Zhang Guohuan, confident that he would not betray him. He nodded subtly, refraining from elaborating further. Nevertheless, directors Zhao and Su were already content with this answer and, demonstrating their understanding, refrained from pressing further. They exchanged knowing smiles, a glimmer of excitement gradually illuminating their faces. Director Zhao became increasingly animated, realizing that a legendary-level practitioner who awakened their talent at such a young level could potentially awaken a second or even third talent in the future. Your future is boundless. Director Su also praised Lu Yang enthusiastically. Moreover, your temperament is quite surprising. You exhibit composure, calmness, and confidence. Should you choose to join our academy for further cultivation, you will undoubtedly emerge as a top-tier powerhouse capable of bearing the banner of our nation. Song Zhou had not left. He stood beside Song Yanran, keenly awaiting an opportunity to engage in conversation with the two directors once they had a moment to spare. However, he was now utterly astonished. He glanced incredulously at Song Yanran, though he said nothing, his expression clearly conveying, "This prodigious individual is your classmate? Awakening talent at level 17. And being a legendary practitioner to boot." The two directors from Jiuzhou Academy have come all the way to Jiangsheng High School to personally extend an invitation to him. Yet, what could Song Yanran possibly say? She could only smile helplessly. Hey. Director Zhao sensed a hint of impropriety and quickly interrupted Director Su before he could continue. "We haven't reached that segment yet. Why are you already poaching?" Director Su gave a sheepish smile, acknowledging his faux pas, and gestured for Director Zhao to proceed. "Please, after you." Director Zhao of the Liuhe branch chamber took the initiative to introduce himself. "Since we are on the subject, let us not beat around the bush. I shall introduce myself first. I am Zhao Yud, the head of the Liuhe branch of Jiuzhou Academy. I presume you have heard of Jiuzhou Academy and have a general understanding of what the branches entail?" Lu Yang nodded. Prior to the National Unified Examination, their teachers had prepared them extensively. Jiuzhou Academy is unequivocally the foremost institution in the country. However, this ranking is merely relative to the various universities nationwide and does not strictly denote it as the absolute first. Within Jiuzhou Academy, aside from the main academy, there exist four prominent branches: the Liuyi Academy, the Xixiang Academy, the Liuhe Academy, and the Bahuang Academy. These four branches are not merely classifications for students. They operate as relatively independent entities, each possessing distinct educational methodologies and greater resources. Students from the main academy must undergo a series of rigorous and challenging examinations to gain admission to one of the four branches. Each year, those who gain entry into Jiuzhou Academy are already the cream of the crop selected from a national perspective. To enter one of the four branches is to truly establish a foothold within Jiuzhou Academy. Excellent. Zhao Yud nodded in affirmation, continuing. Our Liuhe Academy consistently ranks first or second among the branches, and our overall strength requires no further elaboration. As he spoke, he cast a proud glance at Director Su beside him and continued. Furthermore, we are the branch that awards the most scholarships, providing our students with superior resources and treatment compared to others. Zhao Yud laid out his proposition. Should you choose to join our Liuhe Academy, I will grant you the highest standard of scholarship annually. In terms of living conditions, you will receive the best treatment. The resources available within Liuhe Academy will also be generously directed towards you. Whether it be dungeon resources, equipment, or items, anything you require will be yours, provided you meet the Academy's standards. Lu Yang discerned the underlying implications and inquired, "What requirements does Director Zhao have for me?" Zhao Yud regarded Lu Yang with mild surprise, internally admiring his astuteness. However, he did not specify the demands clearly, offering only a vague explanation. "In truth, there are no extraordinary requirements. I will devise a phased training plan for you. You simply need to fulfill the stipulated objectives in a timely manner." Yet, Lu Yang understood the expectation. Zhao Yud hoped he would develop according to his design. Understood, Lu Yang nodded, maintaining a neutral expression, before turning to Director Su and politely inquired, "Director Su, may I ask what conditions you can offer?" Both directors were taken aback by Lu Yang's composure. Not only did he remain unperturbed in such a situation, but he also managed to reclaim the initiative for himself. Director Su couldn't help but regard Lu Yang with newfound respect and was about to respond when a teacher rushed over to Zhang Guohuan, urgency etched on his face. "Principal, a convoy of military vehicles has arrived at the school." Chapter 058. The contemporary champion, General Lan, seeks to take Lu Yang as his disciple. Military vehicles? Zhang Guohuan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Why would military vehicles come to the school? The previously silent examiner suddenly spoke up. "It was I who summoned them." Zhang Guohuan shot him a look, astonishment evident in his eyes as he incredulously asked, "You mean to say?" "Indeed," the examiner affirmed with a smile. Striding toward the approaching military convoy, Zhang Bohuan hastily followed suit to greet them. Directors Zhao Yud and Su exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. A procession of military vehicles rolled into the playground, slowly coming to a halt. Teachers and students who had not yet dispersed made way, bewildered and unsure of what was transpiring. Song Zhou cast a puzzled glance at his secretary. Why had no one informed him of the military's arrival in Jiangqing? The secretary could only shake his head in a resigned manner, indicating his lack of knowledge regarding the situation. Forget it. Song Zhou gestured for Song Yanran to remain where she was as he made his way down to assess the situation. Song Yanran, ever perceptive, approached Lu Yang and speculated. "I suspect it's yet another influential figure coming for you." Lu Yang offered a sheepish smile in response. "That seems likely." He too harbored such a feeling. The examiner and Zhang Bohuan reached one of the vehicles and halted as Song Zhou approached. A soldier stepped forward to open the vehicle door, from which emerged a young man clad in military attire. He was not particularly old, appearing to be in his 30s at most. Yet the insignia of a general emblazoned upon his shoulder was unmistakable, General Lan. The examiner offered a polite salute. Zhang Bohan was momentarily taken aback, only managing to return the gesture after a brief pause. His heart brimmed with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the legendary figure known as General Lan, celebrated as a paragon of the younger generation, would grace their school with his presence. Song Zhou was equally stunned, hastily stepping forward to shake hands. The arrival of General Lan was a momentous occasion indeed, one that warranted a more enthusiastic welcome. Lu Yang and Song Yinji shared in the unexpected delight. This was a figure of legend, General Lan, whose full name was Lan Xiaowang. At merely 36, he had shattered the 90-level barrier, emerging as a super genius among professionals. After enlisting, he had repeatedly distinguished himself in battle, swiftly ascending the ranks to the position of Rear Admiral in the Southeast Navy. He was the youngest general in the annals of domestic history, hailed as one of the contemporary legends. Currently, he commanded the impenetrable defensive line of the Southeast Sea region, having obliterated all foreign monstrosities attempting to launch seaborne assaults. Zhao Yud and Dean Su wore expressions of surprise, laced with an ominous undertone. Out of courtesy, they too extended their greetings. General Lan nodded politely, shaking hands with each of them. With a beaming smile, Song Zhou inquired, "What brings you to Jiang City, General?" "It would have been lovely to receive a prior notice." "No need for that," General Lan interjected, redirecting his attention to the examiner. "Mr. Li, could you kindly direct me to the young man you mentioned?" The examiner turned to look at Lu Yang. Following his gaze, General Lan approached Lu Yang, extending his hand with courtesy. "You must be Lu Yang?" Lu Yang felt a twinge of disbelief, but politely shook his hand. "Good day, General." General Lan got straight to the point. "I have heard from Mr. Li about your remarkable situation. A legendary professional who awakened their talent at level 17, exhibiting a career intensity that far surpasses my own at that age. Without a doubt, you are destined to become a formidable force in the future. However," he paused, "before you reach that pinnacle, there remains much ground to cover. The path you choose is of utmost importance." With that, he extended his hand once more. "I hope you will consider joining the Southeast Naval Academy, where I will personally guide your journey of growth. Should you agree, I assure you that your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass mine." General Lan sought to take Lu Yang as his apprentice. In an instant, Zhang Bohan was overwhelmed with joy. Today, as surprises seemed to cascade one after another. Although the Southeast Naval Academy ranked 7th nationally, it was a military institution, and its teaching methodologies diverged from conventional academies. The academy was a reservoir of talent for the national military, and students emerging from its ranks typically experienced a meteoric rise in their military careers. It was not a straightforward comparison. Moreover, the prospect of General Lan personally mentoring Lu Yang was immensely alluring. He had pledged that, should Lu Yang accept his offer, his future potential would at least match that of General Lan. Song Zhou was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping. The legendary figure had come to Jiang City High School with the sole intention of courting this child. How had he never heard of such a super genius from Jiang City before? Now, he stood there, utterly bewildered, appearing rather daft. Zhao Yud and Dean Su's expressions mirrored their growing concern. They had surmised that General Lan was there to recruit, but had not anticipated such enticing conditions. To be mentored by the foremost figure of this era was simply too tempting. An unspoken understanding enveloped the group as they turned to Lu Yang, eagerly awaiting his response. While Song Yinji felt a twinge of envy amidst her anticipation, she too was regarded as a prodigy. Yet, in this moment, she found herself overlooked, her presence barely acknowledged. General Lan, sensing the weight of the moment, observed as Lu Yang fell into a brief silence before delivering a stunning declaration that left everyone astounded. The two deans are also here to extend invitations to me, and Dean Su has yet to articulate her conditions. Zhao Yud and Dean Su exchanged glances. Surprised by Lu Yang's unexpected behavior, Dean Su felt a flicker of gratitude. She had not anticipated that, in such circumstances, Lu Yang would still consider her. General Lan regarded Lu Yang with mild surprise before nodding respectfully towards the two deans, stating, "Then you may first listen to Dean Su's proposition." "Thank you, General Lan." Dean Su stepped forward to introduce herself. "I am Su Jing, Dean of the 8 Desolations branch of Jiuzhou Academy. The conditions I can offer are those outlined by Dean Zhao, and I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill them. However," she added, her tone slightly apprehensive, "I will not interfere with any choices you make during your studies at the Academy." Dean Su's proposal seemed rather unremarkable, lacking any compelling allure. A confident smile graced General Lan's face, while Zhao Yud held onto a glimmer of hope. The choice now lay with Lu Yang. All eyes were upon him, awaiting his decision. Lu Yang pondered for a considerable time before delivering his answer. "I apologize, General Lan and Dean Zhao, but I choose to join Dean Su's 8 Desolations branch." The room erupted in astonishment. "What?" Zhao Yud, the examiner, Zhang Bowen, and Song Zhou all wore expressions of confusion. General Lan himself was taken aback. They had not anticipated such a choice from Lu Yang. Even Song Yinji gazed at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he would opt for what seemed the lesser option. Only Su Jing's face bore a look of delight, tinged with a hint of triumph. She had been wagering on this. She had observed Lu Yang closely and noted that when he first heard Dean Zhao's conditions, a flicker of reluctance crossed his face, a similar expression appearing before General Lan. Su Jing had surmised that Lu Yang was someone who despised constraints. Following Dean Zhao's directives or becoming General Lan's apprentice would impose significant limitations. Thus, she had explicitly emphasized that she would not interfere with Lu Yang's choices. Her gamble had proven correct. Lu Yang indeed disliked excessive constraints, which was precisely why he had declined both General Lan and Zhao Yud. A knowing smile danced upon General Lan's lips as he inquired of Lu Yang. "Might I ask the reason behind your refusal?" Chapter 059. Refusing General Lan. "I prefer freedom. I am honored to have caught your attention, General," Lu Yang replied candidly. "Your conditions are undeniably enticing. However, my upbringing has been somewhat unconventional, leading me to yearn for an environment of freedom, one where I can explore the unknown. This is precisely the moment for me to take that step. I do not wish to relinquish that opportunity too soon." Lu Yang's response was exceedingly tactful, delicately avoiding a direct confrontation of the issue. Yet, all present were astute enough to grasp the underlying implications of his words. General Lan and Zhao Yud both initially aimed for Lu Yang's well-being, hoping for his swift growth. However, their interventions made Lu Yang feel constrained, particularly in the military environment fostered by General Lan, which felt overwhelmingly restrictive. At Lu Yang's current age, even the thought of it was somewhat discomforting. To his surprise, General Lan did not seem displeased. Rather, he smiled with a sense of relief. He even praised Lu Yang, stating, "Your actions are truly unexpected, reminiscent of my own in my youth. My interest in you continues to grow." After sharing his contact chip ID with Lu Yang, he added, "The offer I extend remains valid. Should you reconsider in the future, even if you choose not to pursue studies at the Academy, you will always be welcome." Lu Yang accepted General Lan's contact ID, expressing his sincere gratitude. "Thank you for your favor, General." As General Lan, busy with official duties, nodded his farewell to the examiners and turned to board his military vehicle, he remarked to Lu Yang, "Consider a future in the military." The vehicle departed, leaving Song Zhou and the others standing in place, watching the convoy disappear from view. While the examiners understood Lu Yang's reluctance towards constraints, they were puzzled as to why he would decline General Lan's offer. After all, compared to a glorious future, what significance did a little restraint hold? Had Lu Yang accepted General Lan's proposal at that moment, his future would undoubtedly be illustrious, with substantial guarantees of success, making him a leading figure of his generation. "Haha, you truly have guts," Zhao Yud chuckled, teasingly, to refuse General Lan to his face. Yet, he bore no ill will, quickly letting go of the matter. "However, I can see you are indeed unconventional. It seems my hopes for today have been dashed. This trip was in vain." Observing the scene, Song Zhou promptly stepped forward with Song Yanran, offering, "Director Zhao, perhaps you could evaluate my daughter's qualifications? She is also a rare talent, a level 16 Dark Knight mage, and has a strong potential for awakening her innate abilities. This year, she ranked 172nd in the national examination." Zhao Yud politely glanced at the duo before responding, "A commendable child. She should secure a place in our Jiuzhou Academy, and we can consider her for the entrance examination of our Luhua branch." Though he did not state it explicitly, both father and daughter discerned the implication in his words. it was a subtle rejection, denying them the opportunity for an expedited pathway. Song Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. As the mayor, he thought he deserved at least that much respect. Song Yinran felt particularly disheartened. Witnessing others flock to Lu Yang while they wouldn't even spare her a glance. Noticing his daughter's discontent, Song Zhou sighed helplessly. After politely bidding farewell to the others, he led her away. Zhang Bohan also sighed in resignation. After all, Song Yinran was a remarkable child with limitless potential. Yet, Lu Yang's brilliance overshadowed her, rendering her talent dim in comparison. Child, Su Jing approached Lu Yang with excitement, grasping his hand to reaffirm, "You truly wish to join our Bahuang branch?" "Indeed." Lu Yang nodded, responding, "I find your conditions far more appealing." Su Jing beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Finally, our Bahuang branch is on the verge of rising." Zhao Yud interjected teasingly, "Child, while I respect your decision, I must remind you that Bahuang branch has long been at the bottom in ranking, and its overall strength pales in comparison to our Luhua branch. Should you choose to reconsider now, I can ease the constraints I have on you, given your preference for freedom." Lu Yang smiled, politely declining his renewed invitation. "Thank you, Director Zhao, but I have already committed to Director Su and cannot change my mind." Su Jing shot Zhao Yud a glare before turning back to Lu Yang, her eyes brimming with affection. "Well then, since there is no hope, I shall take my leave." Zhao Yud sighed in disappointment, his figure dissipating into thin air. Su Jing continued to hold Lu Yang's hand, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will provide you with the best treatment and the finest resources. Our Bahuang branch will not shortchange you. Whatever other academies offer, I will ensure you receive double." As she spoke, she produced a scroll and pressed it into Lu Yang's hand. "This is a hasty gift, a level 1 contract scroll. I believe you will find it most useful at this moment. Once you arrive at the academy, I will bestow upon you even more generous enrollment gifts." "Thank you, Director Su." Lu Yang did not refuse, recognizing his need for such an item. With this contract scroll, he could summon another creature. Su Jing recorded Lu Yang's identity information and directly entered it into the Jiuzhou Academy system, officially making him a student of Jiuzhou Academy and an elite student of Bahuang branch. She also added Lu Yang's contact chip ID and provided him with a teleportation stone, which would allow him to be transported directly to the Bahuang branch's location. After completing these arrangements, Su Jing suddenly inquired, "How soon can you report to school?" Lu Yang, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Is there something urgent, Director Su?" Su Jing explained, 3 days from now, our branch will conduct a trial mission, and I believe you would be well suited to participate." She added, "This trial mission is quite special, with invaluable eligibility for participation. If you succeed in the trial, you will undoubtedly gain significant rewards." Given Su Jing's assurances, Lu Yang could not refuse. He trusted that she would not lead him astray, and that the trial mission would be within his capabilities. Moreover, he was eager to gain insight into the nature of the trial missions at Jiuzhou Academy's branches. "I will participate," Lu Yang affirmed, "and I can accompany you to the Bahuang branch now." With no relatives in Jiang City and nothing essential to retrieve, he was entirely unencumbered. Su Jing regarded him with surprise, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. Having heard from the examiners about Lu Yang's background, she was aware that he was an orphan. She produced a teleportation stone, asking, "Do you know how to use it?" "Director Su, please wait," Lu Yang interrupted, stepping forward to solemnly bow to Zhang Bohan. "Principal, thank you for your care over these past few years." Lu Yang was no fool. He had felt Zhang Bohan's support throughout his time. "As I prepare to leave, I hope you take care of yourself." After bowing, Lu Yang gratefully embraced Zhang Bohan. "Child, take care as well." Zhang Bohan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he patted Lu Yang's back heartily. Ghidorah, sensing the moment, leaned in to nuzzle Zhang Bohan, letting out a soft whimper. After a long pause, the atmosphere was thick with emotion. The two reluctantly parted ways. Zhang Bohan waved goodbye to Lu Yang. "Good luck, kid." Lu Yang, with teary eyes, arrived beside Su Jing, accompanied by Ghidorah, and together they activated the teleportation stone. With a clang, their figures shimmered and vanished from their original spot. Chapter 060, The 8 Desolations Academy, a luxurious villa. It was Lu Yang's first time using the teleportation stone, and the experience was rather extraordinary. Unlike the teleportation array at the entrance of the dungeon, this form of long-distance travel was not instantaneous. It required a certain amount of time. The greater the distance between the two locations, the longer the teleportation took. Jiang City in Jianghai Province was over 2,000 kilometers away from Jiuzhou Mansion, necessitating a significant duration for the journey. During this time, Lu Yang felt as though he was ensconced within a fantastical tunnel, surrounded by resplendent hues that streaked past him like shooting stars. A sensation of dizziness enveloped him, rendering everything surreal. Ghidorah, however, trailed closely behind him, unfurling its wings and soaring freely through this bizarre tunnel, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. After approximately 10 seconds, Liu Yang regained his footing, and the environment around him transformed in an instant. It was now evening, the daylight dimming. Yet Liu Yang found himself in a brilliantly illuminated locale. Surrounding him were buildings of varying heights, intricately crafted, radiating elegance and nobility, exuding exquisite charm. Before him stood a grand and magnificent gate, adorned with the elegantly carved characters, 8 Desolations. Welcome to the 8 Desolations Academy, Su Jing introduced with a hint of pride. Each branch of JoJo Academy has its own independent campus, and their architectural styles vary significantly. Our 8 Desolations Academy is widely regarded as the most beautiful campus in JoJo Mansion. With that, she led Liu Yang towards the gate. 2 guards stood at the entrance. Upon Su Jing's arrival, they respectfully saluted her. Principal. Su Jing nodded in acknowledgement and stepped through the grand entrance. As she crossed the threshold, a beam of light flashed momentarily. Liu Yang instinctively halted his steps. It's nothing. Su Jing turned to invite him. This is the identity detection system. I have already registered your identity information. You may pass through directly. Liu Yang entered the gate, with Ghidorah seamlessly following behind him and passing through the light barrier. Su Jing, suddenly curious, asked, "Why don't you store your summoned beast in your space?" Liu Yang smiled wryly and replied, "It doesn't want me to confine it." Su Jing chuckled at this, casting a surprised glance at Liu Yang. She understood that a summoner's companion beast was an independent entity with its own consciousness. But she had not anticipated Liu Yang's summon to be so intriguing. Su Jing couldn't help but inwardly marvel. What an interesting summoner and summon, she mused. Before adding a note of caution, do be mindful, flying is prohibited within the academy. Understood, Principal, Liu Yang nodded. Curiously, he observed the environment of the academy, noting that indeed, no one rode exotic beasts or utilized transportation. No one employed skills for rapid movement or flight. All were simply walking along their paths. The tranquility mirrored that of his high school campus. As they walked, Su Jing introduced Liu Yang to the various buildings and facilities of the academy. The 8 Desolations Academy was vast. Liu Yang followed Su Jing for quite a while without a pause. Every student and teacher they encountered greeted Su Jing respectfully, casting curious glances at Liu Yang. What manner of person could warrant the principal's personal introduction to the academy? However, no one dared to approach and inquire. Eventually, Su Jing led Liu Yang to a similarly styled building area. This is the student dormitory, she explained. I have arranged a small villa for you, and the location information has been sent to you. Take these 3 days to rest well, explore around, and familiarize yourself with our school. In 3 days, someone will come to take you to participate in the trial. All right, Liu Yang nodded. Su Jing sent him 1.2 million and elaborated. This is your scholarship for the month. Our academy conducts monthly assessments. Only students who pass can remain in the branch, and those who meet the reward criteria can receive scholarships. Thus, our scholarships are distributed monthly. The currency used in the branch is standard, though prices may be slightly elevated. However, we have a contribution system. Students who contribute to the academy can enjoy numerous additional benefits, such as shopping discounts, resource rewards, extra entries to dungeons, and priority access. Among others, Liu Yang astutely picked up on a crucial point. Extra entries to dungeons and priority access? He inquired with keen curiosity, how can I earn contributions? Su Jing teased him. The trial task you will participate in 3 days from now will yield many contributions upon completion. The rest you will have to discover for yourself. Didn't you say you enjoy exploring the unknown? Liu Yang smiled shyly, nodded, and refrained from pressing further. I have many matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Jing waved at Liu Yang. If you encounter any insurmountable issues during this time, feel free to contact me. With that, she shimmered and vanished from sight. Liu Yang opened the information Su Jing had sent him. Villa Area A, Building 1, Row 3. He was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Su Jing to arrange a villa as his dormitory. Living alone in a villa felt rather extravagant, didn't it? Following the signs, Liu Yang found his designated villa, a 2-story townhouse with a private courtyard, the overall environment quite pleasant. Not too extravagant after all. Liu Yang chuckled as he approached the entrance, which opened automatically. Stepping inside, he found the interior spacious. The first floor featured a study, kitchen, and hall, while the second floor housed a bedroom, all remarkably roomy. Liu Yang also discovered a basement. Upon descending, he was surprised to find it was an expansive training ground, equipped with a deployable protective barrier and a massive energy testing stone, allowing students residing there to practice combat without stepping outside. Liu Yang smiled contentedly. Having previously lived in a cramped government-subsidized room, he found the transition to such a spacious villa somewhat disorienting. Suddenly, Ghidorah let its neck droop in exhaustion, emitting a series of discontented growls. It was clearly expressing one sentiment: hunger. It had not had a proper meal for 3 days, subsisting solely on the corpses of monsters. After a full day of battling in the trial dungeon, where monsters respawned rapidly, it had effectively gone an entire day without sustenance. Lu Yong, feeling a pang of guilt, approached and affectionately patted Ghidorah's head. All right, let's go grab a bite to eat. Earlier, he had memorized the location of the cafeteria and promptly escorted Ghidorah out of the dormitory. He couldn't help but wonder if there would be anything suitable for Ghidorah to eat in the cafeteria. On their way, Lu Yong spotted a magnificent building, prominently marked with the words, Dungeon Hall. He instinctively halted his steps. Chapter 061, The Dungeon Hall. Earn money and contribution points. The entrance of the dungeon hall stood wide open, revealing a bustling scene within, teeming with people. Although he had never been there before, the very name suggested that it was brimming with abundant dungeon resources. Lu Yong felt an irresistible urge to venture inside, but Ghidorah tugged at his clothing. Ghidorah emitted a low growl of dissatisfaction. Oh, I was just a bit curious, Lu Yong chuckled helplessly, turning back to lead Ghidorah toward the cafeteria. Though it was not mealtime, the cafeteria was still quite crowded. The cafeteria of the 8 Desolation Academy was vast, spanning several floors, offering a diverse array of foods that extended beyond mere human fare. Following the signs, Lu Yong located the fresh produce section and inquired of the lady inside. Excuse me, do you have venison from the forest deer? The woman glanced at Ghidorah beside him and immediately understood, nodding with a smile. Yes. How much would you like? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yong extended 5 fingers. I would like 500 kilograms. Do you have that? 500 kilograms. The lady was taken aback, confirming multiple times. Are you certain you need 500 kilograms? Previously, Lu Yong had purchased a bag weighing 10 pounds, which was merely enough for Ghidorah's one meal. Buying 500 kilograms at once would certainly suffice for a month's worth of meals for Ghidorah. Yes, Lu Yong nodded again. We have it, but it will need to be transported from the warehouse, so please wait a moment. The lady eyed Lu Yong with curiosity before moving to a spacious area to operate. Soon, a towering pile of blood-red venison appeared before her. With a swift motion, she packed the meat into a spatial backpack. Life professionals possess skills, yet most of them are tailored for practical living. The total comes to 2 million. She sent a trade request to Lu Yong. How much? Lu Yong was momentarily stunned. 2 million, the lady reiterated. Lu Yong was taken aback. Even though Su Jing had warned him that prices in the academy would be somewhat higher, he never anticipated they would exceed outside prices by more than double. At the Jiang City Trading Center, a 10-pound bag of forest deer meat cost merely 8,000. He had thought that with over 2 million in cash, he could afford to be generous with his purchases. Little did he know that he would exhaust 2 million in one fell swoop. Noticing Lu Yang's discomfort, the lady inquired, do you have a contribution level? F level grants an 80 discount, while E level offers half price. Sighing, Lu Yong shook his head and reluctantly paid the 2 million. Only about 400,000 remained in his backpack. He cast a resigned glance at Ghidorah, who was drooling, and placed 20 pounds of venison before him. Maintaining such a dragon was indeed costly. Ghidorah had not had the pleasure of eating delicious venison for several days, devouring it with a ferocity that drew the attention of many onlookers. Lu Yong went to the prepared food section to purchase a meal for himself, costing 150. Although still somewhat expensive, it paled in comparison to the 40,000 Ghidorah consumed in a single meal. It seemed he needed to consider ways to earn more money or accumulate contribution points to enhance his contribution level. He wondered if there were tasks in the dungeon hall that could yield both cash and points. With that thought, Lu Yong proceeded directly to the dungeon hall. As soon as he stepped inside, the clamorous sounds enveloped him. Hard difficulty Knight's Graveyard. Need 120-level healer. Normal difficulty Silent Forest. Urgently seeking a scout and a ranged DPS. Fast clear team. All levels welcome. Nightmare difficulty Illusory Wetlands. Looking for 2 rare DPS professions. Minimum level 25. Numerous students were shouting in the hall, various information screens displayed before them. Lu Yong couldn't help but smile at the scene. It reminded him of his days at the Wolf God Temple and the Wild Wolf Lake Camp. He had not anticipated that Jojo Academy would be so down-to-earth. However, as Lu Yong was still unfamiliar with everything, he decided to explore on his own. Passing through the noisy crowd, he arrived at another large door, leading into a quieter hall. Upon entering, the cacophony outside immediately faded, leaving the interior remarkably tranquil, save for the sound of footsteps and the faint murmurs of conversation. Lu Yong approached the service desk at the center of the hall. A 360-degree surround screen displayed a continuous scroll of various information, predominantly consisting of commission tasks and student team formations. Lu Yang's attention was captured by a commission task: clear the 20-level Dungeon Knight's Graveyard. Obtain the soul of the boss Ghost Knight Commander. Task reward: 1 million currency, 10 contribution points. By logical deduction, The minimum entry level for a 20-level dungeon is 17, while the maximum is 23. Lu Yong perfectly fit the minimum entry requirement. He intended to accept the task, but was uncertain where to begin. Hello, Junior. A gentle female voice suddenly reached Lu Yang's ears. Turning around, he was greeted by a tall girl clad in an exquisite academy uniform, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. She appeared to be an upperclassman. Hello, senior. Lu Yong replied politely, feeling somewhat perplexed. Are you a new student this year? The senior inquired with a bright smile. Yes, Lu Yong replied with a slight nod. Hee. The senior chuckled, guessing, I saw Dean Su personally bring you to the school earlier. I suspect your background must be quite extraordinary. Her voice dropped conspiratorially as she leaned closer. In all these years, I've never seen her treat anyone with such warmth. From her tone, it seemed she shared a close relationship with Dean Su. Lu Yong answered candidly, I don't have any special background. I am merely under Dean Su's care. Impossible. The senior asserted confidently. If you didn't have some unique background, she wouldn't be so attentive to you. As she spoke, she cast a detection spell on Lu Yong. Level 17 rare profession, Dragon Summoner. Looks intriguing, although your level is a bit low. Lu Yong frowned, feeling displeased. He truly disliked the sensation of being scrutinized by others and was uncomfortable with a stranger questioning him. He decided to ignore her and turned back to seek the information signboard, intending to familiarize himself with the details of the dungeon hall. Seeing Lu Yong dismiss her so casually, the senior displayed a look of surprise before a hint of intrigue crept onto her face. Oh, how bold. No wonder she wanted me to pay attention to you in advance. Chapter 062. Soloing the Nightmare Level Knight's Grave? Ridiculous. Senior sister caught up with Lu Yong, adopting a different demeanor, and cheerfully said, All right, enough with the jokes. Let me properly introduce myself. My name is Su Qianqian, a sophomore in the mage department. However, Lu Yong disregarded her and walked past her. Hey, Su Qianqian's delicate brows furrowed as she pursued him once more. This time, she directly called out Lu Yang's name. Lu Yong, what kind of attitude is that? Lu Yong frowned and inquired, What exactly do you want? Su Qianqian pouted in displeasure, reluctantly huffing, Forget it. You're really dull. If it weren't for my mother insisting that I come find you, I wouldn't bother at all. Your mother? Lu Yong speculated about Su Qianqian's identity. Director Su? Yes, Su Qianqian replied, a hint of pride tugging at her lips. To her surprise, Lu Yong remained unimpressed, coldly asking, Does Director Su have something to discuss? Su Qianqian's lips twitched awkwardly as she responded. She insisted that I come to interact with you, to see if you might need any assistance. Perfect. Lu Yong seized the opportunity to ask, How do I accept the task posted there? Su Qianqian's face twitched again, and she inwardly lamented. This kid is quite adept at taking advantage of the situation. She wanted to voice her complaints, but ultimately restrained herself at the thought of her mother's stern demeanor. I want to see what's so special about you that my mother places such importance on you. Sighing in resignation, Su Qianqian said, Follow me. Lu Yong followed Su Qianqian back to the central platform. She pointed out a slightly recessed platform, indicating, Place your hand here to log in your information. Then you can filter the information available on the central platform. Her instructions were easy to comprehend, and Lu Yong followed her guidance, quickly accepting the task. Complete the 20-level Dungeon Knight's Grave. Obtain the spirit of the boss, the Phantom Knight Commander. Task reward: 1,000,000 currency, 10 contribution points. Su Qianqian observed the scrolling information on the screen, her expression morphing into one of surprise as she incredulously asked, How did you manage to take on this task? What's wrong? Lu Yong questioned, baffled by her reaction. Su Qianqian elaborated. The spirit of the Phantom Knight Commander can only drop from a boss at the Nightmare difficulty level. You're only at level 17. How could you possibly clear the Nightmare level Knight's Grave? Even if you were to team up with others, they wouldn't want you. Lu Yong, unfazed, nonchalantly inquired. Is the Knight's Grave that difficult? Su Qianqian continued to explain. The overall difficulty of the dungeon isn't high. It's just that the boss is troublesome to handle. The boss has a unique mechanism that transfers the damage it receives to the offerings in the grave, so you must destroy those offerings before you can attack the boss. However, those offerings possess exceptionally high defense. Without a few strong damage-dealing classes in your team, it would be quite challenging to break them. Su Qianqian anticipated that Lu Yong would think better of it upon hearing this. To her astonishment, he simply said, Thanks for the reminder, and once again bypassed her. Heading toward the teleportation passage at the edge of the inner hall. Outside the passage, several luminous screens displayed the names of various dungeons, presumably the entrances to those dungeons. Hey. Su Qianqian caught up, asking, Are you really planning to just enter the dungeon like that? Yes, Lu Yong nodded. Were you even listening to me? Su Qianqian felt a surge of urgency. The Nightmare level Knight's Grave is not easily cleared. She pointed towards a screen above the dungeon's teleportation portal. Look there. It shows the clearance records for the Knight's Grave. The top-ranked team has an average level of 22, comprised entirely of rare classes, all equipped with bronze-quality gear. Even with such a configuration, they took 1 hour and 20 minutes to clear the Knight's Grave. If you don't assemble a team like that, it's questionable whether you can even clear it. Liu Yang maintained his indifferent demeanor. Didn't you say no one would want to team up with me? Then I won't bother forming a team. Su Qianqian was left speechless, her impression of Liu Yang diminishing sharply. Suit yourself, she shrugged nonchalantly. I've advised you. And if anything goes wrong, it's on you. I trust my mother won't blame me. Don't worry. Liu Yang flashed her a confident smile. I'll be fine. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes at his arrogance. As Liu Yang approached the dungeon's teleportation portal, a multitude of information immediately materialized before him. First was the selection page for various dungeons. Liu Yang chose the 20-level dungeon, Knight's Grave, and then selected the Nightmare difficulty. Please confirm whether to enter the Nightmare level Knight's Grave. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Liu Yang thought, and in an instant, he and Ghidorah were transported into the dungeon. Vanishing from the inner hall, Su Qianqian was left astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief that he had truly entered the Nightmare level Knight's Grave solo. What a lunatic. In frustration, Su Qianqian dialed Su Jing's contact chip. The call connected swiftly. Mom, Su Qianqian said, her irritation palpable. That person you mentioned is completely insane, ignorant, and arrogant, refusing to heed any advice. He actually wants to solo the Nightmare level Knight's Grave? Isn't that laughable? I've done everything you asked. And if something happens to him, it's not my responsibility. Su Jing paused momentarily before chuckling. It's fine, just let him be. With that, she hung up. Hey. Su Qianqian felt even more exasperated. She hadn't anticipated her mother would also adopt such a nonchalant attitude, causing her to stomp her foot in frustration. What is wrong with these people? At that moment, a well-equipped 5-member team approached the dungeon's teleportation portal. A knightly figure stepped forward, inquiring with concern. Who made our Qianqian upset? Su Qianqian, seeing the newcomer, frowned in distaste and replied curtly, none of your business. With that, she sidestepped him and left the area. The knight hurriedly followed, asking, are you here to run the dungeon? We're about to tackle the Nightmare level Knight's Grave. Want to team up? Not interested, go away. Su Qianqian shot him a disdainful glare and stalked off. The knight felt utterly perplexed. What with the hostility today? He turned to the other bystanders in the inner hall, asking, does anyone know what just happened? Chapter 063, Terrifying Spirits and Zombies, Instant Kill. Guishao. A male classmate approached from a distance, a broad smile on his face as he explained the situation. A new guy just came into the inner hall. Seems like he's a freshman this year, completely clueless, wandering around like a headless chicken. Then Sister Qianqian arrived and kindly tried to explain the situation to him. The audacious young man, oblivious to the vastness of the world around him, dared to challenge the nightmarish level Knight's Graveyard single-handedly, incurring the ire of Sister Qianqian. Were I in her position, I too would be incensed. After all, one extends a helping hand only to be met with the ignorance of a fool. The individual known as Guishao is actually named Guisu, a rare-class Eagle Knight of level 23. He is a well-known scion of wealth, possessing a modicum of talent, and has been persistently pursuing Su Qianqian, making grand gestures of affection that have been met with consistent rejection. Thus, Guisu has gained considerable notoriety at the 8 Desolation Academy, and indeed, many across the entire Jojo Academy are familiar with him. With a dismissive scoff, Guisu inquired, what level is that kid? 17, a classmate replied. 17? Guisu and his companions were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! I thought he was some sort of prodigy daring to solo the nightmarish level Knight's Graveyard. Who would have imagined he's only at level 17? 17, he's barely past the novice stage. To think he could attempt to solo the nightmarish level Knight's Graveyard. What a delusional dream. A peer chimed in, some country bumpkin. Having gained admission to Jojo Academy, truly believes himself to be exceptional, utterly unaware of his own limitations. With this remark, the male classmate's expression noticeably shifted. Forget it. Guisu sneered, let the fool be. I had intended to teach him a lesson and have him apologize to Qianqian, but at this point, whether he survives this dungeon is questionable. Laughter erupted once more from the onlookers. After a brief pause, Guisu composed himself and instructed, let us check our gear, items, and potions. As per usual, should we obtain the fragment of the soul steed from the Ghost Knight Commander, each of you will receive 1 million. He glanced at the completion records for the Knight's Graveyard, noting that their team held the second position. His confidence surged. Their previous completion time of 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 7 seconds was perilously close to the record. Let us all exert ourselves today and aim to break the completion record. If we do manage it, I shall cover all your equipment for the next phase. Guo Xiao's magnanimity elicited a chorus of flattery from his teammates. who then followed him into the nightmarish level Knight's graveyard dungeon. Upon being teleported into the dungeon, Liu Yang found himself amidst a hilly terrain. The landscape was dotted with undulating hills, overgrown with wild grass, and sporadically featured a few nearly withered trees clinging to a few despondent leaves. The dungeon was enshrouded in night, and under the dim moonlight, the surroundings appeared hauntingly desolate. A chilling wind swept through, penetrating Liu Yang's clothing and sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. He surveyed his surroundings, but detected no monsters. He commanded Ghidorah to take flight and remain vigilant, before advancing deeper into the dungeon. Not long after Liu Yang ventured forth, a mournful wailing echoed around him, followed by the emergence of numerous specters glowing with a blue luminescence. These phantoms all bore the appearance of soldiers, armed with long spears and clad in armor. Liu Yang scrutinized their details. Spear Ghost LV-23, Elite. Strength, 2,300. Intelligence, 1,500. Stamina, 2,500. Agility, 1,800. Spirit, 1,200. There were also sword ghosts and hammer ghosts, with attributes largely similar but with minor variations. All belonged to the standard elite monster attributes of a nightmarish level. Their stats were formidable, yet Ghidorah's attributes far surpassed theirs, nearly tenfold. There was simply no comparison. Let us engage, Liu Yang ordered calmly, continuing forward. Ghidorah flapped its wings in the air, and upon receiving the command, its sharp dragon eyes and mouth emitted a brilliant light. With a resounding crash, it unleashed a powerful gravitational beam, annihilating all monsters in Liu Yang's path and clearing a route for him. The blinding gravitational beam pierced through each spectral entity, dispatching them instantaneously. As these ghostly apparitions had no physical form, they did not get knocked back, but instead dissipated into motes of light at their original locations. Successfully defeated LV-23 Spear Ghost. Experience gained, 4,600, 1150. Ghidorah gains 1 attribute point. Acquired Soldier Soul Fragment. Successfully defeated LV-23 Hammer Ghost. Experience gained, 4,600, 1150. Ghidorah gains 1 attribute point. Acquired Soldier Soul Fragment. The notifications flooded Liu Yang's vision. With the Silver Experience Amulet S enhancement, his experience surged considerably. He pondered how much experience could be amassed from a single dungeon run once they completed it. Liu Yang pressed on, occasionally encountering spectral monsters emerging from the shadows to attack. However, with Ghidorah in tow, they were swiftly dispatched the moment they appeared, posing no threat to him. Despite this, Liu Yang found it difficult to endure the chilling cries that accompanied these specters. Their wails sent shivers down his spine in the dead of night. Fortunately, before long, the appearances of these spectral creatures diminished. Liu Yang arrived at a dismal graveyard, littered with crumbling tombstones and uneven burial mounds. Suddenly, hands erupted from behind the tombstones and graves. Following them were decaying corpses clawing their way out. Their bodies were grotesquely rotting, with skeletal remains draped in foul, putrid flesh, and their entrails exposed. Yet, they were still clad in rusted, decayed armor, wielding weapons. Liu Yang glanced at their details. Zombie Infantry LV-23, Elite. Strength, 2,500. Intelligence, 1,200. Stamina, 2,800. Agility, 1,500. Spirit, 1,200. They were high stamina yet sluggish zombie monsters. The zombies gaped their mouths, emitting eerie, unsettling sounds as they lunged toward Liu Yang. Crack, 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 crack. Chapter 64, Ghost Knight Commander, Damage Transfer Talent. Ghidorah swept a gravitational beam from above, scattering countless zombie monsters, their corpses shattered and limbs flying in all directions. Successfully defeated Zombie Infantry LV-23, experience gained, 4,600, 1150. Ghidorah gains 1 attribute point. Acquired Zombie Flesh. The notifications once again inundated Liu Yang's view. He paid them little mind, disregarding the zombies as he continued forward. The further he delved, the more. The surrounding grave markers multiplied increasingly. Not only did the undead monsters emerge from the earth, but the phantoms from before also drifted forth from the shadows, launching an assault on Liu Yang. These terrifying creatures were accompanied by wretched wails and eerie howls, their presence intensifying. The numbers of both types of monsters grew ever larger. Liu Yang surveyed the entire expanse of hills before him, and wherever his gaze fell, he found the area teeming with monsters, resembling a deathly army composed of zombies and specters. For anyone else, merely witnessing such a scene would likely induce a sense of dread. However, Liu Yang felt not a trace of panic. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. In his eyes, no matter how numerous the monsters, they posed no threat to him. The greater their numbers, the more delighted he became. This signified that with each sweep of Ghidorah, he could augment his overall attributes. Each monster would serve as a stepping stone to Liu Yang's burgeoning strength. Bang! Bang! With a barrage of gravitational beams, Ghidorah obliterated the deathly legion before them. Liu Yang reaped a substantial amount of experience points and some inconsequential materials that could be exchanged for currency later. Moreover, Ghidorah gained an impressive 460 points to his overall attributes. A bountiful harvest indeed, including the 75 monsters he had previously vanquished. He had now increased his total by 535 attribute points. His experience points had also risen by approximately 8. There were likely more monsters ahead, potentially including boss-level foes. And with the abundance of boss monsters, he could further enhance his overall attributes. The returns from grinding the Knight's graveyard were proving quite rewarding. Calculating his gains, Liu Yang continued forward with anticipation. With Ghidorah by his side, his progress was utterly unimpeded. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings transformed once more. Numerous architectural relics emerged in the graveyard, with countless crumbling walls scattered about, creating a bizarre tableau alongside the shattered gravestones. Amidst these ruins, many strange statues stood. They depicted soldiers clad in armor, wielding formidable weaponry, and some even portrayed mounted cavalry. Yet, their visages were disturbingly peculiar. The statues were caught in combat poses, their faces twisted in terror. Crack, crack. As Liu Yang stepped into this uncanny ruin, the eyes of the statues suddenly ignited with a sickly green glow, and their rigid bodies sprang to life. The statues across the ground simultaneously revived, resuming their previous battle stances and charging toward Liu Yang. Cavalry statue LV-23, Elite, Soul Infused. Strength, 2,800. Intelligence, 1,500. Stamina, 3,200. Agility, 2,800. Spirit, 1,500. Aside from their elevated stamina, they bore no remarkable traits. Bang! Before they could take more than a couple of steps, Ghidorah unleashed a powerful gravitational beam, annihilating them in an instant. Successfully killed cavalry statue LV-23, experience points 4,600, 1150. Ghidorah gains 1 point to overall attributes. Acquired soldier's soul fragment. The statues within the ruins multiplied, coming to life as Liu Yang approached, yet they perished within a second, struck down by Ghidorah. Thus, he traversed the path, slaying all in his wake. Liu Yang arrived before a massive structure. The building lay in ruins, reduced to a grand entrance, a few pillars, and crumbling walls on all sides. From its exterior, it appeared to be a church. Passing through the church's entrance, Liu Yang discovered an eerie silence within. There were no specter monsters, no zombies, not even a single statue. An unsettling stillness prevailed. At the far end of the church, beneath a statue, knelt a colossal figure. Clad in heavy armor, one hand thumping its chest while the other braced an excessively long knight's lance. Even from a distance, its imposing stature loomed significantly above Liu Yang. Exuding an air of intimidation, he deduced that this must be the boss of the dungeon. As Liu Yang speculated on its identity, he cautiously advanced with Ghidorah. Clang, clang, clang. The heavily armored knight at the church's end suddenly stirred, rising to its feet while brandishing the knight's lance, turning to face Liu Yang. Liu Yang inspected its information. Phantom Knight Commander LV-25, Boss, Composite. Strength, 8,800. Intelligence, 6,000. Stamina, 10,800. Agility, 7,200. Spirit, 6,000. Skills, Knight's Charge, War Tread, Lance Thrust. A staggering 10,800 stamina. Liu Yang felt a flicker of astonishment. With such a high stamina value and encased in such heavy armor, its vitality and defense must be extraordinarily formidable. Let us test it with a strike. Liu Yang commanded Ghidorah. ZZZZ. Ghidorah's wings crackled with furious lightning, unleashing a bolt of electric energy upon the Phantom Knight Commander. Crack. The Phantom Knight Commander briefly radiated with a glow before continuing its actions nonchalantly. Liu Yang frowned in confusion. He had clearly observed that Ghidorah's lightning had inflicted 10,800 points of damage on the Phantom Knight Commander, indicating that Ghidorah's attack had surpassed its defenses, capable of depleting its stamina entirely. Yet the Phantom Knight Commander's stamina remained at 10,800, untouched. Damage transfer? Liu Yang recalled Su Qianshan's words. The boss of the Knight's graveyard could transfer damage to its offerings, necessitating their elimination first. However, he saw no indication of a damage transfer skill on it. Wait. Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be a passive ability? He hurriedly instructed Ghidorah to sense whether the Phantom Knight Commander possessed any devourable abilities. Target possesses the ability, Damage Transfer. Ghidorah's ability slots are full, unable to devour at the moment. Yet Liu Yang still clenched his fists in excitement. Indeed, it was a talent. Chapter 065, Devouring Talent, SS Class Damage Transfer. Liu Yang opened his personal information panel and navigated to the Shared Talent section. Shared Talents. Devouring Talent. King S Might. Rapid Recovery. Upon selecting Devouring Talent, detailed information appeared. Devouring Talent. Level 2 can devour the target's talents, converting them into 1S own. With the number of devourable talents dependent on 1S attributes and level, currently devoured talents. 0. Devourable talents. 1. Ghidorah's level was insufficient. Thus he could not devour the talent. A smug smile crept across Liu Yang's face. But I can still devour one talent. He knew that for every 10 levels he gained, he would acquire an additional talent slot, enabling him to obtain talents through devouring. Although the introduction to the talent information indicates that an additional talent slot will be granted based on the total attribute value, Ghidorah has already accumulated over 20,000 points in total attributes without receiving any extra devour count. Thus, Liu Yang remains uncertain about the specific threshold. Nevertheless, at present, each time he levels up by 10, he effectively gains 2 talents, which is currently more than sufficient. For an ordinary practitioner, awakening even a single talent in a lifetime is considered a rare feat, yet Liu Yang, at merely level 17, possesses 5 talents and is on the verge of acquiring a 6th. The lowest tier talent he holds is still of SS rank. What does this classify him as in terms of talent? Liu Yang himself is unsure. He only knows that his future will undoubtedly see him standing at the pinnacle of this world. Gazing upon the spectral knight commander before him, Liu Yang already harbored a detailed plan. Continue to strike it. He commanded Ghidorah. He speculated that since the spectral knight commander could transfer damage, it implied that the sacrificial objects absorbing the damage also possessed health points. The damage inflicted by Ghidorah had already overflowed, rendering considerations of defense or damage reduction irrelevant. It should strike until the commander can no longer transfer damage. Zzz. Ghidorah unleashed a bolt of lightning upon the spectral knight commander. Once again, a halo emerged around the commander, yet its health points remained unchanged. It abruptly gestured to the side. Nay. A colossal skeletal warhorse, engulfed in ethereal blue flames, suddenly leapt forth from the void. Clad in heavy armor, it landed heavily before the spectral knight commander, producing a series of resounding clangs. The spectral knight commander mounted the skeletal warhorse and raised its knightly lance towards Liu Yang. To his astonishment, this skeletal steed was also classified as a boss-level creature. Skeletal warhorse LV-25, boss, composite, strength, 6,800, intelligence, 2,000, health, 8,800, agility, 9,800, mentality, 2,000. No wonder it is termed a composite boss. Liu Yang discerned the relationship between the two beings. Only by combining the two monsters could one truly be deemed a boss. Viewed in this light, the composite boss's health points approached 20,000, a value that was extraordinarily high at this level. Liu Yang could not help but exclaim internally at the considerable difficulty of this dungeon. Numerous minor monsters, a composite boss, and the troublesome damage transfer mechanism. It was no wonder that even a top-tier team required over an hour to complete it. Casting a glance at the time, Liu Yang noted that approximately 40 minutes had elapsed since entering the dungeon. He estimated that defeating the boss would likely take no more than 50 minutes, a feat sufficient to break records. Had it not been for the time wasted exploring the map on his initial entry, he could have been even faster. Buzz. The soul flames in the eye sockets of the spectral knight commander flickered violently as it activated the Night Charge skill. The skeletal warhorse beneath it charged towards Liu Yang. Thud, 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 thud. The enormous iron hooves resonated with thunderous echoes, raising clouds of dust. The very ground trembled in response. Liu Yang stood his ground, unflinching, devoid of any panic. Continue to strike. Crackle. Ghidorah darted to Liu Yang's side, unleashing another bolt of lightning at the spectral knight commander. A magical ripple emanated from it, and the damage was once again transferred. The spectral knight commander had reached Ghidorah, thrusting its knightly lance towards it. Clang! Ghidorah opened its mouth, unleashing a gravitational beam that sent both the spectral knight commander and its steed flying. Boom! The two massive forms crashed heavily against the church wall behind them, shattering it to pieces. The spectral knight commander regained its footing, remounting the skeletal warhorse, and charged at Liu Yang once more with Night Charge. Strike again! Ghidorah unleashed a bolt of lightning, but the spectral knight commander's health points remained unchanged. This marked the 5th attack. A flicker of doubt crossed Liu Yang's mind. How many sacrificial objects were hidden within the map? He resolved to attempt once more. If the boss did not fall, he would need to alter his approach. Crackle! A blinding bolt of lightning struck the spectral knight commander, only to create a mere magical ripple. Something was amiss. Liu Yang realized that he must have overlooked an important detail. He immediately opted to change tactics. Ghidorah, locate the sacrificial objects in the map. Ghidorah instantly unleashed its formidable perception, encompassing everything around it. Soon, it identified 4 sacrificial objects pulsating with energy. Let us take a look. Liu Yang extended his hand. Ghidorah understood and soared to one of the sacrificial objects. Before them stood a massive knightly shield sculpture, possessing only a single health attribute, yet its value was not insignificant, boasting a maximum of 12,500 points. Knight Shield LV-22, Elite, Sacrificial Object. Health, 112,500. Why does it still have 1 health point remaining? Liu Yang questioned. Delivering a tentative kick, it inflicted 1 point of damage. Crack. The Knight Shield Sacrificial Object shattered. Successfully defeated. Knight Shield LV-22, Experience gained, 4,400, 1,100. Acquired 1 point in all attributes. It seemed his confidence had been misplaced. A smile of realization crossed Liu Yang's face. No wonder Su Qianqian advised to deal with the sacrificial objects first. It turned out that they could only sustain lethal damage from physical attacks. Now that he understood the dungeon's mechanics, the remaining tasks would proceed swiftly. One by one, Liu Yang shattered the remaining 3 sacrificial objects, garnering an additional 3 points in all attributes. Finally, he and Ghidorah returned to confront the Spectral Knight Commander. Hold it down. Boom. Ghidorah lunged at the Spectral Knight Commander, sweeping away its skeletal warhorse with its tail. It then raised its dragon claw and cautiously pinned down the commander, rendering it immobile. With meticulous care, Ghidorah clawed at the Spectral Knight Commander, reducing its health points to a perilous 300, placing it in a state of near death. Liu Yang approached the Spectral Knight Commander, extending his hand to activate the Devour talent. Streams of light emanated from the commander, gradually converging into the palm of Liu Yang. Successfully devoured target talent. Acquired SS rank talent. Damage transfer. Chapter 066. Can a solo player break the record? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liu Yang's heart soared with elation. To his astonishment, it was indeed an SS rank talent. Although he had anticipated that the rating for damage transfer would not be too low, he had expected it to be at least an S rank. However, the SS level rating still took him by surprise. Liu Yang quickly examined the effects of damage transfer. Damage transfer allows all damage received to be transferred to a bound target until the target perishes. Note, the target must consent to a mental contract. This is quite comprehensible. Damage transfer can bind one or several targets, provided that they agree to the binding and are willing to bear the damage on your behalf. The Phantom Knight Commander possesses 4 relics, each with 12,500 health points, and has a unique mechanism that allows it to only suffer lethal damage from physical attacks. Without knowledge of this mechanism, one might find it impossible to defeat the Phantom Knight Commander, as it can indefinitely transfer the damage it receives to the 4 immortal relics. It is truly a godly skill. Liu Yang glanced at Ghidorah, binding the damage transfer to it. Ghidorah unconditionally accepted the binding. Now, Liu Yang could transfer all damage he received to Ghidorah, a formidable summoned beast with over 22,000 total attributes. Its health and defense were astonishingly high. At Liu Yang's current level, monsters or practitioners of the same rank could hardly inflict any damage on Ghidorah, even if damage were dealt. It possessed the SS level talent, Rapid Recovery, enabling it to restore its health to full in an instant. Now, with the ability to transfer damage infinitely to Ghidorah. As long as Ghidorah remained alive, it was as if he himself had become immortal. For Liu Yang, damage transfer was equally a divine skill. Moreover, it was a skill of even greater magnitude. Now, he felt utterly invincible. A satisfied smile crept across Liu Yang's face. Although Ghidorah was immensely powerful, he himself remained fragile and had not had the time to enhance his attributes, still requiring its protection. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance resulting in fatal damage, everything would be over. With damage transfer now in his arsenal, this fatal flaw had been effectively mitigated. Liu Yang confidently clenched his fist. From here on, he merely needed to focus on leveling up and enhancing Ghidorah's attributes. Buzz, the Phantom Knight Commander beneath Ghidorah, continued to struggle. Finish it off. Having devoured its talent, Liu Yang saw no reason to spare it any longer. Crack. With a forceful grip of its dragon claws, Ghidorah delivered a fatal blow. Successfully killed Phantom Knight Commander LV-25. Experience points 125,000, 31, 250. Ghidorah gains 1 attribute point. Acquired Phantom Knight Commander's heavy armor, bronze, and a fragment of the Phantom Commander's mount X1. The heavy armor was unsuitable for Liu Yang, so he disregarded it, saving it for future monetary exchange. A fragment of the Phantom Commander's mount? That item piqued his curiosity. Liu Yang glanced at the item information. Fragment of the Phantom Mount. Collect 25 pieces to synthesize a Phantom Mount, which can be shaped according to demand. It appeared rather intriguing. Liu Yang had no need for a mount. He merely had to wait for Ghidorah to grow a bit larger. By then, riding a golden dragon would be far more impressive and practical than any other mount. Finally, Lu Yang checked the time. Completing a run of the Nightmare Level Knight's Grave took him a total of 54 minutes. The experience bar had risen slightly over 9 points. After merely 10 more runs, he would elevate his level to 18. Having familiarized himself with the dungeon map and understood its mechanisms, he anticipated that his next run would not take nearly as long. Overall, the efficiency was commendable. Lu Yang, satisfied, led Ghidorah towards the dungeon's teleport exit. Meanwhile, a crisp bell chimed within the inner hall of the dungeon. Ding dong. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated clearly, reaching the ears of everyone present. They all understood precisely the significance of that bell. Someone had broken the dungeon record. It had been a long time since a record had been shattered. Who could it be? Let us see which dungeon's record it is. Could it be Guisu and his team? I noticed they just entered the knight's grave. It's quite possible. Guisu has likely been grinding the knight's grave for a while to gather the Phantom Mount fragments. And he must have figured out the optimal strategy. They had already secured second place, just 2 minutes behind the first. I believe they must have broken the record. Everyone curiously turned their gaze toward the screen above the central platform. The information on the screen began to scroll, filtering out extraneous details until only one highlighted message remained. New record established for Nightmare Level Knight's Grave. Completion time, 54 minutes and 36 seconds. Clearing team, Lu Yang, level 17, class, Dragon Summoner. What? A group of people froze upon seeing this information, displaying expressions of disbelief. Some were so shocked that their mouths hung open, drooling in astonishment. They could hardly believe their eyes. Only one person in the entire team? Was it a solo clear? A level 17 player soloing the Nightmare Level Knight's Grave in just 54 minutes, nearly half an hour faster than the previous record. Is that even possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guisu's team, despite their configuration, could only achieve a time of 1 hour and 22 minutes. How could he have done it in just 54 minutes? Moreover, it was a solo run. The Knight's Grave contains numerous monsters, and the boss's mechanisms are exceedingly complex. Even Guisu's team would struggle in a solo run at the hard level. How could a level 17 player manage a solo run of the Nightmare level? Look at his class, Dragon Summoner. Could it be an overpowered legendary class? Unclear, but I'm sure he will emerge soon. Let us wait and see. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yang appeared at the dungeon's teleportation portal. PS out. Upon seeing Lu Yang, the crowd immediately surrounded him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. A rare level 17 class, Dragon Summoner, but not a legendary class. They inquisitively asked him, "Classmate, did you just solo the Nightmare Level Knight's Grave and break the fastest completion record? How did you manage that? Did you discover a special strategy? Could you share it with us?" Some even directly issued him party invitations. Could the Great One take me along for a run? I'd love to see it for myself. Lu Yang, surrounded by the throng, could not help but frown. Sorry, I'm not interested in forming a party. After declining several party invitations, he turned away to check the cooldown time for entering the dungeon. Nightmare Level Knight's Grave can re-enter after 5 hours, 57 minutes, and 21 seconds. Lu Yang noticed a line of small text below. You can pay 250,000 to refresh the dungeon's entry cooldown, limited to 4 times per week. Increasing contribution level can reduce the payment amount and enhance the weekly limit. Chapter 067. Is everyone against me since I just arrived at the academy? You can pay to clear the dungeon cooldown? Lu Yang felt somewhat taken aback. Although the price was steep, there were also weekly limitations. However, it still provides a convenient pathway, albeit exclusively for the affluent scions of wealthy families. For children from ordinary households, merely affording the cost of resetting a dungeon cooldown is a daunting challenge, let alone the necessity to refresh it 4 times a week. In stark contrast, those privileged youths can completely disregard such expenses, allowing them to undertake the dungeon 4 additional times each week. The advantages rendered by resources serve only to widen the gap between these two groups. Lu Yang found himself with just over 400,000 in his possession. Spending 250,000 to refresh the dungeon cooldown was clearly an imprudent choice. Yet, upon exiting the dungeon, he received a message from the Kyushu Academy, signed with their name. Congratulations, student Lu Yang, for setting a new record in the nightmarish difficulty of the Knight's Graveyard. Kyushu Academy will reward you. Please check your belongings. A gift package was directly sent to his spatial backpack. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover 1,000,000 in currency and 10 contribution points. After acquiring the 10 contribution points, a panel appeared before him. Contribution level, F, 10, 100. This indicated that he could level up with just 100 contribution points. Inside the package was also a note that read, Kyushu Academy's reward for outstanding students who set new dungeon records. Continue to strive for excellence. Note: each student may only receive one new dungeon record reward for the same dungeon. What a pity, Lu Yang thought with a wry smile. He pondered whether he could continually reset the record of the knight's graveyard to earn more rewards. Yet, he was caught off guard by the Academy's prohibition against such practices. Nevertheless, this singular reward was a delightful surprise. The 1,000,000 was just enough to refresh the dungeon cooldown 4 times this week. And with the natural resets over the past 2 days, Lu Yang could reach level 18 before the trial quest. He was uncertain about the difficulty of the trial quest, but from Dean Su's demeanor, it was evident that it would not be a simple task. Although Lu Yang's current strength was formidable, he still yearned to enhance his abilities further to ensure success. He spent 250,000 to refresh the knight's graveyard dungeon cooldown and opted for the nightmarish difficulty. Please confirm if you wish to enter the nightmarish difficulty of the knight's graveyard. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Lu Yang was teleported into the dungeon, vanishing from his previous location. He had entered the dungeon once more. Another solitary venture into the dungeon? He was paying to reset the cooldown to enter? Such wealth. Surely, he must be a prodigy from one of those prominent families. If he belonged to them, he likely possessed the strength to solo it. Let us not flatter too much. Perhaps in other dungeons, they might have the capability to solo, but the knight's graveyard is an impossibility. The complex boss and damage transfer mechanics render it unfeasible for solo play. How then did Lu Yang manage to solo it? Discussions abruptly ceased, and the crowd began to disperse. Approximately half an hour later, 5 individuals emerged from the dungeon portal, Guasu's team. 2 of them slumped to the ground as soon as they were teleported, gasping for breath. That was close. I thought we were going to perish in there. Thankfully, we managed to defeat the boss in time. Otherwise, that knight's charge would have been too much to bear. Amid their relief, excitement and joy danced across their faces. At last, we have broken the record. 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 45 seconds. We are under 20 minutes now, thanks to the enhancement stones provided by Guashao, which boosted the team's attack power. Otherwise, I believe we would have struggled. The teammates continued to praise him, but Guasu suddenly erupted in fury, kicking each of them and bellowing. What on earth are you all celebrating? Huh? The teammates were perplexed. Did we not break the dungeon record? Is that not a cause for celebration? Break the record? Guasu became even angrier. What the hell are you talking about? Did any of you receive a message from the Academy? Pointing to the central podium, they noticed a highlighted message on the screen. A new record has been set for the nightmarish difficulty of the knight's graveyard. Completion time, 54 minutes, 36 seconds. Completion team, Lu Yang, level 17. Class, Dragon Summoner. 8 Desolation Academy. They turned to look, their eyes widening in astonishment. A new record for the knight's graveyard. 54 minutes and 36 seconds. The team consists of only one person, and he soloed it? Furthermore, he is only level 17. This is simply impossible. There is no way. What was our team's composition? We struggled for 1 hour and 19 minutes, while this level 17 individual soloed it in just 54 minutes. Has he been cheating? Guasu furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he glared at Lu Yang's name, muttering darkly, "Where did you suddenly come from? Wait a minute, level 17? He suddenly noted a crucial detail and turned to ask a passerby, "Is this Lu Yang the same kid who harassed Qian earlier?" The passerby awkwardly nodded. Huh. Guasu erupted in laughter, enraged. "Oh, so you are the one who has been opposing me since your arrival at the Academy. Just wait." Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Lu Yang had already made his way to the church. Learning from past experiences, upon awakening the boss, the Phantom Knight Commander, he instructed Ghidorah to locate the 4 offerings and eliminate them one by one. Finally, returning to face the boss, a lightning strike from his wing tip instantly vanquished the Phantom Knight Commander and its skeletal steed. Successfully killed the Phantom Knight Commander. LV25, experience points, 125,000, 31, 250. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Phantom Knight Commander's Knight's Lance, bronze. Successfully killed the skeletal steed. LV25, experience points, 125,000, 31, 250. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired skeletal steed saddle, advanced. 36 minutes and 18 seconds. A significant improvement from the last time. Lu Yang glanced at the time, satisfied with this result. Inside the dungeon hall, a clear, melodious bell chimed once more. Ding dong. The sound resonated vividly in the ears of everyone present. A highlighted message appeared on the screen of the central podium. A new record has been set for the nightmarish difficulty of the knight's graveyard. Completion time, 36 minutes, 18 seconds. Completion team, Lu Yang, level 17, class, Dragon Summoner. 8 Desolation Academy. The entire audience was once again engulfed in profound shock. Then, they erupted in an uproar. Chapter 068, Striking Gold. Liu Yang's surprising gift. Someone has broken yet another record. It seems to be for the Knight's Graveyard again. They just refreshed it once, and so soon it has been shattered again? My goodness. 36 minutes and 18 seconds. This must be a joke. How can one clear the nightmarish difficulty of the Knight's Graveyard in just over 30 minutes? The dungeon system must be experiencing a glitch. How could such a remarkable achievement occur? The record breaker is none other than Liu Yang, and he accomplished it solo. This is truly astonishing. Who on earth is he? Is he truly that powerful? Everyone present in the instance's inner hall was incredulous, engaged in fervent debates. Guisu gazed at the information displayed on the central platform with a look of utter disbelief. This cannot be possible, can it? Completing the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard in just 36 minutes? Are you joking with me? Could there be a malfunction in the system? He decided to remain, intending to have a thorough discussion with Liu Yang once he emerged. But before he could even catch a glimpse of Liu Yang, he was once again stunned by this name. Indeed, the instance system must be malfunctioning. Others echoed his sentiments, remarking that even completing the normal level difficulty solo could hardly be achieved in 36 minutes, and he is only level 17. What justifies his soloing the nightmare level difficulty? Someone even managed to contact the instructor, inquiring whether there was an issue with the instance system. However, when the responsible instructor arrived at the scene, they too were left astounded, for the instance system showed no signs of malfunction. This indicates that this achievement is indeed genuine. Completing the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard in 36 minutes has already etched itself into history. Yes, the previous record had stood for 6 long years. This new record is so outrageous that it is unlikely to be surpassed in the future. The instructor lamented, especially in this peculiar instance. With the colossal health points of the composite boss and the damage transfer mechanism, achieving a time of 36 minutes is beyond the realm of possibility, even with the most ideal strategies. How on earth did he accomplish this? The instructor, unable to contain their excitement, sent a message to Su Jing. Director Su, you must see the instance inner hall system. A student has completed the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard in just 36 minutes, and he did it solo. Su Jing, far away in the director's office, raised her eyebrows in astonishment upon receiving the message. This cannot be true. She hesitantly opened the instance inner hall system for verification. Upon discovering that it was indeed Liu Yang who had set a new record, her shocked expression was instantly replaced by one of exhilaration, even joyfully ecstatic. Su Jing leaped to her feet, pounding the table in excitement. Looking at Liu Yang's name on the screen, she laughed heartily. This is truly a treasure unearthed. Liu Yang, you've only just arrived at the academy, and you've already bestowed upon me such a magnificent surprise. A record of 36 minutes, which will likely dominate the record board of Jiuzhou Academy forever. I can hardly wait to see your performance in the trial task. It seems that this time, our Bahuang branch will surely take the lead. A proud smile spread across Su Jing's face. In the instance inner hall, as Liu Yang was teleported out, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of students. Classmate, you completed the Knight's Graveyard in just 36 minutes. How did you manage that? Did you discover a faster strategy? The composite boss has such high health, and there are 4 offerings. How did you handle that? The eager crowd clamored, all desperately wanting to know how Liu Yang achieved this feat. Liu Yang couldn't help but frown, responding evasively. Just kill your way through. Although it was a curt reply, it was indeed the truth. Having said that, he turned to enter the instance teleportation portal again, opting for the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard once more. What do you mean by just kill your way through? Clearly, he doesn't want to share his method with us. Of course, if I knew some special clearing technique, I wouldn't casually share it with others either. You all are just trying to glean information without offering anything in return. Where's the fairness in that? Nevertheless, he went in alone again. Could he possibly set another new record this time? The instructor emerged to maintain order. All right, disperse. Move away from the teleportation portal. The crowd complied and began to scatter, leaving only 5 individuals lingering outside the portal, reluctant to leave. Guxiao, what do we do now? One awkwardly asked Guisu. Should we continue waiting for him? They had intended to give Liu Yang a hard time, but they hadn't anticipated that the other students would be so excited, completely surrounding him. They couldn't even squeeze in to see him, let alone speak with him. To their surprise, Liu Yang turned and teleported back into the instance. Now, the 5 of them stood there, looking utterly dumbfounded, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Forget it, let him off this time. Guisu, unable to endure the stares, felt utterly humiliated. After all, they were all from the same academy. They would cross paths again eventually. They could always find him later to have a proper conversation. The group hastily exited the instance hall. Subsequently, Guisu instructed one of his teammates. You go find out exactly who Liu Yang is. How can a level 17 player solo the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard in just 36 minutes? I can hardly believe it. Could he really be a prodigy from a prominent family? He questioned himself anxiously, but soon dismissed the thought. However, such individuals would likely attend the Tai Academy. How could they possibly end up in the Bahuang branch? No worries, Guoxiao, his teammate assured, slapping his chest. Rest assured, I will uncover everything. Guisu left the area in displeasure, and the others followed suit. Half an hour later, Lu Yong reappeared at the instant's teleportation portal. The hour was late, and many students had already departed from the inner hall. The remaining individuals, recognizing Lu Yong's disinterest in engaging with them, wisely refrained from approaching. Lu Yong was quite pleased with the tranquility. He turned to refresh the instant's cooldown and entered once more. Ultimately, Lu Yong refreshed the cooldown 4 times, exhausting the weekly limit and spending the entire reward of 1,000,000. He completed the instance 5 times in one go. From these 5 runs, he accumulated over 40 experience points, along with various materials and several pieces of bronze-quality equipment. More importantly, through defeating monsters in the 5 instances, Ghidorah's total attributes increased by 3180 points. Now, the total attribute value stood at 25,268 points. Each run granted him 636 points in total attributes. Lu Yong silently planned in his mind that he would just reach level 18 before the trial task, and Ghidorah's total attributes could be elevated to 30,000 points. In the next couple of days, he would learn a new skill and then contract a new summoning beast. This time, the trial task should be foolproof. Chapter 069. Bold idea, let me attract the monster's aggro. Lu Yong intended to visit the Academy's trading post to look for suitable skill scrolls. However, it was already late. Nearing midnight, the instance hall was nearly deserted. The trading post and other basic facilities were closed, leaving the entire academy feeling desolate. In exasperation, Lu Yong could only return to his quaint villa to rest, intending to head to the trading hall at dawn the following day. That night, Lu Yong enjoyed a particularly peaceful slumber. Although he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a sense of tranquility. This comfort stemmed, on one hand, from the presence of Ghidorah curled up beside him, and on the other, from the hopeful anticipation he harbored for the future. Lu Yong firmly believed that in the coming years in this place, he would undoubtedly reap abundant rewards. The next morning, before dawn broke, Lu Yong rose early. He hastily consumed a light meal before setting off for the trading hall with Ghidorah in tow. He needed to select skill scrolls promptly, ensuring he timed his visit perfectly to delve into the dungeon hall for some quests. With no additional entry attempts available, he could only engage in the dungeons 4 times a day, and it was imperative that he managed his time wisely. Lu Yong was determined not to waste his dungeon cooldowns. Arriving at the Academy's trading hall, he was struck by its grandeur. The trading hall of the 8 Desolate Academy was an opulent structure, far larger than the one in Jiang City. Although it had only just opened, it was already teeming with people. Lu Yong and Ghidorah entered the bustling trading hall and glanced at the area information board, which clearly categorized every section. He quickly comprehended the layout of the trading hall. First, he ventured to another trading area to sell all the equipment and materials he had accumulated recently, netting over 560,000 coins. It appeared that equipment was significantly more valuable. A good piece of bronze-quality gear could fetch tens of thousands, while materials were worth only a few coins each. With nearly 1,000,000 coins in hand, he then made his way to the area dedicated to selling skill scrolls. This section was filled with numerous shops that bought and sold skill scrolls, each clearly indicating the types of scrolls they dealt in. Lu Yong approached a store that specifically sold scrolls for the summoner class. The offerings included enhancements for summoned beast attributes, healing spells, and rage-inducing abilities. Since summoners primarily relied on their summoned beasts for combat, their individual skills were usually designed to enhance or assist these creatures. Lu Yong picked up a scroll and examined its details. Attribute enhancement for summoned beasts temporarily increases the summoned beast's attributes by 15 for 30 seconds, with a 90-second cooldown. If applied to Ghidorah, this could potentially boost its overall attributes by nearly 3,000 to 4,000 points. However, Lu Yong suddenly fell into deep contemplation. While the attribute enhancement seemed appealing, did he truly need it? Ghidorah's total attributes already exceeded 20,000, allowing it to annihilate any monster with ease. The 15-point increase was negligible, especially given its brief duration of 30 seconds, which would not yield any substantial benefits. He glanced at other summoner skill scrolls, noting that whether healing or rage-inducing, they offered little in the way of utility. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Although practitioners were not restricted in the types of skills they could learn, there existed a compatibility relationship between the class and the skills. A mage could acquire both magical and physical damage skills, yet their natural affinity lay with those of magical nature due to their high base intelligence and spirit attributes. Alongside equipment that enhanced these characteristics, should they awaken a talent, it would typically be tied to magic. Consequently, magical skills would invariably deal far more damage than physical ones. Typically, summoners sought skills that enhanced their summoned beast's combat effectiveness. However, Liu Yang had no need for transient enhancement skills. He required skills that provided tangible benefits. He approached the knight skill shop and inquired with the proprietor, "Excuse me, do you have any skills for taunting monsters or drawing aggro?" The shopkeeper regarded Liu Yang with mild curiosity upon noticing he was a summoner. Nevertheless, adhering to the principles of commerce, he was open to serving any customer. The shopkeeper quickly rummaged through his inventory and soon presented Liu Yang with several skill scrolls: taunt, provocation, and blood boil, mostly skills designed to attract single-target aggro, fundamental for any knight. Yet, none of these were what Liu Yang sought. Suddenly, Liu Yang noticed a scroll at the very bottom of the pile: Thunderhorn. Thunderhorn. When blown, it emits a thunderous blast that attracts the aggro of surrounding monsters with an extensive range. Use with caution. This was precisely what he desired. His plan was to draw the attention of monsters en masse, luring them all in before Ghidorah dispatched them in one fell swoop. This strategy would significantly enhance his farming efficiency, allowing Ghidorah's attributes to increase even faster. "How much for this?" Liu Yang asked the shopkeeper, suppressing his excitement. "Thunderhorn?" The proprietor glanced at the scroll in disbelief. "Are you sure you want to buy this?" Liu Yang nodded affirmatively. The shopkeeper broke into a relieved smile. "This scroll has been sitting here unsold for years. I thought it would never sell." "But why?" Liu Yang asked, intrigued. The shopkeeper shook his head, explaining, "The skill's area of effect is too vast. It can attract the aggro of many monsters at once. However, as a low-level skill, knights at this stage find it challenging to withstand the attacks of so many monsters simultaneously. Furthermore, there are other skills with better cost-performance ratios at lower levels, while higher levels offer superior skills, which is why it hasn't sold. Finally sold today. You can have it for just 20,000. Done." Liu Yang agreed, promptly paying the 20,000 coins and acquiring the skill scroll. However, the shopkeeper, still curious, asked, "As a summoner, what use do you have for this skill scroll?" A smile crept onto Liu Yang's lips as he replied, "Its utility is immense." The shopkeeper, uninterested in further inquiry, cheerfully processed the transaction. Exiting the trading hall, Liu Yang wasted no time activating the Thunderhorn skill scroll. The scroll instantly transformed into a radiant light that dispersed into the air, flowing into Liu Yang's mind in delicate strands. He felt an immediate familiarity with the skill. Eagerly, Liu Yang made his way to the dungeon hall, selecting the nightmare-level knight's tomb and teleporting into the instance. Standing amidst the desolate graves, Liu Yang activated the Thunderhorn skill. A colossal, ethereal horn appeared in his hand, producing a sound louder than thunder itself. Chapter 070, Liu Yang's Divine Skill. Significantly enhancing farming efficiency. The horn sound matched the skill's description perfectly, resonating like rolling thunder throughout the dungeon, lingering in the air for quite some time before gradually dissipating. Soon, a multitude of ghostly monsters began to materialize around Liu Yang. Upon a rough estimate, he spotted at least 50 or 60 of them. 50 or 60 ghostly creatures, glowing with an eerie blue light, were drawn to Liu Yang by the thunder horn, their attention fixated solely on him, weapons raised as they charged toward him in unison. Before the spectral creatures could approach Liu Yang, they had merely gathered together. Bang! A blinding beam of gravitational light shot forth from Liu Yang's side. In an instant, it annihilated 50 or 60 ghostly monsters, transforming them into twinkling motes of light that dissipated into the air. Prompt notifications flooded Liu Yang's vision. Successfully slain LV-23 Gunner Ghost. Experience points 4,600, 1150. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Soldier Soul Fragment. This skill is indeed remarkable. Liu Yang felt overwhelming joy. While it may be a lackluster ability for knights, for me, it is nothing short of divine. Henceforth, my monster-slaying efficiency will be substantially enhanced. This will, in turn, accelerate Ghidorah's attribute growth, which is the true substantive gain for me. A temporary boost in attributes cannot possibly compare to a permanent increase in overall stats. Liu Yang pressed on. For a considerable stretch, no monsters appeared. After traversing nearly half a kilometer, new ghostly monsters finally emerged. Liu Yang calculated the range of the thunder horn. It encompassed a diameter of approximately 400 meters. The skill's range is influenced by mental stats, which align closely with his own. Moreover, he planned to focus on enhancing his mental attributes. For Liu Yang, this skill is exceptionally well suited to him. Liu Yang unleashed Thunderhorn once more. The surrounding ghostly monsters were all awakened, drifting towards him from the encroaching darkness. Once Ghidorah had gathered sufficiently, he released the gravitational light, clearing the area. Up we go. Liu Yang extended his hand, and Ghidorah took flight, pulling him along. Once they had ascended adequately, Liu Yang activated Thunderhorn again. Each use of Thunderhorn consumed 35 points of mental energy, but he benefited from Ghidorah's talent, rapid recovery. After casting the skill, his mental energy was almost instantly restored to full capacity. Thus, he hardly needed to concern himself with the skill's consumption. He merely awaited the cooldown of 60 seconds to refresh. Hovering in the air, Liu Yang gazed down at the ground, where countless ghostly monsters were rapidly approaching his feet. He could scarcely be bothered to wait for them to gather. He let Ghidorah unleash the gravitational light from above, sweeping through the masses. Ghidorah soared with Liu Yang, unleashing powerful beams of gravitational light. In mere moments, they cleared all the monsters from the hilly terrain. Together, the man and dragon flew to the desolate graveyard inhabited by zombie creatures. Liu Yang employed the same strategy, sounding Thunderhorn thrice in the air. Ghidorah continuously unleashed his skills from above. The zombies below were obliterated by the potent gravitational beams, their bodies and limbs scattering in a gruesome display. Liu Yang and Ghidorah continued their flight to the ruins. The monsters in this area were statue-like creatures, which quickly awakened under the influence of Thunderhorn. Launching an assault on Liu Yang. Bang! Several beams of gravitational light swept through, leaving not a single statue standing. Finally, Liu Yang landed before the Ghost Knight Commander, instructing Ghidorah to seek out 4 offerings on his own. The Ghost Knight Commander turned, summoning a skeletal warhorse, mounting it with a flourish, and brandished a knight's lance. Charging at Liu Yang with a knight's charge. Thud, 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 thud. The skeletal warhorse galloped fiercely, its heavy iron hooves thundering and kicking up clouds of dust. The tip of the knight's lance gleamed ominously. Should it strike Liu Yang, it would likely pierce straight through him. However, Liu Yang remained steadfast, unflinching, his gaze unwavering. Crack! A dazzling bolt of golden lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the Ghost Knight Commander and the skeletal warhorse alike, instantly depleting their health. Their galloping bodies lost all control, crashing heavily forward and skidding along the ground for quite a distance before finally coming to a stop at Liu Yang's feet. Successfully slain Ghost Knight Commander LV-25, experience points 125000, 31250. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Ghost Knight Commander's Soul, rare. Successfully slain Skeletal Warhorse LV-25. Experience points 125000, 31250. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Skeletal Warhorse's Iron Hoof, advanced. The Ghost Knight Commander's Soul. Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated obtaining the Ghost Knight Commander's Soul so soon on just the second day. After exiting, he would be able to submit the materials and complete the task. Another 10 contribution points, and soon he would be able to elevate his contribution level. Liu Yang's anticipation for the trial task 2 days hence grew ever more fervent. He wondered how many contribution points he could earn upon completing the trial task, and whether it would enable him to directly advance his contribution level. Meanwhile, the bell signaling the refreshing of the instance record rang out once more in the instance hall. All present wore expressions of shock. How could it be that someone had broken a record again so soon? Typically, months would pass without a new record, yet in the past 2 days, there had been 3. Could it possibly be Liu Yang who had shattered the record for the knight's grave? Curiosity piqued. The crowd turned their attention to the screen on the central platform, awaiting the announcement of the information. Nightmare Difficulty Knight's grave recent record established. Completion time, 18 minutes, 7 seconds. Clearing team, Liu Yang. Level, 17, Profession, Dragon Summoner, 8 Desolation Academy. Upon discerning the information, their expressions grew increasingly exaggerated. Shocked, disbelieving, and even questioning their very existence. Holy cow, it really is him. 18 minutes, 7 seconds. This achievement is utterly astounding. In that brief span, I could scarcely traverse the knight's grave myself. Is this result even genuine? Surely, no level 50 professional could accomplish such a feat. Who on earth is he? I, for one, refuse to believe it. The instance system must have malfunctioned. The crowd was momentarily engulfed in fervent discussion. Upon seeing Liu Yang teleport out, they all rushed towards him in a flurry. Just as they were about to speak, Ghidorah emitted a thunderous dragon roar, halting them in their tracks. The excited throng was left momentarily stunned, their minds in a haze. Liu Yang, uninterested in engaging with them, pushed through the crowd and approached the central platform. He then logged into the system and submitted the task materials. The screen before him displayed a message. Detected Ghost Knight Commander's Soul, rare. Congratulations, Liu Yang, for completing the task. Task rewards will be directly issued to your space backpack. Please check your inventory. Chapter 071, Ghidorah's size increases. The trial task commences. A throng had gathered around the central platform. Upon catching sight of the screen before Liu Yang, Their eyes widened in astonishment once more. The Ghost Knight Commander's soul. That rare material can only be obtained in the Knight's Tomb at the nightmarish difficulty level. Goodness. This fellow actually managed to solo the nightmarish Knight's Tomb in just 18 minutes. Is it truly real? Yet, I still find it hard to fathom how he accomplished such a feat. Even if he could annihilate monsters upon entering the dungeon, it should be impossible to clear the entire instance in such a brief time. The minds of everyone present in the dungeon hall were nearly incapacitated. Despite their shock, they remained utterly perplexed as to how Liu Yang achieved this. Even under the most ideal circumstances, they believed it inconceivable to solo the nightmarish Knight's Tomb in 18 minutes. They wanted to inquire with Liu Yang, but he seemed distinctly uninterested in engaging with them, promptly departing the dungeon hall with Ghidorah. Liu Yang opened his spatial backpack to inspect the rewards he had just acquired. As expected, there was a gift pack. Upon opening it, he found that his currency had increased by 1 million, bringing his total to over 2 million. His contribution points also rose by 10. Contribution level, F, 20,100. Indeed, it appears that powerful professionals have an easier time amassing wealth. Liu Yang couldn't help but reflect on this. Just yesterday, he was fretting over finances, and today, merely by completing a task, he had earned 1 million. That would suffice for some time. There were still 6 hours remaining on the cooldown for the Knight's Tomb dungeon. Liu Yang planned to take advantage of this interval to familiarize himself with the 8 Desolation Academy. After all, it would be his residence for the next few years, and understanding it thoroughly would undoubtedly be beneficial. 6 hours was ample time for Liu Yang to explore the entirety of the 8 Desolation Academy and memorize the locations of various essential infrastructures. Once the dungeon's cooldown refreshed, Liu Yang promptly returned to the dungeon hall and entered the nightmarish Knight's Tomb to grind again. Remarkably, he was teleported out in under 20 minutes. The students within the dungeon hall had grown accustomed to Liu Yang's actions, finding them no longer surprising. Regardless of their efforts to comprehend his methods, they decided to cease their pondering. It was far more prudent to silently observe the master and see if he could once again challenge their understanding. Liu Yang spent the next 2 days in this manner, grinding the dungeon 8 times and successfully leveling up to level 18. Today marked his 4th day at the 8 Desolation Academy, coinciding with the commencement of the trial tasks that Su Jing had mentioned. She had informed him that someone would come to seek him out. Therefore, Liu Yang rose early that morning and waited in the living room. Before setting out, he donned several pieces of equipment obtained from the Wolf God Temple and reviewed his personal panel to better grasp his own capabilities. Name, Liu Yang, LV18. Strength, 185. Intelligence, 185. Stamina, 185,300. Agility, 185. Spirit, 365,285. Equipment, Exquisite Noble Robe LV5, Bronze. Experience Amulet, Silver. Wolfman Wizard Necklace LV15, Bronze. Wolfman Wizard Staff LV18, Bronze. Wolfman Wizard Hat LV18, Bronze. Innate Talent, Talent Sharing, Bloodline Modification, Damage Transfer. Shared Talents, Devouring Talent, King Might, Rapid Recovery. Skills, Summon Ghidorah, Thunderhorn. Note, level has increased to 18, allowing for the contract of a new Summon Beast. With the equipment donned, his attributes saw significant enhancement. The Thunderhorn, influenced by his spirit, had its area of effect expanded to a remarkable 650 yards. However, more than these attribute boosts, Liu Yang was particularly concerned with his second vacant summoning slot. He was eager to contract a second Summon Beast. The trial tasks sounded formidable, and the monsters he would face were surely exceptionally powerful. If fortune favored him, perhaps he could encounter a creature possessing a bloodline origin and secure a contract with it. Liu Yang glanced at Ghidorah and jested, "Soon, I will find you a companion." He opened Ghidorah's panel. Ghidorah, LV18. Strength, 30,556. Intelligence, 30,556. Stamina, 30,556. Agility, 30,556. Spirit, 30,556. Talent, Devouring Talent, King Might, Rapid Recovery. Skills, Winged Lightning, Gravitational Ray. Devouring Talent, Level 2 Current Devoured Talents. 1. Possible Devourable Talents. 0. King Might. Current All Attributes Acquired. 27,901. After 3 days of grinding the nightmarish Knight's Tomb, Ghidorah had slain approximately 8,000 monsters. Coupled with the enhancements from leveling up, Ghidorah's total attributes matched Liu Yang's expectations perfectly, surpassing the threshold of 30,000 points to an astonishing 30,556. The effects of the upgrade and total attribute increase had caused Ghidorah to grow larger. Its current upright height exceeded that of Liu Yang, reaching about 2 meters. With its wings fully extended, It spanned over 6 meters. This size was sufficient to provide Liu Yang with a riding environment. "You are becoming increasingly impressive," Liu Yang remarked with satisfaction as he reached out to stroke Ghidorah's head, which obligingly lowered for his affection. Standing 2 meters tall, Ghidorah now possessed a significant visual impact, exuding an intangible aura of intimidation. Liu Yang found himself eagerly anticipating Ghidorah's future form. The image he had seen during its awakening remained vividly etched in his memory. A golden dragon standing atop the world. Ding dong. The melodious sound of the doorbell interrupted Liu Yang's reverie. He stepped out of the living room to find a familiar figure standing outside the gate. Su Qianqian. He felt a flicker of surprise, but quickly deduced that she must be the contact Su Academy head had mentioned. Su Qianqian inquired from beyond the gate. "You should know what day it is today, right?" "The trial task," Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. Su Qianqian scrutinized Liu Yang from head to toe, then glanced at Ghidorah behind him. She raised an eyebrow in astonishment, asking, "You actually leveled up to level 18? And your summoned beast seems to have grown a bit." "Indeed," Liu Yang replied with a subtle nod. Su Qianqian's expression was filled with wonder as she couldn't help but exclaim, "In just 3 days. You've advanced from level 17 to level 18. This seems even more extraordinary than what my mother described." Chapter 072. Is he out of his mind? Extraordinary? Liu Yang inquired with curiosity, "What exactly did Academy head Su say about me?" Su Qianqian candidly replied, "My mother said you are a monster. To say that you are the top scorer of this year's national joint examination, or a legendary class holder endowed with extraordinary talent. Your future is immeasurable, and I must cultivate a good relationship with you." With these words, she curiously surveyed Liu Yang from head to toe, her brow furrowed in confusion. At first, I was skeptical. However, having recently witnessed the latest record of the Knight's Graveyard, a nightmare-level dungeon completed in just 18 minutes, and even solo, I would have thought it was a glitch in the system if we weren't using the Jojo Academy's dungeon system. It's hard to believe that you achieved this. Yet, now it seems evident that your ascension from level 17 to 18 within 3 days corroborates this reality. Su Qianqian suddenly erupted into laughter, continuing, "Whether it's soloing the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard or leveling up from 17 to 18 in just 3 days. No one in the entire Jojo Academy has ever accomplished such feats. But you, this anomaly, have done just that, indicating that your prowess far exceeds our understanding. It appears that our trial task in the 8 Desolation Division holds promise for securing the top position." Su Qianqian, though seemingly carefree, possessed a keen intellect, fully grasping the significance of these two matters. Liu Yang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Though he recognized the compliment from Su Qianqian, it still felt somewhat peculiar. "Let us go," Su Qianqian said cheerfully, waving to Liu Yang. "I'll introduce you to the others." "All right," Liu Yang replied, opening the gate and following behind with Ghidorah. He initially assumed Su Qianqian would lead him to the dungeon hall or exit the academy, but instead, she walked to another villa in the residential area. Inside, 3 individuals were already seated. Upon seeing Liu Yang behind Su Qianqian, one of them sprang up from the sofa. Astonishment etched across his face. "Aren't you that person?" After a moment's thought, he finally uttered the name, "Liu Yang." "Who are you?" Liu Yang inquired, puzzled. The other individual approached with a confrontational stance, demanding, "What are you doing here?" "Guisu." Su Qianqian interjected sharply, halting Guisu in his tracks, and angrily asked, "He is our teammate today. What do you think he is doing here?" "Him?" Guisu was taken aback, glancing at Liu Yang before questioning. "An 18-level novice. Why should he be allowed in our team?" He scoffed. "All of us are at least level 23. Having an 18-level player would only hinder us. And you are the one with the lowest level." Su Qianqian retorted without hesitation, defending Liu Yang. "Level does not define everything. You aren't even half as skilled as he is." "What are you saying, Qianqian?" Guisu's face flushed crimson as he was publicly chastised by his idol, defending himself. "How could I possibly be weaker than him?" Su Qianqian smirked. "He is the top scorer of this year's national joint examination, a legendary class holder. How can you compare? Moreover, he can solo the nightmare-level Knight's Graveyard in 18 minutes. Can you?" Her words effectively silenced Guisu, who had been grinding through the nightmare-level dungeon for days, acutely aware that Liu Yang had just shattered the record. Yet, he remained unwilling to accept this fact, firmly believing the system must be malfunctioning. Guisu attempted to speak again, but Su Qianqian cut him off harshly. "Enough. If it weren't for your father's connections, you wouldn't even qualify to join our team today. You have no right to dictate anything here." Guisu's face darkened, yet he dared not retort, casting a venomous glare at Liu Yang as he threatened, "You better not hold us back." He then retreated. Liu Yang, bewildered, glanced at Guisu and asked Su Qianqian, "Is he mentally challenged?" Uffed. Su Qianqian and the others burst into laughter. Guosu's expression shifted dramatically as he brandished a knight's longsword toward Liu Yang. You better say that again. Just as he finished speaking, Ghidorah let out a furious roar. With its wings slightly unfurled, it unleashed a tempest of raging lightning. Crackling sounds echoed. The dragon's roar resonating powerfully, instantly overwhelming everyone present with an immense aura. Guosu was left stunned, his sword slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. The sound snapping everyone back to reality. They gazed incredulously at Liu Yang and his summoned beast. Liu Yang regarded Guosu with a frigid warning. I don't even know you, but if you seek trouble, I am more than willing to oblige. Just don't be surprised if you find yourself unable to bear the consequences. Guosu instinctively swallowed hard. In that moment, he felt a chill of dread, as if with a mere thought, this golden dragon before him could snatch away his life. Guosu opened his mouth to assert himself, but no sound emerged. All right. Su Qianqian regained her composure and stepped forward to mediate. P.S. Just a bit unhinged. Don't stoop to his level. It's time for us to prepare for departure. She then waved to the other two, introducing them. This is Shuiya, a level 25 priest, and Lin Yuhao, a level 24 ghost hunter. Su Qianqian introduced herself. Su Qianqian, a level 24 elf mage. Finally, she cast a glance at the dejected Guosu in the corner, stating coolly, level 23 eagle knight. When it was Liu Yang's turn to introduce himself, he said, Liu Yang, level 18 dragon summoner. Su Qianqian beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, the composition of our team is formidable. We all possess rare classes. In this trial task, we must strive to bring glory to the 8 Desolation Division. Subsequently, Su Qianqian gathered everyone, producing a teleportation stone and instructing, once we teleport, I will inform you of the specific requirements for the trial task. The group formed a circle, with Ghidorah standing protectively behind Liu Yang. Su Qianqian activated the teleportation stone, and a massive teleportation array materialized beneath their feet. The rings of the array spun rapidly. In an instant, Liu Yang, the 5 others, and Ghidorah vanished from their location. Whoosh. Chapter 073. The Cheerful Island. A daunting trial task. During the teleportation, Liu Yang found himself once again in a bizarre tunnel. Ghidorah soared just below him, reveling in the moment. Liu Yang could only smile wryly. He couldn't share in the joy, feeling dizzy instead. The destination of their teleportation seemed incredibly far away. They traversed the tunnel for what felt like dozens of seconds before finally emerging in an unfamiliar locale. What greeted them first was an expanse of boundless blue ocean. Towering waves surged, whipped by fierce winds, crashing relentlessly upon the shore, creating magnificent splashes. Crash, crash. As a few individuals gradually regained their senses, they scanned their surroundings and discovered they were situated on an island, with numerous other islands nearby, forming an archipelago. Behind them loomed a volcano, emitting thick plumes of smoke, while dense primordial forests sprawled down to the sandy beach beneath their feet. The island teemed with monsters. In the forest, one could spot various simian creatures, while the beach was inhabited by sea lizards, fishmen, crab monsters, and others. Sister Shuqian, where exactly are we? Shuiya inquired, turning to Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian replied, we are in the Devil's Sea, specifically the Cheerful Islands. Liu Yang, more concerned about the task at hand, asked, what are the specifics of the trial mission? Su Qianqian nodded and produced a scroll detailing the task. There is a time-limited dungeon on this island that is about to open, but its exact location is unknown. We must locate it and clear it as swiftly as possible while also acquiring the hidden treasures within. That sounds quite challenging, Lin Yuhao remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed. It is, Su Qianqian continued. The Devil's Sea is not governed by any nation. Thus, this endeavor involves not only our 9 provinces Empire's Academy, but also several other powerful nations' academies, with a total of over 200 teams participating. The competition will be fierce. What if we encounter high-level professionals? Guosu interjected. Fear not, Su Qianqian patiently explained. The Cheerful Islands have regulations that permit only practitioners below level 25 to land, ensuring that the strength among teams will not vary significantly. Oh, Guosu sighed in relief. Su Qianqian elaborated on the mission's details. Here's the crux. The dungeon has entry restrictions, allowing only one team to be transported every 15 minutes. Therefore, we must strive to locate the dungeon entrance before anyone else. If another team finds it first, we will lose our advantage entirely. Furthermore, the dungeon's mechanics are quite peculiar. The boss's location is not fixed with each entry, and the hidden treasures are also randomly placed. The information we previously gathered will be of little use, and we must rely on our own exploration. The most troublesome aspect, Su Qianqian confessed, her expression darkening slightly. Regardless of how many dungeons open today, there is only one hidden treasure. Once a team claims it, all dungeons will immediately close. Thus, Su Qianqian fixed her gaze seriously upon them. We have but one chance. Lu Yang could not help but furrow his brow, sensing the complexity of the task ahead. He had anticipated the trial would be difficult, but he had not expected it to be this challenging. The randomness of the dungeon entrance, the boss's location, the treasure's position, and the intricate mechanics, all while competing against over 200 teams. This was no mere test of strength. Luck played a crucial role. She gave them a moment to absorb the information. Is everyone clear? Lu Yang and the others nodded. Su Qianqian unfurled the scroll, causing it to hover before them. If you understand, then accept the mission. Before Lu Yang appeared a task notification. Do you accept the 9 Provinces Academy trial mission? Accept, decline. Accept. He declared without hesitation, and the others followed suit. They had come for this very purpose and had no intention of refusing. All right, Su Qianqian announced solemnly. The trial mission begins. As her words faded, a slender emerald staff materialized in her hand, her dark hair transforming into a gradient of golden-green hues in the dazzling light. Her pupils turned to gold, and her ears elongated, enhancing her already exquisite beauty with an air of mysterious allure, rendering her nearly indistinguishable from a true elf. Guisu, watching in awe, was utterly captivated. Guisu. Su Qianqian shot him a disapproving glare. Startled, Guisu snapped back to reality, entering combat mode. Suddenly, a resounding eagle cry pierced the air. A deep blue griffin appeared behind Guisu, clad in heavy armor. He mounted the griffin, wielding a knight's sword and shield in either hand, and donned a formidable suit of armor. Clang, clang. Guisu proudly tapped the griffin beneath him. Boasting of the spectral mount he had painstakingly acquired through relentless effort in the knight's graveyard. Fool, Su Qianqian rolled her eyes, turning her gaze elsewhere. Lin Yuhao and Xue Qi stifled their laughter, each preparing for battle. In contrast to Su Qianqian and Guisu, who transformed upon entering combat, Lin Yuhao appeared much simpler. He merely wielded a ghostly scythe in both hands and sprouted 2 horns from his forehead. Xue Qi, a cleric, brandished a short staff and a spellbook. She recited incantations from the book, raising her staff high. Several beams of light descended upon the group, including upon Ghidorah. Lu Yang felt an immediate surge, as both he and Ghidorah's attributes rose by 25, astonishingly lasting for 10 minutes. Then, a multitude of brightly colored beams fell, enhancing their output damage by 15. Lu Yang marveled at the rarity of a supportive class capable of bestowing such significant attribute boosts upon allies, with Ghidorah's original attributes exceeding 30,000. The augmentation from Xue Qi had elevated them by over 10,000. The additional 15 damage increase left Lu Yang in awe, unable to fathom the heights of Ghidorah's output. And you? Su Qianqian suddenly asked Lu Yang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and summon your summoned beast. Under normal circumstances, a summoner of his level should have been able to summon 2 beasts. Lu Yang's delay in calling forth a second left them puzzled. With an awkward smile, Lu Yang replied, I currently only have this one summoned beast. Have you not yet contracted a new summoned beast? Su Qianqian inquired, astonished. Not yet, Lu Yang admitted. I was planning to find one during this trial mission. Chapter 074. You want to contract such trash monsters? What a joke. Guisu instantly bristled at the remark, chastising. Were you even listening to Qianqian? Do you not understand the importance of this trial mission? Everyone is racing against the clock. Where will you find time to seek a new summoned beast? Even the typically friendly Xue Qi and Lin Yuhao, as well as Su Qianqian, wore displeased expressions. Su Qianqian frowned and said, since you only have one summoned beast for now, let it be. As for contracting a new one, we will accompany you after the trial is complete. Fine, Lu Yang conceded, aware of his misstep, offering a sheepish smile. Let us prioritize completing the mission. With that, he patted Ghidorah, who obediently crouched down, allowing Lu Yang to mount her. Roar. Ghidorah tilted its head and emitted a furious roar, then began to flap its wings and ascend gracefully into the sky. With its wings fully spread, Ghidorah's form appeared significantly larger, casting a shadow over several individuals below. Lin Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. When it comes to the grandeur of mounts, dragons reign supreme. Indeed, Xue Qi echoed, affirming that dragons are the most powerful and majestic creatures in this world. I also wish to tame a dragon as my steed in the future. The once impressive Griffin Knight, Guisu, suddenly seemed diminished, fading into obscurity as attention shifted away from him. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Su Qianqian pointed her emerald staff forward and issued the command, let us embark. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yuhao vanished from sight in a blink. Guisu surged ahead of the group, while Su Qianqian levitated, swiftly propelling herself forward. Only Xue Qi, lacking both a mount and relevant skills, trailed behind on foot. Lu Yang, however, soared above them, riding Ghidorah and surveying the surroundings. Remember, Su Qianqian reiterated the mission's focus. Our primary objective is to locate the entrance to the dungeon. Avoid engaging with monsters or other parties unless absolutely necessary. Acknowledgement resonated among the team members. They understood the stakes and voiced no dissent. Liu Yang and his companions sprinted along the beach towards the primal forest, which lay a mere kilometer ahead. However, numerous monsters lurked along the way, including grotesque mermen, crab creatures, and many enormous sea lizards near the forest's edge. Initially, their presence had gone unnoticed on the beach, but as they advanced towards the forest, their commotion inevitably attracted the attention of the monsters. Gagagagaga. A horde of hideous mermen and crab monsters brandished crude weapons and launched their assault. These mermen were particularly bizarre in appearance, with fish-like bodies and humanoid limbs wielding various weapons, creating a surreal spectacle. Liu Yang glanced at their attributes. Merman Warrior LV 25. Strength 600. Intelligence 450. Stamina 680. Agility 550. Spirit 300. The crab monsters bore similar attributes but appeared more conventional, resembling ordinary crab-like creatures, with their formidable pincers serving as weapons. These were typical wilderness monsters, and their numbers posed no threat to Liu Yang and his companions. In fact, there was no need for Liu Yang to intervene. Guosu utilized his war stomp skill, and the griffin beneath him crushed many merman warriors underfoot. The few that escaped were swiftly dispatched by Lin Yuhao and Su Qianqian, who appeared to finish the job with finesse. Their progress remained unimpeded, and they quickly reached the forest's edge. From the shadows beneath the trees emerged a group of colossal sea lizards, measuring over 2 meters in length. They boasted robust limbs capable of rapid movement on land. Su Qianqian assessed their attributes. Sea Lizard LV 25. Strength 800. Intelligence 300. Stamina 880. Agility 500. Spirit 300. Roar. The griffin beneath Guosu let out a lion-like roar, drawing the ire of the surrounding sea lizards, which turned and charged toward him. Once they had gathered sufficiently, Su Qianqian invoked her spell, Vine Entangle. A brilliant green light emanated from her staff as numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the horde of sea lizards and steadily draining their vitality. The majority of the sea lizard swarm was soon obliterated. Yet, Liu Yang spotted a few more sea lizards charging from a distance. Just as he contemplated commanding Ghidorah to deal with them, his bloodline modification talent suddenly flared to life. Something ignited in Liu Yang's eyes with excitement. Guosu, riding his griffin, surged forward to trample the sea lizards. Wait, Liu Yang suddenly called out, swiftly descending on Ghidorah to land before them. What are you doing? Guosu and Su Qianqian questioned, confusion etched on their faces. I intend to contract this creature. Liu Yang replied matter-of-factly. Wait, what? Guosu paused, momentarily stunned, then scoffed derisively. Are you serious? You want to contract this garbage monster? It lacks skills and possesses abysmal attributes. It's utterly worthless. Though Guosu had always held a disdain for Liu Yang, he found this behavior incomprehensible. Even if they were not summoners, they all understood the fundamental principles of summoning. The summoner's beast slot is exceptionally precious. One can only contract a new beast every 10 levels, and it cannot be changed for life. Thus, summoners exercise great caution in selecting their contracted beasts. Never had a summoner so carelessly sought to contract a wild monster like Liu Yang did. Liu Yang, Su Qianqian queried, her brow furrowing with concern. What exactly are you trying to achieve? This creature is hardly worthy of a contract. Xueqi and Lin Yuhao joined in, urging him to wait for a more suitable monster before attempting a contract. Guosu, visibly irked, asked, You aren't just messing with us, are you? We don't have time for games. Liu Yang paid him no mind, striding purposefully toward a nearby sea lizard. His bloodline modification talent resonated even more fervently. Unable to contain his elation, he smiled broadly. Su Qianqian, noticing his expression, grew increasingly perplexed and couldn't help but ask, Liu Yang, you can't be serious? Liu Yang's excitement bubbled over as he declared, I am serious. Please wait a moment. He then produced a level 1 contract scroll and, without hesitation, directed it at the sea lizard before him. Chapter 075, Bloodline Modification. A new summoned beast, Godzilla. With a resounding clang, a magic circle materialized beneath the sea lizard, encircled by rapidly rotating rings of power. A similar circle appeared beneath Liu Yang's feet, creating a connection between the two. The rings on either side fused together swiftly. Su Qianqian and the others, witnessing Liu Yang's determination to contract this ordinary, even subpar sea lizard, wore expressions of disbelief. However, the contracting ceremony had commenced, and they could only stand guard around him, waiting for him to complete the ritual. Before long, Liu Yang felt a mental connection forming with the sea lizard. Its intelligence was limited, and with low spirit values, it easily chose to submit. Thus, the contracting ritual concluded swiftly. The two magic circles vanished, and the sea lizard's gaze cleared, officially becoming Liu Yang's contracted summoned beast. Huh. Guosu could not help but let out a scoff, mockingly stating, "Congratulations, Liu Yang. You have successfully contracted a powerful summoning beast." Su Qianqian wore a perplexed expression. Over the past few days, whether it was from Su Jing's tales or her own first-hand observations, she had never perceived Liu Yang as a person prone to such impulsiveness. One might even say he was quite irresponsible. Which summoner would jest with their contracted summoning beast? Even if one could not encounter those rare and gifted summoning beasts, one would at least ensure a contract with a creature possessing high attributes and formidable skills. Yet, Liu Yang had casually chosen an utterly mundane wild creature for his contract. Su Qianqian found herself increasingly baffled by Liu Yang. Was he truly the kind of prodigy whose potential even his mother could not fathom? She was at a loss for words. After a resigned sigh, she finally spoke. "Has the contracting ceremony concluded? Shall we proceed?" "Wait." Liu Yang raised his hand to halt her, saying, "The ceremony has not yet fully ended." "Huh." Su Qianqian looked at him in confusion. "What else do you need to do?" Just as she was about to inquire further, a brilliant light erupted from Liu Yang, enveloping him and the sea lizard entirely, simultaneously obscuring the view of Su Qianqian and the others. "What is he doing?" The expressions of Su Qianqian and her companions shifted to astonishment as they exchanged glances. Within the radiant glow, Liu Yang took a deep breath. After activating his talent, bloodline transformation, he felt an intensified awareness of the powerful bloodline essence residing within the sea lizard before him. Although it was exceedingly thin, akin to a drop in the ocean, he could discern its overwhelming strength, strong enough to command the reverence of all things. It was a bloodline essence befitting a king. Even when compared to the royal bloodline of Ghidorah, it was not to be underestimated. Liu Yang was exhilarated. His hands trembled as he initiated the bloodline transformation on the sea lizard. A shimmering ripple of light emanated from the sea lizard, and its entire form began to levitate. Its skin underwent the first transformation, becoming more resilient and thick, with layered folds resembling a tough, scaly armor. Its claws elongated and sharpened, exuding a fierce aggression. The hind legs grew sturdier, capable of supporting its massive body in an upright stance, while its tail became more robust and elongated. The sea lizard's colossal body rose vertically, its head tilting forward, blue light igniting in its pupils, and its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Then, starting from its head, a series of heavy yet sharp dorsal fins emerged, resembling maple leaves, extending all the way to the tip of its tail. Buzz, 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 buzz. The tail fins suddenly burst forth with a brilliant blue light, cascading along the dorsal fins up the spine until it reached the head. Zing! Its eyes radiated a fierce blue light, and it opened its mouth to unleash a blinding beam of blue energy skyward. This emitted a tremendous wave of energy, causing the trees throughout the forest to tremble, leaves to scatter, and birds and beasts to flee in panic. Goodness! Guosu was startled, his form jolting as the griffin beneath him began to thrash in fright. After much effort, he managed to calm the griffin, then stared in astonishment at the source of the radiant light, wondering what had transpired. Su Qianqian and her companions were nearly knocked off balance by the shockwave, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. What on earth had he done? After a prolonged moment, the luminescent aura surrounding Liu Yang gradually dissipated, revealing his figure alongside an entirely new creature they had never encountered before. While they could still detect traces of the sea lizard's form, the aura it exuded was utterly transformed. It radiated an air of authority and solemnity, imbued with an indescribable regal presence. It was akin to Liu Yang's dragon, yet entirely distinct. Roar! Ghidorah suddenly issued a furious roar at the creature beside Liu Yang, which responded boldly with a roar of its own. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Liu Yang interjected, perplexed as he intervened between the two summoned beasts. "What is going on?" Su Qianqian queried, bewildered. "How has your summoning beast changed so completely?" Lin Yuhao marveled. "It looks so much more impressive than before." Xueqi genuinely praised. "It appears incredibly powerful. The aura it emits is entirely different." "What has happened?" Guosu furrowed his brow, racking his brain in confusion. Could a contracted summoning beast actually undergo such a transformation? Suddenly, Su Qianqian recalled something her mother had told her and gasped in realization. "Could it be due to your talent?" "Talent?" Guosu and the other three shivered at her words, slowly grasping the implication. As professionals, they understood the significance of possessing a talent. The power of such a talent surpassed their wildest imaginations. No wonder Liu Yang had dared to casually contract a wild creature by the roadside. His talent must have been related to this. Indeed, Liu Yang did not conceal his truth. After all, Su Qianqian was already aware of his fundamental information. Overly concealing it would only complicate matters. Su Qianqian suddenly felt a bit awkward. Lu Yong possessed a formidable talent, which afforded him the confidence to contract an ordinary sea lizard. Meanwhile, they had insisted on advising him without any knowledge, even mocking him. Perhaps, to Lu Yong, they had appeared as nothing more than clowns fretting unnecessarily. The others also wore expressions of embarrassment, particularly Guisu, whose face flushed crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground. Su Qianqian hastily redirected the conversation, asking Lu Yong, "What is the name of your new summoning beast? We have never encountered such a creature before." Suddenly, an image flashed in Lu Yang's mind. Amidst a desolate wasteland, littered with the remains of countless monsters, forming mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a colossal beast, towering like a mountain, stood proudly atop the ruins, surveying the world with disdain. Surrounding it were various strange beasts, all bowing before it. Countless voices resonated, all extolling a singular name: Godzilla. Chapter 76. The Sovereign Might of Godzilla, Boundless Growth of All Attributes. Godzilla. Lu Yong turned to the creature and proudly declared its name. Godzilla? Su Qianqian and the others blinked in surprise, noting the name before inquiring, "Is it powerful?" Lu Yang's mind conjured the information panel for Godzilla. Godzilla, LV-18. Strength, 2610. Intelligence, 2610. Stamina, 2610. Agility, 2610. Mentality, 2610. Talent, Sovereign Might, Biological Atomic Reactor. Skills, Super Vibrational Wave, Atomic Breath. Sovereign Might, represents the will of a planet, dominating all. Continuously absorbs any form of energy, converting it for all attribute growth. Currently evolved attributes. All attributes, 10. Bioatomic Reactor, a unique biological structure capable of generating immensely powerful energy reactions, greatly enhancing output capacity and self-repair abilities. Hypervibration Wave, emits intensely powerful electromagnetic microwaves, creating widespread resonant destruction. The potency is contingent upon the wielder's overall attributes. Atomic Breath, exhales a formidable thermal energy beam through self-energy reactions. The strength is determined by the wielder's overall attributes. Lu Yang's face was illuminated with astonishment. Truly, a creature of the kingly tier. The level 18 total attributes are certainly on par with King Ghidorah's foundational attributes. Both boast a base attribute of 2,600 points. Furthermore, it possesses the extraordinary talent, Dominion's Might, allowing it to absorb all forms of energy to facilitate its overall growth. Even while merely standing on the ground, it continuously absorbs energy emanating from the planet's core. In just a few minutes, it increased its total attributes by 10 points. Based on this rate of growth, Godzilla could potentially augment its attributes by at least 23,000 points in a single day. If more energy is available for absorption, its growth could accelerate even further. Before long, Godzilla's overall attributes will rival those of Ghidorah. Additionally, Lu Yong, through his own shared talent, acquired Godzilla's Dominion's Might ability. His total attributes began to shift as well. However, he lacked Godzilla's unique biological characteristic, Bioatomic Reactor, which enhances energy reactions. His own base attributes were too low. The natural energy he absorbed was insufficient to match Godzilla's constant attribute growth. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yong estimated he could naturally increase his attributes by a few points each day. This efficiency might accelerate with the growth of his strength. But he was currently unconcerned about it. A single Ghidorah was more than enough for him to dominate at this stage. Not to mention he had now contracted a new kingly summon, Godzilla. Aside from its unique talents and biological traits, it possessed formidable melee capabilities. Its two skills were both powerful output skills, balancing single target and area damage. Excluding its inability to fly, Godzilla could be deemed a perfect creature, rivaling even King Ghidorah. Lu Yong nodded proudly, responding to Su Qianqian and the others' inquiries. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Godzilla, sensing its master's elation, proudly exhaled through its nostrils. Roar. Beside them, however, Ghidorah let out a dissatisfied growl, even attempting to bite Godzilla. Grr. Godzilla turned to bare its teeth at Ghidorah. Su Qianqian, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle, perplexed. She inquired, "Why do your two summoned beasts seem to be at odds?" Lu Yong, equally troubled, could sense the emotions of both summoned creatures. As beings of the kingly tier, they were distinctly displeased with each other's presence, both believing that only one king should exist in this world. Had it not been for their shared master, they would likely have been at each other's throats long ago. Lu Yong felt helpless and could only command the two summoned beasts to keep their distance. "Since you have contracted a new summoned beast," Su Qianqian returned to the matter at hand. "Let us proceed with our task." She cast a wary glance in another direction. Nearby, Unsettling noises accompanied by waves of energy fluctuations indicated that more teams were beginning to mobilize. Su Qianqian sighed softly, murmuring, "I hope it's not too late." Lu Yong, hearing this, expressed his apologies. "I'm sorry for the delay." "No worries," Su Qianqian replied, shaking her head dismissively. "Your ability to contract a new summoned beast has enhanced our team's combat strength. Just ensure you perform well." "Rest assured," Lu Yong assured her with a smile. Su Qianqian pinpointed their direction and waved her hand forward. "Onward!" "Roar!" Guisu, riding his griffin beast, charged ahead to clear the path. Su Qianqian and the others followed closely behind. Due to the forest terrain, Lu Yong could no longer ride Ghidorah for flight. He directed Ghidorah to fly solo above the forest, expanding its perception and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Lu Yong advanced on foot alongside Godzilla. The monsters in the forest were densely populated. The team had not ventured far before encountering another wave of creatures, the same sea lizard monsters, alongside some newly emerged ape-like beasts. Long-armed demon ape LV-26. Strength, 580. Intelligence, 500. Stamina, 650. Agility, 650. Spirit, 400. Skill, throw. The long-armed demon apes were significantly more intelligent than other monsters, adept at utilizing the terrain and tools in battle. Unlike the sea lizards that charged directly into combat, they prowled among the trees, engaging in guerrilla tactics, hurling various makeshift weapons at Lu Yong and his team, striking and retreating. Su Qianqian and her companions realized they would need to eliminate these long-armed demon apes one by one. Even Guisu, attempting to draw their ire, couldn't attract the attention of all the monsters at once. The group found themselves increasingly vexed. Lu Yong recognized it was time for him to intervene. He activated the Thunderhorn skill. Roar! The resounding blast of the thunderous horn reverberated throughout the forest. Su Qianqian and the others were startled. Turning to look at Lu Yong, Guisu, his expression one of disbelief, exclaimed, "Was that you who unleashed the Thunderhorn?" As a knight, he naturally understood the nature of the Thunderhorn skill. Lu Yong nodded nonchalantly. "No." Guisu was left baffled, his face a mask of confusion. "Why would a summoner like you learn the Thunderhorn skill?" Swish, 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 swish. The surrounding trees began to tremble violently, accompanied by the cacophony of monsters. They gradually approached. It was evident that a horde of creatures had been drawn in. Guisu furrowed his brow, stating, "These long-armed demon apes are already troublesome. And now with their numbers increased, it's only going to complicate matters." He shot a disgruntled glare at Lu Yong. Su Qianqian also wore a hint of concern, yet remained composed as she directed the team. "Everyone, stay calm. Since Lu Yong has attracted the monsters, Guisu, you should do your best to hold their attention." No sooner had she spoken, an overwhelming chorus of howls erupted. A multitude of long-armed demon apes appeared around them, perched in the trees, chattering and taunting before launching a barrage of weapons. Guisu, irritated, prepared to leap from his griffin beast. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from behind them. Boom! A visible shockwave rapidly expanded, shattering the thrown weapons into fragments. The long-armed demon apes perched in the trees were likewise obliterated into dust by the shockwave. Chapter 077, Seizing the Dungeon. Fierce battle at the Amaterasu Empire Academy. In an instant, the monstrous entities surrounding Lu Yong vanished without a trace, leaving only a handful of stragglers. These remaining creatures were swiftly dealt with by the lightning unleashed from the wings of Ghidorah soaring above. Each member of the squad was inundated with prompt notifications on their screens. A rough estimation revealed that Lu Yong had eradicated over 200 monsters in that fleeting moment. Stunned, the group slowly turned to face Lu Yong, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Su Qianqian, with a look of wonder, inquired, "Was that tremor you unleashed?" Lu Yong replied nonchalantly, "To be precise, it was its doing." He then cast a glance at the towering Godzilla beside him. Xueqi, unable to conceal her astonishment, exclaimed, "Is this aquatic lizard you've contracted truly this formidable? The range of its abilities is vast, and the damage it inflicts is tremendous." Lu Yong, with a hint of exasperation, corrected her, "Its name is Godzilla." "Oh, right, right," Xueqi replied sheepishly. "Godzilla." Lin Yuhao reappeared, contemplating. "Your skill is rather intriguing. A summoner mastering a wide-range aggro skill like Thunderhorn, followed by a powerful summon to clear the field. Quite an impressive approach," he remarked with high praise. "It's an excellent skill tree concept," Su Qianqian added, "provided one possesses a summon as potent as his. Otherwise, an average summoner attempting to draw in hundreds of monsters at once, with a summon that lacks strength to clear them in time, would likely meet a grim fate." Her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Guisu, and she teased, "Look at Guisu. A mere summoner can draw in so many monsters at once and clear them instantly. His utility pales in comparison." Guisu's face flushed crimson, at a loss for a retort, for Su Qianqian's depiction was indeed accurate. As a Falcon Knight, his primary role in the squad was to draw aggro and absorb damage. Yet here was Lu Yong, a summoner, who not only attracted wild creatures within a radius of several hundred meters with a single skill, but could also clear them in an instant. It seemed Guisu's worth was diminishing. Guisu stubbornly defended himself, but they are merely ordinary wild monsters. If we cannot swiftly dispatch such creatures, our trial team might as well disband on the spot. The critical task is to locate the dungeon entrance, isn't it? When we confront the boss, won't it still fall to me to draw its ire and shield everyone? While the others recognized Guisu's bravado, there was some truth in his words. The monsters they faced were hardly more than appetizers. The true main course awaited them in the dungeon. Exactly, Xueqi interjected to lighten the atmosphere. We're not yet at the moment for our Falcon Knight to shine. He will undoubtedly prove invaluable when that time comes. Indeed, Guisu beamed with pride at the support. Lu Yong nearly stifled a laugh. If all went as anticipated, the boss of the level 25 dungeon would likely fall to him as well. One could only wonder what expression Guisu would wear then. Let us proceed, Su Qianqian said, dismissing Guisu with a wave as she directed the team onward. Following Liu Yang's recent extermination of a substantial wave of wild monsters, the squad encountered no further creatures for quite some distance, advancing unimpeded for a considerable stretch. When they finally faced another wave of monsters, Liu Yang repeated his strategy, utilizing Thunder Horn to attract them, while Godzilla and Ghidorah cleared the area once more. Soon, they traversed the primordial forest and arrived at the base of the volcano. Su Qianqian halted to analyze. According to the data, the entrances to previous timed dungeons have appeared within volcanic regions, though their exact locations vary. We must remain vigilant to ensure we do not miss the dungeon entrance. She cast a determined gaze toward the volcano's peak. We need to step up our efforts. The team echoed her sentiment, reforming their formation and beginning the ascent up the volcano. Liu Yang once again mounted Ghidorah, while Godzilla followed alongside Su Qianqian and the others. From his elevated position, Liu Yang had a broader view. Through Ghidorah's senses, he gleaned more information. Roar! Ghidorah unmistakably sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the east. Liu Yang turned his gaze in that direction, spotting a considerable number of individuals engaged in fervent combat. There's something happening to the east. Liu Yang relayed the information to Su Qianqian. She glanced toward the east, clearly seeing a flurry of dazzling skill flashes in the distance. Let us investigate. Without hesitation, she commanded the squad to proceed. They encountered several waves of wild monsters along the way, all dispatched with ease, posing no hindrance to their progress. Before long, Liu Yang led Su Qianqian and the others to the vicinity of the conflict. To avoid drawing attention, he instructed Ghidorah to descend and walk alongside them. Su Qianqian concealed the group behind a massive rock, intending to observe the situation carefully. She soon recognized a familiar uniform among one of the teams, exclaiming in surprise. It appears to be a team from the Liangyi Academy. Who are they battling against? Xueqi inquired. After scrutinizing the scene, Su Qianqian's brows furrowed in distaste as she replied, it's the people from the Amaterasu Empire Academy. The Amaterasu Empire? Liu Yang and the others were taken aback, their faces revealing their disdain. The Amaterasu Empire, a notoriously infamous small island nation in the east, akin to a persistent fly, frequently provoked conflicts with other nations. What should we do? Guisu said, indignant. Should we intervene and teach them a lesson? Su Qianqian pondered for a moment before responding. Let us hold off. Our priority is to complete the trial task. The Liangyi Academy is the strongest among the 4 branches of the Jojo Academy. Defeating a mere Amaterasu Empire Academy team is hardly a challenge for them. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than 2 more teams from the Amaterasu Empire Academy suddenly charged into the fray, joining the battle against the Liangyi Academy. Why have 2 more teams shown up? This doesn't seem right. Su Qianqian detected the anomaly, analyzing calmly. If this were merely a standard skirmish, there would be no need for them to summon all their teams into battle. That would only jeopardize their chances of locating the timed dungeon entrance. Unless, Liu Yang interjected, unless they have already discovered the entrance to the timed dungeon. Through Ghidorah's senses, he detected an unusual energy fluctuation near the area where the 2 factions were clashing. Hidden within a crevice of a mountain, Liu Yang pointed toward that location. Su Qianqian and the others squinted and indeed glimpsed a shimmering portal. The group was instantly elated. A dungeon portal. No wonder they all converged here. Su Qianqian suddenly realized that by first securing the entrance to the dungeon, they could allow the members of the Amaterasu Empire to enter preferentially. Guisu found a reason and, filled with excitement, exclaimed, now we should take action, right? Indeed. Su Qianqian replied, this time without objection, as she continuously monitored the battle unfolding. Meanwhile, facing the onslaught from 3 squads, The team from the Urki Academy was clearly struggling and began to retreat in disarray. They could no longer hold their ground. Xueqi, noticing that someone had already been injured, anxiously called out, "Someone is hurt. If we don't act soon, they will die?" Su Qianqian shook her head and calmly replied, "That will not happen. Similar competitive events occur on Kaikundo every few years, and conflicts between national teams are inevitable. Every nation implements protective measures for their elite students. The task scroll we just received contains a safeguard. When we sustain a fatal injury, it will shield us from that damage once and teleport us off the island." Upon hearing this, Xueqi sighed in relief, yet her anger remained unabated. "But we can't let the Amaterasu Empire act so arrogantly." Indeed, Su Qianqian nodded decisively. "Although we are in competition with the Urki Academy, we cannot stand idly by in this situation. Let us drive the Amaterasu Empire's students away." Eagerly, Guisu, upon receiving the command, leaped onto his griffin and darted out from behind a boulder, soaring towards the combat zone. "Let us take them down." Guisu. Su Qianqian frowned disapprovingly at his actions. His recklessness could easily disconnect him from the team and lead to danger. With a resigned sigh, she urged the others to follow her into the fray. "Hurry up." At the heart of the battlefield, both sides spotted a knight swiftly approaching on a griffin. Guisu, mounted on the creature, clawed at the members of the Amaterasu Empire. Caught off guard, he actually knocked down one of their students. "Die!" Guisu shouted as he prepared to stomp on the fallen student for the finishing blow. However, a powerful magical beam suddenly struck him and his griffin, sending them crashing backward. The healers from the Amaterasu Empire quickly attended to the downed student, casting furious glances towards Guisu. "It's the Jojo Academy's people. We need to finish this quickly. Unleash our full power." The team from Urki Academy was both surprised and dismayed. They were delighted that their comrades had come to aid, yet astonished by the recklessness of their entrance, which had already resulted in a hasty exit. "It's the Bahuang Academy." Those with keen eyes recognized Guisu. "That flying eagle knight looks like Guisu." The members of Urki Academy felt a mixture of despair and frustration. Why did it have to be this fool? They feared Guisu would only complicate matters. The captain of the Urki Academy spotted Su Qianqian and her team rushing from a distance and felt a surge of joy. "Don't worry, Su Qianqian and her team have arrived." The members of the Amaterasu Empire intensified their attack. Several melee fighters charged into the crowd of the Urki Academy, wreaking havoc, while ranged attackers unleashed their skills without restraint. The Urki Academy team struggled to withstand the onslaught as their stamina rapidly dwindled. On Su Qianqian's side, seeing Guisu being thrown back, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. That idiot. The group turned to rush towards Guisu to check on him. Xueqi hurriedly used several health potions on him, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Her role as a priestess meant she could only amplify skills. With no healing abilities available, they had to rely on potions for recovery. Guisu, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, bravely claimed, "I'm fine. Just lost a bit of health." He quickly consumed a health potion to restore his vitality. Luckily, as a knight, his high health and defense meant that had he been another class, that blow might have eliminated him instantly. Su Qianqian scolded Guisu with evident displeasure. "If you continue to act on your own like this, don't blame me for expelling you from the team." "I understand," Guisu replied with an apologetic grin. Just then, a volley of shimmering arrows accompanied by a barrage of magical projectiles suddenly shot towards them. "Watch out!" Lin Yuhao, who had been hiding nearby, appeared and shouted a warning. But it was too late. The attack was already upon them, mere meters away from Su Qianqian and her team. In the next instant, it would rain down upon them, causing massive damage. "Oh no!" Lin Yuhao grimaced, unable to bear the sight. Their support lacked healing skills, and being hit by this wave of attacks would result in significant health loss, putting them at a disadvantage for the ensuing battle. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a blue figure flashed in front of Su Qianqian, intercepting the torrent of attacks. "Godzilla!" Su Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. The arrows and magical projectiles struck its form, causing no effective damage. Instead, Godzilla absorbed the energy from the onslaught. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Godzilla's dorsal fins erupted with dazzling blue light, extending along its spine and culminating at its head. Roar! Godzilla opened its mouth wide, and its eyes erupted with a brilliant blue glow. It unleashed a powerful blue atomic breath. Simultaneously, King Ghidorah in the sky released a yellow gravitational beam. In an instant, the blue and yellow energy beams swept through the crowd of the Amaterasu Empire. The crowd erupted in anguished cries. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds erupted from their ranks, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from existence. The remaining few on the side of the Urki Academy were also struck down by the descending yellow lightning. In less than a heartbeat, the three squads from the Amaterasu Empire had completely vanished. The battlefield became eerily quiet, with 15 fewer participants. Huh. The members of the Urki Academy stood in stunned silence. Where had the members of the Amaterasu Empire gone? Just a moment ago, they were struggling to fend off the enemy's attacks. And now they had all vanished as if triggered by a safeguard, teleporting away. Could it be? Did they really just get wiped out? The Urki Academy captain looked incredulously at Godzilla and King Ghidorah soaring above. He had just witnessed with his own eyes how the skills of those two summoned beasts had annihilated the Amaterasu Empire's entire contingent. It seemed that their attack had obliterated the opposition in an instant. Chapter 079, the completely random dungeon mode. The captain of the Urki Academy turned his gaze toward Liu Yang and the crowd, his eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. An 18-level dragon summoner? Had he truly just wiped out 3 squads of level 25 players with the help of 2 summoned beasts? Could it be real? On Su Qianqian's side, they remained rooted in place, yet the battle had already concluded before they even joined the fray. The few of them were unable to fathom the events unfolding before their eyes, entrapped in a state of disbelief, slow to regain their composure. It was only when Ghidorah descended to the ground, roaring in fury alongside Godzilla, that their thoughts were jolted back to reality. My heavens! Shueqi exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she stared blankly at Liu Yang. You actually eliminated them all in an instant? Heh! Lin Yuhao let out an amused scoff, reflecting, why does it feel like he dispatches foes with greater ease than he does monsters? Ha ha ha! Su Qianqian's laughter rang out, a sound of relief as she playfully nudged Liu Yang. Mom was right. You are indeed a monster. With a hint of pride, she glanced towards the direction of the Air E Academy. At last, we, the 8 Desolates, can finally strike the Air E and trample the Sea Xiang. Sweeping through the Lu Ha, the 3 encircled Liu Yang, showering him with praise and admiration. Liu Yang could only manage a helpless smile. Among the gathering, only Guisu wore a grim expression. Guisu had long harbored resentment towards Liu Yang, continually seeking an opportunity to put him in his place. However, upon witnessing Liu Yang's 2 displays of power, doubt began to gnaw at him. The so-called strongest of the Jiuzhou Academy, the Air E Academy, had battled tirelessly without inflicting any losses upon the Tianzhou Empire Academy. Yet, Liu Yang had effortlessly dispatched them all with a mere flick of his wrist. Guisu considered himself somewhat foolish, but he was by no means naive. A person capable of obliterating over 200 wild monsters in one fell swoop, and even vanquishing 15 level 25 professionals in an instant. Liu Yang's prowess likely exceeded his wildest imagination. He was undoubtedly not someone Guisu could provoke. Guisu had fully come to believe in Liu Yang's record of completing the nightmarish level Knight's Graveyard in an astonishing 18-minute solo. Merely observing Godzilla and Ghidorah sent shivers down his spine. If those 2 beams of energy were to strike him, he would likely be reduced to nothing. Hey, Su Qianqian remarked as she noticed Guisu lost in thought, giving him a playful kick. Have you gone daft? And no. Guisu slowly regained his senses, awkwardly getting to his feet. When he caught Liu Yang's gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes, unsure of how to face him. Just moments ago, he had been seeking trouble with him. Now, he needed to devise a way to gracefully exit the situation. The Air E Academy members are here, Su Qianqian suddenly whispered. Everyone focus. The members of the Air E squad had approached them. Su Qianqian, long time no see, the leader greeted her with a smile. Indeed, Wang Rui. It has been a while, Su Qianqian responded haughtily. I never expected our reunion would occur under such circumstances. Though the 4 divisions of the Jiuzhou Academy operated independently, they remained a cohesive whole, with most students familiar with one another. Wang Rui offered an awkward smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your assistance today. Without your intervention, we might have lost the chance to complete this trial mission. His gaze shifted to Liu Yang, inquiring, and who is this classmate? I don't believe I've seen him before. Su Qianqian proudly introduced, this is Liu Yang, our new student from the 8 Desolates. He came in first place in this year's National Joint Examination. The record of completing the nightmarish level Knight's Graveyard in 18 minutes is his accomplishment. Upon hearing the title of National Champion, Wang Rui and his companions exhibited no visible reaction, as if they regarded it with indifference. However, their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the latter achievement, their faces lighting up with surprise as they turned to Liu Yang. So you are that Liu Yang? They exclaimed, even excitedly reaching out for a handshake, only to be halted by Su Qianqian. That's enough. Su Qianqian raised her hand to block Wang Rui. I don't have time for you to play nice. We need to enter the instance. Wang Rui offered an awkward smile. Right. Completing the trial mission is paramount. He then addressed Liu Yang. Liu Yang, once the mission concludes, I will seek you out again. Su Qianqian frowned in discontent and asked, what do you want with him? Wang Rui replied with a smile. I merely wish to exchange insights regarding the instance. We are all quite curious about how he managed to complete the nightmarish-level knight's graveyard in such record time. Liu Yang felt puzzled, sensing that Wang Rui's intentions were not as simple as they appeared. His intuition warned him that Wang Rui sought more than just a casual exchange of strategies. Don't pay him any mind, Liu Yang, Su Qianqian bluntly stated. He has ulterior motives. With that, she took Liu Yang by the arm and swiftly led him toward the entrance of the instance. Wang Rui chuckled helplessly, following behind with his team. The two squads arrived at the entrance of the instance, where Wang Rui graciously deferred the opportunity for priority entry to Su Qianqian. How considerate, Su Qianqian acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction. Before entering, she reminded her team, there was quite a commotion here just now. Other teams will surely be drawn to this place. If any foreign academy teams arrive, you must be prepared to intercept them. Wang Rui nodded with a smile, responding, don't worry, I understand the rules. I've already informed the Xixiang Luha. The 4 divisions of the Jojo Academy compete among themselves, yet they present a united front against outside forces. Since they had located the instance entrance first, ensuring their own team's entry took precedence. All right. Su Qianqian felt reassured and turned to face the portal. The interface for selecting the instance materialized before her. Confirm entry into the nightmarish-level Cheer Island instance. Confirm. Cancel. Before entering, Su Qianqian once more reminded Liu Yang and the others of the precautions. The timed instance defaults to nightmarish-level difficulty, and the attributes of the monsters will be exceedingly high. Furthermore, the instance modes are varied and random. Once we enter and ascertain the mode, I will provide you with strategies. Stay alert. We cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. The teammates nodded solemnly. Confirm. With Su Qianqian's confirmation, the 5 individuals, along with their 2 summoned beasts, vanished in an instant from the entrance. A countdown timer appeared on the instance portal. 14:59:59. Just as Su Qianqian's team entered the instance, Wang Rui's teammate could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Brother Rui, what exactly is the deal with that Liu Yang? Chapter 080, Aquatic Battle. Godzilla's Domain. Wang Rui maintained a smile, responding, I am uncertain, but I sense he possesses significant potential. What sort of potential? His teammate scoffed. Isn't he just someone who entered through the National Joint Examination? How much weight does being first in the nation really carry? The students of the Air E Academy, aside from a few who had joined through internal examinations, mostly comprised those who had grown up as inner disciples within the Air E Academy. Many hailed from the renowned elite families of the Jojo Empire, boasting substantial strength. They genuinely looked down upon students who entered through the National Joint Examination. He is unlike anyone we have encountered before. Wang Rui shook his head and explained. The prowess he exhibits overtly far exceeds that threshold, perhaps even surpassing our own. Consider this. His expression suddenly turned grave. He can eliminate 15 level 25 professionals in a single strike. Who among us could achieve that? Even without support or a tank, under my full offensive capability. I could at most defeat 2 or 3 individuals. Yet he accomplished it. Suddenly, Wang Rui's demeanor shifted, and he sternly admonished his teammates. Think critically. Do you truly believe his situation is as simplistic as the information he presents? An 18-level rare summoner capable of dispatching 3 entire squads of professionals in an instant? I suspect his class rating is at least legendary, and he has likely awakened his talents, though the professional guild has yet to update their records. As he spoke, a glimmer of doubt crossed his face. With such a prodigy, how could my uncle allow him to enter the 8 Desolation Academy? His teammates grasped Wang Rui's implication. Are you suggesting he should join our 2E Academy? A cold smile crept onto Wang Rui's face as he murmured. Such a person must be tightly bound to us, made to submit. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had already teleported with Su Qianqian and the others into the dungeon. The group meticulously surveyed their surroundings, only to discover that the environment within the dungeon mirrored the outside world perfectly. They were still upon an island, at the center of which lay a volcano, surrounded by nearby smaller islands. Before Liu Yang and his companions appeared a luminous information screen, displaying a continuously cycling message. Su Qianqian furrowed her brow and prayed, I hope it's not a treasure hunting mode. Ding. Dungeon mode confirmed. Current mode, treasure hunting. Objective, retrieve the lost hidden treasure from the pirates of the Cheerful Isles. Alas, Su Qianqian sighed heavily, lamenting her unfortunate luck. Damn. Guisu couldn't help but curse. Lin Yuhao and Xueqi also wore grim expressions. Liu Yang could not restrain his curiosity. What's wrong? Is this mode particularly difficult? Su Qianqian explained with resignation. Yes. It's exceedingly troublesome. The treasure hunting mode is among the most complex mechanisms. She turned to survey the surrounding islands and elaborated on the mechanics. Look around. We are surrounded by islands. We must embark on a ship to reach each island and eliminate the pirates occupying them to seize the treasure. Liu Yang furrowed his brow in confusion. It doesn't seem that difficult. Su Qianqian shook her head. If it were merely about landing on the islands, battling monsters, and claiming treasure, it indeed wouldn't be hard. The challenge lies in the fact that we have only one ship, and during our voyage, we will frequently encounter attacks from pirates and sea monsters. We must fend off the monsters' assaults while also preserving the ship's durability, ensuring it does not suffer excessive damage. Otherwise, if the ship is compromised, we will automatically fail the mission. She sighed, her concern evident. Moreover, our team is not particularly adept at water combat. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong glanced at Godzilla beside him. Godzilla was exceptionally skilled in aquatic combat. Water battles were practically his forte. He also possessed a golden dragon that could soar through the skies, ensuring output above the water's surface. The issues Su Qianqian mentioned seemed trivial to him. No worries. Lu Yong smiled, encouraging the group to remain optimistic. We should be able to succeed. Seeing Lu Yang's unwavering confidence, Su Qianqian looked at Godzilla behind him. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, Lu Yong, does your Godzilla have aquatic capabilities? Lu Yong nodded affirmatively. Uh-huh. Su Qianqian's brow instantly relaxed, and she smiled. Then what is there to worry about? With your Godzilla, we should have no issues in water combat. She raised an eyebrow, seeking confirmation from Lu Yong. Right? Xueqi and the others also regained their focus, looking at Lu Yong with eager anticipation. Is it true, Lu Yong? Your Godzilla can handle water? Yes. Lu Yong replied firmly. There's no problem. Godzilla's attributes are always in a state of growth. Although it currently lacks the exaggerated statistics of Ghidorah, with less than 3,000 points, its skill damage remains formidable. Under the energy reaction of the biological atomic reactor, its attack power is sufficient to annihilate any monster of comparable level. Besides, just because Ghidorah is not adept at water combat does not mean he is utterly helpless against aquatic foes. A few bolts of wingtip lightning or a beam of gravitational light can also decimate a horde of monsters. Alright, let us board the ship. Su Qianqian's worries dissipated, replaced by excitement. Following the dungeon's prompts, she led the way to a cove, where they discovered their vessel, a dilapidated little boat. The canvas was tattered, and it bore no weapons, rendering its combat capability nearly non-existent. The group collectively sighed in disappointment. Sigh. This wretched ship seems intent on preventing us from clearing the dungeon. No worries. Su Qianqian glanced at Lu Yong, having placed her hopes entirely on him. She believed that he had consistently provided them with surprises and would not disappoint this time. Let us board. Su Qianqian was the first to step onto the rickety vessel, with the others reluctantly following. She noticed that once Lu Yong boarded, his Ghidorah chose to soar above them, while Godzilla slipped into the water, revealing only a few dorsal fins. The weight on Su Qianqian's heart finally lifted. With such powerful summoned beasts providing protection, this trial mission seemed assured. Once the ship set sail, it soon departed the cove, heading toward the nearest island. Although the two islands appeared close at first glance, the actual distance was considerable. At their vessel's current speed, it would take at least 10 minutes to reach their destination. Despite the calmness surrounding them, Su Qianqian could vaguely sense a dangerous undercurrent stirring. Chapter 081. Why are you suddenly becoming so affectionate? Su Qianqian issued commands and entered battle mode, preparing for combat. Xueqi opened her spellbook, reapplying enhancement skills to her teammates, not forgetting to include Ghidorah above and Godzilla below. Ghidorah's overall attributes surged by over 10,000 points, surpassing 40,000. Although Godzilla's attributes increased by less than 1,000 points, the aura it emanated was no less formidable than Ghidorah's. Ordinary sea creatures, sensing this, fled in all directions. Su Qianqian's intuition proved correct. The ship had barely sailed for 2 minutes when a thick fog suddenly enveloped the sea ahead, accompanied by the sound of rolling waves. Splash! Splash! From the depths of the mist, 4 pirate ships suddenly emerged, surging towards them with alarming velocity. Each vessel was manned by 20 to 30 pirates, armed to the teeth, and even boasted formidable heavy artillery. The speed at which these pirate ships sailed was astonishing, and Su Qianqian and her companions would soon find themselves within the enemy's strike zone. To exacerbate the situation, Su Qianqian noticed numerous shark fins slicing through the water, rapidly approaching from all directions. After a hasty estimation, she deduced that there were approximately over 100 pirates aboard the 4 vessels, and the number of exposed shark fins exceeded 100 as well. Utilizing her detection spell to assess their attributes, she found Blue Hat Pirate LV-28, Elite. Strength, 2,600. Intelligence, 2,200. Stamina, 2,800. Agility, 2,600. Spirit, 2,000. Skill, Gunfire Attack. Bull Shark LV-28, Elite. Strength, 2,200. Intelligence, 1,500. Stamina, 3,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 1,500. Skill, Razor Bite. The situation appeared dire. Su Qianqian furrowed her brow, troubled by the remarkably high attributes of these creatures and their overwhelming numbers. With a hint of concern, she glanced at Lu Yang and inquired, Lu Yang, do you have a... Before she could finish her sentence, a powerful surge of energy coursed through the air. Suddenly, a curved beam of gravitational light descended from the sky, striking one of the pirate ships and reducing it to mere splinters in an instant. The pirates aboard, stripped of their stamina, were flung into the sea like ragdolls. The gravitational beam continued its horizontal assault across the water, hitting the second ship, followed by the third and the fourth. All 4 pirate vessels met the same fate, obliterated in an instant, leaving no pirate alive. Almost simultaneously, the sea erupted with a tremendous sound, sending forth a colossal bubble that surged upward, creating a towering wave that rolled outward. With a thunderous crash, the wave nearly capsized Lu Yang and his companion ship. Su Qianqian and the others turned to the water's surface, eager to discern what had transpired. To their astonishment, countless bull shark corpses floated to the surface, all revealing their white, lifeless bellies, clearly deceased beyond revival. Successfully killed Blue Hat Pirate LV-28, experience points, 3,360. Successfully killed Bull Shark LV-28, experience points, 3,360. A barrage of notifications flooded their screens, overwhelming them. What had just occurred? Su Qianqian stared in shock at the incessant stream of messages, incredulous that all these monsters had perished so suddenly. What on earth? Lin Yuhao and Xueqi gaped, their faces painted with disbelief. These were elite monsters with average attributes nearing 3,000 points, and there were over 200 of them. He dispatched them all in an instant? Under normal circumstances, elite students like them would require at least several seconds to defeat a single elite-level monster in a nightmare-level dungeon. Even a fully equipped squad, in perfect condition and coordination, would need a few seconds to take down one creature. Moreover, facing over 200 such elite monsters would exponentially increase the difficulty of combat, presenting a monumental challenge for every member of the team. One misstep could lead to complete disaster. Guisu, hiding in a corner, swallowed hard, his emotions a tumultuous mix of relief and fear. He was relieved that he had made the right decision to avoid provoking Lu Yang further, yet terrified of his previous foolish provocations. Guisu was genuinely concerned that Lu Yang would harbor resentment and seek revenge. As the tumultuous waves gradually subsided, the sea returned to its tranquil state, littered only with countless corpses and the remnants of ships. A refreshing sea breeze swept over them as Su Qianqian and her companions slowly regained their composure. My heavens! She approached Lu Yang, patting his shoulder, exclaiming, I can hardly find the words to describe you. It's one thing to annihilate those ordinary wild monsters, but to obliterate elite monsters from a nightmare-level dungeon as well? You are truly extraordinary. Xueqi, filled with awe, couldn't he help but ask curiously, if we encounter a boss-level monster later, will you still be able to dispatch it in such a manner? I believe I should be able to, Guisu suddenly interjected, hesitantly adding, he managed to solo the nightmare-level Knight's Tomb in under 18 minutes, which means he can also dispatch the composite bosses and offerings effortlessly. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to complete the dungeon in that time frame. The level of the Cheerful Isles dungeon is only 5 levels higher than the Knight's Tomb, so the boss's attributes shouldn't be vastly superior. Moreover, due to the dungeon mechanics, their health points likely 1t exceed those of the Phantom Knight Commander. I think Lu Yang can easily dispatch them. As soon as Guisu finished speaking, he noticed Lu Yang and the others regarding him with peculiar expressions, their astonishment mirroring their reaction to witnessing Lu Yang annihilate the monsters. Guisu, Su Qianqian couldn't help but inquire, have you lost your mind? No way, Guisu. Lin Yuhao echoed, equally puzzled. Why are you suddenly so sycophantic? Lu Yang looked at Guisu in amazement, even chuckling softly. Everyone present knew that Guisu had always held a disdainful view of Lu Yang and had been seeking trouble with him since that morning, only to tone it down recently. Yet, no one had anticipated that he would completely change his demeanor and begin to flatter Lu Yang. Guisu, under the scrutiny of 4 pairs of eyes, felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could dive into the sea. Su Qianqian, wary of Guisu's intentions, asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Chapter 082, The Dual King's Strike. A stunning visual impact. Guisu felt a rush of humiliation and indignation, his face burning red. After a long moment, he stammered, what is wrong with me? I'm merely analyzing the facts. He then looked at Lu Yang with a pleading expression. Right, Lu Yang? The composite bosses in the Knight's Tomb should have been dispatched by you as well. His tone even carried a hint of grievance, causing the others to stifle their laughter. Lu Yang could clearly see that Guisu's gaze towards him had become more sincere, devoid of the malice it once held. and even tinged with a hint of fear. He surmised that Guisu was likely intimidated by the impressive display of power he had demonstrated earlier, causing him to abandon his intent to provoke. Liu Yang couldn't help but smile in relief. In the depths of his heart, Liu Yang couldn't help but marvel at Guisu, realizing that the lad was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. After all, he was someone who had managed to enter the prestigious Jiuzhou Academy and was now part of the esteemed Bahuang division, indicating he possessed a modicum of intellect. After contemplating briefly, he responded, "Indeed, Guisu is correct. I can indeed annihilate the bosses within the knight's graveyard in an instant." Upon hearing this, Guisu's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he looked at Liu Yang. Yet, Liu Yang cast him a meaningful glance, leaving Guisu somewhat perplexed. Really? Su Qianqian and Xueqi, along with others, were once again taken aback. The nightmare-level composite bosses boasted over 20,000 health points, alongside 4 offerings with 10,000 health points each. Are you truly capable of dispatching them all in an instant? They had all faced the nightmare-level knight's graveyard and were acutely aware of its daunting challenges. Indeed, Liu Yang affirmed with a nod. Su Qianqian and the others were instantly elated. Xueqi couldn't restrain her admiration, exclaiming, "Liu Yang, your class is incredibly formidable. To be so powerful at merely level 18, imagine how much stronger you'll become upon class advancement." Speaking of class advancement, Liu Yang suddenly fell into contemplation. Once a practitioner reaches level 20, they can undertake their first class advancement, refining their profession into more specialized categories while acquiring even mightier skills. He was on the cusp of reaching level 20. What profession would he ultimately choose? A flicker of anticipation ignited within him. "Land ho," Su Qianqian suddenly announced, alerting everyone that their vessel was about to dock at the first island. They needed to eliminate the pirates that had taken residence there and seize their treasure before proceeding to the next island. There were still 4 or 5 islands ahead. Liu Yang and his companions had to expedite their progress to uncover the hidden treasure and complete the trial task. Since their entry into the dungeon, 15 minutes had already elapsed. The team from the Air E Division should have entered the dungeon by now, if fortune favored them. They might have encountered a simpler dungeon mode, likely discovering the hidden treasure before Liu Yang's group. He had no intention of relinquishing this rare opportunity to others. "Everyone, follow my lead." He was the first to leap off the ship. Ghidorah soared above him, while Godzilla emerged from the water, gradually making his way onto the shore. With Ghidorah's extraordinary perception, Liu Yang clearly discerned the location where the pirates congregated. Confirming the coordinates, he set off at a brisk pace, with Su Qianqian and the others hastily trailing behind. Before long, they arrived at a cliff, where a makeshift wooden stronghold came into view, teeming with pirates. Heavy artillery and firearms guarded the perimeter. Su Qianqian instructed her comrades to prepare for battle, but Liu Yang intervened, stating, "No need for you to engage." With that, a colossal horn materialized in his hand, and he sounded it. The resounding blast reverberated throughout the entire island. The pirates within the stronghold were drawn to the sound, turning to face Liu Yang and brandishing their weapons, shouting as they charged toward him. Almost all the pirates surged out from the stronghold, and at first glance, there appeared to be no less than 100 of them. The sheer force of their assault was reminiscent of an army. As the pirates drew nearer, Su Qianqian astutely noticed a pirate leader among them. Little pirate leader LV-29, leader class. Strength, 4,500. Intelligence, 3,600. Stamina, 4,500. Agility, 4,000. Spirit, 3,600. A hint of tension flickered across the faces of Su Qianqian and her companions. Yet they remained still, trusting in Liu Yang. Godzilla stepped forward, his tail fin radiating a mesmerizing blue light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Ghidorah descended from the skies, its dragon eyes and maw glimmered with golden brilliance. Buzz, bang. A blue and a yellow beam shot forth simultaneously, instantly engulfing the pirate horde. Those struck by the atomic breath were incinerated into dust by the overwhelming energy. The gravitational beams sent all enemies flying, their bodies scattered in disarray. The twisting gravitational beams continued their sweep, obliterating the stronghold in a cataclysmic explosion. In the blink of an eye, not a single pirate remained, and the once mighty stronghold was reduced to ruins, leaving behind 2 massive craters, still shrouded in dissipating smoke, alongside a litter of corpses and debris. My heavens! Although they had witnessed similar feats before, Su Qianqian and Guisu were utterly astounded by the sheer spectacle. Despite having prepared themselves for Liu Yang's overwhelming prowess, the reality of it was still a breathtaking shock. With just 2 beams of light, he had annihilated all the pirates and shattered their stronghold. The direct visual impact was staggering. An instinctive phrase echoed in their minds, like a whirlwind through dry grass. Successfully killed Green Hat Pirate LV-28, experience points 3,360. Successfully killed Green Hat Pirate LV-28, experience points 3,360. Successfully killed Little Pirate Leader LV-29, Leader Class, experience points 8,700. Acquired Shouting Island Treasure Map Fragment X1. Su Qianqian's screen was flooded with prompt notifications. As the team leader, all special loot was automatically deposited into her spatial backpack. Upon noticing the notification, she finally snapped back to reality, a relieved smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, just as my mother said. He is truly a monster. What did you say? Lu Yang, unable to catch her quiet words, inquired. Nothing, Su Qianqian replied with a carefree grin. Wei Ve secured the treasure map fragment. She called back to the Still Days companions, commanding, let us move. Onward to the next island. Chapter 083. He must be acknowledged as the big brother. Following closely behind Lu Yang, Guosu and the others glanced at his figure and the formidable summoned beasts by his side, feeling a peculiar sensation stir within them. They had never experienced such a leisurely dungeon run before. They needed only to trail behind him, swiftly advancing through the dungeon while reaping abundant experience points. Could this be the essence of a carefree victory? Reflecting on their previous dungeon experiences, a wave of bitterness washed over them. Guosu, as a knight, had to draw the monster's ire, absorbing damage for his comrades. Lin Yuhao had to relentlessly unleash attacks to eliminate every foe. Xueqi was tasked with constantly monitoring her teammates' health, ensuring timely buffs and occasionally tossing healing potions to maintain their vitality. Every battle leaves one utterly drained, particularly when faced with a multitude of adversaries. As was the case just moments ago, a skirmish can easily stretch on for a protracted 10 to 20 minutes. While physical exhaustion can be alleviated through potions and skills, the mental fatigue lingers, proving far more insidious. Over time, this relentless strain can exact a monumental toll on one's psyche. Yet, the current circumstances are entirely transformed. The emergence of Lu Yang has bestowed upon them an unparalleled sensation of exhilaration. Merely witnessing him dispatch those monsters with effortless precision is a visual delight. Guosu and his companions cannot help but harbor envy for Lu Yang, admiring his formidable prowess. For him, battling foes is as effortless as mowing grass. And conquering a nightmare-level dungeon feels less taxing than a leisurely stroll. Such a remarkable figure. Guosu privately resolved to acknowledge him as their leader without hesitation. Soon enough, Su Qianqian led Lu Yang and the others back to the coast. After boarding their vessel, they set sail once more, progressing toward the next island. During their voyage, a thick mist enveloped the sea once again, from which emerged 4 pirate ships, accompanied by a swarm of aquatic monstrosities. Their attributes mirrored those of the previous encounter, ranging between level 2,000 and 3,000. However, this time, not a single one among Su Qianqian's party exhibited a trace of apprehension. Confidence radiated from each face as they turned to Lu Yang, patiently awaiting his cue to commence. Without delay, Lu Yang issued commands to Ghidorah and Godzilla. The 2 summoned beasts obeyed, unleashing their skills in unison. With a thunderous crash, blinding gravitational beams descended from the sky, obliterating the 4 pirate ships into mere splinters. The debris rained down, accompanied by the lifeless bodies of countless pirates, cascading into the depths below. A resounding boom echoed as Godzilla unleashed his super vibrational wave, generating a colossal bubble in the water and stirring up a tremendous wave. The surf churned and roiled before gradually dissipating. In the aftermath, the sea was littered with the remains of the aquatic monsters. Su Qianqian couldn't suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, I refuse to believe anyone could clear this dungeon faster than us this time. The top spot for this trial task is undoubtedly ours. Indeed, Guosu and the others concurred, their heads nodding in agreement. The efficiency with which they dispatched foes had completely shattered their previous understanding. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing such feats, they would have deemed it impossible for such occurrences to exist in reality. The sea skirmish yielded only a single wave of monsters. Once vanquished, their path ahead lay unobstructed. Su Qianqian and the others relished the sea breeze as they approached the second island. Upon landing, Lu Yang replicated his previous strategy, utilizing Ghidorah's formidable perception to locate the pirate stronghold. He then drew the ire of all pirates using the Horn of Thunder, and with Ghidorah and Godzilla launching simultaneous assaults. A mere skill from each was sufficient to eradicate all pirates. Su Qianqian and her companions beamed with delight at the rapidly scrolling notifications. Observing Lu Yang's rapid eliminations was a sheer pleasure, and receiving the bounty of experience points was an indescribably exquisite experience. After acquiring a fragment of the treasure map, Su Qianqian urged her team to hasten toward the next island. On board, she produced 2 pieces of the treasure map. Treasure map, fragment 25. The indication of 5 fragments suggested the existence of 3 additional islands. The boss was likely located on the final island. Defeating it and uncovering the hidden treasure would signify the completion of their trial task. Glancing at the time, she noted they had spent over 30 minutes thus far. Thanks to Liu Yang's presence, slaying monsters had scarcely consumed any time. The majority was spent traversing the seas. Su Qianqian estimated that, within the hour, they would arrive at the last island and confront the boss. At that point, their total time would be around an hour and a half. This efficiency was unfathomable compared to their previous plans. Even under the most favorable circumstances, the treasure hunting mode typically required a minimum of 6 hours to complete. Now, they had managed to reduce that time by a staggering 4-fold. In the annals of the trial tasks across the Cheerful Isles, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Su Qianqian's excitement mounted. She could not help but exclaim, "We are on the verge of creating a new historical record." She proceeded to share her analysis with her teammates. Guasu and the others were equally exhilarated. This trial task is on a global scale. If we can break the record, we may achieve worldwide renown. Yet, Liu Yang remained composed, a serene smile gracing his lips. Since his awakening, he had shattered countless historical records, rendering such accomplishments a mere norm. It would be peculiar if they did not break a record. Su Qianqian's face radiated confidence once more. She had calculated that even if Wang Rui's team stumbled upon the easiest exploration mode, under ideal conditions, they would require at least 3 hours to complete the dungeon. They had already left them far behind. As she pondered, their ship reached the shore. Su Qianqian snapped back to reality. Following Liu Yang to dismantle the pirate stronghold on the island and seize another fragment of the treasure map, they then boarded their vessel again, setting sail for the remaining 2 islands. The ensuing battles were once again swiftly resolved by Liu Yang, devoid of any suspense. The ships soon docked at the 5th island. As they set foot on the shore, they immediately sensed the stark differences of this island. 3 colossal pirate ships loomed on the beach, their massive skull flags fluttering in the wind, armed with dozens of heavy cannons. Their small vessel appeared minuscule in comparison. Just gazing up at the enormous pirate ships evoked a profound sense of pressure. At present, the time within the dungeon was evening, the horizon darkening. Yet, the island was aglow with 3 brightly lit areas, illuminated by countless torches and bonfires, casting light over the entire expanse. Clearly, the final island housed more than a single pirate stronghold. Liu Yang could even perceive 3 exceptionally powerful presences through Ghidorah. It was likely that there were multiple boss encounters on this island. Chapter 084. The Jester brandishing weapons before Liu Yang. Su Qianqian also sensed something amiss, her brows furrowing in concern. The presence of 3 strongholds implied at least 3 waves of elite-level monsters and 3 boss-level foes. Given the trial task's heightened difficulty, there was even a possibility of encountering 3 separate bosses. Under the most favorable scenario, their small team would need over 3 hours to clear all the monsters. This was contingent upon the 5 members of the team making no mistakes whatsoever. Otherwise, the completion time would significantly extend, or they might even face outright failure. However, Su Qianqian displayed little sign of concern on her face. She was merely astonished that the challenge of the dungeon exceeded the norm, showing no anxiety about their ability to complete the quest. Turning her gaze towards Liu Yang, her eyes sparkled with wonder at the prowess he was currently exhibiting. His strength had shattered their previous understanding and consistently pushed the boundaries of their expectations. Particularly, the 2 summoned beasts unleashed devastating beams of light capable of obliterating everything in their path, leaving an indelible impression in her mind. Su Qianqian believed that even if 3 bosses truly existed on the island, for Liu Yang, it would merely entail a few additional strikes and would pose no hindrance whatsoever. With a smile, Su Qianqian inquired of Liu Yang, "Are you ready?" She had completely relinquished the leadership of the team to him. Liu Yang replied calmly with a nod. He chose the nearest stronghold and stepped forward. Godzilla charged ahead to clear the path alongside Ghidorah, with Su Qianqian and the others closely trailing behind. The first pirate stronghold was located not far from the coast, nestled within a bay. They soon arrived at the vicinity. Just as Liu Yang intended to activate Thunderhorn to lure out all the pirates, unexpectedly, the lookout at the stronghold spotted them first. Ugh! The sentinel pirate emitted a piercing warning. Instantly, the entire stronghold erupted into chaos. Heavy cannons on the outskirts began loading their ammunition. Bullets from firearms and arrows from longbows rained down upon them in a torrential downpour, nearly blanketing the sky above. Countless pirates surged forth from the stronghold, brandishing sharp blades and spears while howling in attack. Su Qianqian and her companions wore expressions of astonishment. They were taken aback by the high alertness of the pirates on the last island. The tempo of the assault was rapid, with all units springing into action simultaneously upon detecting their presence. launching such a dense barrage. Even though they had confidence in Liu Yang's ability to eliminate these pirates in an instant, the first wave of projectiles was already perilously close. If not handled properly, it could significantly deplete their health points. To ensure absolute safety, Su Qianqian made a swift decision and commanded loudly, "Prepare to bear the brunt." Guosu immediately summoned the Griffin Beast, activating Inspiring Shout to reduce damage taken by all teammates by 25. He ascended into the air, raising a shield to absorb the brunt of the damage for his allies. Xueqi prioritized augmenting his attributes at the earliest opportunity. The group anxiously braced themselves for the impact of the first wave of projectiles. However, the situation they anticipated never materialized. Boom! A deep, thunderous sound suddenly erupted in their ears. A visible shockwave spread instantaneously. Where the shockwave passed, all arrows and bullets disintegrated into powder, dispersing outward in its wake. The ripples continued to extend outward, and the dozens of pirates at the forefront were simultaneously reduced to mere dust. Then, a heavy humming sound reverberated once more. A blue atomic breath shot forth, skimming the ground. The pirates rushing forward were incinerated into ashes the moment they came into contact with the powerful energy wave. Bang! A curved gravitational beam simultaneously shot down from above, sweeping toward the distant pirate stronghold. Boom, 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 boom. The massive structures were obliterated into debris in an instant. The pirates within lost their lives in the blink of an eye. Countless pirate corpses and fragments of buildings were sent flying in all directions. Two blinding beams of light recklessly swept through the crowd, illuminating the area as if it were daylight. In an instant, the entire pirate stronghold was engulfed in smoke and debris, mingled with the pungent scent of blood carried by the sea breeze. Soon, the light faded, and the surroundings returned to darkness, leaving only the remnants of burning structures and trees. Yet, Su Qianqian and her companions still retained the afterimages of the two piercing beams of light in their minds. After a prolonged moment, they finally comprehended the scene before them. Su Qianqian let out a relieved laugh, uncertain of how to evaluate the situation. She had expected to first withstand a wave of attacks from the pirates before Liu Yang could showcase his abilities. Little did she know, Liu Yang could effortlessly shatter their assault. She felt a twinge of tension for nothing, observing Guosu hovering in the air and Xueqi perusing her spellbook. Su Qianqian suddenly felt they resembled clowns performing before Liu Yang, brandishing their weapons in a futile display. My goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Xueqi slowly closed her spellbook, shaking her head in disbelief. Guosu gradually descended from the sky. Gulp! He could not help but swallow hard, overwhelmed with astonishment. It was terrifying. He felt a strong pang of anxiety. Such a formidable skill could annihilate a stronghold of hundreds of pirates, leaving nothing behind. Where had he found the audacity to provoke him earlier? Guosu glanced at Liu Yang with a sense of relief. It appeared that, thus far, Liu Yang bore no grudge against him. As long as he performed well from here on out, he could certainly redeem his image in Liu Yang's eyes. Did you obtain the treasure map fragment? Liu Yang inquired of Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian numbly shook her head, responding, no. There was a boss-level monster in this stronghold, which you eliminated in an instant, but it dropped a treasure chest key. She analyzed. This treasure chest key should be of great importance. Given Liu Yang's terrifying output, the boss in the dungeon hadn't even had the chance to appear before them, being obliterated alongside the minor monsters in a flash. Su Qianqian felt that when Liu Yang dispatched the boss, it was akin to mowing down a slightly taller blade of grass, eye-catching in appearance, yet ultimately just a single stroke. Let's go. Liu Yang turned and followed Ghidorah towards the next stronghold. Humph. Godzilla emitted a low growl, taking heavy steps to forge a path ahead of Liu Yang. Su Qianqian and the others exchanged glances before they could not help but smile at each other, hastening to follow. Along the way, Su Qianqian suddenly felt curious. She wondered how far along Wang Rui and the others were in their dungeon expedition. Chapter 085, Charged Atomic Breath. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, Wang Rui found himself within a pirate stronghold, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of numerous elite pirates. Before him stood a towering chief pirate, covered in wounds, blood staining its garments. It leaned on its cutlass, gritting its teeth and panting heavily, glaring at Wang Rui with unbridled hatred. In stark contrast, before it stood Wang Rui, whose visage bore only a hint of fatigue, his expression remaining remarkably relaxed and natural. Surrounding him were his four teammates, their faces taut with tension as they unleashed a flurry of offensive skills upon the small pirate captain. The captain's health points plummeted rapidly, aware that its demise was imminent. Its gaze suddenly turned fierce. With a fierce cry, it brandished its curved blade towards Wang Rui, seemingly determined to fight to the bitter end. In that moment, Wang Rui seized the opportunity, standing firm without flinching, his hands moving in a swift motion. Two waves of verdant magic cascaded down upon the small pirate captain. In an instant, the last remnants of its health were extinguished. With a heavy thud, the small pirate captain collapsed at Wang Rui's feet. Humph, Wang Rui scoffed, stepping forward to place his foot upon its head. This was the last of the captains. He gazed confidently towards the volcano in the distance and proclaimed, "We are about to encounter the boss." His tone carried a hint of pride. It appeared that today's outcome would mirror the years past. With our two instruments academy claiming the top spot in the trial task once more, the other four teammates wore expressions of exhilaration, echoing, "Indeed. Our squad possesses the strongest overall strength, and this time we have been fortunate enough to randomly land in the easiest adventure mode. With the advantage of time, location, and synergy, it would be difficult not to secure first place." Suddenly, someone queried Wang Rui, "Brother Rui, what do you think Su Qianqian and her team will achieve this year? Did you not say that the newcomer in their team is quite formidable?" Wang Rui furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully before responding, "That Lu Yang is indeed quite strong. However, the difficulty of this trial task is exceedingly high, and the dungeon mode remains random. If they are unfortunate enough to draw a more troublesome mode, such as the treasure hunt or tower defense, even his strength may not suffice to bear the entire team's burden. To achieve a commendable result, it will ultimately depend on their team's overall strength and the level of camaraderie among its members." His teammates nodded in agreement, a glint of amusement in their eyes, and continued, "But apart from Su Qianqian, the 8 Desolation Academy has few worthy contenders. Where will their overall strength come from? The number of capable individuals is already scant, and this year they have even included that fool Guisu. I truly cannot fathom their reasoning." At the mention of Guisu, laughter erupted among them. "Ha ha." Wang Rui raised a hand to silence them, stating, "Guisu is merely a bit naive. He does possess some strength." "What strength does he have?" A teammate scoffed dismissively. "In last year's division competition, he, a knight, faced off against my assassin, a matchup that should have favored him, yet I defeated him in 3 minutes." Wang Rui chuckled lightly before steering the conversation back on track. "Nevertheless, Lu Yang from Su Qianqian's team is indeed a variable this year. If they also draw the adventure mode, their progress through the dungeon may not lag far behind ours." His expression turned serious once more. "This year's trial task is particularly unique. Only one team can complete the task. We must ensure our teammates recover swiftly, check our equipment and combat items, and prepare for the impending boss battle. We must not allow others from different academies to outpace us in completing the task." Meanwhile, Lu Yang was accompanying Ghidorah to the next stronghold, with Su Qianqian and her team closely following. Their journey was uninterrupted, having encountered no wild monsters. They could faintly see the second stronghold through the trees. Suddenly, a series of thunderous explosions erupted from the coast, startling them. Guisu turned towards the sea, exclaiming, "It seems to be coming from the coast. What is happening?" Su Qianqian instantly became alert. Lin Yuhao and Xue Qi wore puzzled expressions, unclear about the situation. As darkness enveloped the sky, visibility was severely diminished. Suddenly, a colossal red circle appeared beneath their feet. An ominous premonition surged within Lu Yang. Through Ghidorah's senses, he detected a barrage of cannonballs hurtling towards them from the 3 pirate ships offshore. The circle's coverage was vast, except for Ghidorah, with its agility exceeding 30,000 points. The others had no chance of escaping the circle before the cannonball struck. Lu Yang's expression shifted. He possessed the damage transferability, allowing him to absorb this onslaught of damage through Ghidorah. Godzilla, equipped with a biological atomic reactor, could even utilize the energy from these destructive projectiles as sustenance. However, Su Qianqian and her team were not so fortunate. If struck by those immensely powerful cannonballs, they could face severe injury or even death. To ensure their safety, Lu Yang called out to Su Qianqian and the others, "Come over here." Ghidorah descended beside Lu Yang, unfurling its wings to form a protective sphere. Although Su Qianqian and her companions were initially oblivious to the unfolding calamity, they could sense the gravity of the situation and swiftly took refuge beneath Ghidorah's wings. The sound of descending cannonballs echoed ominously. They sound like cannonballs, with a powerful vibrational wave. Godzilla unleashed a sonic pulse that obliterated the first wave of cannon fire in midair. Boom! The distant rumble of a second cannon volley followed. Lu Yang furrowed his brow. They had to destroy those 3 pirate ships. Otherwise, they would be subjected to a relentless bombardment. Yet, they were still too far from the coastline. A daunting distance of over 10 kilometers. Although Ghidorah boasted high overall attributes, and the gravitational beam skill was immensely powerful, capable of obliterating anything, the skill's range was contingent not only on its attributes, but also on Ghidorah's size. Currently, Ghidorah stood only 2 meters tall, even with its over 30,000 total attributes. It could not unleash a gravitational beam over such a long distance. However, Liu Yang's other summoned creature could achieve this. Godzilla. Godzilla lifted its head, gazing at the barrage of incoming cannonballs, confirming the general location of the pirate ships. Its tail began to glow with a brilliant blue light. As the glow traveled up its dorsal fins, it took several seconds for the next fin to illuminate. Godzilla opened its mouth in anticipation, gathering countless streams of blue energy into a singular point before unleashing. The energy wave intensified palpably, sending tremors through the air. Su Qianqian and her teammates felt an overwhelming surge of awe. Godzilla's atomic breath was already formidable enough, and now it was charging up even further. Chapter 086, Shock. Even a natural disaster pales in comparison. Godzilla continued to charge, leaving Su Qianqian and her companions utterly astounded. They could all deeply sense the immense power of the energy that continued to gather. It was unlike anything they had ever witnessed in their lifetimes. Once unleashed, it was feared that wherever the radiance shone, all living beings, no, all matter, would be obliterated in its luminous wake. Whoosh! The artillery shells had already reached above Liu Yang and his companions, poised to bombard. Buzz! Godzilla was still charging, refraining from unleashing his hypervibrational wave to annihilate the barrage of shells. The shells fell without restraint, detonating and engulfing the entire red circle in a cataclysm of explosions. Boom! 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 Countless shells erupted, and the flames of the explosions instantly engulfed the forest. In the blink of an eye, fire and smoke soared into the air. No creature could survive such bombardment. However, the two titanic beings, Ghidorah and Godzilla, were the exceptions. Ghidorah possessed over 30,000 points in total attributes, with a defense that exceeded ordinary comprehension. Any monster or practitioner of the same level could hardly inflict any meaningful damage upon it. Even the most trivial of injuries would be instantly restored to full status by rapid recovery. Ghidorah withstood the bombardment of several shells and the shockwaves of countless explosions. Its stamina was only reduced by 3 digits, and then it would instantly return to full strength. It was hardly affected at all. Meanwhile, Liu Yang and the others, sheltered beneath Ghidorah's wings, experienced only minor repercussions from the explosions, their stamina slightly diminished. Coupled with Guisu's timely release of Inspiring Shout, which reduced the damage taken by the entire team by 25, the squad maintained a healthy level of stamina. Buzz! Godzilla, still charging, also absorbed the impact of the shell bombardment with his formidable body, with his powerful biological atomic furnace. The energy shocks from the explosions not only failed to harm him, but were instead absorbed, causing his skin to radiate a vast expanse of blue light. The blue light gathering before Godzilla's maw expanded further, its brilliance intensifying. The immense energy contained within unleashed a series of violent ripples, even summoning a tempest that wildly swept away everything in its vicinity. Sand and gravel were thrown about, trees trembled violently. However, boom, boom, boom. The pirate ship at the coastline unleashed another volley of cannon fire. Buzz! Yet Godzilla remained unyielding. Su Qianqian couldn't help but voice her concerns. How much longer would it continue to charge? She felt that the raging energy was sufficient to annihilate the entire island. It must be soon. Liu Yang felt a connection with Godzilla, and he could distinctly sense the impending climax of power. Buzz! Godzilla finally amassed the last surge of energy. His blue eyes suddenly sparkled. The blue light point before his mouth transformed into a formidable blue ray, shooting forward. Crash! The powerful atomic breath instantly obliterated everything in its path, regardless of whether it was a living creature or any material. All were reduced to mere dust in the face of the terrifying energy reaction. The blue ray extended forward, traversing over 10 kilometers through the forest, targeting the coastline. The sky along its path was painted blue. Boom! The first colossal pirate ship at the shore was struck by the atomic breath, shattering into fragments, reduced to ashes. It was scattered by the energy's residual shockwaves. Godzilla slightly moved his head, and the atomic breath swept from side to side, instantly annihilating the remaining 2 giant pirate ships. Boom! Clang! All 3 colossal pirate ships were reduced to cinders. Their small, rickety vessel was also shattered by the residual force. Crash! The blue atomic breath suddenly vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. The bay was left with lingering smoke and a boiling surface, with remnants of shipwrecks drifting upon it. A massive chasm appeared on the beach. It stretched inward toward the island, cutting through the lush forest, finally stopping before Godzilla. Who? Godzilla let out a heavy breath, appearing somewhat fatigued. Ghidorah folded his wings, releasing Su Qianqian and the others. They turned to gaze at Godzilla, their eyes wide with astonishment. In their shock, they could hardly close their jaws. My goodness! Su Qianqian silently swallowed. What on earth just happened? It was simply staggering. Shueqi and Lin Yuhao shook their heads in amazement. No. Guisu even felt his body trembling, correcting the others. It was terrifying. Su Qianqian and her companions had remained sheltered beneath Ghidorah's wings, unable to witness the unfolding events. They could only sense the overwhelming energy that Godzilla had unleashed. Just feeling the shockwave of that energy at close proximity had nearly overwhelmed them. Now, even though they were witnessing the aftermath, they were still engulfed in an indescribable shock. Beneath the dim sky, they could clearly see a vast chasm extending all the way to the sea. The chasm was over 10 meters wide and 7 to 8 meters deep. Everything above it had been utterly cleared away, leaving only flickering flames and lingering smoke. Even a natural disaster could hardly compare to this. Su Qianqian's heart, shaken to its core, was flooded with an additional emotion. She felt fear. At level 18, Liu Yang had already exhibited such terrifying power. By the time he advanced to his second, third, or even fourth transformation, he would undoubtedly possess godlike strength. Just like that individual, standing atop the world, instilling dread in all. Liu Yang gradually emerged from his astonishment. He too was taken aback by the charged strike of Godzilla. Godzilla currently possessed around 3,000 total attribute points, yet could unleash such a terrifying atomic breath. If it grew to possess attributes akin to Ghidorah, Liu Yang could scarcely fathom just how powerful Godzilla would become. Roar. Ghidorah emitted a dissatisfied roar. Unfolding its wings, it released arcs of golden lightning. Boom. 2 bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, striking Ghidorah one after the other. Its entire body was instantly enveloped in frenzied golden lightning, gathering an immensely potent energy wave. What was it planning? Su Qianqian and the others were startled, puzzled by its actions. Ghidorah was conveying a message to Liu Yang. It was capable of even greater output. I believe in you. Liu Yang raised his hand to halt Ghidorah. There was no doubt about Ghidorah's output capabilities. However, under certain circumstances, each summoned beast had its own strengths and weaknesses. Crackling. Ghidorah obediently withdrew the lightning coursing through its body, and then turned to soar toward the next stronghold. Liu Yang instructed the others to follow suit. Let us depart. Let us converge upon the final 2 formidable bosses. Chapter 087. The leader class boss, the Pirate King. Liu Yang and his companions advanced with remarkable ease. With the cannonade from the pirate ships no longer obstructing them, the wild creatures along their path posed no hindrance whatsoever. The team swiftly reached the second pirate stronghold on the island. With a resounding flourish, Liu Yang manifested and sounded the thunderous horn, drawing the ire of the pirates within the stronghold. The pirates erupted into a frenzy, howling in unison as they surged forth from their stronghold. Weapons raised in a charge towards Liu Yang and his team. The outer sentinels among the pirates ignited their heavy artillery, brandishing rifles and longbows to unleash a barrage, collectively launching an assault. The sky was ablaze with the fiery rain of cannonballs and rockets, while on the ground, hundreds of pirates formed a tumultuous throng. The spectacle was grand, imbued with overwhelming momentum. It was a force that would challenge even the most seasoned adventurer teams. Yet, Su Qianqian and Guisu, along with the other 2, stood resolute, their expressions unperturbed, for they had already glimpsed the outcome. Boom. A wave of super vibrational ripples unfurled, shattering the fiery rain descending from above. Buzz, 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 buzz. Godzilla advanced a few paces, its dorsal fins shimmering brilliantly. King Ghidorah descended from the sky, its keen draconic eyes and mouth aglow with golden radiance. Humming. Atomic breath. Crash. Gravitational beam. A potent yellow and blue beam of energy erupted from each of its mouths. In the blink of an eye, they obliterated the pirate horde before them with overwhelming force. The pirate stronghold behind them crumbled instantaneously, disintegrating into fragments that scattered into the air. Successfully defeated Blue Hat Pirate LV-28, experience gained, 3,360. Successfully defeated the Pirate Captain LV-30, experience gained, 90,000. Acquired treasure chest Key X1. The notification messages flashed before Su Qianqian and her companions once more. However, they felt little astonishment. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Godzilla annihilate 3 pirate ships from several kilometers away, leaving behind an exaggerated chasm. To them, this current scene was merely a minor affair. They could only revel in the exhilaration, the thrill of instant kills, the surge of experience points, and the delight of an effortless victory. Yet, no treasure map fragments were found. Su Qianqian remarked to Liu Yang. However, this boss dropped a treasure chest key. Indeed, Liu Yang replied with a nod, turning to depart. Only one stronghold remains. Su Qianqian and the others hurriedly followed suit. Their path remained unobstructed, and soon, they beheld the final pirate stronghold. Peering through the gaps in the trees, They were taken aback by its appearance. A castle? Su Qianqian gasped in awe. While other pirate strongholds were mere wooden constructs, this was a grand edifice built of stone. The castle was nestled beneath the volcano at the island's center, supported by a rugged cliffside. Its structure seamlessly integrated into the mountainside. Surrounding it were tall walls, brimming with cannons and even heavy crossbows. Dozens of sentry pirates patrolled the ramparts, occasionally raising their telescopes to scan the horizon, ever vigilant for any disturbances. Furthermore, Su Qianqian noticed several magical devices atop the castle. Those were magic barrier generators. The defensive capabilities of this castle appeared vastly superior to those of the wooden strongholds, further augmented by the magical barrier generators. Su Qianqian turned to Lu Yong, asking, "Lu Yong, what do you intend to do?" She was concerned that he could not simply obliterate the entire stronghold as before. "Should we consider an alternate strategy?" Lu Yong shook his head in response. "No need. You all wait here." No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forth from the thicket. King Ghidorah soared ahead of him, with Godzilla following closely behind. Lu Yong, Guosu and the others were taken aback by his actions, wishing to rise and follow. "Stay put," Su Qianqian interjected, her gaze fixed firmly on Lu Yong's retreating figure, her trust unwavering as she declared, "We must have faith in him. He instructed us to wait here, and so we shall." Guosu and the others contemplated briefly before complying. However, Xueqi dashed after him, swiftly opening her spellbook to bestow enhancement spells upon Lu Yong's two summoned beasts before racing back into the forest. "Xueqi, what are you doing?" Su Qianqian exclaimed, somewhat displeased by her impulsive actions. Xueqi chuckled sheepishly. I just wanted to feel a bit involved." She suddenly appeared somewhat aggrieved. "Look, we've been coasting along with Lu Yong all this way. We are about to confront the final boss, and we haven't contributed anything substantial. We can't truly be mere decorations, can we?" As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, a hint of shame flickered across Su Qianqian and Lin Yuhao's faces. Indeed, the two damage dealers had, aside from slaying a few ordinary wild creatures outside the instance, contributed little else. Within the instance, they had merely trailed behind Lu Yong, reaping the rewards effortlessly. Su Qianqian had even ceded the leadership to Lu Yong, rendering herself entirely ineffective. In contrast, Guosu appeared somewhat smug. "Hey, let us not forget, I've taken on a fair share of damage for you guys." He feigned disdain as he continued, "You found yourselves in danger multiple times, forcing Lu Yong and me to prioritize your safety. It was not merely a lack of contribution, it was outright detrimental." Xueqi and Lin Yuhao felt their faces twitch uncomfortably. They wished to retort, but Guosu's words rang too true. Guosu. Yet Su Qianqian was not inclined to let him off easily. She kicked him, exclaiming, "You're asking for it. You act as if you've been of great assistance. Without you, Lu Yong would still protect us. How dare you act all high and mighty? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Guosu's face immediately contorted into a comical expression, pleading for mercy while attempting to flee with his head cradled protectively. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lu Yong turned to catch sight of the playful scuffle among them, unable to suppress a chuckle. Suddenly, the pirate castle emitted a piercing alarm. Lu Yong turned back to see the pirates atop the walls had spotted him, raising their weapons and locking their sights on him. He was somewhat taken aback. The pirates within the final castle did not respond as the others had, charging forth upon detecting an enemy. Instead, they adopted a notably cautious defensive stance. What surprised him further was that after locking onto him, the pirates on the walls did not immediately attack, as if awaiting some instruction. "Humph." A loud derisive laugh echoed from atop the walls. A tall figure slowly emerged, gazing down at Lu Yong with an air of disdain. "Who dares to covet my treasure?" Lu Yong realized. Before them stood the ultimate boss of the dungeon. However, he could not ascertain its information through the detection spell, as its level had surpassed 28. In the distance, Su Qianqian had already come to this realization and quickly checked the boss's information displayed on the city wall, subsequently sharing it with Lu Yong. Pirate King LV30, leader level, boss. Strength, 10,800. Intelligence, 9,800. Stamina, 14,800. Agility, 9,800. Spirit, 10,500. Skills, Barrage Bombardment, Burning Musket, Venomous Curved Blade. Morale Boost. Chapter 088. Why doesn't his stamina decrease? A leader-level boss. Su Qianqian and the others noted the uniqueness of the Pirate King boss. Compared to the dungeons they typically encountered, the attribute panel of the Pirate King boss did not appear excessively formidable. Yet, it was the first leader-level boss they had faced, possessing 4 skills that hinted at its complexity. It might be the leader of the other 2 bosses. Su Qianqian speculated, recalling that the previous barrage of fire was also initiated by it. Indeed, Guosu and the others merely nodded in acknowledgement. Their faces bore little sign of concern. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. in their eyes. The Pirate King boss on the wall could hardly withstand even a single strike from Liu Yang. The image of Godzilla's atomic breath, which had penetrated over 10 kilometers, remained vividly imprinted in their minds. A boss with 14,800 stamina? Huh. Guisu even imagined Liu Yang's expression, thinking it would be utterly trivial to defeat. Liu Yang silently observed the Pirate King on the city wall, gradually raising his finger to point at it. He then calmly uttered, "Annihilate it." Roar, roar, midair. Ghidorah and Godzilla simultaneously let out a thunderous roar. The sound was deafening. The tremendous shockwave scattered the surrounding sand and blew the leaves off the trees. A golden glimmer ignited in Ghidorah's dragon eyes as its mouth gaped open, releasing a dazzling beam of golden light instantaneously. Bang! Buzz! 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 Godzilla's dorsal fins lit up one by one, and its mouth followed suit, unleashing a torrent of blue atomic breath. Buzz! Two glaring beams of yellow and blue swept toward the Pirate King on the city wall. Su Qianqian and the others widened their eyes in anticipation, hoping that this strike would instantly obliterate the Pirate King boss. However, to their astonishment, the two formidable beams of light did not annihilate the Pirate King. Instead, they were thwarted by a suddenly materialized magical protective barrier. No matter how the beams swept and ravaged, they were unable to breach the magical barrier, merely causing a tumult of frenzied magical ripples. What is happening? Guisu gaped in disbelief, utterly perplexed. What level of magical barrier generator is this? How could it possibly withstand Lu Ji's output? TSK, TSK, TSK. Su Qianqian shot Guisu a bemused glance, rolling her eyes as she quipped, "Just this morning. You were boasting, and now you're calling him Lu Ge. Your change of heart is quite rapid." Guisu, blushing, retorted with righteous indignation, "So what? A man must be adaptable. Is it wrong for me to be conquered by Lu Ji's strength? I will surely apologize for my previous remarks." Oh dear. Xueqi and the others found this amusing, especially the mention of an apology. All right, Su Qianqian interrupted their merriment, steering the conversation back on track. She analyzed. There are various types of magical barrier generators. The most common ones create barriers that can resist magical skill damage. However, there are also generators that can create barriers that immunize against magical skills. Though rare, they do exist. The one on the city wall is likely of the latter type. As she spoke, she let out a mocking laugh. Indeed, the trial dungeon is full of tricks. Setting up a barrier generator that immunizes against magical skills on such a castle forces the professionals to engage in direct assault. Can Liu Yang handle this? Xueqi asked with concern. It can even immunize against magical skills. Does that not render Liu Yang's summoned beast-like skills utterly useless? Do not panic. Su Qianqian remained remarkably composed. If Liu Yang encounters any difficulties, he will inform us. She observed Liu Yang before her, who appeared remarkably unfazed. Liu Yang watched as the gravitational beam and atomic breath failed to penetrate the magical barrier, a hint of surprise crossing his features. So, this is a barrier generator that immunizes against magical skills. His high school teacher had once mentioned knowledge regarding magical barrier generators, and it left a deep impression on him. A smile unexpectedly graced Liu Yang's lips, as he found this situation rather amusing. This trial task was indeed filled with challenges. The intricate dungeon mechanics and the various complex mechanisms, including a barrier generator that outright nullified magical attacks, would undoubtedly pose immense difficulties for challengers. Liu Yang believed that an ordinary team of professionals could not possibly clear such a dungeon. Even the top teams dispatched from the four major divisions of the country's foremost academy stood a significant chance of failure. Audacious, the Pirate King on the wall, witnessing Liu Yang's bold provocation, glared fiercely with indignation. Open fire. It commanded an assault against Liu Yang. Bang, 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 bang. The pirates atop the wall raised their firearms and unleashed a barrage at Liu Yang. Heavy crossbows and cannons were also loaded with massive bolts and cannonballs, targeting Liu Yang. Yet, Liu Yang stood his ground, motionless, not even summoning Ghidorah and Godzilla to his side for protection. Instead, the two summoned beasts charged directly toward the castle. Why isn't he dodging? Guisu wondered, perplexed. Receiving such a multitude of attacks at once could be fatal. Su Qianqian and the others shared his bewilderment. With Liu Yang's stamina barely exceeding 500 points, he could not possibly withstand the onslaught from these pirates. His summoned beasts had run off. Guisu was growing anxious, contemplating rushing out on his griffin steed to protect Liu Yang. But in the next moment, Liu Yang resolved their curiosity. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bullets struck Liu Yang, sending sparks flying. Whoosh, boom. Several heavy crossbow bolts and cannonballs subsequently struck Liu Yang head-on. The explosion enveloped Su Qianqian and the others in a cloud of smoke and fire, causing them considerable distress. Yet, They could clearly see through the teammate list that Liu Yang's stamina remained at full capacity, never once diminishing. What? What is happening? Su Qianqian and the others displayed expressions of disbelief once more. They had initially thought Liu Yang possessed a terrifying output capability that transcended their comprehension, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. After witnessing Liu Yang's numerous awe-inspiring feats, they felt little could ever astonish them again. Yet, the events unfolding before them shattered their understanding once more. It was an assault from dozens of pirates simultaneously, including the firepower of heavy artillery and formidable firearms. Each pirate boasted attributes of at least 3,000 points, with one even surpassing 10,000 points. The Pirate King boss. Such a relentless barrage of firepower would be insurmountable for anyone. Yet, Liu Yang stood firm, absorbing all the attacks with his body, utterly unscathed. Did he possess an even more extraordinary defensive capability? Su Qianqian murmured in disbelief. Why isn't his health diminishing? Chapter 089. The close combat might of the two kings, more like a lawn mower. In truth, if Su Qianqian and the others could see more clearly through the flames and smoke, they would realize that the pirates' attacks had not genuinely struck Liu Yang. Whether it was bullets, crossbow bolts, shrapnel, or magical projectiles, all were deflected by an invisible barrier just an inch away from Liu Yang's body, causing magical ripples to manifest instead. Meanwhile, the magical waves emanated from Ghidorah, whose health occasionally dipped by a single point, only to be swiftly restored by rapid recovery. It was hardly a concern. Liu Yang's SS-level talent, damage transfer, was in effect. One could not deny the confidence etched on Liu Yang's face. Indeed, damage transfer was a miraculous ability. Today marked his first use of this skill, and the results exceeded his wildest expectations. To withstand such a concentrated onslaught without a scratch was astounding. Through his senses, Liu Yang discerned that Ghidorah and Godzilla had penetrated the magical protective barrier. While the barrier could nullify magical damage, it could not thwart physical penetration. Attack! Liu Yang commanded. Ghidorah landed atop the city wall and roared furiously at the pirates before commencing a massacre. With a snap of its jaws, Ghidorah bit into the nearest pirate, tearing him asunder. It then unfurled its wings, sending several pirates flying. With a sweeping motion of its tail, it dispatched yet more foes. Ghidorah rampaged through the crowd, sending countless corpses soaring through the air. In an instant, the pirates on one side of the wall had been decimated, leaving scarcely any survivors. Godzilla, unable to fly, approached the pirate fortress from the ground. The towering wall appeared incredibly solid and formidable, yet before Godzilla, it was akin to paper. Godzilla absorbed the onslaught from the wall step by step, inching closer to the gate. With a furious roar, it raised its powerful forelimbs and slashed with its claws. Crash! A massive crack formed in the once impenetrable gate. Crash! The fissure widened with each successive attack, until the gate was riddled with fractures, debris scattered about. Godzilla lashed its formidable tail against the gate with a ferocious swipe. Crash! The enormous gate shattered, swinging wide open before Godzilla. Inside the gate's inner castle stood a throng of armed pirates. Upon seeing the approaching Godzilla, they all raised their weapons, howling as they launched their assault. Ugh! Roaring, Godzilla unleashed a thunderous growl, then charged forward with heavy strides. Thud! 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 Crash! Godzilla barreled into the crowd, its massive tail sweeping, sending a half-circle of pirates flying. Their bodies soared and crashed against the far wall before crumpling to the ground. Godzilla's jaws snapped fiercely, capable of decapitating a pirate in one bite. Its short yet sharp forelimbs clawed mercilessly, each strike effortlessly dispatching a pirate. Before long, Godzilla had cleared the inner castle of pirates, then turned its gaze towards the ongoing battle atop the wall. Ghidorah continued its slaughter. All the pirates stood in the way of the Pirate King boss, obstructing Ghidorah's advance, yet they could not impede it in the slightest. Even without unleashing skills, Ghidorah, empowered by over 30,000 points of strength, could obliterate those mere 3,000 health pirates with a single physical attack. Any pirate foolish enough to stand before it would be either bitten to death or tossed aside. The Pirate King boss finally displayed a hint of fear. Attempting to unleash a barrage bombardment, it found the coastal pirate ships had been destroyed, leaving it with no choice but to resort to other skills. Boom. The Pirate King boss fired a blank shot into the sky, activating the rallying cry skill. Instantly, all pirates present had their attributes increased by 15. Red auras enveloped the pirates, fueling a more ferocious assault on Ghidorah. Nevertheless, Ghidorah remained unfazed. The pace of its slaughter was unwavering. The Pirate King boss again fired a massive, flaming bullet at Ghidorah. Flaming musket. Clang. The bullet struck Ghidorah directly but failed to breach its defenses, plummeting to the ground. Ghidorah glanced down at the burning bullet with a hint of disdain, snorting through its nostrils. Realizing it could not halt Ghidorah's advance, the Pirate King boss drew its poisoned curved blade, preparing for a desperate fight. The blade shimmered with a faint green light, dripping with venom that would inflict severe toxicity upon impact. Below the wall, the remaining pirates had no time to concern themselves with Lu Yang. He observed the battle on the wall with clarity. Seeing Ghidorah's demeanor, which indicated a playful spirit, he furrowed his brow in discontent. End this swiftly, Lu Yang commanded sternly. Roaring, Ghidorah instantly abandoned its playful attitude, letting out a fierce roar before taking to the skies. It extended its claws mid-air, diving towards the Pirate King among the throng. The Pirate King, taken aback, attempted to raise the poisoned blade in defense. Clang! Ghidorah's sharp claws shattered the curved blade effortlessly, then descended heavily upon its shoulder. With a sickening thrust, the claws pierced through both shoulders, instantly reducing its health to 0. Successfully killed Pirate King LV30, experience gained, 90,000. Acquired treasure map fragment X1. Acquired treasure chest key. Su Qianqian and her companions finally received the most crucial hint. Yet, they remained in a state of shock, struggling to regain their composure. They had initially presumed that Lu Yang's 2 summoned beasts were solely endowed with formidable offensive capabilities. To their astonishment, their melee prowess was equally terrifying. The 2 summoned creatures plunged into the throng, mercilessly slaughtering, sending dismembered bodies flying in every direction, akin to 2 mowing machines cutting through the grass. Particularly Godzilla, who appeared somewhat clumsy, demonstrated unexpected agility. After vanquishing the Pirate King boss, the remaining minor pirate foes posed no threat whatsoever. Once Ghidorah efficiently dealt with them, the vast castle was devoid of any living souls. Lu Yang turned to Su Qianqian and inquired loudly, "Is the final boss defeated? Have we obtained the last fragment of the treasure map?" "Yes, indeed." Su Qianqian, regaining her senses, led Guisu and the others out of the forest. She then produced 5 fragments of the treasure map and assembled them into a complete map. After examining it, she remarked, "According to the markings on the treasure map, the hidden treasure of the Pirate King seems to be located on this island." Chapter 90. The Might of the Sovereign. Absorbing volcanic energy. "Where?" Guisu asked, his excitement palpable. The notion of treasure hunting holds immense allure for anyone. Su Qianqian pivoted in place, pinpointing the direction. She then turned towards the volcano, gesturing at the imposing mountain before them, stating, "It appears to be situated atop this mountain." Suddenly, her expression darkened. "What are we waiting for?" Guisu immediately sprang into action, eager to set off. "Why the haste?" Su Qianqian shot him a disapproving glance and continued, "I haven't finished speaking." Guisu sheepishly smiled, signaling her to proceed. Su Qianqian lifted her gaze towards the volcano's mouth, her brow furrowed as she said, "If the map is accurate, the treasure is hidden at the volcano's mouth." The volcano's mouth. Guisu and the others shuddered at her words, then turned their attention towards the volcano. Thick gray smoke billowed from its summit, unmistakably indicating an active volcano with boiling magma churning within. The surrounding cliffs were steep and treacherous. From a distance, they could see fiery flying creatures circling near the crater, while various monsters lurked along the mountain's slopes. Merely reaching the summit would likely demand considerable effort, let alone searching for treasure in the perilous crater. Xueqi chuckled helplessly, remarking, "It seems our treasure hunt will not be an easy endeavor." Su Qianqian forced a smile, encouraging everyone, "It's fine, we shall consider it our next adventure. After all, the most challenging boss in the entire dungeon has already been defeated by Lu Yang. There shouldn't be any further difficulties ahead, right, Lu Yang?" Indeed, Lu Yang nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the smoke-emitting volcano, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. However, it was not the prospect of uncovering hidden treasure that excited him. It was Godzilla. Godzilla too looked up towards the volcano, and Lu Yang sensed an intense longing emanating from it. The might of the sovereign could absorb all forms of energy, transforming it into an increase in its attributes. The energy contained within the bubbling magma of the volcano was self-evident. Even at a distance, Godzilla was experiencing a significant increase in its attributes, far surpassing the rate it could achieve outside the dungeon. Lu Yang himself, standing there, felt a few points added to his own attributes. If they could get even closer to the volcano's mouth, the rate of attribute increase would likely accelerate further. Before entering the dungeon, Godzilla's total attributes stood at 2637. After absorbing energy from an artillery barrage, it surged to 2,956. "Let us go," Lu Yang said, his face betraying an unusual excitement. He too was eager to witness just how rapidly Godzilla's attributes could increase at the volcano's mouth. All right. Seeing Lu Yang so invigorated, Su Qianqian and the others caught his enthusiasm and set off. With a flick of her wrist, she led the team onward. Guosu rode at the forefront on his griffin, paving the way while Lu Yang and the others closely followed. Since the Pirate King's castle was at the foot of the volcano, the team navigated a considerable distance before discovering a suitable path to ascend the mountain. As they left the forest and set foot on the volcano, the change in temperature was palpable. The coolness of the seaside was replaced by an oppressive heat that was quite disconcerting. Wait. The moment Su Qianqian stepped onto the volcano, she sensed something amiss. Their stamina was being continuously depleted. The volcano was inflicting ongoing damage. Although the reduction in stamina was not substantial, approximately 35 points every 3 seconds. Subject to each individual's defense, it posed a significant concern since they still had a considerable distance to cover to reach the crater. Based on common logic, the stamina reduction would likely increase the closer they got to the volcano's mouth. The team might not be able to linger at the crater for long. Unbeknownst to them, this presented a formidable obstacle in their quest for the treasure. Whether they would successfully uncover the hidden treasure remained uncertain. What do we do now? Guosu asked Su Qianqian, his expression laced with worry. None of them had anticipated encountering such a daunting predicament so soon after setting foot on the volcano. Frowns adorned their faces as they contemplated their situation. The trial task was indeed not as simple as they had imagined. However, Lu Yang wore an expression of surprise. The continuous stamina reduction in the volcanic region was a dungeon rule that affected everyone, including Ghidorah. Yet, Lu Yang found that the damage he sustained was transferred to Ghidorah, who possessed rapid recovery, rendering the stamina loss inconsequential to both of them. But Godzilla was different. It not only ignored the stamina reduction rule, but could also absorb the energy from the volcano to enhance its attributes. The moment they stepped onto the volcano, Godzilla's attributes increased at double the rate, surpassing 3,000 points. Su Qianqian also noticed the peculiarities surrounding Lu Yang and his 2 summoned beasts. She was baffled as to why Lu Yang's stamina remained unaffected while his summoned creatures showed no signs of impact. Godzilla, in particular, bore a strange expression that seemed to convey a sense of enjoyment. Su Qianqian had initially believed she understood Lu Yang through her mother's insights. But now it was evident that even Su Jing's understanding of Lu Yang was merely the tip of the iceberg. They are utterly incapable of discerning Lu Yang's true nature. However, Su Qianqian currently lacks the time to delve into Lu Yang's issues. Furrowing her brows, she inquired of Xueqi, "How much red medicine do you have left?" Xueqi checked her spatial backpack and replied, "There are still over 2 sets remaining. As long as the reduction in values near the volcano's mouth is not too significant, it should suffice for us to endure for a while. 1 set consists of 100 units, and each vial can restore 500 points of stamina. Apart from Guosu, a single vial is sufficient to replenish the stamina of the others." Su Qianqian glanced at the volcano's mouth, pondering for a moment before decisively stating, "Let us hasten our pace." Everyone quickened their steps. With a huff, Godzilla directed a request towards Lu Yang, expressing a fervent desire for energy absorption. Lu Yang understood its intentions. Nodding, he spoke, "You may go ahead." Roar. Godzilla emitted an excited low growl, then set off with heavy strides towards the volcano's mouth. Humph. The Ghidorah above Lu Yang let out a disdainful snort. Su Qianqian and the others, however, were perplexed by Lu Yang's actions, questioning him with puzzled expressions. What did you send Godzilla to do? Chapter 091. Who says we cannot accomplish the trial task? Naturally, Lu Yang could not divulge the truth to Su Qianqian and the others. Instead, he replied, "I sent Godzilla ahead to clear the path, saving us time in ascending the mountain." No sooner had he finished speaking than Godzilla unleashed a powerful vibrational wave, obliterating the magma turtle that emerged from the mountain's crevice. Numerous monsters also roamed the mountainside, and his response was flawless. Oh, Su Qianqian and the others had no further doubts and hurried to keep pace with Godzilla. However, Godzilla's speed was astonishingly swift. The monsters encountered along the way posed no hindrance to its advance. With a vibrational wave, an atomic breath, or even a swift tail swipe, it dispatched them with ease. Before long, Godzilla became a mere speck in the distance, winding around the mountain path before disappearing entirely. Nevertheless, Su Qianqian and the others paid it little mind, for Godzilla had already vanquished all monsters in their path. Even if new monsters were to spawn, Lu Yang had another formidable Ghidorah by his side. He harbored no concerns regarding safety. They merely needed to follow in Godzilla's footsteps. From afar, the entire volcano did not appear particularly towering or immense. Even within the castle at the mountain's base, no one believed it would be arduous to climb. Yet, upon their actual ascent of the volcano, they felt the true difficulty of the endeavor. Time had elapsed for over half an hour, yet the team had not yet reached the volcano's mouth. "Keep going." Su Qianqian encouraged her companions. "We are almost there." She estimated that only about 100 meters of elevation remained. Their destination was within reach. Yet their faces bore expressions of worry, devoid of any joy at nearing victory. Before even reaching the volcano's mouth, their stamina had already diminished almost by half. Every 3 seconds, they lost 510 stamina points. Aside from Guisu, who possessed high stamina, and Lu Yang, who suffered no stamina loss, the others found themselves needing to consume a vial of red medicine nearly every 2 minutes to restore their stamina. Failure to use the medicine in time could result in fatal damage, triggering the trial task's safety mechanism and forcibly transporting them back to the 8 Desolations Academy, thus declaring the trial task a failure. No one wished for such an outcome. Therefore, each person vigilantly monitored their stamina, promptly using red medicine to restore it. However, this inevitably affected the overall speed of the team's progress. How much longer can the red medicine sustain us? Su Qianqian asked Xueqi with concern. Xueqi sighed heavily, replying, at this rate of consumption, it will last us at most another 10 minutes. Su Qianqian's expression darkened further. The hidden treasure was tantalizingly close. They were but a step away from completing the trial task. We have come this far. Let us endure just a little longer. Su Qianqian rallied her teammates once more. Once we find the hidden treasure, we can exit the dungeon and boast to the likes of Liang Yi, Si Xiang, and Lu Ha. Indeed, Lu Yang also encouraged everyone. Let us push on. Resolute in their belief, the team gritted their teeth and completed the final 100 meters of ascent. At long last, Lu Yang and his companions beheld the volcano's mouth. They stood at its edge, gazing down at the roiling magma below, feeling the heat rising around them. Beads of sweat forming on their brows. The bubbling magma occasionally erupted with massive bubbles. Large rocks tumbled down the cliff, plunging directly into the magma. The moment the stones touched the molten lava, they ignited in flames. Should a person fall in, they would surely be reduced to ashes. Gulp. The group unconsciously swallowed hard. Yet, they had no time to marvel at nature's power. Su Qianqian commanded everyone to search for the hidden treasure. No need, Lu Yang interjected, raising his hand to stop her. I have already found it. You found it? Su Qianqian and the others looked at Lu Yang in astonishment. Yes, Lu Yang affirmed. His gaze fixed intently on the magma beneath them. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes, illuminated by the flames. Where is it? Su Qianqian asked impatiently. Right below. Lu Yang pointed towards the magma in the volcano's mouth. What? Su Qianqian and the others were momentarily speechless. Although they now knew the precise location of the hidden treasure, none of their faces bore expressions of delight. Instead, they were all filled with overwhelming shock and disappointment. Brother Lu, you're not joking with us, are you? Guosu asked Lu Yang, incredulity etched on his face. Xueqi and the others also gazed at Lu Yang with astonished expressions. I'm not joking, Lu Yang reaffirmed. The hidden treasure is right below. Guosu was beside himself with frustration, exclaiming, how on earth are we supposed to find the hidden treasure? I believe this damn trial task never intended for anyone to succeed. Su Qianqian furrowed her brow and remarked, it's not quite that hopeless. She cast another glance at the treasure map, analyzing. The map contains several special markers surrounding the volcano's mouth. They should assist us in locating the hidden treasure. However, our team lacks the time to search for those items. She sighed in regret. It seems we are unable to complete the trial task. Woo-woo. Xueqi suddenly began to cry, blaming herself. It's all my fault. If only I were a healing class, we would have ample time to search for the hidden treasure. Su Qianqian patted her back, comforting her. It's not your fault. This team was assembled by me. If anyone is to blame, it is I. The trials we face are characterized by their randomness, including the locations of hidden treasures. Unfortunately, we have drawn the most intricate treasure hunting mode, with the concealed treasure situated within a volcanic crater, which we can only attribute to our ill fortune. Yet, her words failed to provide any solace to Xueqi, whose weeping intensified. Guosu and Lin Yuhao exchanged regretful sighs, at a loss for comforting words. However, Lu Yang regarded them with an odd expression and inquired, who said we cannot complete the trial? His words were like a gentle spring breeze, swiftly dissipating the gloom that enveloped the group. Xueqi abruptly ceased her tears, turning alongside Su Qianqian and the others to gaze at Lu Yang with fervent anticipation, asking, do you have a way to locate the hidden treasure? The surprises Lu Yang had brought them that day were overwhelming. It seemed plausible that he could conjure yet another. With a resigned smile, Lu Yang replied, just wait a moment. Godzilla will be here shortly. Su Qianqian and the others were momentarily bewildered, questioning, Godzilla is coming? From where? Realization struck them as they pondered Lu Yang's mention of Godzilla. Suddenly, King Ghidorah descended beside Lu Yang, peering into the lava and unleashing a thunderous roar. Su Qianqian and the others were struck with clarity. Following Lu Yang's gaze down to the molten depths, an absurd thought began to form in their minds. They gasped. No way. Godzilla can't possibly be in the lava. Chapter 092. Absorbing Lava Energy, the Crimson Godzilla. Liu Yang nodded in acknowledgement of their speculation. The expressions of Su Qianqian and the others shifted to one of incredulity. Guisu, incredulous, exclaimed, "But that's molten rock down there. The lava in this instance is at least thousands of degrees." Su Qianqian echoed his sentiments, her face etched with shock, questioning, "Even if Godzilla is powerful, it can't swim in lava. Any creature that falls in would be incinerated to nothing." Xueqi and Lin Yuhao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Liu Yang, with a confident smirk, replied, "But Godzilla is different." He refrained from elaborating further. Seeing Liu Yang's assured demeanor, the group chose to trust him. Aware that he never engaged in foolish endeavors, they turned their attention back to the molten crater. In the distance, they discerned a colossal shadow gliding through the lava. "Godzilla?" Guisu cried out in excitement, only to realize something was amiss. "Wait, that shadow is far too large to be Godzilla." Before his words could fully escape, the lava erupted, sending a massive bubble to the surface. Scattered molten droplets ignited nearby rocks and other materials, and some splashed onto Liu Yang and the others. Although they were unharmed, the heat was quite uncomfortable. A gigantic monster's head suddenly emerged from the molten depths. With a head resembling that of a crocodile adorned with glowing lava patterns, it let out a harrowing roar that echoed through the air. As the creature's body broke the surface, it bore a massive shell formed from molten rock, its powerful forelimbs thrashing chaotically in a desperate struggle. The already turbulent lava became even more violent due to its commotion. Su Qianqian and her companions beheld the creature's information panel. Lava Crocodile Tortoise LV-30, Boss, Guardian of the Treasure Chest. Strength, 14,800. Intelligence, 8,800. Stamina, 165416000. Agility, 9,000. Spirit, 8,800. Skills, Lava Jet, Heavy Impact, Impeccable Defense. Could there truly be a boss here? With 16,000 points of health, Su Qianqian and her companions felt a wave of dread wash over them. They had expected that defeating the Pirate King boss would lead them to the hidden treasure and a successful completion of the trial. Yet here lay an even more formidable boss guarding the perilous location of the treasure. They couldn't help but lament the overwhelming difficulty of this trial. Without Liu Yang, their elite team composed of the top practitioners from the nation's foremost academy's Baoang branch would likely have met with disaster, rendering the completion of this trial impossible. However, they were astonished to discover that the lava crocodile tortoise's health had already been reduced to a mere 1,600 points. Clearly, it had suffered significant damage. Su Qianqian and the others exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously contemplating a singular possibility. Only Liu Yang's Godzilla could have caused such an outcome. Suddenly, a deep hum resonated from beneath the lava. The vivid crimson surface began to emanate a faint blue glow. The humming intensified, and the lava became increasingly suffused with the bluish light. The lava crocodile tortoise seemed to sense an overwhelming fear of death, thrashing its massive body in a frenzy. The boiling lava became even more chaotic as countless droplets erupted, igniting flames in their wake. The blue glow atop the lava suddenly contracted. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant blue atomic breath erupted from the mouth of the thrashing lava crocodile tortoise, shooting skyward. Its head was obliterated upon impact with the atomic breath, and its colossal body was hollowed out, reduced to a shell. The energy unleashed by the atomic breath sent shockwaves that destabilized the ground beneath Liu Yang and the others. Fortunately, the eruption was brief and soon subsided. Successfully defeated lava crocodile tortoise LV-30, earned 90,000 experience points. Acquired the hidden treasure of the Pirate King. The hidden treasure was theirs. Su Qianqian received the notification, claiming the final concealed prize. They looked once more into the volcanic crater, now observing that the massive body of the lava crocodile tortoise had fully surfaced, although it was now reduced to mere fragments. The once mighty shell lay shattered, scattered across the molten expanse. Devoid of energy, its remnants were quickly consumed by the lava, sinking slowly below the surface. With a gurgle, another figure emerged from the molten depths. This time, everyone could clearly discern its form. "Godzilla!" Guisu exclaimed in surprise. However, Su Qianqian suddenly noticed something unusual. Why had it changed? She observed that Godzilla was glowing a vivid red, its dorsal fins radiating a brilliant crimson hue, and its skin was adorned with deep red patterns. Its eyes were also filled with a fiery red light. Slowly, Godzilla emerged from the lava, seemingly larger than before. Guisu realized that Godzilla's size had indeed increased significantly. "It's not just its size that has changed," Liu Yang murmured in excitement. Only he could perceptibly grasp the extent of Godzilla's transformation. Godzilla had absorbed magma energy for merely half an hour, yet through the conversion of Dominion's might, Its overall attributes had astonishingly surged from 3,261 points to 6,698 points. Its size had expanded correspondingly. Moreover, the complete process of attribute conversion was still underway, with ample magma energy remaining within, awaiting further transformation. Thus, its surface exhibited those striking red patterns. Nevertheless, there was no time to wait for Godzilla to slowly convert the energy. Shueqi anxiously urged. We've exhausted all our healing potions. We must exit the dungeon at once. Liu Yang promptly recalled Godzilla to the summoning space, allowing it to convert the energy at its own pace, sparing it the effort of climbing back up, as Godzilla was not capable of flight. Climbing up to the volcano's summit would require considerable effort. Su Qianqian opened her spatial backpack to reconfirm the hidden treasure before opting to exit the dungeon. The group flickered and vanished from the instance. Simultaneously, all practitioners on the Cheerful Islands, including those within the dungeon, received a message. The professional team from Jiuzhou Academy of the Jiuzhou Empire has acquired the Pirate King's hidden treasure. All-time dungeons will soon close. Countdown, 59, 58, 57. Chapter 093. Encircled by 100. The Northern Melri Kingdom's attempt to seize the treasure chest. Impossible. Wang Rui stared incredulously at the notification before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He glanced up at the Pirate King boss, who was hiding behind the minor monsters, his expression revealing intense frustration. Their team from the Two Instruments Academy had nearly cleared all the minor monsters and were on the verge of confronting the boss. Yet, now all the monsters had ceased their movements, standing silently in place, indicating that the dungeon was about to close. Wang Rui had thought their pace in the dungeon was already swift enough. Since entering, they had spent roughly 2 hours and had reached the boss, with only a handful of minor monsters left to eliminate. However, the recently received notification was simply unacceptable. Had someone truly outpaced them? Wang Rui's teammates expressed their disbelief. The Jiuzhou Academy professional team. Could it genuinely be Su Qianqian and her companions? It might also be the Four Symbols Academy or the Six Harmonies Academy, as the team from the Four Symbols Academy was quite formidable this year, and with a stroke of luck, it was possible. Standing alone, Wang Rui clenched his teeth, furrowing his brow, and a flicker of hatred emerged in his frustrated gaze. But soon, he masked his expression, donning a smile once more. It cannot be the Four Symbols or Six Harmonies Academy, Wang Rui asserted confidently. It must be the Eight Desolations Academy. As he spoke, an eerie smile crept across his face as he murmured, Liu Yang, is it? My interest in you is growing. He was well aware of Su Qianqian and Guisu's capabilities and would not attribute the accomplishment to them. The only reason the Eight Desolations Academy could triumph in this trial task was due to Liu Yang. This variable he had never encountered before. Let us go? Wang Rui beckoned his teammates closer and led the group to teleport out of the dungeon. Bang! As they emerged at the dungeon's entrance, they spotted Su Qianqian and Liu Yang along with their 5 companions standing before them. Teams from the Four Symbols Academy and Six Harmonies Academy were also nearby. However, surrounding them were numerous other teams, all practitioners from different nations. The atmosphere was tense, with both sides on high alert. A towering practitioner stepped forward from the crowd, clad in a striking red and blue uniform adorned with neat white stars. He barked fiercely at Su Qianqian, hand over the hidden treasure, or you won't be leaving here today. Su Qianqian raised her brows defiantly and retorted, it's one thing for you Northern Melri folk to be unattractive, but your ambitions are quite lofty. If you want the hidden treasure, come and take it. With that, she swiftly entered a battle stance, brandishing her verdant leaf staff. Suddenly, lush grass sprang forth from the barren mountainside, sweeping around their feet in a verdant wave. The air was still, yet the grass swayed wildly. Su Qianqian exhibited a commanding presence that rivaled, even surpassed, that of the Northern Melri practitioner. Talent? Gasps of surprise rippled through the surrounding crowd. The assembly comprised the finest talents from various nations, all aware of how challenging it was to achieve such extensive skill coverage at level 25. There was only one possibility. She had awakened her talent. However, the teams from Northern Melri remained unfazed. They too had members who had awakened their talents, preparing for battle. At the captain's sharp command, all team members entered combat mode. Although Guisu and Shueqi timely unleashed their skills, their momentum paled in comparison to the collective force of the 20 opponents, especially with other teams from various nations pressing forward. In an instant, Su Qianqian's confidence waned. She scrutinized the information of the opposing leader, Matt Peak, a level 25 giant strength warrior. Roar! Liu Yang furrowed his brow, and beside him, Ghidorah let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound stunned everyone, causing them to pause momentarily. Yet, Matt Peak merely cast a dismissive glance at Liu Yang's information and scoffed. TCH, an 18-level dragon summoner. Pathetic. He turned back to Su Qianqian, delivering one final warning. You have one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ungracious. Guisu, puzzled, whispered to Su Qianqian, why don't we just teleport back to the academy? Su Qianqian offered a wry smile, explaining helplessly. The hidden treasure has a special mechanism. It can only be opened on the Cheerful Islands. If we leave the islands, it will drop directly. And we must wait an hour to open it. So we can't leave the Cheerful Islands just yet. After explaining, she glanced at Lu Yong. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Yong nodded reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. He turned his attention to the current situation. Although the opposing force appeared to number over 100, aside from the 20 North Marillion individuals vocally challenging them, the other professional teams from various nations remained in a state of cautious observation. They stood dispersed, forming several clusters, large and small, creating an extensive encirclement, all seemingly waiting for the clashing of the snipe and clam, with the fishermen poised to reap the benefits. Su Qianqian, do not panic. The captain of the Four Symbols Academy team expressed their stance to the captain of the Six Harmonies branch team. We shall assist you in guarding the treasure chest. They had overheard Su Qianqian's words and understood the unique mechanism behind the concealed treasure. The members of the Two Instruments branch team exchanged a furtive glance at Wang Rui, seemingly awaiting his decision. Wang Rui nonchalantly shrugged, smiling as he remarked, "What are you looking at me for? We are preparing to help her guard the chest." Despite the intense competitive dynamics within the four branches, they remained clear-headed in the face of such a significant matter. The teams from the four branches of Jojo Academy swiftly entered a battle-ready state, their collective momentum surging once more. Matt Peck furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. He discreetly cast a glance towards a position behind Su Qianqian and her team. Upon seeing a few figures gradually approaching them, a victorious smile crept onto his lips. With an air of assuredness, he declared, to quote your ancient Jojo Empire, "You are merely inviting punishment by refusing to drink the toast." No sooner had he finished speaking than he bellowed, "Drink up." He spread his arms wide, shattering the upper half of his attire, his muscles bulging. His already towering physique increased by half a meter. In addition, two massive battle axes materialized in his hands. The support class and his team instantly cast a myriad of powerful buffs upon him, further elevating his stature. From a distance, Matt Peck appeared as a nearly 3-meter-tall giant, radiating a myriad of enhancement effects. He exuded an overwhelming presence, imposing and formidable. He looks quite challenging. The captains of the Four Symbols and Six Harmonies teams exchanged solemn glances. Yet Su Qianqian and her teammates remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged. Wang Rui even scoffed derisively. Fool. After uttering this insult, he turned to Lu Yong, his gaze laden with unspoken meaning. Matt Peck raised his giant axe, pointing it at Su Qianqian, his eyes brimming with disdain. Just as he was about to issue another display of intimidation, crack, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly struck him. With a resounding clang, Matt Peck was engulfed in a flurry of shattering magical effects, vanishing from his position. Sigh, Lu Yong sighed in exasperation, so flashy. Chapter 094, Godzilla's Energy Eruption. Like a crimson lotus in full bloom. Zzz. The tips of Ghidorah's wings still crackled with remnants of furious lightning. It unleashed a single bolt that instantaneously obliterated Matt Peck, the leader of North Marilia, sending him back to the distant North Marilia. The others from North Marilia had yet to react. They had not even grasped what had transpired. All they saw was a golden flash of lightning descending. Then, Matt Peck had simply vanished. The professional teams from the other nations widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the unfolding events. Everyone present was rendered speechless. Even the students from the Four Symbols and Six Harmonies Academy teams wore expressions of utter shock. Even Wang Rui, who had been mentally prepared, raised an eyebrow in astonishment at that moment. Perhaps only Su Qianqian and her few companions wore expressions that leaned more towards delight than shock. Moments earlier, they had clearly witnessed the exaggerated surge in Matt Peck's attributes, bolstered by various skills and buffs. His strength and stamina alone had surpassed 5,000 points, not to mention the effects of other unique skills, such as damage and defense enhancements. The aura he projected was on par with that of a pirate king boss in a dungeon. Moreover, he had numerous tank classes and healers behind him, ready to absorb damage and restore his health. Defeating him would likely prove more challenging than vanquishing the Pirate King boss. The arena fell into a profound silence. After a moment, the people from North Marilia slowly regained their senses. Where's Matt? They frantically searched for Matt Peck, unwilling to accept the reality of his departure. Stop looking. Su Qianqian suddenly interjected, pride radiating from her face. He has already been sent back to your homeland. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes as she adopted a threatening tone. You should be grateful that Matt had insurance on him today. Otherwise, he would likely be meeting your god right now. The North Marillians could hardly contain their outrage at such provocation. Bitch. Their vice captain sprang forward, furious, and shouted, "You're courting death." Su Qianqian retorted without hesitation, "If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, you might really meet your god." The vice captain, incensed, turned to rally the remaining teammates, including those from other nations. "Brothers, that was merely a sneak attack from their special skill. If we all charge together, we can definitely seize their hidden treasure chest. Afterward, our North Marilia will reward you handsomely." No sooner had he spoken than the vice captain led his team into the fray, unleashing the first wave of ranged skills at Su Qianqian and her team. Countless skill projectiles formed a dazzling array of magical barges, raining down upon Lu Yong. Yet Su Qianqian showed no sign of panic, even displaying a disdainful smirk. She turned to glance at Lu Yong, who was preparing to command Ghidorah to eliminate them. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountains behind them. Lu Yong and the others turned to behold the source of the sound, their expressions shifting dramatically as they widened their eyes in shock. There, rolling down from the steep mountainside, was a massive boulder. The speed at which the boulder descended was alarming, and its coverage was vast. In mere seconds, it would crush them beneath its weight. For the first time, a strong sense of danger flashed across Su Qianqian's face. There was no way they could evade this boulder. It was likely to spell their total annihilation. The faces of the North Marillians, however, bore a sly grin of triumph. "Just submit to your fate, Lu Yong." In this moment of crisis, Su Qianqian made the astute decision to transfer the hidden treasure chest to Lu Yong. She firmly believed that he would find a way to avert this disaster. As the boulder rushed down, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Yang's face. However, he quickly regained his composure and took decisive action. "Godzilla." Lu Yong summoned Godzilla from the summoning space. As the crimson glow radiated from Godzilla, the surrounding temperature surged dramatically. Even the air enveloping its body shimmered with a hazy hue. Boom! A colossal boulder tumbled down a steep cliff, soaring into the air before crashing heavily onto the heads of Lu Yong and his companions. Godzilla did not even lift its head. The red light enveloping its form abruptly retracted, only to explode outward in an instant. Boom! A ring of red radiance erupted from within Godzilla, akin to a magnificent crimson lotus in full bloom. Wherever the flames reached, all fragments of stone melted away in an instant. The massive rock above, upon contact with the red light, was transformed into molten magma, which was then scattered around by the residual shockwave. Not far up the mountain, a concealed team of professionals, the orchestrators of the falling rocks, reveled in their malicious delight, envisioning Lu Yong and his companions being crushed. However, in the moment they were touched by the red light, they vanished into thin air. "What the? Oh my god, this cannot be real." The people from North Maliri were left in stunned disbelief. Such a massive boulder. It was obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The red light continued to spread rapidly outward, swiftly reaching before them. The powerful energy wave, accompanied by a searing heat, surged forth. As everyone from North Maliri felt the intense heat, their stamina plummeted at an alarming rate. When the circle of red light washed over their faces, they felt as though their very bodies were melting away in that fleeting moment. It was as if the people of North Maliri had truly glimpsed the divine. Oh God! The cacophony of shattering magic resounded. The individuals from North Maliri simultaneously vanished from sight. Nearby, several professional teams were also caught in the wave of red light, suffering fatal injuries that triggered their insurance, sending them back to their respective countries. The remaining teams from other nations hastily fled, terrified of being tainted by the red light. Some, gripped by an overwhelming fear, chose to teleport away. Whoosh! The red circle released by Godzilla finally dissipated after spreading several hundred meters. A significant portion of the crowd had suddenly vanished from the entrance of the dungeon. The remaining individuals stared in shock at the scene before them, jaws agape, frozen in place. Silence once again enveloped the area. The previously rugged mountainside had transformed into a smooth expanse. A faint red glow shimmered upon the ground, and some stones unexpectedly ignited in flames. Suddenly, a light rain began to fall from the sky, composed of molten droplets. As these lava raindrops struck their skin, the individuals winced in pain, suffering substantial stamina loss. The remaining professional teams from various nations instinctively turned their gaze toward Lu Yong and the Godzilla by his side. This was truly astonishing. An 18th level summoner, with a summoned beast of such formidable strength? Was he even human? It felt as if he existed on an entirely different dimension from them. Clearly, the new generation of the Jojo Empire was poised to alter the future landscape of the world. Chapter 095. Godzilla's growth and stature, Ghidorah's reluctance to yield. Let us go? We stand no chance against them. That creature is far too terrifying. The other professional teams immediately abandoned their aspirations to contest the hidden treasure with the Jojo Academy, opting instead to teleport home. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining professionals sequentially teleported away, disappearing from sight. Only a few remained on the island. Yet, Su Qianqian remained rooted in place, her face a canvas of astonishment, her pupils dilated in shock. Guasu and the others fared no better. Their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost, staring blankly ahead. Humph. Following the recent energy explosion, Godzilla's crimson glow diminished significantly. Its eyes and dorsal fins no longer shone red. Only a few remnants of the glow lingered in the folds of its skin, visibly fading away. The rate at which its attributes converted had also slowed considerably. Clearly, that surge of energy had depleted a substantial portion of its latent magma power. Nevertheless, Liu Yang felt immense satisfaction. He could distinctly see that Godzilla's total attribute value had reached 8,851 points. Its size had also increased significantly, standing approximately 2 to 3 meters tall, towering half a head above Liu Yang. It even surpassed Ghidorah by a slight margin. The overall visual impact was staggering. Roar. Ghidorah let out an irate roar directed at Godzilla, feeling as though its thunderous presence had been overshadowed. Humph. Godzilla responded with a toothy grin. All right. Liu Yang quickly intervened to quell the brewing dispute between the two summoned beasts. Ghidorah, originally smaller in stature, had only measured half a meter in length when first summoned. After a period of growth, it had now reached over 2 meters in height, with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters. The growth it had undergone was already substantial. However, given that Godzilla's predecessor, the sea lizard, measured an impressive 1.8 meters, any growth would render it even larger. Yet, the two summoned beasts experienced different modes of growth, making direct comparisons simplistic. Nevertheless, Liu Yang was confident that Ghidorah would eventually evolve into a colossal dragon, a dragon capable of standing tall enough to touch the sky, unfurling its wings to cast shadows over the earth. He felt an intense conviction that Ghidorah would soon undergo a transformation of great magnitude. Perhaps once he reached level 20, Ghidorah would be utterly transformed. Wow! Su Qianqian finally regained her senses, exclaiming a rare curse, as she could hardly fathom words to express her astonishment. She had initially believed they would be sent back to the academy by that massive boulder. Yet, Liu Yang's summoned Godzilla not only instantaneously melted such a large boulder, but also expelled the people from North Moleri in the process. Su Qianqian shook her head in disbelief. Murmuring softly, I feel like my mom was wrong. You're more monstrous than any monster. Guasu and the others, gazing at the newly smoothed mountainside, were too stunned to utter a word. This was simply beyond comprehension. Even ordinary natural disasters could scarcely produce such a scene. In their eyes, Liu Yang had already become a force capable of defying the heavens. They all left. Su Qianqian scanned her surroundings, realizing that no one remained. Wang Rui and the others are gone too. Guasu suddenly noticed that not a single person was left beside them. The individuals from the 4 symbols and the 6 harmonies had also vanished. Liu Yang abruptly recalled something, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. I think I might have taken them out too. At that moment, Su Qianqian had not had the chance to form alliances with them, and Liu Yang had no time to control the damaged targets. Thus, Godzilla's surge of energy had inadvertently expelled them as well. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Fear not. Just consider that they have returned home early. After all, what lies ahead bears no relevance to them. Remaining here would only invite trouble. Meanwhile, within the 3 divisions of the Jojo Academy, the leaders of the 3 professional squads sat in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? Did that fellow just eliminate us as well? Is he out of his mind? Did he not choose to inflict harm on any targets? Yet, on another note, who is this individual? How could he possess such terrifying output? When did the Baja Division acquire such a formidable presence? Wang Rui of the Aerie Division was particularly amused and vexed. Well, you truly are full of surprises, Liu Yang. On Liu Yang's side, Su Qianqian inquired with concern, how much longer until the hidden treasure chest can be opened? Liu Yang promptly produced the hidden treasure chest, revealing a countdown displayed as 482,306. It appeared they would have to wait a bit longer. Xueqi pouted in dissatisfaction. It's fine, Su Qianqian reassured her, there are no threats left on the island. Let us simply wait patiently. Suddenly, an unusual sound emerged. Liu Yang and his companions turned towards the source. They discovered Guasu, looking rather awkward as he rubbed his stomach and sheepishly remarked, Has it not been nearly a day? Aren't you all hungry? We might as well take this opportunity to eat something. Xueqi produced an assortment of food to distribute among the group. Liu Yang, on the other hand, retrieved 2 bags of forest deer meat and tossed them to Ghidorah and Godzilla. Ghidorah wasted no time digging in, while Godzilla merely sniffed the offering, showing little interest. Liu Yang discerned its sentiment. Godzilla possessed a unique biological structure, powered by a formidable biological reactor primarily relying on energy absorption to sustain its bodily functions, rendering it largely independent of food. It only required sustenance when the absorbed energy fell short. That's rather convenient, Lu Yang mused with relief. He had initially worried about the burden of feeding 2 summoned beasts, but now, with one less mouth to feed, the responsibility seemed considerably lighter. Oh, Ghidorah quickly finished its portion of the deer meat, and, seeing Godzilla abstaining, reached over to snatch some. Roar! Godzilla let out a warning growl, yet refrained from intervening, as their master had tacitly permitted it. Ha! Su Qianqian and the others, while eating, found amusement in observing the playful interaction between the 2 summoned beasts. Shueqi could not help but comment, I never expected your summoned beasts to appear so formidable, yet be quite adorable. However, no sooner had she spoken than Ghidorah and Godzilla simultaneously directed a furious roar at her. Roar! Roar! The force of their exhalations sent her food tumbling from her hands. A look of fear flickered across Shueqi's face as she turned to Lu Yang and asked, Lu Yang, can they understand human speech? Indeed. Lu Yang replied with a smile, feigning a warning, so you mustn't speak ill of them. Ha! Seeing his playful demeanor, Shueqi's fear dissipated, and she found them even more endearing. As they chatted, over 40 minutes swiftly elapsed. The restrictions on the hidden treasure chest were lifted, allowing it to be opened. The 5 gathered around the treasure chest. Su Qianqian produced 3 keys and handed them to Lu Yang, nodding at him. You should be the one to open this chest. Chapter 096, Acquiring a Divine Artifact. Epic All-Attribute Mechanical Gloves. Guosu and the others gazed at Lu Yang with eager anticipation. They unanimously believed that Lu Yang, being the one who had contributed the most to this trial, ought to conclude this endeavor. Lu Yang, not one to decline, nodded and accepted the 3 keys from Su Qianqian. He turned to face the hidden treasure chest, which conveniently had 3 keyholes, each differing in shape. After inspecting the 3 keys, he found that they corresponded perfectly to the keyholes. He inserted the keys into their respective slots and unlocked them in succession. Click, click, click. With 3 crisp sounds echoing, the lid of the hidden treasure chest sprang open, releasing a brilliant golden light that illuminated the faces of the onlookers. Curiosity sparked within them all as Lu Yang peered inside to behold the treasure. All-attribute mechanical gloves, epic quality equipment. Su Qianqian and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Upon discerning the attributes of the equipment, they were so exhilarated that they leapt into the air. All-attribute mechanical gloves, LV-23. Epic. All-attribute value 230. Power enhancement. Increases physical damage by 100. Mechanical proliferation. There is a 33% chance to increase all-attribute value by 1 point upon slaying a unit while wearing these gloves. Wow. Guosu's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. Physical damage increased by 100. It can also enhance all attribute values. It's a divine artifact. Undoubtedly a divine artifact. Indeed, Lin Yuhao's eyes glimmered with an unusual light, betraying his unmasked desire for such a treasure. For physical damage classes, this divine artifact represented a graduation level of equipment. It could easily remain relevant even in later stages. Su Qianqian could not help but shake her head in awe. Equipment and items that can increase all attribute values are exceedingly rare. One would be hard-pressed to find a few such items in the world. She turned to the others. Her excitement palpable. We have truly acquired a genuine treasure. Alas, Guosu sighed with a hint of regret. I wonder if I could be rewarded this piece of equipment. Dream on, Su Qianqian retorted without hesitation. This equipment already possesses significant strategic value. How could it possibly be casually given to students like us? The content of their trial was to complete a timed dungeon and acquire hidden treasures. As for this equipment, it would need to be entrusted to the Academy for a decision, given its divine artifact status. It was unlikely they would be allowed to handle it themselves. Lu Yang, while slightly surprised, did not exhibit excessive excitement. Both Ghidorah and Godzilla possessed even more formidable all-attribute growth talents. The 33% chance of gaining 1 point for all attributes upon slaying a target seemed rather insignificant in comparison. Even if Lu Yang were to don this equipment, it would not prove particularly beneficial, as he typically found himself with little opportunity to strike. At the current stage, Ghidorah and Godzilla were more than capable of managing all situations. If only this equipment could be donned by the 2 of them, the enhancement of all attributes would progress at a much swifter pace. Alas, these 2 summoned beasts are incapable of wearing gear. Congratulations to all students for successfully completing the trial task. The Academy system will assess each student's contribution during the task. Task rewards will be distributed collectively once the calculations are completed, so please be patient. The task is accomplished. Su Qianqian stretched languidly, a sigh of relief escaping her. The others also exhaled, sharing in the relief. Thanks to Lu Yang, Su Qianqian cast a grateful glance at him. Our Bahuang branch has remarkably secured first place this year. At last, we have redeemed ourselves. Indeed, Guisu chimed in. I have long held disdain for Wang Rui and his ilk. They act so high and mighty simply because of their privileged backgrounds, looking down on others. Just imagining their current disgruntled expressions brings me great joy. After saying this, he turned to Lu Yang, his gaze equally filled with gratitude. Lu Yang offered a faint smile, stowed away the equipment, and remarked, It's about time. Let us head back. Su Qianqian nodded, beckoning a few to gather around before activating the Academy's teleportation stone. Whoosh! A teleportation array materialized beneath them. One by one, Lu Yang and the others vanished from their location, with Ghidorah and Godzilla following suit. They were once again traversing that familiar tunnel, a surreal spectacle. However, unlike before, this time Lu Yang was accompanied by an additional Godzilla. It too felt no discomfort. Gliding through the tunnel alongside Ghidorah. Bang! The surroundings transformed in an instant. Lu Yang found himself in the villa accommodation area of the Bahuang branch. Congratulations on your triumphant return, students. Su Jing had been awaiting their arrival, her face alight with joy as she stepped forward to greet them. Mom! Su Qianqian exclaimed, joyfully leaping into Su Jing's embrace. Su Jing playfully pushed her away, admonishing, How many times must I remind you to be mindful of the occasion? Su Qianqian stuck out her tongue, then obediently stood to the side. Greetings, Director Su. Lu Yang and Guisu, along with the others, offered their respects. Su Jing acknowledged them with a slight nod. Her attention was soon drawn to the towering summoned beast behind Lu Yang, her expression revealing surprise. Godzilla, much like Ghidorah, exuded a formidable presence simply by standing there. Su Jing gave Lu Yang another surprised glance before walking directly up to him. It seems I must first congratulate you on contracting a new summoned beast. It appears incredibly powerful. But what kind of creature is it? I don't believe I have ever seen one like it. Su Qianqian promptly answered for him. It's called Godzilla. Hee. Su Jing smiled faintly, mentally noting the name. I have already gathered a general understanding of the circumstances on the island. She generously praised Lu Yang, saying, Lu Yang, you are truly remarkable. Though I held high expectations for you, your performance has far exceeded my anticipations, by a great margin. Lu Yang humbly replied, Director Su, you flatter me. Su Jing smiled gently and continued, There is no need for modesty. We all know how exceptional your contributions were during this trial task. As she spoke, Su Qianqian and Guisu cast affirming glances at Lu Yang. The rewards for the trial task should be distributed by tonight, Su Jing continued, but prior to that, I would like to present you with an additional personal reward. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a delicate stone glowing with luminescence, presenting it to Lu Yang. This is a high-grade rewind stone. I believe you will find it useful. High-grade rewind stone can refresh the cooldown time for dungeon entries, usable 16 times. After use, you may come to me, and I will arrange for its recharging. Thank you, Director Su. Lu Yang raised his eyebrows in pleasant surprise as he accepted the high-grade rewind stone. He indeed had a pressing need for it. Possessing the rewind stone meant gaining additional entries into dungeons. This would allow for more experience points, accelerating his level progression. Lu Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to reach level 20. Upon reaching level 20, he could undergo his first job change. Furthermore, he would be able to contract a third summoned beast. Chapter 097, Leveling Up, Job Change, Contracting a New Summoned Beast. Su Jing was astute in observing the subtle expressions of each individual. She keenly noted the excitement on Lu Yang's face upon receiving the high-grade rewind stone, understanding his yearning for advancement. To provide him with further motivation, Su Jing shared a piece of information. Once you reach level 20, you can visit the dungeon hall at the main campus of Jojo Academy. There, you will find a 25-level large-scale dungeon that offers even more experience and superior rewards. Guisu immediately perked up at her words, asking, Are you referring to the large-scale dungeon on Skeleton Island? Large-scale dungeons differ from ordinary ones. The entry-level restriction spans 5 levels, with a limit of 25 participants. Compared to regular dungeons, the number of monsters inside is greater, and their attributes are significantly enhanced. The mechanics of the dungeon are also more complex, resulting in a geometric increase in difficulty for successful completion. A 25-level large-scale dungeon. Even on hard difficulty, it would require at least 25 level 30 adventurers working in perfect harmony without any mistakes to barely clear it. In nightmare difficulty, the number of teams capable of clearing it across the entire Jojo Academy is exceedingly few. Yes, Su Jing nodded with a smile. You can all try your hand at it together when the time comes. As she had anticipated, an expression of renewed excitement spread across Lu Yang's face. Su Jing smiled satisfactorily and waved farewell to everyone. Director Su, suddenly recalling something, Lu Yang retrieved the all-attribute mechanical gloves from his spatial backpack. This is for you. Just as Su Qianqian had mentioned, Liu Yang recognized the strategic significance of this equipment. It must be dealt with at a distance to unlock its maximum value. However, Su Jing's response took everyone by surprise. There's no need to give it to me. This equipment is yours, a reward for your efforts. You should handle it as you see fit. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Su Qianqian stared at her retreating figure, momentarily stunned. Wow. Guasu could hardly believe his ears. Am I dreaming? Lin Yuhao's eyes sparkled with desire, his body trembling with excitement. Among those present, only the two of them were truly suited for this equipment. Both their faces were filled with longing, even a glimmer of greed flashing across their expressions. You might as well forget it. Su Qianqian remained relatively composed. She quickly grasped Su Jing's intentions. My mother's meaning is quite clear. She intends to pass this equipment on to Liu Yang. She merely said it that way to spare your feelings. I believe so too. Xueqi chimed in, stating that throughout the trial, they had not contributed significantly, and by both sentiment and reason, it rightfully belonged to Liu Yang. Guasu and Lin Yuhao gradually calmed their excited hearts, slowly regaining their composure. Both understood the situation well and sighed regretfully. You are absolutely correct. This equipment is indeed Liu Yang's, they acknowledged, fully aware that, given their capabilities, they could scarcely harness the true value of such an artifact. It could even be said that they lacked the qualifications to wield this divine instrument. Even if they donned it, they would struggle to maintain possession. In the world of professionals, coveting others' equipment and treasures often led to heinous acts of murder and theft. Su Qianqian smiled at Liu Yang, saying, you should keep it. Only you are worthy of this divine artifact. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by the behavior of his companions. He did not hesitate to accept the artifact, courteously expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Although it may not serve me much purpose, I believe that such a divine instrument will eventually prove immensely beneficial. You speak as if it were not yours, Guasu lamented. It was always meant to belong to you. Without your efforts, we might not have completed this trial at all. Indeed, Su Qianqian concurred. We ought to be thanking you. Xueqi and Lin Yuhao also voiced their gratitude, causing Liu Yang to feel somewhat embarrassed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the time to part ways drew near. Before separating, Liu Yang added all their contact chip IDs and proposed they regroup to tackle the large dungeon, Skull Island, together. Liu Yang soon returned to his quaint villa. As soon as he stepped inside, Ghidorah leapt onto the sofa, declaring his dominion to Godzilla with a roar. Godzilla responded with a toothy growl before finding a spacious corner to curl up, resembling a cat. Liu Yang chuckled softly and settled into an empty seat to reflect on the day's gains. He opened his personal panel. Name, Liu Yang, LV-18. Strength, 201. Intelligence, 201. Stamina, 201,300. Agility, 201. Mental, 381,285. Equipment, Exquisite Noble Garment LV-5, Bronze. Experience Amulet, Silver. Werewolf Grand Wizard Necklace LV-15, Bronze. Werewolf Grand Wizard Staff LV-18, Bronze. Werewolf Grand Wizard Hat LV-18, Bronze. Innate Talents, Talent Sharing, Bloodline Modification, Damage Transfer, Shared Talents. Devour Talent, Sovereign Might, Rapid Recovery. Dominance, Skills, Summon Ghidorah, Summon Godzilla, Thunderhorn. Thanks to Godzilla's Sovereign Might, Liu Yang's overall attributes could now grow passively, albeit modestly, with a current increase of only 16 points. Following today's trial, his experience bar rose to 36. Liu Yang estimated that if he utilized a high-level rewind stone to grind through the nightmare-level Knight's Grave, he could reach level 19 by tomorrow. Afterward, he would seek Director Su's assistance for energy replenishment. In no more than a week, he would ascend to level 20, ready for a job change. Then, he would bond with a new summoned beast. Liu Yang was eager to contract his next summoned creature, especially after the delightful surprise Godzilla had brought him. He was fervently curious about what the next creature he would modify would be like. He turned to Ghidorah. Ghidorah, LV-18. Strength, 31,493. Intelligence, 31,493. Stamina, 31,493. Agility, 31,493. Mental, 31,493. Talents, Devour Talent, Sovereign Might, Rapid Recovery. Skills, Wing Tip Lightning. Gravitational Ray, Devour Talent. Currently consumed talents. 1. Talents available for consumption. 0. Sovereign Might. Total gained attributes, 28,838. Due to Godzilla's involvement in slaying monsters during the trial, Ghidorah's target count was drastically reduced, resulting in only over 900 monster kills. Liu Yang felt it necessary to alter his future combat strategies. Otherwise, Ghidorah's attribute growth rate would significantly decline. I must tailor each summoned beast's combat actions according to the specific battle conditions to maximize the overall attribute growth of both creatures. Finally, Liu Yang gazed at the newly contracted summoned beast from today, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Godzilla, LV 18, Strength 8,256, Intelligence 8,256, Stamina 8,256, Agility 8,256, Mental 8,256, Talent, Sovereign Might, Characteristic, Bioatomic Reactor, Skills, Super Vibration Wave, Atomic Breath, Sovereign Might. Total Grown Attributes, 5,656. Chapter 098, 2 Summoned Beasts in the Dungeon, Breaking Records Again. Godzilla was undoubtedly the greatest boon of this trial. Even the acquisition of the all-attribute mechanical gloves, an item nothing short of a divine artifact, paled in comparison to the joy brought by contracting Godzilla. By the timeline, Liu Yang had contracted Godzilla that very morning. After absorbing volcanic magma damage in the limited-time dungeon of Cheerful Island, Godzilla's overall attributes surged from 2,600 points to an astonishing 8,256 points. Such an outrageous rate of growth in attributes was even swifter than Ghidorah's. However, Liu Yang understood well that Godzilla could not always dive into magma to absorb energy. It would be challenging to encounter energy-rich locations like volcanoes regularly. Such opportunities were rare and should be sought after when possible. Liu Yang contemplated his forthcoming plans, recognizing that high-level dungeons likely harbored these types of locations. I must level up swiftly. Noticing that there was still ample time, Liu Yang decided to grind through a few dungeons in the dungeon hall. Let's go, he announced, waking Ghidorah and Godzilla. The 2 summoned beasts obediently rose and followed Liu Yang out of the villa. Outside, the sky had darkened, with only half a sunset remaining on the horizon. As Liu Yang walked, flanked by 2 imposing summoned beasts, he drew the attention of numerous passersby. A single golden Ghidorah was already ostentatious enough, especially when the red sunset reflected off its golden scales, the 2 hues shimmering brilliantly together. Not to mention, trailing behind Liu Yang was another equally striking Godzilla. With its tall, muscular upright stature, powerful hind limbs, and tail, its robust gray-blue skin, illuminated by the evening glow, appeared as though clad in a layer of crimson armor. It was nearly impossible for anyone to ignore. Is he a summoner? His summoned beasts are so impressive. The dragon appeared to exude an aura of immense strength. The upright lizard seemed formidable as well. Humph. Godzilla turned his head and shot a glare at the man, who immediately recognized his misstep, fell silent, and hurriedly retreated. Humph. Ghidorah snorted derisively. Roar. Godzilla let out an irate roar. Just as Ghidorah was about to bare his teeth, Liu Yang swiftly clasped a hand over his mouth. Enough. Liu Yang hastily intervened to quell the squabble between the summoned beasts. Both Ghidorah and Godzilla let out displeased huffs before trailing behind Liu Yang on either side. Before long, Liu Yang arrived at the instance hall, stepping into the inner chamber. The inner chamber remained bustling with activity. Several familiar faces instantly recognized Liu Yang, the prodigy who had shattered records multiple times. Nearly everyone present was acquainted with him. Look, Liu Yang is back to tackle the instance again. He has an additional summoned beast with him. It looks incredibly powerful. One summoned beast can clear the nightmare difficulty of the knight's graveyard in just 18 minutes. I can hardly imagine what 2 summoned beasts could achieve. Do you think he can break the record again this time? The surrounding students buzzed with discussion about Liu Yang. Paying them little mind, Liu Yang strode directly to the instance teleportation portal, skillfully bringing up the instance selection interface. He then selected the nightmare difficulty of the knight's graveyard. Confirm. Bang. Liu Yang and his 2 summoned beasts shimmered and were instantly transported into the instance. With a whoosh, Liu Yang found himself in the familiar desolate hilly terrain. Godzilla followed closely behind. He issued commands to the 2 summoned beasts, and without hesitation, Liu Yang mounted Ghidorah. A smirk gracing his lips as he commanded, "Let us finish this swiftly. Engage." Roar. Ghidorah raised his head and released a triumphant dragon roar before taking flight. On its back, Liu Yang sounded the horn of thunder, instantly attracting the surrounding ghostly monsters. Bang. Ghidorah unleashed a twisted gravitational ray, rampaging through the throng of monsters. In the blink of an eye, the entire horde of ghostly creatures was annihilated. Continuing on to the next area, Liu Yang repeated the process, rapidly clearing the next 2 monster zones like lightning. Any stragglers were left for Godzilla to finish off, while Ghidorah soared ahead, spewing gravitational rays all the while, saving a considerable amount of time. At last, Liu Yang arrived before the church. Godzilla and Ghidorah simultaneously shattered the offerings on either side. Crack. Then, with a strike from Ghidorah's wingtip lightning, the life of the ghostly knight commander was extinguished. Successfully killed Ghostly Knight Commander LV-25. Experience gained. 125000 31250. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Successfully killed Skeleton Warhorse LV-25. Experience gained. 125000 31250. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Obtained Ghostly Mount Fragment X1. Liu Yang glanced at the time, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He had completed the instance in merely 15 minutes and 18 seconds. Completing one run could increase his experience bar by nearly 5 points. If he continued for just over 3 more hours, he could reach level 19 tonight. He now possessed advanced rewind stones, allowing him to consecutively run the instance 16 more times. His leveling plan seemed to be progressing even more smoothly than anticipated. Level 20 appeared to be within arm's reach. Ding dong. The sound of a record-breaking bell resonated throughout the instance hall once more. The sound was clear yet thunderous, penetrating the minds of everyone present. The luminous screen at the center also refreshed with a new message. A new record has been set for the nightmare difficulty of the Knight's Graveyard. Completion time, 15 minutes and 18 seconds. Completion team, Liu Yang, level 18. Class, Dragon Summoner, 8 Desolation Academy. Wow, someone has shattered the instance record again. And it's the nightmare difficulty of the Knight's Graveyard. That same Liu Yang. He managed to do it in just 15 minutes. It's simply extraordinary. Clearly, having a new summoned beast makes all the difference. His strength has evidently surged to a whole new level. Bang! Liu Yang, along with his 2 summoned beasts, materialized at the entrance of the instance teleportation portal. Just as the onlooking students were about to approach him with inquiries, bang! Liu Yang was once again transported into the instance, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. He has gone back into the instance again. Hasn't he exhausted his extra attempts for the week? Could it be the rewind stones? This fellow is truly a monster. Not only is he powerful, but he also works hard and possesses such excellent resources, allowing him to run the instance daily. It's quite enviable. Many displayed expressions of envy. Meanwhile, in the villa accommodation area of the 2 Instruments Academy, Wang Rui received a message. Brother Rui, that kid went straight back to run the instance. And he has broken the record for the nightmare difficulty of the Knight's Graveyard again. 15 minutes and 18 seconds. 15 minutes and 18 seconds? Wang Rui was momentarily taken aback, then a knowing smile spread across his face. The trial task has just concluded, and he is already rushing to run the instance. It seems he is eager to level up. Should I give him a little incentive first? Chapter 099, The Land of Experience. The Mechanical Factory Instance. Uncle once said, Wang Rui pondered, stroking his chin, that to tame a fierce tiger, one must first offer a sweet reward before attempting to chain it. Since you, Liu Yang, are so eager to level up, I shall present you with an irresistible incentive. With that thought, Wang Rui rose, retrieving a teleportation stone from his spatial bag. Whoosh! His form flickered and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared at the entrance of the 8 Desolation Academy. Wang Rui made his way directly into the 8 Desolation Academy, heading straight for the instance hall. As soon as he stepped into the instance hall, someone recognized him. Isn't he that guy from the 2 Instruments Academy? Wang Rui, the first place winner of last year's Academy competition for the first-year students. Indeed, that is him. It is said that he is the top talent of this year's second-year class. But why has he suddenly come here? Wang Rui relished the sound of the murmurs surrounding him, yet he did not spare them a glance. Striding proudly into the inner chamber, he came to a stop at the instance teleportation portal. Some began to piece together the clues. Could he be here to find Liu Yang? Quite possibly. It's likely that only a monster of Liu Yang's caliber would attract the attention of someone like Wang Rui. About 10 minutes later, Liu Yang emerged from the instance along with his 2 summoned beasts. Just as he was about to turn and enter the instance again, Liu Yang. Wang Rui called out to him. Wang Rui? Liu Yang held a vivid impression of him. Though Wang Rui always wore a smile, he gave off an unsettling vibe. The way Su Qianqian and Guisu treated Wang Rui further underscored this feeling. He is far from an ordinary individual. Are you looking for me? Liu Yang surmised his intentions. Indeed, Wang Rui replied with a smile and a nod. Did I not mention that I would seek you out upon returning to the academy? Liu Yang cast him a puzzled glance and retorted, What is it that you want? Huh. Wang Rui responded with a faint smile. Can one not seek you out without a particular reason? Liu Yang, uninterested in furthering the conversation, stated, I am quite busy at the moment. Unless it is of utmost importance, let us discuss it another day. With that, he turned to continue selecting a dungeon. A flicker of barely perceptible displeasure crossed Wang Rui's face as he quickly called out to Liu Yang, Do not be in such a rush. I merely wish to become friends with you. I heard you are eager to level up, and I have come specifically to escort you to the Experience Sanctum for training. The Experience Sanctum? This term piqued Liu Yang's curiosity, prompting him to turn back and inquire, "What manner of place is that?" A hint of pride graced Wang Rui's features as he elaborated. "It is a rare dungeon resource that is inaccessible to the average person, allowing one to level up far more swiftly than battling these trivial dungeons." Bystanders nearby displayed expressions of envy upon hearing this. Incredible. He is actually going to take Lu Yang to the Experience Sanctum. What kind of dungeon is the Experience Sanctum? It refers to the Mechanical Factory dungeon, where the monsters yield exceptionally high experience points and are plentiful, with an astonishingly rapid respawn rate. One run through the Mechanical Factory is equivalent to several runs in the Knight's Graveyard. Lu Yang, overhearing the conversation, felt astonished yet remained vigilant, asking Wang Rui, "What do you want in return?" He knew well that there is no such thing as a free lunch, given that it is a rare dungeon resource. How could he possibly enjoy it without cost? "As I mentioned," Wang Rui replied nonchalantly, "I simply wish to befriend you. Isn't it only natural for friends to share good fortune?" As he spoke, he extended a hand toward Lu Yang with a beaming smile. Lu Yang scrutinized Wang Rui once more, but the latter's smile betrayed nothing of his true intentions. "Very well," Lu Yang said, mustering a smile as he grasped Wang Rui's hand. Since Wang Rui had openly stated that no payment was required, he had no intention of passing up the opportunity to reap the benefits of rare dungeon resources. As for Wang Rui's ulterior motives, he would take it one step at a time, confident he would not fall into Wang Rui's trap. "Excellent," Wang Rui said, satisfied, and then produced a teleportation stone, whisking Lu Yang away with him. Bang! Moments later, Lu Yang found himself alongside Wang Rui in an unfamiliar environment. As he surveyed his surroundings, it became apparent they were situated within a vast factory. Yet, there were no workers present. Instead, armed soldiers patrolled the area. Surrounding them was a tall electromagnetic blast wall, replete with heavy defensive weaponry, and the distant sounds of explosions echoed, suggesting a fierce battle was underway. "Where's this place?" Lu Yang inquired curiously of Wang Rui. A squad of soldiers passed by and, upon seeing Wang Rui, greeted him courteously, referring to him as young Master Wang. Wang Rui nodded with pride and introduced. "This mechanical factory is an entrance to a dungeon located outside the capital of Jojo, which has been claimed by our families. The Mechanical Factory dungeon is a highly coveted resource due to its unique mechanics, providing an abundance of experience points. A single run here is equivalent to a full day in the Knight's Graveyard." "Really?" Lu Yang felt a surge of amazement. This was the kind of abundant resource enjoyed by the privileged elite. Even the most talented individuals selected from across the nation at Jojo Academy were not entitled to such rare dungeon resources, which had been monopolized by Wang Rui's family. The disparity in resources was something ordinary individuals could never hope to bridge across generations. "Would I deceive you?" Wang Rui replied with unwavering confidence, leading Lu Yang into an abandoned factory building. Upon entering, Lu Yang was once again taken aback. Though the exterior of the factory appeared dilapidated and unremarkable, the interior was furnished extravagantly. Opulent ceilings and exquisite tiles exuded an air of luxury. Soft sofas and a bar stocked with fine spirits adorned the space, complete with stunning bartenders and servers, resembling a resplendent hotel. Two young men clad in lavish attire lounged on the sofas, engaged in pleasant conversation while raising their glasses. They cast surprised and puzzled glances at Lu Yang and Wang Rui as they entered. "Young Master Rui," one of them inquired, "why have you brought an outsider here?" Wang Rui, smiling, introduced, "This is my newly acquainted brother, Lu Yang. I thought to show him the world." Lu Yang furrowed his brow at this, casting a questioning glance at Wang Rui. The others appraised Lu Yang and his two summoned beasts before dismissing them without further thought. "Shall we sit and have a drink together?" "No, thank you," Wang Rui politely declined, then bypassed them entirely, guiding Lu Yang to a dungeon teleportation portal at the far end of the factory. He gestured for Lu Yang to approach and make his selection. Lu Yang activated the dungeon system, and a single interface materialized before him. Mechanical Factory LV20. Without hesitation, he opted for the nightmarish difficulty. "Please confirm entry into the nightmarish Mechanical Factory." "Confirm." "Cancel." Just as he was about to confirm, Wang Rui interjected, "Would you like me to explain the dungeon mechanics?" Lu Yang shook his head, responding, "No, I prefer to explore the unknown on my own." With that, he confirmed his choice. Bang! Lu Yang and his companions, Ghidorah and Godzilla, vanished in an instant. Wang Rui proceeded to the bar, ordered a drink, and greeted the two young men on the sofa. Xiaoho. Both were students from the Second Institute, yet a year younger than Wang Rui. "Brother Rui," Xiaoho asked with curiosity, "I see he is only level 18. Can he manage it solo?" Wang Rui smiled slightly and confidently responded, "He can. This lad possesses formidable strength and exceptional talent, with a high potential for the future. However, His background is rather ordinary. He spoke with a hint of disdain. Such individuals, with a little guidance, will undoubtedly prove useful to us in the future. Heh. Xiaohou scoffed dismissively. What does it matter if their potential is high? Some things cannot be altered by mere talent. A flicker of apprehension crossed Wang Rui's face, fearing they might indeed change something, just like the infamous Lan Xiaowang. He recalled the words his uncle had spoken. Those who are uncontrollable, like him, will bring us considerable trouble. Thus, a flicker of coldness passed through Wang Rui's eyes. Such individuals must be kept under strict control from the outset. If control is unattainable, they must be eliminated preemptively. Xiaohou, seemingly uninterested in such topics, shifted the conversation and inquired, "So, how many waves do you think he can endure in the instance?" After pondering for a moment, Wang Rui speculated, around 20 waves. The mechanics of the mechanical factory instance were peculiar, with the attributes of the spawned monsters escalating with each wave. Given his strength, he should be able to withstand up to 20 waves. 20 waves? Xiaohou expressed surprise, remarking, "It seems you hold him in high regard." The solo record for this instance is merely 20 waves. It appears that the record set by the young master of the Yi family has stood unbroken for several years. A derisive sneer crossed his face as he added, "He is only level 18. How could he possibly endure 20 waves? I certainly don't believe it." Wang Rui responded with a meaningful smile, saying, "You'll see just how extraordinary this fellow is when the time comes." Within the mechanical factory instance, Liu Yang found himself standing in a vast wilderness, devoid of anything around him. Only a massive mechanical factory loomed in the distance, its facilities whirring to life, lights ablaze, and thick smoke billowing from its chimneys, accompanied by the thunderous clamor of machinery. A towering electric fence encircled it, complemented by a large, tightly shut gate crackling with violent electrical sparks and a massive protective shield flickering in and out of visibility. It appeared nearly impossible to breach. Surveying his surroundings, Liu Yang noticed dozens of robots stationed behind him, all operating mechanical weapons and war vehicles, uniformly facing the mechanical factory ahead. The instance information materialized before him. The first wave of monsters will appear in 60 seconds. After defeating 30 waves of monsters, the protective shield of the mechanical factory will deactivate, allowing the machine legion to launch a full-scale assault. Instance completion condition: destroy the mechanical factory. It resembled a defense mode, not particularly complex. Liu Yang discerned the instance's mechanics, deeming it to present no challenge for him. "Prepare yourselves," he declared, clapping his hands. The two creatures behind him, Ghidorah and Godzilla, sprang into action. Ghidorah soared forward, positioning itself between Liu Yang and the mechanical factory, ready to eliminate the first wave of monsters, while Godzilla remained at Liu Yang's side, tasked with ensuring his safety and dealing supplementary damage. The 60 seconds passed swiftly. The mechanical factory erupted with a deafening roar as the outer gate swung open. Suddenly, a swarm of spider-shaped robots surged forth. Their size was modest, akin to that of a cat, yet their numbers were staggering. Countless spider robots coalesced into a dense mass, easily numbering in the hundreds. For an ordinary person, witnessing such a horde of monsters would likely induce sheer terror. Yet, Liu Yang was elated. The greater the number of monsters, the more thrilled he became. This meant Ghidorah could acquire more all-attribute points through their annihilation. He promptly examined the attributes of the monsters. Spider Robot LV-23, Elite. Strength, 1,800. Intelligence, 1,500. Stamina, 2,000. Agility, 2,300. Mentality, 1,500. Skill, self-detonation. The attributes were not particularly high, nor did they possess any extraordinary skills. A smile crept across Liu Yang's lips. Let the slaughter commence. In the air, Ghidorah received the command. A beam of golden light emanated from its eyes and mouth, which it then unleashed towards the advancing monsters. With a crash, a twisted gravitational beam descended from the sky, obliterating a substantial portion of the spider robots. As it swept left and right, the remnants of machines soared through the air. In an instant, not a single spider robot remained, leaving only a ground strewn with mechanical debris, crackling with sparks. Successfully defeated Spider Robot LV-23, experience gained, 4,600, 1150. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. Acquired Spider Robot Chip X1. The kill notifications flooded Liu Yang's view. Upon checking Ghidorah's all-attribute points, he noted an increase of 100 points after defeating just one wave of monsters. The experience gained was substantial. No wonder this place was dubbed an experience sanctuary. Liu Yang could not help but beam with joy. One instance could yield 3,000 monsters, far surpassing the experience gained in other instances. Ghidorah could also amass 3,000 points in all attributes. For him, this was sheer delight. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical factory emitted another thunderous roar. It seemed to be hastily producing the next wave of robots. The second wave of monsters will appear in 60 seconds. The interval for the appearance of each wave appeared to be based on the time taken to defeat all previous monsters. The faster the monsters were eliminated, the quicker the next wave would emerge. Roar! Godzilla suddenly let out an excited roar. Liu Yang's expression of joy intensified, brimming with exhilaration. Through his mental link with Godzilla, he learned that Godzilla sensed a massive energy core within the mechanical factory. It could hardly contain its eagerness to absorb it. Liu Yang surmised. It must be the energy core sustaining the entire operation of the mechanical factory. Without hesitation, he commanded Godzilla to absorb the energy. Go! With a triumphant roar, Godzilla dashed towards the mechanical factory. Meanwhile, the factory's gate opened once more, unleashing the second wave of monsters. Liu Yang glanced at the attributes of the newly appeared monsters, and his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a hint of surprise. What is this? The monsters in this instance can evolve? Spider Robot LV-23, Elite. Strength, 2,300. Intelligence, 2,000. Stamina, 2,500. Agility, 2,800. Mentality, 2,000. Skill, self-detonation. Liu Yang noted the enhanced attributes of the spider robots, which had increased by 500 points across the board. Their appearance had also undergone a significant transformation, now adorned with an additional layer of heavy armor. In such a level instance, this was evidently abnormal. Under normal circumstances, monsters at the nightmare difficulty level would already possess outrageously high attributes. Any variations would be minimal. It was utterly implausible for them to exhibit such drastic changes. In the peculiar scenario where the same type of monster varies by a staggering 500 points in all attributes between consecutive waves, the sole conceivable explanation lies in the monster's evolution and augmentation with each successive wave. Intrigued, Liu Yang reflected on the situation, acknowledging that although it was dubbed an experience sanctuary, it would not genuinely afford practitioners the luxury of effortlessly amassing experience. The escalating strength of the monsters would inevitably heighten the challenge, precluding any unrestrained grinding for experience. Nevertheless, the experience gained within the mechanical factory dungeon was undeniably superior to that of other dungeons, at least for the average individual. With a sudden smirk of confidence, Liu Yang mused. For me, this place is the true sanctuary of experience. Even if each wave of monsters were to increase by 500 points in all attributes after 30 waves, their attributes could potentially soar to nearly 20,000 points. Yet, Liu Yang felt no trepidation, for he commanded over 30,000 points in attributes with his Ghidorah, alongside a Godzilla nearing 10,000 points. Both summoned beasts were extraordinary entities, and with their presence, Liu Yang was assured he could effortlessly contend with the 30 waves of monsters within the dungeon. As he pondered, Ghidorah had already dispatched the second wave of monsters, mirroring the first without a hint of difficulty. A singular gravitational beam obliterated 100 mechanical spiders in an instant, undoubtedly without contest. Godzilla surged towards the entrance of the mechanical factory, eager to absorb the energy from the core within. However, with a resounding clang, it was thwarted by the protective shield surrounding the entrance. Roaring in frustration, Godzilla attempted to rend the shield with its claws, yet inflicted no damage whatsoever. It unleashed an atomic breath, still to no avail. Never mind, Liu Yang called out to Godzilla, fully aware that this was a consequence of the dungeon's mechanics. Until all 30 waves of monsters were vanquished, the shield remained impervious, immunizing against all damage while isolating the exterior. Godzilla emitted a dissatisfied growl before pacing around the perimeter of the shield. Eventually, it chose a spot closest to the energy core, opened its maw, and began to absorb the energy within. To Liu Yang's astonishment, he witnessed a visible thread of blue light drifting from one of the factory's buildings into Godzilla's mouth. The rate at which Godzilla's attributes increased became noticeably accelerated. Although not as rapid as Ghidorah's 100 points per wave, it was still impressive, at least visibly so. Within a minute, Godzilla could augment its attributes by over 30 points, totaling approximately 1,000 points in just half an hour. Could I also absorb energy from the core? Liu Yang pondered, hastily making his way to Godzilla. Meanwhile, the third wave of monsters had emerged, still spider robots, but with reinforced armor, seemingly enhancing their defenses. Their attributes had once again surged by 500 points, peaking at 300 points. Upon noticing Liu Yang's approach, they immediately designated him as a target, charging towards him with great speed. However, Ghidorah's gravitational beams were swifter. With a resounding crash, it swept left and right, effortlessly eradicating the third wave of spider robots. Liu Yang, undistracted by the ongoing battle, reached Godzilla's side. Lacking the biological atomic reactor trait of Godzilla, he could not absorb energy as swiftly. He could only passively absorb energy through the power of domination, converting it into attribute points. The rate of attribute increase here was indeed swifter than at the starting point, albeit only marginally. Perhaps this method would yield slightly faster results. Settling cross-legged, Liu Yang began to attune himself to the surrounding energies. To his amazement, he discovered that the rate of energy absorption through domination had indeed accelerated. "Oh, Wang Rui," Liu Yang chuckled, his delight evident. "I may not comprehend your true intentions, but you have indeed done a good deed today." The fourth wave of monsters materialized, yet another formidable set of spider robots. Yet before Ghidorah, they succumbed to a swift demise, becoming the foundation for Ghidorah's attribute growth. Liu Yang and Godzilla continued to quietly absorb the energy from the mechanical factory's energy core. 8307, 8308, 8309, 8310. 205,206. Two entities, one purpose, undoubtedly reveling in the accumulation of attributes. As time flowed steadily, outside the dungeon, Wang Rui reclined leisurely on a sofa, eyes closed in relaxation. Beside him, Xiaohou glanced at the time and suddenly inquired, "Brother Rui, it's nearly 30 minutes. How many waves do you think he has passed by now?" Wang Rui furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before conjecturing. "I would guess around the 10th wave." "The 10th wave?" Xiaohou exclaimed in disbelief, quickly countering. "Do you even know the attributes of the monsters at the 10th wave? The highest is 7, 300 points. 7, 300 points." Wang Rui responded instinctively. Facing 100 monsters at once. Xiaohou scoffed incredulously. "Even with enhancements from potions and special equipment, we only managed to reach the 7th or 8th wave in 30 minutes. That kid has no enhancements. Surpassing the 5th wave would already be quite an achievement. And yet you claim he could reach the 10th wave? Ridiculous." Wang Rui chuckled, refraining from further argument. He had witnessed Liu Yang's prowess firsthand, having seen him obliterate a fully powered mate Peck, whose individual strength far exceeded that of a monster with 700-800 attribute points by at least tenfold. However, facing 100 monsters simultaneously in the dungeon posed an entirely different level of difficulty. While Wang Rui was uncertain of Liu Yang's precise progress, he eagerly anticipated his performance. The better Liu Yang performed, the more it affirmed Wang Rui's keen insight and exceptional judgment. "Let us just wait and see," Wang Rui remarked, and as his words fell, a loud crash echoed as three figures emerged at the dungeon's entrance. "Huh," Xiaohou mocked mercilessly. "He is out after just 30 minutes. Did he think he couldn't last any longer and quit prematurely? I expected him to last longer." Chapter 0102. What are you trying to show off? Wang Rui was taken aback, rising to approach Liu Yang, asking, "Why are you out so soon?" He had anticipated that Liu Yang, given his strength, would endure for a longer duration. "Didn't I clear the dungeon?" Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. "Cleared it?" Xiaohou retorted skeptically. "What are you trying to show off? The monsters at wave 30 have attributes of 17,300 points, with each wave comprising 100 monsters. How could you possibly defeat them? Moreover, it has barely been over 30 minutes, and you have already dispatched 30 waves of monsters?" With a disdainful scoff, he remarked, "Kid, that is not how one boasts." Liu Yang, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in displeasure and retorted without hesitation, "Rather than questioning my abilities, you might consider enhancing your own understanding. Just because you cannot achieve something does not imply that others cannot. In other words, you are merely a sheltered bumpkin. You seek your own demise." Little Ho could clearly discern the underlying tone of the words. Coming from a prestigious background, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. Furious, he erupted with a surge of restless energy. A rare longsword, glowing with a purple luminescence, suddenly appeared in his hand, thrusting directly towards Liu Yang, clearly intent on attacking him on the spot. "Stop!" Wang Rui raised his hand to intervene, and a circle of emerald light enveloped Little Ho, halting his movement abruptly. "Brother Rui." Little Ho struggled desperately, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Rui. "Ho Yuan." Wang Rui shot him a stern look, furrowing his brow. Little Ho immediately simmered down, turning to Liu Yang with a venomous huff. "Today, consider yourself fortunate. You should be grateful to Brother Rui for valuing you, allowing you to escape with your life." Unbeknownst to him, it was Wang Rui who had saved him today. Wang Rui turned to Liu Yang, confirming once more, "Did you truly clear the dungeon?" He had spent the previous days grinding through the mechanical factory dungeon and was acutely aware of the difficulty posed by the final waves of monsters. Even those of their caliber, the chosen ones, required a fully equipped 5-member team to succeed. The wild dungeons lacked official clearance records, relying solely on personal statistics. Among their group, the highest record for solo dungeon runs had only reached 20 waves, taking over 2 hours. Under normal circumstances, one could defeat a maximum of 78 monsters in 30 minutes. with increasing difficulty as time progressed, leading to longer durations. Although Wang Rui held great expectations for Liu Yang, he still found it hard to fathom how Liu Yang could have vanquished 30 waves of monsters in 30 minutes and cleared the dungeon. Suddenly, Wang Rui inquired, "Did you defeat the boss?" He was subtly trying to trap Liu Yang. There were no bosses in the mechanical factory dungeon. After all, each monster in the later waves was akin to a boss in itself. After repelling 30 waves of monsters, the protective barrier of the mechanical factory would fail, and they only needed to destroy the factory to complete the dungeon. Liu Yang glanced at Wang Rui with confusion and replied, "There's no boss in this dungeon. Just blow the factory up to clear it." Wang Rui realized that Liu Yang's words might indeed hold truth. Liu Yang also recognized that Wang Rui was attempting to trick him, and he smiled in relief. From his spatial backpack, he retrieved an item, a mechanical fragment radiating a blue glow, exuding a strong sense of technology. Merely holding it, one could feel the energy contained within. Mechanical Factory Energy Core Fragment, rare. A core fragment containing immense energy. Collecting 12 pieces allows for the synthesis of a small energy core. The Mechanical Factory Energy Core Fragment? Wang Rui's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a rare item that could only be obtained after destroying the mechanical factory. It was absolutely impossible to fabricate. Wang Rui lifted his gaze, staring blankly at Liu Yang for a long moment before finally speaking slowly. "Did you really clear the mechanical factory dungeon? Was it on nightmare difficulty?" Liu Yang nodded nonchalantly. "Yes." "Impossible," Little Ho exclaimed, utterly shocked. His face was a portrait of astonishment. He exchanged incredulous glances with Wang Rui, and for a while, they could only stare at each other, lost for words. "How did you manage it?" Wang Rui asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. "To clear the mechanical factory dungeon in just over 30 minutes would require you to annihilate every wave of monsters instantaneously, even if you could eliminate the first 10 waves. The monsters after the 20th each possess over 10,000 attribute points, and there are 100 monsters in each wave. How could you continue to slay them so effortlessly?" Liu Yang calmly nodded, responding, "Pretty much. I don't believe it." Despite the evidence before him, Little Ho remained unwilling to accept it. "Unless I see it with my own eyes. Let us form a team and go through it together." Little Ho extended a team invitation to Liu Yang. Though Liu Yang initially intended to decline, Wang Rui nodded at him and said, "Yes. You two should team up and give it a try." Wang Rui was already level 25, exceeding the dungeon's level limit, but Little Ho was still at level 20 and eligible to enter. Liu Yang suddenly recalled that he had been invited by Wang Rui to participate in the dungeon. Rejecting him would be quite disrespectful. Thus, he accepted Little Ho's invitation. Knowing that Liu Yang had just emerged, Little Ho produced a high-level recall stone to refresh his entry count. He then selected the nightmare difficulty for the mechanical factory. Before they were teleported into the dungeon, Wang Rui discreetly exchanged glances with Little Ho. "Confirm." Little Ho affirmed the selection. With a clang, he, Liu Yang, and Liu Yang's two summoned beasts disappeared from the dungeon entrance in an instant. "The first wave of monsters will appear in 60 seconds. Come on." As soon as they entered the dungeon, Little Ho gestured for Liu Yang to show him. "Let me see how you did it." Liu Yang could hardly be bothered to glance his way, dismissing him with, "Stay here and don't cause me trouble." With that, he proceeded directly towards the vicinity of the mechanical factory with his two summoned beasts. He commanded Ghidorah to fly towards the factory's entrance while he and Godzilla moved to the wall of the mechanical factory. Roar! Godzilla opened his mouth wide and began to absorb the energy emanating from within the mechanical factory. Liu Yang followed suit, meditating to calm his mind and absorb it as well. What is going on? Little Ho was bewildered by Liu Yang's actions. 60 seconds passed in a flash. Boom! The mechanical factory erupted with a deafening roar. The doors swung open, and 100 raging spider robots poured out. Ghidorah took to the skies, unleashing a swirling gravitational beam towards the swarm of spider robots. Bang! The gravitational beam swept through the horde, obliterating all 100 spider robots in an instant. However, Little Ho did not express surprise. Instead, he scoffed disdainfully. Annihilating such trash doesn't amount to anything. The real test of strength begins after the 10th wave. The highest attribute value of the first wave of monsters was merely 2,300 points. In Little Ho's eyes, they were trivial, indistinguishable from wild monsters. He could easily achieve instant kills, especially with enhancement potions and special items. Killing 100 in one go was not beyond his capability. Ho Yuan found a clean spot to sit and gazed distantly at Liu Yang, his eyes filled with disdain. "I refuse to believe you can consistently annihilate waves up to the 30th. The second wave of monsters soon emerged, only to be effortlessly obliterated by Ghidorah with a single beam of gravitational light. Ho Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth waves, continuing until the 15th wave. The spider robot monsters that appeared in the 15th wave boasted a staggering maximum attribute value of 9,800 points, on the brink of surpassing 10,000. Furthermore, after numerous evolutionary enhancements in the mechanical factory, their defensive capabilities had been significantly augmented. Each spider robot was clad in heavy armor, appearing formidable indeed. Nevertheless, with a resounding crash, Ghidorah swiftly dispatched all the spider robots with another beam of gravitational light, scattering their shattered remnants across the battlefield. A flicker of unusual emotion finally crossed Hou Yuan's face as he stared incredulously at Liu Yang. What exactly is your situation? Liu Yang had remained seated in meditation the entire time, not moving an inch. Another summoned creature sat nearby, merely exhaling towards the factory, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Before the factory stood a golden dragon-summoned beast, capable of consecutively annihilating 15 waves of monsters. Hou Yuan examined Liu Yang's information panel, discovering that his attribute values were rather mediocre, barely a third of his own. By all logical standards, such attribute values should not summon a creature of significant strength. Confounded, Hou Yuan pondered why Liu Yang's summoned beast appeared so powerful. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Liu Yang's total attribute value had inexplicably increased by 1 point. Thinking he must have misread, he scrutinized the information panel again, only to observe another increase, leaving him utterly astonished. The ability to augment total attribute values? Total attribute values serve as the fundamental determinant of a practitioner's strength. Even with formidable skills and talents, their effectiveness hinges on the base value of total attributes. However, the growth base for human total attribute values is notoriously low, typically augmented only through skills, equipment, or potions, all of which possess limits and fixed values. Thus, skills and equipment that can provide additional increases to total attribute values are exceedingly rare resources, especially those with unlimited growth potential, which are highly coveted among practitioners. Possessing such growth-oriented skills and equipment undoubtedly elevates one's professional potential. Such treasures, even within the elite circles of Hou Yuan and his peers, are considered remarkably scarce. Yet now, they appeared within the grasp of a commoner he had scarcely deigned to glance at. Intriguing indeed. A rare expression of interest flickered across Hou Yuan's face. Still, he remained perplexed. Even if Liu Yang possessed skills or items that allowed for growth in total attributes, how could his summoned creature be so potent given such a low base? Soon, the subsequent waves of monsters arrived in quick succession. Ghidorah continued to dispatch each wave with a singular beam of gravitational light, annihilating them all without delay. Upon reaching the 20th wave, it became increasingly difficult for Hou Yuan to maintain his disdain, as he was gradually engulfed in shock. 100 monsters with an attribute value of 12,300 points had been effortlessly eliminated by Liu Yang's summoned beast with a single skill. As the waves progressed, the astonishment on Hou Yuan's face became more pronounced. By the time the 25th wave arrived, the maximum attribute value of the spider robots had climbed to 14,800 points, with a resounding crash. Yet, before Ghidorah's unyielding gravitational beam, they crumbled like lush weeds before a sharp mower, utterly defenseless. Unable to contain himself, Hou Yuan swallowed hard, his body instinctively rising as he stared in shock at the monsters before him, now directed at Liu Yang. Surely they cannot be defeated in a single blow again. Just as Hou Yuan stubbornly voiced his doubts, the 26th wave of monsters also fell to Ghidorah's single strike. No way. Hou Yuan began to mutter in disbelief. Still they were defeated? He suddenly recalled Liu Yang's earlier words, plunging into self-doubt. Perhaps it was time to elevate his understanding. Yet, with his current knowledge, he truly could not fathom how an 18-level Liu Yang achieved such feats. What on earth was happening? As Hou Yuan wrestled with his thoughts, Ghidorah had already slain the monsters of the 30th wave, successfully defeated spider robot LV-23, experience gained 4,140,1035. Hou Yuan was bombarded by notification messages. The monsters of the 30th wave, with an attribute value of 17,800 points, had simply vanished. He suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. The protective shield of the mechanical factory dissipated. The mechanical army behind Hou Yuan began its advance, launching an assault on the factory. The resounding rumble echoed within the massive structure as it gradually ceased operations, its energy core extinguishing. Roar! Godzilla emitted a disgruntled roar. It had been reveling in its energy absorption, only for the core to abruptly cease. Buzz! 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 Godzilla's dorsal fins lit up one by one, emanating a brilliant blue glow. Then it unleashed a blue atomic breath towards the front. Boom! Meanwhile, Ghidorah followed suit, emitting a twisted yellow gravitational beam. The two beams, one yellow and one blue, simultaneously penetrated the mechanical factory. The factory structures crumbled one after another, disintegrating into debris or reducing to dust, scattering with the wind. Before the mechanical army could even reach the factory, the massive structure had been leveled to the ground by the two energy beams. Successfully destroyed the mechanical factory. The dungeon will close in 60 seconds. Damn. Ho Yuan stood frozen, utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such a scene in his entire life. Even in a circle where strength abounded and everyone could be deemed a prodigy, he had never seen anyone achieve such a level as Liu Yang. Lost in thought, Liu Yang and Ho Yuan were teleported out of the dungeon. Outside, Wang Rui had been waiting eagerly and immediately approached Ho Yuan, asking, "How was it?" Yet Ho Yuan remained dazed, staring vacantly ahead, his face etched with shock. Liu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems your little brother has been utterly stunned." Chapter 0104. Ghidorah and Godzilla grow larger. Wang Rui gently patted Ho Yuan, who took a moment to regain his composure, though the astonishment on his face lingered. "How was it?" Wang Rui inquired of Ho Yuan. With a quiet gulp, Ho Yuan nodded dazedly and replied, "It's true. He really annihilated everything from start to finish. With each wave of monsters that appeared, he obliterated them all in an instant." Wang Rui was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, exchanging a knowing glance with Ho Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. The astonishment on Wang Rui's face intensified as he turned to Liu Yang. Maintaining his usual calm demeanor, Liu Yang asked, "Shall we continue to grind together?" Wang Rui shook his head, responding, "No need." "All right," Liu Yang said, turning away to utilize a high-level rewind stone, refreshing the dungeon's cooldown and teleporting into it. Ho Yuan expressed his surprise. "I can't believe he still has rewind stones." Yet, Wang Rui dismissed the notion. Given his achievements, it's hardly surprising for the school to reward him with a rewind stone. Returning to the main topic, Wang Rui questioned Ho Yuan. "Did you record everything that happened in the dungeon?" Ho Yuan nodded and led him to the bar, where he activated a holographic screen displaying his experiences within the dungeon. Wang Rui watched intently, his expression evolving from astonishment to sheer shock. This kid is truly remarkable. Upon rewatching the footage, Ho Yuan's astonishment deepened. At just level 18, he could eliminate 100 monsters, each possessing nearly 20,000 attributes, in one fell swoop. Even the legendary Lan Xiaowang from years past couldn't match his prowess. Wang Rui shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's extraordinary." A peculiar light began to gleam in his eyes as he murmured, "If I could recruit him into our family, my uncle and the others would surely be immensely pleased." However, a flicker of concern crossed Ho Yuan's face. "But what if he refuses? I see a certain rebelliousness in his character. If he isn't a fool, he wouldn't decline." Wang Rui's expression darkened, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face as he retorted, "If he rejects, then he must never become a second Lan Xiaowang." Ho Yuan curled his lip, recognizing that such matters were not his concern. Presently, he was focused on one thing. "If it weren't for my prior arrangement to team up with Xiao Jie and the others, I would truly wish to continue by his side." A glimmer of envy sparkled in his eyes. The effortless experience gained from annihilating monsters was simply exhilarating. Wang Rui, with a playful tap on his head, chastised him. "Look at you, relying on others to grind a dungeon. What a disgrace." Afterward, he stood to leave, stating, "I'll head back first." "What about him?" Ho Yuan inquired. "Let him be. He'll likely return once he exhausts his rewind stones," Wang Rui advised. "Keep an eye on things until Xiao Jie and the others arrive, and ensure you don't cause any trouble again." "Oh," Ho Yuan replied, suddenly feeling a flush of embarrassment. It was as if he had just been scolded. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Liu Yang was already absorbing energy cores outside the mechanical factory alongside Godzilla. Ghidorah diligently guarded the entrance, methodically dispatching wave after wave of monsters. As Liu Yang savored the influx of energy, a smile crept onto his lips as he mused, "The Experience Sanctuary is truly a marvelous place. Not only does it offer abundant experience, but it also accelerates the growth of Ghidorah and Godzilla's attributes. Even I gain around 10 to 20 points in all attributes with each dungeon run." Having completed just 2 runs in the mechanical factory, Liu Yang's experience bar had surged by over 20 points. He was now nearing level 60. If he continued at this pace, reaching level 20 would be merely a matter of about 10 more runs. With 14 uses of the high-level rewind stone remaining, it seemed he would easily reach level 20 today. His excitement was palpable as he opened his eyes wide. Tomorrow he would be able to contract a new summoned beast. He recalled Su Jing's mention of the large-scale dungeon on Skeleton Island. The chances of encountering monsters harboring bloodline origins would likely be higher in such a setting. Compared to the wild, the monsters in dungeons were significantly stronger, which would raise the upper limit for summoned beast contracts considerably. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang focused his mind once more, reconnecting with the energy flowing into him from the mechanical factory. Through absorbing energy from the 2 dungeon runs, Liu Yang's all-attribute value had increased by over 40 points, reaching a base total of 252, with his highest base spiritual value climbing to 432. While not exceedingly high, it still marked progress. His individual strength was steadily growing. Ghidorah's all-attribute value had surged dramatically. In a single mechanical factory run, it could slay 3,000 monsters, directly earning 3,000 points in all attributes. With 2 runs, it had gained a staggering 6,000 points. Its all-attribute value now stood at an impressive 37,493 points. After completing the remaining runs, it would likely exceed 70,000 points, unlocking an additional Devour talent slot. Just the thought of this sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Liu Yang. Ghidorah was steadily advancing towards greatness, and Godzilla was on the same path. In those 2 runs, Godzilla had absorbed enough energy to increase its all-attribute value by over 4,000 points, surpassing the 10,000 mark and reaching 12,469 points. After the remaining runs, it too would achieve over 30,000 points in all attributes. The extraordinary strength of both summoned beasts was already sufficient for him to dominate the current phase of the game. Upon reaching level 20, the large-scale dungeon on Skeleton Island would likely pose little challenge. A 25-person large-scale dungeon differed significantly from a standard dungeon. The monsters were stronger, the mechanics more intricate, and the difficulty heightened. Correspondingly, the rewards and opportunities within a large-scale dungeon would be far greater. Liu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. As he meditated, 30 minutes swiftly elapsed. Ghidorah had efficiently dispatched all 30 waves of monsters, and the mechanical factory ceased its operations. Liu Yang slowly opened his eyes, witnessing Ghidorah and Godzilla demolishing the mechanical factory before him. As he prepared to exit the dungeon, he was pleasantly surprised to notice that both Godzilla and Ghidorah appeared transformed. Their sizes seemed to have increased significantly. Chapter 0105, Level 20. Ghidorah and Godzilla Evolve. Originally, Ghidorah stood at just over 2 meters tall, slightly shorter than Godzilla, who measured around 3 meters. Now, however, Ghidorah appeared to tower over Godzilla. Liu Yang, who had previously stood beside Godzilla, was acutely aware of its shoulder height. Now, however, he found that he could no longer reach their shoulders. Both summoned beasts had noticeably increased in size, with Ghidorah's transformation being particularly pronounced. Stand side by side and take a look, Liu Yang instructed, prompting the 2 summoned creatures to compare their stature. Roar! Both Ghidorah and Godzilla growled at each other in displeasure. Yet, under their master's command, they begrudgingly stood together. Upon a cursory glance, Liu Yang estimated that Ghidorah's height had increased by approximately half a meter, with a wingspan extending over a meter. Godzilla had only grown by about 10 centimeters. Splendid. Liu Yang chuckled. You both look even more impressive. The sizes of the summoned beasts would indeed fluctuate with the enhancement of their overall attributes and level progression. Although their overall attribute values were already quite elevated, Liu Yang and they were only at level 18, still in the early stages. He could scarcely imagine how grand their forms would become in the later stages, perhaps soaring to heights of over 100 meters. Just as he had seen in those 2 vivid images before, it was possible that after reaching level 20, their sizes would increase even further. With these thoughts in mind, Liu Yang exited the dungeon, only to discover that Wang Rui had already departed, leaving behind Hou Yuan, who was evidently waiting for someone, seated primly on the sofa. Upon noticing Liu Yang's emergence, he forced a sheepish smile. Liu Yang acknowledged him with a nod before turning back to use a retrace stone, refreshing the dungeon cooldown time, and re-entering the dungeon. Sigh. A hint of reluctance crossed Hou Yuan's face. He was eager to request that Liu Yang take him along, but the constraints of their relationship made it difficult to voice such a desire. Thus, he could only watch with tears in his eyes as Liu Yang ventured into the dungeon alone. This was Liu Yang's 4th entry into the dungeon, and it unfolded just as before. He absorbed energy outside the mechanical factory with Godzilla, while Ghidorah faced 30 waves of monsters, all on its own. In gaining experience points, both he and his summoned beasts enjoyed an increase in their overall attributes, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement. Once the 30 minutes elapsed, Ghidorah, alongside Godzilla, unleashed a barrage of energy beams, obliterating the entire mechanical factory before concluding the dungeon. It was that straightforward and brutal. After finishing the dungeon for the 4th time, the outcome aligned perfectly with Liu Yang's expectations. He leveled up. Bang, bang, bang. 3 beams of light signifying a level up enveloped Liu Yang and his 2 summoned beasts simultaneously. Level up. Liu Yang LV18 to LV19. Ghidorah LV18 to LV19. Godzilla LV18 to LV19. Liu Yang received a 10-point increase in overall attributes. and his spirit points surged by 20. Both Ghidorah and Godzilla each gained a 200-point increase in their base overall attributes, compared to their existing overall values. This increase appeared rather trivial. However, Liu Yang would not dismiss it. Any gain was better than none, just as Liu Yang had surmised. The sizes of both summoned beasts had once again expanded slightly. A sudden intense premonition gripped him. Once he reached level 20, Ghidorah and Godzilla would undoubtedly undergo significant transformations. Level 20 marked the threshold for the first job transition for practitioners, a pivotal milestone in their careers. Following a successful transition, he anticipated monumental changes for his summoned beasts as well. The more he contemplated, the more his excitement grew. After exiting the dungeon, he immediately re-entered. The attendant outside merely caught a fleeting glimpse of 3 figures darting past. For the remainder of the time, Liu Yang engaged in repetitive runs of the mechanical factory dungeon, steadily advancing his experience bar. Time swiftly slipped into the deep night. There were no restrictions on the opening hours of the dungeon hall at the academy, and Liu Yang, disinclined to return to the academy for rest, resolved to reach level 20 in one go. With a 30-minute cooldown between runs, 10 runs would only take 5 hours. Especially in a meditative state, his perception of time seemed to accelerate even further. Finally, after completing the 14th run of the mechanical factory dungeon, Liu Yang's experience bar finally reached 100. Bang, bang, bang. Level up. Liu Yang LV19 to LV20. Ghidorah LV19 to LV20. Godzilla LV19 to LV20. Upon reaching level 20, Liu Yang's sensations underwent a palpable transformation. Name: Liu Yang, LV20. Class: Dragon Summoner. Strength: 292. Intelligence: 292. Stamina: 292, 300. Agility: 292. Spirit: 482, 285. Equipment: Exquisite Noble Garb LV5, Bronze. Experience Amulet, Silver. Werewolf Grand Sorcerer's Necklace LV15, Bronze. Werewolf Grand Sorcerer's Staff LV18, Bronze. Werewolf Grand Sorcerer's Hat LV18, Bronze. Innate Talent: Talent Sharing, Bloodline Transformation, Damage Transfer. Shared Talents: Devouring Talent, Sovereign's Might, Rapid Recovery, Dominator's Influence. Skills: Summon Ghidorah, Summon Godzilla, Thunderhorn. Note: First job transition level achieved. Post-transition, a brand new professional identity can be obtained, along with the opportunity to learn additional job skills. Initially, the increase in overall attribute values post-level up had changed from 10 points to 20 points, while the special attribute of spirit points surged by 40 points. He could now transition. Liu Yang exclaimed in excitement, then proceeded to contract new summoned beasts. Just as he was about to observe the changes in Ghidorah and Godzilla, he was astonished to discover that the behavior of both summoned beasts appeared rather peculiar. Roar! Ghidorah suddenly emitted a pained screech. Its entire body curled up, wings enveloping it, and it began to tremble violently. A tempest of wild lightning erupted from its form, crackling and crackling around it. Liu Yang could vaguely discern that beneath the golden lightning, the space surrounding Ghidorah was warping in a haze of color. Ghidorah is evolving. Evolving? Liu Yang was elated. Although he could not clearly see what was transpiring with Ghidorah, he could distinctly feel that a monumental transformation was unfolding. Godzilla also emitted a series of low growls. Its forelimbs clenched into fists, hunching over and roaring fiercely. Roar! A blue glow emanated from beneath its tough blue-gray skin, and the spines along its back began to illuminate one by one. Upon its glowing dorsal fins, crackling blue electric particles began to emerge. Godzilla is evolving. Chapter 106. Ghidorah's Second Head. Indeed, Liu Yang was overjoyed. Reality aligned perfectly with his expectations. Level 20 was not only a turning point for himself, but also a pivotal moment for his 2 summoned beasts. Upon reaching level 20, the 2 summoned beasts unexpectedly evolved simultaneously. Ghidorah erupted with frenzied golden lightning, while Godzilla retracted blue electric particles into its body. A ferocious roar emanated from Ghidorah, its intensity escalating. Godzilla's low growl grew increasingly pronounced. Liu Yang approached, eager to observe the evolution process of the 2 summoned creatures. However, a notification from the mechanical factory dungeon interrupted him. Dungeon is about to close. Sighing in resignation, Liu Yang furrowed his brow and recalled the 2 summoned beasts back into the summoning space. Bang! He was teleported out of the dungeon. He could still distinctly sense the summoned beasts evolving within the summoning space. Outside the dungeon, only a handful of attendants and guards remained. Liu Yang promptly utilized the teleportation stone, returning to the 8 Desolations Academy. Without delay, he hurried back to his quaint villa, settling on the sofa to quietly await the completion of the evolution of his 2 summoned beasts. Liu Yang focused his mind, and his ethereal self appeared within the summoning space. He could vividly witness the evolution of the two summoned beasts within the void. First, he turned his gaze to Ghidorah's summoning space. Ghidorah's body was expanding, growing at an almost visible rate. In just a few minutes, its size had increased significantly. Roar! Ghidorah let out another piercing cry. Suddenly, it unfurled its wings, revealing its head. Crack, crack! Ghidorah's neck tilted to one side, the bones in its torso creaking ominously. To Liu Yang's astonishment, a sticky mass of flesh began to sprout from the side of Ghidorah's neck. It rapidly grew outward. As the flesh fell away, an additional neck emerged. Finally, at the end of this new neck, a peculiar, bulbous mass formed. Liu Yang suddenly felt an additional bond with Ghidorah's soul. Realizing something, he exclaimed with excitement, "A second head!" Roar! Ghidorah turned its head to bite off the flesh surrounding the bulb, revealing its true form within. Roar! A brand new dragon head presented itself to Liu Yang. The two dragon heads simultaneously emitted a resounding roar. They exchanged glances, lowly growling in greeting, then bowed their heads together towards Liu Yang. To Liu Yang's delight, he observed that Ghidorah's size had nearly doubled. Standing upright, it now towered over 6 meters tall. With its wings fully extended, it reached nearly 20 meters in length. Standing before it, Liu Yang had to look up in awe. "You truly embody the visage of a king," he remarked with satisfaction, gently stroking both of Ghidorah's heads. Roar! Roar! The two heads issued a low growl in unison. Liu Yang understood that each of Ghidorah's heads possessed an independent consciousness. Although they shared a collective awareness, he decided to name each head to avoid confusion. Addressing the first head, he said, "From now on, you shall be known as the Big Dragon." Then, turning to the newly sprouted second head, he continued, "You shall be the second dragon." Liu Yang vividly remembered the day he transformed Ghidorah, recalling the three-headed dragon he had encountered. His anticipation grew as he wondered when Ghidorah would sprout a third head and reach a height of 100 meters. Zzz. Suddenly, a torrent of frenzied golden lightning erupted from Ghidorah's body. Its wings fully spread, it began to flap them. Whoosh! Whoosh! A fierce gale swept through the void of the summoning space. The howling wind encircled Ghidorah, beginning to swirl. Boom! The tips of Ghidorah's wings sparked with lightning amid the tempest, generating a powerful energy reaction that culminated in a more violent lightning storm. The golden lightning illuminated the void. Amidst the raging storm, Ghidorah's form continued to grow. It finally ceased at over 7 meters tall, and its wingspan exceeded 20 meters. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lightning storm gradually subsided. Ghidorah has completed its evolution. Ghidorah has acquired a new skill, gravitational hurricane. Overjoyed, Liu Yang opened Ghidorah's information panel. Ghidorah, LV-20. Strength, 73,693. Intelligence, 73,693. Stamina, 73,693. Agility, 73,693. Spirit, 73,693. Talents, Devouring Talent, King's Might, Rapid Recovery. Skills, Wingtip Lightning, Gravitational Ray, Gravitational Hurricane. Devouring Talent, Level 2 Current number of Devoured Talents, 1. Additional Devourable Talents, 1. King's Might. Total attributes currently acquired, 70,838. Gravitational Hurricane. Flapping wings generates an extremely powerful hurricane. King Ghidorah can freely manipulate these hurricanes, triggering chain reactions with wingtip lightning or gravitational rays. Damage is determined by total attribute value. With 73,693 total attribute points, 3 supreme talents, and the ability to devour an additional talent, Liu Yang could scarcely fathom Ghidorah's newfound strength. He felt a surge of audacity, believing that he could tackle not just the upcoming level 25 large-scale dungeon, Skull Island, but even attempt level 30 and 40 dungeons with Ghidorah. However, Liu Yang was well aware that high-level dungeons posed challenges beyond mere monster attributes. The complexities of their mechanisms escalated with each level. The higher the dungeon level, the more intricate the mechanisms became. For instance, in the timed dungeon of the Applause Isles, he encountered a magical barrier generator that could completely immunize against magical attacks. The protective shield in the mechanical factory rendered one invincible. Any adventurer who ventured into a dungeon without understanding its mechanics, regardless of their attributes, would find their efforts futile. Roar, roar. Ghidorah emitted 2 low growls, expressing a desire to leave the void of the summoning space. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise, firmly declining. "You're far too large now to conveniently accompany me." A whimper escaped Big Dragon, who looked down at its massive form with a hint of disdain, letting out a few disgruntled huffs. Meanwhile, Second Dragon remained unresponsive. Liu Yang quickly reassured, I'll let you out in the wild or during dungeons. Only then did Big Dragon seem to feel somewhat appeased, crouching down in place. All right, it's time to check on Godzilla's evolution. With a thought, Liu Yang shifted his consciousness to another summoning space. Here, as Godzilla was undergoing its evolution. Chapter 0107, Liu Yang's first job change. The evolution of Godzilla differs from that of King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah's evolution is characterized by an eruption of violent lightning, with wings that whip up a tempest, brimming with aggression and flamboyance. In contrast, Godzilla also emanates a fierce azure electric energy, yet it possesses a more restrained demeanor. The luminous dorsal fins release this energy, which dances across its body before being reabsorbed by Godzilla itself. Crackling and popping, Godzilla's skin radiates a brilliant blue luminescence. The glow emanating from its dorsal fins intensifies to the point of illuminating the darkness around it, transforming the surroundings into a semblance of daylight. Its physique undergoes a significant transformation. Though its entire form remains hunched, Liu Yang perceives a distinct increase in its size. Its shoulders rise higher, and its tail elongates. Suddenly, the blue electric particles cascading from Godzilla's back cease their restraint. After a moment of stillness, it lets out a thunderous roar, raising its head to the heavens. With a resounding bellow, it unleashes a torrent of blue atomic breath, shooting into the abyss. The glowing dorsal fins burst forth, creating a halo of blue electric particles that explodes outward. Crackling and sizzling, Godzilla halts its breath attack, and the electric particles that enveloped it are drawn back into its being. Only the glowing dorsal fins retain a faint glimmer of the vibrant blue energy. With a grunt, Godzilla turns its gaze towards Liu Yang's ethereal form, the blue light in its eyes still flickering. Godzilla has completed its evolution. Godzilla has comprehended a new skill, charged particle manipulation. Liu Yang notices that Godzilla's size has indeed increased, though not as markedly as King Ghidorah's. Godzilla now stands over 4 meters tall, with a tail stretching over 6 meters. Compared to King Ghidorah, which has grown to over 7 meters, Godzilla now appears to be 3 meters shorter. Once towering above King Ghidorah, Godzilla has now become its inferior in stature. Liu Yang understands this, as King Ghidorah's evolution involved a transformation in form, having developed a second head. Godzilla, on the other hand, has only experienced slight alterations in appearance. Its skin now features a delicate pattern of blue luminescent markings, while its dorsal fins begin to emit a faint glow, nurturing powerful charged particles. However, the overall distinction remains minimal. Furthermore, King Ghidorah's total attributes have surpassed Godzilla's by over 30,000 points, widening the gap between them. And the disparity in physical growth resulting from total attribute enhancement will undoubtedly continue to expand. Yet, Liu Yang harbors no concerns regarding Godzilla's size. He is aware that as long as its level and total attributes align, Godzilla's future size will not fall short of King Ghidorah's. The image of the colossal Godzilla he witnessed during its transformation lingers vividly in his mind. With a low growl, Godzilla curls its body down. Liu Yang approaches to stroke its formidable hide, examining its information panel. Godzilla, LV-20. Strength, 38,182. Intelligence, 38,182. Stamina, 38,182. Agility, 38,182. Mentality, 38,182. Talent, Sovereign's Might. Characteristic, Biological Atomic Reactor. Skills, Supersonic Wave, Atomic Breath, Charged Particle Manipulation. Sovereign's Might, current total attributes grown, 34,982. Charged Particle Manipulation. Godzilla's acute sensitivity to potent energy enables it to manipulate the charged particles surrounding its body, facilitating an extraordinarily potent energy reaction with its biological atomic reactor. Damage is contingent upon total attribute values. Post-evolution, even within the void of the summoning space, devoid of any energy source, Godzilla's total attributes continue to grow, fueled by the charged particles that swirl around its dorsal fins. Suddenly, Liu Yang recalls a matter of importance. After completing the Mechanical Factory dungeon 14 times, he has acquired 3 Mechanical Factory Energy Core Fragments. Rare. 12 fragments can be synthesized into a complete Mechanical Factory Energy Core. He understands that this item must harbor immense energy, as it serves as a potential power source. While it may not rival the main entity within the dungeon, it is unlikely to be inferior. If he can synthesize a complete energy core and equip it on a Godzilla, it should enhance its overall attribute growth rate. This would also resolve the inconvenience of releasing Godzilla within the city to absorb natural energy. Patting Godzilla's head, Liu Yang mentally exits the summoning space. He opens the contact chip list and immediately spots Wang Rui's contact ID. He wonders if he might have another opportunity to revisit the mechanical factory dungeon. Lacking the status of Wang Rue and his companions, he cannot freely access the dungeon. Whether he can do so depends on Wang Rue's goodwill. Oh, he decides to dismiss this thought. He suspects that Wang Rue's approach to him is not entirely altruistic. Actively seeking him out would only lead him into a trap, wouldn't it? Instead, he resolves to check the marketplace later. To his surprise, he encounters an unexpected name, Zhao Hai. That fellow is a silver blacksmith and undoubtedly possesses a deeper understanding of materials than he does. He could consult him. However, Liu Yang refrains from immediately dialing Zhao Hai's contact ID. The matter of the energy core can wait for another day. For now, his priority is to head to the job guild for his very first job change. Liu Yang is fervently eager for this transformation. He is filled with anticipation for the changes that await him post-job change. He also needs to purchase a level 2 contract scroll. Moreover, he eagerly looks forward to summoning his third creature. His plan is to complete the job change today, and then, on the morrow, invite Su Qianqian and the others to the Skull Island large dungeon for a trial. Additionally, he hopes to find an opportunity to contract his third summon there. As night falls, Liu Yang returns to his room to rest, planning to head to the job guild at dawn. The following day, Liu Yang rises with precision, skipping breakfast in his haste to reach the job guild. Coincidentally, he encounters Wang Rue once more. Liu Yang. Wang Rue is taken aback by Liu Yang's arrival. He glances at Liu Yang's personal information, and astonishment washes over his face. You're level 20? Wang Rue quickly comes to a realization. Liu Yang must have spent the entire night grinding the mechanical factory dungeon, skyrocketing from level 18 to level 20. Your leveling speed is astonishing. Wang Rue compliments on the surface, though internally, he feels quite displeased. His own ascent to level 20 was far less efficient than Liu Yang's. It is worth noting that he is considered among the elite, with exceptional talent and the backing of one of the most prominent families in the Jojo Empire. Surrounded by countless resources, yet he was outshone by a lad from the countryside, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within Wang Rue. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "Are you here to change your profession today?" Chapter 0108, The Phenomenon of Job Transition, Awakening a Talent. Indeed. Liu Yang nodded in response, which served as a greeting. What a coincidence, Wang Rue chuckled. My junior here is also seeking a job transition. Behind him stood a newcomer clad in the uniform of the Two Instruments Academy. Let us go together, Wang Rue offered, taking the initiative to guide Liu Yang. Unfamiliar with the transition process, Liu Yang found the assistance agreeable and did not decline. Wang Rue led him and his junior into the vocational guild, effortlessly navigating to the job transition hall. The hall was spacious, featuring a workbench at the entrance and a circular altar made of magical stones at its center. Above the altar, the sky was visible, adorned with numerous exquisite magical stones floating above. Wang Rue approached the workbench with the two, outlining the procedure. First, register your personal information to arrange the job transition, then simply wait. Thank you, Brother Rue. His junior stepped up to the control panel and entered his details. Name, Zhou Quan, level 20. Profession, mechanic, rare profession. While this rare profession would cause a stir at Jiangqing High School, here it elicited no surprise, for at Jojo Academy, rare professions were commonplace. It was the emergence of a high-level or ordinary profession that would truly be remarkable. Sequence number 3. Zhou Quan glanced at the waiting area, noting that two individuals were already in line for their transitions. Wang Rue nodded. Soon it was Liu Yang's turn. He approached the control panel and placed his hand upon it. The display illuminated his information. Name, Liu Yang, level 20. Profession, Dragon Summoner. Legendary profession, a legendary profession. Wang Rue raised his eyebrows in surprise, while Zhou Quan gasped in astonishment. Indeed, while rare professions were ubiquitous at Jojo Academy, legendary professions remained exceedingly scarce. Zhou Quan's exclamation drew the attention of several onlookers. Is he truly a legendary-level professional? In these times, such individuals are seldom seen. Last year, only 2 legendary professionals enrolled in Jojo Academy. Who knows if there are any among this year as freshmen? He appeared to be a newcomer this year, as he had seemingly never been seen before. Have the new students already begun enrolling? Wasn't the National Unified Examination just recently concluded? The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. Indeed, a legendary profession. Wang Rue's emotions became somewhat complex. On one hand, he felt fortunate to have recognized someone of such remarkable strength and extraordinary talent. On the other hand, a hint of jealousy crept in. Why should Liu Yang, an ordinary individual, possess such gifts? Never mind, Wang Rue reassured himself internally. The future is ours to shape. No matter how strong he is, he will merely be a subordinate serving us. Liu Yang was also taken aback. His professional rating had finally been updated. He had continuously heard Principal Zhang and Dean Su assert that his profession should be that of a legendary-level professional. Yet he had been operating under the guise of a rare profession. It seemed the efficiency of the authorities left much to be desired. Liu Yang did not blame the principal or the dean for their lack of diligence, but rather attributed it to bureaucratic inefficiency. Sequence number 4. Liu Yang stood behind Zhou Quan, awaiting his turn. Wang Rui sat beside them, where 2 others were already seated, evidently the students who had transitioned before them. Professionals could not initiate their job transitions independently. They required guidance from specialized professionals within a designated formation. Thus, Liu Yang and the others arriving early was of little consequence. They would still have to wait for the instructor in charge of transitions to arrive. After a lengthy wait, with the queue having swelled to over 10 individuals, the instructor responsible for the transitions finally arrived. He strolled leisurely to the altar, hands outstretched, palms glowing with radiant light. A swift motion awakened the entire altar, and the magical stones atop it instantly blazed with dazzling brilliance. A column of light surged skyward from the center. The instructor gathered his magical energy and called out, "Please, student number 1, step onto the altar." The first student ascended the altar and, under the instructor's guidance, commenced the job transition process. The light from the altar enveloped the individual, shifting in hue as the beam of light varied in size. The job transition essentially represented a secondary awakening for the professional. Observing the curiosity in Liu Yang and Zhou Quan's eyes, Wang Rui explained, "The initial awakening ceremony does not fully unlock a professional's potential. Hence, the subsequent job transition ceremony exists. Its purpose is to gradually excavate a professional's potential through repeated transitions. The light from the altar is akin to the glow during the awakening. The greater the commotion during the transition, the more potential is being unlocked. A powerful professional may even awaken a talent during the transition ceremony." Zhou Quan listened with palpable excitement, eagerly anticipating a significant phenomenon during his own transition, perhaps even awakening a talent. Liu Yang too looked forward to his job transition, not necessarily seeking grand spectacle, but merely wishing to see what transformations awaited him post-transition. The transition ceremony for student number 1 concluded swiftly. Judging from the changes in the light and the reactions of those present, it seemed the transition was rather standard. The ceremony for student number 2 sparked some discussion among the onlookers, yet the instructor's expression remained impassive as he called the next individual forward. "Please, student number 3, step onto the altar." It was Zhou Quan's moment. He excitedly rose and walked onto the altar, under the instructor's guidance. He focused on sensing the energy fluctuations within the altar. Suddenly, the light on the altar erupted in a splendid display of colors. The beam thickened significantly, nearly engulfing the entire altar. In the daylight, the brightly lit transition hall became blinding. A hint of surprise flickered across the instructor's face as he exclaimed, "Child, truly feel the energy shifts within yourself and the external world. You may very well awaken a talent." No sooner had he spoken than the beam of light expanded once more. Passers-by outside noticed the extraordinary spectacle, realizing that someone was undergoing a remarkably successful transition. Given the intensity of the display, it was possible that a talent would be awakened. How enviable! A satisfied smile graced Wang Rui's face. The phenomenon persisted for nearly a minute before gradually dissipating. Zhou Quan's figure re-emerged before the crowd. The instructor, brimming with excitement, declared, "Zhou Quan, your job transition has been exceptionally successful. Congratulations on your transition to becoming a master mechanic. Furthermore, you have awakened a talent. As for the specifics of this talent, the teacher remains uncertain and, even if aware, would not divulge it. He only knows that Zhou Quan has indeed awakened a talent." Zhou Quan is immensely pleased with his new class and, filled with exuberance, rushes back to Wang Rui's side, exclaiming, "Brother Rui, I have truly awakened a talent." With a hint of pride, he glances at Liu Yang and boasts, "Classmate, your turn will come soon. You must strive to awaken your own talent as well." Zhou Quan is unaware of Liu Yang's true circumstances, mistakenly believing him to be an ordinary student. Wang Rui, however, feels a tinge of embarrassment for Zhou Quan. Though he is uncertain whether Liu Yang has awakened a talent, he is acutely aware that Liu Yang is far beyond Zhou Quan's league. The likelihood is that he has already awakened his talent long ago. Wang Rui smiles awkwardly and cautiously suggests, "Classmate Liu Yang must have awakened his talent during his own awakening, right?" Liu Yang, not one to conceal the truth, nods lightly. The fact of his talent is impossible to hide, for it serves as an undeniable explanation for his current prowess. As long as he refrains from revealing its specific effects, he is secure. Wang Rui's expression reflects this realization, while Zhou Quan, feeling somewhat awkward, offers a sheepish smile before returning to his seat. "Please, student number 4. Step onto the altar." The teacher calls out Liu Yang's number. As Lu Yang rises to approach the altar, Zhou Quan mutters, "I shall see what class you can transition into." Upon stepping onto the altar, Lu Yang politely nods to the teacher, stating, "Teacher, I am ready." The teacher nods in acknowledgement, his hands glowing with magical brilliance as he begins to guide Lu Yang's transition ceremony. Suddenly, a blinding light envelopes Lu Yang's form. He closes his eyes and begins to keenly sense the changes within himself. In a fleeting moment, he perceives the presence of Ghidorah and Godzilla standing beside him. One to each side, their towering forms now reaching heights of over 100 meters, resembling colossal mountains. Standing before these titanic beasts, Lu Yang appears diminutive, almost invisible. With a thunderous roar, Ghidorah unfurls its immense wings, creating a tempestuous maelstrom that whirls around its body. Bolts of golden lightning erupt from its wings, igniting the surrounding winds. This fusion results in a storm that encircles Ghidorah. Meanwhile, Godzilla's dorsal fins illuminate one after another, unleashing a torrent of frenetic electrical particles. Its skin radiates a brilliant blue hue, as countless electrical particles gather in its maw. Its eyes glimmer with intensity as it tilts its head skyward, unleashing a breath of atomic energy laced with blue electrical particles. The beam is thicker, faster, and far more potent. Simultaneously, the light on the altar shifts to a resplendent golden hue. In an instant, it blossoms outward, nearly engulfing the entire transition hall in its glow. Everyone basks in this golden radiance. A resounding clap of thunder reverberates in their ears. As they struggle to open their eyes, they witness countless bolts of chaotic lightning erupting from the light. The brilliance pierces through the building's roof, surging into the heavens. The golden glow tints the clouds above, transforming them into a dazzling gold. Onlookers outside are left awestruck. What on earth is happening? How can there be such a magnificent transition light? And lightning too? Who is undergoing this extraordinary transition? Yet, before they can take action, the towering light suddenly shifts to a brilliant blue, filled with a tempest of charged particles. The very air around them seems to ignite, and they can feel a palpable heat enveloping them. Are there even more powerful beings? How did the light suddenly transform like this? I've been at this academy for 3 years and have never witnessed such an exaggerated transition phenomenon. Who is this astonishing genius undergoing the transition? Inside the transition hall, everyone is blinded by the brilliance, unable to open their eyes. Nonetheless, the light continues to penetrate their eyelids, seeping into their vision. Wang Rui strains to open his eyes, managing to glimpse the figure on the altar. In that fleeting moment, he does not see Lu Yang. He sees a towering beast. From his perspective, he can barely make out one of the creature's feet. What on earth is going on with this kid? Wang Rui is utterly bewildered. He had always considered himself to have given Lu Yang a high assessment. But now it seems he is merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to comprehend the full extent of his capabilities. This is truly extraordinary. Beside him, Zhou Quan is at a loss for words to express his shock, covering his eyes and exclaiming in disbelief. My goodness. The teacher in charge of the transition is equally astonished, left speechless, and inwardly marveling. After so many years of overseeing transition ceremonies, he has never witnessed such an extravagant phenomenon. Even the legendary Blue Emperor of your pales in comparison. Who is this child truly? Suddenly, the light on the altar contracts sharply before retreating into Lu Yang's form. Lu Yang distinctly senses changes occurring within himself. First and foremost, his attributes experience a comprehensive enhancement. Each attribute increases by 100 points, nearing a total of 400, while his mental value reaches an impressive 700 points. Additionally, he gains an extra skill slot at level 20. One typically receives 1 skill slot. Now he possesses 2. However, the most pronounced changes are not within Lu Yang himself, but rather in his summoned beasts. He can perceive that both Ghidorah and Godzilla within the summoning space have undergone transformations. Their sizes have increased. Ghidorah now stands nearly 9 meters tall, with a wingspan approaching 30 meters. Godzilla has also grown to over 6 meters, with a tail measuring over 10 meters. These summoned beasts have undeniably become colossal entities. Moreover, Ghidorah's golden scales shimmer more brilliantly, and its wings now emit a flicker of electricity even without actively releasing lightning. Godzilla's hide has thickened, and the glow of its dorsal fins is markedly brighter. Lu Yang, my dear student. The teacher finally regains his composure and addresses Lu Yang. Congratulations. Your transition has been extraordinarily successful. It is the most remarkable I have witnessed in decades. You're too kind, teacher, Lu Yang replies modestly with a smile. However, the teacher's face revealed a look of perplexity, stating, your circumstances are somewhat exceptional. The occupational model after your class change is quite nebulous, and the system is unable to simulate a specific occupational model, as it has never appeared in our nation's history. Thus, You may need to devise a name for your new profession yourself. He solemnly inquired of Lu Yong. What do you wish to call your profession? Lu Yong pondered carefully. His summoned beasts had begun to evolve into colossal creatures. Colossal beast summoner? He mused, but quickly dismissed the notion, finding it rather ordinary. Suddenly, a term that resonated profoundly with his essence came to mind. I would like to be called Titan Summoner. Chapter 0110. You have changed. You've become more impressive. Titan, an ancient divine race from mythology, possessing the formidable power to obliterate worlds and towering physiques that instill dread in gods and reverence among mortals. Lu Yong felt that the term Titan perfectly encapsulated the essence of his two summoned beasts. Upon hearing this, the teacher was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Praising excellent. That name sounds extraordinarily powerful. Congratulations, Lu Yong. You are officially a first-tier class changer, and your profession is Titan Summoner. After this, he entered Lu Yang's information into the guild's master system. Lu Yong also beheld his own information. Name, Lu Yong. Level, 20. Profession, Titan Summoner. Legendary profession, thank you. Lu Yong expressed his gratitude to the teacher and descended from the altar with a sense of fulfillment. Upon rejoining Wang Rui and Zhou Quan, he observed their astonished expressions, akin to having seen a ghost. Bro, dude, Zhou Quan stammered. Just how high is the potential of your profession? This class change phenomenon is almost on par with a natural disaster. Wang Rui was still in shock, unable to grasp the enormity of the class change event, which indicated that Lu Yang's profession possessed immense potential. He could hardly fathom it, having already demonstrated extraordinary prowess prior to his class change. The eruption of such formidable potential during the transition left Wang Rui pondering just how powerful Lu Yong would become post-class change. What limits lay ahead for the future Lu Yong? Suddenly, he felt diminutive standing before Lu Yong, realizing that Lu Yang's future was beyond his comprehension. Lu Yong, he called out to the still-dazed Wang Rui. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Oh, Wang Rui finally snapped back to reality, nodding vacantly. All right. As he watched Lu Yang's retreating figure, Zhou Quan, filled with curiosity, queried, Rei Go, which family does this guy hail from? He seems extraordinarily impressive. Wang Rui, equally perplexed, replied, he came from a rural area, having passed the national entrance exam. What? Zhou Quan's astonishment was palpable. Someone from a rural area possesses such talent? Wang Rui shook his head in bewilderment, continuing, I can't make sense of it either. Forget it. He sighed, relieved that Lu Yong wasn't a descendant of some prominent family. For otherwise, their lives would likely become quite challenging. Lu Yong exited the guild hall, a gentle breeze caressing his face, filling him with an invigorating sense of euphoria. The sensations brought forth by his class change were exhilarating, as both his mental and physical capabilities had received a tremendous boost. He was eager to explore the changes that awaited him in the large dungeon on Skeleton Island. Yet, before that, he needed to purchase a level 2 contract scroll, just in case he encountered suitable monsters on Skeleton Island for direct contracting. Additionally, he sought to keep an eye out for appropriate skill scrolls and energy core fragments. Speaking of this, Lu Yong thought of Zhao Hai, opening his contact list to dial his ID. The call was answered almost immediately. Lu Yong? Zhao Hai's voice sounded pleasantly surprised, yet somewhat astonished. What prompted you to reach out to me? Zhao Hai, Lu Yong replied with a smile. Didn't you mention we would meet in Jiuzhou Prefecture? You've already arrived in Jiuzhou Prefecture? Zhao Hai's voice rose with excitement. Yes, Lu Yong answered calmly. I've been here for a few days. Where are you? Zhao Hai inquired eagerly. I'll come find you right away. Lu Yong glanced back at the guild hall, responding. I'm at the guild in the main campus of Jiuzhou Academy. However, you might not be able to enter. It may be better if I come to find you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai exclaimed joyfully, you truly got into Jiuzhou Academy. I knew you could do it. Why don't you wait for me at the entrance of Jiuzhou Academy? I'll come to you. All right, Lu Yong agreed. The two ended the call, and Lu Yong stepped outside Jiuzhou Academy, waiting at the entrance. To his surprise, Zhao Hai arrived promptly, pulling up in a luxurious sports car. Lu Yong, Zhao Hai exclaimed as he stepped out, brimming with excitement. How did you arrive so quickly? Lu Yong was taken aback by Zhao Hai's rapid appearance. Zhao Hai, grinning with pride, explained, I study at Jiuzhou Development Academy, which is adjacent to Jiuzhou Academy. Congratulations, Lu Yong said with a smile. He was aware that Jiuzhou Development Academy was a prestigious institution specializing in training life-oriented professionals, regarded as the foremost academy among such practitioners. However, admission was not granted to just anyone. Only those with significant potential, like Zhao Hai, were accepted, as they were seen as valuable contributors to the ecosystem of professionals. Zhao Hai, a silversmith, could craft silver-grade equipment at level 20, and his future class change might lead him to become a gold, platinum, or even legendary smith. The contribution to the professional ecosystem was self-evident. Zhao Hai chuckled dismissively. Cut the jokes, my friend. You must have excelled remarkably to arrive at Jiuzhou Academy early. He was astute enough to recognize that the new cohort of students had not yet begun their enrollment, and those who entered early typically did so through connections or outstanding academic performance. Lu Yang, not wishing to conceal his achievements, replied with a grin, indeed. I scored first in the national exam, which is why I was brought to the academy early. What? Zhao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. First in the nation? Although he hadn't participated in the national entrance exam, he understood its significance. He had spent only a few days with Lu Yang and had anticipated his prowess. But now it appeared that Lu Yang's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Zhao Hai instinctively checked Lu Yang's personal information, leaving him utterly stunned, frozen in place. My goodness, you're already level 20? Titan Summoner? A legendary profession. If he recalled correctly, it had only been half a month since their last meeting. In just half a month, Lu Yang's level has ascended from 15 to 20, and he has also completed his first class advancement. His profession has evolved from a rare class to a legendary one. Zhao Hai, perplexed, could not fathom what had transpired in the past half-month. He could only exclaim helplessly, Dude, what on earth have you been up to? In just half a month, you've transformed completely. Lu Yang, puzzled, inquired, What has changed? You're just so much more impressive now. Zhao Hai unabashedly praised. I initially thought you were formidable, but it seems I underestimated you. Lu Yang chuckled at Zhao Hai's flattery, interrupting him to steer the conversation back to business. Let's get down to the matter at hand. Zhao Hai, I'm actually here to ask for your help with something. What is it? Zhao Hai immediately thumped his chest, declaring, Just say the word if it's something I can assist with. Lu Yang retrieved fragments of an energy core from his spatial backpack and asked, Do you know where I might acquire this? Energy core fragments? Zhao Hai glanced at Lu Yang in surprise, speculating, Are you looking to synthesize an energy core? Yes, Lu Yang nodded affirmatively. I am in urgent need of this. Hee. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed, a look of pride on his face. You've come to the right person today. I have plenty of these. With that, he produced several complete energy cores from his spatial backpack. Such a quantity, Lu Yang was taken aback. Many pieces of equipment now require energy cores for power, so I've stockpiled them for emergencies, Zhao Hai generously offered. How many do you need? Just one. Lu Yang hesitated to ask for more, aware of the considerable value of such items. All right, Zhao Hai handed Lu Yang one energy core. Thank you, Lu Yang replied, glancing around, ensuring no one else was nearby. He summoned Godzilla from the summoning space. Roar. The towering Godzilla, over 6 meters tall, materialized beside Lu Yang, its massive form blocking a significant portion of sunlight. Wow. Zhao Hai was taken aback, staring at the colossal beast in disbelief. Is this your newly contracted summon? Godzilla drew the attention of numerous passers-by, who turned in shock. Indeed. Lu Yang nodded, a hint of pride gracing his features. What happened to that golden hatchling you had? Zhao Hai inquired curiously, recalling the small golden dragon that had once followed Lu Yang. In response, Lu Yang summoned Ghidorah. Roar. The 9-meter-tall Ghidorah appeared beside Lu Yang, unfurling its wings and letting out a mighty roar, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction from being confined in the summoning space for too long. Its nearly 30-meter wingspan obscured the sky above the two men entirely. My goodness, Zhao Hai was utterly flabbergasted. The once small golden hatchling had grown into a nearly 10-meter-long dragon, even evolving an additional head. Ghidorah's massive size obstructed much of the wide road of Jiuzhou Mansion, prompting annoyed honks from passing cars and pedestrians. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Yang quickly retracted Ghidorah into the summoning space. However, the brief appearance of the dragon left Zhao Hai and the onlookers in a state of awe. Even the guards at the entrance of Jiuzhou Academy were transfixed, their expressions filled with astonishment. Your summons have grown so large, Zhao Hai marveled, exclaiming, No wonder they call you a Titan Summoner. Lu Yang held the energy core before Godzilla, who began to absorb its energy, accelerating the growth of its attributes. It truly can absorb energy. Lu Yang confirmed his thoughts, embedding the energy core into Godzilla's dorsal fin before summoning it back. Within the summoning space, Godzilla continued to absorb the charged particles and energy from the core, converting them into ever-increasing attributes. Thank you, Lu Yang expressed his gratitude, patting Zhao Hai on the back. I truly needed this. He then inquired, This must be quite expensive, right? What do you need? If I come across anything, I'll keep an eye out for you, Zhao Hai offered, not wanting to feel indebted. No worries, Zhao Hai chuckled. We don't need to keep score between friends. However, he suddenly shifted the topic, saying, Speaking of needs, I actually require a rare material. What is it? Lu Yang pressed. The skull of a skeleton lizard, Zhao Hai revealed, but this material can only be dropped by the boss of the Skeleton Island Large Dungeon, making it exceedingly rare and nearly non-existent in the market. The Skeleton Island Large Dungeon? Lu Yang's eyes lit up. How fortuitous. I'm just about to tackle that dungeon. Hee hee, Zhao grinned. I figured as much. Now that you've reached level 20, with your strength, you would certainly be heading to the Skeleton Island large dungeon for training. All right, Lu Yang agreed. If I happen to obtain the skeleton lizard's skull, I'll bring it back for you. Hearing this, Zhao Hai was overjoyed. Great. If you manage to get the skeleton lizard's skull, I'll have a surprise for you. He didn't specify what the surprise was, but Lu Yang was sure it would be something worthwhile. Since we haven't seen each other in a while, shall we grab a drink? Zhao Hai proposed after addressing the matter at hand, suggesting a stroll around Jojo Mansion. Lu Yang did not decline and joined him in the car. Zhao Hai acquainted Lu Yang with the vicinity of Jojo Academy, and they enjoyed a lunch together. With pressing matters awaiting him, Lu Yang bade Zhao Hai farewell and hurried back to the campus of the 8 Desolations Division. He first visited the Academy's trading post, spending 800,000 currency to purchase a level 2 contract scroll. Then, he dialed Su Qianqian's contact ID. Lu Yang. Su Qianqian was somewhat surprised. What do you need me for? Are you going to tackle the Skeleton Island large dungeon? Lu Yang replied succinctly. The large dungeon has a cap of 25 players for entry, which not only limits the maximum number, but also the minimum. The danger level of a large dungeon is several times, even a dozen times, greater than that of a normal dungeon, and the minimum entry limit is a measure taken for the safety of the students. You've reached level 20? Su Qianqian's voice noticeably rose several pitches. Yes, Lu Yang answered calmly. My goodness. Su Qianqian exclaimed. You leveled up to 20 in just 2 days? She then instructed. Wait for me in the dungeon hall at the main campus. I'll be there shortly. Okay. Lu Yang hung up the chip and made his way to the dungeon hall at the main campus. When he arrived, Su Qianqian was already waiting at the entrance of the dungeon hall. To his surprise, 3 familiar faces appeared. Guisu, Xueqi, and Lin Yuhao. Lu Yang. The group greeted him with expressions of astonishment. Lu Yang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, Brother Lu. Guisu exclaimed excitedly. In just 2 days, you've leveled up from level 18 to level 20? Your rate of advancement is nothing short of meteoric. Indeed, Xueqi chimed in, curiosity evident in her voice. What is your secret? I've only managed to gain a mere 10% in experience from dungeon runs these past 2 days. Just grinding dungeons. Lu Yang replied with a casual shrug. That's enough, Xueqian interrupted, dismissing the flattery. With his formidable skills, he can clear dungeons in an instant. Plus, with the high-level recall stones from his mother, he can run those dungeons multiple times a day. It's hardly surprising that he levels up so quickly. To her, it did not seem particularly remarkable. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding how Lu Yang would perform in the large dungeon on Skull Island. Let us go, she suggested. Since there is still time, let us see if we can assemble some strong players. With that, she led the way into the dungeon hall. Lu Yang and the others followed closely behind as they entered the main area of the dungeon. Xueqi promptly approached the central platform and issued a team recruitment notice. Nightmare difficulty Skull Island large dungeon. Legendary level player leading. Level 25 skilled players needed. Chapter 0112. A mediocre team configuration. I can't wait to see the farce. Ding. Xueqi's recruitment notice was pinned and highlighted, instantly capturing the attention of many. Someone's attempting the large dungeon on Skull Island, and at nightmare difficulty. Who has the audacity to attempt such a feat this early in the day? The notice was issued by Xueqi from the 8 Desolations Academy, a player of considerable strength. And they have a legendary level player leading? That seems somewhat credible. Should we give it a shot? Onlookers murmured, though most were skeptical. Don't be foolish. The difficulty of the Skull Island large dungeon is already notoriously high. Even a regular team struggles with the hard difficulty, let alone the nightmare level. Exactly. Last time, the 2 Instruments Academy and the 4 Symbols Academy sent in 25 top-level players to tackle the nightmare difficulty and barely managed to clear it after 3 attempts. The 8 Desolations Academy doesn't have a chance. But didn't Xueqi say there was a legendary level player leading? The recruitment notice included basic information about the team members. The crowd scrutinized Lu Yang's details. Lu Yang, level 20 Titan Summoner, legendary class. Seems impressive. But he's only level 20, clearly just transitioned into his role. Only 20? What a joke. Even level 25 players struggle. He must be looking to coast along. Forget it. Although the opportunity to tackle Skull Island is rare, I'm not about to waste my time with such a team. The spectators' disparaging remarks were overheard by Lu Yang and his companions. It seemed they were looking down on their team. Xueqi frowned, noticing that not a single player had applied to join. What a bunch of short-sighted fools. Guisu huffed indignantly. Brother Lu is giving them a chance to ride along and succeed in the dungeon, and they still look down on it? Xueqi couldn't help but mutter. Weren't you initially skeptical of Lu Yang too? Aye. Guisu's face flushed red, awkwardly searching for a defense. Forget it, Lu Yang said, unfazed by the outsider's comments. They don't know the specifics. It's natural to assess pros and cons based on surface strength. So what now? Xueqi inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. If we can't gather enough players, we can't even enter the dungeon. Lu Yong pondered for a moment before suggesting, do any of you have friends? Call them over to join us. Xueqi hesitated, but their strength may be lacking. We're tackling nightmare difficulty. I'm worried it could lead to problems. No worries. Lu Yong replied with a smile. As long as they can protect themselves in the dungeon. Though he had never attempted the large dungeon on Skull Island before. He was confident, bolstered by his two powerful, evolved Titan summons, that they could clear it. Before Xueqi could voice further concerns, Lu Yong interrupted, confidently raising an eyebrow. You don't trust me? Seeing his assured smile and recalling his extraordinary feats, Xueqi relented, nodding in agreement. All right. The group quickly contacted their friends who were above level 20. Before long, a throng of players flooded into the dungeon's inner hall. Each wore expressions of excitement, eagerly questioning Xueqi and the others. Sister Qian, is it true? Are you really taking us into the Skull Island large dungeon? Brother Su, you're not joking with us, right? This is a 25-person dungeon. We just need to tag along. Wait, we really don't have to do anything? I heard a legendary player is leading. Where are they? Xueqi and Guisu explained the situation, assuring them of the legendary player's involvement. These were longtime friends who placed significant trust in the group. With a little persuasion, they quickly joined the team, and soon they had gathered a total of 25 players. However, the team's configuration was far from ideal. In fact, it could be described as utterly nonsensical. There were only 2 tanks, 7 damage dealers, and the rest were support classes. It was a haphazard assembly that hardly resembled a team capable of completing a dungeon. Nevertheless, the team members didn't seem to mind. They rarely had the opportunity to attempt the large dungeon on Skull Island. Even if today's attempt failed and they wasted an entry, it was of little consequence. More importantly, they were eager to see what kind of extraordinary player could guarantee victory, as Xueqi and Guisu had claimed. The new recruits were filled with curiosity about Lu Yong. Finally, they reached capacity. A sense of relief washed over Xueqi. Normally, it would take considerable time to assemble a team of 25, and they might not have succeeded at all. Let us prepare to enter, Lu Yong thought eagerly. Eager to face the challenges of the Skull Island large dungeon. Gather round. Xueqi conducted a final headcount, reminding everyone to check their gear and status. After confirming everything was in order, she led the team to the dungeon's teleportation portal. This action sparked astonishment among onlookers. Are they really going to enter the dungeon with such a pathetic configuration? Xueqi must have lost her mind. With this configuration, they won't even clear the normal difficulty, let alone nightmare. They've assembled a dozen supports. Do they really think they can rely solely on that legendary player to carry them through? The legendary player is impressive, but surely not to that extent. It's a 25-person dungeon. Whatever, if they want to waste time in cooldowns, that's their choice. I have no intention of concerning myself with them. I am merely waiting to witness the spectacle. Su Qianqian and her companions overheard the derisive remarks before entering the dungeon. Yet, their faces bore not a hint of shame. Instead, they radiated confidence. The group cast mocking glances at their detractors, thinking, just wait until you are proven wrong. Guisu even rudely gestured with a middle finger towards them. Su Qianqian, as the team leader, opted for the nightmare-level dungeon of Skull Island. Confirmed. Bang. A colossal teleportation array illuminated beneath their feet. Whoosh. The team of 25 was directly transported into the dungeon. The surroundings transformed in an instant. Lu Yong discovered they were on a beach, facing a lush tropical rainforest, with rugged mountains looming in the distance. Behind them lay the somber sea, and at the horizon, ominous thunderclouds clung to the water's surface, intermittently flashing with bursts of lightning. It resembled a thunder barrier, isolating the island from the outside world. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire island trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The violent shaking nearly caused the group to topple, forcing them to support one another to regain their balance. The tremor subsided quickly, but a chilling, piercing shriek echoed through the air. Hiss. Chapter 0113. A Colossal Beast. Godzilla? The shriek resembled the roar of a monster. It was not difficult to infer that such a resounding and penetrating sound could only emanate from a formidable beast. Among the team, several members who were entering the Skull Island dungeon for the first time displayed signs of anxiety. They turned to Su Qianqian and asked, Sister Qianqian, what should we do? Su Qianqian glanced at Lu Yong and inquired, Lu Yong, are you ready? Lu Yong smiled confidently and replied, yes, I am ready. Good. Su Qianqian nodded trustingly. She then turned to address everyone, explaining the dungeon mechanics. The Skull Island dungeon is divided into 3 phases, with at least one boss-level monster in each phase. The first phase involves clearing the island of monsters and locating the ancient indigenous tribe of the Gu-Yi on the western side of Skull Island. This phase is straightforward. We shall simply proceed and slay our way through. The second phase entails protecting the Gu-Yi's sacrificial ceremony. thwarting the monsters that surge from all four directions until they complete the ritual and summon the island's guardian deity. This phase is more challenging, as we must withstand 20 waves of monsters, with the final wave featuring 4 boss-level foes. The third phase requires us to combat the guardian deity alongside the army of skeletal lizards emerging from the depths, culminating in the defeat of the final boss, after which we will clear the dungeon. Su Qianqian's explanation was clear and concise, and everyone understood. However, understanding did not equate to a lack of apprehension. A concerned classmate asked, "Can we truly defeat them? I've heard that the monsters in large dungeons possess attributes far superior to those in ordinary dungeons." "Fear not," Su Qianqian assured them with confidence. "You shall simply bask in victory." Seeing Su Qianqian's self-assured demeanor, the others hesitated to press further, choosing instead to prepare for the dungeon with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Su Qianqian scanned the group, noting that everyone appeared ready. She officially declared, "Let us embark." Having previously cleared the Skull Island dungeon, she was aware of the precise location of the Gu-E tribe. Confirming their direction, she led the team onward. Roar! Guosu rode ahead on his griffin, clearing the path. The remaining team members unleashed their skills, bestowing various buffs upon one another. Bang! Whoosh! Swish! A dazzling array of skill effects illuminated the scene, dazzling the eyes of all. As the vanguard, Guosu received the most buffs, his form radiating with shimmering waves of magical light, transforming him nearly into a being of pure light. Just as he was about to turn and boast to Su Qianqian and the others, a thunderous roar erupted ahead, instantly awakening the group. A colossal striped tiger emerged slowly from the thicket. Its massive frame stood 3 meters tall at the shoulder, with a head nearly the size of a truck. Its obsidian eyes fixed intently on the group, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth, the enormous fangs particularly striking. Goodness! The first time onlookers displayed expressions of terror, astonished by the sheer size of the monsters in this dungeon. Liu Yang, however, was not particularly fazed. After all, he had encountered creatures far larger. He began to inspect the monster before him. Prehistoric giant tiger LV-28, elite. Strength, 5,000. Intelligence, 3,800. Stamina, 5,800. Agility, 5,600. Spirit, 3,200. Skills, Bite Pounce. A level 28 monster boasting nearly 6,000 in attributes. Liu Yang couldn't help but feel astonished. No wonder the difficulty of large dungeons was said to be several times, even a dozen times, greater than that of ordinary dungeons. Monsters of the same level exhibited attribute disparities of nearly double, not to mention the numerical advantage. Roar! 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 The air was filled with several resounding tiger roars as 4 prehistoric giant tigers closed in on Liu Yang's team from 4 directions. A handful of combat professionals within the team braced themselves for battle, while the remaining dozen or so support professionals huddled together in the center, trembling as they watched the 4 advancing tigers. Yet, Liu Yang remained utterly composed. He calmly addressed the others, "Stand firm and do not move." He then stepped away from the group. What was he planning? Did he intend to challenge 4 monsters single-handedly? As the others looked on in bewilderment, Liu Yang summoned Godzilla. Roar! The towering figure of Godzilla, over 6 meters in height, materialized, resembling a small mountain shielding the group. The 3-meter-tall prehistoric giant tigers appeared diminutive in comparison, akin to adorable kittens. Humph! Godzilla emitted a disdainful snort, then opened its mouth wide. Its dorsal fins glimmered with light as crackling charged particles rapidly converged at its maw. Whoosh! A beam infused with charged particles instantly pierced through one of the prehistoric giant tigers. The tiger let out a whimper before collapsing to the ground. Godzilla then raised its massive tail, swinging it with force. Whoosh! The enormous tail swept over the heads of the group, creating a sharp, whistling sound through the air. Boom! It struck another prehistoric giant tiger with tremendous force. The colossal beast was sent soaring into the air, careening backward. Crash! 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 Along its path, it toppled countless towering trees, snapping them in half, before finally collapsing beneath one of them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining 2 prehistoric giant tigers, unable to react in time, were swiftly annihilated by 2 charged particle beams emitted by Godzilla. Successfully defeated prehistoric giant tiger LV-28, experience gained, 33,608, 400. At that moment, all members of the team received the notification simultaneously. Yet, none of them had the presence of mind to check it. They were all rendered speechless, stunned by the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed. With mouths agape, they struggled to articulate their astonishment. My goodness, that creature was an elite monster with 6,000 attribute points. His summoned beast had instantaneously obliterated those 4 creatures. No wonder Sister Chanqian dared to proclaim that we would win effortlessly. Is it truly the case that legendary professionals possess such formidable prowess? Even Su Chanqian, who had long since mentally prepared herself, now gazed up in sheer disbelief at the Godzilla before her. After a moment, the group gradually regained their composure. Holy moly! Guisu was the first to exclaim in astonishment, Brother Liu, what on earth have you been up to these past few days? How has your Godzilla suddenly grown to such an enormous size? Chapter 0114. The Golden Dragon, the Ferocious Thundercloud. Indeed, Liu Yang, Su Chanqian also pondered. Just a few days ago, when you first contracted Godzilla, it was merely a 2-meter-tall creature. How has it transformed into a 6-meter-tall behemoth in such a short span? They have evolved, Liu Yang replied candidly. And my job change has played a significant role in this transformation. Oh, Su Chanqian and the others nodded, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they beheld Godzilla. The appearance of Godzilla was that of a robust and formidable beast, accentuated by its luminescent dorsal fins, imparting an otherworldly aura. Now towering over 6 meters. The visual impact was truly breathtaking. Many classmates gazed upon it with envy. One male student could not help but exclaim, "This guy's summoned beast is absolutely magnificent." Indeed, and its power is astounding. For monsters with 6,000 attributes were effortlessly dispatched. In that moment, nearly everyone's attention within the team was captivated by Godzilla. Liu Yang interjected, "Let us continue onward." Su Chanqian, regaining her composure, resumed directing the team forward. Godzilla took Guisu's place, leading the way for the team. Its colossal form and immense weight disregarded the obstructing trees, crashing through them with ease, like a bulldozer flattening everything in its path. The support classes in the team cast all their enhancement skills upon Liu Yang's Godzilla. In an instant, numerous skill effects illuminated Godzilla's form. Its previously blue-glowing dorsal fins now shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, transforming it into a resplendent giant of light traversing the rainforest. As Guisu's enhancement skills expired, no one bothered to reapply them, and he faded into obscurity, retreating back into the team disheartened. Roar! Once more, several prehistoric giant tigers sprang forth from the rainforest. Yet, without exception, they were ruthlessly obliterated by Godzilla's charged particle beams. The team members were filled with exhilaration. Suddenly, Guisu inquired, "By the way, Brother Liu, what about your other summoned beast, King Ghidorah? Has it evolved as well?" Liu Yang smiled enigmatically. "You will find out in due time." Just as his words fell, piercing shrieks echoed from above. Ah, 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 ah. The wretchedly sharp cries assaulted their eardrums, causing considerable discomfort. Following the sound, Liu Yang and the others spotted a swarm of flying creatures descending from a nearby mountain. They appeared akin to hairless pterosaurs, possessing elongated beaks and claws at the leading edge of their wings, with robust hind limbs beneath their bodies. While each individual creature seemed small, their numbers were overwhelming. Countless monsters congregated, coalescing into a massive aerial entity that charged toward them. Liu Yang focused intently and gathered information about them. Black Bat Wing Beast LV-28, Elite. Strength, 2,800. Intelligence, 2,000. Stamina, 3,600. Agility, 3,600. Mentality, 2,000. Skills, Claw Strike, Shriek. While their attributes were relatively modest, their sheer numbers were staggering. Liu Yang could not help but furrow his brow. As the Black Bat Wing beasts drew closer, he grasped just how extraordinary their numbers truly were. A cursory glance revealed at least 300 to 500 of them, clustered together. Su Chanqian quickly issued a strategy, instructing the support to monitor the team's health. She turned to Liu Yang, realizing that their hastily assembled team stood no chance against this horde of monsters. They could only place their hopes on Liu Yang. Liu Yang nodded reassuringly, signaling them to remain calm, and then issued commands to Godzilla. Roar! Godzilla let out a challenging roar toward the swarm. The Black Batwing beasts, drawn to the sound, all darted toward Godzilla. As they drew near, Liu Yang could finally discern their true size. From a distance, they had appeared less imposing. But now he could see that each beast stood over a meter tall, with wingspans of 2 to 3 meters. In front of Godzilla, they did not appear diminutive at all. Some students entering the instance for the first time were visibly terrified. Heavens, why are all the monsters in this instance so enormous? And if that weren't enough, their attributes are high. And if that weren't enough, there are so many of them. And this is merely the small fry. I shudder to think how powerful the bosses will be. Under normal circumstances, without a perfectly configured team, it would be utterly impossible to clear this instance, right? The Black Batwing beasts had entered the attack range, diving down from the sky and extending their sharp claws toward Godzilla. Yet, they merely produced a metallic clang. Their claws struck Godzilla's body, inflicting minimal damage, akin to a mere tickle. A group of black bat-winged beasts flew above Liu Yang and his companions, launching their assault upon them. Boom! Godzilla raised its head and unleashed a powerful ultrasonic wave. A visible ripple spread out instantaneously, shattering the nearest cluster of black bat-winged beasts into mere dust. To everyone's surprise, after Godzilla had obliterated dozens of black bat-winged beasts, the remaining creatures sensed the imminent danger and ceased their close-range assault. They retreated, forming a circle at a safe distance, and unleashed a collective shriek toward Godzilla, generating a wave of sound-based attacks. Oh, the piercing wails caused the entire team to furrow their brows in distress. Meanwhile, they still needed to contend with the swarm of black bat-winged beasts above, making it quite challenging to manage. The support members in the team struggled to keep pace. Not only must one utilize skills to restore health points to teammates, but it is also imperative to frequently employ healing potions. Everyone crouched down, Liu Yang suddenly bellowed, and all complied without hesitation, lowering themselves in unison. Liu Yang raised his hand. A golden figure appeared instantaneously above them, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight overhead. The crowd felt as though the sky had darkened in an instant, and they couldn't help but glance upward. There, to their astonishment, loomed a two-headed golden dragon, hovering majestically above them. With a resounding whoosh, the 30-meter-long wings began to flap, unleashing a tempestuous gale. The fierce winds whipped up sand, stones, and leaves from the surroundings, swirling around the colossal form of the golden dragon. This whirlwind intermingled with bolts of golden lightning erupting from its wings, coalescing into a storm cloud that encircled the magnificent creature. From within the storm cloud, the golden dragon let out two resounding roars. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the wings erupted with a multitude of ferocious lightning strikes, merging into the tempest. Zzz. And then, the storm cloud unleashed a myriad of golden lightning bolts in all directions. Boom! 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 Chapter 0115, Ghidorah, the dream steed of every man. Countless golden lightning bolts struck the swarm of black bats, zzz, triggering a chain reaction of electric discharges. The air was filled with flickering golden sparks as the black bat swarm illuminated the sky above the rainforest with a dazzling glow. Crackle! Crackle! In an instant, all the black bats were obliterated by the chain lightning. Their charred remains plummeted to the ground. A sudden acrid scent permeated the air. The group turned to behold the field strewn with the corpses of the black bats, all transformed into blackened char. Smoke still wafted from their remains. The entire team received a flurry of notifications. Successfully slain black bat LV 2816800. Successfully slain black bat LV 2816800. All stood frozen in place. They were experiencing for the first time the exhilarating sensation of an immense influx of experience points and the rush of notifications flooding their screens. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. An indescribable thrill coursed through them. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden dragon continued to flap its wings overhead, generating gusts of wind. The storm cloud surrounding it crackled with violent lightning. After circling the team, it eventually landed upon a site that had been flattened by Godzilla. As the wings ceased their flapping, the tempest gradually dissipated, revealing the dragon in its entirety. Holy smokes! Guasu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is that Ghidorah? My goodness! Su Qianqian and her companions also gazed in shock at the immense golden dragon, bewildered by its newfound size and the additional head it had sprouted. How can it generate such winds and storms while flying? I thought it would be similar in size to Godzilla, yet it's this colossal? Snort! The Godzilla behind them suddenly expressed its discontent with a huff. Liu Yang could only explain, it underwent an evolution upon reaching level 20 during its class change, resulting in this transformation. Guasu couldn't help but marvel. This is too magnificent. It must stand at least 10 meters tall. A golden two-headed dragon, soaring amidst storm clouds. It's the ultimate steed of every man's dreams. As a knight, he had always yearned for such a splendid mount. Suddenly, Liu Yang's eyes lit up. Since Ghidorah's evolution, he had yet to experience flying atop it. He resolved to seize the opportunity when it arose. However, as they were currently engaged in a large-scale dungeon, he needed to remain with the team. The other team members were still so stunned that words escaped them, their eyes shining with excitement. We've got this. Their S no doubt will clear this dungeon. Nearly 500 monsters had been instantaneously dispatched by the might of their formidable ally's skills. With such powerful summon creatures, they were assured of success in the dungeon. Yet, some expressed concerns. Though our ally is strong, the upcoming monsters are even more formidable. Especially the final boss, which I've heard boasts health points in the 6-digit range. True, it seems, another chimed in. Even previous teams that managed to clear it relied on the Island Guardian's assistance to barely defeat the final boss. Our team's configuration is rather weak. Relying solely on our ally might prove challenging against the impending boss. Liu Yang and his group, positioned at the forefront, remained oblivious to their discussions. Even if they had heard, Liu Yang would not have been perturbed. He held unwavering confidence in himself. Given the current strength of Ghidorah and Godzilla, no monster of equal level could withstand their combined onslaught. Unless, of course, it involved a mechanism. But even those could be unraveled. Liu Yang and Su Qianqian were astute individuals, and mechanisms posed no challenge for them. Let us proceed. Su Qianqian urged as the team gradually emerged from their astonishment and prepared to advance. According to her, the first phase presented two primary challenges. One was the swarm of black bats they had just encountered, and the second was the first phase boss guarding the entrance to the Gui tribe. The remainder were merely scattered monsters, some of which were colossal in size, such as giant wolf spiders and colossal scythe mantises, each towering over 2 meters. There was even a heavily armored giant bear, standing over 5 meters tall. Occasionally, packs of monsters would appear, such as the saber-toothed hyenas, but their numbers rarely exceeded a few dozen. These creatures paled in comparison to Ghidorah and Godzilla. Whether it was Godzilla unleashing a blue atomic breath or Ghidorah raining down 2 twisting golden gravity beams from the sky, the 3 beams would obliterate the monster horde in an instant. Along with the surrounding trees and boulders, everything was reduced to splinters or dust. The once lush tropical rainforest, after a few devastating attacks from the 2 summoned beasts, had transformed into barren patches of land. However, this made the path clearer for Liu Yang and his companions, allowing them to traverse with ease. Soon, they arrived at the location of the Gui tribe as recalled by Su Qianqian. Where's the Gui tribe? Guasu surveyed the expanse around him, realizing that apart from the endless tropical rainforest, only rugged mountains remained. What is the rush? Su Qianqian shot him an annoyed glance. I already mentioned that the first phase has a boss. The Gui tribe will not reveal themselves until that boss is vanquished. Oh, Guasu muttered, closing his mouth reluctantly. Everyone checked their statuses. Su Qianqian turned to the entire team and commanded, prepare for the first phase boss. As her words fell, the support members of the team began to unleash their skills, bestowing a myriad of enhancement abilities upon Liu Yang's King Ghidorah and Godzilla, seemingly indifferent to the state of the others, at most replenishing their stamina. Liu Yang watched from the sidelines, suppressing a laugh. Given the current prowess of King Ghidorah and Godzilla, they were more than capable of obliterating monsters of equal rank. The distinction of these enhancement skills was negligible. However, the vibrant visual effects that accompanied these skills were undeniably impressive, particularly when King Ghidorah took to the skies. Its golden body shimmered with a kaleidoscope of magical light patterns. Even the surrounding storm clouds appeared to adopt a colorful hue. The visual spectacle was absolutely stunning. Liu Yang, let us summon the boss. Su Qianqian said after receiving Liu Yang's affirmative response, leading him into the woods where they discovered a statue protruding from the ground. The statue depicted a lizard-like creature entwined around another monstrous figure. The latter appeared to be an ape-like beast, engaged in a fierce struggle with the lizard monster. Huh. Su Qianqian unleashed an attack from a distance, targeting the statue. The statue shattered with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled violently. The earth beneath the statue began to collapse, swiftly forming a gaping chasm that seemed to plunge into the abyss. An ear-piercing shriek erupted from within the depths. Chapter 0116. The extremely agile boss, the skeleton lizard. The piercing shriek was profoundly penetrating, instantly piercing the eardrums of everyone present, causing discomfort. Even after the ground had caved into a deep pit, the tremors continued unabated, intensifying as the chasm widened, swallowing nearby towering trees into its depths. Su Qianqian returned to the team with Liu Yang, and a group of individuals watched apprehensively from a distance as the pit continued to collapse. Gradually, the tremors subsided, and the pit appeared to halt its descent. Yet sporadic violent quakes persisted. Thud, 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 intermittently accompanied by a chilling shriek. Many first-time dungeon entrants felt their hearts race, instinctively clutching their weapons tighter. What manner of boss could produce such a terrifying sound? Liu Yang, too, was filled with curiosity about the nature of the first phase boss in the Skeleton Island dungeon. The display was indeed imposing. Suddenly, a massive claw emerged from the chasm. It heavily grasped the edge of the pit. The claw featured 4 exposed bony talons. Devoid of any fur, its surface remarkably smooth, yet underneath, it was rippling with robust muscle. A colossal head soon followed, emerging from the pit. Its front was a ghastly white bone, the edges stained with dried crimson blood, and its gaping maw was lined with sharp teeth. From a distance, Liu Yang and the others could discern that the mouth alone measured nearly 2 meters in length. Behind the mouth were two inky black pits resembling the creature's eyes. The head connected to a powerful, elongated body, culminating in a muscular, formidable tail. From the skull, along the spine to the tail's end, protruded bones that jutted outwards. Thud! The creature fully emerged from the pit, unleashing a shrill roar towards Liu Yang and his companions. Only then did they catch a complete glimpse of the monstrous figure. The creature possessed 2 legs and, when standing, its shoulders reached a height of over 4 meters, while its tail extended its overall length to an astounding 30 meters. Although its standing height did not match that of Godzilla or King Ghidorah, it still exuded an aura of imposing enormity. Skeleton Lizard LV-25, Boss. Strength, 38,000. Intelligence, 32,000. Stamina, 38,000. Agility, 66,666. Mentality, 30,000. Characteristic, extremely agile. Skills, entangling attack, venom spray, massive bite. Heavens! The majority of the team gasped in astonishment. 38,000 points of stamina and an astounding 66,666 points of agility. And this was merely the first phase of the boss. What might the attributes of the final boss entail? Liu Yang's face reflected a hint of surprise. It was not the creature's extraordinary attributes that astonished him, while 666 points was indeed impressive. It paled in comparison to King Ghidorah's over 70,000 total attributes. Moreover, both King Ghidorah and Godzilla possessed top-tier talents and skills, rendering simplistic attribute comparisons inadequate for assessing combat capabilities. Liu Yang harbored no concerns regarding King Ghidorah and Godzilla's ability to vanquish the skeleton lizard before them. What intrigued him was that this was the first time he had observed a characteristic on a monster. Extremely agile? This piqued Liu Yang's interest. Su Qianqian began to elucidate. The skeleton lizard boasts remarkable agility, enabling it to evade numerous attacks. Especially when its life is in peril, its agility significantly increases, allowing it to evade fatal strikes. As she detailed the usual tactics for Liu Yang's reference, she noted that under normal circumstances, control skills were essential to restrain the boss, allowing combat specialists to commence their attacks. Otherwise, it would be challenging for skills to hit the boss. While speaking, she turned to point out a few individuals. I specifically recruited some control supports during the team assembly. I'll have them assist you in restraining the boss. However, Liu Yang declined her offer. No need. Su Qianqian looked at Liu Yang in bewilderment. Can we defeat it without controlling the boss? Liu Yang did not respond, but instead directed King Ghidorah and Godzilla to launch an assault on the skeleton lizard. Roar! 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 Godzilla and King Ghidorah unleashed 3 resounding roars, instantly drowning out the chilling shriek of the skeleton lizard. Following this, Godzilla charged forward, its heavy legs trampling all trees in its path as it raced towards the skeleton lizard. Thud! 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 The ground trembled once more. King Ghidorah flapped its wings to take flight, summoning a tempest around itself, merging with the lightning from its wings to form a storm. It appeared as a violent mass of thunderclouds racing towards the skeleton lizard. The skeleton lizard, undeterred, raised its powerful claws and sprinted towards the grounded Godzilla. Its speed was remarkable, its form agile, bounding across the treetops in a manner entirely distinct from the ponderous Godzilla. Buzz! 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 As Godzilla ran, the dorsal fins upon its back began to glow. Its eyes shone with a brilliant blue light, and it opened its mouth, unleashing a blue atomic breath towards the advancing skeleton lizard. Boom! Su Qianqian and Guisu's eyes gleamed with excitement. In their memories, they could still vividly recall the chasm carved by Godzilla's atomic breath on the island, a gash stretching for over 10 kilometers. They believed, in the realm of titanic confrontations, few biological entities possess the fortitude to withstand Godzilla's direct atomic breath. However, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded that astonished all present. Just as the atomic breath beam was about to strike, the skeletal lizard leapt into the air, evading the devastating attack. Godzilla pivoted, unleashing a sweeping arc of atomic breath across the ground. Yet it could not keep pace with the fleeting figure of the skeletal lizard. Good gracious! Exclaimed Guisu, astounded by the agility of this formidable foe. This boss is remarkably nimble. The trajectory of the atomic breath is unable to catch up. A flicker of concern crossed Su Qianqian's face as she remarked, the skeletal lizard possesses such traits. If we fail to control it, landing normal attacks will be exceedingly challenging. Liu Yang, too, was taken aback and promptly commanded Godzilla and Ghidorah to alter their strategy. ZZZZZT. Godzilla's dorsal fins began to shimmer with surging charged particles, gathering before its maw. Zap! Ghidorah was enveloped in a tempest of lightning, summoning forth a cacophony of thunder. Boom. A beam of blue-charged particles and a bolt of lightning simultaneously surged towards the racing skeletal lizard. Swish. Crack. Chapter 0117. It's simply delightful to follow Liu Yang. The velocity of the charged particle beam and the lightning strike was astonishingly swift. Even the skeletal lizard, with its remarkable agility, could not evade the onslaught of these two formidable skills. Boom. Indeed, both skills struck the skeletal lizard in quick succession. Its immense form came to a sudden halt, collapsing forward, propelled by inertia as it crashed through the trees in its path. We hit it, Guisu shouted with exuberance. Although Godzilla's powerful atomic breath had missed, he recalled that Ghidorah's lightning was equally potent and capable of delivering a decisive blow. As the skeletal lizard lay motionless on the ground, the others anticipated the kill notification eagerly. Yet, Liu Yang sensed that the encounter was not yet concluded. With a hint of surprise, he cautiously ordered Godzilla to deliver another strike. Roar. Godzilla unleashed a furious roar at the skeletal lizard. Countless charged particles surged from its dorsal fins, rapidly coalescing at its mouth. Suddenly, the downed skeletal lizard emitted a piercing shriek, its colossal body leaping from the ground. With its gigantic claws brandished and its elongated tail lashing out, it aimed directly at Godzilla's neck. Goodness, it's resurrected. The sudden resurgence startled everyone. The skeletal lizard, exhibiting unparalleled agility, was nearly upon Godzilla's face in the blink of an eye. Swish. However, Godzilla's charged particle beam was already unleashed. The beam pierced through the skeletal lizard's form. With a mighty swipe of its forepaw, Godzilla slammed it back to the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. Liu Yang and his companions finally received the kill notification. Successfully defeated skeletal lizard LV-25. Experience gained 90,000. Acquired skeletal lizard's claw, rare. Acquired skeletal battle axe, LV-25, silver. Skeletal long spear, LV-24, bronze. Skeletal short staff, LV-24, bronze. We did it. Su Qianqian cried out in excitement, revealing a piece of silver quality equipment along with 2 bronze quality items and a rare material. She displayed the loot for all to see. Liu Yang glanced at the equipment and materials, feeling a twinge of regret as none were suitable for him. However, he surmised that Zhao Hai's desired skeletal lizard skull was likely among the spoils from the boss. Alas, fortune had not favored him this time. Silver quality equipment was exceedingly rare, often commanding prices in the millions on the market. One of the party members, filled with enthusiasm, instinctively inquired, "How shall we distribute the equipment?" Guisu, hearing this, immediately bristled, reprimanding, "What do you mean by distribution? Lu Gu brought us here to gain experience. Shouldn't all the loot belong to him?" "Indeed," Xueqi chimed in. "We're merely here to fill the ranks. We needn't overthink it." Those present were not naive. They understood the privilege of being able to partake in this dungeon run. To expect a share of the loot would be sheer folly. The individual awkwardly apologized to Liu Yang. "My apologies, Lu Gu. I was momentarily foolish to ask such a question. I should be grateful for your guidance through this dungeon." The others echoed in agreement. "Exactly. You ungrateful wretch. We're fortunate enough to be along for the ride. The experience gained from this large dungeon is equivalent to how many runs of a standard dungeon? Honestly, following Liu Yang for experience is simply exhilarating. I don't need the loot. I'd gladly pay Lu Gu to take me along next time." One student even proposed to transfer money to Liu Yang, an astounding sum of 100,000. Indeed, Liu Yang suddenly had an epiphany, contemplating the minimum number of participants required for a dungeon run. Could I charge a fee to guide others in the future? At 100,000 per person. That amounts to 2 per million. I could even adjust the fee based on the dungeon's difficulty and earn a tidy profit. With that, I could upgrade my equipment, and Ghidorah's dietary needs would no longer be a concern. Since Ghidorah's evolution, its size had soared, along with its appetite. Previously, it required merely 1 bag of deer meat, about 10 kilograms. Now, with its increased size and an additional head, it needed at least 10 bags to satisfy its hunger. In monetary terms, that meant over 200,000 for a single meal, without finding a way to enhance his income. Liu Yang feared that if Ghidorah grew even larger or evolved further, it might consume him into bankruptcy. Guisu noticed the subtle change in Liu Yang's expression and began to ponder as well. As the team leader, Su Qianqian decided to entrust all the dungeon loot to Liu Yang. The others, having come to terms with the situation, voiced no objections. Thus, Liu Yang readily accepted all the equipment and materials, including those dropped by the minor foes, which Su Qianqian also transferred to him. He accepted them without demur, recognizing it as his due reward. "All right," Su Qianqian said, returning to the matter at hand. "We should prepare for the next phase." With that, She led Lu Yang and the others toward the direction of the pit. Not far from the pit, they discovered the remnants of a crumbling stone structure. With familiarity, Su Qianqian guided the group through the ruins, finally arriving before a colossal stone pillar. She began to explore its surface with her hands. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds emanated from a mechanical device. A massive boulder at the foot of a mountain near Lu Yang and his companions began to roll, revealing a hidden cave. Emerging from within were dozens of wild men brandishing long spears. They were bare-chested, adorned only with rudimentary garments fashioned from animal hides at their most vital areas. Their hair was styled into braids, and their bodies were smeared with peculiar pigments, leaving no part of their faces unmarked. Upon exiting the cave, they cautiously encircled Lu Yang and his group. Finally, a female native emerged, leaning on a long staff, resembling a priestess of the ancient Yi tribe. Upon seeing Su Qianqian and the others, the priestess eagerly inquired, "Are you the valiant warriors sent by the heavens to rescue us?" Su Qianqian nodded faintly. The priestess promptly beckoned them to follow her into the cave. Brave warriors, come with me. As they stepped inside, they discovered the cave walls adorned with bizarre murals, primarily depicting the ancient Yi people struggling against enormous monsters. These were largely the small creatures Lu Yang and his companions had encountered earlier. In the face of the skeletal lizard, the ancient Yi people were utterly powerless to prevent its slaughter, retreating step by step until they found themselves in a secluded world behind a cave, cut off from the outside. Only when they summoned the guardian deity of Skull Island were they able to repel the skeletal lizard's assault with great difficulty. Lu Yang scrutinized the depiction of the guardian deity on the mural. It resembled a colossal, imposing black gorilla. This is the guardian of Skull Island, Su Qianqian elucidated for Lu Yang. The King Kong. King Kong. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, remarking, "It appears quite formidable." "Indeed," Su Qianqian affirmed, continuing. "The final boss of Skull Island is exceedingly powerful. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary team to defeat it solely through their own strength. We must rely on King Kong's assistance to vanquish the final boss." Lu Yang nodded subtly. To him, the monsters that appeared formidable to others were of a different caliber. He believed that, regardless of the strength of the monsters within the dungeon, they would be easily dispatched by the likes of Ghidorah and Godzilla. However, Lu Yang fixated on the final boss and King Kong depicted in the mural, pondering whether these colossal beasts possessed a trace of potent bloodline essence. He had already examined the small monsters and the first stage boss, the skeletal lizard, but none offered the contract he desired. Although the skeletal lizard was powerful and exhibited exceptionally rare traits, it lacked a robust bloodline foundation, rendering it unsuitable for Lu Yang's bloodline transformation and consequently limiting its future potential. Judging from the murals, the final boss appeared to be another skeletal lizard, yet its size was several times greater than the first stage one. Additionally, King Kong's physique appeared quite substantial. Lu Yang was keen to contract such a gigantic creature as a summoning beast, especially now that he was a Titan summoner. The summoned beasts under his command must embody the essence of Titans. He contemplated this as Su Qianqian led him out of the cave. Outside, a world of wonder awaited them. The sun shone brightly in a blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The mountains were lush and verdant, with a crystalline river flowing at their base, creating a stark contrast to the preceding cave. Not far ahead stood a village constructed of wood, bustling with ancient Yi tribesmen engaged in their daily activities. The priestess guided the team into the village, arriving at a rudimentary altar made of stacked stones. With genuine sincerity, she looked at Su Qianqian and earnestly implored, "Warriors, we are about to commence the ritual to summon the guardian of the island. Until the ritual is fully successful, please ensure our safety." Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. Before her, a confirmation prompt materialized. "Confirm whether to initiate the ancient Yi tribe's sacrificial ceremony. Beginning the ceremony will directly activate the second phase of the dungeon. Interrupting the ceremony midway will be deemed a failure of the dungeon. Confirm. Cancel." Su Qianqian glanced at Lu Yang, who nodded affirmatively. She then turned back and confirmed her decision. Confirm. The second phase of the dungeon was activated. The priestess immediately ascended the altar, raising her staff and commencing a peculiar dance. Surrounding her, the native Yi tribesmen formed a circle around the altar, performing the same dance. Mama 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 ma. As the priestess danced, she chanted strange sacrificial rhymes. The surrounding natives echoed her cries, "Ula ula ula ula." Simultaneously, Lu Yang and his companions felt a violent tremor beneath their feet. Thud, 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 thud. For resounding booms echoed from afar, causing the ground to shudder. The mountains to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the village began to collapse, revealing enormous openings leading directly to the outside world. It was not difficult to imagine that the forthcoming monsters would surge forth from these 4 cave entrances. Su Qianqian commanded, The monsters have commenced their assault. Our team's situation is distinct. We cannot employ standard tactics. We must alter our strategy. The standard approach she referred to involved dividing the team into 5 smaller groups, with 4 groups stationed at each of the 4 directional monster entrances, while the remaining group served as a mobile unit for timely support. Each of the 4 groups needed a rigid configuration: 1 tank, 3 damage dealers, and 1 support. None could be omitted, or they would struggle to withstand the 20 waves of monsters. However, Su Qianqian's team was poorly equipped, unable to even form 2 standard groups, making it impossible to follow the conventional strategy. Nevertheless, Su Qianqian was unfazed, for their team included Lu Yang. She swiftly devised a strategy centered around him. We shall first gather all the ancient people back. Then we will defend outside the altar, assisting Lu Yang in fending off the monsters. Once the monsters approach within a certain distance, Lu Yang's 2 summoned beasts will be able to simultaneously eliminate all the monsters from the 4 directions. After Su Qianqian issued the command, the team members promptly began to execute it. Following the first phase, they had developed immense confidence in Su Qianqian and Lu Yang, firmly believing that Lu Yang could lead them through the entire dungeon successfully. Thus, they executed Su Qianqian's arrangement, centered around Lu Yang, without hesitation. Before long, the team members had summoned all the ancient people to the vicinity of the altar. Almost simultaneously, intense tremors resonated from the 4 directional caves of the tribe. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. Even from a distance, Lu Yang and his companions could feel the vibrations beneath their feet. Looking up, they were astonished to see a pack of massive saber-toothed hyenas bursting forth from the caves. The standing height of these hyenas exceeded 2 meters, with their bodies stretching over 6 meters in length. Each direction boasted at least 100 saber-toothed hyenas. They all surged forward, causing the very ground of the cavernous world to tremble violently, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. The visual impact was nothing short of staggering. As the packs of hyenas drew closer from all directions, many team members felt their hearts race, their grips tightening around their weapons as they huddled closer to one another. Some even whispering in fear. Goodness, these creatures appear utterly terrifying. Can Lu Yang truly withstand the onslaught of such monsters alone? And for 20 consecutive waves, no less. The mere thought of it leaves me breathless. Boom, boom. The packs of hyenas had already breached the perimeter of the encampment, trampling the outermost structures. The team members finally discerned their attributes. Hyena LV-28, Elite. Strength, 3,800. Intelligence, 3,200. Stamina, 4,500. Agility, 4,800. Spirit, 2,800. Skill, Hunting. The expressions on their faces reflected renewed astonishment. Such high attributes, and all at once, for 100 of them. Yet, Lu Yang seemed scarcely fazed. The attributes were manageable. It was merely the sheer number that was daunting. To him, these beasts were nothing more than typical minor adversaries. Estimating the distance was just right, he began issuing commands for Ghidorah and Godzilla to commence their assault. Roar! Godzilla lumbered forward, his massive legs igniting with a blue luminescence. Ghidorah unfurled his gigantic wings and took flight, surrounding himself with tempestuous storm clouds. The two headed in different directions. Chapter 119, The Ultimate Shock, brought by Lu Yang. Ghidorah, enveloped in a maelstrom of storm clouds, soared above the heads of the onlookers, resembling a dark storm descending from the heavens. He propelled himself toward the northeast, drawing ever nearer to the 200 monsters in the northern and eastern flanks. Sensing the opportune moment, the 2 heads of Ghidorah ignited with a brilliant yellow glow. Their dragon-like eyes shimmered with golden light. The heads unleashed a twisted gravitational beam toward the northern and eastern packs of hyenas, akin to 2 colossal bolts of lightning striking down from the storm clouds. The gravitational beams pierced through the ranks of hyenas, instantly obliterating dozens of them. Ghidorah continued to unleash his gravitational rays in a sweeping arc. In mere seconds, the entire 200-strong pack of hyenas was annihilated. Countless massive corpses were sent flying by the force of the gravitational beams, causing the ground to tremble once more. Goodness! The team members, many of whom were experiencing their first encounter alongside Lu Yang, erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Can he truly eliminate so many monsters simultaneously? This summoned creature is simply extraordinary, taking flight amidst storm clouds and wielding that golden beam of light. It feels as though a natural disaster has descended upon us. 200 gigantic monsters. It was as if they were flattened by a bulldozer. The team's elven summoner, while overwhelmed with awe, also felt a twinge of sadness. As a fellow summoner, why was there such a disparity in power? Almost simultaneously, Godzilla faced off against another 200 hyenas in the southwest. The 200 charging hyenas, each towering over 2 meters, appeared as mere puppies before the 6-meter-tall Godzilla. He positioned himself at the juncture of the two groups and opened his jaws toward the southern pack of hyenas. The dorsal fins along his back began to illuminate with brilliant blue light, surging with countless volatile, charged particles. A blue orb of energy gathered before Godzilla's maw. As the energy from within and the charged particles from his fins converged upon it, Guasu and the others watched in awe, their eyes gleaming. Wasn't this precisely the technique Godzilla used in the limited-time event on the Celebration Island? The very skill that could carve a chasm several kilometers wide. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Godzilla was charging up. The blue orb before him swelled larger, pulsating with charged particles that grew increasingly violent, occasionally threatening to erupt. Buzz. The hyenas had closed within 100 meters of Godzilla. Given their size and speed, they could reach him in less than 3 seconds, ready to pounce. Buzz. Yet Godzilla continued to charge. A woo. The nearest hyenas leaped into the air, jaws agape, aiming for Godzilla's neck. Liu Yang. Shueqi shouted in alarm, fearing that Godzilla might be interrupted mid-charge and suffer injury. She thought, Liu Yang, command your Godzilla to act swiftly. Yet Liu Yang remained calm, his expression betraying unwavering trust in Godzilla. As the hyena's fangs drew perilously close to Godzilla, many tensed, furrowing their brows in concern, fearing that he might be felled in an instant by the vicious jaws of the hyenas. In their minds, Godzilla and Ghidorah's offensive capabilities were indeed formidable, capable of obliterating any creature of their level in an instant. However, this did not imply their defenses were equally unparalleled. After all, Liu Yang's own attributes indicated that the summoned beasts he conjured would not possess exaggerated stats. Such overwhelming offensive power might stem from a unique talent. Yet the hyenas in this encounter boasted around 4,000 points across the board in attributes. One bite from them could leave Godzilla gravely injured, if not dead. And with a dozen hyenas lunging simultaneously, the Team S support members might not even have time to restore their health before collapsing. Alas, reality proved to be a stark contrast to their expectations. Boom. Just as the nearest hyenas were about to land on Godzilla, the blue orb before him erupted. The violent energy collapsed momentarily, coalescing into a minuscule point before swiftly expanding into a robust beam of blue atomic breath that shot forth. The closest hyenas were incinerated instantly by the blue atomic breath, leaving not even ash in their wake. The beam, infused with surging charged particles, raised the ambient temperature by dozens of degrees, enveloping the surrounding air in a shimmering haze. The blue-charged atomic breath pierced through the ranks of hyenas. Wherever it struck, every hyena was vaporized in an instant. Even the sand, stones, and vegetation on the ground were reduced to ashes. A clear area opened up in the midst of the hyena horde. In the blink of an eye, the 100 hyenas in the south were completely obliterated by Godzilla, leaving not a single remnant behind. Seizing the opportunity, the saber-toothed hyenas from the west had already surged toward Godzilla, leaping onto its formidable frame to bite and claw at it. Yet, Godzilla seemed utterly unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue or damage whatsoever. It simply disregarded the few hyenas clinging to its body, pivoted its head, and unleashed its charged atomic breath toward the pack of hyenas in the west. Boom. The beam swept through, incinerating every saber-toothed hyena in its path. In the blink of an eye, not a single hyena remained from the western group. Only a few still clung to Godzilla. With a final exhalation, Godzilla ceased its breath attack. Zzz. Then, its dorsal fins ignited with a brilliant blue light, surging with a tempest of charged particles. Boom. The explosion erupted. The few saber-toothed hyenas on its back had their vitality instantly obliterated by the ferocious energy. Their bodies scorched and marred by severe burns. The skin in numerous places had turned to char, adhering grotesquely to their mangled flesh. Humph! Godzilla snorted, a deep growl echoing from its throat. Roar! Roar! In the sky, King Ghidorah also let out 2 resounding dragon roars. The 400 monsters from all directions had been entirely vanquished by Liu Yang's 2 summoned beasts, all accomplished in under a minute. My team stood in stunned silence. They were dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. The overwhelming shock that Liu Yang had brought upon them left them speechless, unable even to utter a single curse. Even Su Qianqian and Guasu, who had previously battled alongside Liu Yang, were wide-eyed with astonishment. Every one of the 24 faces was filled with disbelief. After what felt like an eternity of silence, the melodious chanting of the Gu-E clan reached their ears, gradually pulling the team members back from their stupor. It was simply inconceivable. 2 skills had wiped out a total of 400 monsters. Was this even human? He was only at level 20. Why did he dispatch these creatures with such ease, akin to someone at level 50 or 60? If he was this extraordinary at level 20, what would he be capable of at higher levels? Even legendary class professions shouldn't have such a vast disparity in power. Amidst their astonishment, they fell into fervent discussions. Did you see that? When those monsters attacked his summoned beasts, they were completely unaffected. Indeed, 3 or 4 saber-toothed hyenas gnawed at Godzilla, leaving not even a scratch. The output capability was astonishing, but the defensive capacity was equally terrifying. What could possibly explain this prodigious talent? How could his summoned beasts be so powerful? Why bother questioning it? We should simply follow this remarkable individual without hesitation. The second phase seems assured. As they spoke, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze toward Liu Yang, their eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Some bolder students contemplated approaching Liu Yang to request friendship. Yet, as they took a step forward, they found Liu Yang surrounded by Su Qianqian and Guisu, forcing them to awkwardly abandon the idea. They resolved to wait until after the dungeon concluded. Several female classmates tidied their appearance and eagerly cast buffs on Liu Yang's summoned beasts, hoping to leave a favorable impression. Guisu approached Liu Yang, his face a mask of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, Liu Gu, your 2 summoned beasts are getting increasingly impressive. Especially Godzilla. That atomic breath in the cheerful All dungeon was already terrifying. Now, with its size increased so dramatically, the impact of its charged atomic breath is even more exhilarating." Indeed, Liu Yang, Su Qianqian echoed, her astonishment still lingering as she gazed upon Godzilla's towering form, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "Your Godzilla is simply magnificent." Shueqi interjected with a differing opinion, but isn't King Ghidorah equally impressive? Its takeoff is accompanied by ominous storm clouds. And I've yet to see a more dazzling flying summon. Lin Yuhao shook his head in agreement, sighing, "They're all magnificent. How I wish I could have a mount like that someday." The visual impact of their increased size left a profound impression once more. Liu Yang himself beamed with satisfaction as he regarded his 2 summoned beasts, a stronger anticipation blossoming within him. King Ghidorah and Godzilla, at a height of around 10 meters, already delivered such a staggering visual effect. What would it be like when they truly grew to the sizes depicted in those illustrations? Liu Yang could hardly dare to imagine. Rumble. The surrounding mountains once again reverberated with tremendous roars. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Su Qianqian instantly became serious, advising everyone to prepare for the second wave of monsters. Having learned from the first wave, everyone now knew precisely what to do. A dozen support professionals simultaneously unleashed buffs onto Liu Yang's King Ghidorah and Godzilla. Dozens of glowing effects erupted around them, harmonizing with their own radiant blue and brilliant electric lights, creating a truly dazzling spectacle. Thud, thud, thud. Monsters began to emerge from the caves in all 4 directions. As Liu Yang and his team focused their attention, they discovered that the second wave consisted of prehistoric giant tigers, the very creatures they had encountered outside the cave in the first phase. Their attributes remained unchanged, yet their numbers had surged to 400. However, this time, the majority of the team felt no anxiety or concern. Instead, their faces radiated excitement and anticipation. Over 20 pairs of eyes were fixated on Liu Yang's Godzilla and King Ghidorah, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of their impending assault. They were now confident that the 2 summoned beasts could effortlessly eliminate these monsters. They simply longed to witness that scene again. The 2 colossal creatures unleashing their beams, annihilating 400 monsters with overwhelming force, undoubtedly a visual feast. Liu Yang's King Ghidorah and Godzilla did not dampen their spirits. As the monsters from all 4 directions drew near, both King Ghidorah and Godzilla sprang into action simultaneously. One unleashed 2 gravitational beams from the air, twisting golden beams shooting forth from the mouths of the 2-headed dragon, appearing to the team members as if 2 thick golden lightning bolts were cleaving down from the storm clouds. The gravitational beams pierced into the flanks of the monstrous horde, instantly sending waves of prehistoric giant tigers flying, sweeping through the monster group with ferocity. Countless tiger carcasses were sent flying. Meanwhile, Godzilla's dorsal fins began to glow with brilliant blue light. The ferocious energy generated by its internal atomic reactor surged, accompanied by a torrent of charged particles, gathering before its maw. When the energy reached a critical mass, it erupted forward in a tremendous blast. The azure atomic breath pierced through the throngs of prehistoric titans, instantly carving a gaping void. Every creature within that breach was utterly incinerated. With a swift motion, the atomic breath was redirected in a sweeping arc, obliterating 200 prehistoric giants without leaving so much as a remnant. The subsequent wave of monsters vanished even more swiftly than the first. From the emergence of foes on all 4 fronts to their complete annihilation, a mere 40 seconds had elapsed. The members of the team gazed in astonishment at the incessant barrage of notifications, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the spectacle. It was utterly extravagant, beyond comprehension. Such a scene, regardless of how many times witnessed, would always evoke profound awe. It was nothing short of a visual feast. I dare say that in comparable circumstances, there exists no one else on this planet capable of achieving such an effect. What he was doing was not merely traversing a dungeon. Slaying 400 monsters with an attribute of 5,000 felt even less arduous than squashing 400 ants. Guosu observed the scene before him, shaking his head in admiration. Truly, Brother Lu is remarkable. With a single strike, he annihilates all. In less than a minute, an entire wave of 400 monsters was dispatched. It was likely that even defeating 20 waves of monsters would require less than half an hour. When the third phase arrived, Brother Lu would undoubtedly dispatch the final boss in an instant. We might even set a new record for completing the large dungeon on Skull Island. Chapter 0121. 4 enormous skull heads. Do we even need to discuss this? Su Qianqian replied nonchalantly. With Lu Yang in our team, I dare say no other group can match our pace in advancing through the dungeon. Breaking the record is as certain as the sun rising. She added, and we will significantly surpass all previous records. Breaking records? Lu Yang suddenly perked up, inquiring. What kind of contribution points can we earn for shattering the completion record of a large dungeon? He was particularly concerned about his contribution level. A higher contribution level not only granted additional entries into dungeons each week, but also offered discounts on expenditures within the academy, providing numerous conveniences in various aspects. After pondering for a moment, Su Qianqian responded, if we break the completion record of the large dungeon, every member of the team will receive a reward of 30 contribution points. However, those who have previously received rewards for this dungeon will not receive them again. Only 30 points? Lu Yang expressed his disappointment. He had anticipated a far greater reward than the usual. Su Qianqian perceived Lu Yang's thoughts and smiled reassuringly. Contribution points are exceedingly valuable, hence their scarcity. Some students may go through 4 years of university without raising their contribution level even once. She continued, but you needn't worry. The rewards from our recent trial task will be distributed soon, and they will yield a substantial amount of contribution points. Indeed, Lu Yang had also been awaiting the distribution of the trial rewards, primarily for the contribution points. He currently had 25 points. He needed 75 more to elevate his contribution level to 1. The other students nearby, overhearing Lu Yang's discussion about breaking the record, were instantly filled with excitement. Initially, they had joined the team merely to assist in gathering numbers, not taking this large dungeon venture seriously at all. After all, the team configuration was rather poor. Even though there was a legendary class player within the group, relying solely on him to lead everyone through the dungeon seemed utterly absurd. However, upon entering the dungeon, everyone was astounded by Lu Yang's performance. It even reshaped their perceptions. Their thoughts transformed accordingly. Now, the entire team believed that Lu Yang could effortlessly guide them through the dungeon, and the prospect of breaking records was undoubtedly another delightful surprise. Just the thought of breezing through a dungeon of nightmarish difficulty was exhilarating enough, but now they could also aspire to attain a record-breaking position. Could there be anything more gratifying than this? As they gazed at Lu Yang's figure, he seemed to grow larger than life. This was no mere human. He was clearly a divine being sent from above to bestow blessings upon them. Many resolved that once the dungeon concluded, they would surely seek Lu Yang to add him as a friend. Some even began to linger around him, hoping to become more familiar. Yet, Lu Yang remained oblivious to their intentions. With a thunderous tremor, the third wave of monsters swiftly emerged. This time, it consisted of 400 gigantic wolf spiders, each towering over 3 meters, their 8 legs fully extended to reach lengths of 6 or 7 meters. Their attributes hovered around 4,000, with the highest being intelligence at a staggering 4,800, alongside a ranged skill known as webbind. Under normal circumstances, this would pose a considerably challenging wave for most teams. However, in the presence of Liu Yang's Ghidorah and Godzilla, they were no different from ordinary creatures. Indeed, they resembled mere clusters of grass. Ghidorah unleashed 2 twisting beams of golden gravitational light from the sky, annihilating all the giant wolf spiders to the north and east in an instant. Godzilla charged up a potent atomic breath, effortlessly melting the remaining monsters to the south and west. Liu Yang and his team stood comfortably outside the altar of the ancient E tribe, reveling in the exhilarating flood of experience points pouring in as they beheld the incessant stream of notifications. Successfully killed giant wolf spider LV-28, experience points 33, 600, x 400. Acquired giant wolf spider venom glands x 268. One student, whose experience bar was nearing completion, unexpectedly leveled up. He looked at Liu Yang with gratitude shining in his eyes, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Brother Liu. Normally, it would take me at least 2 days to level up in a regular dungeon, but now, with just 1 run, I've leveled up. All thanks to you." Liu Yang waved his hand dismissively, saying, just a byproduct of the process. Speaking of experience points, Liu Yang glanced at his own experience bar. The experience gained from monsters and team dungeons was several times greater than that from regular dungeons. Although there was still an experience sharing mechanism, since Liu Yang had essentially defeated most of the monsters himself, along with the additional kill experience rewards, the experience he received remained largely unaffected. In fact, he gained a bit more. Having now killed approximately 1,600 monsters, Liu Yang's experience had increased by over 20 points. With just 2 more runs in the dungeon, he could reach level 21. The speed of leveling up appeared to be exceeding Liu Yang's expectations. Lost in thought, the 4th wave of monsters had already appeared. Ghidorah and Godzilla continued to dispatch them with ease. Then came the 5th, 6th, 7th waves. All the way up to the 19th wave. Every monster that appeared, regardless of how large, terrifying, or bizarre they seemed, was decisively eliminated by Liu Yang's Ghidorah and Godzilla. While the team members looked on, their excitement was palpable. Yet, each occasion unfolds in this manner, inevitably leading to a sense of monotony. Liu Yang decided to sit in meditation, seizing the opportunity to absorb a bit more natural energy through the Dominion's might. The 19th wave of monsters was swiftly dispatched by Liu Yang's Ghidorah and Godzilla. Su Qianqian called out to awaken Liu Yang, announcing that the 20th wave was upon them. The boss was about to appear. Liu Yang opened his eyes and nodded slightly. The boss warranted a measure of caution. He rose and gazed toward the eastern cavern, awaiting the emergence of the boss creature within. Thunderous roars resounded. The earth trembled violently once more. The caverns in all 4 directions began to collapse. In an instant, the rubble from the mountainside completely sealed off the 4 caverns. Confusion flickered across many faces. With the caverns blocked, how would the monster emerge? However, in the next moment, the air was filled with a series of explosive rumbles. The debris within the 4 caverns was blasted outward by an immense force, erupting into the open air. Countless stones rained down. Many fell into the ancient E-tribe settlement, demolishing their rudimentary structures. Su Qianqian commanded everyone to brace against the falling boulders. The team activated their output skills, dazzling flashes illuminating the area, be it for defense or offense, as they shielded themselves from the massive stones descending upon them. Hiss, roar, roar, hiss. For colossal skull-like heads emerged in response from the caverns. Chapter 0122, The Might of Kings, Absolute Dominion. Liu Yang raised his gaze and discovered that the 2nd stage boss was identical to the 1st stage boss, still a skeletal lizard. There were no differences in level, size, or attributes. Skeletal lizard LV 25, boss. Strength 38,000. Intelligence 32,000. Stamina 38,000. Agility 66,666. Spirit 30,000. Trait extremely agile. Skills: entangling attack, venomous spray, gigantic jaw bite, standing over 4 meters tall and stretching over 30 meters in length. When compared to Ghidorah and Godzilla, the visual impact was considerably diminished. Yet, the simultaneous appearance of 4 such skeletal lizard bosses inevitably stirred tension among some. Hiss. The difficulty of the 2nd stage had doubled. The boss's attributes remained unchanged, yet their numbers had quadrupled. Coupled with the absurd trait of extreme agility, even the formidable beam skills of Ghidorah and Godzilla would struggle to hit. This meant that each of Liu Yang's summoned beasts would need to contend with 2 at once, should they fail to eliminate them in a single strike. Any attack from one of them would likely result in injury. This was a boss with a strength value of 38,000, and there were 4 of them. Without any damage-reducing skills, anyone struck would surely perish, wouldn't they? Guisu, hearing their discussions, revealed a look of concern. He turned to Liu Yang and asked, "Do you need me to cast a damage reduction skill?" Xueqi had already granted Guisu a buff to enhance all attributes, aiming to amplify the effect of his skills. Another knight in the team was also prepared, should Liu Yang nod. They would rush to Ghidorah and Godzilla's sides to cast damage reduction skills to prevent them from sustaining fatal harm. However, to their surprise, Liu Yang declined their offer. No need. His expression remained calm, betraying no hint of worry as he observed the approaching skeletal lizard boss. "You two stay put. If you go up and get taken out, it would only complicate matters." Liu Yang's composure astonished the others. Although they had witnessed Godzilla's formidable defenses, having withstood attacks from multiple hyenas without significant damage, this was a boss they were facing. The attributes vastly exceeded those of their previous encounters. Particularly, their speed was alarmingly swift. With Ghidorah and Godzilla unable to eliminate them in a single blow, they even feared the possibility of being counterattacked. Yet Liu Yang held no such apprehensions. Others were unaware of the precise attributes of his 2 summoned beasts. nor did they know the extent of their formidable talents and skills. In his view, the 4 skeletal lizards would require merely a few more strikes. The outcome would be no different from dealing with lesser monsters. However, a shift in battle strategy was necessary. Ghidorah, Godzilla, take the initiative, Liu Yang commanded. Naturally, one could not merely linger at the altar's periphery when confronting a boss. A slight miscalculation could lead to team members being eliminated, the ritual being forced to halt, and the dungeon ultimately failing. Liu Yang would not permit even the slightest chance of failure to arise. The 4 bosses must be neutralized en route. Roar! Roar! Ghidorah and Godzilla sprang into action simultaneously. One descended from the sky, enveloped in tumultuous storm clouds, while the other thunderously charged forward, shaking the ground with each heavy step. Their speed of advance was remarkably comparable to that of the skeletal lizards, known for their extreme agility. Hiss! Roar! In mere moments, the highly agile skeletal lizards were already closing in on the settlement. Upon spotting the proactive Ghidorah and Godzilla, they were drawn to them in a furious charge, letting out a fearsome roar. The 2 skeletal lizards before Ghidorah leaped into the air from the ground, their massive forms soaring several meters high, their skeletal jaws gaped wide, aiming to bite at Ghidorah's elusive figure amidst the storm clouds. Crackle! Crackle! Ghidorah's wings charged with electricity, unleashing a sudden discharge. Boom! Boom! 2 bolts of golden lightning struck down from the storm clouds, accurately hitting the airborne skeletal lizards. Crack! Crack! The 2 skeletal lizards froze midair. After a brief, violent convulsion, they plummeted to the ground. Crash! Boom! The impact of their colossal bodies created 2 deep craters, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Their forms bore scorch marks, and their mangled bodies were emitting wisps of smoke. Yet, they were still not dead. Liu Yang, sensing through Ghidorah, noted that their health still lingered around 5,000 to 6,000. Their defensive capabilities were astonishingly high. Liu Yang felt a twinge of surprise. Although he understood that defense was not solely dependent on stamina, but also intertwined with race, traits, talents, equipment, and skills. It was indeed rare for a creature of the same level to withstand a skill from Ghidorah. The skeletal lizard was undoubtedly an exception. However, with only 5,000 to 6,000 health remaining, the skeletal lizards were now barely clinging to life, unable to stir up any further waves. A finishing blow would render the difference between 2 attacks and a single instant kill negligible. Boom! Boom! As King Ghidorah descended from the heavens, he landed beside the skeletal lizard. His wings ceased their flapping, and the tempestuous clouds gradually dissipated, revealing Ghidorah's colossal golden form. He raised one of his dragon claws and rested it upon the neck of one skeletal lizard, lowering his head to unleash a roar of defiance. The second dragon directed a fierce roar at another skeletal lizard. Ghidorah, as a sovereign, embodied the essence of majesty, demonstrating absolute dominion over all living creatures. The 2 skeletal lizards, previously gnashing their teeth, were momentarily stunned by the sheer force of his roar. They hesitated, and from their terrifying maws emerged the sound of rattling teeth and mournful whimpers, their massive bodies trembling in fear. With a mighty snap, the great dragon severed the neck of the skeletal lizard. The second dragon unleashed a gravitational beam from his maw, sending the other skeletal lizard's corpse flying far away. Crashing against the distant mountainside, the thunderous impact reverberated through the air. Half of the team was utterly captivated by Ghidorah's overwhelming display of power. The other half, however, was entranced by the alternative aesthetic of violence exhibited by Godzilla. Godzilla, hampered in movement, opted for a direct confrontation with the 2 skeletal lizards instead of using his abilities. In response to his threatening roar, the 2 skeletal lizards charged at him with ferocity. With a heart-pounding intensity, the colossal figures of Godzilla, towering over 6 meters, and the skeletal lizards, each over 4 meters tall and 30 meters long, created an atmosphere thick with tension as they closed in on one another. The spectators felt their hearts racing in their chests. Thud, thud, until the moment of collision between Godzilla and the 2 skeletal lizards erupted with a thunderous sound. Everyone's hearts tightened in unison. The shockwaves from the impact scattered the dust and debris from the ground. Godzilla, leveraging his formidable bulk, executed a powerful shoulder charge that sent one skeletal lizard flying backward. The colossal creature soared through the air for dozens of meters before crashing heavily to the ground. When it finally rose, its body was unsteady, swaying as if dazed. After a brief moment of confusion, it charged once more at Godzilla. Meanwhile, Godzilla was engaged in a fierce battle with the other skeletal lizard. With agility, the skeletal lizard climbed onto Godzilla's back, extending its long tail to wrap around his neck. It opened its bony maw wide, attempting to bite Godzilla's head. In a swift motion, Godzilla swung his forelimb, knocking the skeletal lizard's head askew. Then, with both claws, He seized the tail constricting his neck. A surge of blue light radiated from Godzilla's eyes and body. With a tremendous effort, he tore the skeletal lizard's tail from around his neck. The skeletal lizard let out a pained wail as its severed body fell from Godzilla's frame. It staggered, attempting to rise again, only to be forcefully driven back into the ground by Godzilla's powerful stomp, creating a massive crater. Finally, with a crushing step, he shattered the skeletal lizard's hard skull, causing it to splinter into fragments. The brain encased within was reduced to pulp beneath Godzilla's titanic foot. With a dismissive scrape of his foot, Godzilla brushed off the remains. Yet, another skeletal lizard charged once more toward him. Godzilla stood firm, his dorsal fins igniting in succession from tail to head. A luminous blue glow emanated from his eyes and mouth. With a final surge, he unleashed a torrent of atomic breath at the oncoming skeletal lizard. The blue beam struck true, and to everyone's astonishment, the skeletal lizard's formidable defenses held for 2 seconds against the atomic breath. But in the next moment, the lizard's bony exterior melted away under the immense energy, engulfed by the radiant blue light. When Godzilla ceased his onslaught, nothing remained of the skeletal lizard, not a trace left behind. Godzilla roared defiantly toward the heavens. All four skeletal lizards lay vanquished. Yet, the members of the team remained silent, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed at either Ghidorah or Godzilla. The reality of the situation profoundly shocked them all. Initially, they had worried that Liu Yang's summoned beasts might struggle against 4 bosses simultaneously. But what was the outcome? Liu Yang's 2 summoned creatures had effortlessly dispatched all 4 bosses, though not with the instant kills reserved for lesser foes. The 2 or 3 strikes needed to fell each boss felt no different from a swift execution in their eyes. Especially notable was Godzilla's change in combat style, engaging in close-quarters melee with a visceral ferocity that left them in awe. Each powerful blow resonated with intensity. Godzilla had swiftly dispatched 2 skeletal lizards, leaving the audience yearning for more. The sheer dominance displayed was reminiscent of crushing ants beneath one's heel. Ghidorah's oppressive presence was palpable when he roared. A primal urge to bow before him arose within them. Witnessing Godzilla's every strike was exhilarating. The sheer tremor of his massive form sent ripples through their hearts. If Liu Yang could effortlessly dispatch 4 bosses, surely he would triumph over the final stage's ultimate boss with equal ease. Excitement ignited among the team members. Instead of dread regarding the ultimate boss, they felt a surge of anticipation. They eagerly awaited to see how Liu Yang would ultimately conquer it. Would they truly achieve a record-breaking feat alongside him? Suddenly, a notification appeared before them. Successfully defeated skeletal lizard LV-25, experience points, 90,000x4. Acquired slippery leather armor LV-23, bronze. Skeletal bone shield LV-23, bronze. Skeletal lizard S-bone spike arrows X200, bronze. Skeletal lizard S trait boots, silver. Acquired skeletal lizard S claw, rare, X1. Acquired skeletal lizard S fong, rare, X1. Everyone had gained a substantial amount of experience points, and the team had looted 3 pieces of bronze quality equipment and 1 piece of silver quality equipment, along with 2 rare materials. All of it had been transmitted from Su Qianqian to Liu Yang, inciting considerable envy among many. Just a single piece of silver quality equipment was worth millions, not to mention the 2 rare materials, both of which held significant value. However, they bore no grievances. After all, to accompany a successful raid once was already a monumental stroke of fortune for them. They even had the chance to secure a record-breaking slot. What more could they possibly desire? Liu Yang, on the other hand, was indifferent to these treasures. There were no drops of suitable equipment for him, nor any materials he yearned for. All he obtained were items to exchange for currency at the marketplace. In comparison, he was far more concerned about the final boss of Skeleton Island. If all went according to plan, the ultimate adversary should be a skeletal lizard. Liu Yang hoped it would drop a skeletal lizard skull to repay Zhao Hai's kindness. He was also somewhat eager about the surprise Zhao Hai had mentioned. Impressive. Su Qianqian gave Liu Yang a thumbs up, smiling approvingly before stating, "We are now entering the 3rd phase." Indeed, Liu Yang replied with a subtle smile, inquiring, "How do we initiate the 3rd phase?" Su Qianqian turned her gaze toward the altar. The ancient Gui tribe members were still engaged in their sacrificial dance, chanting hymns, and the ritual had been underway for nearly half an hour without completion. With a hint of exasperation, she responded, "We must wait until they finish the sacrificial rite." The group stood in silence, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the ritual. Minutes passed, and with the high-pitched cry of the ancient Gui priest, "Ula, ula, ula," the sacrificial ceremony reached its climax, successfully summoning the guardian of Skeleton Island. A roar reverberated from the distant woods. The ground trembled with each powerful sound. Following the direction of the noise, Liu Yang and the others gazed in astonishment as a colossal black silhouette emerged from the forest. Chapter 0124, The Guardian of Skeleton Island. King Kong. From their vantage point within the tribe, Guisu and the others marveled at the sight. It resembled a towering giant approaching them. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Why does it look so much like a human?" "Goodness, the island's guardian is actually a giant?" Su Qianqian retorted, somewhat annoyed. "Did none of you pay attention to the clues along the way?" Numerous hints indicated that the island's guardian is a massive black gorilla. As her words echoed, the massive figure stepping out of the forest became increasingly discernible, just as Su Qianqian had described, and precisely as Liu Yang had envisioned. The guardian of the island was indeed a gigantic, muscular black gorilla. Standing at an impressive height of around 17 to 18 meters, it boasted broad shoulders and robust arms, adorned with a thick coat of black fur that could not conceal its powerful musculature. Particularly striking were its bare chest muscles, which exuded an explosive might. The gorilla's legs appeared somewhat short in proportion to its arms. Nonetheless, they possessed sufficient strength to support its bipedal gait. Upon seeing it, the ancient Gui tribe members erupted in ecstatic shouts of its name, King Kong, before all kneeling in reverent worship. King Kong. Liu Yang noted the name of the gorilla. With a snort, King Kong humanely sniffled, then waved its massive hand towards the ancient Gui people. It slowly advanced from the forest towards the tribe, spotting Ghidorah and Godzilla standing outside. King Kong's towering frame of 17 to 18 meters dwarfed Ghidorah, who stood at 9 meters, by nearly half a body. Godzilla, at over 6 meters tall, appeared even more diminutive. Liu Yang discovered that they could view King Kong's information panel. King Kong LV-25, Boss Level, Guardian of Skeleton Island, Strength, 98,000, Intelligence, 48,000, Stamina, 99,999, Agility, 92,000, Mentality, 48,000, Traits, Spatial Thinking, another monster with unique traits. Liu Yang's interest was piqued, yet he pondered why it possessed only one trait and no skills whatsoever. Its attributes appeared imbalanced, lacking any magical output capabilities. Just as he felt a tinge of disdain, the talent of reformed bloodline within him suddenly reacted, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. It truly possessed a powerful bloodline origin. Liu Yang gazed at King Kong in delight, contemplating whether he could contract it as his summoned beast. With a mighty roar, King Kong spread its arms and bellowed at Ghidorah and Godzilla, undeniably proclaiming its absolute dominion over the island. Guisu and the others grimaced at the thunderous roar, and he jested with Liu Yang. "Well, it seems it's declaring sovereignty over your summoned beasts." Liu Yang returned to his senses, offering a placid smile as he curiously observed Ghidorah and Godzilla, eager to see their reactions. As sovereign-level beings, neither Ghidorah nor Godzilla would tolerate any creature attempting to assert dominance over them, even on foreign territory. In their eyes, the notion of territory was non-existent. Both beasts emitted their own deafening roars in defiance. Their thunderous cries reverberated, piercing the eardrums of everyone present, compelling many to instinctively cover their ears. The echoes lingered within the circular valley for an extended period. The team members rubbed their ears, chuckling. It appears that Liu Yang's summoned beast is unwilling to yield. Had we not known that Ghidorah and Godzilla are his summons, we might have thought they were the true guardians of this island. However, King Kong seemed to exhibit a rather unfriendly demeanor. Would they truly come to blows? If it weren't for the instance mechanics in place, it was indeed a possibility. King Kong's expression clearly indicated it was taken aback by the roars. For a brief moment, it stood frozen, then glared at the two, straightened its posture, and began pounding its chest furiously, emitting even more ferocious roars. As the three colossal beasts appeared poised for an explosive confrontation, the ancient Gui tribe's priest rushed to Liu Yang, imploring him to intervene and halt Ghidorah and Godzilla's actions. With no other option, Liu Yang reluctantly recalled them to the summoning space. The ancient Gui priest then approached King Kong, gesturing with sign language. Remarkably, King Kong seemed to comprehend, curling its lip before quieting down. Subsequently, the priest continued signing to King Kong, whose expression grew increasingly furious, culminating in more chest-thumping roars. Next, it approached a large tree nearby, wrapping its arms around it and uprooting it entirely. After clearing away the protruding branches, it wielded the tree as a makeshift weapon, swinging it to test its heft. Liu Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It could wield a weapon? Others couldn't help but jest. This King Kong truly resembles a human. It understands sign language and can utilize basic weapons. Su Qianqian commanded him to adopt a more serious demeanor while simultaneously issuing orders to everyone. Prepare yourselves. The third phase has commenced, and the final boss is about to emerge. The entire team adopted a grave attitude. meticulously checking their statuses and casting enhancement spells upon their teammates. Liu Yang summoned both Ghidorah and Godzilla once more. King Kong glanced at the two creatures but refrained from any further provocations, instead maintaining a serious gaze ahead, emitting deep growls from his throat. Following Liu Yang's commands, Ghidorah and Godzilla behaved themselves, joining King Kong in staring intently at the front. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the mountains in front of King Kong quaked violently. The ground beneath Liu Yang and his companions trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Thud, thud. The mountain echoed with resounding thuds. To their astonishment, the massive mountain began to collapse. Amidst the cacophony of crashes, the mountain shattered into fragments, collapsing entirely. In an instant, boulders rolled and debris flew, as the towering mountain, hundreds of meters high, was reduced to flat ground right before their eyes. The dust and rubble lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. A piercing roar erupted from behind the veil of smoke. The sound was eerily familiar, the very same shriek they had heard upon entering the dungeon. Gradually, a colossal figure emerged from the debris, stepping onto the rubble of the fallen mountain, flanked by countless smaller shadows. Prepare for battle. Su Qianqian immediately commanded everyone to enter combat mode. Roar. King Kong spread his arms wide and unleashed a furious roar towards the shadowy figure, pounding his chest with wild fervor. Hiss. The creature in the mist gradually came into view. It was yet another skeletal lizard. However, this one was a staggering 20 meters tall and nearly 100 meters in length. Beside it were two boss-level skeletal lizards and an innumerable horde of other monsters. In Chapter 0125, the boss boasted 6-digit attribute values. Could they possibly defeat it? The swarm of smaller monsters surged from behind the crumbling mountain, flooding into the valley. Su Qianqian and her team strained their eyes, unable to count the multitude of creatures rushing towards them. All they could perceive was a dark mass of monsters barreling in their direction. The largest skeletal lizard remained stationary atop the mountain, its gaze fixated on King Kong. Its towering figure, standing at 20 meters, towered over the other colossal creatures, exuding an overwhelming presence. Liu Yang and the others focused their attention on its information panel. Skeletal Lizard LV-25, Boss, Leader Level. Strength, 128,000. Intelligence, 96,000. Stamina, 136,000. Agility, 166,666. Spirit, 82,000. Traits, extremely agile. Skills, Binding Attack, Venom Spray. Giant Jaw Bite. Liu Yang felt a pang of disappointment. Aside from its increased size and enhanced attributes, it bore no other distinguishing traits from the ordinary skeletal lizard. Moreover, it failed to trigger the resonance of his modification talent. However, the sheer disparity in attributes left the majority of the team awestruck. Jaws Agape. Goodness. Such astonishingly high attribute values. It truly possesses 6 digits? 136,000 points of stamina, and 166,666 agility. Is this even a boss one can defeat? In a typical level 20 dungeon, the boss only had 120,000 stamina. In a raid dungeon, it was merely 160,000. Were they out of their minds? How many players typically participated in a standard dungeon? And how many in a raid? The difficulty levels were incomparable. Could they even hope to prevail? A sense of trepidation washed over many, their faces betraying anxiety. Just the 136,000 points of stamina made them question how long it would take to vanquish such a foe. Su Qianqian reassured her comrades, saying, "Do not worry, everyone. The mechanics of the Skeletal Island dungeon are rather unique. While the boss boasts high attributes, it is not insurmountable. The final boss will be fixated on King Kong's threat, allowing us to focus on clearing the minions first before assisting King Kong in defeating the boss." Upon hearing her words, the team's spirits were somewhat lifted. Su Qianqian then turned to Liu Yang and continued, "Besides, we have Liu Yang with us, do we not?" Everyone shifted their gazes towards Liu Yang. Noticing his confident smile and the formidable presence of his two awe-inspiring summons, their hearts settled further. Su chimed in, "Indeed. With Brother Liu around, can we really worry about not clearing the dungeon?" He glanced disdainfully at the skeletal lizard ahead and added, "I believe even without King Kong, Brother Liu could take it down." However, the others did not take Su's flattery too seriously, as their familiarity with Liu Yang was still superficial. They understood he was powerful, yet did not believe he could disregard dungeon mechanics and single-handedly defeat the final boss with 136,000 stamina. Such a notion was beyond their comprehension. Enough. Su Qianqian brought everyone back to the task at hand, issuing battle commands. Teams 3 and 4, monitor King Kong's health. Ensure he doesn't fall. The rest of you assist Liu Yang in clearing the minions. Understood. The team responded in unison, springing into action. The support members of Teams 3 and 4 rushed towards King Kong, casting enhancement spells upon him. Soon, a radiant array of magical auras enveloped King Kong. Thud, thud, thud. King Kong pounded his chest, wielding a tree trunk in one hand while bracing himself with the other, charging toward the skeletal lizard. Hiss! The skeletal lizard charged towards King Kong simultaneously. The two colossal creatures quickly closed the distance, colliding with a resounding crash. Boom! The impact of their clash generated a tremendous shockwave, sending nearby minions flying in all directions, causing chaos. King Kong soon engaged in a fierce battle with the skeletal lizard. The lizard attempted to ensnare King Kong with its long tail, but King Kong skillfully deflected it with his sturdy tree trunk. Nevertheless, King Kong was not faring much better. He sought to deliver a powerful blow to the skeletal lizard but found his strikes evaded by the creature's agile movements, suffering several strikes from its enormous tail in return. King Kong appeared to be gradually losing the upper hand. Yet, behind him, two teams of players continuously cast enhancement spells, restoring his stamina and barely maintaining the balance of the skirmish. For the moment, neither side seemed able to gain the advantage. However, Liu Yang and his companions had little time to monitor King Kong's battle, as the two smaller skeletal lizards, accompanied by an uncountable horde of minions, were already advancing toward the Gu E tribe's settlement. Even the ancient E tribe members have armed themselves with primitive weapons, prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle against these creatures. The remaining teammates have all gathered around Liu Yang. Observing the monstrous horde, Liu Yang's expression turned grave. He stepped forward and commanded Ghidorah and Godzilla to initiate their assault. Annihilate them. Roar, roar. Ghidorah and Godzilla opened their mouths in a furious bellow and launched into action. Ghidorah unfurled its massive wings before the crowd, instantly obscuring their view. Then, with a powerful flap, it lifted its colossal form into the sky. Its body became enveloped in a tempestuous storm of thunderclouds, gradually concealing it from sight. From the perspective of the onlookers, it appeared as if a swirling tempest was ascending from the ground. In the sky, Ghidorah was surrounded by crackling lightning, and then it unleashed two thick, twisted beams of gravitational energy. Bang! Bang! The golden beams of gravity shot into the throng of creatures ahead. In an instant, they sent a multitude of monsters flying. The leading skeletal lizard was struck directly by the gravitational beam, propelled away. Its carcass soared toward the battlefield of King Kong, landing heavily beside the largest skeletal lizard. Upon seeing its fallen comrade, it momentarily froze in shock. King Kong seized the opportunity, delivering a thunderous punch to its forehead, thoroughly disorienting it. To the astonishment of onlookers, King Kong's lips curled into a semblance of a smile. Bang! Ghidorah continued to unleash its beams of gravitational energy, sweeping across the battlefield. Witnesses could only see countless monster corpses being tossed about amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Godzilla remained steadfast, its dorsal fins beginning to shimmer with a brilliant blue light. Simultaneously, it generated a torrent of electrified particles. Gradually, it opened its mouth, gathering the immense energy from its biological reactor and the surging charged particles into a luminous point before it. The monstrous horde pressed closer to Godzilla. Yet, the team members exhibited no hint of trepidation, for they understood that once Godzilla's charge was complete, a single atomic breath would obliterate these creatures. Indeed, their expectations were met perfectly. A skeletal lizard boss led a multitude of monsters right up to Godzilla. It leaped into the air, brandishing its massive claws in an attempt to grasp Godzilla. Behind it, countless monsters surged forward. In the next moment, they seemed poised to overwhelm Godzilla entirely. Yet at that moment, the luminous point before Godzilla erupted. Boom. Chapter 126. I will contract it as a summoned beast. The blue light coalesced in an instant. It contracted. Then, it erupted violently, transforming into an atomic breath beam 2 to 3 meters wide, shooting forth. The skeletal lizard and dozens of monsters before Godzilla were mere moments away when they were incinerated by the blue atomic breath. The beam continued unabated into the throng of monsters. Boom. The monsters merely grazed by the atomic breath, instantly vanishing into nothingness. A gaping void was carved through the massive horde. Godzilla tilted its head, and the atomic breath beam, now infused with surging charged particles, began to sweep through the ranks of monsters. The air around the beam warped under the influence of the intense heat. Some flying monsters narrowly dodged the atomic breath beam, only to be engulfed by the surrounding charged particles, igniting in flames. They screeched in agony as they plummeted to the ground, only to be melted by the sweeping atomic breath. Guasu and his companions watched from a distance, catching fleeting glimpses of countless shadows flashing within the blue light. Yet when the light faded, nothing remained. Godzilla swept back and forth twice, leaving only a handful of monsters alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Charged particles surged from Godzilla's dorsal fins toward its mouth, unleashing a series of charged particle beams. One after another, they pierced through the remaining monsters, leaving behind fiery, blood-soaked wounds. The team members stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, two skeletal lizard bosses, accompanied by thousands of monsters, had charged forth. The spectacle felt akin to a colossal army of gargantuan creatures advancing. It sent shivers down their spines. Yet in the next moment, Liu Yang merely summoned two summoned beasts to face the oncoming monstrous onslaught. These summoned beasts executed just a couple of skills. In an instant, they annihilated the hundreds of monsters, including the two skeletal lizard bosses. The three beams of yellow and blue light surged forth like bulldozers plowing through sand dunes. Equipped with supercharged engines, in just a few moments, they flattened the dunes to the ground. Roar! Godzilla let out a thunderous roar, showcasing its might. Roar! Roar! Ghidorah was equally formidable, unfurling its wings in midair and unleashing a barrage of frenzied lightning. The lightning even broke through the storm clouds surrounding it, striking the clouds above and igniting a chain reaction of flashes. Thunder rumbled ominously, sending tremors through many onlookers. This was far too extraordinary. Was this creature even normal? Clearly, it was beyond the ordinary. Have you ever seen someone at level 20 effortlessly dispatching foes in a nightmarish large-scale dungeon? These two summoned beasts could withstand the onslaught of an entire army. If he continued to grow, joining the battlefield against other races, wouldn't he be able to turn the tide of war? Is there truly such a vast chasm between legendary class practitioners and us? It felt as though he were a high-level practitioner concealing his true power to engage us in a dungeon. Such terrifying strength was utterly surreal. Team members gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Two sections of ground utterly ravaged by Liu Yang's summoned beasts. One side littered with countless monster corpses, remnants scattered everywhere, blood staining the very earth. On the other side, only a mere dozen corpses remained, while more ground was blackened from the scorching heat, and embers smoldered everywhere. Guosu unconsciously swallowed hard, marveling at the scene. No matter how many times one witnessed it, it remained profoundly shocking. He felt grateful for his early realization, avoiding further trouble with Liu Yang. Otherwise, he might have met a similar fate. Indeed, Su Qianqian also shook her head in amazement. Murmuring to herself, I believe my mother's description of him was rather understated. She wondered how her mother would react upon viewing the recorded footage of this encounter. She had come with the task of assisting Su Jing, carrying a recording chip that had captured her perspective since entering the dungeon. However, she had not disclosed this to anyone else, to prevent her teammates from performing artificially or making Liu Yang feel uncomfortable. Boom. Bang. Distant sounds of fierce clashes emerged from the battlefield, gradually snapping everyone's attention back to the present. Su Qianqian gazed into the distance, where the skeletal lizard was engaged in a fierce battle with King Kong and commanded her team. Only the final boss remains. Once we defeat it, we can clear the dungeon. She was about to rally everyone to join her when Liu Yang unexpectedly declared, I'll go alone. Su Qianqian looked at Liu Yang in confusion, puzzled by his decision. While she was aware of his formidable strength, the circumstances surrounding this final boss were far from ordinary. It boasted an astonishing agility score of 166, 666 points, and possessed extreme flexibility, making its evasion rate extraordinarily high. Without the prerequisite of a control skill landing, conventional projectile attacks would likely miss entirely. Even Ghidorah's lightning strikes and Godzilla's charged particle beams could potentially be evaded. After all, the sheer numerical value of 166, 666 stood as a daunting barrier. The entire team doubted Liu Yang's ability to disregard such a significant disparity in stats to confront the boss alone. Surprised expressions flashed across many faces. Was Liu Yang really intending to challenge the boss solo? Indeed, while he was undeniably powerful, the boss's attributes were so overwhelmingly formidable that normal attacks would scarcely be effective. It was common knowledge that in the Skeleton Island dungeon, the final boss required a specific strategy to be defeated. This so-called strategy involved using King Kong as the primary damage dealer, with the team's support providing buffs and restoring its health, slowly whittling down the boss's strength. Once the support's powerful control skills activated, the team would unleash their damage in a coordinated burst. This approach was widely recognized as the most effective and indeed the only method to ensure success. Su Qianqian believed that with Liu Yang as an additional damage dealer, combined with a dozen supports, they would surely dispatch the boss with greater efficiency, making it easier for Liu Yang as well. Thus, she could not fathom why he insisted on confronting the boss alone. Perceiving Su Qianqian's concern, Liu Yang confidently asserted, Rest assured, I will defeat the boss. The reason I prefer to go alone is He turned to glance at the fierce struggle between King Kong and the skeletal lizard, a smirk forming on his lips. I intend to contract it as my summon. Chapter 0127. The Infinite Possibilities Within King Kong. Liu Yang's bold hypothesis. Huh. A look of astonishment spread across Su Qianqian's face, as she thought she must have misheard him. She promptly sought clarification. What did you just say? You want to contract the skeletal lizard as your summon? She initially assumed Liu Yang meant to contract the final boss. The expressions of the others mirrored her shock, their faces a mixture of bewilderment as they stared at Liu Yang. No way. He actually wants to contract the skeletal lizard as his summon? While it's true that summoners can attempt to contract bosses, success is by no means guaranteed. Especially given the staggering disparity in attributes, with differences reaching hundreds of times, the likelihood of success was virtually non-existent. The process of contracting a summon is a mental contest. Although most cases involve near-extinct creatures, the skeletal lizard's base attributes were so high that the odds of success were exceedingly slim. The team's summoners also chimed in, voicing their skepticism regarding Liu Yang's seemingly impractical notion. Liu Yang paused slightly upon hearing their discussions. He anticipated being misunderstood, believing they thought he intended to contract the skeletal lizard. In truth, he sought to contract King Kong. After all, King Kong possessed the very bloodline essence he needed. With that essence, Liu Yang could utilize his bloodline transformation talent to achieve complete evolution. The potential ceiling for King Kong would geometrically increase. Although the skeletal lizard exhibited considerable strength in certain aspects, it might even surpass his Ghidorah and Godzilla. Yet it lacked the powerful bloodline essence that would not allow it to reach the same heights as the other two. Moreover, Liu Yang saw even greater possibilities within King Kong. Its ability to adeptly wield weapons indicated a remarkable level of intelligence, setting it apart from creatures like the skeletal lizard. Liu Yang even entertained a daring hypothesis. What if King Kong were fully equipped? Just imagine its strength. Human equipment significantly enhances capabilities. Superior gear can present infinite possibilities for a class, greatly amplifying its potential. If King Kong could indeed be utilized, wouldn't it also embody limitless possibilities? No. You've misunderstood. Liu Yang chuckled but lacked the time to elaborate on the details. He concluded with a reassuring statement. Just wait here and trust me. With that, he dashed forward alone. What misunderstanding? Su Qianqian and the others were still processing what had just occurred when they suddenly felt a gust of wind rush toward them. Ghidorah descended from the sky beside Liu Yang, folding its wings to form a staircase for him to ascend. Mounted atop Ghidorah, Liu Yang took off once more, soaring toward the battlefield where King Kong fought. Godzilla followed suit, thundering across the ground, each step resonating like a drumbeat, shaking the very earth beneath. This spectacle evoked envy among all present, particularly among Guasu and his companions, who required mounts for their classes, their faces alight with admiration. Damn, riding a creature like a dragon is incredibly cool, especially a golden two-headed giant dragon, and with storms and thunderclouds swirling around it. They marveled at the rarity of such mounts, lamenting that ordinary dragon mounts cost tens of millions, let alone such extraordinary ones. We could never afford something like that in our lifetime. Liu Yang also had Godzilla, which would surely be equally impressive to ride. Guasu felt a twinge of inferiority. He recalled spending over 10 million to grind for a ghostly mount at the Knight's graveyard, feeling proud of it until now, when he hesitated to summon it in front of Liu Yang. Haha. Guasu's self-deprecating humor prompted laughter from the group. For the first time riding the storm-wreathed Ghidorah, Liu Yang experienced a peculiar sensation. As it soared and generated gusts, the wind rushed past him, yet while seated atop it, he felt no breeze at all. Perhaps it was because Ghidorah itself was the eye of the storm. Although visibility was somewhat hindered, Liu Yang could still perceive everything outside through Ghidorah's formidable senses. The battlefield between King Kong and the skeletal lizard lay some distance from the Gai tribe settlement, yet with Ghidorah and Godzilla's swift pace, they soon arrived nearby. Even before landing, Liu Yang could hear the thunderous collisions of flesh as King Kong and the skeletal lizard clashed. Boom. Thud. I'm here. Two support teams were stationed around the periphery to assist King Kong, and upon seeing Liu Yang's arrival, their faces lit up with excitement. They knew Liu Yang had come to confront the final boss. This signifies that they are on the brink of conquering the dungeon. Ghidorah descended nearby. The howling winds swirling around them made it difficult to maintain their footing. Liu Yang leapt from Ghidorah, who then soared back into the sky. He cast a glance at King Kong's condition. The tree trunk in King Kong's grasp had completely splintered, and he was swinging his massive fists to fend off the skeletal lizards. Without a weapon, he found it challenging to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the skeletal lizards. Despite the enhancements from his class, King Kong was still at a disadvantage and gradually losing ground. A hint of anxiety was evident on King Kong's face. Lu Gu, what should we do next? The two small teams had evidently come to regard Liu Yang as their pillar of support, neglecting even King Kong and gathering around him. Liu Yang spoke up, "Leave this to me. You all should keep your distance." What? Surprise flickered across their faces. "Are you planning to take on the boss alone?" Lu Ge? "Yes," Liu Yang nodded. The two teams exchanged puzzled glances at Su Qianqian and the others in the distance, then checked the team information. After confirming that Su Qianqian and her group agreed with this strategy, they obediently retreated. "All right, Lu Ge, good luck." Before departing, they applied a round of enhancement skills to Liu Yang and his two summoned beasts. Liu Yang also stepped back a bit, leaving the battlefield to Ghidorah and Godzilla. Roar! 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 Ghidorah descended, screeching as he unleashed two bolts of wingtip lightning from the storm. Crackle! Godzilla stood aside, firing a charged particle beam. Whoosh! The team members watching from afar believed these two skills would strike the skeletal lizards. However, the outcome surprised everyone. Swish! The skeletal lizard, locked in fierce combat with King Kong, appeared to sense impending danger and twisted its massive body in an extraordinary maneuver, narrowly evading the attacks from Ghidorah and Godzilla. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise and analyzed. With an agility value of 166,666, combined with its extreme flexibility, its speed is astonishingly swift. Even instantaneous skills like wingtip lightning and charged particle beams seem sluggish in comparison. Agility determines an individual's speed. When the numerical disparity is minimal, the perceived speed is roughly similar for all beings or monsters. However, when the difference is vast, the perception of speed varies markedly between those with high agility and those with low agility. Nonetheless, Liu Yang quickly formulated a strategy. In that case, let's first contain it. He possessed extensive control skills, hence remained unperturbed. Liu Yang turned to Ghidorah in the sky and commanded, "Ghidorah, use gravitational hurricane to control it." He then instructed Godzilla, "Charge up your atomic breath." Chapter 128, Ghidorah's Gravitational Hurricane. Absolute control. Ghidorah again descended, hovering near the skeletal lizard. Whoosh, whoosh. With powerful beats of its enormous wings, it summoned fierce gusts that tore through the air. Alongside Ghidorah's control over gravity, several twisting gravitational beams began to flicker within the invisible tempest. The winds grew heavier and more forceful. Whoosh. The sound of the howling wind pierced human eardrums, inducing a sensation of suffocation. The sand and stones on the ground, the corpses of monsters, and everything that could be lifted were swept up by the gravitational hurricane. As the lightning-like gravitational beams spiraled through the air, they surged toward the skeletal lizard. The immense gravitational hurricane even caused Godzilla's tail on the ground to sway. Godzilla's tail, lifted by the hurricane, swayed left and right, causing the fins at the tail's tip to glow brightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the light reached the dorsal fins, countless surging charged particles appeared, gathering into a luminous point before Godzilla's mouth. The powerful biological atomic reactor within him reacted violently. A torrent of furious energy was siphoned from his body, rushing toward the blue light point before his mouth. The energy converged at an astonishing rate, continuously fluctuating in size. The surrounding air warped and shimmered. The overflow of energy generated a gust that cleared the dust and debris around Godzilla. The howling, heavy gravitational hurricane, and the violently charged blue light point combined to create a powerful shockwave that extended outward, even at a considerable distance. Su Qianqian and her companions could feel the intense force. Their faces displayed disbelief, and their hearts surged with a renewed sense of awe. It was simply incredible. What kind of skill did Ghidorah possess to conjure such an exaggerated hurricane? I feel as if I might be blown away from here. This could be classified as a hurricane. Such a powerful tempest could likely topple the skeletal lizard, achieving a strong control effect. Look at Godzilla. What an astonishing energy reaction. I can feel the powerful energy fluctuations from here. It's outrageous. An ordinary atomic breath could already obliterate a horde of monsters. With this kind of charge, could it truly obliterate everything? Guisu's gaze was fixed intently on Godzilla in the distance. Watching the light point before its mouth fluctuate, he felt immense shock. They had previously experienced such powerful energy fluctuations during the cheers for the island dungeon. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You don't know. When we were on the trial mission with Liu Ge, he used this skill to carve out a chasm over 10 kilometers long and hundreds of meters wide. That scene has become an indelible memory in his life. Over 10 kilometers long. Is that true?" The team members displayed expressions of astonishment, voicing their disbelief. Guisu offered no explanation, instead staring vacantly ahead, murmuring, "You'll find out soon enough whether it's true." Buzz. Godzilla continued to charge up, its mouth agape. The light point before its mouth had expanded to a diameter of half a meter, swelling to an impressive 2 or 3 meters wide at its peak. Continue charging. Liu Yang understood that he could not recklessly unleash this atomic breath. He needed to wait until Ghidorah had completely controlled the skeletal lizard before releasing it. Otherwise, given the lizard's speed, it could easily evade the atomic breath. Whoosh! Ghidorah hovered in midair, relentlessly flapping its wings to conjure the hurricane. The gusts surged forth like towering waves, and the foremost hurricane was already filled with twisting gravitational beams, distorting Liu Yang's vision. Whoosh! The hurricane swept towards the fierce battle between King Kong and the skeletal lizard. King Kong was struggling to stretch his arms against the lizard's tail, preventing it from wrapping around his neck. The skeletal lizard, having ensnared King Kong's arms with its tail, opened its massive bony jaws, aiming to bite down on King Kong's face. Suddenly, whoosh! A gust filled with gravitational beams rushed in. King Kong's massive form, towering at 17 or 18 meters, was unexpectedly lifted uncontrollably into the air. Roar! The lower half of King Kong was swept upwards, causing his entire body to tilt forward, revealing a look of confusion and disbelief on his face. The colossal skeletal lizard opposite him, with its massive bony jaws poised to snap at King Kong, was momentarily thwarted by the fierce hurricane. The gigantic skull was blown back, taking the rest of its body along in a tumultuous roll. Roar! King Kong struggled in midair, flailing his limbs wildly. Hiss! The skeletal lizard also writhed and howled, its 100-meter-long form twisting like a frenzied water snake. Whoosh! The gravitational hurricane propelled the two titans forward. Finally, they crashed violently into the towering mountain ahead. Boom! Clang! The two behemoths collided heavily with the mountainside, producing two resounding thuds. The earth trembled, and even the mountain seemed to sway slightly. Roar! Ghidorah surged forward, flapping his wings with renewed vigor, generating an even more ferocious gravitational hurricane. Waves of oppressive gravitational force surged one after another, pinning the skeletal lizard firmly against the mountainside. Hiss! The skeletal lizard struggled to rise. But it was not only besieged by the hurricane. Its entire body was ensnared by contorted beams of gravitational light, rendering it utterly immobile. King Kong, merely swept by the tempest, was not under the influence of gravity. He fought to regain his footing, gazing at the immobilized skeletal lizard before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, furiously pounding his chest with his arms, roaring defiantly at the skeletal lizard. Clenching his fists, he prepared to leap and deliver a powerful blow to the skeletal lizard. Just then, from a distance, Liu Yang seized the moment and decisively shouted, "Godzilla! Now is the time." No sooner had the words left his lips than, buzz! Godzilla's dorsal fins erupted with a brilliant glow. His entire skin radiated an ethereal blue light. The luminous points gathering before his maw froze momentarily, contracting. In an instant, they exploded into a radiant column of charged atomic breath, nearly 2 meters in diameter, shooting forth. Boom! The long-awaited charged atomic breath, brimming with chaotic energy, surged toward the skeletal lizard. The ground along its path instantly bore the searing marks of its passage, and even the surrounding air seemed ignited, swirling in a haze. King Kong abruptly sensed an immense wave of energy approaching from beside him. Turning to witness the spectacle with wide, astonished eyes, the column of blue atomic breath, infused with charged particles, surged perilously close. Though he was an ally and would not suffer harm from this strike, King Kong instinctively halted his attack, instead bracing himself on the ground, attempting to evade the oncoming onslaught. Meanwhile, the skeletal lizard, ensnared by the gravitational hurricane, became momentarily transfixed, its eyes hidden beneath its skull widening in shock. Its pupils constricted to mere pinpoints. The instinct for survival triggered a remarkable surge in its agility. The enormous body of the skeletal lizard, firmly bound by the gravitational hurricane, astonishingly began to rise. The spectators gasped in disbelief. No way. Can the skeletal lizard truly break free from such a formidable grip? Chapter 0129, Contracted King Kong? This is utterly unheard of. If it cannot be controlled, what hope is there? Just when some thought the skeletal lizard might indeed escape the gravitational hold to evade Godzilla's charged atomic breath, the subsequent events swiftly quelled their anxiety. Whoosh! The relentless gravitational hurricane howled forth, once again pinning the skeletal lizard against the mountainside. Boom! Its colossal form was yanked back to the ground by the gravitational pull, causing widespread cracks to form, debris scattering. Simultaneously, boom! Godzilla's blue charged atomic breath collided with the skeletal lizard. Boom! 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 The violent rays of charged particles assailed the skeletal lizard's body, relentlessly pressuring it alongside the gravitational beams. Hiss! Hiss! The skeletal lizard's vitality plummeted rapidly. It emitted a series of anguished cries, trembling as it struggled, but could only feebly twitch its tail. while the rest of its body remained immobilized beneath the power of the two overwhelming forces. Crack, crack. The skeletal lizard soon succumbed to the ferocity of the charged atomic breath, its outer skin scorched, and even its exposed bones shattered. Boom. After breaching its defenses, the pitiful creature could no longer withstand the onslaught of the charged atomic breath. A gaping wound burst open beneath its flesh, spewing forth a torrent of viscous, greenish blood that stained the mountainside. Its struggles grew weaker, ultimately fading into near silence. The skeletal lizard's vitality drained rapidly under Godzilla's barrage, until it was left battered and bloodied. Finally, bang. In the sky, Ghidorah unleashed two beams of gravitational light, joining Godzilla in depleting the skeletal lizard's last remnants of strength. Boom. The lifeless body of the skeletal lizard erupted under the force of the two powerful beams, either vaporized by the charged atomic breath or crushed to powder by the gravitational rays. Boom. Godzilla's charged atomic breath pierced through the skeletal lizard's form, crashing into the mountainside and creating a gaping crater. All present received the kill notification simultaneously. Successfully killed skeletal lizard LV-25, experience points 3, 750,000. Acquired bone spike claw LV-25, silver. Bony light armor LV-23, bronze. Giant tail whip LV-23, bronze. Obtained skeletal lizard bone spike, advanced. X1, skeletal lizard skin, advanced. Received the blessing of the ancient E-clan, buff item. Some were still in disbelief, their eyes lingering on the blue and golden afterimages. After a moment, as the remnants faded, they finally comprehended the scene before them. The final boss, the skeletal lizard, had vanished. All that remained were scattered bones and the putrid green blood, mingled with the charred remains of the mountainside. Most striking was the perfectly round crater, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, its edges sharply defined, yet surrounded by the remnants of intense heat. It was evident that this was the result of Godzilla's charged atomic breath. Ghidorah descended from the sky, joining Godzilla in a triumphant roar. Yet, King Kong stood frozen, dumbfounded, absorbing the spectacle before him. Su Qianqian and the others finally regained their senses, exclaiming in astonishment. Dead? The final boss is dead? Wasn't it said to have 136,000 points of vitality? My goodness. The final boss was truly obliterated in a single blow. How outrageous. Just how high is Liu Yang's output? That was 136,000 points of vitality. One skill, and it was done? It feels as though his class's power level is on an entirely different dimension compared to ours. Look at that hole in the mountain. Liu Yang's Godzilla even penetrated the mountain. It appears that Guisu truly did not deceive us. Guisu, upon hearing this, proudly lifted his nose and lamented. What a pity you did not witness that scene. An atomic breath tore through the entire forest, reaching the coastline several kilometers away, obliterating 3 pirate ships of the Pirate King. The team members, however, remained unfazed, responding, "Today's spectacle is remarkable in its own right. It's enough to astonish me for a century." Su Qianqian gradually regained her composure, inwardly marveling. "You are indeed outrageous." She then called back the thoughts of the group, urging them to gather around Liu Yang. On their way, a newcomer to the dungeon curiously asked Su Qianqian, "Captain, I thought the boss would break free from Ghidorah's hurricane control, but it died instantly." Su Qianqian replied calmly, "That won't happen. The skeletal lizard is merely fast. It possesses no resistance to control. Once hit by a control skill, it will be completely immobilized. Its struggles are merely superficial. Our control skills can hold it in check, let alone Liu Yang's Ghidorah. The range and potency of that hurricane are vast. Even if the boss had control resistance, it would still be unable to escape." Turning her gaze towards Liu Yang in the distance, she murmured, "Even those of a certain level among practitioners would likely find themselves unable to resist such controlling skills." The team soon reached Liu Yang's side. Su Qianqian transferred all the boss's drops to Liu Yang. He expressed some regret at not obtaining the skeletal lizard's skull, realizing he would have to wait for another opportunity. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian and the others assumed Liu Yang was lamenting the missed chance to capture the skeletal lizard and offered consolation. "It's all right. We can return when the dungeon cooldown resets for another chance at a contract." No one questioned Liu Yang's ability to contract the skeletal lizard anymore. However, to their surprise, Liu Yang raised his head and laughed curiously, saying, "I never mentioned wanting to contract the skeletal lizard." "What?" Su Qianqian and the others were perplexed. "Did you not say you wanted to contract it?" Following Liu Yang's gaze, they discovered he was looking at King Kong. The team erupted in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. "Surely you don't intend to contract King Kong? It is the guardian of Skull Island, not an ordinary monster. Can we even contract it?" The elf summoner interjected, "Theoretically, it seems possible. A summoner can contract all creatures except humans. yet her face bore a look of astonishment. However, I have never heard of anyone attempting to contract such a being as a summoned beast. I wonder what the success rate could be. Lu Yang, exuding confidence, smiled and said, "We won't know until we try." Su Qianqian and Guisu looked at him incredulously. "Lu Yang, are you serious?" "Yes," Lu Yang replied without jest, walking directly toward King Kong, with Ghidorah and Godzilla flanking him on either side. King Kong furrowed its brows in confusion as it saw Lu Yang approaching with two summoned beasts. Lu Yang presented the contract scroll before King Kong, knowing that with its intelligence, it should grasp his intentions. Normally, one would need to weaken King Kong to perform the contract ritual. However, since King Kong was an ally, Lu Yang wished to avoid conflict. Completing the contract ritual peacefully would be ideal. As Lu Yang anticipated, King Kong sensed the contract scroll's aura of law and understood his intentions. However, its reaction was entirely contrary to Lu Yang's expectations. Roar! King Kong let out an enraged roar, raising its fists and pounding its chest vigorously. The team members spectating this scene exchanged knowing glances. Oh no, King Kong appears rather unwilling. Chapter 0130, The Collision of Three Behemoths. Roar! King Kong continued its furious bellow, relentlessly beating its chest. This was a display of its species' dominance and a signal of aggression. As the guardian of Skull Island, King Kong commanded respect from the ancient tribe and all beings on the island, instilling fear in its enemies. It undoubtedly occupied an absolute position of authority, akin to the king of this island. As a ruler, how could it possibly submit to become a human's contracted summoned beast? King Kong sensed it as an affront, a provocation. The ancient tribe regarded it as a deity, yet this human sought to contract it as a summoned beast. Furious, King Kong bared its teeth. Upon its summoning by the ancient tribe, it had already felt displeased at the sight of Ghidorah and Godzilla, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from them that threatened its status. Now, faced with insult, provocation, and a perceived threat, King Kong's rage intensified. Roar! With a furious roar, it picked up a fragment of the skeletal lizard's bone and hurled it fiercely at Lu Yang. The onlooking team members were left in shock, especially Su Qianqian, who had tackled the large-scale dungeon on Skull Island multiple times without ever hearing of King Kong attacking an ally. My heavens! King Kong is actually attacking Lu Yang? Isn't it our ally? Can it even attack a teammate? King Kong appeared genuinely enraged. Of course, it was the guardian of Skull Island. How could it willingly submit to being contracted by a human? Lu Yang was indeed audacious to extend a contract invitation to King Kong. It seemed another battle was about to unfold, and one could only wonder if Lu Yang could successfully contract King Kong. The elf summoner remarked in astonishment. If he truly contracts King Kong, it would be a groundbreaking event for the entire summoner profession. To my knowledge, no one in the history of summoners has ever contracted such a creature. The massive bone fragment hurtled towards Lu Yang. Whoosh! Although it was merely a fragment, it was still considerable in size compared to Lu Yang's human form. If it struck him, it could easily turn him into a pulp. Humph! Lu Yang scoffed, a knowing smile playing on his lips, displaying a certain flair. Yet he stood his ground, neither flinching nor evading. Roar! Godzilla stepped forward, roaring as it turned and swung its massive tail. Boom! Godzilla's tail expertly struck the incoming bone fragment, shattering it into countless pieces that rained down around them. Roar! King Kong's fury only grew upon missing its strike. It dropped to all fours, charging furiously at Lu Yang. Roar! Roar! Godzilla and Ghidorah roared in response, advancing to confront the impending threat, one charging on the ground, the other soaring through the sky. Kong charged towards the oncoming behemoth, the colossal King Kong. Be careful, Lu Yang suddenly cautioned, don't kill it. From the previous battle and the information revealed by Su Qianqian, it was evident that the overall strength of King Kong did not match that of the ultimate boss, the skeletal lizard. Defeating the latter required the cooperation of adventurers. However, Ghidorah and Godzilla could easily vanquish the skeletal lizard, making it almost a foregone conclusion that they would triumph over King Kong. Lu Yang had no need for concern. His only worry was that one of the summoned beasts might inadvertently deliver a fatal blow to King Kong, thus thwarting his opportunity to form a pact with it, relegating him to seek new chances in future quests. Thud, 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 thud. The three colossal creatures drew ever closer. Oh my, it's really happening. The onlookers were electrified. As they beheld the imminent clash of the three titans, they collectively held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted. The immense impact from the collision of the three titans sent shockwaves, scattering sand and gravel across the ground. Everyone instinctively gritted their teeth, squinting their eyes as their hearts tightened. Yet, the spectacle that unfolded before them widened their eyes in disbelief. No way. Is this real? Godzilla stood at a mere 6 meters tall, a veritable giant among humans. yet in the presence of the towering King Kong, which loomed at 17 or 18 meters. It seemed dwarfed, barely reaching half its height. Everyone had anticipated that King Kong would easily topple Godzilla, perhaps even send it flying. However, the reality was that while King Kong's massive hands pinned Godzilla down, the latter only slid back a few meters before firmly anchoring itself, refusing to budge any further. King Kong's eyes glimmered with astonishment, incredulously gazing down at Godzilla. Roar! Before it could fully comprehend the situation, Ghidorah swooped down from the sky, extending its dragon claws towards King Kong's shoulder. With a sharp thrust, the claws pierced through King Kong's thick fur, embedding themselves deep into its flesh. Flapping its wings, Ghidorah ascended once more. A howl of agony erupted from King Kong. Its arm trembled in pain, relinquishing its grip on Godzilla. Seizing the opportunity, Godzilla swung its massive tail, delivering a powerful strike that knocked King Kong's short legs out from under it. King Kong struggled to maintain its balance, its body uncontrollably propelled backwards by Ghidorah's might. Ghidorah soared higher and higher. In mere moments, it had ascended several hundred meters into the air. King Kong writhed in agony beneath its claws. Acutely aware of the threat to its life, it understood that if it continued to rise, it would inevitably be thrown down, possibly to its demise. With a desperate effort, King Kong reached out with its other arm, attempting to grasp Ghidorah's talon. Gritting its teeth, it tore at the claw embedded in its shoulder, ripping through flesh and fur to leave deep, bone-exposing gashes. King Kong's immense body plummeted uncontrollably towards the ground. Boom! The impact sent tremors through the earth, raising a thick cloud of dust. King Kong lay there, racked with pain, its head spinning from the fall, unable to muster even a sound, remaining motionless for a while. Thud, thud, thud. Before it could gather its senses, Godzilla charged forward, leaping onto King Kong's body. It began to slash at King Kong's chest with its sharp foreclaws. Slash, slash. The razor-sharp claws tore through King Kong's fur, leaving a series of deep wounds. The searing pain jolted King Kong back to reality. It raised its hand, intending to swat Godzilla away, but could only manage to lift one arm. Just as it did, roar, roar, Ghidorah descended, crushing down onto its arm, while flapping its wings to conjure a gravitational tempest that firmly restrained King Kong's movements. King Kong found itself powerless to move, writhing helplessly as Godzilla's claws rained down upon it. Its vitality swiftly diminished, spiraling towards a state of peril. Observing this, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile, murmuring, "The moment has come." With that, he stepped towards the fallen King Kong, retrieving a level 2 contract scroll, preparing to initiate the pact ceremony. Chapter 0131. King Kong's complete submission. Liu Yang's third summoned beast. Liu Yang was ready to commence the contract, yet his companions remained in a state of shock. Is it over just like that? I thought we were in for a fierce battle. How did King Kong get defeated in a single exchange? Aren't you being naive? Liu Yang's 2 summoned beasts can easily slay the skeletal lizard, let alone King Kong, which is weaker. Did you not notice that they hadn't even used their skills? They were afraid of accidentally finishing King Kong off in one blow. Is this the plight of the strong? Worrying about inadvertently killing it? Everyone, please be quiet. Su Qianqian interjected, signaling for silence. Liu Yang is about to commence the contract ceremony. We must not disturb him. The contract ceremony represented a mental battle between the summoner and the entity being contracted, requiring absolute focus. Any disruption could lead to failure or, worse, mental harm. The group complied, falling silent. Under Su Qianqian's guidance, they gathered closely around Liu Yang, forming a protective circle. Liu Yang approached King Kong, positioning himself beside its massive head. King Kong turned to face him, emitting a reluctant whimper. Its gaze was laden with complex emotions, anger, defiance, and even a hint of fear. Liu Yang seemed to decipher its thoughts, smiling as he said, "If you had agreed from the start, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering." He unfurled the level 2 contract scroll once more, extending another invitation to King Kong. Yet King Kong remained obstinate. Roar, roar. Ghidorah and Godzilla unleashed another round of furious roars, exerting pressure on it. However, Liu Yang raised his hand to halt them. He approached King Kong's head, gently placing his hand on its forehead. "I sincerely wish to contract with you. Become my summoned beast, and I will offer you a fate far beyond the endless cycle of this dungeon." Unlike other creatures, King Kong possessed an intelligence akin to that of humans. While Ghidorah and Godzilla also exhibited considerable intellect, they paled in comparison to King Kong at this stage of their growth. King Kong might lack the extraordinary talents and skills of Ghidorah and Godzilla, but its exceptional intelligence promised a future brimming with infinite possibilities. Conversely, this remarkable intelligence made it more resistant to submission to humans, let alone becoming one of their summoned beasts. Thus, Liu Yang chose to engage sincerely rather than continue exerting pressure. The colossal creature seemed to genuinely comprehend Liu Yang's words, as the hostility in its gaze softened considerably. A satisfied smile graced Liu Yang's lips as he formally employed a level 2 contract scroll upon the mighty beast. This time, the creature offered no resistance. With a resounding clang, a massive teleportation array emerged beneath the creature, swirling and expanding until it enveloped its immense form. A corresponding rotating magical circle materialized beneath Liu Yang's feet, the two arrays synchronizing to align their frequencies. Magical links sprang forth from both the creature and Liu Yang, intertwining in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yang felt the essence of the creature's soul, which in turn sensed his own. Astonishment flickered in the creature's vast eyes, its pupils contracting at the sight of something unfathomable. Within the realm of souls, the creature found itself amidst a profound starry expanse. Before it stood the diminutive figure of Liu Yang, yet towering behind him were two colossal silhouettes. One was a gigantic three-headed dragon, its expansive wings capable of shrouding the very sky. Though the creature could only discern a shadow, it could vividly perceive the tempestuous storms and violent golden lightning swirling around it. The other silhouette was a colossal beast, its robust lower body and an enormous tail stretching hundreds of meters like a mountain range, adorned with bright blue dorsal fins that emitted surging electric particles. The creature recognized these formidable figures instantly. They were none other than King Ghidorah and Godzilla. This represented the future of Ghidorah and Godzilla. Liu Yang proudly gestured towards the creature's rear, proclaiming, "And your future lies there." The creature turned to gaze, astonished to see its own shadow stretching back, forming a similarly gigantic silhouette. Though it lacked the magical radiance and energy of Ghidorah and Godzilla, it was undeniably an imposing figure, nearly on par with them. This was the destiny Liu Yang had bestowed. With a triumphant roar, the creature began to pound its chest vigorously. Thud, 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 thud. It then knelt before Liu Yang, bowing its head in submission. In that moment, the creature fully surrendered to Liu Yang, electing to become his third summoned beast. With a thunderous boom, the magical arrays beneath Liu Yang and the creature erupted in a brilliant radiance, signifying the flawless completion of the contract ritual. Su Qianqian and the others erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces alight with astonishment and disbelief. Did the contract really succeed? No way. Liu Yang truly managed to contract the colossal creature. If he can contract even the guardian of Skull Island, what can't he accomplish? How did he bridge the vast attributes gap between them? Even in a weakened state, the creature still possessed over 40,000 mental points. Watching Liu Yang successfully contract the creature, Guisu felt a surge of excitement. What you may not realize is that our brother Liu conquered the creature not just through strength, but through his charismatic persona. The others, having had little interaction with Liu Yang, took this as jest. They harbored a fervent curiosity, eager to witness the differences in the creature now that it had become a summoned beast. However, as they took their first steps forward, a dazzling light erupted once more from Liu Yang and the creature, enveloping them and obscuring the vision of those around. What is happening? The group was perplexed. Hadn't the contract ritual been completed? Could there be a problem? Only those familiar with Liu Yang's summoning contract process, such as Su Qianqian, understood that the ritual was far from finished. Su Qianqian surmised that Liu Yang's talent activated during the contract of a summoned beast. Amidst the radiant glow, the creature's wounds had fully healed, and it rose from the ground. Liu Yang activated his bloodline reconstruction talent, commencing the transformation of the remnants of the creature's bloodline essence. As he traced back through the thin layers of bloodline essence, a sudden surge of explosive power flooded into Liu Yang's soul. In a moment of disorientation, Liu Yang envisioned a colossal fist plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters. The fist even generated flames through its friction with the air, resembling a massive meteor descending from the heavens. Gazing upwards from the ground, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Through the fiery glow, he discerned the owner of the gigantic fist, a gargantuan black-furred gorilla, its physique robust and powerful, interspersed with streaks of silver fur, exuding a timeless wisdom honed through ages of adversity. With a thunderous impact, the meteor-like fist collided with the air above Liu Yang, creating a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward with a deafening roar. Though devoid of explosive flames, the visual spectacle of the powerful shockwave rivaled that of a supermagic missile's detonation. Liu Yang's entire soul space trembled at the force. The essence of the creature's bloodline differed distinctly from that of Ghidorah and Godzilla. It did not emanate the aura of an absolute sovereign. Comparatively, it fell slightly short. Yet, Liu Yang felt no disappointment, for he understood that not every summoned beast could embody the essence of a king. Such expectations were unrealistic. Moreover, even though the creature's bloodline essence did not belong to the realm of kings, it nonetheless exuded a formidable and untamed power. Amidst the brilliance, the creature's immense body suddenly ascended, hovering in midair as transformations began to unfold. Firstly, its stature, already towering at 17 to 18 meters, grew even larger, surpassing 20 meters in height. Its muscular physique became more solid and resilient, with muscle density increasing further. Now, merely clenching a fist would produce audible cracks from the explosive muscles. Its black fur thickened, enveloping its formidable muscles, while a layer of faint silver fur sprouted amidst the rich black. A particularly notable streak of silver fur adorned its head, shimmering under the radiant light, casting a silver glow around its outline. With a gentle descent, the creature landed, signifying the completion of the bloodline transformation. With an exuberant roar, it raised its arms high, then fervently pounded its chest in celebration. Bang, 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 bang. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback. The transformation of King Kong did not manifest as drastically as that of Ghidorah or Godzilla. However, the aura it emanated was entirely different, more savage, more domineering. Yet, within its expressive eyes, one could discern a glimmer of composed wisdom. Let me witness your transformation. Liu Yang accessed King Kong's status panel. Ancestral King Kong, LV20. Strength, 99,999. Intelligence, 49,999. Stamina, 99,999. Agility, 99,999. Mentality, 49,999. Traits, imagistic thinking. Talents, autonomous adaptation, sovereign's might. Imagistic thinking. King Kong possesses a formidable cognitive capability, enabling it to transcend mere appearances and generate concrete mental associations. Thus, King Kong can adeptly master the usage of human equipment and even proficiently wield human skills. Currently equipped, none. Skills learned, none. Autonomous adaptation. King Kong's robust physique grants it a remarkable adaptability to equipment, allowing it to wear human gear up to 10 levels above its own. Sovereign's might. An overwhelmingly powerful physique. King Kong disregards any physical control skills. Additionally, the direct physical damage inflicted increases by 200. Wow! Liu Yang exclaimed in delight, for King Kong had evolved into the most formidable ancestral form of its kind, henceforth referred to as Ancestral King Kong. Nevertheless, Liu Yang decided to continue calling it King Kong for the sake of convenience. King Kong's level was temporarily restricted to 20 due to Liu Yang's own level, yet its attributes had not diminished. Indeed, they had increased. Its strength, stamina, and agility were but 1 point shy of the 6-digit milestone of 100,000. Unlike Ghidorah and Godzilla, King Kong lacked the innate ability to infinitely augment all attributes. However, the two additional talents, combined with its inherent traits, were equally astonishing. Imagistic thinking allowed King Kong to don human equipment. Under the enhancement of the autonomous adaptation talent, it could even ignore the 10-level restriction. A full set of all-attribute mechanical gear. Liu Yang excitedly retrieved a divine artifact from his backpack. All-attribute mechanical gloves, LV23. Epic. Total attributes, 230. Power enhancement. Physical damage increased by 100. Mechanical proliferation. When wearing these gloves, there is a 33% chance to increase total attributes by 1 point upon defeating an enemy. Was this not the perfect fit for King Kong? Mechanical proliferation could compensate for King Kong's inability to grow all attributes, and although it was probabilistic, it significantly raised its upper limits. In the future, when combined with other equipment that provided percentage-based attribute bonuses, the resultant attributes would be truly formidable against the backdrop of 100,000 base attributes. It seemed King Kong's total attributes would not lag far behind those of Ghidorah and Godzilla. Liu Yang enthusiastically handed the all-attribute mechanical gloves to King Kong. Upon receiving them, King Kong chose to equip them. The diminutive gloves expanded exponentially, fitting perfectly onto King Kong's right hand. Crack, crack. King Kong raised its right hand, flexing its fingers to test the sensation. The feeling coursing through its arm filled it with immense joy, and a sparkle of surprise shone in its eyes. It punched triumphantly towards the sky, raising its arm in exultation. Roar! Liu Yang smiled with satisfaction, raising the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that this equipment would ultimately find its place adorning his summoned beast. It seemed he would need to be more mindful of suitable gear in the future. As it stood, aside from its inability to utilize any skills, King Kong's exhibited physical combat prowess appeared to surpass that of Ghidorah and Godzilla. The power enhancement on the equipment could augment its physical damage by 100. Coupled with the 200 physical damage increase from its Sovereign's Might talent, this resulted in a staggering total physical damage amplification of 300, with a strength value of 100,000. With such a punch, Liu Yang could hardly fathom the terrifying potential. The bloodline transformation was complete. As the radiance around Liu Yang dissipated, he reappeared within the sight of the crowd. Su Qianqian and the others gazed at King Kong beside Liu Yang, their faces reflecting incredulity. My goodness, is that King Kong? Chapter 0133. Liu Yang. You are my deity. Though King Kong's appearance had not dramatically changed, the sensation it imparted was entirely transformed. Even from a distance, Su Qianqian and the others could palpably sense the immense pressure emanating from King Kong. Unlike the subtle spiritual shockwaves from Ghidorah and Godzilla, the pressure from King Kong was directly manifested in the physical realm. A larger frame, a more robust physique. Merely looking up at it left Su Qianqian and her companions feeling somewhat breathless. Many halted their advance, opting instead to stand at a distance and observe. They gazed at the colossal King Kong, their eyes filled with astonishment. Had King Kong indeed grown larger? It was not merely larger. Its muscles appeared to have expanded significantly. Its arms were as thick as bridge pillars. Moreover, it seemed to have sprouted a few strands of silver fur, which somehow added a touch of charisma. Beyond the physical transformation, what captivated the team most was the gleaming golden equipment adorning King Kong's hands. Especially for Guosu and Lin Yuhao, the two were utterly stunned, letting out exclamations of shock. Isn't that the all-attribute mechanical gloves? King Kong can wear equipment? The two exchanged incredulous glances. The others were equally astonished, their mouths agape. They had never heard of summoned beasts being able to wear human equipment, especially not from a spirit summoner. Her mind seemed to have completely short-circuited. As a summoner, the spectacle unfolding before her shattered her long-held perceptions. Why could summoned beasts don human gear? It was one thing for King Kong to anthropomorphically wield simple weaponry, but why could it directly equip human gear? Some speculated about King Kong's imagistic thinking trait. Could it be due to imagistic thinking? Liu Yang smiled, offering a vague affirmation. Indeed, it is because of imagistic thinking. This is a characteristic that King Kong has manifested, and it cannot be concealed. Although the crowd still harbored some confusion, they had no choice but to accept this explanation. Most importantly, while they were unclear about the specifics of the all-attribute mechanical gloves, they could discern from the golden light emanating from it that it was an epic quality premium equipment. It appeared to be an epic quality premium piece of gear. My goodness, not only could it wear human equipment, but it also donned an epic quality item. What kind of family did Liu Yang hail from to bestow such exceptional equipment upon his summoned beast? Yet, returning to the matter at hand, what exactly were the all-attribute mechanical gloves? Once donned, the attributes of the equipment remained concealed from outsiders. However, Guosu and his companions were distinctly aware of the specific information regarding the all-attribute mechanical gloves. Guosu, filled with envy, nearly ground his teeth in frustration as he exclaimed, that cannot merely be classified as premium equipment. It can only be deemed a divine artifact. Do you comprehend the significance? Upon wearing it, it augments all attributes by 230 points and enhances physical damage by 100. Most importantly, it grants a 33 chance to increase one attribute point upon defeating a target, with no upper limit whatsoever. Guosu's fervent description sent the entire team into an uproar. Goodness, I recall that the attributes of the diamond must be nearly 100,000 points, right? Now that it has become Liu Yang's summoned beast, it surely won't diminish by much, will it? With already 100,000 points, it can still grow infinitely. This is simply unfathomable. The expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically in that moment, a profound shock mingling with a hint of trepidation. A summoned beast boasting nearly 100,000 attribute points is an entity that transcends the comprehension of practitioners at their current stage. Even beyond level 70, it would remain a formidable summoned beast of the highest caliber. The fact that it can wear human equipment and gain enhancements from such gear is astonishing. Furthermore, it has already donned a divine artifact from the outset and possesses limitless growth across all attributes. This single piece of equipment has substantially elevated its potential. Once it adorns several other exceptional items, it could very well possess attributes in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, a mere summoned beast surpassing the majority of practitioners. As for its master, Liu Yang, they could hardly fathom the terrifying level of strength he would attain. The team members were all astounded by the diamond before them, yet they were unaware that Liu Yang's other two summoned beasts, Ghidorah and Godzilla, had even higher potential. This creature is truly terrifying. Su Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim in awe, then wryly self-deprecate. In the future, we may not even surpass a single one of his summoned beasts. Su Qianqian's temperament was evidently unique. She quickly regained her composure. Let's leave the evaluations to my mother. I frankly do not know what to say. With that thought, she clapped her hands to refocus the group's attention. First, let us congratulate Liu Yang on successfully contracting the diamond. I believe this marks a significant breakthrough in the history of summoners. The elven summoner gradually returned to reality and echoed, not merely a breakthrough. It is indeed a pioneering achievement. I anticipate that from this day forth, the portals to the large-scale dungeon on Skull Island will be inundated by summoners. With a faint smile, Liu Yang replied, contracting the diamond was theoretically feasible. Many summoners have successfully contracted similar extraordinary beings. However, he knew full well that in this world, only he could contract the diamond at level 25. Other summoners might defeat the diamond through teamwork, yet the staggering difference in mental points, amounting to tens of thousands, cannot be easily bridged. Liu Yang's mental connection with Ghidorah and Godzilla, two beings of absolute dominion, imposes an undeniable spiritual superiority over the diamond's essence. Coupled with his use of bloodline modification to promise it a future, he has utterly conquered the diamond. Both elements are indispensable. Otherwise, due to the diamond's uniqueness, he would not have succeeded in the contract. Su Qianqian gathered everyone to prepare for their exit from the dungeon. Before they departed, she joyfully addressed her teammates. Our total time for this dungeon run was 1 hour and 58 minutes, which has set a new record for the fastest completion. We have made history. Once we exit, prepare to claim the rewards for breaking the record. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. The team members did not forget who the greatest contributor to this record-breaking run was. They all surrounded Liu Yang, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Brother Liu, for guiding us through the dungeon and allowing us to achieve this recent record. Liu Yang, you are my idol. Just half an hour earlier, a well-organized team had entered the inner hall of the dungeon at the Kyushu Academy's main campus. They were all clad in the uniforms of the Liangyi Academy. As soon as they stepped into the hall, they drew the attention of everyone present. Wow! The Liangyi Academy has come in full force. Are they preparing to tackle the dungeon? It was rumored that they had been eager to break the record for the large-scale dungeon on Skull Island and had been preparing for this for quite some time. Judging by their current demeanor, they seemed determined to succeed. Their team leader appeared to be Wang Rui. His commanding abilities were renowned, with him leading Liangyi this time. They were likely in good hands. Chapter 0134. The confident Wang Rui, record-breaking, is absolutely foolproof. The leader of the Liangyi Academy team was indeed Wang Rui. He paid no mind to the whispers around him as he led his team directly to the dungeon's teleportation portal. Wang Rui did not enter the dungeon immediately. Instead, he turned to command the entire team to form an orderly formation, declaring, conduct a self-check. Assess your attribute status, equipment durability, quantity of dungeon items, and the amount of enhancement potions and food. All team members promptly began to inspect their own conditions, their movements synchronized and disciplined. Soon, everyone completed their self-assessments and reported their results, with not a single issue arising. Wang Rui nodded with satisfaction. Bystanders, somewhat puzzled, inquired, why are they going through such elaborate preparations? With their team's prowess, completing the large-scale dungeon on Skull Island should be a walk in the park, requiring minimal preparation in terms of items and enhancements. An informed senior student explained. Their primary aim this time is likely to break the fastest completion record for the large-scale dungeon on Skull Island. I believe the current fastest record stands at 3 hours and 58 minutes. The sub-4-hour record has dominated the leaderboard for many years. The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment at this revelation. The record for the top position is indeed astonishing. The last time we attempted the difficult version of Skull Island, it took us nearly 5 hours. They completed the nightmare version in under 4 hours? It is simply incomprehensible. The last time I joined a random group to tackle the nightmare version of Skull Island, it took nearly half a day to barely scrape through. Such an outrageous record. Is it even possible to break it? Some speculated. I believe they can. Wang Rui and his team approach dungeons in a manner that is unique and cannot be replicated by ordinary individuals. Each member of their team possesses formidable strength and is unabashed in utilizing various resources. High-damage magical missiles, indiscriminate deployment of magic generators, enhancement potions, and buff food consumed without pause. They are practically throwing money at the dungeon. The second-best record on the leaderboard belongs to them as well. At 4 hours and 6 minutes, they are remarkably close to claiming the top spot. A slight adjustment to the operational details should render breaking the record entirely feasible. The bystanders nodded in sudden realization. Indeed, the individuals from the Two Instruments Academy are all scions of affluent families. We simply cannot compete. Observing their current demeanor, it appears that they are determined to shatter the record. But surely, it cannot be as effortlessly accomplished as you claim. I have heard that they have attempted to breach the new record numerous times, yet have ultimately failed. Zhou Quan, a member of the Two Instruments Academy team, overheard the murmurs of the bystanders and displayed a hint of displeasure. He approached Wang Rui and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Brother Rui, do you think we might be acting a tad too hastily? Gathering us all in such a rush, with some veteran members absent from the academy. and the previous members unable to regroup. Wouldn't it be wiser to wait until Achi and the others have leveled up and acquired new gear before attempting this? Wang Rui cast him a sidelong glance and shook his head in response. We cannot afford to delay. Just over an hour ago, I received word that Su Qianqian and her team have entered the large dungeon on Skeleton Island. Su Qianqian. Zhou Quan's brow furrowed in confusion. What does that have to do with her? A grave expression crossed Wang Rui's face. It may not concern her directly, yet her team includes Lu Yang. Lu Yang. Zhou Quan froze, incredulous at the mention of that extraordinary summoner. His impression of Lu Yang was indelibly etched in his mind. Having witnessed his outrageous feats in the mechanical factory dungeon just yesterday, the sight of Lu Yang's summoned beasts effortlessly dispatching waves of monsters was still vivid in his memory. He had only just reached level 20 and was already attempting a raid? Wang Rui nodded. Yes, I fear he may shatter the record and set an astonishing new benchmark. A number of us are on the brink of reaching level 26, and once we exceed the level cap, we will no longer be able to access the large dungeon on Skeleton Island. We must seize this final opportunity to secure the new record. Wang Rui placed great importance on contribution points for the academy. The students of the Two Instruments Academy do not compare their regular grades, but rather their levels of contribution. Only the most challenging contribution levels can most clearly showcase an individual's strength and accomplishments. Furthermore, though they possess abundant resources, they will not overlook any opportunity to claim more. With Wang Rui soon to reach level 26, he certainly would not let the chance to earn contribution points from the new record on Skeleton Island slip away. Zhou Quan awkwardly remarked, but he is attempting this dungeon for the first time today. Surely he doesn't yet grasp the mechanics? And with such a hastily assembled team, it is unlikely they could break the record, right? Perhaps he himself was unaware of how hollow his reassurances sounded. Wang Rui turned to him and retorted, "You've already raided a dungeon with him once. Do you think it's that simple?" Recalling the astonishing scene from the day prior, Zhou Quan found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. His silence spoke volumes about his stance. After a moment, Zhou Quan continued, "But our team today is not entirely composed of seasoned veterans. The newcomers lack synergy with us. Can we truly break the record?" Wang Rui gestured for him to relax and explained, "Do not worry. These individuals possess considerable skill. As long as they heed my commands, we should encounter no issues." His tone suddenly brimmed with confidence. "Moreover, I specifically requested a slaughter array generator from my uncle. It is foolproof." The slaughter array generator? Zhou Quan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The one capable of indiscriminately slaughtering creatures with less than 25 health points? Indeed, Wang Rui affirmed, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Excellent." Zhou Quan's demeanor brightened. "Brother Rui, you are truly investing heavily this time. Such a generator is typically reserved for battlefields. Your uncle must have been quite generous to lend it for a dungeon raid." "One must risk losing a child to catch a wolf," Wang Rui replied nonchalantly. "Now, let us prepare to enter the dungeon." With that, he summoned the entire team to approach the dungeon's portal. Wang Rui adeptly opened the dungeon selection interface, opting for the nightmare-level difficulty large dungeon on Skeleton Island. Just as he was about to confirm the teleportation, a crisp chime suddenly rang in his ears. Ding-dong. The bell's sound was subtle, yet resoundingly clear to every person present. Wang Rui felt a jolt course through him, halting his current actions as an ominous sensation enveloped him. Could this chime truly be related to him? Chapter 0135, Record-breaking? A system error in the dungeon. The entire interior hall of the dungeon erupted with excitement. Goodness, someone has shattered the dungeon record. It's been ages since this bell rang in the main campus's dungeon hall. Let us see which dungeon it is. The crowd surged toward the central platform, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the new record. Many members of Wang Rui's team also turned to glance curiously, noticing Wang Rui standing still. Zhou Quan felt a twinge of dread creeping into his heart. He turned back to the central platform of the dungeon. The information displayed there suddenly vanished, leaving a blank slate. Then, a single line of information appeared, highlighted for emphasis. The latest record for the nightmare-level difficulty on Skeleton Island has been established. Completion time, 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 25 seconds. Completion team, Team Leader Su Qianqian, Class, Elven Mage, Level, 24. Team Member Lu Yang, Class, Titan Summoner, Level, 20. Team Member Guasu, Class, Eagle Knight, Level, 23. Team Member. A lengthy list of team member information followed. Yet no one bothered to examine it closely. The eyes of all present were riveted upon the completion time. They stared in astonishment at the information on the screen, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. The entire hall fell silent. One could even hear the heavy breaths of some individuals. Goodness, am I seeing things? Is that the latest record for the nightmare-level difficulty large dungeon on Skeleton Island? 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 25 seconds? Surely, this cannot be a data error? It must be a system malfunction. They voiced their skepticism. This large dungeon, comprising 3 stages, includes thousands of minor monsters, alongside 7 bosses and a final leader boss. Completing it in under 2 hours is utterly implausible. Indeed, even a 5-person ordinary dungeon would be challenging to complete in 2 hours, let alone a 25-person large dungeon. The majority expressed their incredulity at the information displayed. The data showcased was simply outrageous. The previous fastest record stood at 3 hours and 58 minutes, dominating the leaderboard at the JoJo Academy for several years. Maintaining such a top score for so long in a place renowned for its talent was nothing short of remarkable. This achievement indeed represents an insurmountable chasm. Yet, astonishingly, the recent record displayed is a mere 1 hour and 58 minutes. This is a full 2 hours swifter than the previously reigning time. The onlookers continued to gaze at the information on the screen, and upon meticulously examining the roster of team members, the look of astonishment on their faces became even more pronounced. However, it was not a sense of wonderment. Rather, it resembled the incredulity of witnessing a farcical performance. Just look at the configuration of their team. Levels 24, 20, 23, 25, 25, 21, and 20. Apart from the 2 level 25 members, the rest are predominantly from the class of 2023. The most outrageous aspect is their professions. The entire team consists of only 2 tanks, 7 damage dealers, with the remainder being support roles. Such a setup is preposterous. Who on earth is the genius behind this team? With such absurd member levels and profession configurations, they would likely struggle even against the ordinary difficulty of Skeleton Island, let alone the nightmarish challenge. However, the information regarding Liu Yang is highlighted in gold. He possesses a legendary class profession. Even with a legendary tier character, this team would be incapable of overcoming the nightmare difficulty of Skeleton Island. This is truly ridiculous. Even the teachers present began to suspect a system error in the dungeon's inner hall, asserting that there must be a malfunction in the dungeon system and that they would investigate. Upon hearing this, the students sighed in relief. I knew there was a problem with the dungeon system. How could such a record be possible? Completing the Skeleton Island raid in 2 hours. If that were true, I could devour the Iron Guardian inside the dungeon hole. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. No one lingered over the birth of the new record, and they dispersed, chuckling. However, Zhou Quan, standing at the dungeon's teleportation portal, held a different opinion. When he saw that the creator of the outrageous record was Liu Yang, he instinctively took it seriously. He had also completed the Skeleton Island raid and was aware of the specifics within. The attributes of the monsters in the mechanical factory become stronger than the ordinary creatures of Skeleton Island starting from the 6th and 7th waves. The difficulty posed by the final waves of monsters is undoubtedly greater than that of the ordinary bosses found within Skeleton Island. Yet, all of this had been swiftly annihilated by Liu Yang's summoned beasts with a single skill. Zhou Quan's astonishment grew with each passing thought. If he truly managed to eliminate everything in such a manner, then this record is indeed within his reach. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He turned to look at Wang Rui, only to find him staring down at the dungeon selection interface with a completely different expression. Wang Rui's face was contorted with rage. His hands clenched involuntarily, trembling with barely contained fury. His thoughts mirrored Zhou Quan's. Given his understanding of Liu Yang, he believed that there was a 99% chance that this record was genuine. Initially, Wang Rui had entertained a glimmer of hope, thinking that it was Liu Yang's first attempt at the Skeleton Island raid, and that he might not clear it swiftly due to unfamiliarity or other issues. But who could have anticipated that Liu Yang would move with such speed? He had left no opportunity for Wang Rui at all. Just a moment ago, he had confidently proclaimed in front of so many that he would break the Skeleton Island raid record. Yet, the next moment, Liu Yang's achievement appeared, unmistakably conveying the message, "Stop dreaming." Wang Rui felt as though he were a fool. The thought of facing humiliation before so many filled him with a sense of intense jealousy, even hatred towards Liu Yang. He gritted his teeth and spat out Liu Yang's name. Liu Yang. Zhou Quan could sense the ominous aura emanating from him and, with concern, asked, "Rui Gu, are you all right?" Hearing Zhou Quan's voice, Wang Rui realized he might have lost composure, exhaling deeply to regain his composure. He forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine." He was about to hasten into the dungeon to avoid any potential embarrassment that might follow. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the teacher at the central platform. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." His exclamation once again captured the attention of everyone present. The teacher, with a look of shock, stared at the screen, his voice quivering as he declared, "The dungeon system has not malfunctioned. This new record for Skeleton Island is indeed legitimate." "What?" The crowd erupted into chaos once more. "What did you say, teacher? This new record is real?" Before the teacher could respond, a beam of light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dungeon portal, descending beside Wang Rui's team, gradually revealing 25 figures. The emerging team happened to catch sight of the information displayed on the central platform. My heavens! They were momentarily stunned. Then elation spread across their faces. Unable to contain themselves, they surrounded Lu Yang, exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother Lu, we really broke the record." Chapter 0136, A Lifetime of Glory. 1 hour, 58 minutes, and 25 seconds. Just as Sister Qianqian said, "Wow, we actually shattered the record for the Skeleton Island raid. I can hardly believe it. This is the major raid of the main campus. A record that hasn't been broken in years. Someone pinch me to see if I'm dreaming." The team members were all overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with exhilaration. Some even questioned whether they were dreaming. "Someone pinch me. I'm afraid I haven't woken up." "You are not dreaming." Guisu unceremoniously slapped one of them and excitedly said, "Moreover, our record is simply astonishing. It surpasses the previous record by a full 2 hours. I doubt anyone will break it again. Now, we will be forever etched in the annals of the main campus, and it will likely remain so for a lifetime." Only then did the others take note of this point, becoming animated once more. Some were even moved to tears. "Mom, I'm going to be remembered in the history of Jojo Academy." Onlookers gazed at Guisu and his team's exuberance with skepticism, still unable to believe this fact. They crowded around the teacher at the central platform, eagerly inquiring, "Teacher, is this achievement real?" After several confirmations, the teacher finally nodded, responding, "Though I am reluctant to accept this reality, the dungeon system has indeed not malfunctioned. Their record is authentic and valid." Good heavens! The onlookers stood frozen in astonishment. They completed the Skeleton Island raid in less than 2 hours? How is that even possible? With their team configuration, the only way to clear the dungeon would be through cheating. Someone suddenly recalled the legendary class player in the team. Do you think it could be because of that legendary class player? I've heard that legendary class players possess exceptionally powerful abilities. But even with a legendary class player, could they really be that incredible? That Titan summoner? They scanned the crowd for the figure of Su Qianqian and her team with eager eyes. Su Qianqian was equally thrilled. Yet she exhibited remarkable restraint, keeping her exuberance in check. She clapped her hands to signal for silence, and then turned to Lu Yang, sincerely stating, "Although we have achieved an extraordinary record today, who is the greatest contributor?" In unison, the crowd shouted, "Lu Yang." Their excitement was palpable. Yet they were acutely aware of who was truly responsible for their success. It was because of Lu Yang that they had the fortune to bask in the glory of this new record. Without Brother Lu, even passing the instance would have been a daunting challenge. They were immensely grateful to Lu Yang for guiding them through the dungeon. They were merely there to bolster Lu Yang's numbers. He alone could have easily completed the instance. As they continued to express their excitement, they impulsively lifted Lu Yang and tossed him into the air. Onlookers finally caught sight of Lu Yang. "So this is Lu Yang? How come I've never seen or heard of him before?" Meanwhile, Wang Rui and Zhou Quan also spotted Lu Yang. "This kid is truly impressive," Zhou Quan marveled. Having just reached level 20 and already tackling a dungeon, setting a historical record on his first attempt, he was entirely convinced of Lu Yang's capabilities. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Why wasn't Ti included? Wang Rui shot him a sharp glance in response. The latter immediately sensed the intense aura of hostility and quickly fell silent. "Humph," Wang Rui sneered. "A person from the countryside. How long can he remain impressive?" At first, he relied on his profession's strength to show off, but with such a penchant for seeking the spotlight, he wields no power or influence. His tone carried a hint of chilling disdain. Whether his profession would endure in the later stages was uncertain. Zhou Quan shuddered at Wang Rui's words, clearly grasping the underlying implications, and dared not speak further. Wang Rui remained silent for a moment before continuing, considering his relationship with Su Qianqian. He likely holds significant favor with Su Jing. I bet he'll be tagging along for the wild boss trial in 3 days. Zhou Quan felt a sense of foreboding. What if he goes and steals my opportunity? Wang Rui scoffed dismissively. Why are you panicking? The wild map imposes no restrictions on levels or numbers. No matter how strong he is, how much chaos can he truly stir? Zhou Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Today's new record gift package is certainly out of reach, losing out on 30 contribution points. If I miss out on the wild boss in 3 days as well, I fear I won't level up my contribution rank this semester." "Don't worry," Wang Rui assured him. "I'll make sure to bring Brother Chuyang along." "Brother Chuyang?" Zhou Quan's spirits lifted. That wild boss is sure to be a success. Wang Rui's face once again bore a confident smile. However, as he glanced back at the crowd where Lu Yang was being repeatedly tossed into the air, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "All right," Lu Yang said, feeling a bit overwhelmed after several tosses. "Please put me down." Guisu and the others complied, though their expressions suggested they were still caught up in the excitement. Liu Yang chuckled helplessly and quickly changed the subject, asking, "Have you all received the new record gift package?" This topic proved effective, as everyone hurriedly checked their notifications. They received the new record gift package one after another, and their excitement escalated into joyous gestures. The new record package had arrived. 30 contribution points and 250,000 currency. WeVE hit the jackpot. Liu Yang opened his space backpack and discovered a new package as well. Congratulations to student Liu Yang for setting a new clearing record in the Nightmare level Skeleton Island dungeon. Jojo Academy will reward you. Please check your rewards. Liu Yang opened the new record package and was somewhat taken aback to find that the Skeleton Island reward included 30 contribution points and 2 additional dungeon entry attempts. But the currency reward was merely 250,000. Su Qianqian noticed the confusion on his face and explained, Skeleton Island is a large dungeon, and the reward mechanism differs from that of regular dungeons. Due to the larger participant base in large dungeons, the monetary rewards in the new record package are not substantial. However, the 2 additional entry attempts are far more valuable than the currency reward. Liu Yang's expression revealed his lack of understanding. Su Qianqian continued, the cooldown period for large dungeons is 7 days, and entry attempts are strictly limited. You can only enter once every 7 days. You can purchase additional entry attempts with currency, but can only do so once a week for 1 million, with discounts and extra attempts available as your contribution rank increases. Liu Yang nodded in realization, I see. He then checked his contribution rank information. Contribution rank, F, 5100. Only 50 contribution points remaining. Observing the slow growth of his contribution rank, Liu Yang felt a sense of urgency rising within him. He turned to Su Qianqian. What other methods can I use to quickly gain contribution points? Chapter 0137. It has to be you, Liu Yang. Liu Yang was in dire need of elevating his contribution rank. He had just contracted with a colossal 20-meter-tall creature, which undoubtedly required a substantial amount of food, comparable to that of the behemoth. Catering to the appetites of 2 gigantic beasts posed a significant problem. With the discounts from elevating his contribution rank, his burden would be considerably alleviated. Most importantly, the extra dungeon entry attempts following the elevation of his contribution rank were crucial. Additional entry attempts meant more experience points, more resources. It also implied that the behemoth could acquire more attribute points. Su Qianqian seemed to anticipate his inquiry. She smiled gently and said, I knew you would ask this question. However, instead of providing a direct answer, she countered with a question, how many contribution points do you have now? 50 points. Liu Yang replied instinctively. Su Qianqian nodded, saying, once the rewards from the trial task arrive, you should be able to level up directly. Yet, just as Liu Yang was about to mention that the rewards had yet to be credited, a notification suddenly popped up before him. Su Qianqian's face lit up with surprise as she excitedly exclaimed, the rewards from the trial task have just arrived. Congratulations to student Liu Yang for successfully completing the trial task challenge at Jojo Academy. Jojo Academy will reward you. Please check your rewards. A new package appeared in Liu Yang's space backpack. Upon opening it, he found 50 contribution points and a silver equipment exchange voucher. Silver equipment exchange voucher. This voucher can be used at the Jojo Academy trading area to exchange for any silver quality equipment that meets the level requirements. It was a commendable reward, but Liu Yang was more concerned about his contribution rank. Ding. Upon reaching 100 contribution points, his contribution rank rose as desired, elevating him to rank E. Contribution rank, E0, 500. However, rather than joy, a look of astonishment crossed his face. To reach the next level, he would require 500 contribution points? Su Qianqian nodded, responding helplessly, it is exceedingly difficult to elevate one's contribution level. I am still 80 contribution points away from reaching D rank. A faint smile of Wushao appeared on Liu Yang's face as he lamented the fierce competition at Jojo Academy. He redirected the conversation back to the initial question. So, how can one expedite this process? Su Qianqian deliberately teased, saying, in a while, you should accompany me to find my mother. She happens to have some pertinent information to share with you. All right, Liu Yang agreed without hesitation. Having exhausted his high-level retrospection stone, he indeed needed Su's help to recharge it. Lu Gu, Guasu and Xueqi excitedly surrounded him. The rewards for the trial task have arrived. I received 10 contribution points. He eagerly inquired, how many contribution points did you all receive? Is the reward not uniform for everyone? Liu Yang appeared somewhat perplexed. Su Qianqian chuckled awkwardly. The rewards for the trial task are allocated based on individual contributions. I only received 5 contribution points. I too received merely 5. Xueqi and Lin Yuhao echoed, their expressions equally embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Guasu suddenly burst into laughter, boastfully declaring, how come all of you received less than I did? Are you seeking death? Su Qianqian was displeased by his boastful demeanor. She genuinely wished to enhance her personal contribution. However, Lu Yang had single-handedly completed all the tasks, leaving her with no opportunity to exert her efforts. Guisu still felt intimidated by Su Qianqian and quickly shifted the topic back to Lu Yang. Lu Gu, how many contribution points did you receive? 50 points. Lu Yang replied. 50 points. Guisu was utterly astonished, exclaiming loudly. The others nearby also overheard. Huh. Lu Yang participated in the trial task with you and earned 50 contribution points? Is this year's trial task really taken by the 8 Desolate Institute? Wow. Can you believe that our 8 Desolate Institute actually triumphed over the 2 Instrument Institute? Guisu continued. No wonder I haven't heard anyone from the 2 Instrument Institute mention the trial task this year. It turns out they didn't complete it at all. Ha ha ha. Most of the team comprised members from the 8 Desolate Institute, and upon hearing this news, they felt a surge of pride. Yes, Su Qianqian added proudly. It was Lu Yang who led us to secure this trial task reward. It is almost entirely his achievement. Lu Gu is incredible. The team members were about to continue praising Lu Yang when they noticed that Su Qianqian and Guisu's expressions had dramatically changed. A sudden low aura emanated from behind them. Following their gaze, they discovered Wang Rui from the 2 Instrument Institute approaching with a few companions. His face also wore an unpleasant expression. Though his mouth was tightly shut, the tension in his jaw indicated he was gritting his teeth. Wang Rui had initially intended to come over and feign congratulations for Lu Yang and the others breaking the record. However, upon approaching, he overheard their discussion about the trial task. The 2 Instrument Institute had dominated the Jojo Academy trial task for 6 consecutive years. And this year's sole misstep had occurred under his watch, an indelible mark of shame in his heart. Wang Rui had entertained the thought of cultivating Lu Yang as his ally, considering it worthwhile to trade his humiliation for a capable subordinate in the future. Yet now, he had completely abandoned any intention of wooing Lu Yang, consumed instead by resentment, or perhaps jealousy. Being publicly reminded of this incident was akin to having salt rubbed into his wounds. Wang Rui, Su Qianqian asked coldly, "Is there something you need?" Wang Rui narrowed his eyes and shot a frosty glance at Lu Yang before forcing a smile and saying, "I heard you broke the record for the large-scale dungeon at Skull Island. Congratulations. That record hasn't been surpassed in many years." He then turned to Lu Yang. "It's all thanks to you, Lu Yang. First, you led them through the trial task, and now you've helped them break the record for the large-scale dungeon. What will you lead them to conquer next? With such formidable personal strength, why do you not engage in something worthwhile?" Lu Yang discerned an unusual undertone in Wang Rui's words, his confusion deepening regarding Wang Rui's attitude. Just yesterday, he had been courteous, even taking him to their private dungeon. Why had his tone shifted so drastically today? Su Qianqian and Guisu were further subjected to Wang Rui's sarcastic jibes, their displeasure evident. However, knowing they could not provoke Wang Rui, Guisu and the others gritted their teeth and suppressed their anger. Su Qianqian, on the other hand, was unperturbed by Wang Rui's status. She noticed a group of students from the 2 Instrument Institute standing nearby and quickly deduced their reason for being there. A playful smile crept across her face as she feigned surprise and retorted, "Oh, we didn't inadvertently break the Skull Island record before you, did we? I hope we didn't ruin your plans." She added with a hint of regret, "Alas, I truly wonder how this happened. Our 8 Desolate Institute has not only seized the trial task from the 2 instruments, but now also the dungeon record. I hope we haven't angered young Master Wang." Originally, passers-by had been captivated by Lu Yang, lost in their astonishment, momentarily forgetting Wang Rui and his group. However, upon Su Qianqian's remark, attention swiftly returned to Wang Rui. "Ah, no wonder we haven't heard much about the trial task this year. It turns out the 2 Instrument Institute is too embarrassed to talk about their failure. Who would have thought the 2 Instrument Institute could actually fail a trial task? And this year, it's the 8 Desolate Institute that has emerged victorious. It appears that it is Lu Yang who has led the 8 Desolate Institute to victory. He is the one who has broken the large-scale dungeon record as well. Who is he? How is he so remarkable?" Wang Rui had initially made a grand spectacle of preparing for the dungeon, only to find himself utterly demoralized before even starting. The embarrassment was monumental. The crowd murmured, their voices piercing Wang Rui's ears like daggers. Fury ignited within him, and his expression grew increasingly grim. "Silence!" he bellowed, unable to contain himself. And the surroundings fell silent in an instant. "Humph." Wang Rui, his face flushed, scoffed at Su Qianqian. "You can only revel in a fleeting victory, especially one that relies on others' merits. Can such a victory truly be called a victory?" As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yang, letting out a contemptuous huff before continuing. "However, I can understand your perspective. After being at the bottom for several years, it's only natural to seize the chance to bask in the limelight when you finally manage to surpass others. Wang Rui's words were even more cutting than anyone had anticipated. Yet Su Qianqian refused to yield. You're right. A fleeting victory isn't truly a victory. However, from this point forward, our 8 Desolate Institute will continue to triumph. We shall completely crush your 2 Instrument Institute, leaving you with nothing to say. Her tone exuded unwavering confidence. Yet, Wang Rui and his companions wore expressions of bemusement, as if they were watching a clown perform. Huh. Wang Rui chuckled. What did you say? The 8 Desolate Institute will continue to win? You will completely crush the 2 Instrument Institute? Ha! Not only they, but even the onlookers burst into hearty laughter. The students from the 2 Instruments Academy mercilessly mocked Su Qianqian. Did you consult the 4 symbols and 6 harmonies before uttering such words? You haven't even surpassed their rankings, yet you aspire to crush the 2 instruments? What gives you such confidence? Lu Yang furrowed his brow. As a member of the 8 Wastelands Academy, he felt quite displeased upon hearing this. Moreover, Su Qianqian and her companions were no longer merely his classmates. They were his comrades. He could not permit them to be treated this way. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yang finally spoke. Su Qianqian and Guisu exchanged surprised glances, their eyes reflecting gratitude. The moment he began to speak, he captured everyone's attention. He was Lu Yang. It was rumored that the 8 Wastelands' recent victories were attributed to his prowess. Based on his current performance in dungeon raids, he could likely handle ordinary competitive dungeons with ease. However, his true competitive capabilities remained uncertain. Could he secure points for the 8 Wastelands in professional competitions? With only half a month left until the new students arrived, the upcoming freshman competition would reveal the truth. The crowd once again engaged in discussions about Lu Yang. From their perspective, they held an unexpectedly favorable view of him, believing he possessed the strength to challenge the 2 instruments. After all, he was a legendary class practitioner, and such talent was rare. Even in the Jojo Academy, few legendary class practitioners had ever emerged. Each one that did had stirred the waters of the academy significantly. Recently, they had heard of a legendary class practitioner, Zheng Chuyang, from the senior year, who had long since left the academy for practical training and had not been seen in a while. Listening to these idle remarks, Wang Rui's expression grew increasingly grim. He gritted his teeth and spat out Lu Yang's name. Lu Yang, I won't pretend any longer. I initially admired you and wanted to befriend you. Perhaps in the future, we could even collaborate. Yet, it seems you lack appreciation for the opportunity. Lu Yang, upon hearing this, frowned and retorted, I do not share your sentiment. Your intentions are far too transparent for me to trust you. You. Wang Rui felt the sting of being exposed, his humiliation deepening. You think too highly of yourself. A country bumpkin like you is worth my calculated approach. I approached you out of respect. Lu Yang let out a cold laugh and replied, so you are finally dropping the facade. He had always sensed there was more to Wang Rui than met the eye. While he was uncertain of Wang Rui's true motives for approaching him, he was certain they were not benign, thus maintaining a cautious stance. This is your true nature, Su Qianqian interjected at the right moment. I have always said he is not a good person. Lu Yang confidently declared, as a member of the 8 Wastelands Academy, I will strive wholeheartedly to bring glory to our faction. As long as I am part of the 8 Wastelands, our victories will be sustained. He possessed both the strength and the conviction to back his words. Well said. Guisu and the others, unable to contain their excitement any longer, burst into applause. Su Qianqian even shed a tear of gratitude. Wang Rui, however, remained unimpressed, sneering, what good are mere words? Let us see who can demonstrate their strength. The onlookers, reveling in the drama, escalated the tension. Indeed, mere words are worthless. The wild boss respawns in 3 days. Our academy will designate it as a training ground. All 4 academies must participate. This is the perfect opportunity to settle the score. Exactly. Let us see who prevails in the battle for the wild boss's defeat. Wang Rui readily agreed, casting a mocking glance at Su Qianqian, goading, I fear we may not even see the 8 Wastelands' presence. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement with the proposed challenge. All right, we will claim the wild boss. Wang Rui scoffed dismissively and turned to leave with his entourage. The crowd continued to murmur excitedly. This year, with Lu Yang, a formidable genius in the 8 Wastelands, they might really put the 2 instruments in their place. I can hardly wait to witness the spectacle. The 2 instruments had been arrogant for so long, and I genuinely wish to see them brought down from their pedestal. The wild boss represented a significant training task that occurred only once every 6 months. All students could participate, and even ordinary students from the main campus could join, provided they met the level requirements. It would be a grand collective training event. As the spectators gradually dispersed, Lu Yang turned to Su Qianqian with a puzzled expression. What is this wild boss training they mentioned? Chapter 0139, the Wild Boss Large-Scale Training Event. Su Qianqian replied, Go see my mother. She wanted to discuss this with you. Lu Yang nodded in surprise. All right, He was quite intrigued by the wild boss, and it seemed that Director Su had already considered this for him. After Wang Rui and the others departed, Su Qianqian and her companions felt there was no need to linger. After reluctantly bidding farewell to Lu Yang, they left one by one, each eager to add him as a friend before departing. Lu Yang, not one to refuse, accepted their friend requests, knowing that otherwise, these enthusiastic classmates would be reluctant to let him go. As they walked a distance, Guisu suddenly spoke up, "Lu Gu, I'm sorry." Lu Yang paused, puzzled. Guisu sincerely said, "I apologize for my previous foolish actions." Lu Yang waved it off nonchalantly. "It's fine. You're just a bit naive. Your heart isn't bad. And I didn't take it to heart." Though Guisu had indeed offended him at first, his subsequent change of attitude was evident, and acknowledging his mistakes was commendable. Most importantly, Lu Yang appreciated Guisu's courage and commitment. He consistently charged into battle during training, embodying the qualities of a true knight. "Thank you, Lu Gu, for your magnanimity," Guisu thought as the weight lifted from his heart. He resolved to perform well in front of Lu Yang in the future. He had been worried that Lu Yang still held a grudge against him, as he often reflected on his past behavior with embarrassment. After feeling relieved, Guisu bid farewell. "Lu Gu, call on me if you need anything." Lu Yang smiled faintly, continuing onward with Su Qianqian. After a moment, she unexpectedly said, "Thank you. What's the matter with you today?" Lu Yang wondered about the unusual behavior of those around him. Su Qianqian lowered her head, speaking softly. "Thank you for choosing the 8 wastelands. With your strength, you could have easily entered the 4 symbols or 6 harmonies, or even the 2 instruments. The selection mechanism for the 2 instruments is rather unique, with a mere handful of admission slots available through conventional assessments. However, given Lu Yang's formidable prowess, he could easily gain early entry into the 2 instruments division if he so desired." Lu Yang chuckled lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "The 8 desolations align more closely with my temperament. The camaraderie among my classmates is warm, and the environment here is refreshingly free." Su Qianqian smiled faintly and continued, "My mother has devoted her life's work to the 8 desolations. It is a pity she has always fallen just short. However, with your joining, there is finally hope for a turnaround. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed." Lu Yang cast an incredulous glance at Su Qianqian and inquired, "You have such confidence in me?" Su Qianqian lifted her gaze once more, and Lu Yang noticed a hint of barely perceptible tears shimmering in her eyes. "Yes, I firmly believe you can accomplish it." As they conversed, the two had arrived at the office of the principal of the 8 Desolations Academy. Knock knock. Su Qianqian gently tapped on the door. From within came the familiar voice of Su Jing, "Come in." Upon entering, Lu Yang saw Su Jing seated in her chair and politely nodded in greeting, "Principal Su." "Mother," Su Qianqian said, comfortably finding a place to sit. "Please, take a seat." Su Jing gestured for Lu Yang to do so. Once he was settled, Su Jing began her address with congratulations. "Congratulations on once again breaking a record in a dungeon. And this time it's the record for a large-scale dungeon in the main campus. The new record you have set is truly astonishing. I fear that for a century to come, no one will be able to surpass it." "You flatter me, Principal Su," Lu Yang replied humbly. Su Jing smiled warmly, saying, "Sometimes I truly wonder whether your humility is genuine or feigned. This achievement has already spread throughout the school. The deans and teachers of all 4 divisions are abuzz with discussion, even stirring the attention of the headmaster. And yet, you remain so composed." Lu Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his recent record breaking would stir such considerable excitement. To be honest, he felt little about the record itself. Since his awakening, he had surpassed records in nearly every dungeon he had encountered, and he had grown numb to the praises he received. It was only upon hearing Su Jing's remarks that he realized this was indeed no ordinary occurrence. Su Jing did not linger on the topic. Instead, she transitioned directly to the matter at hand. "Qianqian has likely informed you about the wild boss?" "Yes," Lu Yang replied. "But I am not yet fully informed about the specifics." Su Jing nodded and continued, "The wild boss trials are a significant large-scale exercise at the school level. 3 days from now, a wild boss will spawn in the Golden Plains outside the Jojo Mansion. Our Jojo Academy will deploy a substantial number of faculty to cordon off a designated area and secure it. Students will then have the option to participate in the hunt. Those who partake will have their contributions calculated through specialized data instruments based on damage dealt, healing provided, and damage taken. When the boss is defeated, in addition to its drops, the Academy will reward each student based on their contribution value." Knock knock. Su Jing tapped the table twice to emphasize a key point. "The most significant contributing factor is delivering the finishing blow to the boss, commonly referred to as the kill. The individual who delivers the killing blow will not only earn considerable contribution points, but will also exclusively receive the boss's treasure chest. There is a high probability that the chest will contain exceedingly rare equipment and materials, making the boss kill particularly crucial. Liu Yang nodded in understanding. I see. I will secure the kill. High contribution points, the treasure chest drops, and the victory against the two instruments. Liu Yang was resolute in his intent to achieve the boss kill. Su Jing looked at him with surprise, not expecting him to exude such confidence. All right. I believe in you, she said, satisfaction gleaming in her smile. She harbored immense faith in Liu Yang. Among students at the same level, she believed none possessed greater strength than he. With Liu Yang's extraordinary output capabilities, there was a considerable likelihood he would claim the boss kill. Su Jing then disclosed some additional details to Liu Yang. After he had comprehended everything, he handed over a high-level rewind stone to Su Jing for her assistance in energizing it. As expected of you. Su Jing was not at all surprised by Liu Yang's actions. Come back for it after the wild boss trial concludes in 3 days. Thank you, Principal Su. Liu Yang bowed slightly in gratitude before taking his leave. Once Liu Yang exited the office, Su Jing turned to Su Qianqian, who was seated on the sofa, and called out, "Come here." Understanding her cue, Su Qianqian rose and approached her, retrieving a recording chip from her spatial bag. Su Jing activated the video within the recording chip, and the two began to watch intently. Although this was Su Qianqian's second time witnessing the footage, she still found it difficult to contain her astonishment, her face alight with wonder. Even Su Jing, who was well acquainted with extraordinary sights, displayed a look of shock that had not graced her features in decades. As Su Jing continued to watch, her heart raced with increasing trepidation. She couldn't help but exclaim, "A monster! This boy is truly a monster." Chapter 0140. Su Jing's exclamation, "I lack the qualification." Although Su Jing had long surmised that Liu Yang's output capabilities had reached a terrifying level, able to annihilate standard dungeon monsters with ease, she had never anticipated that he could also dispatch the boss in a large-scale dungeon. That was a boss with 136,000 health points. While it might not strictly be classified as a true instant kill, such a swift and decisive defeat was nearly indistinguishable from one. What was his limit? Su Jing was filled with awe. Astonished that after so many years and having encountered countless individuals, she still could not fully comprehend the depth of this young man. If she could not even ascertain Liu Yang's current potential, how could she dare speculate on his future limits? If even my mother cannot perceive it, how could I possibly know? Su Qianqian replied with a hint of helplessness. Huh. Su Jing suddenly smiled, her mind quickly forming a plan. The wild boss 3 days hence is level 30 with over 1,000,000 health points. Surely he cannot continue to execute instant kills, right? This is a perfect opportunity to observe his output value. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement. Strangely, she felt an inexplicable conviction that even a wild boss boasting over 1,000,000 health points would be easily vanquished by Liu Yang. Su Jing continued to watch, and upon seeing Liu Yang contract the diamond ape, a look of astonishment returned to her face. This boy was undeniably audacious. He dared to contract despite a staggering attribute disparity of tens of thousands, and astonishingly, he succeeded. It seemed the entire summoner profession was on the verge of a seismic shift. Su Jing also noticed, after the Titan was contracted, it immediately donned the all-attribute mechanical gauntlet artifact. She was so astonished that she was at a loss for words. It is crucial to understand the greatest difference between humans and monsters. Aside from intelligence, humans possess the ability to enhance themselves through the utilization of equipment and items. Setting aside innate talents and skills, the fundamental attribute values of humans are quite low. In purely numerical terms, humans are no match for monsters. However, humans can compensate for this disparity in attribute panels by equipping gear and utilizing items to bolster their combat prowess, even turning the tide of battle to overwhelm the monsters. Yet now, Liu Yang was informing her that he had a summoned creature with attribute points nearing 100,000, and this creature was exceptionally intelligent. Moreover, it could wear human equipment and benefit from the enhancements provided by such gear. This extraordinary summoned creature bears a striking resemblance to a level 100,000 professional. Su Jing couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It was truly hard to fathom. Such a summoned creature could potentially exceed the limits of most humans in the future. The scene was simply unimaginable. Su Qianqian echoed her sentiments, expressing, "This kind of summoned creature is already outrageous. How extraordinary must its master be?" Su Jing shook her head helplessly and smiled wryly. "I cannot predict. Yet, I shall do my utmost to help him lay a solid foundation in these coming years. As for where his future limits lie, that is for him to explore." With a hint of resignation, she sighed, "I am not in a position to pry into that." Su Qianqian was taken aback by Su Jing's reaction. Puzzled as she asked, "Why do you say that? How could you possibly lack the qualifications?" Su Jing replied candidly, "Because I cannot reach his heights. I naturally lack the qualifications." She was reluctant to voice such sentiments, yet it was the truth. After a moment of reflection, Su Jing prepared to attend to her official duties. Please get ready for the outdoor boss training event in 3 days. The level of this outdoor boss is not particularly high, so junior and senior students are unlikely to participate. You will lead the second-year students in the expedition. A smile graced her face as she added, with Lu Yang around, we should be able to successfully defeat this outdoor boss. Indeed, Su Qianqian agreed emphatically. Trait: extremely agile. After leaving the dean's office, Lu Yang did not return directly to his dormitory. Instead, he contacted Zhao Hai to arrange a meeting outside the school. The two soon met. Lu Yang, Zhao Hai greeted excitedly, feeling both delighted and surprised. It was only this morning that they had seen each other. How could Lu Yang come looking for him again in the afternoon? Had he only been apart for half a day and already missed him? Haha, Lu Yang chuckled. I have a matter of importance to discuss with you. Zhao Hai immediately adopted a serious demeanor, replying, speak. If I can do it, just let me know. Lu Yang, feeling somewhat bashful, said, I would like to trouble you to forge or acquire a set of equipment for me. It should be at least of silver quality. Zhao Hai nodded, saying, you definitely need an equipment upgrade. He patted his chest in assurance. A silver quality summoner set is a piece of cake. I've got this. No, Lu Yang unexpectedly replied, I'm not looking for summoner equipment. I need a set of level 30 warrior gear. Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yang in surprise. Why do you need level 30 warrior gear? Is it for someone else? A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes as he spoke. You're overthinking it. Lu Yang said with a helpless smile, it's for my own use. But you're only level 20. You won't even be able to equip it. Zhao Hai said, perplexed by Lu Yang's actions. I'm not wearing it. Lu Yang exclaimed in exasperation, it's for my summoned creature. He meticulously explained the reason to Zhao Hai and elaborated on the titan he had just contracted. However, due to spatial constraints, the towering 20-meter titan could not be summoned to showcase to Zhao Hai at that moment. What? Zhao Hai's reaction mirrored that of others. A summoned creature can wear equipment? He stood dumbfounded, his shock palpable. After a long pause, he gradually regained his composure. This was simply absurd. A summoned creature could don human gear? What advantages did humans still possess? Nevertheless, Zhao Hai accepted the situation rather quickly. He had long regarded Lu Yang as an extraordinary individual, and so, any subsequent outrageous events in Lu Yang's life seemed somewhat rational by comparison. All right. Zhao Hai readily agreed. Leave it to me. Lu Yang inquired, how much would a standard set cost? Zhao Hai suddenly frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to haggle over such a small sum with your brother? Don't be ridiculous. Lu Yang replied with a serious expression. If it's truly a small amount, I won't quibble. However, a silver quality set costs at least several million. Can that be considered small change? He did not want to owe too many favors, lest he find himself unable to repay them later. Seeing that Lu Yang was earnest, Zhao Hai refrained from being overly courteous, realizing he had to impose some cost. Yet, he was also mindful of Lu Yang's circumstances, fearing that if he quoted a price, it would weigh heavily on Lu Yang's conscience. How about this? Zhao Hai finally proposed a compromise. I don't really need the money. Just give me all the materials you've collected recently. That way, I can forge a few more pieces of equipment and improve my proficiency. Zhao Hai's reasoning was quite sound. Lu Yang did not refuse, promptly transferring all the materials from his spatial backpack to Zhao Hai. So many materials? Zhao Hai looked in astonishment at the surplus materials in the spatial backpack. Among them were even a few rare items. Claw of the skeleton lizard? Fang of the skeleton lizard? These were rare materials that could only drop from the large-scale dungeon of Skull Island at the nightmare level. Although Zhao Hai knew that Lu Yang had just contracted the titan in the large-scale dungeon of Skull Island, he was still filled with amazement. How much time had passed since their last meeting? At most 2 to 3 hours. Lu Yang had actually completed a nightmare-level dungeon in such a short span, and even contracted the guardian deity of the island within it. Although Zhao Hai didn't frequently participate in dungeons, he was well acquainted with the various dungeon materials he procured over time. Thus, he understood precisely how challenging the nightmare-level dungeon of Skull Island was. Even with a fully equipped team of level 25 players, it would still take at least 4 hours to clear it. Yet Lu Yang had accomplished it in just 2 to 3 hours. This didn't even account for the time spent assembling a team and traveling. The actual clearing time was even less. Lu Yang expressed his regret, saying, it's a pity I didn't manage to acquire the skull of the skeleton lizard. I'll head back to see if I can obtain one. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai's lips twitched involuntarily. A highly challenging large-scale dungeon. From Lu Yang's tone, it seemed as though it were merely a casual run through an ordinary dungeon. No worries, Zhao Hai chuckled awkwardly. Take your time. These materials will suffice for me to forge quite a few pieces of equipment. There's no rush for that. Indeed, Lu Yang nodded, subsequently transferring all the equipment from his backpack to Zhao Hai, including several silver-grade items dropped from Skeleton Island. Upon discovering this, Zhao Hai hastily declined. That's enough. This already surpasses the forging costs. With a smile, Lu Yong responded, I'll leave the selling of the equipment to you, as you are more familiar with market trends. After selling them to offset the forging expenses, any surplus can be dealt with later. All right, Zhao Hai finally acquiesced. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two prepared to part ways. Before leaving, Zhao Hai provided an estimated completion time for the equipment. The standard 6-piece set should be ready in about 3 days. Once it's done, I'll teleport it directly to you. Lu Yong nodded with delight. Wonderful. The timeline is quicker than I had anticipated. I'll be able to don it just in time for the outdoor boss training event. He was aware that certain outdoor bosses possessed exceptionally high attributes, often requiring hundreds or even thousands of players to vanquish. He eagerly anticipated how the fully equipped King Kong would perform in such encounters. In the ensuing 3 days, Lu Yong intended to continue grinding dungeons. After his previous run in the Skeleton Island large-scale dungeon, his experience bar had surged significantly, nearing another level up. The rewards from large-scale dungeons had exceeded Lu Yang's expectations. The monsters within offered substantial experience, not to mention their sheer numbers. In the second phase of Skeleton Island alone, there were 8,000 monsters. The experience gained was nothing short of astronomical. Lu Yong still had 2 additional entries to Skeleton Island. One more run would elevate him to level 21. He planned to spend the remaining time tackling other dungeons. Although he had temporarily run out of recall stones, he certainly did not wish to waste the natural entries available. Upon returning to the Jojo Academy, Lu Yong noticed many classmates adorning the campus with various decorations. As he approached, he discerned a banner that read, "A warm welcome to all new students joining Jojo Academy." It dawned upon him that the new semester was commencing. Lu Yong had arrived at the academy ahead of schedule and almost forgot that he, too, was a newcomer. Suddenly, he recalled Song Yinran. She did not have the privilege to enter the 4 major divisions first and would instead be placed directly into the main campus. Lu Yong pondered how they might meet again. What could she possibly be up to these days? He speculated that, given her ambitious nature, she would be diligently striving to improve herself, lest she fall too far behind him. However, Lu Yong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. I'm on the verge of reaching level 21. There's no way she could surpass me. His curiosity regarding Song Yinran's reaction when they next encountered each other began to blossom. Meanwhile, within Wang Rui's villa, a cacophony of clattering and crashing echoed through the air. He was venting his anger by hurling objects around the room, leaving an array of shattered fragments strewn about the floor. Zhou Quan stood nearby, his head bowed in silence, not daring to utter a word. Why? Wang Rui bellowed in fury. He is merely a lowly commoner. Why does he deserve to possess such a formidable class? Why is he endowed with such exceptional talent? My approaching him was out of respect, yet he truly thinks highly of himself. Jealousy had completely consumed his mind. Nonetheless, Wang Rui scoffed, his tone darkening. What good is a superior class? What does it matter if he has high talent? A sinister smirk curled his lips. I will make him realize that even the strongest individual pales in comparison to our faction. With a mere flick of my displeasure, I could erase him from existence. Zhou Quan felt a chill run down his spine at Wang Rui's malevolent laughter. Wang Rui coldly dialed the contact chip. The other party quickly answered the call. Wang Rui exclaimed, Brother Zhao Yang, I need your assistance. Without further ado, he succinctly conveyed his request. The other party readily agreed, and their conversation concluded swiftly. Humph. A triumphant smile crept onto Wang Rui's face. Since Lu Yang is so ungrateful, there's no need to let him continue to amuse us. Zhou Quan then inquired. So Brother Zhao Yang has agreed to help? Yes, Wang Rui nodded in affirmation, with Brother Zhao Yang on our side. We can take advantage of this outdoor boss training event and directly incapacitate that brat. The outdoor boss training event was fraught with peril. Thus, Jojo Academy would implement protective measures to ensure student safety. Wang Rui yearned to eliminate Lu Yang outright. However, with the formidable Jojo Academy as a safeguard, death was not an option. Yet, with a little scheming, he was confident he could incapacitate Lu Yang. It should be feasible, Zhou Quan concurred. Brother Zhao Yang is the strongest among our families in recent years, a legendary class holder and a dual talent bearer. At just 20 years old, he has already reached level 39, a super genius. That brat Lu Yang stands no chance against Brother Zhao Yang. Does he still think he can win? A look of disdain flickered across Wang Rui's face. If he can withstand even a single blow from Brother Zhao Yang, I'll concede he is impressive. Zhou Quan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Zhao Yang is a war god. No one has ever survived a strike from him. The two began to fantasize about the scenario 3 days hence. Just the thought of Lu Yang being swiftly defeated by Zhang Zhao Yang brought uncontrollable laughter to their faces. Meanwhile, Lu Yang walked down the street, instinctively sniffing the air. He returned to the dungeon hall of the main campus. where Su Qianqian and Guisu were already waiting at the entrance. Just a moment, Su Qianqian smiled. The others will arrive shortly. She was busy preparing for the outdoor boss training event in 3 days. However, upon hearing that Liu Yang intended to continue running the Skeleton Island large-scale dungeon, she promptly abandoned her tasks to assist him in gathering a team. Guisu needed no further prompting. Upon Liu Yang's request, he eagerly brought people along. Soon, Liu Yang's team was nearly assembled, with only 4 members absent due to specific reasons. Shall I call a few others? Su Qianqian asked Liu Yang. No need. Liu Yang responded, stepping into the dungeon's inner chamber to post a recruitment notice. Looking for players to carry through the nightmare-level Skeleton Island large-scale dungeon, 250,000 per person to join the party. Su Qianqian and Guisu exchanged amused glances upon seeing this. It was indeed a profitable strategy. The other members of the team felt fortunate that, due to Su Qianqian and Guisu's connections, they were not required to pay Liu Yang. In the inner chamber, passers-by encountering Liu Yang and his group for the first time were taken aback upon reading the recruitment notice. What the hell? Carrying through the nightmare-level Skeleton Island? And we have to pay to join? Who gave him the audacity to say that? What kind of team is this? 21 individuals daring to claim they can effortlessly conquer the nightmare-level Skeleton Island? At a staggering cost of 250,000 per person. With such funds, wouldn't it be far more prudent to refresh the cooldown of a regular dungeon? Instead, they waste both money and cooldowns here? It's utterly ludicrous. Yet, to their astonishment, many upon seeing this recruitment message rushed eagerly to Liu Yang, impatient to pay their dues to join the team. In a frenzied bid for the remaining 4 spots, a bidding war ensued right on the spot. Ultimately, they secured their entry into Liu Yang's team at the price of 1 million each. The few who witnessed this spectacle stood dumbfounded, pondering the insanity before them. Were these people truly so naive as to believe they could glide through the nightmare-level Skeleton Island? Even spending 1 million for a mere spot in the team seemed sheer folly. One enlightened classmate finally spoke up. You know nothing. I may not trust others, but I trust him to lead this team. His gaze fell upon Liu Yang amidst the crowd, admiration etched across his face. He is a legendary practitioner. The latest record for clearing Skeleton Island stands at 1 hour and 58 minutes, a feat he accomplished. The configuration of that team was so pitiful, it was almost laughable. Yet he single-handedly led them through effortlessly. No way. The bystanders were astonished, questioning the authenticity. Of course it's true. The classmate revealed the dungeon clearance leaderboard before their eyes. Do you think I would deceive you? The crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had already led his team into the dungeon. They soon encountered their foes, a dozen prehistorical giant tigers. Roar! Roar! Liu Yang summoned both King Kong and Godzilla. While a few first-time witnesses were taken aback, the others had grown accustomed to such displays. Roar! Yet when the towering 20-meter King Kong appeared before them, it was impossible to suppress their gasps of awe. After all, 20 meters was double the height of the 9-meter King Ghidorah. The visual impact was magnified once more. Bam! 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 King Kong pounded his chest in a furious display, roaring mightily. The prehistorical giant tigers, merely witnessing this display, were too intimidated to launch an attack. Even upon exiting the Skeleton Island dungeon, King Kong retained the image of a guardian, instilling fear in the hearts of the monsters. Liu Yang was eager to witness King Kong's combat prowess, choosing not to allow King Ghidorah and Godzilla to join the fray, letting King Kong debut solo. Roar! King Kong crouched and gathered power before leaping high into the air. His massive form soared, crashing down into the midst of the monsters. Boom! His powerful legs crushed one prehistorical giant tiger beneath him, flesh and bones obliterated, blood splattering. Even from a distance, the ground beneath the tiger's corpse was deeply dented, fissures spreading across the area. Roar! King Kong shouted as he swung his fists. His colossal fists, propelled by an astonishing strength of 100,000, created a strong gust of wind. Whoosh! The wind howled. One punch landed squarely on the tiger's forehead. Su Qianqian and her companions, despite being at a distance, could hear the sharp crack echoing. The tiger's skull shattered completely. Its massive head was crushed inward, grotesquely deformed, before its hefty body was sent flying backward, crashing through 3 or 4 trees before finally coming to a halt. The remaining monsters fared no better. Most were reduced to a bloody pulp by King Kong's relentless assault. Successfully killed prehistorical giant tiger LV-28, experience gained, 33,608 for 100. King Kong gains 1 point to all attributes. The all-attribute mechanical gloves had a 33% chance of granting an additional point to all attributes upon monster kills, yet the effect was not particularly pronounced. King Kong had slain over a dozen monsters, but had only triggered the special effect 3 times, augmenting his attributes by a mere 3 points. Compared to King Ghidorah's guaranteed gain of 1 point per kill with his King Smite talent, it fell considerably short. Although the mechanical amplification effect of the all-attribute mechanical gloves had no level restrictions on the targets, theoretically, one could farm lower-level monsters to boost their attributes. However, Liu Yang had given this considerable thought. Aside from specialized dungeons like the Mechanical Factory and larger dungeons, typical dungeons housed at most a few hundred monsters. A single run with King Kong, even with good fortune, would yield only an increase of 100 or 200 points to all attributes. As for farming wild monsters in the open world, that was a misguided notion. A larger area would host at most a few dozen wild monsters, and even then, one might only encounter 1 to 2,000 over a day. Moreover, the experience provided by wild monsters was pitifully low. To level up to 21, one would likely need to farm wild monsters for months without achieving any advancement. Liu Yang would not squander time farming wild monsters to increase King Kong's attributes. That would be akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. After all, his rivals would not sit idly by. They would have leveled up significantly during this time. Upon leveling up, they could learn new skills, and the summoner class could contract new summoned beasts. There were also transformations post-reclassing and even the awakening of new talents. In every aspect, the combat power gained from these advancements far surpassed any mere increase in attributes. Most importantly, through this period of experience, Liu Yang had come to grasp a profound truth. Chapter 0143, The Overwhelming Power of King Kong. After a practitioner levels up in the mid to late stages, whether facing monsters or other practitioners, one cannot simply rely on attribute values to determine individual strength. Dungeons would feature increasingly complex mechanics. Monsters would possess ever more formidable traits and skills, even talents. As for human practitioners, they have unique class characteristics, more powerful skills, and even incredibly wondrous talents. Under the influence of multiple factors, humans may hold the weakest attribute values in this world, yet they can unleash the most powerful combat strength, dominating their surroundings. Liu Yang believed that attribute values merely establish the lower limit of individual strength. While a higher lower limit is certainly advantageous, it is the enhancement of the upper limit that truly dictates an individual's future. For Liu Yang, possessing the extraordinary talent of transformed bloodline, prioritizing level advancement, contracting new summoned beasts, and transforming them into awe-inspiring entities like King Ghidorah, Godzilla, and King Kong was paramount. More summoned beasts equate to greater possibilities, a higher upper limit. Currently, King Kong already boasted over 100,000 in attribute values. His base stats were remarkably high, when augmented by attribute-enhancing skills or equipped with attribute-boosting gear. Those values would soar. The rate of enhancement was far more direct than merely farming monsters for all attributes. The additional attribute values gained now were merely the icing on the cake, unnecessary to pursue with fervor. Were it not for the pursuit of efficiency, Liu Yang would have preferred to let King Ghidorah farm a few more monsters. He understood well that once King Ghidorah leveled up, he would undoubtedly unlock even more powerful skills. Most importantly, it possesses the ability to absorb additional talents. In its later stages, King Ghidorah undoubtedly embodies an extraordinary existence that seamlessly integrates mechanics and values. It stands as the pinnacle of all. Boom. Kong rampages through the horde of monsters. With sheer physical force, he can crush numerous creatures beneath him, especially those fists, brimming with explosive power, that strike each monster with tremendous force. Each blow resonates with a profound thud, bang, and reduces the monsters to a grotesque mass of flesh. Occasionally, a few stragglers escape, only to be dispatched by Ghidorah and Godzilla soaring above. Hiss! Wasu cannot help but exclaim, how ruthless! Is this the Kong with nearly 100,000 points of power? A single punch from him could easily turn me into a mere pancake. The sheer ferocity of Kong's direct physical attacks is terrifying. Su Qianqian muses. With nearly 10 points of power and wielding a weapon enhanced by mechanical amplification, even the final boss would find it difficult to withstand his onslaught. As she speaks, her gaze drifts towards Ghidorah in the sky and Godzilla standing nearby, not to mention Liu Yang's other two formidable summoned beasts. In this dungeon, it seems Liu Yang could indeed annihilate the final boss in an instant. Wasu nods with certainty, absolutely. With Liu Yang's 3 extraordinary summoned creatures, the pace of their dungeon progression is remarkably swift. Before long, they have vanquished the initial wave of minor monsters, revealing the first phase boss, the skeletal lizard. Roar! Upon sighting the skeletal lizard, Kong angrily pounds his chest. Boom, 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 boom. Liu Yang can even sense Kong's intense fury through their mental connection. Go for it. He chooses not to intervene. Roar! Kong charges at the skeletal lizard with all 4 limbs. The skeletal lizard, not to be outdone, lets out a roar and rushes towards Kong. Kong's speed accelerates. Suddenly, he leaps forward with great force. His fists raised behind his head, limbs arched backward. Huh! Accompanied by a fierce roar, his fists crash down upon the oncoming skeletal lizard. The skeletal lizard, mouth agape to unleash a defiant roar, is met with Kong's devastating blow. Boom! Under the immense force of the impact, a deafening sound erupts. The skeletal lizard's hard skull shatters. Crack! Clang! Kong's fist drives it forcefully into the ground. Its body cannot keep pace with the speed at which its head descends, causing its tail to point skyward. Boom! The ground reverberates with a tremendous sound, cracking widely. Even from a distance, Liu Yang and the others can feel a powerful tremor beneath their feet. Instantly, dust rises, obscuring everyone's view. Successfully killed skeletal lizard LV-25, gain 90,000 experience points. Obtained skeletal lizard hide, high. Acquired skeletal long sword LV-24, bronze. Skeletal long spear LV-24, bronze. Bone spike dagger LV-24, bronze. The team members observing are still in shock when they receive the kill notification. They didn't even require Ghidorah or Godzilla to intervene. Kong single-handedly obliterated the skeletal lizard with a single strike. Pure, overwhelming force. Simple, brutal, and astonishingly efficient. The team is left agape, nearly unable to close their jaws. Wow. This Kong is utterly terrifying. One punch, and he annihilated the skeletal lizard? That's no small feat. Such a display of raw power is almost akin to an earthquake. With such formidable strength, delivering blows that connect with flesh, what monster could possibly endure such an assault? Unlike the dazzling visual effects produced by Ghidorah and Godzilla's beam attacks, Kong's visual impact is one of direct physical collision, a massive figure with immense power. The visceral impact of each punch. Even the muffled sounds of the strikes pierce the audience's eardrums. It is profoundly astonishing. Liu Yang's current strength is simply outrageous. Su Qianqian shakes her head in awe. With such a powerful output point among us, we are assured victory against the wild boss in 3 days. Her confidence swells. Just one Kong among Liu Yang's 3 summoned beasts is already this fearsome. One can only imagine the terrifying scene if all 3 were to unleash their combined might. Su Qianqian can hardly bear to contemplate it. As they converse, the team arrives near the ruins. We're here, Liu Yang reminds Su Qianqian to activate the mechanism. Nodding, she adeptly locates the mechanism's position. The high priest of the ancient E tribe soon appears with his people. However, upon seeing Liu Yang's Kong, their expressions shift to one of shock. They mistake it for the guardian deity of Skull Island. They promptly kneel and begin to worship Kong, murmuring ancient words with utmost reverence and respect. Chapter 0144, Kong's Uppercut. A punch to send you skyward. What is happening? The team members are bewildered. Characters within the dungeon are kneeling before a summoned beast. It's utterly bizarre. The ancient E people remain on the ground, reluctant to rise. Su Qianqian can only smile in resignation. After much effort, she clarifies that Liu Yang's Kong is not their guardian deity. If the high priest does not perform the sacrificial ceremony, they cannot successfully unlock the second phase. The high priest, visibly shaken, reluctantly accepts this information. He leads Liu Yang and the others through a cave to the ancient E tribe's village, where they commence the sacrificial ceremony. The second phase is successfully initiated. Liu Yang assigns Kong and Godzilla to guard each path, while the two-headed Ghidorah, capable of unleashing 2 gravitational beams simultaneously, stands watch over both. All 3 summoned beasts possess the power to annihilate monsters. Each wave of monsters that appears is swiftly dispatched by golden or blue beams of light. Even Kong, lacking any skills, can achieve area damage due to his colossal size. The speed of clearing monsters is hardly slower than that of Ghidorah and Godzilla. Any straggling monsters are swiftly dealt with by Godzilla's charged particle beam. The 20 waves of monsters are swiftly dispatched. The final 4 skeletal lizard bosses meet a fate identical to that of the minor monsters. Some are swept away by Ghidorah's gravitational beams. Others are incinerated by Godzilla's atomic breath, or are reduced to a bloody pulp by Kong's enormous fists. Meanwhile, the high priest of the ancient E tribe completes the sacrificial rite. Roar! A cry echoes from the distant mountains and forests. The ground began to tremble perceptibly. Upon hearing the piercing howl, Kong, Liu Yang's mighty guardian, curiously stretched his head to glimpse the source of the sound. He then responded with a roar of his own. Roar! A colossal shadow emerged from the forest, none other than the guardian of Skull Island, the mighty Kong. Upon seeing Liu Yang's version of himself, a look of disbelief flickered across his face, rendering him momentarily motionless. Kong, witnessing another incarnation of himself, displayed a rather peculiar expression. Yet, he swiftly accepted the situation, letting out a nonchalant huff. The guardian of Skull Island soon regained its composure. only to sense the formidable presence of Ghidorah and Godzilla. Realizing the imminent threat, just as it was about to unleash an intimidating roar, Kong bellowed first. The thunderous roar momentarily stunned it. Subsequently, the Guardian of Skull Island obediently closed its mouth and quietly positioned itself beside Kong. Although it stood 3 meters shorter, its formidable physique was still impressive. Humph. Kong cast a satisfied glance at it, giving its shoulder a friendly pat. The intimidation emanating from a fellow of the same kind proved far more effective than that from an outsider. The Guardian of Skull Island might have felt defiant against Ghidorah and Godzilla, but Kong, as its kin and far superior in strength, was one it willingly chose to obey. Heh, Liu Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing spectacle. Who would have thought such a delightful turn of events would occur? Su Qianqian and the others burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems Liu Yang's Kong possesses even greater intimidation. With just a single roar, the Guardian of Skull Island fell into line. It was utterly hilarious, resembling an older sibling disciplining a younger one. However, it was rather odd to witness a summoned beast usurping the position of a creature native to the dungeon. One wondered what the final boss would think upon witnessing these two arch-rivals. The members of the Gui tribe were equally bewildered. Their guardian had become so docile before the adventurers summoned beast. Could it still assist them in battling the skeletal monsters? The third phase commenced smoothly. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently, and the surrounding mountains shook dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a mountainside collapsed with a resounding crash, swiftly leveling the terrain. Dust and debris erupted into a thick cloud. A gigantic skeletal lizard surged through the haze, emitting a sharp, piercing roar towards the Gui tribe. Hiss. Following closely were 2 ordinary skeletal lizards, trailed by an army of myriad smaller monsters, all roaring angrily as they charged towards the Gui tribe. The members of the Gui tribe stood ready. Yet, Liu Yang's team displayed no signs of tension. Instead, they appeared as though they were eagerly anticipating a show. Their eyes fixed on Liu Yang, waiting for him to commence his performance. Let's go. Liu Yang stepped forward, raising his hand to point towards the horde of monsters. Roar, roar, roar. Kong, Ghidorah, and Godzilla unleashed a collective roar. The Guardian of Skull Island joined in, pounding its chest in defiance. The 4 colossal beasts surged forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Godzilla dashed ahead, he charged up, his dorsal fins igniting one by one. A torrent of charged particles surged forth. He opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of electrified atomic breath. Buzz. The thick blue beam instantly pierced through the horde of monsters, obliterating a line of them. Bang, bang. Ghidorah's 2 heads expelled beams of gravitational energy. The golden beams shot into the monster throng, sending entire clusters of monsters hurtling away. Countless monster bodies were sent soaring through the air. The clash of blue and golden beams swept through the horde with reckless abandon, swiftly decimating the smaller creatures. Boom. The Guardian of Skull Island collided with an ordinary skeletal lizard in a fierce struggle. Kong continued to charge ahead, disregarding the distractions from the smaller monsters. His sole focus on the ultimate boss, the skeletal lizard. Hiss. The skeletal lizard shrieked in terror upon the approach of its nemesis, sprinting towards Kong with all its might. The speed of its full-force charge far surpassed that of Kong. The 2 adversaries drew closer. Suddenly, the skeletal lizard leaped into the air. Its massive form glided gracefully, akin to a fish in water, tracing a beautiful parabola as it soared towards Kong. Its enormous, bony maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, aimed directly for Kong's face. Huh. Kong furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. He clenched his fist, adorned with an all-attribute mechanical glove, drawing back to gather strength. Then, with a mighty leap, he struck. The mechanical glove emitted a radiant glow, enhancing his power. He unleashed a devastating uppercut. Boom. His fist connected squarely with the skeletal lizard's jaw, producing a thunderous sound, accompanied by the sharp crack of bones shattering. Crack. The skeletal lizard's jawbone was dislocated by the force of the punch, hanging limply. Its colossal cranium tilted back, and with it, its entire 100-meter-long body soared into the sky. Whoosh. Kong's uppercut had sent the skeletal lizard soaring. It reached an astounding height of at least 100 meters. It took a considerable moment before the skeletal lizard plummeted back to the ground. Chapter 0145. How brutal. The skeletal lizard's innards were violently torn out. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the skeletal lizard's massive form crashed into the ground, triggering a violent tremor. The earth experienced widespread collapse. Dust and stones flew in every direction. The shockwave from the collision reached Liu Yang and his companions in the distance. What the heck? Team members raised their hands to shield themselves from the impact, their faces betraying their astonishment. Did I just see that correctly? Kong sent the skeletal lizard flying with a single punch. No, It wasn't merely a punch. It sent it soaring into the sky. What kind of strength does it take to launch such a massive creature? Did you see that the skeletal lizard's jaw was shattered? This strike could likely incapacitate the skeletal lizard entirely. As the shockwave subsided, the team members widened their eyes, peering through the dust, eager to glimpse the unfolding scene. Whoosh! Ghidorah flapped its wings, whipping up a gust of wind that swiftly cleared the lingering dust. At last, everyone could discern the scene within. Kong stood resolutely, casting a contemptuous gaze upon the skeletal lizard before him. The skeletal lizard struggled to rise, using its forelimbs to push itself off the ground, leaving a deep trench in its wake. After standing unsteadily, it attempted to roar in anger at Kong, only to realize its jaw was completely shattered, leaving only half an upper jaw and scattered bits of bone and flesh. The skeletal lizard's pupils constricted sharply. It then emitted a shrill, discordant scream towards Kong. It once again advanced on Kong with its forelimbs. Humph! Kong disdainfully huffed, standing his ground, neither dodging nor retreating, as the skeletal lizard charged forth. It was only then that the figure slightly bent its body, bracing itself for the impending collision. This time, however, the skeletal lizard displayed newfound cunning, refraining from a leaping assault. Instead, it wielded its elongated tail with ferocity, utilizing a wrapping technique to lash out at the titan from a distance. Whoosh! The colossal tail, propelled by gravity, stirred a tempestuous gust of wind, the sound of which echoed into the ears of those hundreds of meters away. Should that tail strike the titan, it would surely suffer greatly. Who could argue otherwise? That was the final boss's full-throttle assault. Yet, before they could finish their thoughts, the titan executed an unexpected maneuver. Snap! The titan extended its left hand, meeting the incoming tail with an audacious grasp, and it caught it perfectly, though the immense force and inertia caused its arm to tremble, nearly staggering it back several steps. The impact was indeed painful. The sensation of agony prompted a grimace, teeth bared. However, it quickly regained its composure, twisting its hand to ensnare the skeletal lizard's tail around its own arm. With a powerful tug, it yanked the skeletal lizard towards itself. Raising its right fist high, it prepared to deliver a decisive blow. Realizing the perilous situation, the skeletal lizard desperately struggled to break free, only to find itself utterly restrained. As the titan's right fist loomed ominously above, the skeletal lizard resorted to a final gambit, instinctively opening its bony maw to bite at the titan. It had forgotten that its lower jaw had long since been lost. Without the enclosure of its mandible, its slender, twisted tongue lay completely exposed. A smirk of mockery suddenly graced the titan's visage. The outstretched right fist transformed into a grasping motion. Snap! It seized the skeletal lizard's exposed tongue. Sensing a lethal threat, the skeletal lizard's massive body convulsed violently. Its powerful, sharp claws wildly slashed at the titan. The titan, undeterred, allowed the talons to rake across its form. With its left hand pressing down heavily onto the ground, it pinned the skeletal lizard beneath it. Raising its left foot, it placed it firmly upon the lizard's neck. Thud! Hiss! Hiss! The skeletal lizard writhed beneath, yet remained utterly immobilized. Its pupils constricted in terror as it gazed up at the titan, much like livestock beholding a butcher. Roar! The titan bellowed. With a vice-like grip on the skeletal lizard's tongue, it yanked upward with force. Pop! After a brief delay, it forcibly extracted the skeletal lizard's tongue, along with its trachea and esophagus. Splash! A rancid green liquid erupted from the skeletal lizard's shattered maw, mingled with blood, entrails, and undigested monster remains. Disgusted, the titan discarded the tongue from its right hand, releasing its left. It then turned towards Liu Yang, raising its right fist in triumphant exultation, proclaiming its victory. Roar! Though the cheer was one of triumph, the faces of the team reflected little joy. Instead, they bore expressions of shock and horror. This was far too brutal. To have forcibly torn out the skeletal lizard's innards was a sight that inspired fear. Yet, there was an undeniable thrill to it. It had been ages since they witnessed such raw, unadulterated physical combat. Moreover, the titan's sheer power was terrifying. It had vanquished the skeletal lizard in mere exchanges. Throughout the confrontation, the titan had unleashed no skills whatsoever. Its combat style was the most primal of physical clashes, delivering the most direct of attacks. The impact of this was no less shocking than when Ghidorah or Godzilla obliterated monsters with their energy beams. It even stirred the most primal instincts within their human essence. The spectators were left exhilarated. Indeed, a satisfied smile spread across Liu Yang's face. The titan's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. Apart from the lack of skills, it had unequivocally surpassed Ghidorah and Godzilla in physical output at this stage. Yet, the titan's shortcomings were but temporary. Its innate, imaginative thinking trait allowed it to learn the usage of human equipment and acquire basic human skills. Through skill scrolls, it could gradually compensate for this deficiency. Incredible, Guisu remarked as he approached Lu Yang. Brother Lu, your summoned beasts are increasingly ferocious. Each possesses the strength to annihilate a boss. Together, I reckon they could swiftly defeat any wild boss. Lu Yang was equally curious about the nature of wild bosses. He yearned for an opportunity to test the limits of his current capabilities. Wild bosses boasted significant health points, providing an excellent testing ground. With a smile, he replied, "Let us see when the time comes." Guisu and Su Qianqian exchanged astonished glances, but smiles soon returned to their faces. Had anyone else suggested attempting to annihilate a wild boss, they would have hastily labeled them foolish. Yet, coming from Lu Yang, they genuinely believed he possessed the potential to achieve it. Chapter 0146, An Unmatched Rate of Advancement. The team received a notification of their kill. Successfully defeated Skeletal Lizard LV-25. Experience gained, 3,750,000. Acquired Soft Leather Armor LV-23, Bronze. Bone Spike Bracers LV-23, Bronze. Venom Gland Launcher LV-23, Bronze. Obtained Skeletal Lizard Skull, Rare. Skeletal Lizard Bone Spike, Advanced. Received the Blessing of the Ancient E-Clan, Buff Item. Bang, bang, bang. For golden pillars of light surged upward from Lu Yang and his 3 summoned beasts, signifying a level up. Lu Yang LV-20 LV-21. Ghidorah LV-20 LV-21. Godzilla LV-20 LV-21. Titan Kong LV-20 LV-21. As Lu Yang had anticipated, 2 rounds of experience from the large dungeon on Skeleton Island were sufficient to elevate him from level 20 to level 21. Lu Yang opened his personal panel for review. Lu Yang LV-21. Class, Titan Summoner. Strength, 356. Intelligence, 356. Vitality, 356,300. Agility, 356. Spirit, 566,285. Innate talent, talent sharing, bloodline modification, damage transfer. Shared talents, devour talent. King's might, swift recovery, domineering might, self-adaptation, sovereign might. Skills, summon Ghidorah, summon Godzilla, summon Titan Kong. Thunderhorn. Upon leveling up, his attributes experienced a natural enhancement. With the natural energy absorbed through the might of the sovereign in recent days, his foundational attributes have seen a significant enhancement, surpassing that of typical practitioners at the same level. Lu Yang discovered that his equipment still consisted of the scattered pieces of the Wolfman Grand Sorcerer, which were merely at the level of a dozen. Now sharing the self-adaptive talent of the Titan, it was high time to consider upgrading to a set of superior, high-grade equipment. After all, as a legendary level practitioner, it was rather incongruous to still be clad in mere bronze quality gear. He could consult Zhao Hai about this later. Perhaps even outfitting the Titan with a suitable set as well. As Lu Yang spoke, he opened the information panels of his 3 summoned beasts. After reaching level 20, both Ghidorah and Godzilla naturally gained an increase of 300 in all attributes with each level, while the Titan only gained 200. Currently, Ghidorah's total attributes had soared to an impressive 82,668 points, with a staggering 79,268 points from the Might of Kings. It had vanquished over 8,000 monsters in 2 large-scale dungeons on Skeleton Island. Had Lu Yang not prioritized efficiency and permitted Godzilla and the Titan to join in the fray, Ghidorah would have amassed an even greater total. Moving forward, he needed to exercise some restraint in their kills, as this way, Ghidorah's attributes could soon surpass 100,000 points. Lu Yang was struck by a strong premonition. When Ghidorah's total attributes crossed that threshold, it might very well undergo another transformation. In contrast, Godzilla's attribute growth was relatively slower. Thanks solely to the might of the sovereign talent, its total attributes stood at 43,356 points, having increased by 39,956 points through transformation. Although this was nearly half of what Ghidorah possessed, Lu Yang remained unconcerned. Godzilla's method of attribute enhancement differed from Ghidorah's, requiring specific conditions to accelerate its growth. Once the right opportunity arose, its attributes would rapidly catch up. Finally, there was the Titan, whose strength, stamina, and agility had all exceeded 100,000 points, reaching a remarkable 100,721 points. Its intelligence and spirit were at 50,722 points. The 33 probability increase from the mechanical gloves was somewhat modest. Donning a few more attribute-enhancing pieces might yield quicker improvements. With this in mind, Lu Yang felt an increasing urgency to assemble a fitting set of equipment for the Titan. Simultaneously, several other members of the team also leveled up. Even Guisu glowed with the light of ascension, rising from level 23 to 24. I leveled up. Su Qianqian also broke through to level 26 from 25. Completing a large-scale dungeon yielded a massive amount of experience points, let alone running it twice in succession. Leveling up was only to be expected. However, Liu Yang's advancement caught Su Qianqian and the others somewhat off guard, if their memories served them correctly. Liu Yang had just completed his first promotion to level 20 that very morning. By the afternoon, he had already reached level 21. He had even been at level 18 just 2 days prior. To ascend 3 levels in 3 days was an astonishing rate of progress, far beyond their comprehension. The group marveled in astonishment. Liu Ji's leveling speed is astonishingly rapid, akin to riding a rocket. Guisu couldn't help but exclaim. He has only been at school for a few days and has jumped from level 17 to level 21. Incredible. Su Qianqian shook her head in disbelief. At this rate, he'll soon surpass us. Guisu sighed resignedly. We can't compete with him. We're simply not in the same league. The only one in the academy who might match him is Zheng Qiuyang from the Two Instruments Academy. However, Zheng Qiuyang is in his 4th year and will soon be deployed to the alien battlefield, so he likely won't intersect with Lu Go. In the entirety of Jiuzhou Academy, there was essentially no one who could rival Lu Go. Unbeknownst to Liu Yang, the discussions around him were rife. As he inspected his spoils, he was elated to discover the skull of a skeletal lizard, realizing he could use this rare material to repay Zhao Hai's favor. He also felt a sense of anticipation regarding the surprise Zhao Hai had mentioned, speculating that it would likely be an item of equipment, preferably one usable by the Titan. Let us go. Liu Yang signaled Su Qianqian to exit the dungeon. Su Qianqian gathered the team and led everyone out of the instance. Upon emerging, they found the inner hall of the dungeon bustling with excitement. A throng of people surrounded the central platform, staring in awe at the freshly updated dungeon record displayed on the screen. A new record for nightmare-level difficulty on Skeleton Island has been established. Completion time, 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 17 seconds. Completion team, leader Su Qianqian, class, Elven Mage, level, 24. Team member Liu Yang, class, Titan Summoner, level, 20. My goodness. Didn't the last record just refresh a few hours ago? And now there's a new one. I thought that record of 1 hour and 58 minutes was already absurdly impressive, yet the new record has improved by over 7 minutes. Still the same team. Still the legendary practitioner. Who exactly is this Liu Yang? How can he be so extraordinary? It seems he is determined to leave no room for others. Such an incredible record, aside from himself. I doubt anyone could break it. The shock among the classmates reached unprecedented levels. With their limited understanding, they simply could not fathom how Liu Yang achieved such feats, nor could they envision anyone else besides him capable of setting such records again. Chapter 0147, The Golden War, God Zheng Qiuyang. Oh wow. As soon as Liu Yang's 4 new team members emerged. Skills, Entangling Attack, they were greeted with the reward for Venomous Spray, breaking the dungeon record. The 4 stood frozen in place, utterly dazed. We actually managed to snag a new record? And it's for Skeleton Island in 1 hour and 51 minutes. Who could possibly break this record? This 1 million is truly worth it. After a moment of stunned silence, they erupted into cheers, expressing their gratitude to Liu Yang. Lu Go, thank you so much. To complete a dungeon and snag a new record is simply exhilarating. Liu Yang, no Lu Go. If there's ever another opportunity like this, count me in. I can cover the entry fee. Such a bountiful reward made them feel that the cost of 1 million was almost a bargain. Among the onlookers, many, upon hearing this news, were filled with regret. Some even began to offer money to reserve a spot for Liu Yang in the next dungeon run. A crowd suddenly encircled Liu Yang, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed as he hurriedly exited the inner hall of the dungeon. Once outside, Guisu chuckled. Breaking the Skeleton Island dungeon records twice in 1 day. Lu Gu, you're officially famous now. With a calm smile, Liu Yang replied, with the Titan joining the battle. A faster completion time was inevitable. Had I not restricted Ghidorah and Godzilla's performance to observe the Titan's capabilities, the outcome would have been even more remarkable. The speed of clearing the dungeon could certainly be faster. However, Liu Yang had no intention of continuing to break records. After all, the new record rewards could only be claimed once, so it was better to leave some opportunities for others. He wondered if anyone would be able to seize this chance. I am now at level 26. Su Qianqian suddenly spoke, saying she could no longer accompany him to Skeleton Island. She knew Liu Yang would want to complete the remaining extra dungeon run, but her level had surpassed the dungeon's entry limit, thus wasting that final opportunity. It was indeed regrettable. It's fine, Guisu suddenly chimed in. I'm still here. I can help Brother Liu form a party. At level 24, Guisu could continue to grind on Skeleton Island with Liu Yang. Alright, Su Qianqian smiled gently. Then you can assemble the party for Liu Yang. I'll go prepare for our division's upcoming outdoor boss training. With that, she bid farewell to Liu Yang and the others. Liu Yang and Guisu waved her off. Guisu then inquired, "So, Brother Liu, shall we continue?" "Yes," Liu Yang nodded. "Let's take advantage of the crowd and finish it all at once." "Great." Guisu eagerly dashed back to the dungeon's inner hall. He boldly announced the recruitment message. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing that Liu Yang was forming a party again, the students in the inner hall rushed to join his team. Liu Yang's selection method was straightforward. The highest bidders would be chosen. Before long, the party was filled with 11 students, amassing a total of 11 million. Satisfied, Liu Yang led Guisu and the others back into the dungeon. The news of Liu Yang breaking the Skeleton Island clearing record for the second time in a single day quickly reached Wang Rui's ears. What the hell? Zhou Quan was utterly flabbergasted. A record of 1 hour and 58 minutes was already outrageous, and he managed to break it again. Even down to 1 hour and 51 minutes. Is this even a record made by a human? What about giving others a chance? Wang Rui disdainfully snorted. This is his final moment of glory. Let him bask in it for a while. Once Brother Chaoyang returns, he will be nothing but a memory in the academy. Zhou Quan slowly regained his composure from the shock and asked, "When is Brother Chaoyang coming back?" "The day after tomorrow." A glimmer of green light flashed in Wang Rui's eyes, revealing a sinister intent. Liu Yang's good days are numbered. On the day of the outdoor boss training, we will take him down. 2 days swiftly passed, and soon it was the night of the 3rd day. Over these 2 days, Wang Rui had not paid any attention to Liu Yang's activities in the academy. In his eyes, Liu Yang was already a useless individual. Nothing he did mattered anymore. Wang Rui teleported with Zhou Quan to the hotel at the entrance of the mechanical factory dungeon. A crowd was already gathered inside, all clad in the uniforms of the Air E Division. Upon seeing Wang Rui, they greeted him politely. He nodded in acknowledgement and stepped into the center of the crowd, saying, "Get ready, Brother Chuyang will be here soon." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing whistle echoed from outside. "He's here." Wang Rui and his companions' eyes lit up as they rushed outside, scanning the sky for the source of the sound. They soon spotted a golden dot soaring towards them. The dot grew larger until it hovered above the mechanical factory area, revealing a figure radiating golden light. He carried a golden shield on his back, with 2 golden spears crossed behind him. A massive golden humanoid silhouette flickered behind him. "Brother Chaoyang!" Wang Rui exclaimed excitedly, and his companions joined in the fervent cheers. Zheng Chaoyang, a prospective senior from the Air E Division of Jiuzhou Academy, a legendary class professional. By the tender age of 20, he had reached level 39, a super genius unparalleled in the academy. He had consistently ranked first in inter-academy competitions throughout the years. His exceptional talent and strength, combined with a unique family background, led to him being selected by the state to join the alien battlefield for training during his 3rd year 2nd semester. The alien battlefield was teeming with monsters, offering abundant experience points and merit. Though it posed certain life-threatening risks, Zheng Chaoyang's strength and background made safety a negligible concern. He was essentially free to farm experience on the battlefield. In just 6 months, he had slain over 10,000 alien creatures, elevating his merit rank by 3 levels. Consequently, he earned the illustrious title of the Golden War God within the academy. Whoosh! Zheng Chaoyang slowly descended, his radiance instantly retreating. He sported a crew cut, his face strikingly handsome and rugged, with broad shoulders and a tall, muscular frame, standing at an astonishing height of 2.23 meters. Among a group of individuals around 1.8 meters, he was exceptionally conspicuous. "Let's go in." Zheng Chaoyang nodded at Wang Rui, then strode directly into the building. He settled onto a sofa and cut straight to the point. "What's the situation with that Liu Yang you mentioned?" Wang Rui stood nearby, gritting his teeth as he replied. "He's just an ordinary person from a backwater town, relying on sheer luck to awaken a legendary class profession. He has been puffing himself up in the academy." Zheng Chaoyang looked at him quizzically and asked, "Hasn't your uncle ever told you how to make use of such people? Ordinary individuals without any identity or background are the easiest to manipulate, aren't they?" Wang Rui responded, "I tried. But this brat is arrogant and doesn't take us seriously at all. The more I try to befriend him, the more inflated he becomes, brazen. At first, he snatched our division's trial tasks, which was bad enough, but then he went ahead and broke the record for the Skeleton Island large dungeon, wasting over half a month of our preparation. He even boasted that he would defeat us in tomorrow's outdoor boss training and claim the kill." The group behind him seethed with anger, indignantly condemning Liu Yang. "This brat is too arrogant. Just because he awakened a legendary class profession, he has become insufferable. It's one thing to win the trial tasks by luck, but he thinks he can steal the outdoor boss from us? Our Air E division has claimed the outdoor boss kills for several consecutive years. Does he think he can just take it?" However, Zheng Chuyang's expression turned peculiar. He suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, shut up." Wang Rui and the others were taken aback, their bodies trembling. The entire room fell silent, no one daring to speak. Humph. Zheng Qiaoyang snorted coldly, casting a glance at Wang Rui and the others. Have I been away for just 6 months? And the ARE division has fallen into such disarray, losing points one after another, and now we can't even secure the outdoor boss? Wang Rui began to defend himself, stating, it is primarily that brat Lu Yang. After all, he is a legendary level practitioner. His strength is considerable. Zheng Qiaoyang snorted in indignation. If the profound heritage of our two instruments lineage can be so easily overshadowed by a mere legendary level practitioner, then you truly bring shame upon the name of two instruments. Wang Rui's face twitched uncomfortably, contemplating a rebuttal, yet ultimately swallowed his words and bowed his head in acknowledgement. Brother Qiaoyang is right. Humph. Zheng Qiaoyang expressed his disappointment with a huff. This time coincidentally, I have business in Jiuzhou Mansion, which is why I agreed to assist you with this matter. In the future, you must rely on yourselves. Indeed, Wang Rui nodded in agreement. Brother Qiaoyang only needs to help us this once. The new students would soon be enrolling. And at that time, Lu Yang would no longer be so audacious. Yes, Zhou Quan concurred. Fei Lao's grandson happens to be in the same cohort. Fei Ting. Zheng Qiaoyang recognized whom they spoke of, a vague figure materializing in his mind. Zhou Quan continued. He has also awakened a legendary level profession and possesses innate talents. The elders of his family hold him in very high regard. I have heard of this, Zheng Qiaoyang nodded. Fei Lao's grandson will not disappoint. With him around, he should easily overshadow your so-called Lu Yang. Humph. A barely perceptible cold smile crept onto Wang Rui's lips as he mused. No need for overshadowing. By tomorrow, Lu Yang will likely be a non-entity in the academy, and Jiuzhou Academy will once again be our two instruments domain. The group deliberated the plans for the following day in detail before dispersing. Eventually, only Wang Rui and Zhou Quan remained. Wang Rui let out a cold snort, murmuring to himself, finally, I am going to vent this pent-up frustration. He turned to Zhou Quan and commanded, tomorrow, stay close to Brother Qiaoyang and keep a vigilant eye on Lu Yang's movements. As soon as he is on the verge of being defeated by Brother Qiaoyang, notify me immediately. I will be waiting at the teleportation spot of the 8 Desolations branch, and when he is weakened, I will permanently diminish his attributes. Regardless of his legendary level profession, if his base attributes are reduced to single digits, any high skill coefficients will be rendered futile. With a 20-level deficit in base attributes, he would be doomed for life. Wang Rui himself was a rare practitioner who had awakened a talent. His gift, corruption, enabled him to permanently reduce the target's attributes based on the damage inflicted. While its effectiveness was not particularly pronounced against monsters, it was a godsend when facing human practitioners. No matter how formidable a practitioner might be, permanent attribute reductions would ultimately weaken them, potentially rendering them completely useless. As long as the battle was prolonged enough, Wang Rui could remain undefeated in his confrontations with human practitioners. Wang Rui could not help but indulge in the fantasies of the Moro. The mere thought of the arrogant Lu Yang being reduced to a mere shell of his former self brought a triumphant smile to his face. Were it not for the powerful laws of life within the academy, which could absorb substantial lethal damage on behalf of students in peril, he might have been tempted to eliminate Lu Yang altogether, ensuring there would be no future troubles. However, this scenario would suffice. Watching Lu Yang, once a promising genius, plummet into mediocrity and subsequently languish in despair seemed far more entertaining. All right, Zhou Quan agreed, yet as he gazed upon Wang Rui's grin, an unsettling chill crept down his neck. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Jiuzhou Academy's main campus, Zhao Hai hurriedly arrived, encountering Lu Yang, who had been waiting for quite some time. Just in time, Zhao Hai exclaimed with relief. Brother, you haven't waited long, have you? He was aware that tomorrow marked the beginning of the Jiuzhou Academy's wilderness training event, and Lu Yang would certainly require his equipment. For this reason, Zhao Hai had spent the past 3 days diligently forging the gear, finally completing the 6-piece set Lu Yang had requested before the event commenced. No, Lu Yang replied nonchalantly. I just arrived. Over the past 2 days, Lu Yang had completed the final run of the large-scale Skeleton Island dungeon with Guisu and had since been soloing ordinary dungeons. Although he lacked the rewind stones, he had upgraded his contribution level, allowing him to purchase 6 additional entry passes for dungeons at a reduced cost of 200,000. With over 30 million in his possession, he was more than willing to spend that trivial amount to finish all the dungeons he could. Here, Guisu produced 6 pieces of equipment shimmering with a faint silver light and handed them to Lu Yang. This is the 30-level warrior set you wanted. As Lu Yang accepted the gear, his expression transformed to one of genuine delight. Mechanical Battle Helmet LV30, Silver. Strength 600, Endurance 600. Mechanical Battle Pauldrons LV30, Silver. Strength 600, Endurance 600. Mechanical Battle Chain Mail LV30, Silver. Strength 600, Endurance 900. Mechanical Battle Leggings LV30, Silver. Strength 600, Endurance 900. Mechanical Battle Boots LV30, Silver. Strength 600, Agility 600. Mechanical Battle Arm Guards LV30, Silver. Strength 600, Agility 600. At first glance, the 30-level silver quality gear appeared unremarkable apart from the high additional attribute values and lacked any special equipment traits. These attributes held little tangible significance for a golem. However, these 6 pieces constituted a complete set, with set attributes. That was the crux of the matter. A rare smile of excitement graced Liu Yang's face. The set bonuses were extraordinarily powerful. Mechanical Battle Set 3-piece bonus, 10 strength. Mechanical Battle Set 6-piece bonus, 20 strength. This amounted to a total increase of 30 in strength. When donned by a golem to activate the set bonus, it could directly amplify over 30,000 points of strength. The enhancement was immense. Seeing the delight on Liu Yang's face, Zhao Hai, filled with pride, remarked, "So, what do you think? The gear I crafted is quite commendable, isn't it?" "Very commendable." Liu Yang praised sincerely. "It is truly perfect for the golem." Hee. Zhao Hai beamed. "I heard you mention that the golem is a strength-oriented summon. So I specifically crafted this set of equipment." "Thank you very much." Liu Yang expressed his gratitude with a smile. "I genuinely needed this set of gear. With it, the golem's combat power will surely ascend to new heights." Liu Yang noticed that each piece of equipment bore a distinctive engraving. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Hai's signature. Every equipment maker inscribed their name upon completing a piece, serving as a testament to their skill. "Glad you find it useful." Zhao Hai sensed Liu Yang's genuine need for the gear he had forged, filling him with a unique sense of satisfaction. He earnestly stated, "As long as you need it. Brother, I can always help you craft equipment." He understood well the significance of their bond. In the future, Liu Yang is undoubtedly destined to become an extraordinary figure. How could it not be considered an honor for him to don a set of equipment crafted by his own hands? Excellent. Liu Yang's response took Zhao Hai by surprise. He expressed his gratitude for his friend's unwavering support. He genuinely regarded Zhao Hai as a friend, and a promise to journey together into the future seemed entirely reasonable. Not at all. Zhao Hai quickly declined, attributing his good fortune to Liu Yang's influence and not daring to claim any credit for care. He was acutely aware of the immense advantages of cultivating a relationship with a legendary professional with boundless potential. The two exchanged knowing smiles and clasped hands in camaraderie. By the way, Liu Yang handed over the skull of the skeletal lizard to Zhao Hai, saying, "I've obtained the item you requested." The skeletal lizard's skull. Zhao Hai raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He knew Liu Yang would undoubtedly revisit the large dungeon on Skeleton Island. But he had not anticipated that Liu Yang would actually acquire such a rare material. After all, it was an uncommon drop with an exceedingly low probability. Yet, Liu Yang had secured it within just 2 days. "Your luck is truly remarkable." Zhao Hai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The strength of Liu Yang was one thing, but his good fortune was another. It was enough to evoke envy. With a calm smile, Liu Yang continued to pass on other materials and equipment to Zhao Hai, requesting, "I would like to trouble you to forge a set of level 30 summoner gear for me." "Absolutely," Zhao Hai replied without hesitation, confidently thumping his chest. "I've got your back. I'll even surprise you with something extra." Liu Yang appreciated the gesture, smiling. "Then I shall await it with anticipation." As the evening wore on, the two exchanged pleasantries before bidding each other farewell. Zhao Hai hurried off to enhance his crafting skills, while Liu Yang returned to his quaint villa. In the yard, he summoned the golem and equipped it with the mechanical combat set comprising 6 pieces. The armor adjusted to fit the golem's size. And soon it donned a gleaming silver mechanical battle suit, with the silver-grade equipment reflecting a faint sheen. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, it was quite conspicuous. Now, the golem wielded 2 weapons, a mechanical gauntlet in its right hand and a mechanical battle armor on its left. Besides the differing hues of quality, their designs were quite harmonious, creating no jarring contrast. Liu Yang accessed the golem's panel. Ancestor Golem LV21. Strength 1007. 213. 600. 31. 296. Intelligence 50. 722. Vitality 1. 007. 213. 000. Agility 100. 721. Mentality 507. 221. 200. Traits: visual thinking. Talents: self-adaptation, sovereign's might. Equipped gear: all attribute mechanical gauntlets LV23, epic. Mechanical combat set 6 pieces LV30, silver, a staggering strength value of 135, 617. Liu Yang could not help but marvel, especially with an additional 300 in physical output. Just how formidable was the golem's physical damage capacity now? He could hardly fathom it. He pondered whether, alongside Ghidorah and Godzilla, they could collectively vanquish the wild boss awaiting them the following day. Anticipation for the upcoming battle began to swell within him, as he sought to test the limits of his current capabilities during this trial. After recalling the golem, Liu Yang retreated to his bedroom to rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Liu Yang had scarcely awakened from his slumber when a message arrived from Su Qianqian, summoning him to the accommodation area square. He quickly rose and made his way there, spotting a large crowd gathered in the square. A rough estimate suggested that there were at least 100 individuals present. Liu Yang, Su spotted him immediately and greeted him warmly. Most of the individuals here were already acquainted with Liu Yang and were aware of his achievements, greeting him enthusiastically. Wow, it's him, the one who shattered dungeon records. It was Liu Yang. Just yesterday, he had broken the record for the large dungeon on Skeleton Island not once, but twice. The news had spread like wildfire throughout the academy. It seemed that their branch would surely emerge victorious in this wild boss trial. The enthusiastic reception made Liu Yang feel somewhat awkward. Noticing his discomfort, Su Qianqian stepped forward to alleviate the situation. Everyone, please quiet down. The other students are still resting. The crowd gradually fell silent, though whispers of excitement continued as they speculated how Liu Yang would lead them to triumph that day. After a brief wait for everyone to arrive, Su Qianqian checked the numbers, confirming a total of 147 participants before addressing them. Now that everyone is here, I will briefly outline our battle plan for the wild boss trial. It's quite simple. She cast a glance at Liu Yang. Today, all our actions will revolve around Liu Yang. With that, she fell silent. That's it. Su chuckled, finding it rather straightforward. Su Qianqian seemed to sense the need for elaboration and added a few more details. The tanks will absorb damage for him, and the support will provide enhancements. The remaining damage-dealing classes will adapt based on the circumstances. To everyone's surprise, the class unanimously agreed with the battle plan. Those fortunate enough to have fought alongside Liu Yang in previous raids were particularly exhilarated. You have no idea how Liu Yang clears dungeons, be it minor foes or bosses. He annihilates them all, one by one, or a group, it doesn't matter. He is a veritable bulldozer, paving a path of destruction without hindrance. I reckon today's wild boss 1T last more than a few rounds against him. Su Qianqian interrupted the fervent discussions, calling for everyone to gather together. Come closer. We are preparing to teleport. The crowd quickly consolidated. Su Qianqian produced a large teleportation stone. With a mental focus and closed eyes, she activated it. Bang! A massive teleportation array materialized beneath their feet, swiftly rising to envelop them in beams of light as they were transported one by one. The destination of the wild boss trial was not far, merely outside the city of Jiuzhou. Liu Yang felt a brief disorientation, and in the next moment, they found themselves in a different setting. The students arrived in succession, taking in their surroundings. They stood in a vast plain adorned with golden grass and shrubs, interspersed with towering trees that boasted golden leaves. Even the monsters roaming the plain bore a golden appearance. Truly, this was the golden plain, where everything shimmered in gold. As the sun began to rise, its rays illuminated the plain, causing the golden landscape to sparkle brilliantly. The expanse of the golden plain was immense, stretching endlessly with a wide-open vista. Liu Yang gazed into the distance and noticed beams of teleportation light illuminating the far reaches of the plain, appearing quite distant. Only the diminutive transmission beams were visible, with no figures in sight. He understood that these were the teleportation arrays of other divisions. As Su Qianqian observed that everyone had successfully teleported, she began orchestrating the battle plan. The wilderness boss would not respawn for another 2 hours. Before that, we must remain perpetually prepared for combat with other groups. We must avoid casualties inflicted by rival teams while simultaneously striving to overcome them. It is common knowledge that the wilderness boss trial primarily tests not the ability to combat monsters, but rather the combat prowess among practitioners themselves. After all, only one individual can claim victory in defeating the wilderness boss, and only one group can share in that triumph. Yet, the number of competitors exceeds 1,000. 5 factions, the Liangyi Academy, the 4 Symbols Academy, the Liuha Academy, the 8 Desolations Academy, and the Central Campus Group. To maximize our chances of securing the kill on the wilderness boss, we must first diminish the number of competitors. The 2 hours preceding the boss's respawn marked the most fiercely competitive moment of this trial. Su Qianqian continued, from the moment we teleport to the Golden Plains. The battle has already commenced. We may have already drawn attention. The transmission beams were exceptionally conspicuous in the plains. They could see others' beams, and naturally, others could see theirs as well. Upon hearing this, several individuals in the division became somewhat anxious and asked, "What should we do?" Su Qianqian refrained from responding and instead turned to Liu Yang. She had previously stated that today's battle strategy would revolve around Liu Yang's leadership. What to do now would naturally depend on his counsel. All eyes turned to Liu Yang, filled with anticipation and fervor. Liu Yang recognized the importance of maintaining their spirits. He confidently shouted, "Let us go. Who's ready to fight?" Yes. Guisu was the first to rally, shouting loudly, "Let us do this." The classmates were ignited by this confident attitude, raising their arms in unison, chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Su Qianqian, witnessing her classmates' elevated spirits, wore a satisfied smile. She was not surprised by Liu Yang's choice, for he had always been confident, opting to confront challenges rather than retreat. He would not be deterred by such minor obstacles. Su Qianqian nodded in agreement and said, "Then let us do it." She turned to the direction where the transmission beams were first spotted and declared, "Those individuals over there might have noticed us. Rather than sit idly, we should take the initiative." With that, she suddenly raised her voice, commanding, "Everyone, enter combat mode." As her words fell, everyone summoned their weapons and entered battle mode. However, they cautiously activated their status and enhancement skills, wary that the light effects might attract attention from other groups. A myriad of skill effects illuminated the scene. But when Liu Yang summoned his 3 summoned beasts, it was a sight to behold. The towering King Ghidorah, at 9 meters, Godzilla, over 6 meters, and the 20-meter-tall primordial titan. These colossal creatures suddenly materialized on the vast plain, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Many were witnessing Liu Yang's titan-summoned beasts for the first time, their faces awash with disbelief. Wow, why are his summoned beasts so gigantic? They must be 10 to 20 meters tall. Is this what it means to be a titan summoner? These beasts truly resemble titans. They all appeared incredibly formidable. Someone explained, "They don't just look powerful, they genuinely are." Each of these can annihilate the final boss of Skeleton Island in seconds. The classmates were even more astonished. "Is that for real?" "Absolutely." Guisu quickly corroborated. "You'll understand Liu Gu's might soon enough." Others noticed the faint silver glow emanating from the titan, incredulously asking, "Wait, is that titan wearing human equipment of silver quality?" "It seems so, and it's a complete set." The classmates stared at the titan in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They all knew the price of silver equipment, each piece starting at several million, and due to set bonuses, the price of a full set would be even higher. Such a 6-piece set would cost at least 30 to 50 million. It was already impressive for ordinary students to don a full bronze set. Only wealthy scions like Guisu and Su Qianqian could afford silver-quality equipment or sets. Yet, Liu Yang had effortlessly equipped a summoned beast with a complete set? How outrageous. While it was one thing for summoned beasts to wear equipment, it was another for it to be a silver-quality set. They could barely gather a set of silver equipment themselves. And now they felt inferior to even someone else's summoned beast. The classmates' emotions became somewhat complex, unsure whether to feel envy or jealousy. However, some cautious students voiced their concerns. With their size, won't they attract the attention of other divisions? Liu Yang chuckled confidently in response. "No worries. We want the other divisions to see them. This way, we won't have to seek them out ourselves." Hiss. What? The classmates couldn't help but widen their eyes at his somewhat arrogant statement, staring at Liu Yang in disbelief. Did he really dare to say that? Isn't he provoking them? It seemed audacious, yet there was something undeniably appealing about it. Chapter 0151. Look how arrogant he is. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson? If anyone else had uttered such audacious words, they would have only been met with ridicule for their unwarranted confidence. Yet, when spoken by Liu Yang, it somehow seemed entirely reasonable. Su Qianqian and Guisu, among others, understood Liu Yang well. It was important to note that Liu Yang, as a summoner, had learned the knight's group taunt skill, the Thunder Horn, as his first personal skill, precisely to minimize the time spent hunting monsters. Now, intentionally making a commotion to lure the opponents into attacking was essentially the same principle, wasn't it? However, they believed in Liu Yang's strength and confidence to engage in such behavior. Roar! Roar! At Liu Yang's command, King Ghidorah unfurled its massive wings and slowly ascended. With each flap, it generated a powerful gust of wind that toppled the surrounding shrubs and grass, which then swirled around its body. When the winds met the lightning on its wings, a circle of violent thunderclouds formed, enveloping it. Once King Ghidorah had fully ascended, it appeared as a dense thundercloud hovering above them, intermittently bursting with blinding flashes of lightning. Boom, boom, roar. Godzilla's dorsal fins lit up one after another, and it tilted its head skyward, unleashing a torrent of blue atomic breath. The beam shot straight into the sky. Meanwhile, the Titan bellowed, pounding its armored chest, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Bang, 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 bang. The tremendous uproar caused by the 3 colossal beasts left the students of the 8 Desolation branch in a state of astonishment. My goodness, such a cacophony. It seems they are intent on ensuring that no one can overlook their presence. Surely, the other 4 campus factions will take note of us. Yet, alongside this excitement, a profound concern looms. Attracting the attention of 4 rival factions could ignite a chaotic melee. You may assert that Liu Yang is exceptionally powerful. But can we truly contend against foes from all 4 factions simultaneously? Rest assured, Su Qianqian, as the leader, stepped forward to reassure everyone, declaring, "We must place our trust in Liu Yang. His decision is backed by the strength necessary to navigate whatever challenges lie ahead." Guisu quickly chimed in, "Indeed, facing 4 factions is nothing. Even if it were 40, it would still be insufficient to thwart Brother Liu." Some fortunate classmates who had previously accompanied Liu Yang on the Skull Island raid also attested to his formidable prowess. With their assurances, the students' anxious hearts were momentarily calmed. Subsequently, Su Qianqian directed the entire group to proceed toward the predetermined destination. Roar! Roar! King Kong and Godzilla forged a path ahead of the team, while Ghidorah loomed like a tempest, perpetually shrouding them in thunderous clouds. The ruckus they generated soon captured the attention of other factions. Despite the considerable distance, the sheer size of Godzilla and King Kong, standing at an imposing 20 meters, rendered them conspicuously visible across the vast plain. Particularly striking was the dark cloud crackling with lightning that Ghidorah conjured, drawing even more eyes on this clear day. The main campus faction, closest to them, pondered. Which branch dares to be so audacious? Creating such a commotion, are they not inviting an attack? Some recognized the 3 beasts and, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, "It appears to be the 8 Desolation branch." Liu Yang from their faction is a Titan summoner, commanding these 3 colossal beasts. His strength is formidable. He even set a new record in the large-scale raid on Skull Island. Indeed, I've heard that the 2 Instruments branch has suffered several setbacks at his hands. How can we counter such might? The leader furrowed his brow at this. If even the 2 Instruments branch, known for their comprehensive strength, could falter against him, what right did their weaker faction have to compete? After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. We shall not engage. Let us wait for these factions to clash amongst themselves, and then we can seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. For the time being, they would evade the search efforts of the other branches. The leader clearly understood his faction's position. The main campus was the weakest of the 5 factions, consistently at the bottom in all activities held by the academy. They must avoid direct confrontation with other branches, especially the seemingly invincible 8 Desolation. Thus, he commanded everyone to turn back, conceal their presence, and steer clear of the direction of the 3 beasts. In the distance, both the 4 Symbols branch and the 6 Harmonies branch took notice of the commotion caused by the 3 colossal beasts. Their response was remarkably unified. The 8 Desolation branch has become rather brazen of late. We must teach them a lesson. However, they were all too aware of Liu Yang's reputation as a legendary practitioner. Yet, how much can one individual achieve? With our numbers, we could easily overwhelm him. Furthermore, the 2 Instruments branch was undoubtedly set on confronting them. If he is truly that strong, we can band together to eliminate him. The leaders of the 4 Symbols and 6 Harmonies branches had privately agreed to prioritize targeting the 8 Desolation branch and Liu Yang during today's practice session. 3 against 1 should suffice. Why worry about not defeating him? With Liu Yang making such a grand display, he was practically delivering himself to them. Both factions set out in haste toward Liu Yang's location. In the farthest distance, within the 2 Instruments branch, Zheng Qiaoyang noticed the distant commotion and inquired, "Which fool is making such a ruckus?" In his view, during the time leading up to a wilderness boss's appearance, all major factions would typically prioritize stealth. Even if they chose to attack, it would be from a concealed position, waiting for the opportune moment, rather than drawing the attention of all competitors in such a blatant manner. That would be Liu Yang. Chu Zhou quickly fanned the flames. Look how arrogant he is. He practically begs everyone to notice him while tackling a wilderness boss, showing utter disregard for others, hoping they will willingly march to their doom. He had indeed surmised Liu Yang's intentions correctly. Zheng Qiaoyang frowned and remarked, "Even if not arrogant, such behavior is foolish." Chu Zhou continued to stoke the fire. "Shall we not go and deal with him? Otherwise, he might think we, the 2 Instruments branch, are intimidated." With a cold snort, Zheng Qiaoyang's body suddenly radiated a circle of golden light. He soared into the air, behind him appearing 2 spears and a shield forged from golden brilliance, along with a towering golden humanoid figure, 7 to 8 meters tall, flickering in and out of view. "Let us go." Zheng Qiaoyang's voice grew resonant and ethereal, reverberating with an awe-inspiring timbre. "We shall confront him." Chapter 0152. A targeted assault on Liu Yang. What utter shamelessness! In battle mode, Zheng Qiaoyang radiated golden light, enhanced by various buffs from his supportive teammates, glowing resplendently. He launched from the golden plains, resembling a diminutive sun ascending in the sky, dazzling and blinding. Anyone present on the Golden Plains could easily spot this shining figure. Zheng Qiaoyang felt no trepidation about being targeted by others. He possessed ample confidence. As a level 39 legendary practitioner, he had no need to fear the myriad of opponents from other factions, most of whom were merely in their 20s. In the face of absolute strength, any strategic combat plan would be rendered moot. With a swift motion, Zheng Qiaoyang, bathed in golden light, propelled himself forward. His teammates on the ground unleashed their skills, hastening to keep pace or mounting their steeds in pursuit. Yet none could match Zheng Qiaoyang's velocity, watching helplessly as the golden sun before them grew ever smaller. But no one harbored concerns for his safety. They held unwavering trust in him. Even if he stood alone against the entirety of the other factions, they were utterly confident that nothing would go awry. He even felt capable of taking on the entire team from the other academy single-handedly. For he was the Golden War God, Zheng Qiaoyang. From a distance, several other teams from the affiliated academies also took note of the golden sun soaring through the sky. Their faces were marked with profound astonishment. What on earth? Could that radiant orb of golden light, perchance, be Zheng Qiaoyang from the Air E Academy? Indeed, it was him. Who else but the Golden War God could possess such dazzling abilities? No one had anticipated Zheng Qiaoyang's arrival. Many suddenly began to voice their grievances. No way. Why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be honing his skills on the battlefield against foreign tribes? How could he suddenly involve himself in such an event? Rumor had it that he had already slain over 10,000 enemy combatants from other races, ascending to a commendable third-level merit rank. He was, without a doubt, a true war deity. Is it not excessive for someone of his caliber to compete with us over wild boss monsters? What on earth is happening this year? The Ba Huang Academy has produced a dark horse, while the Air E Academy has summoned the Golden War God, clearly intent on denying us the chance to play. The captains of the Xixiang Academy and Luha Academy were privy to the underlying circumstances. They promptly explained the situation to their team members, clarifying that Zheng Qiaoyang had come solely to address the grievances between the Air E Academy and the Ba Huang Academy. In simpler terms, he was specifically targeting Lu Yang. After dealing with Lu Yang, he would not continue to engage in the competition for the wild boss. Upon hearing this, the members of both teams felt a slight sense of relief and hastened towards Lu Yang's direction. The main campus team also noticed Zheng Qiaoyang. However, their thoughts diverged completely from those of the other two academies. They surmised that Zheng Qiaoyang was there specifically to confront Lu Yang, their faces betraying disdain. Although there was no explicit rule prohibiting upperclassmen from participating in wild boss practice activities, it was utterly shameless. I mean, he is already at level 39 and is a legendary class practitioner. How could he have the audacity to trouble those who are merely at level 20? The team leader sighed and explained, "You don't understand. Zheng Qiaoyang values honor above all else. As long as he can attain glory, he will not care about the means employed. Before the official commencement of the school year, there are only two activities that pertain to the honor of the academies. One is the trial mission, which we have already failed, and the other is this wild boss practice activity. He will not allow both activities to end in failure. Otherwise, when the official school year begins, the Air E Academy will lose face in front of the new students." The students voiced their discontent, exclaiming, "Then what is the point of us even playing? He is at level 39, a legendary class practitioner, and possesses two talents. How can we possibly compete? I've heard that both of his talents are incredibly formidable. Even if we all band together, we might not be able to defeat him, let alone contend for the wild boss." The leader sighed in resignation, acknowledging that it was indeed a predicament. However, an idea suddenly struck him as he glanced at the dark clouds moving low in the sky, murmuring, "We may not be entirely without opportunity." Swish. Lu Yang and his companions also took note of the swiftly approaching golden orb. "What is that?" Lu Yang inquired, puzzled. "It seems to be heading our way." Su Qianqian and Guisu, among others, suddenly wore expressions of sheer horror, as if they had seen a ghost. "What the hell?" Guisu exclaimed in terror. "Could that golden light be the Golden War God?" Su Qianqian furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth as she said, "Wang Rui is utterly shameless. To win, he even summoned the Golden War God, who was training outside the academy." "The Golden War God?" Lu Yang asked, bewildered. "He refers to Zheng Qiaoyang from the Air E Academy, who, like you, is a legendary class practitioner. Moreover, he is already at level 39. Su Qianqian provided an overview of Zheng Qiaoyang's profile, then disdainfully remarked, "I never expected Wang Rui to stoop so low. After losing to us twice, he resorts to such underhanded tactics." She was well aware of the relationship between Wang Rui and Zheng Qiaoyang. Knowing that Zheng Qiaoyang was undoubtedly a helper summoned by Wang Rui, fear appeared on Guisu and the others' faces. What the hell? A level 39 legendary class practitioner. And he possesses two talents? Battling him would be akin to assaulting a child. Though Liu Yang was also a legendary class practitioner, the level gap of nearly 20 levels was staggering. How could they possibly contend with him? It was sheer bullying, utterly excessive. However, Liu Yang wore a markedly different expression. Though he too was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a figure like Zheng Qiuyang, he harbored a peculiar sense of anticipation. Today, Liu Yang would finally encounter another legendary class practitioner aside from himself and Lan Xiaowang. Curiosity bubbled within him. What might be the extent of Zheng Qiuyang's prowess? Being a fellow legendary class practitioner? The primary objective of Liu Yang's participation in today's training activity was to test the limits of his own combat capabilities. The wild boss was indeed formidable, yet it remained a mere monster, lacking the depth of human confrontation. Only by battling powerful human practitioners could he truly showcase his strength. Despite the nearly 20-level disparity between himself and Zheng Qiuyang, Liu Yang believed he would not lag too far behind. After all, he possessed 8 talents rated SS and above. Furthermore, he commanded 3 extraordinary summoned beasts, each endowed with immensely powerful abilities and explosive overall attributes, far exceeding common expectations. Liu Yang was confident he could hold his own. After all, this training activity would not result in death. It was a perfect opportunity to test his limits against such a formidable foe. What reason could there be to abstain from battle? Su Qianqian caught a glimpse of the expression on Liu Yang's face, one filled with anticipation, even tinged with excitement. She asked in astonishment, "No way, Liu Yang? You're not actually considering fighting him, are you?" Chapter 0153. Are you the reinforcements Wang Rui specifically summoned? Liu Yang nodded without reservation, responding earnestly, "Yes." Not Lu Gu. Guosu was completely taken aback, incredulously asking, "Do you know he is already at level 39? Liu Yang nodded again. "Of course I know. You just mentioned it, right? A level 39 legendary class practitioner, with 2 talents." His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he did not regard Zheng Qiuyang as a significant threat. Guosu continued, "Lu Gu, I know you're strong, but he is even stronger." The title of Golden War God was earned by him through his own efforts on the battlefield against foreign tribes. It's no empty title. Most importantly, there's a nearly 20-level gap between you two. That difference is akin to an insurmountable chasm. Several familiar classmates chimed in, urging, "Yes, Liu Yang. Zheng Qiuyang is truly formidable. I've heard many teachers praise him, declaring him the strongest of our time. At his current strength, he could likely take on our entire team without breaking a sweat. Therefore, it would be wise for us to avoid confrontation for now." Yet they all overlooked the most crucial question: how to evade. It was evident that he was coming for us. The members of the group found themselves in a quandary. Should they confront Liu Yang? It seemed there was no chance of victory. Fleeing? But on this vast expanse of plain, where could they possibly escape to? "He is clearly targeting me," Liu Yang articulated. "I cannot avoid this. I will draw his attention alone. You all retreat to preserve our overall strength. If I truly am unable to defeat him, then evasion would be futile." He could not allow his personal concerns to burden the entire group. For now, it was best to separate from them, aiming to retain as much of the group's strength as possible to ensure competitiveness against the wild boss. "No." Su Qianqian was the first to object vehemently. "We are a united front. We cannot abandon anyone. Since you wish to engage, then we shall stand by your side." She recalled Liu Yang's earlier words, "Whoever wants to fight, fight." Most importantly, she perceived a fervent anticipation on Liu Yang's face. Understanding that this battle was unavoidable, Su Qianqian empathized with Liu Yang's sentiments. Based solely on Liu Yang's demonstrated prowess, he could be deemed nearly invincible among practitioners of the same level, with no rivals. Suddenly encountering an equally formidable Zheng Qiuyang would undoubtedly ignite an impulse. Only a practitioner like Zheng Qiuyang could compel him to unleash his full potential, allowing for a truly exhilarating battle. Liu Yang could not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, Su Qianqian also yearned to seize this chance to gauge Liu Yang's limits. She turned to rally the others. Zheng Qiuyang is indeed formidable, yet Liu Yang's strength is evident to all of us. In less than half a month since he joined the academy, he has already set several historic records that even Zheng Qiuyang has never achieved. Are these not proofs of superiority over Zheng Qiuyang? What makes him superior to us? The level disparity of 18 levels does not necessarily dictate the outcome. She scanned the group solemnly and continued, "We must exert ourselves to the utmost, for only then can we accompany Liu Yang in creating a new history." Su Qianqian's rallying cry proved effective. The group members felt a surge of fervor, their blood racing. Guosu trembled with excitement and suddenly shouted, "Then let us take him on. Didn't Brother Liu say, whoever wants to fight, fight? It's just Zheng Qiuyang. Merely a higher level. In other respects, he pales in comparison to our Brother Liu. If it were a fair match, perhaps Brother Liu would defeat him with a single strike." The other students echoed his enthusiasm. "Exactly. He is merely at a higher level, nothing to be awed by. Indeed, our Lu Yang is far more impressive. If we can defeat Zheng Qiaoyang today, we will truly make history. Fight! 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 The students raised their fists in unison, their morale soaring. Su Qianqian smiled with satisfaction, then turned to Lu Yang, saying, "Go ahead and do it." The trust of his peers stirred something within Lu Yang. He turned to everyone and assured them, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." With that, Su Qianqian shifted her gaze toward the direction of the approaching golden light, her expression tightening as she commanded, "Prepare for battle." Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Over 100 students from the 8 Desolate Academy collectively unleashed their enhancement and status skills. Each of them radiated with vibrant hues. However, this time they did not hold back, but rather boldly displayed their abilities. The colorful lights sparkled. The other groups rushing from afar could see it all clearly and quickened their pace. The support team focused on casting enhancement skills on Lu Yang and his 3 summoned beasts. After a continuous barrage of dozens of skills, Lu Yang's 3 summoned beasts were enveloped in dazzling magical ripples and effects. "Form up." Su Qianqian waved her hand decisively. Everyone arranged themselves in the most standard formation. The tank-type practitioners were at the forefront, followed by melee damage dealers, ranged attackers, and finally, the support roles. Lu Yang stood beside Su Qianqian, behind the front line of tanks. Everyone gazed upwards at the rapidly approaching golden orb. The golden orb drew nearer. Many felt an involuntary tension, beads of sweat forming in their palms. Whoosh! The golden light finally reached Lu Yang and his group. Once it halted, Lu Yang could clearly discern the figure within. At the heart of the radiant golden glow stood a towering man exceeding 2 meters in height. He was clad in armor of interwoven gold and silver, wielding 2 massive golden spears and a golden shield. A large golden humanoid silhouette enveloped him, shifting with his movements. He emanated an extraordinarily powerful aura, an overwhelming presence. Many found it difficult to breathe. He was Zheng Qiaoyang. Su Qianqian's brow furrowed tightly, betraying her anxiety. Zheng Qiaoyang surveyed the assembly from his aerial vantage point. He noted the formidable figures of the Diamond and Godzilla at the front of the formation, along with a dark cloud of thunder above, raising an eyebrow slightly. Soon, his attention was drawn to the distinguished Lu Yang beside Su Qianqian. He directly inquired, "You are Lu Yang?" His voice was thunderous yet ethereal, resonating deep within the hearts of all present. Lu Yang met Zheng Qiaoyang's gaze. In that moment, their eyes locked. Lu Yang noticed that his eyes were entirely golden, radiating brilliance. However, instead of responding directly, he retorted, "Are you the reinforcements that Wang Rui specially summoned?" Chapter 0154, A Swift and Decisive Victory. All defenses rendered futile. Su Qianqian suddenly laughed aloud. Lu Yang's words, though earnest, carried an inexplicable humor. Many joined in her laughter. "Huh." The airborne Zheng Qiaoyang sneered derisively, saying, "You are indeed, as Wang Rui described, quite arrogant." "Then that means," Lu Yang smiled, "you are admitting it." "What of it?" Zheng Qiaoyang replied unabashedly. "I have come specifically to deal with you today." Su Qianqian retorted, "You, a level 39, targeting a level 21, have the audacity to say that." Su Qianqian, "You need not lecture me." Zheng Qiaoyang dismissed her disdainfully, declaring, "This matter concerns the honor of our 2 Instruments Academy. I am duty-bound to address it. If you feel I am bullying you, you may call upon your seniors from the 8 Desolate Academy for assistance." He concluded with a derisive laugh. "Provided you believe they can contend with me." Su Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. The Wild Boss training event did not expressly prohibit higher-year students from participating. However, it was understood that those in higher grades had more significant activities prepared concurrently. Thus, they tacitly allowed this training opportunity to go to the lower-year students. However, it is not entirely devoid of participation from senior students. Rather, their numbers are relatively sparse. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that those ordinary seniors who do engage in activities do not significantly influence the outcome of the battle. Even when Su Qianqian calls upon senior students for assistance, they are far from being able to confront Zheng Qiaoyang. Lu Yang chuckled, directing his gaze towards Zheng Qiaoyang and uttering, "If you wish to take me down, then come forth. I am quite eager to see just how formidable you truly are." Ha ha ha. Zheng Qiaoyang was taken aback by Lu Yang's words, finding them to be a blatant provocation. Not only he, but even Lu Yang's teammates regarded it as a challenge to Zheng Qiaoyang, all wearing expressions of astonishment as they gazed at Lu Yang. My heavens! He dares to mock Zheng Qiaoyang right to his face. Goodness, has he always been this audacious? Does he remain oblivious to Zheng Qiaoyang's strength? After all that we have discussed, has he truly not taken it to heart? Lu Yang felt a flush of embarrassment. He had no intention of provoking. He was simply curious about Zheng Qiaoyang's prowess. In that moment, Zheng Qiaoyang's expression suddenly hardened, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. I shall not hold back any longer, he declared, retrieving a golden spear from behind him. Witnessing this, Su Qianqian became instantly alarmed, as if facing a formidable adversary. She quickly called out, "Defend." As her words fell, the front line of tank classes promptly raised their shields or weapons, unleashing a myriad of damage reduction skills. Guosu stood fully armed before Lu Yang, raising his shield to protect him. Yet, Zheng Qiaoyang paid no heed to their defensive maneuvers. With a leisurely motion, he lifted the golden spear, positioning it behind his head in preparation for a throw. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Qiaoyang hurled the spear towards Lu Yang. Whoosh! The golden spear soared through the air at breakneck speed, appearing before the crowd in an instant. Guosu, quick on the uptake, leaped high on his ghostly griffin, intercepting the strike with his shield. However, the golden spear lingered on Guosu's shield for merely half a second before a sharp clang resonated through the air. All of Guosu's damage reduction skills shattered simultaneously. Following that, a crack echoed, and he stared in disbelief at his shattered shield, watching helplessly as the golden spear pierced into his body. Crack! A shimmering veil of glass-like fragments enveloped him as his fatal insurance was triggered. In an instant, he vanished from sight, having been obliterated. Among the frontline tankers, several furrowed their brows, displaying expressions of anguish. The golden spear, however, remained undeterred, continuing its trajectory towards Lu Yang. Another knight positioned himself before Lu Yang, yet his fate mirrored Guosu's, meeting the same swift demise. The remaining individuals had no time to shield Lu Yang from the impending attack. As the golden spear neared its target, Lu Yang suddenly vanished from his original position. Whoosh! The golden spear plunged directly into the ground. Huh! Zheng Qiaoyang furrowed his brow, puzzled as he scanned the crowd for Lu Yang's whereabouts. Spotting him in the rear, Zheng Qiaoyang's confusion deepened. Lu Yang himself was taken aback by his sudden relocation, casting a bewildered glance at his classmates. A mage spoke up. I utilized a short-range teleportation spell to bring you here. However, this skill has a lengthy cooldown, so I may not be able to assist you again. No worries. Lu Yang nodded in gratitude. He turned his gaze towards Zheng Qiaoyang in the sky, an expression of gravity settling upon his features for the first time. How formidable! This was Lu Yang's initial impression of him. He had never anticipated that Zheng Qiaoyang's strike would eliminate both Guosu and another knight in one fell swoop. Just moments ago, Guosu, bolstered by various enhancement skills, had surpassed 5,000 health points. His defense, fortified by an array of damage reduction skills, had reached a terrifying level, boasting nearly 80 damage mitigation. Not to mention, he had a cadre of comrades to share the burden of damage. The other knight was similarly equipped. Yet despite this, both had been swiftly dispatched by Zheng Qiaoyang. The faces of their fellow students were laden with shock, even fear. All gazed in astonishment at the golden spear embedded in the ground, their expressions fraught with trepidation. Guosu and Lu had been eliminated by a single skill. Just moments ago, their damage reduction was close to 80. How could they have been taken down in one blow? Had Lu Yang not been teleported away, he too might have met the same fate. How utterly terrifying. Is this the might of the Golden Warlord? Humph. Zheng Qiaoyang's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yang, a dismissive scoff escaping his lips. Consider yourself fortunate, kid. He was not surprised that Lu Yang had evaded this strike. After all, with so many people present, a few clever tricks were to be expected. If he had truly been instantaneously eliminated by a single skill, that would have been a surprise indeed. Zheng Qiaoyang was eager to witness just how much power Lu Yang possessed, one that could instill such apprehension in Wang Rui. Zheng Qiaoyang provocatively remarked, "If you do not make your move soon, you may find your chance slipping away." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, causing the golden spear on the ground to vanish in an instant, only for another golden spear to materialize behind him. Zheng Qiaoyang retrieved yet another golden spear, slowly raising it. All-out attack. Su Qianqian commanded in a state of panic, urging all the tank classes to encircle Lu Yang while simultaneously ordering all damage dealers to target Zheng Qiaoyang. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. Dozens of damage dealers launched a simultaneous assault on Zheng Qiaoyang. A multitude of radiant magical projectiles, arrows, and various projectiles surged towards the sky, converging on Zheng Qiaoyang. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance, his countenance unwavering, his movements unhurried, even showing no intention of evading, remaining rooted in place. Humph. A disdainful smile graced Zheng Qiaoyang's face as he uttered, "Futile." He held the defenses of these tanks and the assaults of those damage dealers in utter contempt. Chapter 0155, The Indomitable Spear and the Unyielding Shield. Zheng Qiaoyang's class was that of a warlord. Indeed, it was called Warlord, a legendary class. The pinnacle of all known warrior professions, without exception, the Warlord class inherently possessed extraordinary output capabilities and defensive strength. Moreover, it could summon the true spirit of a war god, gaining enhancements to all attributes and skill coefficients, along with additional skills. The massive golden humanoid silhouette behind him was a projection of the war god's embodiment. As his level increased, the war god projection would become increasingly solid, yielding higher enhancement coefficients and additional skills. This would significantly elevate his combat prowess. Most importantly, Zheng Qiaoyang possesses two S-grade top-tier talents: Indestructible Spear and Impenetrable Shield. Indestructible Spear. The war god possesses unparalleled offensive capabilities, allowing him to ignore 88 points of the target's defense upon striking, while also obliterating any defensive buffs the target may have. Impenetrable Shield. The war god boasts formidable defensive prowess, mitigating any damage sustained by 88, and rendering him impervious to any attacks that could breach his defenses. The inherent strength of a legendary class profession is already astonishingly high. At this stage, Zheng Qiaoyang, while in the war god state, gains an additional enhancement of 80 to all attribute values. His skills also receive an 80-point coefficient boost. At this moment, he benefits from the effects of numerous supportive skills, with his maximum strength having surpassed 20,000 points. Not to mention, he wields the S-grade talent, Indestructible Spear, which maximizes his ability to breach defenses. It is not merely a matter of swiftly vanquishing the level 24 Guisu. Even any knight of equal rank would be dispatched with a single blow. Zheng Qiaoyang disdainfully surveyed the group of professionals, all in their 20s, aware that none among them could withstand his onslaught. Similarly, the war god's innate defensive capabilities are already formidable, and now his attributes have soared to unprecedented heights. With the S-grade talent, Impenetrable Shield, in his arsenal, the members of the 8 Desolations Academy could hardly inflict any meaningful damage upon Zheng Qiaoyang. Boom. The first wave of attacks has struck Zheng Qiaoyang. Explosive magic ripples through the air. Various flying projectiles collide head-on. Countless magical effects and flames erupt in a dazzling display. Zheng Qiaoyang is momentarily engulfed in a kaleidoscope of brilliance. However, the faces of the ranged attackers reveal a palpable fear, even horror, for they are horrified to discover that they have inflicted merely double-digit or even single-digit damage upon him. To make matters worse, some have failed to deal any effective damage at all. Wait, did I miscalculate? I only dealt 12 points of damage. I only managed 17 points. What on earth is happening? You all did relatively well. My damage was a flat 0. No, it can't be. How is it possible that we can't harm him? Some are so stunned they lose their rhythm in attacking. Is the defense of the Golden War God truly this high? Our assaults are utterly ineffective. He is far too powerful. We stand no chance against him. At this rate, even our entire team might not be able to contend with him. The team's morale plummets. Whoosh. A golden spear of light shoots forth from the explosion of light. Many are so frightened that they stumble back, some even collapsing to the ground. The golden spear now targets Lu Yang. This time, the team's tanks have lost their courage to shield him from the impending attack. Even if they wish to intervene, they are too far away to react in time. This is bad. Su Qianqian's expression shifts dramatically. She sprints forward with all her might, hoping to take the hit for Lu Yang. Yet, her speed cannot match that of the golden spear's flight. The golden spear is nearly upon Lu Yang's head. As others witness this, despair washes over them, and they helplessly sigh. It's over. Lu Yang is going to be obliterated. But in the next instant, boom, a massive figure suddenly descends from the sky, appearing right before Lu Yang. Roar. The Titan materializes before Lu Yang. It pounds its chest and bellows. Bam. The golden spear reaches the Titan. It attempts to grasp the spear. Thud. But the golden spear pierces through its palm. Yet it successfully intercepts the spear, retaining it within its grasp. Zheng Qiaoyang and Lu Yang simultaneously display expressions of incredulity. The others are equally astounded. Lu Yang's summoned beast has not been annihilated. It withstood the blow. Could it be that the Golden War God is held back? No, even if he did, he could still easily eliminate any of us. Or is it that Lu Yang's summoned beast possesses such high defense that it can endure the Golden War God's strike? No, that cannot be possible. After all, he is the Golden War God. Even tanks of the same level cannot withstand his single blow, and Lu Yang and his summoned beast are only a few levels apart. Su Qianqian gazes in astonishment at the Titan before Lu Yang. She understands Zheng Qiaoyang better than anyone, knowing just how terrifying his offensive capabilities are, not to mention at the same level. Even a level 40 tank with a second-class change of average strength would struggle against his attacks. Yet Lu Yang's summoned beast has effortlessly taken that hit. Su Qianqian had never had the opportunity to observe Lu Yang's summoned beast's defensive capabilities before. After all, it had always been annihilating other creatures, never needing to defend itself. Today, witnessing the Titan withstand Zheng Qiaoyang's attack for the first time, she is profoundly shaken. To have such immense offensive power is one thing, but its defensive strength is equally astonishing. Just how extraordinary is Liu Yang's summoned beast? People have ceased their attacks against Zheng Qiuyang, all staring in shock at the Titan before Liu Yang. Zheng Qiuyang reappears, his golden eyes now wide with astonishment. No, it cannot be. His heart races in alarm. How is it possible that it did not result in a kill? That last strike inflicted over 20,000 points of damage on the colossal Titan. The damage is already absurdly high, yet Zheng Qiuyang cannot accept this outcome, even though he has heard that the Titan is Liu Yang's summoned beast, contracted on Skeleton Island. With a base health of 98,000 points, he has obliterated creatures with even greater health. Why could he not eliminate Liu Yang's summoned beast? He is confounded. Zheng Qiuyang lacks broad-spectrum offensive capabilities, relying solely on extreme single-target damage. With his exceptionally high skill coefficients paired with the 88 defense-ignoring talent, striking any single target is virtually a guaranteed kill. Since awakening his profession, today marks the first time he has encountered a being capable of surviving his single-target assault. Zheng Qiuyang is perplexed. He simply must inquire of Liu Yang. What on earth is happening? How can your summoned beast withstand my attack? Liu Yang gradually regains his composure from the shock. He had never anticipated that Zheng Qiuyang's attack could directly inflict over 20,000 points of health on the Titan. Had the Titan not evolved into the primordial Titan, gaining an overwhelmingly formidable physique under the influence of the dominion of the Overlord talent, the damage he would have sustained would likely have been even higher. However, Liu Yang does not feel fear or concern. Truly, the Golden War God ignites a surge of excitement within him. He is filled with a fervent desire to engage in a fierce battle with the Golden War God, eager to discover just how powerful he truly is. Since you cannot eliminate my summoned beast, let us see if my summoned beast can vanquish you in an instant. Liu Yang did not respond to Zheng Qiuyang's inquiry. Instead, he fervently commanded his 3 summoned creatures. Ghidorah, Godzilla, King Kong, charge forth. Chapter 0156, The Unbeatable Golden War God. A single strike to annihilation. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 colossal beasts simultaneously unleashed a deafening roar, their thunderous voices echoing across the golden plains, reaching the ears of every onlooker. Strangely, at that moment, Zheng Qiuyang found himself facing the terrifying roars of the 3 creatures. A sense of unease inexplicably creeping into his heart. Roar. Liu Yang's 3 summoned beasts were poised to launch their assault. Suddenly, a barrage of magical projectiles rained down from afar, accompanied by various flying implements, descending upon Liu Yang's team. This time, the meat shields in the team reacted promptly, collectively unleashing their skills to ward off this wave of attacks. Su Qianqian, observing the scene, furrowed her brow, her expression turning grave. She recognized the approaching threat. The main force from the Liangyi Academy was arriving. Already, a single Zheng Qiuyang had posed a formidable challenge for their team, and now, with even more adversaries, their situation had grown increasingly dire. The predicament of the Bahuang Academy had become perilously precarious. Moreover, she noted distant disturbances. Other groups were undoubtedly converging on their location as well. Soon, all factions would collide, potentially igniting a massive melee. Swift and decisive action is imperative. Liu Yang signaled Su Qianqian to remain assured, indicating that he would handle the situation. He had roughly gauged Zheng Qiuyang's strength and felt confident in his ability to overcome him. As for the other members of the Liangyi Academy, Liu Yang dismissed them entirely, commanding Ghidorah and Godzilla to prepare to clear them out while King Kong would confront Zheng Qiuyang. Roar! King Kong bellowed, slamming his fists into the ground before propelling himself forward with all 4 limbs toward Zheng Qiuyang. Thud, thud, thud. Each stride of his immense form sent tremors rippling through the earth, synchronizing with the heartbeat of the onlookers. King Kong's speed was astonishing, appearing before Liu Yang in an instant, charging into the front lines. Zheng Qiuyang, witnessing the towering figure of King Kong barreling toward him, narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. He swiftly drew the golden spear from his back with one hand, while the other grasped the golden shield. Hiya! He shouted, launching himself toward King Kong. In that same moment, King Kong leaped, swinging his massive arms downward with tremendous force aimed at the airborne Zheng Qiuyang. Everyone froze, eyes wide with anticipation, watching the impending clash between the Golden War God and King Kong. Boom! The 20-meter-tall King Kong collided with the 7 or 8-meter-tall golden humanoid apparition, producing a thunderous sound as if they were forged from solid matter, accompanied by a colossal shockwave that flattened the surrounding brush and foliage. Zheng Qiuyang, beneath the apparition, raised his shield to meet the impact while attempting to thrust his spear at King Kong. Yet, King Kong, relying solely on his raw physical strength, sent him crashing down from the sky with a devastating force. Boom! The golden humanoid silhouette plummeted like a meteor, creating a deep crater on the ground that split the earth wide open. All present were left in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that in their first encounter, the Golden War God would find himself at a disadvantage. Brother Chaoyang, Zhou Quan, dazed, hurriedly led his team toward the direction of Zheng Chaoyang's fall. At that moment, Zheng Chaoyang was embedded in the ground, his radiant golden aura completely extinguished. He gazed in shock at the imposing King Kong before him, disbelief flooding his eyes. Before he could utter a third word, a magical light resembling shattered glass suddenly enveloped him. Crack! In an instant, he vanished from sight. Zhou Quan and his comrades arrived too late, witnessing Zheng Chaoyang activate his emergency teleportation. All that remained was a towering silhouette etched into the earth. What? Zhou Quan and the others stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "Where is Brother Chaoyang?" A companion pointed out. It seems he triggered his emergency escape and vanished. Impossible. Zhou Quan refused to accept the reality before him. How could Brother Chaoyang have perished? He was acutely aware of Zheng Chaoyang's prowess. Not only did he possess formidable offensive capabilities, but also exceptional defensive strength. Even if Liu Yang's summoned beasts wielded unparalleled might, it was inconceivable they could vanquish Zheng Chaoyang in a single blow. His innate ability, the indestructible shield, granted him a staggering 88 damage reduction. Not to mention the additional benefits from the War God's embodiment and various equipment enhancements. A strike dealing 10,000 points of damage would ultimately inflict only a few hundred points on him. Zheng Chaoyang's health had surely approached 20,000 points. What kind of extraordinary power would be required to eliminate him in one fell swoop? Zhou Quan turned, dazed, toward King Kong, who was triumphantly raising his arms and roaring defiantly at them. Little did he know, King Kong's strength had surged to an astounding 130,000. With the full mechanical set and the influence of might of the Overlord, his physical output received an additional 300 boost. In theoretical terms, if faced with a target devoid of any defenses, King Kong's full-force strike could inflict nearly 400,000 points of physical damage. Even with Zheng Chaoyang's 88 damage reduction, a single punch would still deal close to 50,000 points of damage. With Zheng Chaoyang's health under 20,000 points, there was no way he could withstand King Kong's full-fledged assault. Zhou Quan was in a state of shock. How could Brother Chaoyang, the undefeated Golden War God, who had never tasted defeat, have lost? The others present were similarly engulfed in overwhelming astonishment. Many were still processing the events, waiting for the Golden War God to soar once more and continue his battle against Liu Yang's King Kong. The 200-plus individuals stood transfixed, gazing in the direction of King Kong for an eternity until a gust of cold wind swept through, jolting them back to reality. Only then did they realize that the Golden War God had vanished. It seemed that the Golden War God had indeed been defeated, his very being erased. No, it could not be. They had merely exchanged a single blow, and the victor had already emerged. This was Zheng Chaoyang, the Golden War God. They had never heard of anyone breaching his defenses, let alone defeating him. If memory serves correctly, did we not inflict merely a meager 10 points of damage upon him? Liu Yang's summoned beast dispatched him in a single strike. What staggering attack power must one possess to achieve such a feat? Whether you believe it or not, the truth lies bare before our eyes. The Golden War God of Jiuzhou Academy has been vanquished in one blow by Liu Yang. Chapter 0157, Shattering Their Faith. In the teleportation array of the Air Y Division, Zheng Chaoyang lay on the ground, gazing up at the bright sky in utter bewilderment. Someone had returned via teleportation. The instructor, noticing the injured party's arrival, rushed forward, ready to cast a healing spell. However, upon reaching the teleportation array, he was taken aback. How could it be you? The instructor trembled in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Zheng Chaoyang, how did you come to be teleported back? A look of incredulity washed over him. The others present were equally astonished. What? Zheng Chaoyang has returned. You can't be serious. How could it possibly be Zheng Chaoyang? No way. Among the students participating in this outdoor boss training event, who could possibly defeat Zheng Chaoyang? Could it be that he voluntarily chose to teleport back? The onlookers imagined countless scenarios. Anyone could have been sent back, but Zheng Chaoyang was deemed impossible. Moreover, he was the first to return, indicating he was the first casualty in this training endeavor. The Golden War God, Zheng Chaoyang. A legendary class, a dual S-rank talent holder. A prodigy who reached level 39 by the age of 20. Since enrolling at Jiuzhou Academy, he had consistently achieved first place in various inter-academy contests and excelled in numerous training activities. He had left the academy early, selected by the nation to engage in the battlefield against foreign races for further experience. In just 6 months, he had slain over 10,000 enemies from other races. accumulating remarkable military achievements, attaining a commendation level of 3. He was hailed by the instructors of Jojo Academy as the strongest of the younger generation. There was even potential for him to surpass the illustrious Lan Xiaowang in the future. Such an extraordinary talent had no rival among his peers. Not to mention, most of the competitors in this outdoor boss training event were below level 30, with only a scant few exceeding that threshold. Under normal circumstances, given Zheng Qiaoyang's prowess, even facing a 100-man team in a duel would pose no challenge. Who could possibly defeat him? The instructors exchanged incredulous glances, while the students were left in a daze. None could fathom what had transpired. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence for a moment. Finally, one teacher slowly regained composure and tentatively inquired of Zheng Qiaoyang, how did you suddenly return? He still harbored a glimmer of hope, believing Zheng had chosen to teleport back voluntarily. Zheng Qiaoyang continued to stare blankly at the sky, his eyes having not blinked for what felt like an eternity. His mouth slightly parted, as if he wished to articulate something. To this moment, he remained perplexed as to what had gone awry. Why had he been felled by a single strike from Lu Yang? Even though he was aware that Lu Yang's summoned beast possessed a staggering power value of 100,000 points, he himself wielded a damage reduction talent of 88. This did not even account for the bonuses from his equipment and skills, which granted him additional defensive boosts and damage mitigation. At that moment, the damage reduction effect he had achieved surpassed 91. A standard attack with a power value of 100,000 could inflict a maximum of 9,000 points of damage upon him. Yet he had nearly 20,000 points of health. Surely, he could withstand at least 3 attacks. Why then had he been completely drained of health in one blow, triggering his life insurance? What could possibly account for this? Zheng Qiaoyang's mind was in turmoil. Was it conceivable that the damage from his opponent's attack had exceeded 200,000? But he dismissed that notion in the next moment. Impossible. He was only level 21. No matter how formidable his skills, he could not summon a creature with a power value of 200,000. So what was the explanation? Zheng Qiaoyang could not comprehend it. Muttering, Lu Yang, what manner of profession do you possess? Lu Yang? The instructor seized upon this crucial piece of information, momentarily stunned, before asking again. The Lu Yang from the 8 Desolations Division? Was it he who defeated you? The teacher's voice rang out sharply, pulling Zheng Qiaoyang back from his reverie. Zheng Qiaoyang glanced at the instructor, but did not respond. Instead, he rose to his feet, bypassing the instructor and weaving through the crowd to depart the scene. Zheng Qiaoyang's expression turned somber, brows furrowed, emanating an aura of despondency. His classmates instinctively parted to give him space, some even retreating a few steps in fear. Though Zheng Qiaoyang did not directly answer, those present could surmise the gravity of the situation from his demeanor. Could it truly be that Lu Yang from the 8 Desolations Division had bested him? Lu Yang, the freshman who had shattered multiple dungeon records? Who else could it be? At present, only the 2 of them were legendary class professionals at the academy. The only one who could match Zheng Qiaoyang's strength would be him. Yet, Zheng had already reached level 39. Lu Yang was merely level 21. Surely, even if he were extraordinary, he could not disregard such a vast difference in levels. Who could say? The truth of whether Lu Yang had truly defeated him remained uncertain. The instructor too struggled to accept this reality, hastily reaching out to others for confirmation. The message reached Zhou Quan, who sat in stunned silence as he processed the information before him. Zheng Qiaoyang was defeated by Lu Yang? It was both an inquiry and a revelation, confirming that Zheng Qiaoyang had indeed been teleported back to the academy. Zhou Quan's thoughts finally snapped back to reality. Brother Qiaoyang truly lost. He suddenly slumped helplessly to the ground, his expression vacant as he stared blankly ahead. How could this be? Upon hearing this news, the others from the Air Y division lowered their heads, dispirited. The Golden War God had indeed been vanquished in a single strike by the opponent. If even the Golden War God could not withstand Lu Yang's onslaught, how formidable must his profession be? Both were legendary class, yet why had Brother Qiaoyang, with an 18-level advantage, still been defeated? Did this spell doom for their ranking in the outdoor boss training event? The morale of the Air Y division plummeted instantly, with some members even contemplating surrender. Many of their buffs expired, and no one bothered to renew them. The Golden War God was not only their team's absolute powerhouse, but also their steadfast pillar of support. He had been their lifelong aspiration and faith. To have their very belief shattered in a single blow was a blow too severe. Such a profound impact extinguished their fighting spirit in that moment. Lu Yang observed as the Air Y division had entirely relinquished any thought of continuing the battle. He shook his head in resignation, feeling a twinge of regret. With their fighting spirit extinguished, the possibility of a comeback had vanished. This outdoor boss training event was destined to elude them. Lu Yang commanded Ghidorah and Godzilla to clear them from the field. Ghidorah and Godzilla, eliminate them. A blinding golden light illuminated the storm clouds above. Two twisted beams of golden gravitational energy descended from the tempest, sweeping towards the gathered crowd of the Tsurugi Academy. Godzilla on the ground was also gathering energy. Buzz, 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 buzz. The dorsal fins on its back lit up one after another. Then, it unleashed a torrent of blue atomic breath. Buzz. The blue atomic breath skimmed across the ground. In an instant, it collided with the two twisted beams of golden gravitational energy, crashing into the crowd. Boom. Chapter 158. First, deal with the other groups. Three dazzling beams of light swept through the Tsurugi Academy's crowd. The front line of meat shields instinctively activated their skills to resist. Yet, they could not withstand even a second. In the face of absolute damage, any defensive or damage reduction skills were instantly breached. Their health points were entirely depleted by the golden gravitational rays. Their bodies were hurled into the air, triggering their life insurance, disappearing one by one with a clang. Alternatively, they were directly shattered by the blue atomic breath. Crack, crack, crack. By the time the atomic breath moved away, the people had vanished, as if they had been completely melted away by the beams. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Quan and the others revealed a helpless, bitter smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Isn't this just like farming monsters?" The scene before them was eerily reminiscent of what Zhou Quan had witnessed in the mechanical factory dungeon. Liu Yang's summoned beast could eliminate a wave of monsters with a single skill. Now, however, the targets being obliterated were them. They stood dumbfounded, too weary to resist, allowing the beams to sweep over them, destroying their life insurance and transporting them back to the Tsurugi Academy. The mighty King Kong did not need to take action. It stood impassively, coldly observing as the crowd was systematically eliminated by the three beams of light. Moments later, the area where the beams had passed was left utterly pristine. Every member of the Tsurugi Academy had vanished without a trace. All that remained was the ravaged ground. The golden grass and shrubs had been entirely wiped away, leaving behind a barren expanse, marked by deep gorges, some still holding smoldering embers. Simultaneously, a large group of injured students from the Tsurugi Academy suddenly materialized in the transport array. In an instant, it was overcrowded. The supervising teachers and fellow students were bewildered, especially the teachers, who gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. As a teacher at the Tsurugi Academy, he had maintained this transport array for years and had never witnessed such a massive return of students. After all, the overall strength of the Tsurugi Academy was notable. Any external training typically yielded first-rate results, and it was rare to encounter defeat, let alone a total annihilation. What on earth had transpired today? The teacher hurriedly began applying recovery spells to the returning students, utterly perplexed. First, the Golden Ward god Zheng Qiuyang was defeated, and now everyone had returned? What had happened on the Golden Plains? Students who had been transported back were at risk of being crushed by those who followed closely behind. Their health points were already critically low. This latest blow nearly rendered them truly injured. Fellow students clamored with questions. What had happened? Why did they all return? What was going on with Zheng Qiuyang? Why was he the first to be transported back? Did we still have anyone out there? Could we still contend for the wild boss? However, the returning students were too despondent to provide answers. Their faces uniformly glum. Only a few, resigned, began to explain the situation. Zheng Qiuyang was obliterated. He was taken out in a single blow by Liu Yang's gigantic King Kong. We were also eliminated, taken out by his other two summoned beasts in one strike each. The explanation was simple and flat, yet it struck the listeners like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned in place. They could hardly comprehend the implications of those two sentences. What are you saying? Zheng Qiuyang and all of you were eliminated? On the Golden Plains, Su Qianqian approached Liu Yang, shaking her head in amazement. I am truly relieved to be your teammate. Otherwise, I can scarcely imagine the feeling of your three summoned beasts' attacks landing upon me. She had grown somewhat numb to this scene. Whether monsters or human professionals, none could withstand Liu Yang's output. Beyond shock, she felt deep gratitude for her fortune in being Liu Yang's ally. Had he been assigned to another academy, the fate of their 8 Desolation Academy would likely be far worse than that of the Tsurugi Academy. Haha, Liu Yang replied with a jest. I suppose in the moment of being obliterated, one would feel little pain, right? Ha ha ha, Su Qianqian teased in surprise at Liu Yang's response. Well, you could ask Guisu about that. He was just eliminated by Zheng Qiuyang and is quite deserving of an opinion. Mentioning Guisu, Liu Yang felt a twinge of regret. Guisu had sacrificed himself to shield him from an attack, only to be swiftly eliminated by Zheng Qiuyang. However, he had avenged him by taking down Zheng Qiuyang, which brought some solace. At this moment, all of Liu Yang's teammates had gathered behind him, gazing in awe at the ravaged plains before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. Many were experiencing their first encounter with Liu Yang today. The sight was simply unbelievable. My goodness. Not only had Lu Yang obliterated Zheng Qiaoyang in a single blow, but he had also annihilated the entire Tsurugi group in one go. Those three beams of light were terrifyingly powerful, with vast range and immense damage, swiftly dispatching everyone in their path. You have no idea how fearsome it is to battle alongside Lu Ge. His summoned beasts could even pierce through a mountain. Watching Zheng Qiaoyang being hammered into the ground by Lu Yang's King Kong had me bubbling with excitement. It was utterly satisfying. The students were all engulfed in shock, unable to extricate themselves from the experience. Given their current understanding, the events they had just witnessed were difficult to accept. Su Qianqian empathized with them. After all, she had felt the same way during her first experience teaming up with Lu Yang. A smile graced Su Qianqian's lips as she expressed her gratitude to Lu Yang. Thanks to you, we should be able to take down today's wild boss. The Tsurugi Academy, the strongest in overall strength, has now been entirely eliminated by you. The remaining 4 Symbols Academy and the 6 Harmonies Academy, along with the main campus group, pose little threat to you. Everyone looked at Lu Yang with anticipation, eager for him to lead them to victory against the wild boss. Uncertain as to how Lu Yang would confront the wilderness boss, one might ponder whether he could eliminate it in a mere instant. It seems rather improbable, does it not? I have heard that the health points of such wilderness boss can exceed 1,000,000, regardless of Lu Yang's formidable strength. It is hardly conceivable that he could vanquish it so effortlessly. Nevertheless, Lu Yang himself is filled with anticipation. Can the wilderness boss withstand the combined assault of his 3 summoned beasts? Yet, Lu Yang remains vigilant. He scans his surroundings, aware through Ghidorah's perception that the remaining 3 factions are lurking nearby. Curiously, he notes that they initially advanced swiftly towards his position, only to abruptly turn and flee moments ago. Although perplexed by their actions, he understands that until they are entirely dealt with, he cannot confidently assert that the wilderness boss is within his grasp. With some time, yet before the boss respawns, Lu Yang suggests to Su Qianqian, let us first eliminate the other factions. Chapter 0159. Lu Yang raises the banner, turning the tide for the academy. Very well, Su Qianqian readily assented to Lu Yang's strategy. The sooner they could dispose of their competitors, the greater their chances of victory in the end. Lu Yang connected with Ghidorah's perception, and from its concealed position amidst the storm clouds, Ghidorah swiftly discerned the nearby 3 opposing factions with its formidable mental acuity. 2 pairs of piercing dragon eyes locked onto the 2 closest groups, awaiting Lu Yang's command. Let us proceed, Lu Yang directed Su Qianqian, indicating the direction. She peered towards where he pointed, but found no sign of adversaries. Nonetheless, she firmly chose to trust Lu Yang. If he asserted that there were foes in that direction, then there undoubtedly were. All members, assume battle readiness. Su Qianqian suddenly called out. The students of the 8 Desolations Academy jolted in unison, unleashing their skills and swiftly entering a state of combat. Satisfaction graced Su Qianqian's expression at this sight. She continued to rally the morale of her comrades. Previously, we of the 8 Desolations Academy have been treated as mere soft persimmons by others, whether it be the 2 instruments, for symbols, or 6 harmonies. They have all sought to bully us in various ways. She glanced at Lu Yang and added, I can see that our rise this year is largely due to Lu Yang. But is it not also because of individuals like Zheng Qiaoyang that they have been so formidable? It is merely the turning of the tide. This year, it is our turn at the 8 Desolations Academy to have a banner-bearer, Lu Yang. The situation has reversed. A proud smile graced Su Qianqian's lips as she declared, now it is Lu Yang's turn to lead us in confronting them. The enthusiasm among the students surged, their spirits ignited. Charge! Let us vanquish them. I have long harbored disdain for them. The morale of the 8 Desolations Academy soared, their fighting spirit ablaze. Recognizing that the moment had arrived, Su Qianqian signaled to Lu Yang that they were ready to depart. Ghidorah. Lu Yang raised his hand to summon the dragon from the sky. It descended slowly, like the oppressive storm clouds, accompanied by a powerful gale that pressed against the surrounding foliage, making it difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. With a thud, Ghidorah landed, and the surrounding storm clouds dissipated to reveal its colossal figure. Standing over 9 meters tall, although not as towering as the 20-meter behemoth, it boasted nearly 30 meters of wingspan. Its golden wings, fully unfurled, obscured the sun, crackling with electricity that lent it a visual impact rivaling that of the behemoth. Many gazed upon Lu Yang's magnificent golden, 2-headed, 2-winged dragon with envy. It was simply stunning. No matter how many times one beheld it, its splendor was undeniable. The allure of such a dragon could not be compared to any other creature. Ghidorah landed and roared defiantly to the heavens. Then, with its 2 pairs of golden dragon eyes, it surveyed all present. Many who met its gaze felt an inexplicable surge of fear, instinctively averting their eyes and retreating a couple of steps. With a snort, Ghidorah lowered its two majestic heads towards Liu Yang. He affectionately patted its massive craniums before ascending along its wings to perch upon its back. Settling in, he gestured to Su Qianqian and the others. Do your utmost to keep up. He then commanded Ghidorah to take flight, advancing towards the nearest faction. With a whoosh, Ghidorah flapped its enormous wings, generating a powerful vortex that lifted its massive body into the air. As the lightning danced around its form, a tempest of storm clouds enveloped it once more. The clouds surged forward. The ground trembled with each step of Godzilla and the behemoth, their immense forms causing the earth to quake with every movement. Their pace was remarkably swift. Su Qianqian quickly urged everyone to follow suit, striving to avoid falling behind. Meanwhile, the faction closest to Liu Yang was the Four Symbols Academy. Their leader, Li Yufu, was frantically urging everyone onward in a desperate bid to distance themselves from the Eight Desolations Academy. This is utterly outrageous. Li Yufu muttered, sprinting. What on earth is happening today? That was Zheng Qiaoyang. How could he have been felled with a single blow? How could so many from the Two Instruments Academy have vanished in an instant? His face was etched with shock and dread. Earlier, Li Yufu had been leading his members towards Zheng Qiaoyang, intending to execute their previously agreed-upon plan to eliminate the Eight Desolations Academy in alliance with Zheng Qiaoyang and the Six Harmonies Academy. After all, they were wary of Liu Yang, this dark horse. However, before they could even reach their destination, they witnessed the golden sun in the sky being struck down by a massive behemoth with a single punch, resembling a meteor crashing to the earth, never to rise again. What more could it signify? It indicated that Zheng Qiaoyang had been dispatched with a solitary blow by that behemoth. Li Yufu remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before him. Just then, he beheld the storm clouds unleashing two thick bolts of lightning, while the creature on the ground expelled a beam of blue light. In mere moments, the three beams obliterated the Two Instruments Academy S group of over 100 individuals. The entire episode transpired in just a few breaths. The Golden War God and all members of the Two Instruments Academy vanished from the Golden Plains. Even at this moment, though he could not comprehend the unfolding events, he was acutely aware that the Two Instruments Academy had suffered complete annihilation. If they continued to recklessly approach, they would meet the same fate, swiftly dispatched by those three fearsome behemoths, not even leaving a trace. Li Yufu was no fool. He promptly led his team in retreat. At that moment, they were still a considerable distance from the Eight Desolations Academy, praying fervently that they had not been detected. The situation of the Six Harmonies Academy was similar to theirs, albeit they were fleeing northeast, hoping to evade attention. Suddenly, Li Yufu felt compelled to glance back at the Eight Desolations Academy. However, upon doing so, he was nearly struck dumb with terror. Good heavens! He beheld a tempestuous mass of thunderclouds swiftly advancing from afar, accompanied by a gigantic gorilla utilizing all four limbs to run, alongside a dinosaur-like monstrosity. The trio of colossal beasts charged forward with alarming speed, soon to overtake them. Li Yufu's face paled in shock, yet a bitter smile crept upon his lips, utterly disconcerting. Damn it, they had indeed set their sights on us. Chapter 0160, Pursuit. The three behemoths instantaneously obliterate the entire Four Symbols team. Halt. With no other choice, Li Yufu commanded his team to stop. Given the velocity at which the three titans approached, escape was utterly futile. Rather than exhaust their strength in a fruitless flight, it was more prudent to prepare for a direct confrontation. Yet, even he struggled to summon any fighting spirit. An indescribable tension and fear gripped his heart. He still could not fathom how Zheng Qiaoyang and the Two Instruments Academy had met their demise. Even if the rumored Liu Yang were truly formidable, he was merely at level 21. There was no way he could have annihilated Zheng Qiaoyang and their entire team. Thus, a sliver of hope lingered in Li Yufu's heart, believing that their Four Symbols Academy might still possess the capacity to fight back. However, as his anxiety escalated, a trembling voice within him whispered that their chances of victory were scarcely 1 in 10. With a whoosh, the Four Symbols team obediently ceased their advance, their faces etched with panic as they beheld the oncoming three behemoths. This is disastrous. It was painfully evident that they were headed straight for us. Why are we still standing here? We must flee. If even Zheng Qiaoyang and the Two Instruments were annihilated, how could we stand a chance? Flee. Just look at how fast they are moving. We cannot outrun them. We have no choice but to confront them. What are we afraid of? We might not necessarily lose. Perhaps they merely employed underhanded tactics to obliterate the Two Instruments Academy. Running was no longer an option. Indeed, the Eight Desolations Academy might merely be posturing. Li Yufu commanded his team to prepare for battle. Form ranks. We shall clash with them. No sooner had he spoken than, with swift precision, the entire Four Symbols team sprang into action. They arranged themselves in a conventional formation, unleashing a plethora of enhancement skills to envelop every member of the team. Multicolored magical ripples adorned each individual, their statuses fully amplified. As the three behemoths drew closer, nearing their attack range, Li Yufu's gaze sharpened. He knew they could not remain passive. Proactive engagement was essential to secure any semblance of advantage. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. All ranged attackers, unleash your full power. Bang! The ranged attackers within the formation responded in unison, releasing their skills. Countless brilliant magical lights erupted from them, transforming into a barrage of magical projectiles that hurtled towards the encroaching titans. The physical ranged combatants raised their weapons, unleashing their utmost firepower. They fired a relentless stream of artillery shells, arrows, and various projectile weapons. The magical missiles and flying projectiles formed a dense barrage, converging upon the three advancing behemoths. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of firepower struck true. A dazzling display of magical effects and explosive flames erupted upon impact. The ground and surrounding foliage were obliterated in an instant. In a heartbeat, dust and debris filled the air, smoke billowing and flames soaring. The sheer intensity of their collective assault was staggering. No one could withstand the force of their ranged output. Even Zheng Chaoyang would surely be left reeling. Just as a smile of relief began to form on Li Yufu's face, his countenance shifted dramatically once more. Amidst the swirling smoke and flames, the silhouettes of two massive figures became increasingly discernible. Roar! Roar! The gorilla and Godzilla emerged unscathed from the inferno, their speed undiminished. The output specialists in the team, upon receiving damage feedback, stood frozen in disbelief. What the hell? How could it be only 1 point of damage? I unleashed my full power and only dealt 2 points? My energy magic registered 0 damage. What in the world is happening? What on earth are those three monsters? Their high damage output, yet imperviousness, is utterly absurd. Li Yufu wore an expression of astonishment. How could this be? How could there be no damage whatsoever? Before he could ponder further, the gorilla and Godzilla were already upon them. They felt the ground tremble violently beneath them, and a fierce wind swept over their heads. Li Yufu gazed skyward, fortuitously catching sight of Lu Yang atop Ghidorah through the swirling thunderclouds. A rueful smile crept upon his face as he murmured, "So you are Lu Yang? Just what manner of monster are you?" Perched upon Ghidorah, Lu Yang, through its senses, could easily discern each individual below, even detecting Li Yufu's gaze. He merely cast a cold glance in his direction before apathetically issuing the command, "Attack." Bang! A golden light illuminated Ghidorah's form, surging along its neck and culminating in its jaws. The first and second heads unleashed 2 twisted beams of gravitational light, aimed directly at the four symbols team below. Boom! Godzilla abruptly halted its charge, then inhaled deeply. Its dorsal fins began to glow one by one, and the atomic reactor within surged with violent energy. Buzz! 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 With a forceful opening of its jaws, it unleashed a devastating atomic breath. Roar! The gorilla bellowed, its form undeterred. With a powerful strike of its arms against the ground, it propelled its massive body into the air. As it soared, it spread its arms wide, preparing to unleash its might upon landing. What transpired before their eyes left the members of the Four Symbols Academy utterly dumbfounded. The thunderclouds above descended, unleashing 2 twisted beams of golden light. A formidable beam of blue light surged forth from the ground, accompanied by a colossal iron giant descending from the heavens, demonstrating a devastating punch technique. The 3 elements converged simultaneously, unleashing an assault that enveloped every member of their group. The overwhelming force surged forward, intermingled with waves of potent energy, evoking an involuntary sense of dread in their hearts. How terrifying! What on earth is this? The members of the Four Symbols group stood transfixed, paralyzed in astonishment. With no response whatsoever, Li Yufu resigned himself to the futility of resistance, scoffing self-deprecatingly. Encountering such a monstrosity is truly infuriating. Boom! 2 golden beams of gravitational light struck first, instantaneously sweeping away 2 columns of individuals, propelling their bodies skyward. Clang, clang, clang. The students in the air activated their safety mechanisms one after another, vanishing before they could touch the ground. The blue atomic breath beam followed closely behind, swiftly melting everyone in a line. The moment the powerful atomic breath made contact, it triggered their safety mechanisms, whisking them away to safety. Finally, the iron giant descended with tremendous force, creating a massive crater upon impact. Thud! The ground cracked in every direction, sending a plume of dust into the air. 2 unfortunate souls were crushed beneath the giant's foot, while those nearby were sent into the air uncontrollably by the shockwave, subsequently hurled by the giant's long, powerful arms. Chapter 0161. Teaming up? Are you insane? Do you really believe we can win? Those who were flung by the giant resembled cannonballs, hurtling away in all directions. Fortunately, they were on the golden plains, a flat expanse. Otherwise, colliding with mountains or trees would have undoubtedly caused significant destruction. The giant's method of attack was brutally straightforward. Against humans standing approximately 178 meters tall, it required no combat techniques whatsoever. With its sheer size and overwhelming strength, a mere collision would instantly eliminate a human. Moreover, standing at a staggering 20 meters tall, its fully extended arms reached over 20 meters as well. Despite being a purely physical assault, the range and area of effect were astonishing. With its arms swinging wildly through the crowd, it effortlessly sent dozens of students from the Four Symbols Academy flying. Before long, only a few stragglers remained from the Four Symbols group. Those fortunate enough to survive wore expressions of relief upon the giant's gaze falling upon them. They trembled and hastily pleaded for mercy. No, no, no. We'll handle it ourselves. In a flash of understanding, they activated their teleportation stones and vanished. Thus, the entirety of the Four Symbols Academy was eliminated, officially declared out of the competition. Meanwhile, the instructor in charge of the injured's teleportation array within the Four Symbols Academy gazed in astonishment at the pile of individuals arriving through the portal. While it was not uncommon for defeated students to return, witnessing over 100 individuals teleport back simultaneously was an unprecedented occurrence. The instructor, perplexed, turned to Li Yufu and inquired, "What on earth transpired? Why have you all suddenly returned?" With tears of frustration in his eyes, Li Yufu lamented, "Don't ask me, teacher. You ought to inquire with the instructors from the 8 Desolations and see what sort of monster they've admitted this year." The 8 Desolations? The teacher was taken aback. Could it be that the 8 Desolations obliterated your group? A silhouette formed in his mind. Could it be Lu Yang from the 8 Desolations? Sighing deeply, Li Yufu clenched his teeth and cursed. That guy is utterly inhuman. On the Golden Plains, Su Qianqian and her group arrived fashionably late, gazing at the ravaged terrain. They were all astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. Each of them pondered, what on earth were we thinking traveling all this way? We were utterly useless. Lu Yang single-handedly annihilated an entire team. What were we even here for? During this outdoor boss training event, I reckon that even without us, Lu Yang could easily secure the top spot. Indeed, who could rival someone capable of single-handedly taking on a 100-person team? The students, self-deprecating yet grateful, found solace in being teammates with Lu Yang, relishing the prospect of effortlessly achieving victory in this training endeavor. Conversely, it was truly exhilarating to be associated with such a powerhouse as Lu Yang. Without lifting a finger, they could bask in the glory of triumph. Engaged in discussions about Lu Yang, the students inadvertently began to idolize him. After shaking her head in exasperation, Su Qianqian lifted her gaze to the sky where Lu Yang was, sending him a message. "Where is the 6 Harmonies Academy group?" Upon receiving the message, Lu Yang confirmed the direction with Ghidorah and rode towards it. The Iron Giant and Godzilla on the ground moved in tandem. "Keep up." Su Qianqian rallied her classmates to hasten their pace. A few could not help but jest. "Why are we following so closely when we don't even need to lift a finger?" Su Qianqian shot a glance back, scoffing. "Do you think I'm urging you to keep pace so you can contribute? I'm worried that if you lag behind, the other teams will pick you off. If you fall too far from Lu Yang, who do you think will be able to help you?" Her words struck a chord, awakening the dawdling students to the reality that staying close to Lu Yang was not merely for support, but for their own safety. Only in proximity to the formidable Lu Yang could they ensure their security. Those who were about to slack off immediately quickened their pace, racing after Lu Yang ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Yang remained oblivious to the thoughts of his peers below. His sole focus was on the other two groups. Through Ghidorah's perception, he discerned that the other 2 academy groups had encountered one another and were now embroiled in conflict, sending ripples of energy throughout the vicinity. Piercing through the layers of thunderclouds, he could faintly see flashes of battle erupting on the distant plain. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yang wondered why the main campus group was clashing with the 6 Harmonies Academy group. Shouldn't they, like the Four Symbols Academy, prioritize retreating? Regardless, Lu Yang smirked. "This works out perfectly. I won't have to search for them individually." He commanded Ghidorah to accelerate. The Iron Giant and Godzilla on the ground increased their speed as well. On the distant plains, the main campus group was locked in fierce combat with the 6 Harmonies Academy group. The 2 factions had become entangled in a chaotic melee. Boom. Whoosh. Clang. The clash of blades and bodies echoed as melee combatants engaged in close quarters, while ranged classes unleashed a torrent of firepower. Support roles tirelessly maintained buffs and restored the stamina of injured teammates. The battle was intensely drawn out. Clang. The leader of the Liuhe division, Yi Hong, forcefully pushed aside the leader of the main campus group, Deng Engjun. Infuriated, Yi Hong exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Instead of wasting time here, why aren't you making a run for it? Deng Ingjun, unfazed, replied, why should we flee? Yi Hong, his temper flaring, retorted, if we don't run. Won't that perverse creature from the 8 desolations catch up and wipe us all out? Do you honestly think you can defeat him? Deng Ingjun, with a dismissive smile, responded, I certainly cannot defeat him. However, we are equally no match for you. In any case, the outdoor boss wouldn't target us. So I intend to make a decision that maximizes our benefits. Upon witnessing Liu Yang actively pursuing the 4 symbols division, Deng Ingjun discerned his intentions. He undoubtedly aimed to eliminate the other groups first. Aware that he was no match for Liu Yang and that escape was futile, he reasoned that it was better to take action, engage the Liuha division, and perhaps curry favor with Liu Yang for future endeavors. Yi Hong, grasping Deng Ingjun's plan, could not help but mock. Don't flatter yourself. Do you really think he will show you any consideration? When the time comes, do you think he'll spare your lives? The kill of the outdoor boss can only be claimed by one, and he won't share it with you. What do you think you will gain by this? He proposed a reasonable suggestion. Why don't our 2 groups join forces? Perhaps we could stand a chance. Join forces? Deng Ingjun resolutely declined. I think you're the foolish one. Do you think that by teaming up, we could defeat him? Deng Ingjun countered. Can you defeat the 2 instruments division? Yi Hong shook his head. Then can you defeat Zheng Qiaoyang? Again, Yi Hong shook his head. Deng Ingjun scoffed, continuing. Zheng Qiaoyang and the entire 2 instruments division were dispatched in a single move by Liu Yang. Do you consider yourself stronger than Zheng Qiaoyang? Or do you believe that Liuha is superior to 2 instruments? Yi Hong was momentarily taken aback. Deng Ingjun made a valid point. Liu Yang had single-handedly sent Zheng Qiaoyang and the entire 2 instruments division packing. They lacked even the capability to compete with Zheng Qiaoyang and the 2 instruments. So what right did they have to challenge Liu Yang? Deng Ingjun self-deprecatingly remarked, our main campus group is even weaker. Every time we participate in an event, we merely serve as your sparring partners. He had resolved within himself, since defeat was inevitable, why not choose a path that maximizes potential gains? Yi Hong attempted to argue further. On what grounds do you believe he will acknowledge you? Deng Ingjun shrugged. If he doesn't, that is fine. Losing to them is still better than losing to you. He harbored resentment, exclaiming, you lot are the worst bullies during every training event. Being able to witness your misfortune today is a small victory for me. Although the 8 Desolations division was one of the 4 major divisions, their situation was not markedly better than that of the main campus. They were often bullied by the other 3 divisions. Thus, a sense of empathy inevitably arose between the 2. Yi Hong, at a loss for words, cursed, you fool. He swung his long staff again at Deng Ingjun, declaring, then I'll take you down first before dealing with Liu Yang. I refuse to believe he can be that formidable. Deng Ingjun raised his weapon defensively, his face betraying his scorn, and let out a derisive laugh, as if mocking Yi Hong's overconfidence. You bastard! Yi Hong shouted, exasperated. Everyone, unleash your power. Destroy them. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Liuha group activated their powers, launching a ferocious offensive. The main campus group struggled to withstand the onslaught. Their formation began to falter, and they even started to lose members. Deng Ingjun's expression grew grave as he found himself increasingly outmatched. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, suddenly spotting a tumultuous storm cloud rapidly approaching. His heart leaped with joy. He even shouted in excitement, haha, your doom is upon you. Deng Ingjun retreated several steps, creating distance, then loudly commanded his entire group, return to the city. The members complied, swiftly producing teleportation stones to return to Jiuzhou Academy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of beams of light rose as they teleported away. Before Deng Ingjun himself teleported, he cast one hopeful glance at the storm cloud, praying that Liu Yang would comprehend his intentions. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. The main campus group vanished instantaneously from the Golden Plains, leaving Yi Hong and the Liuha Division students in a state of bewilderment. Damn! Yi Hong cursed vehemently. These cowards are really pulling this on me. A fellow student beside him inquired, Leader, what should we do now? He glanced at the swiftly approaching storm cloud. The violent winds generated by the cloud already whipped against their faces. The silhouettes of 2 colossal beasts were becoming increasingly distinct and imposing, with tremors shaking the ground beneath them. Should we also return to the city? Return? Yi Hong was instantly infuriated. He slapped the person on the head, shouting, Return? Never. To retreat in front of others would invite ridicule. Deng Ingjun and his group may not care, but they were a division. If they retreated without a fight today, not only would the 8 Desolations mock them, but the entire Jiuzhou Academy would ridicule them. Yi Hong's words rang out loud and clear, yet he felt no conviction within. He looked up at the storm cloud, now looming closer, feeling a sense of despair. Did Yi Hong not wish to teleport back? Of course he did, but his position did not permit such an action. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and endure. In his heart, Yi Hong harbored a flicker of hope, believing that Liuhe might indeed possess the strength to fight back. The front line of the Liuhe division was renowned for its resilience. As long as they could withstand Liu Yang's initial wave of assault, they could retaliate and eliminate him in a concentrated attack. After all, no matter how strong Liu Yang was, he was still but one man. His stamina was only a few hundred, at most 1 or 2,000. He could not possibly endure their combined firepower. All formations, prepare for battle. Yi Hong commanded loudly. The entirety of Liuhe quickly positioned themselves towards the storm cloud above. The support classes behind them bestowed fresh enhancements upon each individual, fully restoring their stamina. With their statuses rejuvenated, Yi Hong squinted at the storm cloud, muttering defiantly. I truly don't believe it. No sooner had he spoken than 2 twisting beams of golden light suddenly descended from the storm cloud, as if thunder itself had struck. In an instant, they crashed down upon their front lines. Boom. The proud defensive front of Liuhe was utterly shattered by the twisted golden beams. Dozens of shield-bearing warriors were sent flying, soaring through the air, tracing graceful parabolic arcs. The crowd was thrown into chaos. Not only that a blue beam of light surged towards the ground. The formidable energy contained within this radiant beam obliterated the surrounding grass and underbrush, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The blue light pierced through the crowd. People vanished in an instant, as if they had been directly dissolved. Much like the grass. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of countless lives being extinguished resonated in Yi Hong's ears. He watched in horror as his comrades fell one after another, struck down by that trio of beams, disappearing right before his eyes. Yi Hong stood frozen, his body slackening as he muttered, "What on earth is this? How can they just be gone?" Before he could ponder further, a deafening roar erupted above him. Roar. Yi Hong looked up to see an enormous gorilla plummeting from the sky, its foot aimed directly at him. Suddenly, a wave of comprehension washed over him, and he chuckled. Grass. Boom. The gorilla crashed to the ground, its colossal form crushing Yi Hong and those nearby, producing a crisp, shattering sound. The beast swung its arms wildly, sending the surrounding individuals flying with ease. Those struck soared through the air like cannonballs, disappearing from view. Before long, under the combined onslaught of the 3 titanic beasts summoned by Liu Yang, the 6 Harmonies Academy team was utterly defeated, thus sealing their fate. Chapter 0163. The chaos induced by Liu Yang draws the attention of the Academy's upper echelons. With a gentle descent, Ghidorah landed from the sky, the storm clouds enveloping it gradually dissipating, revealing its magnificent golden form. Roar! Roar! Ghidorah unfurled its wings, issuing a triumphant roar. The gorilla and Godzilla joined it, each adding their own victorious roar to the chorus. Roar! Roar! Ghidorah lowered its wings, allowing Liu Yang to disembark safely. Liu Yang surveyed his surroundings, a hint of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Why? He had clearly observed the opposing teams from above. The Central Campus team had all vanished the moment he approached their attack range. Liu Yang found it difficult to comprehend their actions. Soon after, Su Qianqian arrived with her group, witnessing the aftermath of Liu Yang's summoned beasts effortlessly dispatching the 6 Harmonies team. They were at a loss for words, unable to express the shock that engulfed them. The 2 Instruments Academy, the 4 Symbols Academy, and the 6 Harmonies Academy, 3 teams totaling over 500 individuals. Each was a formidable practitioner, averaging around level 25, and most were rare classes. Each one could be considered a genius in their own right. Even super genius Zheng Qiaoyang, who had reached level 39 at the age of 20, was a rarity among rarities. Yet, all of these 500 geniuses had been obliterated in a single strike by Liu Yang. Not a single one could withstand even one attack from Liu Yang's summoned beasts. 3 teams had been completely annihilated, and the 3 titanic summoned beasts had barely made 3 moves. What then could be said of Liu Yang? A genius among geniuses? Such a description felt wholly inadequate. Many could not help but lament the chasm that lay between ordinary people and geniuses, as vast as an insurmountable abyss. Yet even among geniuses, disparities existed. Indeed, the gap between Liu Yang and the rest of them was another insurmountable chasm. I had thought that someone like Zheng Qiaoyang was the pinnacle of our generation, only to discover that Liu Yang surpassed him. I believe he may very well become the second Blue Young Emperor. Su Qianqian, overhearing the comment, interjected, "You are mistaken. He will not become the second Blue Young Emperor. Rather, he will surpass him." Chuckling modestly, Liu Yang replied, "That's quite an exaggeration." Su Qianqian quickly shook her head, asserting, "Not at all exaggerated. My mother told me that even the original Blue Young Emperor was nowhere near as formidable as you." Liu Yang smiled nonchalantly, stating, "As for the future, no one can say for certain. I can only strive to do my best." He wished to steer the conversation away from such topics and inquired, when I arrived. I saw the Central Campus team engaged in battle with the 6 Harmonies Academy team. Yet, as I drew nearer, the Central Campus team suddenly vanished. Do you know what happened? The Central Campus team? Su Qianqian furrowed her brow. Their leader is Deng Yingjun, I believe. After a moment's thought, she quickly deduced. They must have teleported away voluntarily. She continued to analyze. Deng Yingjun may not be particularly powerful, but he is quite adept at handling situations. There must be a reason for his actions. Su Qianqian soon reached a conclusion and suddenly smiled, saying, he is likely trying to curry favor with you. Lu Yang, quick-witted, grasped her meaning instantly, saying with a grin, so he intended to hold off the 6 Harmonies team for me, saving me time? Quite an interesting fellow. With an hour remaining until the wild boss respawned, Su Qianqian instructed everyone to rest and recuperate, preparing for the upcoming boss battle. Lu Yang settled down, while Ghidorah, Godzilla, and the gorilla each found a spacious spot to rest. Ghidorah and Godzilla curled up together, while the gorilla, in a human-like manner, sat cross-legged, propping its head up with its sturdy arms for a nap. This scene brought amusement to many. Suddenly, Su Qianqian asked Lu Yang, do you realize what you've accomplished today? Lu Yang, bewildered by the question, shook his head in confusion. Su Qianqian gazed out over the vast golden plains. The sun had just risen, casting brilliant yet gentle light across the endless expanse of golden terrain, reflecting countless golden sparkles. Sighing, Su Qianqian remarked, I've never truly appreciated the beauty of the golden plains before. Last year when we came, we were all too preoccupied with battling the wild boss to notice such splendor. She turned to Lu Yang, reflecting, if it weren't for you, we would likely still be struggling, only to ultimately lose the wild boss after exhausting ourselves. All that effort for nothing. She then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet this feeling is rather peculiar. Being with you feels as though we need not strive at all. Yet we achieve things we never dreamed possible. Lu Yang chuckled in response. Perhaps it's just luck? Indeed, Su Qianqian nodded. Your presence in the 8 Desolations Academy is akin to striking a stroke of fortune. However, luck is a part of strength. Since we in the 8 Desolations have this luck this year, it is our time to rise. Lu Yang turned to gaze at the plains. It was indeed beautiful. Smiling, he said, let us strive together. At this moment, the Jiuzhou Academy was in complete disarray. The 3 institutes, Liangyi, Xixiang, and Liuhe, were all engulfed in chaos. The students participating in the outdoor boss training, along with the supervising teachers, could scarcely come to terms with the reality of the situation. Over 500 individuals from the 3 institutes had been utterly annihilated by a single person. Even more astonishing, they had been defeated in mere moments. Those from the main campus fared slightly better, as they had managed to teleport back on their own. However, the shock they felt was no less profound. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how Zheng Qiaoyang and Liangyi were dispatched by Lu Yang in a single blow. The corridors of the academy were abuzz with discussions about Lu Yang. Could it be true that the solitary figure from Bahuang had single-handedly obliterated the teams from the 3 institutes? Such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. Zheng Qiaoyang had been felled by a single punch from that colossal golden ape. Upon his return, his face had turned ashen, and he scarcely uttered a word. Was Lu Yang truly so formidable? Previously, one could only hear of his prowess in shattering dungeon records, but who could have imagined his competitive capabilities were equally exceptional? What competitive abilities, you ask? It was said that Lu Yang dispatched them as if he were playing a game, finding it even simpler than battling monsters within a dungeon. Wasn't he destined to clinch the top spot in the upcoming freshman tournament? TSK, that seems rather uncertain. It was rumored that this year's freshman in Liangyi included a legendary class profession, and he was a descendant of the Fei family. Hiss. That would certainly be a spectacle to behold. Lu Yang, a name that once resonated solely within the confines of the dungeon lobby, had now reverberated throughout the entirety of Jiuzhou Academy. It had even reached the higher echelons of the institution. Chapter 0164. The Invitation from the Chancellor. Su Jing's Dilemma. Today, Su Jing received a multitude of messages, the majority of which were from teachers of other institutes seeking insights into Lu Yang's extraordinary capabilities. Relying solely on the information within the student files of the academy, they could hardly comprehend the reasons behind Lu Yang's exceptional prowess. A triumphant smile graced Su Jing's face. After all, Lu Yang was a student she had personally recruited into the academy. Now, as he stirred such a tempest within the institution, capturing the attention of all faculty and students, she naturally basked in reflected glory. Yet, Su Jing meticulously sifted through the messages, bypassing their inquiries. She herself had yet to fully grasp the nature of Lu Yang's astonishing abilities, so how could she offer them any explanations? Ding! Suddenly, Su Jing received a prominently highlighted message, prompting her to sit upright with renewed focus. The content read, please come to my office this evening for a brief meeting to discuss Lu Yang's situation and the ownership of that equipment. The message was signed by Chun Yuanan, the current chancellor of Jojo Academy, an esteemed figure of unparalleled strength, ranked as a level 91 superpower among practitioners across the nation. Revered for both his status and prowess. Hiss. A sudden gravity fell upon Su Jing's countenance as she breathed a heavy sigh, realizing the predicament she now faced. However, she quickly regained her composure, inhaling deeply as she reassured herself, "It's all right. This day was inevitable. I must confront it eventually. I trust that Elder Chen will understand my choices." Su Jing turned her gaze towards the window, looking out towards the golden plains, a satisfied smile playing upon her lips. That child would not disappoint. At this moment, the entire Jojo Academy was in a cacophony of chatter. All faculty and students were fervently discussing today's outdoor boss training event. Only the situation in Bahuang Institute was somewhat better, as the students from their institute had yet to return from their training. Those within the academy could only glean a vague understanding of the events through the accounts of students from other institutes. However, the other three institutes harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lu Yang, making it highly unlikely for them to extend any kindness to the students of Bahuang Institute. Students attempted to send messages to those currently engaged in training, but their teachers sternly prohibited such actions. The instructors of Bahuang Institute were acutely aware of the rarity of today's circumstances. Historically, there had never been a precedent for Bahuang to eliminate the other institutes, let alone monopolize the outdoor boss. Even with complete confidence in their ability to secure the kill, the teachers could not afford to allow any slip-ups, fearing that messages could disrupt those currently participating in training. After all, the forthcoming boss raid was fraught with danger, and any mismanagement could lead to catastrophic failures. The students understood the stakes, so they stifled their excitement and curiosity, patiently awaiting the triumphant return of their comrades. Yet, in a corner, a solitary figure stood in shock. What? Wang Rui stared blankly at the incoming message. Brother Chuyang has been defeated? Liang Yi has been obliterated? The three institutes have all been completely annihilated? He was engulfed in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the information, rendering him motionless, eyes wide and mouth agape. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his senses, collapsing weakly onto the ground. A bittersweet smile crept onto Wang Rui's face as he thought, how could this be? How could Brother Chuyang possibly be defeated? What on earth is going on with that Lu Yang? Has he resorted to some underhanded trick? He could not fathom the scene, with his limited imagination. He simply could not envision how Zheng Qiuyang had been bested by Lu Yang, let alone eliminated in a heartbeat. Suddenly, two classmates passed by. Noticing Wang Rui slumped on the ground. Isn't that Wang Rui from Liang Yi? What is he doing here in our institute? Wang Rui snapped back to reality, casting a disheveled glance at them before activating a teleportation stone to depart. The two classmates exchanged bewildered looks, unable to comprehend the situation. Did you see that? His expression was as if he had just eaten something vile. They speculated about him hiding in the corner early in the morning, perhaps searching for something unpleasant to consume. Many held a poor opinion of Wang Rui. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Rui had teleported back to his villa, collapsing onto the sofa in disarray. Lu Yang. His face was etched with resentment. Not only had his meticulously crafted plan unraveled, but he had also been seen in such an embarrassing light. Wang Rui felt utterly humiliated. His initial attempts to befriend Lu Yang had merely been a ploy to win him over, yet the latter had shown no gratitude. He had considered targeting him, but lacked the strength to do so. Finally, he had summoned Zheng Qiuyang to deal with Lu Yang, believing it to be a foolproof strategy. Wang Rui had even skipped the outdoor boss training event today, confidently lurking near the Bahuang Institute's teleportation array, anticipating the moment when Lu Yang would return, defeated by Zheng Qiuyang, so he could present him with an unforgettable gift. Yet what had he awaited? Only the arrival of that fool Guisu and an unknown classmate. Then came the news of Zheng Qiuyang's swift demise. The news of the complete annihilation of the Liangyi division has spread. Even the reports of the four symbols and the six harmonies being utterly vanquished by Lu Yang have surfaced. Wang Rui was not present at the scene, and he could scarcely fathom what kind of spectacle it must have been. Yet, he could envision Lu Yang's triumphant grin, even conjuring an image of the derisive mockery that would surely grace his face. Lu Yang, Wang Rui, and narrowed his eyes, a flicker of green light glimmering in his pupils. You shan't bask in your triumph for long. There will come a day when you shall regret this. With that, he surged upwards, an explosion of verdant magical energy erupting from within him, shattering the furniture around him in an instant. In the golden plains, time trickled by. The moment for the outdoor boss to respawn was drawing near. Everyone rise. Su Qianqian called out, rallying her team to prepare. As the outdoor boss was on the brink of appearing, all members were to remain vigilant for the location and sounds of the spawn. Lu Yang stood up and surveyed the surroundings. Roar, roar, roar. Beside him, Ghidorah and Godzilla stirred awake, rising from the ground to stand tall. King Kong pushed himself up with his hands, even stretching in a languid manner. The three of them gazed around, attuned to every subtle sound in their vicinity. Su Qianqian fixated intently on the countdown, explaining to Liu Yang, the location of the outdoor boss respawn is not fixed, and even the types of boss are variable. Different types of boss come with different levels of challenge. A hint of anxiety flitted across her face as she silently prayed, "Please, let it not be the most troublesome Thorn Queen." Chapter 0165, Boss Respawn. The most troublesome Thorn Queen. The Thorn Queen? A look of perplexity crossed Liu Yang's countenance. He noted that Su Qianqian had referred to it as the most troublesome rather than the strongest. It was clear that this outdoor boss would possess some particularly vexing qualities. He inquired, "How troublesome is it?" "Extremely troublesome." Su Qianqian sighed, elaborating. The Thorn Queen is the boss with the most skills and the widest area of influence among all bosses. She can even control all the flora on the Golden Plains. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at the vast expanse of the Golden Plains, astonished at the extent of her influence. Just as he was about to ask further questions, a sudden beam of light descended from the distance. Dazzling and radiant, Su Qianqian exclaimed with delight, "The boss has spawned." She gazed eagerly at the distant light, yearning to discern what boss had emerged. However, once the light dissipated completely, Su Qianqian found herself seeing nothing at all. "Where's the boss?" a teammate asked instinctively. In their usual understanding, outdoor bosses on the Golden Plains were colossal creatures, some even larger than Liu Yang's King Kong. They should have been visible from afar. Yet, as the entire team scanned the horizon, they saw naught. "Oh no." Su Qianqian's heart sank, a bitter smile forming on her lips. The more one wishes for something, the more it tends to manifest. Liu Yang chuckled, asking, "Could it truly be the Thorn Queen?" Su Qianqian nodded awkwardly, stating, "The Thorn Queen is the smallest boss among all those on the Golden Plains. Given that we cannot see the boss, it is likely to be her." Suddenly, she reflected, "Sometimes I wonder if our luck has been excessively favorable. On several occasions, we've drawn grand prizes under similar circumstances." Liu Yang, unfazed, smiled and replied, "No worries. We shall face whatever comes our way with composure. We will undoubtedly prevail." He was filled with confidence. Regardless of the boss, he was certain they could dispatch it with ease. After all, even he could not conceive of any creature at this stage capable of withstanding the onslaught from Ghidorah, Godzilla, or King Kong. Su Qianqian observed Liu Yang's confident demeanor and felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. She turned to survey her team, preparing to issue commands. Suddenly, the grass and shrubs on the ground began to stir as if animated by an unseen force. What had been mere inches in height now surged upwards, reaching waist level. The half-human-high shrubs grew taller than the very people themselves, their twisted branches resembling monstrous claws. "This is not good." Su Qianqian's expression darkened, her anxiety mounting. "We have been detected." She quickly altered her orders. "Everyone focus. Clear away all surrounding vegetation. Do not allow yourselves to become ensnared." No sooner had she spoken than the mutated plants launched their assault. Grass and leaves entwined around their bodies, firmly restricting their movements. The shrubs extended whip-like tendrils, beginning to lash at the team. "Ah!" Many cried out in pain as they were struck. The others quickly regained their wits, unleashing skills to rid themselves of the encumbering foliage. The grass was feeble and could be easily destroyed by any attack. Yet, like the phoenix rising from the ashes, these weeds were relentless, quickly regrowing from the ground and continuing to ensnare them. It became an incessant nuisance, even wrapping around the legs of Ghidorah and Godzilla. However, before these titans, the weeds were utterly inconsequential. As soon as the grass began to entangle Godzilla's legs, it was incinerated by a surge of powerful energy, reduced to ashes that scattered in the wind. Ghidorah's massive form needed only a slight movement to tear the foliage from its limbs. Yet, it was still bothered, flapping its enormous wings to lift off the ground, creating a series of gravitational gusts. In the face of this formidable force, the surrounding grass and shrubs were pressed flat against the earth, unable to rise. The team members seized the opportunity to extricate themselves from the plant's grasp, collectively exhaling in relief. However, beyond the area beneath their feet, the distant grass and shrubs continued to grow wildly. Even the trees on the plain were expanding, their sizes increasing dramatically. Strangely, those trees were uprooting themselves from the ground, their thick, sprawling roots intertwining to form two robust legs, while branches morphed into monstrous claws. All surrounding plant life appeared to be watching them with malice. The moment they stepped beyond the influence of the gravitational winds, they would once again be ensnared by these bothersome plants. Liu Yang began to comprehend what Su Qianqian meant by the most troublesome. They had yet to even encounter the boss, yet they were already ensnared by these irritating plants. Although the damage they inflicted was minimal, they possessed a degree of control that could hinder their movements. Under normal circumstances, the group must expend considerable energy to contend with these plants in order to continue their pursuit of the boss. Should their efforts falter, maintaining formation becomes exceedingly difficult, and the energy and condition of the team members may fail to remain at a healthy baseline. Not to mention the imposing treants lurking in the distance. Merely observing them from afar, one can easily envision their formidable strength, which would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. However, Liu Yang remained unfazed. The gravitational hurricane conjured by Ghidorah could easily render these plants inconsequential. To him, the distant treants were hardly a threat. Liu Yang was confident that the 3 Titan summons would pave a clear path for him and his team to locate the Thorn Queen boss without hindrance. Su Qianqian, witnessing this, displayed a look of delight and gratefully nodded at Liu Yang. She instructed the entire team to advance under Ghidorah's protection. Through Ghidorah, Liu Yang sensed the location of the Thorn Queen, determined the direction, and set forth. Ghidorah flapped its wings at a low altitude, simultaneously unleashing waves of gravitational winds that cleared the ground of all vegetation, creating an open pathway. The entire Ba Huang team progressed smoothly. However, they soon encountered their first obstacle. 2 towering treants stood before them, blocking the way. Each stood over 30 meters tall. The team members had no choice but to prepare for battle. Liu Yang focused intently, examining their attribute panels. Treant Guardian LV30 Elite. Strength, 56, 800. Intelligence, 82, 600. Stamina, 96, 000. Agility, 38, 000. Spirit, 86, 000. Trait, Regeneration. Skills, Branch Entanglement, Leaf Barrage, Giant Vine Whip. Chapter 0166, Sea of Deathly Thorns, Blood Red Bud. Such high attribute values? Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the attributes of wild monsters are considerably low. The attributes of wild monsters of the same level are significantly inferior to those of dungeon monsters, especially those of nightmare-level dungeons, which can be 10 times stronger. Yet, there are exceptions. The attributes of wild bosses far exceed those of dungeon monsters. The attributes of wild bosses of the same level can even be several dozen times greater than those of their dungeon counterparts at the same nightmare difficulty. It's a complete reversal. Yet, Liu Yang could understand this. After all, the respawn time for wild bosses is exceedingly long. Weeks, months, or even a year and a half is normal. The rewards they drop are quite generous, attracting numerous human adventurers to hunt them, with no restrictions on numbers. If their attributes weren't elevated, wouldn't any random adventurer be able to dispatch them with ease? That said, the Treant Guardians before them, despite being elite monsters, possessed attributes rivaling those of nightmare-level dungeon bosses. There was only one explanation. The Treant Guardians could not be classified as ordinary monsters. They were creations of the Thorn Queen's skills, their attributes influenced by her own power and skill coefficients. The Thorn Queen likely boasted attributes exceeding 1 million. Hence the formidable nature of her creations. Quite impressive indeed. Su Qianqian, however, bore little concern on her face. Rather, she appeared relaxed and content. But I believe they should be akin to mere minions for you, she remarked. She had witnessed Liu Yang annihilate even more formidable foes, such as the high-attribute skeletal lizard boss, in what seemed like an instant. Today, she had again seen him vanquish the legendary Golden War God in a single blow. The 96,000 stamina monster would likely meet the same fate. Liu Yang nodded calmly. He indeed did not regard the 2 Treant Guardians as a threat. Not only he, but no one in the entire Ba Huang team perceived them as significant. After all, they numbered over 140. Each member could unleash a skill and easily dispatch the 2 Treant Guardians. Nevertheless, to save time, Liu Yang decided to take action himself and eliminate the 2 Treant Guardians swiftly. He raised his hand, pointed forward, and softly commanded, "Ghidorah, roar!" With a thunderous roar, Ghidorah unleashed its skills. Boom, boom. Both heads simultaneously exhaled a twisted golden gravitational beam towards the front. In the blink of an eye, boom. The golden gravitational beam struck the Treant Guardians head-on, inflicting damage while altering the gravitational field surrounding them. Buzz, buzz. The 2 Treant Guardians emitted a deep, mournful groan. Their massive bodies swayed violently before they began to stagger backward. Finally, they crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Boom, clang. The colossal forms, towering over 30 meters, collapsed, sending tremors through the ground. The impact scattered the surrounding foliage and debris, stirring up clouds of dust. Indeed, they could hardly be classified as mere monsters. Liu Yang received a notification of the kill. He gained no experience points and no loot. Ghidorah did not even receive any attribute points. Let us move on. Su Qianqian instructed the team to continue forward. The subsequent journey proved to be quite smooth. With Ghidorah in tow, the plants across the plains posed no hindrance to their progress. The occasional Treant guardians they encountered were swiftly dispatched by either Ghidorah or Godzilla. The speed of the team's advance remained unimpeded. Before long, Liu Yang and his companions arrived near their destination. The golden plains had transformed dramatically. Lush vegetation had morphed into a writhing sea of plants. The ground's flora had grown to an alarming extent, with ordinary grasses towering even above typical trees. Shrubs hung low, their branches laden with dense, sharp thorns. Countless sharp, thorn vines intertwined within the grass, sporadically adorned with vibrant crimson and purple flowers, undulating like waves. Dozens of Treant guardians encircled the sea of plants. At the center of this circle stood a massive, deep red flower bud. Its hue was vibrant, resembling fresh blood, as if it were about to drip. The bud was supported by two large green leaves, beneath which thick branches grew, their surfaces densely covered in sharp spikes. Below that lay a sea of thorns composed of countless thorn vines, all writhing and undulating. From a distance, it appeared as though countless serrated edges were gnashing against one another. Any creature that fell into this would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Hiss! Many among the group gasped sharply at the sight. The might of the boss is secondary. The sheer visual spectacle alone is enough to leave one awestruck. How on earth are we to confront this? The influence of the Thorn Queen is far too extensive. In order to engage her, we must first traverse this sea of thorns. Goodness, just the sight of this thorny expanse makes my skin crawl. How are we to navigate through it? However, Liu Yang's focus was elsewhere. His gaze was firmly fixed on the vivid crimson bud at the center, as he inquired of Su Qianqian. Isn't the Thorn Queen located there? Su Qianqian nodded, explaining, indeed. The essence of the Thorn Queen resides within that bud. However, she will not reveal herself until we draw near. She will continue to absorb the energy of all the plants across the golden plains from within the bud, converting them into her deadly thorns. In other words, Liu Yang interjected, if we do not act swiftly to eliminate her, her power will only continue to grow. Precisely. Su Qianqian gestured towards the fringes of the sea of thorns. Look there. Following her gaze, Liu Yang observed the sea of thorns rapidly expanding outward. If the battle drags on for too long, we might even face the possibility of failure. With that in mind, Liu Yang nodded resolutely, declaring, then let us strive for a swift resolution. Agreed. Su Qianqian affirmed, instructing the entire team to form up. She directed the support classes to prioritize enhancing Liu Yang and his three summoned beasts, while the others remained in position to provide auxiliary support. King Ghidorah, Godzilla. Liu Yang commanded loudly. Roar, 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 roar. The three titanic summoned beasts unleashed a collective roar of defiance. The resonance of their voices sent ripples through the undulating sea of thorns. Liu Yang's eyes narrowed, his gaze locking onto the enormous bud within the thorny expanse. Attack. Chapter 0167. Another mechanism monster. Forced cancellation. Buzz, 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 buzz. The dorsal fins of Godzilla ignited in a cascade of luminescence, unleashing countless surging particles of energy that coalesced at its maw. Finally, it unleashed a frenzied beam of electrified atomic breath. Buzz. King Ghidorah also released a formidable surge of energy from its body. Golden light radiated through its skin, from its chest to its neck, and then erupted from its twin dragon heads as two twisted beams of golden gravitational light. The two titanic summoned beasts employed the most straightforward and brutal method of attack, simultaneously launching two yellow and one blue beams towards the blood-red bud within the sea of thorns. The twisted golden gravitational beams swept across the ground, obliterating every blade of grass, bush, and thorny vine in their path, reducing them to countless fragments that spiraled through the air. Even the Treant guardians that attempted to resist were heavily knocked to the ground. The frenzied atomic breath barreled forward, melting all plants in its wake. Even those plants not directly struck by the atomic breath were ignited by the intense heat radiating from it, quickly engulfing the area in a sea of flames. The members of the 8 Desolation team gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their pupils reflected the dazzling interplay of golden and blue light, alongside the brilliant blaze. Just witnessing this display sends shivers down one's spine. It's utterly breathtaking. According to Liu Yang's established principle, when the two titanic summoned beasts combined their powers in a beam attack, it was virtually guaranteed to obliterate the target. That seems likely. I've never seen a monster or person survive the combined beam attacks of King Ghidorah and Godzilla, but the Thorn Queen possesses over 1,000,000 health points. Could one skill truly be enough to vanquish her? All eyes were fixated on the 3 beams racing towards their target. In an instant, they pierced through the outer layers of mutated flora, breaching the Treant Guardian's defenses, and were on the verge of striking the enormous blood-red bud. However, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Just as the beams were about to make contact, the sea of thorns below the bud suddenly erupted with countless thorns shooting skyward. They intertwined rapidly, forming 3 colossal thorn barriers that obstructed the beams. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 beams were forced to collide with the thorn barriers. The barriers shattered or melted upon impact. Yet, 2 of the gravitational beams and 1 atomic breath beam simultaneously vanished. The team members were momentarily stunned. What just happened? They exclaimed. Aren't the gravitational beams and atomic breath continuous release skills? Why did they suddenly stop? Liu Yang himself was taken aback, his brow furrowing in surprise. He could distinctly feel that King Ghidorah's and Godzilla's continuous release skills had been forcibly interrupted. A hint of confusion flickered in the eyes of both summoned beasts as they turned to Liu Yang. What is happening? Liu Yang asked, bewildered. Su Qianqian's brows knitted together slightly, a trace of embarrassment crossing her features. She explained, according to the Academy's previous records, the Thorn Queen skill, Thorn Barrier, can negate all projectile-based skills. Projectile skills refer to those with a distinct trajectory. Su Qianqian added apologetically, I had assumed that, given the extraordinary output of your summoned beasts, they could simply break through her Thorn Barrier, which is why I didn't mention it earlier. I never anticipated that her skill mechanism would enforce cancellation. 1 Thorn Barrier can negate a single skill, even those of your summoned beasts. I see. Liu Yang understood, a smile tugging at his lips. Another mechanism monster. Nonchalantly, he replied, no matter. I still wish to give it another try. He issued a new command to King Ghidorah and Godzilla, instructing them to employ Lightning Strike and Charged Particle Beam. The speeds of these attacks were astonishingly swift. Crackle, crackle, crackle. King Ghidorah's wings erupted with a torrent of furious lightning converging at their tips, which then struck down upon the bud within the Sea of Thorns. Boom. Godzilla simultaneously unleashed a Charged Particle Beam. Whoosh. The 2 skills hurtled toward the blood-red bud. However, the Sea of Thorns once again reacted with astonishing speed, forming 2 thorn barriers to block the incoming skills. It appeared that ranged attacks were futile. Liu Yang sighed, shaking his head. It seemed they would have to engage in close combat. He recalled Su Qianqian stating earlier that the Thorn Queen would not emerge from the bud until someone approached, continuously absorbing the energy of the golden planes from within. Clearly, she was relying on the formidable thorn barrier for protection. Yet, the expressions on the faces of the team members reflected grave concern. But this Sea of Thorns looks so terrifying. How are we to break through? The outermost wild grasses exude a constraining control effect, while the innermost ring of thorns is likely capable of bringing one to their demise. Behold the thicket brimming with vicious spikes. The damage inflicted is surely not to be underestimated. Su Qianqian remarked, indeed. The Sea of Thorns is exceedingly perilous. The entire expanse is imbued with formidable control effects, accompanied by substantial ongoing damage. What complicates matters further is that the Sea of Thorns imposes restrictions on aerial maneuverability. Any airborne entity within a certain altitude will draw the ire of the thorns. Merely contemplating entry into the Sea of Thorns will likely exact a significant toll. A hint of concern creased her features. The Sea of Thorns spans an extensive area, with a diameter exceeding 2 to 3 kilometers, and it continues to expand. A frontal assault would pose a considerable challenge for the entire group. Not only must they contend with the seemingly endless onslaught of mutated flora, but they must also remain vigilant against the insidious thorns, ensuring the collective's well-being. The strain on mental fortitude would undoubtedly be immense. Maintaining the group's overall condition at a healthy level would be a formidable task. To everyone's astonishment, Liu Yang declared, there is no need for you to break through head-on. You shall wait here while I venture alone into the Sea of Thorns. His pronouncement stunned all present. Yet, rather than expressing skepticism, the team members were gripped by profound concern. What did Brother Liu just say? He intends to enter the Sea of Thorns alone? Does he mean to confront the Thorn Queen in a duel? But the Sea of Thorns is vast. How could one person possibly breach it? They exclaimed. Let us join forces. We will clear a path for you to reach the Thorn Queen. Moreover, the Thorn Queen possesses over 1 million health points. She is no ordinary boss, and engaging her alone is exceedingly perilous. Indeed, Brother Liu, while we are aware of your formidable strength, for the sake of safety, allow us to accompany you. We promise not to hinder your progress. In Chapter 0168, the formidable constraints of the Sea of Thorns become apparent, yet the Titan disregards control. No one would dare to question Liu Yang's prowess any longer. After all, he had effortlessly dispatched the Golden War God, Zheng Qiang, and even triumphed over 3 faction teams with a single blow. Such extraordinary might defies description, evoking terms like unparalleled, extraordinary, and monstrous. They were convinced that Liu Yang could undoubtedly vanquish the Thorn Queen. It was merely a matter of time. However, the peculiar characteristics exhibited by the Thorn Queen were alarming. All airborne abilities would be forcibly nullified in her presence, rendering them completely ineffective. It appeared that only close-quarters combat could inflict meaningful damage upon her. Yet, with the Sea of Thorns sprawling so extensively, coupled with its debilitating control effects and high ongoing damage, the team members worried whether Liu Yang would safely traverse the Sea of Thorns to confront the Thorn Queen. "Fear not," Liu Yang reassured with a smile, gesturing dismissively. "I can manage this on my own." With a determined nod towards Su Qianqian and the others, he added, "Trust in me." His formidable strength, coupled with unshakable confidence, compelled their unwavering belief. "Very well," Su Qianqian said, taking the lead in expressing her faith. "I believe in you. Go forth without worry. We shall hold the line for you." The team members chose to respect Liu Yang's decision, their hearts brimming not only with trust, but also with profound admiration. The sheer courage it took for Brother Liu to challenge a wild boss single-handedly surpassed that of many, especially considering his genuine capability. If Liu Yang were to successfully defeat the Thorn Queen today, it would undoubtedly be a momentous event etched in history. Who could argue otherwise? While taking on dungeon bosses is one thing, this is a wild boss. I have never heard of anyone successfully challenging a wild boss of equal level alone. Even those of slightly lower levels rarely succeed unless they possess overwhelming power. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Liu Yang mounted Ghidorah, accompanied by Godzilla and King Kong. As they strode toward the treacherous Sea of Thorns, all eyes followed the three titanic summoned beasts, their hearts growing tense. Roar! Roar! King Kong and Godzilla advanced with thunderous tremors. The mutated plants at the perimeter of the Sea of Thorns, sensing the encroaching threat, immediately lashed out with wild abandon. As they attempted to ensnare the legs or tail of their two foes, a powerful gravitational whirlwind swept through the air, forcefully scattering them, pinning them firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. Soon, Liu Yang and the three titanic summoned beasts had surpassed the mutated flora and reached the threshold of the Sea of Thorns. The thorny vines within were no ordinary mutated plants. Upon detecting the presence of intruding beings, they unleashed a barrage of deadly thorns, lashing out at King Kong and Godzilla. Even Ghidorah in the low skies was not spared. In an instant, dozens of lethal thorns shot skyward from the ground, their lengths seemingly limitless. In the blink of an eye, they reached heights of 100 meters, ensnaring Ghidorah's form. As Ghidorah flapped its wings, it conjured another gravitational whirlwind, dispersing the oncoming barrage of thorns. However, what transpired next astonished everyone. The gravitational whirlwind swept downward. The deadly thorns were forcefully hurled back toward the ground. Yet, at approximately 50 meters from the ground, dozens of thorny vines suddenly emerged from the Sea of Thorns, forming a barrier that negated the gravitational whirlwind. The multitude of thorns that had been blown downward swiftly shot back upwards. The ground-bound thorns remained unaffected, directly ensnaring the legs of King Kong and Godzilla. Roar! Godzilla unleashed a furious bellow. The thorns that wrapped around its body did not ignite from the energy radiating from its skin. They held fast for a second or two before succumbing to the intense heat emanating from its exterior, finally releasing their grip. Yet, another wave of thorny vines swiftly ensnared Godzilla once more. Godzilla attempted to break free with sheer strength. A few vines posed little challenge, but hundreds, even thousands, could entangle Godzilla's legs and tail in the blink of an eye. Even with over 40,000 points of strength, escaping was no simple feat. After all, the Thorn Queen's attributes had surpassed 1 million, establishing a clear dominance. Regardless of how low her skill coefficients might be, the resultant values would not falter significantly. Roar! Godzilla had no choice but to unleash its internal energy. A radiant blue light enveloped its form, incinerating the thorny vines instantaneously, reducing them to ash as they fell away from its body. Though the overall impact was minimal, Godzilla's pace noticeably slowed, trailing behind King Kong. King Kong, with its innate talent of dominion of the Overlord, pressed on. It possesses the ability to disregard any control skills. No matter how many thorny vines entwine around its body, it continues to advance as if unperturbed, forcefully tearing apart the death thorns clinging to it. Observing this from above, Liu Yang could not help but furrow his brow. His expression grave. He had not anticipated the Thorn Queen's skills to be so formidable. The Thorn Barrier can negate Ghidorah's gravitational hurricane, while the Sea of Thorns can restrict Godzilla's movements. It can even launch aerial assaults, affecting Ghidorah itself. Descend, Liu Yang commanded, allowing Ghidorah to land and join Godzilla in breaking through the Sea of Thorns, thereby enhancing their efficiency. He looked up at King Kong, who had already traversed a considerable distance ahead, and smiled wryly. It seemed that he would have to let King Kong take the lead. On the periphery of the Sea of Thorns, the team members once again displayed intense shock on their faces. Goodness, this is utterly grotesque. The thorn barrier can even forcibly negate a skill, like the gravitational hurricane. The mechanics of the Thorn Queen's abilities were indeed extraordinary, rendering all ranged skills ineffective. It appeared that defeating the Thorn Queen would necessitate close combat. However, as the team members gazed at the terrifying Sea of Thorns, a sense of worry crept into their hearts. How would Liu Yang navigate through this treacherous terrain? The thorns within could even restrict Godzilla. Su Qianqian noticed that King Kong had already ventured deep into the Sea of Thorns and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait. It seems King Kong is unaffected by the Sea of Thorns control. Incredible. King Kong can actually disregard control effects? Is this real? With such a high power level, it can ignore control effects? This is astonishing." As the team members recognized King Kong's unique traits, their shock morphed into a fervent anticipation. Does this mean King Kong can stride freely to the Thorn Queen and deliver a powerful blow? How many punches do you think the Thorn Queen could withstand from King Kong? I wager 3. 3 punches seem too excessive. After all, the Thorn Queen possesses over 1,000,000 health points and extraordinary defense. Surely, it would take at least a dozen or 20 punches. Chapter 0169, King Kong vs. the Thorn Queen. Each member had their own speculations. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome would depend on King Kong's actual combat performance. Yet, everyone harbored profound expectations for Liu Yang's King Kong. After all, it was a Titan summoning beast capable of defeating even the level 39 Golden War god, Zheng Qiyang. With a single punch, King Kong's might had transcended their comprehension and imagination. Even in the absence of Ghidorah and Godzilla, they believed King Kong possessed the absolute strength to confront the Thorn Queen alone. Everyone awaited the spectacle. King Kong navigated through the Sea of Thorns with ease. Crash! The myriad thorny vines that ensnared it were effortlessly snapped by its formidable physique. Nothing could hinder its advance. Soon, it had crossed over half of the Sea of Thorns. However, the death thorns within became increasingly fierce in their obstruction. Not only did the entangling vines grow thicker, but their numbers also multiplied. Each time they coiled around it, they comprised hundreds or thousands of death thorns, merging to form robust, gigantic thorny vines. The Sea of Thorns now resembled a monstrous creature with multiple thick thorny tentacles extending toward King Kong, ensnaring it. It was as if a colossal octopus had emerged from the depths, extending its 8 powerful limbs to ensnare a great vessel, attempting to drag it into the abyss. Such a scene was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Hiss! The combination of these death thorns is terrifying. The entire Sea of Thorns resembled a fearsome behemoth, mercilessly devouring all creatures that entered its domain. I begin to doubt whether a typical human adventurer could breach this Sea of Thorns. A solitary human adventurer would undoubtedly struggle. But with a larger number and higher levels, forming a well-coordinated team, there remains hope. You assert that a single human adventurer cannot succeed. Yet Liu Yang has ventured in alone, and quite effortlessly at that. King Kong has already traversed a significant portion. Am I mistaken? Do you believe Liu Yang still falls within the category of human adventurers? While the team members marveled in silent admiration of Liu Yang's strength, they recognized that despite the Sea of Thorns' relentless hindrances, King Kong continued to forge ahead. Its dominion of the Overlord enabled it to disregard any control effects. No matter how many thorny vines entwined around it, they would bear no consequence. Even Ghidorah and Godzilla, positioned behind, paid little heed to the additional vines. Liu Yang observed that although Ghidorah and Godzilla could not utilize their beam attacks outside the Sea of Thorns, they could still employ them at close range within it, approximately 5 to 6 meters away. As long as their beams did not exceed this distance, the Sea of Thorns would not have time to generate a barrier to negate the attack. Thus, the two Titans summoning beasts directed their gravitational beams and atomic breath to carve a path, obliterating the thorns before them. Occasionally, any encroaching vines would be incinerated by Godzilla's immense energy output or charred by the lightning emitted from Ghidorah's wings. Liu Yang remained securely mounted on Ghidorah, and their pace quickened significantly. It seemed the Thorn Queen sensed the anomaly and altered her strategy. Suddenly, the Sea of Thorns before King Kong surged violently. The vines no longer attempted to ensnare him. Instead, they intertwined, forming massive thorny claws. Once these claws were formed, they lunged violently toward King Kong. Humph! A hint of disdain crossed King Kong's face as he wrinkled his nose and emitted a light snort. Without pausing his forward momentum, he raised his right fist, coiling it in preparation, then struck out forcefully. Boom! King Kong's fist collided with the thorny claw. The tremendous impact sent tremors through the surrounding vines. Clang, clang, clang. The thorny claw shattered into countless fragments upon receiving King Kong's blow, scattering into the air. King Kong calmly emerged from the debris, continuing his advance. The remaining thorny claws lunged at King Kong, and the outcome was no different. King Kong unleashed a flurry of strikes with his fists, shattering all the thorny claws with ease. The Sea of Thorns quickly sprouted more claws in an attempt to impede him, but it was futile. At this moment, King Kong was less than 100 meters from the blood-red flower bud at the center of the Sea of Thorns. Boom, 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 boom. King Kong suddenly broke into a run. His massive footsteps crushed the thorns beneath him, accelerating with each stride. The surrounding thorns reached out toward him, but they could not obstruct the formidable physique of dominion of the Overlord. They could only watch helplessly as he drew closer to the blood-red flower bud. Huh! King Kong suddenly roared, his colossal form leaping into the air. With both hands raised high, he struck fiercely towards the blood-red bud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, a myriad of thorny vines emerged, launching a relentless assault on the Titan. In the blink of an eye, it was ensnared like a rice dumpling. However, in the next moment, all the thorns upon the Titan shattered into countless fragments. The cacophony of splintering thorns echoed as they rained down in all directions. The Titan's formidable form crushed through the entangling thorns without losing momentum, maintaining its poised strike aimed directly at the blood-colored bud. The Thorn Queen within the bud seemed to finally grasp the impending peril. Two massive green leaves below the bud swiftly enveloped it, retracting rapidly into the Sea of Thorns. Countless thorns quickly covered the bud, forming resilient barriers. Roaring with intensity, the Titan's gaze sharpened as it unleashed a thunderous cry. Its fists clenched tightly. It slammed downwards with ferocity. At that moment, the breath of all onlookers halted, their eyes wide with anticipation for the impact of this mighty blow upon the Thorn Queen's blood-red bud. Boom! The Titan descended like a meteor. Its fist struck with earth-shattering force. A cataclysmic roar reverberated in every ear. Immediately following was an overwhelming shockwave. The impact of the Titan's blow resonated across a 3 to 4 kilometer radius, causing the entire Sea of Thorns to ripple outward. Crash! The numerous thorn barriers before the blood-red bud were obliterated instantly. The two massive green leaves were deeply indented, fissures radiating across their surface. The protected blood-red bud was forcefully pushed downward. Suddenly, the two green leaves exerted their strength, whipping towards the Titan. Despite their seemingly delicate appearance, these leaves were incredibly resilient, harboring immense power. Boom! The Titan was caught off guard, propelled backward and crashing into the Sea of Thorns. Fortunately, it sustained minimal damage and quickly regained its footing. Humph! The Titan snorted defiantly, preparing to charge once more. Swish, swish, swish. The blood-red bud emerged again from the Sea of Thorns. The two green leaves gracefully unfurled, followed by the petals of the bud, each unfurling in magnificent bloom. At last, the Thorn Queen within revealed her true form to the astonished crowd. Chapter 0170. The enchantingly beautiful humanoid queen. An exaggerated one. 31 million health points. Everyone stared in awe, craning their necks to behold the Thorn Queen. Even Lu Yang gazed curiously at the blood-red bud. As the petals fell, a graceful female figure slowly emerged from the heart of the flower. Her stature was not overly large, closely resembling that of a typical human female. Yet, her physique was strikingly exaggerated, with alluring curves and exceptionally long legs. Standing poised atop the flower's core, the green stems entwined at the base appeared to meld seamlessly with the bud itself. The Thorn Queen was entirely unclothed. Yet her skin bore plant-like textures in key areas and along the outer sides of her limbs, extending down to her feet, merging with the bud. The exposed skin was not the unusual hue one might expect, but rather a pristine white, akin to that of a human. Her features were equally human-like, stunningly beautiful. But her deep crimson eyes conveyed a chilling elegance, even exuding a hint of fierceness. Lu Yang focused intently, uncovering her attributes. Thorn Queen LV30, Boss, Nature Leader level. Strength, 750,000. Intelligence, 1,060,000. Health, 1,310,000. Agility, 620,000. Spirit, 1,000,000. Trait, Rapid Growth. Skills, Thorn Barrier, Thorn Entanglement, Sea of Death Thorns, Assimilation. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Is this truly the Thorn Queen? She appears utterly exquisite, almost indistinguishable from a human. It is said that the closer a creature is to human form, the more formidable it becomes. The Thorn Queen's current manifestation is alarmingly humanoid. Her power must be extraordinary. Is there any need for further discussion? Just look at her attributes. Each dimension exceeds 1 million. Her health alone is a staggering one. 31 million. How can she be weak? My heavens. What kind of strategy is required to combat a creature with over 1,000,000 attribute points? Su Qianqian lamented. In previous years, outdoor boss encounters typically required several teams to unite, with hundreds of participants battling for hours to defeat them. The Thorn Queen's historical defeat record stands at over 6 hours, making her one of the most troublesome outdoor bosses to confront. Hearing her words, the team's apprehensions began to surface. Doubts arose about whether Liu Yang could successfully vanquish the Thorn Queen. She had effortlessly withstood a punch from the Titan and had even repelled him. This battle appeared daunting. Despite the Titan's impressive attributes, they paled in comparison to the Thorn Queen's tenfold superiority. Yet, Su Qianqian interjected, "Why fret? Liu Yang still has Ghidorah and Godzilla. They are swiftly approaching the Thorn Queen now." At that moment, Ghidorah and Godzilla had traversed most of the Sea of Thorns, drawing near to the Thorn Queen. The team members rallied their spirits, reinvigorated by the possibility. Indeed, Liu Yang's Ghidorah and Godzilla were formidable. The combined might of 3 Titan summons against the Thorn Queen could yield unexpected results. As they discussed, anticipation grew for the spectacle of Liu Yang's 3 Titan summons battling the Thorn Queen. Imagining the 3 colossal beasts overwhelming the delicate flower bud sent thrills through them. Within the Sea of Thorns, Liu Yang's expression grew serious. Attributes exceeding 1,000,000, with a health pool of 31,000,000. It seemed unlikely to achieve a one-hit kill. He mentally assessed the forthcoming battle. Even with unwavering confidence in his 3 Titan summons, he would not naively assume they could annihilate the Thorn Queen with her staggering health. Nonetheless, Liu Yang felt eager. He was curious to witness how his 3 Titan summons would perform against such a formidable boss. While a one-hit kill was out of reach, he was resolutely confident in their ability to defeat the Thorn Queen. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, urging Ghidorah and Godzilla, "Hurry and join the fray. Roar, roar." In response, Ghidorah and Godzilla unleashed a synchronized roar, intensifying their efforts to clear the thorns before them, hastening their advance. As Liu Yang maintained a vigilant watch over the battle from the back of Ghidorah, he once again commanded King Kong to launch an assault through their mental connection. With a thunderous roar, King Kong pounded his chest. Bam, 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 bam. He propelled himself forward with all 4 limbs, charging once more at the Thorn Queen. Suddenly, an eerie female voice reverberated throughout the entire Sea of Thorns, as if multiple voices were intertwining, hoarse, sharp, yet imbued with a haunting ethereality that penetrated the ears of every onlooker. Shock registered on every face as they realized that the Thorn Queen could indeed articulate human speech. "You wretched creature," she declared, standing proudly atop the flowers, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she hurled her right hand with force. Swish, swish, swish. The Sea of Thorns beneath her quaked violently, unleashing a massive vine whip entwined with countless thorns, striking fiercely at the oncoming King Kong. This colossal whip, 3 to 4 meters in diameter and over 100 meters long, moved with astonishing speed. In an instant, it loomed above King Kong, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. The ground trembled with the impact, yet King Kong nimbly leaped up, effortlessly evading the strike. In a surprising twist, he seized hold of the vine whip. Swish, swish, swish. The Thorn Queen launched another robust whip towards King Kong, but he deftly dodged once again. He even managed to swing himself between the 2 whips, propelling himself towards the Thorn Queen. As King Kong drew closer, a flicker of seriousness crossed the Thorn Queen's face. Her brow furrowed. Raising her right hand high, the flowers beneath her ascended swiftly, retreating to widen the distance from King Kong. Simultaneously, the Sea of Thorns thrashed violently, fixating her gaze on King Kong. The Thorn Queen suddenly clenched her right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the depths of the thorny sea surged several thorn barriers, as if a prison of thorns had erupted from the ground, ensnaring King Kong within. Yet, the Thorn Queen seemed oblivious to the fact that King Kong was impervious to such confinement. Just as a smug smile began to form on her lips, King Kong shattered the thorny prison with a resounding crash. Transforming his right hand into a fist, he unleashed a powerful blow aimed directly at the Thorn Queen's face. Her crimson pupils widened in shock as she crossed her arms in defense. 2 green leaves beneath her intertwined rapidly before her. Bang! With a tremendous impact, the leaves were forcefully crushed into a deep concave shape by King Kong's punch before crashing down upon the Thorn Queen's frail arms. With a violent jolt, the Thorn Queen was propelled backward, along with the flowers beneath her, crashing heavily into the Sea of Thorns, producing a deafening roar. Boom. Chapter 171, The Convergence of 3 Titan Summons. A full-scale assault. The Thorn Queen, along with the flowers, sank deeply into the Sea of Thorns. King Kong pressed forward, parting the thorns. Suddenly, a massive thorn claw lunged at him. With calm resolve, King Kong swung his right fist forward. Boom. He effortlessly shattered the oncoming claw. Through the swirling fragments of thorns, he spotted the Thorn Queen moving her arms in an odd dance, manipulating the thorny sea beneath her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless thorns shot up from the sea, but instead of entwining around King Kong, they rapidly formed into colossal thorn spikes aimed directly at him. It seemed the Thorn Queen had finally recognized the threat and altered her strategy. The sharp tips of these gargantuan spikes, enhanced by the Thorn Queen's extraordinary attributes, promised an attack power that could not be underestimated. Even King Kong had to temporarily evade their lethal points, which inadvertently restricted his offensive momentum. As the Thorn Queen rose again from the sea of thorns, her arms waved fervently, sending forth an onslaught of massive thorn spikes towards King Kong. He was forced to dodge left and right, gradually creating distance between them. Observing this, the Thorn Queen's face lit up with a triumphant smile, even taunting. Just a wild monkey that can only leap about. Her movements quickened, and the rate at which the thorn spikes were launched increased. King Kong was pressed back further. The Thorn Queen, believing she had regained the upper hand, advanced toward King Kong, intent on delivering the final blow. Swish, swish, swish. She conjured several enormous thorn spikes that obstructed his retreat. Die, wild monkey, she hissed, clawing at the sky. From the depths of the thorny sea, countless thorns shot skyward, converging into a colossal thorn claw, 10 times larger than before. It cast a shadow over a vast expanse of the thorny sea, leaving spectators in awe. This gargantuan thorn claw would surely be a formidable challenge for King Kong to face directly. The attack range was so vast that he would scarcely have time to evade. The Thorn Queen brought her right hand crashing down. The colossal thorn claw descended upon King Kong. Yet, as King Kong gazed up at the impending doom, he bore no hint of trepidation. Instead, a mocking smile crept across his face. Suddenly, 2 golden beams and a blue ray erupted from behind King Kong, striking the thorn claw above him. Boom! In an instant, the massive claw was obliterated into countless fragments of thorns, scattering like rain in every direction. The Thorn Queen's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. What is happening? Roar! Roar! A golden, 2-headed, winged dragon and a blue atomic dinosaur leaped from the thorny sea, taking their positions on either side of King Kong. Both were titanic beasts. The golden dragon stood over 9 meters tall with a wingspan nearing 30 meters, while the blue atomic dinosaur towered over 6 meters, its tail extending beyond 10 meters. Standing alongside the 20-meter-tall King Kong, their presence was visually striking, even from a distance. Su Qianqian and her companions could clearly discern the magnificence of the trio. In contrast, the Thorn Queen seemed diminutive beside them. Roar! King Kong echoed a fierce roar at the Thorn Queen. The 3 Titan summons roared in unison, their voices deafening. A flicker of concern crossed the Thorn Queen's face. She sensed the perilous aura emanating from the 3 colossal beasts, particularly the 2 that had just materialized. Though its stature is considerably smaller than that of the King Kong, the aura it exudes is far more perilous. It possesses a presence that undoubtedly surpasses that of its counterpart. This unnerves the Thorn Queen, causing her very soul to tremble involuntarily, even stirring a desire to submit. Yet, the Thorn Queen resolutely suppresses her inner turmoil. Humph! She coldly snorts, proclaiming that no matter how many beasts arise, they will ultimately become mere fodder for my sea of thorns. In the distance, Su Qianqian and the others witnessed this scene with an inexplicable surge of excitement. Liu Yang's 3 Titan summons have finally converged. The Thorn Queen is now out of options. I have never before witnessed the spectacle of Liu Yang's 3 Titan summons collaborating in combat. Each of Liu Yang's summons, when considered individually, possesses formidable combat prowess, sufficient to obliterate the skeletal lizard boss and even superhuman practitioners like Zheng Qiuyang. Now, as they unite in battle, what level of combat power will they unleash? I can hardly fathom. Perhaps, if they strike together, even the Thorn Queen, with her staggering 31 million health points, could be vanquished in an instant. At this moment, Liu Yang shares their exhilaration. Standing atop Ghidorah, his gaze is fixed on the Thorn Queen, brimming with anticipation. The 3 Titan summons have finally assembled and are poised to launch a full-scale assault. Ghidorah, Godzilla, and King Kong. Liu Yang is acutely aware of the individual combat capabilities of each, yet the combined might of the 3 remains a mystery. After all, in prior encounters, no monster or practitioner required their joint effort. Any single summon could easily dispatch its target. Before him lies the Thorn Queen, boasting a staggering 31 million health points, an ideal experimental target for the trio of Titan summons to engage in unison. Liu Yang raises his hand, pointing towards the Thorn Queen, and excitedly commands, "Attack! Roar!" The 3 Titan summons simultaneously unleash a defiant roar. They then stride forward, charging towards the Thorn Queen. Thud, 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 thud. The three Titan summons advance in unison, their colossal forms causing the ground to tremble. The Thorn Queen's expression finally shifts to one of tension. The flowers beneath her begin to retreat rapidly. Simultaneously, she waves her hands vigorously, summoning immense thorny spikes from the sea of thorns to pierce the oncoming giants. However, an unforeseen event occurs that takes the Thorn Queen and all onlookers by surprise. Bang, bang, buzz. Ghidorah and Godzilla respond to the incoming thorn spikes by unleashing gravitational beams and atomic breath. These powerful beams obliterate every thorn spike in their path. Due to the proximity of the assault, the thorns in the Sea of Thorns fail to establish a barrier in time to mitigate the destruction. No matter how many thorn spikes emerge, should they reach the Titans, they are annihilated by the two formidable beams. The advance of the three Titan summons remains entirely unaffected. In fact, they accelerate. The Thorn Queen's countenance shifts dramatically. Her blood-red eyes reflect intense fear. Chapter 0172. Did the Thorn Queen flee in terror from Liu Yang? The Thorn Queen hastily alters her combat strategy. She fervently waves her hands, mobilizing all the thorns beneath her, generating a thorn barrier in front of each spike, attempting to counteract the destructive beams. Yet, Liu Yang had anticipated her actions, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. Humph, he need not issue commands. The three Titan summons instinctively know how to break the stalemate. Roar. King Kong raises his arms in a furious roar. He leaps forward, delivering a powerful punch to the approaching thorn barrier. Boom. Before his immense physical might, the once formidable thorn barrier, capable of nullifying aerial attacks, crumbles like paper, shattering into countless fragments. Bang! Ghidorah swiftly follows up with a gravitational beam, accurately obliterating the thorn spikes behind the shattered barrier. With his exceptional perception, he requires no aiming, effortlessly detecting every thorn in the sea. The remaining thorn combinations are similarly dispatched by the three Titan summons employing the same method. No, it cannot be. The Thorn Queen finally reaches her breaking point, exclaiming in terror. She cannot comprehend why her deadly thorns have proven ineffective against them. The unparalleled thorn barrier is supposed to nullify all aerial attacks, forcing foes to engage in close combat within her sea of thorns. The sea boasts formidable control effects. Even high-level human practitioners ensnared within are rendered immobile. Any creature ensnared in the Sea of Thorns ultimately succumbs to the relentless consumption of the deadly thorns, becoming nourishment for her domain. Yet, why are these three colossal beasts able to traverse her Sea of Thorns with such ease? While they can somewhat hinder the other two giants, their offensive capabilities are so exaggerated that clearing the thorns feels akin to mowing grass, utterly incapable of ensnaring them. The wild gorilla blatantly disregards the control effects, completely unaffected. In the face of King Kong's overwhelming fists, the once proud thorn barrier proves futile. As the three giants draw ever closer, the Thorn Queen senses an overwhelming threat. Previously, King Kong had delivered a punch through the leafy blooms, inflicting nearly 10% of her health even through her robust defenses. Now, with two even more formidable beasts joining the fray, those two beams, though countered by the thorn barrier, still emanate a terrifying output. Should the three giants coordinate their assault, she fears they could easily obliterate her in an instant. The Thorn Queen's terror escalates dramatically, compelling her to abandon all resistance. Desperately, she commands the flowers beneath her to retreat, fleeing with all her might. The members of the 8 Desolation group, witnessing this spectacle, are left utterly dumbfounded. Each individual stands agape, their voices laden with disbelief. No way. Did I just see that correctly? The Thorn Queen is fleeing? Goodness, a boss with over 1 million attributes is being chased by a human practitioner? This is utterly unprecedented. It is evident that the Thorn Queen, with her considerable intelligence and awareness, has sensed a lethal threat, prompting her retreat. Could it be that she perceives the specter of death emanating from Liu Yang? Has she been frightened into flight? Su Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle, murmuring in astonishment. Why do I feel that Liu Yang's 3 Titan summons resemble bosses even more now? The members of the team, invigorated by her words, eagerly anticipated witnessing how Liu Yang and his 3 Titan summons would confront the Thorn Queen boss. At this moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Liu Yang's face. It was his first time observing a monster so instinctively flee. Nevertheless, he could comprehend the situation. After all, the Thorn Queen was an exceptionally intelligent boss, possessing a more comprehensive perspective than ordinary monsters and consequently harboring greater apprehensions and emotions. He surmised that the Thorn Queen must have sensed a formidable threat and, realizing her disadvantage, chose to retreat. However, he fixated intently on the fleeing Thorn Queen, tauntingly declaring, "Where can you escape to?" With a mere thought, The three Titan summons quickened their pace simultaneously. With a whoosh, Ghidorah unfurled its enormous wings, taking off from the ground, surrounded by tempestuous storm clouds. Soaring almost at ground level towards the Thorn Queen, the Sea of Thorns instinctively extended its thorns to ensnare Ghidorah in the air, yet at this moment, the Thorn Queen was solely preoccupied with her escape, utterly neglecting to counterattack. Without the Thorn Queen's consciousness influencing them, the thorns reaching for the sky were forcefully swept aside by a powerful gravitational vortex. Seizing the opportunity, Ghidorah unleashed two beams of gravitational light, crashing through the dense thicket of thorns before Kong and Godzilla. The three colossal beasts accelerated their advance once more, and soon, Ghidorah was less than 100 meters from the Thorn Queen. With a whoosh, Ghidorah conjured a gravitational whirlwind beneath it, abruptly folding its wings and diving headlong toward the Thorn Queen. Liu Yang felt the rushing air slicing past his body, causing a slight sting. The Thorn Queen turned to glance back, her golden dragon adversary now dangerously close. In a panic, she extended a barrier of thorns from the Sea of Thorns in a futile attempt to block the impending assault, only to have Ghidorah's golden form crash through with ease. With a resounding crash, Ghidorah extended its sharp claws, aiming directly at the Thorn Queen. In an instant, the Thorn Queen was gripped by sheer terror. Her survival instincts ignited, propelling her to an astonishing speed as she attempted to flee, causing the flowers beneath her to shift away. However, the stems beneath were still caught by Ghidorah's claws, anchoring her in place and preventing any further escape. Get away! The Thorn Queen screamed frantically, wildly thrusting thorns from the Sea of Thorns to try and pry Ghidorah loose. Yet, with a mere flutter of its wings, the lightning that surged forth incinerated all the thorns clinging to Ghidorah's body. Desperate to struggle free, the Thorn Queen suddenly perceived a radiant golden glow emanating from Ghidorah's form, cascading along its neck to its two imposing heads. A sense of lethal threat washed over the Thorn Queen, prompting her to thrash with renewed vigor. Suddenly, a heavy thud reverberated nearby. She turned to see a massive black figure leaping forth from behind Ghidorah. It was Kong, soaring from afar, with both hands raised above its head. It descended upon the immobilized Thorn Queen with tremendous force. The colossal body plummeted from the sky, slicing through the air, creating an ear-splitting roar. But that was not the end. The Thorn Queen could faintly hear a series of ominous rumbles echoing from nearby. Her acute senses made her acutely aware of the looming specter of death. A resigned smile of despair crept across her beautiful face, accompanied by a deep sigh. It was over. Chapter 173, Slaying the Thorn Queen. 2 epic items. A heart-wrenching, melancholic smile graced the Thorn Queen's exquisite visage, evoking an involuntary surge of sympathy in those who beheld her. However, the three Titan summons harbored no such compassion. With a thunderous crash, Kong descended from the sky, delivering a devastating blow with both fists. Boom! The enormous fist struck the helpless Thorn Queen directly, unleashing a powerful shockwave that reverberated outward. In an instant, all the dead thorns surrounding the Thorn Queen were toppled, collapsing to the ground. Even the few towering treants fortunate enough to survive were staggered by this force, retreating uncontrollably. The outermost mutated plants trembled violently, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds. Members of the team, situated 4 to 5 kilometers away, felt the oncoming shockwave tousling their hair and garments, some even unable to keep their eyes open, instinctively raising their hands to shield themselves. Goodness, the power of that punch! Before they could fully absorb the magnitude of it, Kong lifted his hands high once more, preparing to unleash another devastating strike upon the Thorn Queen. Now deeply embedded in the earth. Boom! Another colossal blow struck her squarely. The Thorn Queen, along with the flowers beneath her, sank further into the ground. Her body was marred with bruises, deep green blood seeping from her wounds, and her lips were stained with crimson as her complexion turned ghastly. The flowers beneath her were shattered to pieces, their viscous sap oozing forth, nearly rotting away. The leaves that had shielded her were reduced to shreds, leaving only 2 fragile stems swaying weakly. The Thorn Queen, reeling from the impact of these 2 heavy punches, felt her vitality plummet, her consciousness beginning to blur. She struggled to open her eyes, gazing up at the towering Kong with a mix of terror and a flicker of defiance. With a feeble arm, she summoned a bundle of thorns to strike at Kong. Yet, Kong remained unfazed, continuing to rain down blows, crushing the incoming thorns and landing another merciless strike upon the Thorn Queen's frail form. Splatter! The Thorn Queen could no longer contain herself, spewing forth a torrent of deep green blood, even as her eyes wept blood, blurring her vision. In her hazy state, she barely discerned Kong preparing to strike again. Just as she was about to continue her struggle, she realized Kong was not merely throwing punches, but was instead seizing her. What was he planning to do? Confusion surged within the Thorn Queen, yet her fear only escalated. Possessing extraordinary intelligence, she knew Kong was not showing mercy. The sudden halt of his assault only hinted at an impending, more devastating explosion of power. Her instincts proved correct. Kong grasped the Thorn Queen in his palm, forcefully tearing away the remnants of the shattered petals beneath her. "Ah!" The Thorn Queen cried out in agony. A haunting cacophony reverberated through the golden plains, piercing the eardrums of every soul present. "You wretched creature!" The Thorn Queen cast a gaze of anguished loathing towards King Kong, as an abundance of thorns suddenly sprouted from her form, ensnaring her arms. Each thorn bristled with razor-sharp spikes, deftly penetrating the gaps in King Kong's armor, inflicting excruciating pain upon his fur. King Kong grimaced, the sting evident upon his visage. With a thunderous roar, he lifted the Thorned Queen above his head. At that very moment, Ghidorah, having amassed his strength, unleashed the gravitational beams from his jaws. Bam! Bam! 2 beams of gravitational energy shot forth at point-blank range towards the Thorned Queen, held aloft by King Kong. The onslaught was virtually face-to-face. The Sea of Thorns had no time to conjure a protective barrier. Everything struck the Thorned Queen's core. Her vitality plummeted swiftly. Yet, this was not the end. From behind Ghidorah came a deep, resonant hum. Zoom. A blue atomic breath surged forth, narrowly grazing Ghidorah's wing before crashing into the Thorned Queen. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 yellow and 1 blue beams continued to pummel her, and the Thorned Queen could feel her strength waning rapidly. In agony, she yearned to flee, but King Kong's grip was ironclad, rendering her utterly immobile. Not to mention the formidable gravitational bonds exerted by Ghidorah. Even the mere thought of moving her body became a Herculean task. Crash. Beyond the powerful gravitational restraints, she sensed an increasingly potent wave of searing energy eroding her defenses. The Thorned Queen felt the surface of her body beginning to develop scalding patterns from the heat, igniting in patches. Crash. At long last, the Thorned Queen's defenses were utterly shattered. The 2 gravitational beams and the atomic breath struck her form with devastating force. In the end, the Thorned Queen emitted a cry of defiance. No, her frail body was instantly crushed by the overwhelming gravitational beams, then melted away by the extreme temperatures of the atomic breath. As Ghidorah and Godzilla ceased their onslaughts, King Kong felt an emptiness in his grasp. Slowly retracting his arm, he beheld only a pile of unburned ashes in his palm. With a casual flick of his hand, he raised his arm triumphantly, letting out a victorious roar. Roar, roar, roar. Ghidorah unfurled his wings and howled toward the heavens. Lightning erupted from his wings, crackling in all directions. Roar. Godzilla bellowed skyward, his skin and dorsal fins still faintly glowing. Successfully defeated Thorned Queen LV-30. Experience points 600, 000, 150, 000. Liu Yang and his companions received the kill notification simultaneously, gaining the experience points. However, only the Slayer could acquire the loot, which naturally landed in Liu Yang's spatial backpack. Acquired Thorn Queen's Thorn Whip, epic. Thorn C skill scroll, epic. He was taken aback. The Thorn Queen had dropped 2 items, 1 skill scroll and 1 material, both of epic quality. The scroll and material shimmered with a radiant golden light, unmistakably signifying their extraordinary nature. Curiously, Liu Yang opened the details of the Thorn C skill scroll. Thorn C. Unleash a domain of Thorny Sea. The Thorn C domain possesses formidable control effects. Thorns will actively ensnare enemies within the domain, inflicting continuous damage. The death of any being within the domain will restore a certain amount of health to the domain master, granting 1 point of intelligence and 1 point of spirit growth. Target level must not be lower than the user's. The domain master may expend spirit to expand the domain, with the initial range and expansion capacity determined by the user's spirit points. Upon finishing the description, Liu Yang was elated. A divine skill. It was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 0174. The Spiritual Pillar of the 8 Desolations. The Faith of the Students. Extensive range. High damage. It even boasted control effects, restorative properties, and attribute growth. The skill's effects were comprehensive. It could enhance future growth limits. Without a doubt, it was a godly technique. Observing the effect exhibited by the Thorned Queen made it evident how potent this domain skill was. It directly manifested a deathly sea of thorns spanning 3 to 4 kilometers in diameter, assimilating all plants within its reach and devouring all creatures. For human adventurers, entering recklessly without forming a cooperative team would surely lead to their demise, ensnared by the unending thorns, only to be consumed by the Thorn Sea, ultimately nourishing the Thorned Queen to further expand her realm of deathly thorns. If only I could wield such an expansive domain. Fighting alongside Titan-summoned beasts would become significantly easier. Liu Yang even began envisioning the future, a vast and boundless thorn sea unfurling before him, populated by colossal Titan beasts. All enemies entering the domain would meet a singular fate. However, Liu Yang soon returned to reality. Achieving such a feat necessitated an extraordinarily high spirit value. The Thorned Queen required 1,000,000 spirit points to unleash a 3 to 4 kilometer wide thorn sea. His current spirit points were barely below 1,000, allowing him to create a mere 3-meter radius. Yet, Liu Yang felt no despair. Instead, a wave of fervent hope surged within him. He inherently shared Ghidorah's majesty of the king and Godzilla's supremacy of the ruler, two attributes capable of infinite growth. Now, being able to learn Thorn Sea, a skill that infinitely increases intelligence and spirit, made the prospect of attaining 1,000,000 in all attributes seem inevitable. Once the right opportunity arose, he would surely elevate his attributes. Liu Yang's anticipation for future trials grew ever stronger. He smiled as he stored the skill scroll, then turned his gaze towards the other epic item. Thorn Queen's Thorn Whip, epic. The item description was remarkably straightforward. The core of the Thorned Queen, incredibly resilient, infused with potent magical essence. Liu Yang, not particularly knowledgeable about materials, understood only that it was a valuable item, given its epic quality. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Liu Yang's ears. He slowly lifted his head and was startled to discover the profound transformation of his surroundings. The Thorn Sea had vanished. The Thorn Whip had inexplicably withered and decayed, rapidly sinking into the earth. The air was saturated with a peculiar stench of rot. In the distance, several colossal treants had also succumbed to death, collapsing heavily to the ground before decomposing into putrid humus, merging into the soil. Only the outermost mutated plants fared slightly better. They reverted to their original forms, transforming back into golden blades of grass and shrubs, swaying gently with the wind. The stench of decay wafted toward the group members, deeply irritating their nostrils. However, even amidst such discomfort, the members found themselves ensnared in a state of shock, unable to extricate themselves. It was only when the putrid odor threatened to make them retch that they suddenly snapped back to reality. Cough, cough. Has the battle concluded? The kill notifications have appeared. What do you think? The team members exchanged glances, their astonishment beyond words. Goodness gracious. The Thorn Queen has perished. 31,000,000 health points. Just like that? All I recall is that the Titans smashed it a few times, then endured a beam attack from both Ghidorah and Godzilla before it exploded away. What? Just a few blows and it was gone? Many were still in disbelief. They reminisced about the scene they had just witnessed. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, it was hard to fathom its reality. No, it cannot be. That was 31,000,000 health points, a boss. No less. An apex natural leader level boss. And it was defeated by mere punches and beams? What a jest. For Liu Yang, it truly felt like a game. Did you not see how the Thorn Queen was fleeing from him? From the moment Ghidorah caught up to the Thorn Queen, it had only been a matter of seconds. This terrifying kill speed was nearly indistinguishable from instant annihilation. Moreover, he had single-handedly taken down a wild boss in mere moments. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the annals of human history. Liu Yang was destined to be immortalized in the records. The team members were abuzz with excitement. Their blood surged with fervor. To fight alongside such a formidable figure was a tremendous honor for them. Today's battle outcome would undoubtedly be etched in history. Liu Yang would be remembered in the chronicles of mankind. Even though they were merely his companions, it was likely they would bask in his glory as well. Su Qianqian smiled with relief, exclaiming, prior to him, no human had ever accomplished such a feat. She jokingly addressed the crowd. I think we shouldn't be overly astonished. After all, similar events will likely continue to unfold around Liu Yang. If we are shocked every time, our hearts will surely give out. Su Qianqian had indeed experienced too many shocks and felt somewhat desensitized. Liu Yang consistently shattered the cognitive limits of those around him. One must simply grow accustomed to it. The team members wholeheartedly agreed. After all, a super genius like our Liu Gu, his future is beyond our imagination. Su Qianqian's gaze turned toward Liu Yang. At that moment, Liu Yang had already mounted Ghidorah, making his way toward them alongside Kong and Godzilla. Let us go. Su Qianqian commanded. We shall welcome the hero of our 8 desolations. Today, Liu Yang once again secured honor for 8 desolations. In just over half a month since entering the academy, he had already broken records in 2 major training events. He would continue to strive for glory for 8 desolations in the future. His standing among the students of the 8 desolations branch had transcended mere genius or esteemed figure. He had become the very pillar of spirit for the 8 desolations branch. He was the faith residing in the hearts of these students. Everyone rushed toward Liu Yang, running while waving their hands and calling out for him to halt. They feared he might take a few more steps away. Yet, perched atop Ghidorah, enveloped in the heart of the storm, Liu Yang could hardly hear their calls. The two parties quickly converged. Thud, thud. Kong and Godzilla halted at the periphery of the crowd. The throng instinctively cleared a space for Ghidorah to land. Whoosh. Ghidorah descended slowly from the sky, the winds from its wings sweeping over the heads of the gathered crowd. Clap. Liu Yang jumped down from Ghidorah. The moment he touched the ground, thunderous applause and fervent cheers erupted around him. Clap, 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 clap. Chapter 0175. The ultimate goal of human practitioners. Lu Gu is magnificent. Lu Gu is incredible. Welcome back to the team, Liu Yang. The group members warmly welcomed Liu Yang. He was somewhat taken aback, perplexedly asking, "What is this all about?" Someone eagerly replied, "We are welcoming our hero back in triumph. Lu Gu has once again achieved a remarkable feat, bringing glory to our branch. How could we not celebrate?" Indeed, to single-handedly defeat a wild boss with over 1,000,000 health points is not merely a feat. I believe it qualifies as a miracle. Absolutely. A normal human could never accomplish such a thing. Lu Gu can no longer be classified within the realm of ordinary humanity. Liu Yang found their exuberance amusing, chuckling, "You all are exaggerating. I'm not nearly as monstrous as you claim. If I'm not human, then what am I?" He humbly deflected their praise. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes discreetly. Even though she understood Liu Yang's character and acknowledged his genuine humility, she couldn't help but feel he was being somewhat pretentious. After all, that was a wild boss with 31,000,000 health points. Typically, it would require a group of hundreds, exhausting their efforts for several hours to conquer such a boss. For him to dispatch it with such ease in mere seconds was astounding, and he appeared to take it all in stride. What were others to think? Beyond confusion, only envy and resentment remained. Indeed, they still could not comprehend why Liu Yang's combat prowess was so extraordinary. So, they simply abandoned their attempts at understanding. All they needed to know was that Liu Yang was incredible, and they refrained from pressing him further about the details of the battle. Instead, they voiced another question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. "Liu Yang," Su Qianqian asked on behalf of the group, "what rewards did you receive for defeating the wild boss?" Everyone was aware that the rewards from a wild boss were likely to be extraordinarily rare and valuable. Yet driven by intense curiosity, they still yearned to know precisely what the Thorn Queen had dropped. Liu Yang, not one to hold back, replied, "A skill book and a material." As he spoke, he revealed the two items before the crowd. Gasp! An audible intake of breath resonated among the attendees. Then, silence fell. Each person exchanged glances, before ultimately gazing back at the gleaming golden items in Liu Yang's hands, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of shock, disbelief, deep envy, and even jealousy. After a moment, someone finally broke the silence. Whoa, two epic-grade items. Their voice trembled slightly. An epic-grade skill scroll. Moreover, it was a domain skill, the pinnacle of skills available to human practitioners. It even carried an attribute of infinite growth. Simply preposterous. And that thorn material, an epic-quality material, destined to forge epic-quality equipment. My heavens! Liu Yang suddenly acquired the most prestigious skills and equipment, eliciting envy from all around. The eyes of his classmates were filled with admiration, with some unable to close their mouths, drooling in awe. Even Su Qianqian, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. The epic-quality skill scrolls and equipment were the ultimate aspirations for nearly every human practitioner. Remarkably, Liu Yang had obtained two in one go. Although one of them was still a material and had not yet been forged, finding a suitable equipment craftsman to create epic-quality gear was merely a matter of time. Most importantly, Liu Yang already possessed an epic-quality piece of equipment, that complete all-attribute mechanical set, which could be regarded as a strategic-level weapon. While it was perplexing to equip it on a Titan, it was undeniable that Liu Yang, at merely level 21, had already acquired two pieces of epic-quality equipment and one epic-level skill. His future potential was beyond what they could even fathom. Su Qianqian, regaining her composure, remarked with a smile, "Your luck is truly remarkable. Epic-quality rewards are rare, and you managed to obtain two at once." She teasingly added, "Although we always seem to draw the big prizes and face the toughest bosses, it makes little difference for you. However, the final rewards are indeed the most elusive and precious, so I suppose that's a stroke of luck." Liu Yang nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with the dropped rewards. The Thornsea skill resonated perfectly with him, and the epic materials were indeed useful, simply perfect. He stowed the two items into his spatial backpack. According to the world's established rules, only those who defeated the outdoor bosses could claim the dropped rewards, and thus, the items rightfully belonged to him. Others had no objections, merely casting reluctant glances filled with envy, their noses twitching in disappointment. They wished fervently that they had been the ones to slay the boss and claim the rewards. Gather around. Everyone, Su Qianqian called to the group. It's time for us to return. The team members obediently moved closer to her. Lu Yang turned to glance at the 3 Titan summons behind him, smiling faintly as he recalled them into the summoning space. Su Qianqian activated a large teleportation stone. With a resounding clang, a massive teleportation array unfolded beneath them, swiftly rising with beams of light that transported them back to the 8 Desolation Academy, one by one. With a clang, Lu Yang felt a sudden shift, and the surrounding environment morphed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he was back at the 8 Desolation Academy. Lu Gu, Su, who had been waiting there, quickly spotted Lu Yang in the crowd and rushed forward to greet him excitedly. How did you return so quickly? His face was a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. Though he had a hunch about the outcome, he still found it hard to believe as he asked, "Did you defeat the outdoor boss already?" "Yes," Lu Yang replied nonchalantly, nodding. "What?" Guisu's face was filled with incredulity. It seemed only minutes had passed since the outdoor boss had respawned. Su Qianqian interjected, "Lu Yang defeated it solo, and it was the Thorn Queen. You encountered the Thorn Queen and took her down solo." Guisu was once again astounded. However, he quickly regained his composure and laughed. But then again, it seems perfectly normal for something like this to happen to Lu Gu. He felt a tinge of regret for not witnessing the scene where Lu Yang vanquished the Thorn Queen. Guisu could hardly fathom how Lu Yang managed to defeat the Thorn Queen alone in such a short span of time. Chapter 176, New Opportunities. Training in the Alien Battlefield. Suddenly, Guisu vented in frustration, "Damn Zheng Chuyang. He made me miss out on a spectacular show." Lu Yang patted him on the shoulder. Offering comfort, "It's all right. Not long after you left, I sent Zheng Chuyang back as well." Guisu's expression shifted instantly to one of excitement as he exclaimed, "I know. Not only did Zheng Chuyang return, but even the 2 Instruments Academy and several other teams were sent back by you. Lu Gu, you have no idea how Zheng Chuyang looked when he returned." They said his expression was akin to that of someone who had just eaten something foul. Ha! At his words, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter. The 8 Desolation Academy had long been suppressed by other academies, especially under the pressure of the 2 Instruments Academy. Hearing for the first time that the 2 Instruments Academy had suffered a setback at their hands, particularly that the Golden War god, Zheng Chuyang, had also faced defeat, brought immense satisfaction to their hearts. They even excitedly called out Lu Yang's name again. "Lu Yang! Lu Yang!" Suddenly, the crowd fell silent, all turning to a single direction, respectfully bowing in greeting. "Director Su." "Greetings, Director Su." Lu Yang and Su Qianqian also noticed Su Jing's arrival, surprised yet respectful as they returned the greeting. "Greetings, Director Su." Su Jing smiled and nodded at the crowd. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Congratulations on your success in this outdoor boss training activity. The Academy system will soon distribute rewards based on each of your contributions." Hooray! The students cheered in celebration, once again calling out Lu Yang's name. They all understood the reason behind today's victory. Without Lu Yang, they would have likely faced defeat once more and would not have enjoyed such triumph. Su Jing allowed the cheers to continue for a moment before raising her hand to signal for silence. The aura she exuded instantly calmed everyone. The scene grew quiet. "Lu Yang," Su Jing said, looking at him with a serious expression, "come with me." With that, she turned and left. Lu Yang cast a puzzled glance at Su Qianqian, who nodded in response. After the two departed, Guisu turned to Su Qianqian and asked, "Qianqian, why didn't the director call for you?" Su Qianqian frowned slightly. She had noticed the gravity on Su Jing's face moments earlier. Knowing her mother, she realized that she only displayed such expressions in extraordinary circumstances and would never intentionally avoid her. Thus, Su Qianqian speculated that something significant was about to unfold. Su Jing brought Lu Yang to her office. "Please, have a seat." She gestured for him to sit across from her and then inquired about the specifics of the events on the Golden Plains. Lu Yang recounted the entire process truthfully. As Su Jing listened, her calm demeanor gradually gave way to shock, culminating in a raised eyebrow. Even with Su Jing's level of insight and experience, she was astonished by Lu Yang's achievement of single-handedly defeating the Thorn Queen. Given her understanding of the Jojo Academy, it is utterly unfathomable to conceive of anyone within the Academy who could achieve such a feat. Not to mention Zheng Chuyang. Even the illustrious Lan Xiaowang of Ur would have faltered. Lan Xiaowang, too, had once led an entire team to vanquish a wild boss in approximately an hour. Yet here stands Lu Yang, accomplishing it single-handedly in mere seconds. Oh, Su Jing's heavy heart suddenly lightened considerably. Her gaze towards Lu Yang grew increasingly affectionate. She inexplicably remarked, "I knew I had placed my bets wisely." Lu Yang responded, perplexed. Su Jing composed herself, fixing a serious gaze upon him, and inquired, "Lu Yang, I recall you mentioned your fondness for challenging the unknown, correct?" "Yes," Lu Yang nodded, though still bewildered. Su Jing continued, There lies before you an opportunity brimming with potential, yet fraught with peril. Will you seize it? Despite his confusion, Liu Yang answered without hesitation, absolutely. He trusted that Su Jing would never lead him astray. Excellent. Su Jing beamed at the resolute glimmer in Liu Yang's eyes. She gestured for him to draw nearer and gradually revealed a plan. As Liu Yang listened, his astonishment deepened, evolving into confusion and anger. Yet, he swiftly found solace, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment, ultimately culminating in excitement. Are you suggesting that I have the chance to train on the battlefield of the alien races? Liu Yang exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, Su Jing affirmed with a nod. Provided you can articulate this before Director Chen. From my understanding of him, he will undoubtedly acquiesce. Rest assured. Liu Yang nodded firmly, assuring. Even had you not mentioned it beforehand, my response would remain unchanged. A confident and resolute expression graced his face. What is not mine, I will not covet. However, that which belongs to me shall never be seized from my grasp. Should they question my abilities, I shall demonstrate my prowess to silence their doubts. Witnessing his confidence, Su Jing felt a surge of pride. She stood, gently patting Liu Yang's shoulder, and smiled. I believe in your capabilities. In the future, everyone will come to recognize your worth. Liu Yang bowed in gratitude. I am honored by your trust, Director Su. I shall not disappoint you. Su Jing offered a slight smile, signaling him to return and await further news. Liu Yang rose and bid farewell, returning directly to his quaint villa. Upon settling in, he eagerly retrieved the Thorny Sea skill scroll, prepared to learn from it. With his current level at 21, he was poised to acquire another innate skill. The Thorny Sea resonated profoundly with him, leaving no room for hesitance. Liu Yang crossed his legs and took a deep breath, activating the skill scroll. Clang. The scroll, aglow with golden light, shattered explosively, transforming into wisps of shimmering gold that surged into Liu Yang's mind. Enlightenment struck him instantaneously. He opened his eyes wide, a flicker of golden light igniting in his pupils. He could hardly contain himself as he unleashed the Thorny Sea skill. Swish. A circle of sharp thorns erupted beneath his feet, but only extended a meter outward before halting. Oh, Liu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The skill's range aligned precisely with his expectations. Given his current mental capacity, he could only manifest a Thorny Sea domain with a diameter of just over 3 meters, naturally confining its radius to merely 1 meter. The disparity in effect compared to the Thorny Queen's manifestation was staggering. Yet, Liu Yang felt no sense of disappointment. He was confident in his ability to rapidly enhance his mental capacity. Once, Zhao Hai crafted the summoner's equipment for him. The attributes provided by the silver set from the diamond would surely augment his mental capacity by at least 1 to 2,000. Moreover, with the skills, King's Might and Dominion's Might, both of which possess infinite growth potential, all he needed was an opportune moment to incrementally boost his attributes. Naturally, the domain of the Thorny Sea would expand accordingly. Liu Yang suddenly recalled Su Jing's earlier plan, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. If I truly get to train on the battlefield of the alien races, wouldn't that mean I, alongside Ghidorah and Diamond, could effortlessly enhance all my attributes? Chapter 0177, Reclaiming Liu Yang's Equipment. Su Jing informed Liu Yang that due to the recent stir he had caused, several key figures within the Jojo Academy had taken notice of him, including the esteemed Director Chen Yuanin. However, Director Chen's interest in Liu Yang was not spurred by his prowess or the ensuing public discourse, but rather by the equipment he possessed, all-attribute mechanical gloves. While the attributes provided by the gloves were not particularly high, they held a slight numerical advantage over comparable equipment, chiefly due to their unique effect. Mechanical proliferation. When wearing these gloves, there is a 33% chance to gain 1 point in all attributes upon vanquishing a unit. Equipment that fosters attribute growth possesses the potential to infinitely elevate a practitioner's future limits, making it an object of fervent desire among all human practitioners. However, unlike skills, which are one-time use and can only be learned by one individual, equipment can be worn sequentially by many. If such growth-inducing equipment is allocated judiciously, it can substantially enhance the attributes of numerous individuals, thereby bolstering their strength and elevating their future professional ceilings. It could even facilitate the creation of legends. Thus, they all attribute mechanical gloves, transcended mere equipment. They represented a strategic asset, such a critical piece of equipment, unilaterally assigned to Liu Yang by Su Jing, naturally left Director Chen feeling it was an imbalanced decision. In his esteemed position, he had to consider numerous facets and could not recklessly allocate such a strategic weapon based solely on personal judgment. Director Chen's intentions were clear. He sought to reclaim the all-attribute mechanical gloves from Liu Yang for reassignment. Nonetheless, Su Jing believed that Director Chen preoccupied with his official duties and detached from worldly affairs, could not truly grasp Liu Yang's strength and potential based solely on public opinion. She was convinced that once he adequately understood Liu Yang, he would arrive at the same conclusion as she had. Su Jing's plan was straightforward. In due time, she would present Liu Yang before Qin Yuanin, advocating for an opportunity for him to prove himself. This opportunity would likely be the chance to train on the battlefield of the alien races. Su Jing expressed immense confidence in this endeavor. Liu Yang, of course, was filled with anticipation. Since Zheng Qiaoyang's return, he had continually heard whispers regarding the battlefield of the alien races. The creatures within that realm were numerous and immensely powerful. Defeating them not only promised an abundance of experience points for rapid leveling, but could also yield merit points to elevate one's merit rank. In the Jiuzhou Empire, the merit level is directly aligned with military ranks. Achieving a higher level not only brings numerous professional advantages, but also signifies an unparalleled honor. It is a goal fervently pursued by nearly every ambitious youth. Liu Yang, consumed by excitement, eagerly anticipates Su Jing's swift implementation of this matter. Suddenly, Liu Yang's spirit receives a message from Ghidorah and King Kong. Hungry, he can't help but chuckle. Indeed, they had just endured a fierce battle that morning. It was time to replenish their strength. Liu Yang rose and made his way to the academy's cafeteria, boldly purchasing over 1,000 tons of premium ingredients. With over 20 million currency in his pocket, he needn't fret over food expenses. However, Liu Yang had yet to consider a certain reality. When faced in the future with the towering Ghidorah and King Kong, or even other colossal titans, would he still be able to smile as easily? Throughout the day, the entire Jiuzhou Academy, including its 4 branches and central campus, buzzed with tales of Liu Yang's exploits. Naturally, the whispers reached the ears of the Academy's president, Qin Yuanin. As he listened to the teacher's report, a glimmer of astonishment appeared in his eyes, prompting him to pause his work. Are you saying? He lifted his gaze. Skepticism lacing his voice. Student Liu Yang faced the Thorn Queen alone and dispatched her in mere seconds? The teacher nodded in affirmation, responding, indeed. Fellow students who participated in the trial corroborate this, and they returned promptly after the boss respawned. So it seems credible. Qin Yuanin, ever cautious, did not fully acquiesce. With a smile, he remarked, in our world, even what one sees with their own eyes may not be the truth. How can we ascertain the veracity of what we hear? The teacher gave a sheepish smile, unsure how to respond. He had not witnessed the event firsthand and could not guarantee the authenticity of the Academy's rumors. Nonetheless, he added, this Liu Yang has indeed accomplished numerous remarkable feats since his enrollment. I believe his talent is exceedingly high, possibly surpassing that of Zheng Qiuyang from the Air E branch. Qin Yuanin smiled nonchalantly, stating, I shall personally assess Liu Yang's talent. Please take your leave for now, and kindly summon Su Jing for me. Understood. The teacher respectfully exited the office. Just as he was about to gently close the door, a slender hand obstructed it. Director Su. The teacher's expression turned to surprise. The president is looking for you. Su Jing smiled slightly. I am aware. She then bypassed the teacher and entered the office directly. President, please, take a seat. Qin Yuanin gestured for Su Jing to sit, then resumed his work. Su Jing quietly waited by the side until Qin Yuanin spoke first. I hear you have recruited a promising talent this year. Su Jing unabashedly replied. He is indeed an exceptional talent, one of the finest I have ever encountered. If cultivated properly, he will undoubtedly become a leader in our nation. Oh, Qin Yuanin's surprise was evident. It seems you hold him in high regard. Su Jing smiled. Once you come to know him, you will likely share my assessment. Indeed, Qin Yuanin replied with a faint smile. I shall take the time to understand him. However, the reason I called you here today is for a matter of greater importance. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. He asked Su Jing earnestly, have you retrieved that piece of equipment? Su Jing steeled her resolve, forcing a faint smile as she responded, not yet. Qin Yuanin's expression darkened. An invisible pressure suddenly emanated from him. The furnishings in the office trembled. He looked quizzically at Su Jing. The discussion of the equipment's ownership hinges on one primary premise. It must first be retrieved. Qin Yuanin expressed his disappointment, saying, Su Jing, you have always been an astute individual. Surely, you must understand my implication? With a sheepish smile, Su Jing replied, I comprehend. However, I do not wish to reclaim that piece of equipment. Why not? Qin Yuanin inquired. Su Jing replied candidly, because it rightfully belongs to him, having been earned through his endeavors. How could I take it back? Moreover, there is currently no one more suitable to don it. Qin Yuanin shook his head, asserting, who is suitable is not for you to decide. The significance of this equipment is profound. It must be entrusted to the right individual and faction to unlock its full potential. Su Jing countered, and who do you believe is suitable? Qin Yuanin was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth without a sound. Su Jing continued. Such strategic-level equipment should be worn by super geniuses for focused cultivation, or bestowed upon formidable candidates to achieve the goal of human deification. Yet Liu Yang's aptitude and talent are no less than theirs. Indeed, perhaps even superior. Why can't he wield this equipment? Chun Yuanin shook his head, replying, I cannot make a hasty judgment based solely on your word. The specifics of Liu Yang's talents and abilities must be assessed by me personally. However, before that, we must fulfill our responsibilities. The strategic implications of the all-attribute mechanical gloves are too significant to be approached lightly. The selection of its user must be considered with utmost care. This is not only a duty to Jojo Academy, but also to ourselves. Su Jing sighed in resignation. She was acutely aware of Chun Yuanin's character. His vast knowledge and formidable strength were undeniable, yet his advanced age, looking to be in his 40s but actually over 80, placed him in a different era. Thus, his mindset remained entrenched in the past, marked by extreme caution and rigidity. Unless witnessed firsthand, he would always maintain a degree of skepticism. But who would take responsibility for Liu Yang? Su Jing remained resolute. Chun Yuanin sighed deeply, stating, in matters of this magnitude, it is impossible to accommodate everyone. There will always be someone who bears the brunt. Su Jing shook her head defiantly, asserting, indeed, there will always be someone who suffers. But I refuse to let Liu Yang be one of them. I will not partake in such actions against him. Chun Yuanin looked at Su Jing in astonishment, taken aback by her fervent stance toward Liu Yang. In his memory, she had never displayed such overt favoritism even towards her own daughter, Su Qianqian. Sighing, he conceded. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall personally ask him. He activated his communication device and sent several messages. Su Jing did not obstruct him. Instead, a subtle smile of amusement graced her lips. Before long, a heavy knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. Chun Yuanin glanced up at the entrance. The heavy door creaked open, and Liu Yang stepped into Chun Yuanin's office, guided by a teacher. He respectfully bowed to the two deans. Greetings, Dean and Dean Su. Chun Yuanin scrutinized Liu Yang with a hint of surprise at his demeanor. Intentionally, he released an aura meant to intimidate Liu Yang, but was taken aback to find him standing tall and composed, his expression seemingly unfazed by the pressure. Chun Yuanin intensified his aura, and though Liu Yang felt the weight of it, he merely furrowed his brow, maintaining his proud stance and unwavering gaze upon Chun Yuanin. Interesting, Chun Yuanin remarked, astonished. Such pressure would typically leave even a level 30 professional trembling on the ground, yet you remain so undisturbed. His evaluation of Liu Yang rose. Acknowledging his strength and determination, attributes befitting a legendary professional. Standing under such pressure tested not only one's strength, but also one's willpower. Some might falter due to lack of ability, yet with immense resolve, they could endure for a time. Before Chun Yuanin could further test Liu Yang, Su Jing interjected. Liu Yang, do you know why we have summoned you today? Their eyes met in an unspoken understanding, but Liu Yang feigned ignorance, shaking his head and replying. I do not know. Su Jing sighed dramatically, saying, I am at a loss on how to broach this matter with you. Perhaps it is best if Dean Shen explains. Chun Yuanin's expression tightened. After decades of life, he could easily see through Su Jing's pretense. He stated directly, Liu Yang, I have heard that you led the 8 Desolation branch to victory in this year's trial tasks. Liu Yang nodded affirmatively. Did you acquire an item called All-Attribute Mechanical Gloves during this trial, which possesses the unique ability to provide limitless attribute growth? Liu Yang confirmed once more, indeed. A smile of relief spread across Chun Yuanin's face, for he appreciated Liu Yang's honesty. I suspect you are not yet aware of the significance of this item. He began to explain, but Liu Yang interrupted. I am aware. This is not merely an epic item. It holds strategic importance and is exceedingly valuable. Chun Yuanin regarded Liu Yang with renewed surprise. Since you understand its significance, that simplifies matters, he said, clearing his throat. After careful consideration by the school's leadership, it has been decided that such a strategic item should be managed by the institution. We will comprehensively evaluate and select suitable candidates for its distribution to maximize its value. He hesitated, his face reddening slightly. The school wishes to request that you voluntarily relinquish this item for institutional management. In return, the school will provide you with rewards and compensation, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. As the dean, he had never before asked a student for something, and the embarrassment of the situation was palpable. However, judging by Liu Yang's reaction, it appeared he had succeeded in his request. Chun Yuanin rose. His eyes filled with anticipation as he reached out, but Liu Yang merely glanced at him and uttered, I refuse. Excuse me? Chun Yuanin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. Since ascending to the position of Dean of Jojo Academy, he had never encountered anyone daring enough to reject him, especially not a mere student. Liu Yang straightened his posture and reiterated, raising his voice slightly for emphasis. To the dean, I must assert that I refuse to surrender the equipment. His declaration echoed throughout the spacious office. Chun Yuanen's expression darkened, and with a low voice laced with anger, he questioned, "Are you certain you have considered this thoroughly?" An invisible pressure unfolded instantaneously, its intensity causing even Su Jing to display surprise. She instinctively attempted to intercede on Liu Yang's behalf. However, to her astonishment, Liu Yang remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected. Liu Yang, of course, felt Chun Yuanen's pressure, but under the influence of the might of the ruler, he possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, impervious to any controlling effects. The pressure exerted by Chun Yuanen was a direct physical force that could not shake Liu Yang's formidable form. Chun Yuanen's eyes reflected a flicker of disbelief. Liu Yang, unflinching, declared, "I am quite certain. This equipment belongs to me, and I will not relinquish it." Chun Yuanen attempted to appeal to reason. "Do you understand the immense value such a strategic item could yield in the right hands? The benefits would extend beyond just a few individuals. An entire group, perhaps even a nation, could reap the rewards." Liu Yang met his gaze resolutely and countered, "Dean Chun, how can you presume it would not realize its full potential in my possession? I believe this item can only reach its utmost value through me. I possess a vast range of output skills with exceedingly high damage, capable of annihilating hordes of monsters instantaneously. In terms of clearing efficiency, I doubt anyone of the same level, even among those at level 60 post-transformation, could surpass me." Confidence radiated from Liu Yang as he spoke. Su Jing chimed in. "What he says is true. Based on Liu Yang's performance since entering the academy, it is conservatively estimated that monsters with less than 100,000 health cannot withstand any of his attacks. His latest feat was the swift defeat of the Thorn Queen, who boasted 31 million health in mere seconds. His output capabilities are indeed unrivaled among professionals of his level. As a legendary professional, if Liu Yang can secure a massive base attribute early on, his future achievements will be boundless, and his contributions to the nation will be substantial." Su Jing's rational and compelling arguments made it difficult for anyone to dispute her assertions. Chun Yuanen appeared swayed, his tense countenance relaxing, yet he remained resolute in his principles. Seeing is believing. Hearsay could not alter his persistent skepticism. "Very well." Su Jing observed Chun Yuanen's subtle expressions and rose to speak. "I understand your concerns, Dean. The situation of Liu Yang is indeed exceptional. He is an extraordinary talent who has emerged without the support of a formidable family background, rendering his future uncertain." With this in mind, Su Jing's tone suddenly faltered, her heart beginning to race. The ensuing statement was a spontaneous thought, one that required a measure of courage to articulate before Chun Yuanen. "Why can't our Jojo Academy serve as his support system?" Both Chun Yuanen and Liu Yang were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Chun Yuanen was intrigued by Su Jing's audacious suggestion, while Liu Yang was shocked by her unexpected initiative. He felt a profound sense of gratitude. Su Jing was earnestly advocating for him. Chun Yuanen glanced at Liu Yang and then back at Su Jing, silently encouraging her to continue. A barely perceptible smile graced Su Jing's lips as she proposed, "Let us grant Liu Yang an opportunity to prove himself, to showcase his talent and capabilities. Should he earn your acknowledgement, Jojo Academy shall stand as his unwavering support, ensuring his future." How does that sound? Su Jing's heart raced as she delivered her proposition. Chun Yuanen regarded her with surprise, a smile of understanding breaking across his face. Indeed, Su Jing had struck a chord with him. He realized he knew very little about Liu Yang, relying solely on scant student records and rumors circulating within the academy, which failed to provide a clear picture of his true potential or future prospects. Unlike Zheng Qiuyang, who had been raised within the confines of Jojo's elite circles, Liu Yang was a prodigy emerging from a small town, though he had achieved remarkable feats that suggested a boundless future. The absence of a robust support system left his prospects hanging in balance. While the academy and the state were inclined to nurture such talents, the resources available were limited, especially when compared to the virtually limitless advantages enjoyed by established families. As one progresses in their profession, the resources required become increasingly substantial, especially for those aspiring to legendary status. Ordinary support could scarcely meet the demands of a legendary professional. Moreover, Liu Yang had only just captured attention, and the national powers had yet to notice him. Thus, their assistance seemed unlikely. However, Chun Yuanen turned to Liu Yang, contemplating that Su Jing's suggestion could indeed be a viable solution. If Liu Yang was truly the exceptional talent she claimed, then having Jojo Academy as his backing might be a prudent choice. "Very well," Chun Yuanen said after a moment of contemplation, "I will grant you this opportunity." Su Jing's face lit up with a satisfied smile. She had anticipated Chun Yuanen's response. She understood his character. Though somewhat traditional and rigid, he was not entirely devoid of reason. Lu Yang respectfully bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dean. Chen Yuanin seemed to be pondering how to assess Lu Yang, his brows furrowed in thought. Su Jing seized the moment to remind him. Isn't Zheng Qiaoyang about to return to the battlefield against the other races for further training? Perhaps we could allow Lu Yang to accompany him. Chen Yuanin nodded in agreement, stating, all right, I grant you 6 months. If you can achieve a level 7 merit rank on the battlefield, I will acknowledge your abilities. Jiuzhou Academy will thereafter serve as your strongest supporter, not only with this piece of equipment, but also prioritizing you for other strategic gear in the future. Initially elated by her success, Su Jing was soon left dumbfounded by Chen Yuanin's subsequent words. Wait, a level 7 merit rank in 6 months? Su Jing exclaimed in panic. That would require the elimination of at least 500,000 enemies from the other races. Achieving that in 6 months is utterly impossible. Zheng Qiaoyang only managed to kill 10,000 enemies in half a year, barely reaching level 3 merit rank. Not to mention even I, after a year on the battlefield, have only attained level 4. Merit ranks are determined solely by the number of enemies slain. Level 1 requires 2,000, level 2 5,000, level 3 10,000, level 4 50,000, level 5 100,000, level 6 200,000, and level 7 demands a staggering 500,000. To kill 500,000 enemies in 183 days equates to a daily quota of at least 732 foes, a feat beyond imagination. Even if Lu Yang possessed the strength to swiftly defeat his enemies, the sheer intensity of such a target would overwhelm both his mental and physical capacities. Su Jing initially believed Chen Yuanin had genuinely taken her suggestion to heart, only to find him imposing such an outrageous demand. Her smile vanished, replaced by disappointment, sorrow, and guilt. She yearned to advocate for Lu Yang once more, but as she opened her mouth, Chen Yuanin interrupted her. You mentioned he possesses a vast range of skills capable of large-scale elimination. You also stated that any creature with stamina below 100,000 would fall before him. The battlefield Zheng Qiaoyang is heading to is teeming with enemies, most of whom possess less than 100,000 stamina. Is that not the perfect arena for him to shine? Turning to Lu Yang, Chen Yuanin continued. If he truly has the capability, he can indeed slay 500,000 enemies within this time frame. Su Jing inhaled sharply, astonished. She had not anticipated that her plea for Lu Yang to demonstrate his strength would unwittingly become a trap laid for him. Guilt surged within her. Yet, just as Su Jing was about to speak again, she was interrupted, this time by Lu Yang. All right, I accept, he declared, astonishing everyone. Su Jing was momentarily speechless, and even Chen Yuanin exhibited a flicker of surprise. His intention behind such a demanding challenge had been to dissuade Lu Yang, yet the young man had boldly acquiesced. Lu Yang, Su Jing, usually composed, was now flustered. You do not grasp the difficulty of this test, nor do you comprehend the dangers of the battlefield. This is not the academy. There are no life-sustaining formations or safety nets. Once your stamina is depleted, it means true death. Lu Yang nodded calmly and replied, I understand. I am confident that I can complete the Chancellor's trial. Chen Yuanin suddenly chuckled, his intentions unclear. With a smile, he remarked, your courage is commendable. If you truly manage to pass such a trial, it will undoubtedly attest to your abilities and worth. Everything I mentioned earlier will hold true. However, Chen Yuanin abruptly shifted his tone. If you fail, it will only demonstrate that you are unworthy of the support from the Jiuzhou Academy. At that point, I hope you will adhere to the Academy's regulations. Su Jing desperately wished to refuse this condition on Lu Yang's behalf. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yang agreed. Extending his hand towards Chen Yuanin, I accept your terms. Chen Yuanin laughed once more and shook Lu Yang's hand, concluding the negotiation. He indicated that Lu Yang should return and await further arrangements, at which point Zheng Qiang would escort him to the battlefield of the other races for training. Lu Yang politely bid farewell to the two deans. Once alone in the office, only Su Jing and Chen Yuanin remained. Chen Yuanin chuckled again, though it was uncertain whether his confidence was genuine or merely misplaced. Such a condition, and he dared to accept it. Su Jing's expression darkened, and she slowly spoke. Chancellor, why are you doing this? Humph. Chen Yuanin snorted coldly. Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes? You are attempting to manipulate me. He sat heavily, remaining silent for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Su Jing, I understand that you hold this child in high regard and wish to cultivate him diligently. However, within the permissible limits, feel free to express your thoughts, and I will support you wholeheartedly. But to think you would involve the entire Jiuzhou Academy in providing a safety net for him, what do you take this institution for? Do not forget, The responsibility of the Jojo Academy is to nurture and supply talent for the Jojo Empire, not just for the sake of one individual. Su Jing opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. From Chun Yuanen's perspective, his assertions were indeed valid, and she had no rebuttal. He perceived the disappointment on Su Jing's face and delivered another harsh truth, attempting to shatter her illusions and compel her to confront reality. Do you remember Lan Xiaowang? What excruciating trials did he endure to earn the Navy's favor, prompting them to cultivate him at all costs? If Lu Yang cannot even pass this level of trial, he is unworthy of the Jojo Academy's investment. Su Jing took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. Forcing a smile, she resolutely declared, I believe in him. This child will undoubtedly exceed expectations. He will pass the trial. I hope, Chancellor, you will honor your words when the time comes. Chun Yuanen shook his head in resignation but replied earnestly, Rest assured, I will uphold my word. If he is indeed a rare talent, I will spare no effort in nurturing him. Su Jing prepared to take her leave. Before departing, Chun Yuanen reiterated, I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes. The minor skirmishes at lower levels seldom dictate their future. As the Chancellor of Jojo Academy, my vision must be long-term. It is not prudent to hastily draw definitive conclusions based on one individual's initial performance. Su Jing did not retort, merely smiling as she replied, Let us wait and see. Upon exiting the office, she discovered Lu Yang still waiting at the door. Faced with him alone, Su Jing felt a surge of guilt and apologetically said, I am sorry. Lu Yang, I did not adhere to the plan and inadvertently pushed you into a perilous situation. To her surprise, Lu Yang looked puzzled and exclaimed, Director Su, what are you talking about? You have secured such a wonderful opportunity for me. How can it be described as a pit of fire? Chapter 0181, A Surprise from Zhao Hai. This time, it was Su Jing who appeared perplexed, gazing at Lu Yang in astonishment. Such a wonderful opportunity? She suddenly wore a worried expression and said with concern, Lu Yang, I understand your penchant for challenging the unknown, and your confidence and courage are unparalleled. However, this is the battlefield of other races. It is not an ordinary trial. The dangers in the battlefield of other races are unpredictable, and there is no basic life insurance. Sacrifices occur almost daily. By accepting such a daunting trial, the level of danger has escalated significantly. One misstep could lead to. Her words trailed off. Yet Lu Yang grasped her intent and concern. Thank you for your concern, Director Su, Lu Yang said earnestly. I will be fine. This trial is truly an exceptional opportunity for me. Through their prior conversation, Lu Yang had gleaned some insights about the battlefield of other races. The number of monsters was vast, with most possessing vitality below 100,000. He estimated that the monsters in that battlefield would likely match the strength of the final boss, the skeletal lizard from the Skeleton Island dungeon. Given this, with his damage transfer, talent, and the support of the rapid recovery capabilities of Ghidorah, alongside a golem with over 100,000 vitality to absorb damage, he would likely face no life-threatening danger. Most importantly, Chancellor Chen required him to slay 500,000 alien creatures within 6 months to elevate to the 7th level of merit. For Lu Yang, the rewards for slaying were not merely abundant experience points. He would also gain 500,000 points in all attributes. Ghidorah, the golem, and even himself would experience tremendous enhancements. Just contemplating this made Lu Yang's heart race with excitement. In comparison, Chun Yuanen's promised incentives seemed trivial. The support of Jojo Academy and preferential access to future strategic-level equipment held no weight in his desires. What he truly sought was the opportunity to train within the battlefield of other races. Due to the inherent dangers of this battlefield, ordinary students would typically not have the chance to enter until reaching a certain level. Only exceptional talents like Zheng Qiuyang would be selected for early entry into the battlefield for brief training. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yang would have to wait until reaching at least level 30 and achieving certain accomplishments before he could enter the battlefield of other races. Now, by merely agreeing to Chun Yuanen's terms, he could enter for training ahead of time. Why would he not seize this opportunity? As for whether he could slay 500,000 alien creatures within 6 months, Lu Yang harbored no concerns. He was more worried that there would not be enough monsters for him to defeat. Su Jing observed the confidence radiating from Lu Yang's face and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She did not doubt Lu Yang's capabilities. Her worries were simply more pronounced. Yet, fearing that excessive caution might undermine Lu Yang's confidence, she decided to hold her tongue. Forcing a smile, Su Jing patted Lu Yang on the shoulder and encouraged, then seized this opportunity to enhance yourself to the fullest extent. Indeed, Lu Yang nodded confidently, affirming, I will. Su Jing smiled with reassurance, advising him to prepare diligently, as they might depart in a couple of days. She then took her leave. Without lingering, Liu Yong promptly exited to make his preparations. His foremost concern was the sustenance of Ghidorah and King Kong. After all, this expedition could extend for an indeterminate duration, necessitating ample provisions. To this end, Liu Yong expended all his available funds, purchasing food until his pockets were entirely emptied. He couldn't help but lament the fleeting nature of money. Over 20 million in currency had culminated in merely over 10,000 pounds of food, which he estimated would suffice for about half a year. With a wry smile, he expressed gratitude that Godzilla did not require sustenance to replenish energy. Otherwise, even this amount might prove insufficient for his trio of summoned beasts. How wonderful it would be to have an inexhaustible supply of food, or at least provisions that satisfied with mere morsels. Returning to his quaint villa, Liu Yong resolved to rest and rejuvenate over the next few days, gearing up to face the challenges of the foreign battlefield in optimal condition. Time slipped by swiftly, and 2 days later, Zhao Hai messaged Liu Yong to inform him that the summoner's equipment was ready. Liu Yong met Zhao Hai at the entrance of the main campus. Liu Yong. Zhao Hai had been waiting eagerly at the gate, and upon spotting Liu Yong, he greeted him with enthusiasm. Zhao Hai, Liu Yong replied with a wave, "You're amazing, brother." Zhao Hai immediately delivered a playful punch to Liu Yong's shoulder, exclaiming, "I heard about your academy's recent outdoor boss training event. Did you really secure another victory?" "Indeed." Liu Yong nodded. "Wow." Zhao Hai continued, "I've heard that you single-handedly defeated that golden war god in your academy with just one strike. And you dispatched the other branch teams in the same manner. How on earth did you manage that?" Zhao Hai had not witnessed the event firsthand and could hardly envision the spectacle based solely on hearsay. Liu Yong, unsure how to articulate the experience, awkwardly replied, "It was just boom, bang, whoosh, and then they were gone." Zhao Hai burst into laughter. "All right, I'll leave it to your imagination since it's beyond my understanding." Suddenly, Zhao Hai's demeanor shifted to serious as he said, "Let us return to business. Here's your equipment." He produced a set of gear that shimmered with a faint silver glow, the staff radiating a subtle golden light. "Thank you," Liu Yong said as he accepted the equipment and examined its details. Silver White Dominator Mage Hat LV30, Silver. Stamina 450, Spirit 600. Silver White Dominator Robe LV30, Silver. Stamina 450. Spirit 600. Silver White Dominator Boots LV30, Silver. Stamina 450, Spirit 600. Golden Summoner LV30, Gold. Intellect 1200, Spirit 1200, all attributes of Summons 10. The 3 pieces of silver quality gear came with a set bonus. Dominator 3-piece set, Spirit 10. Liu Yong was particularly elated to discover a piece of golden quality equipment. Golden quality gear not only boasted superior attribute enhancements, but also conferred additional effects. All attributes of Summons 10. While the numerical value may seem modest, it represented a significant enhancement for Liu Yong. The highest attribute value of King Kong could directly boost his strength by over 13,000 points. Even the lowest, Godzilla, would see an increase of over 4,000 points across all attributes. However, Liu Yong was aware of the considerable value of golden quality equipment. The materials he had provided to Zhao Hai hardly matched the worth of such a piece. Curiously, he inquired, "How did you come by this golden quality equipment?" "Heh." Zhao Hai chuckled, "Didn't I mention? You helped me acquire the skull of the skeletal lizard, and in return, I wanted to surprise you. This is your surprise." Chapter 0182, Crafting Epic Weapons. Departing for the foreign battlefield, Zhao Hai beamed with pride, asking, "So, are you satisfied with the surprise?" Liu Yong, however, wore a conflicted expression. "I am indeed satisfied, but..." Before he could finish, Zhao Hai swiftly interjected, "Don't start with that. It's a gift from me to you. Just accept it without any burdens. Otherwise, you're not truly considering me a brother." Relenting, Liu Yong could only smile sheepishly. Zhao Hai nodded in approval and continued, "This was crafted personally by my father. You wouldn't believe how excited he became upon hearing of your feats at the Jojo Academy. He insisted that I forge a strong relationship with you, and this is his gift to you. Please convey my thanks to your father." Liu Yong expressed his gratitude. He then examined the weapon closely and noticed unique inscriptions. Zhao Wanyang. By the way, Liu Yong suddenly recalled something. He retrieved the Thorn Queen's Thorn Whip and asked Zhao Hai, "Can your father handle this material?" Zhao Hai's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "What the heck? You actually obtained an epic level material?" Liu Yong nodded nonchalantly. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head in awe. "Wow, brother, your luck is simply incredible. Ever since I've known you, you've consistently acquired the materials you sought, and now you've even managed to secure an epic level 1. However, his expression became serious as he advised, "Epic level materials can undoubtedly forge epic level equipment, and their value is extraordinary. You must safeguard it carefully to prevent others from coveting it. However, it requires a legendary blacksmith to utilize for crafting. Unfortunately, We have very few legendary blacksmiths in our country. Liu Yang felt a twinge of disappointment at this revelation. But before he could voice it, Zhao Hai continued, "But brother, your luck is truly remarkable. My father happens to be a legendary blacksmith." "Really?" Liu Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhao Hai's father to be a legendary blacksmith, indicating he was at least a level 80, fourth advancement professional. The effort and sacrifices required to reach such heights were beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Liu Yang's mood shifted, and he eagerly asked, "Would it be possible for him to help me craft equipment?" Zhao Hai hesitated. "Yes, it's possible. However, crafting epic quality equipment with a legendary blacksmith comes with a risk of failure. Success is not guaranteed. In other words, if the crafting fails, the epic quality material will be lost. Given the rarity of such materials, I suggest waiting until you encounter an epic blacksmith in the future." He initially believed that Liu Yang would hesitate, perhaps even abandon the idea altogether. To his surprise, Liu Yang nonchalantly replied, "It's fine. If we fail, consider it practice for my uncle." "What?" Zhao Hai was left dumbfounded. An epic quality material, given away for practice? Did he truly underestimate the value of such materials, or was he genuinely indifferent? Liu Yang smiled and said, "After all, this material has little use in my hands. It's better to let it fulfill its purpose." With that, he casually placed it into Zhao Hai's hands, saying earnestly, "I entrust this to you." Zhao Hai gazed at the shimmering golden material in his hands, his emotions a complex tapestry. Having dealt with various materials for an extended period, he was acutely aware of the value of this particular item. Epic quality materials are often priceless, their worth immeasurable, yet Liu Yang had casually handed it over to him. Especially considering that he had warned of the potential loss if they failed, he still unhesitatingly entrusted it to him. Such trust moved Zhao Hai deeply. He clenched the material tightly, lifted his gaze to Liu Yang, and earnestly declared, "Brother, you can rest assured. Since you trust me this much, I will not let you down." Liu Yang chuckled upon hearing this and said, "If possible, I would like a level 40 summoner weapon." "All right." Zhao Hai patted his chest and nodded, "Leave it to my dad." "Ha ha ha." Liu Yang was amused by his words, and Zhao Hai joined in the laughter. Liu Yang wanted to continue their conversation, but he suddenly received a message from Su Jing. "Come to my office. We are ready to depart." Liu Yang's expression instantly became serious. He apologetically said to Zhao Hai, "I have to go. Something came up." Zhao Hai waved him off with a smile. After a moment's thought, Liu Yang added, "I'm heading to a special place, and I might not return for half a year." Zhao Hai was a bit taken aback, but did not inquire further. He understood that Liu Yang must have pressing matters to attend to. "All right, go without worry. When you return, I will definitely arrange that epic weapon for you." Liu Yang bid farewell to Zhao Hai and hurried to Su Jing's office. Upon entering the office, he saw a tall figure standing straight within. In all of Jiuzhou Academy, only Zheng Qiaoyang possessed such a towering physique. Surprisingly, Zheng Qiaoyang merely cast a casual glance at Liu Yang without uttering a word. "Director Su," Liu Yang politely greeted Su Jing. Su Jing got straight to the point, asking, "Zheng Qiaoyang is returning to the alien battlefield today. Are you prepared?" Liu Yang nodded affirmatively and replied, "I am ready." Su Jing sighed imperceptibly. Her gaze towards Liu Yang tinged with a hint of concern. She transmitted a bundle of items to him, all high-grade recovery potions and tools, along with various supplies, the combined worth of which was considerable. Su Jing glanced at Liu Yang's new equipment and remarked, "I know you are close with the Zhao family, so I didn't prepare any gear for you. Make good use of these supplies. They will be of great assistance." Liu Yang looked at Su Jing in surprise, not expecting her to be aware of his connection with Zhao Hai. "Thank you, Director Su." Liu Yang nodded in appreciation. Su Jing managed a faint smile and said, "Time is tight. You should hurry to depart. As for the matters to note in the alien battlefield, Zheng Qiaoyang will inform you." Liu Yang turned to glance at Zheng Qiaoyang, who nodded at him. Zheng Qiaoyang politely addressed Su Jing, "Director Su, I will take my leave." "Go ahead." Su Jing replied with a slight nod, her gaze lingering on Liu Yang with a hint of reluctance as she cautioned, "Be careful in all matters." Liu Yang felt a pang of reluctance as well. Since entering the 8 Desolation branch, he had been acutely aware of the help Su Jing had provided him, filling his heart with gratitude. Liu Yang feigned nonchalance, saying, "Director Su, you needn't worry. I will be back in half a year." Zheng Qiaoyang, with an impassive expression, beckoned Liu Yang to his side, "Come here." He then produced a teleportation stone and activated it. Bang! A teleportation array unfolded beneath their feet, rising into 2 beams of light. In an instant, the 2 vanished from the spot. Chapter 0183, The Northwest Defense Front. Arriving to execute a mission. Swish. The distance between the alien battlefield and Jiuzhou Prefecture seemed extraordinarily vast. Liu Yang traversed the teleportation shuttle for what felt like an eternity, at least 3 to 4 dozen seconds, before finally landing. The teleportation completed, and before he could even open his eyes, boom, a thunderous explosion resonated in his ears, jolting him alert. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find the entire sky before him suffused with a grim, blood-red hue. The low sky was laden with dense, dark leaden clouds. Within them, flashes of blood-colored lightning danced, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Boom. In the distance loomed a range of jagged mountains, their peaks sharp and defined, resembling a row of menacing teeth. The mountains were shrouded in thick, swirling black mist, which clumped together and writhed in a rhythmic manner. Boom. Explosive flames erupted ahead, accompanied by bursts of magical brilliance and ripples, interspersed with the relentless sound of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. Mixed in were the roars of myriad monsters. It seemed a fierce battle was underway. Liu Yang surveyed his surroundings and discovered he was in a camp. All around were temporary structures hastily erected from makeshift materials, with the ground systematically piled with various supplies. Numerous soldiers clad in military uniforms hurried past, bustling about. This was the temporary camp of the Jojo Army's Dragon Tooth Regiment at the Black Tooth Mountain of the Northwest Defense Front. Zheng Chuyang suddenly spoke. "Follow me to report to the regiment commander." Liu Yang nodded in agreement. Zheng Chuyang led Liu Yang through the camp and soon found the building where the commander was located. The guards at the entrance saluted respectfully upon seeing Zheng Chuyang and curiously glanced at Liu Yang behind him. Zheng Chuyang returned their salute, and without further inquiry, they allowed him entry. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of heated debate. Two individuals were fervently arguing around the command table, utterly oblivious to Zheng Chuyang and Liu Yang's arrival. Both bore military ranks of colonel level. One was a full colonel, and the other a lieutenant colonel. Liu Yang surmised they were the commander and deputy commander of the Dragon Tooth Regiment. "I've said it. The Special Operations Team's strength is insufficient. They cannot execute demolition tasks. Sending them on such a mission is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. We must at least wait for Zheng Chuyang to return." The commander shook his head solemnly, raising a hand to halt the deputy commander's protests. Yet the deputy commander persisted in arguing. "But if we delay any longer, it may be too late. Can't you see the gathering horde of alien monsters on Blacktooth Mountain? Their numbers have already swelled to such a scale. In no more than 3 days, they will launch a full-scale assault again. Given the scale of their recent gathering, the combat strength of our team may find it exceedingly challenging to engage in direct confrontation. Consequently, the likelihood of accomplishing our mission appears bleak." The captain furrowed his brow, poised to issue a reprimand, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a tall figure. Instantly, his expression transformed into one of delight. "Xiaoyang, you have returned." The captain excitedly approached and patted Zheng Xiaoyang on the arm, suddenly exclaiming, "Goodness! You've already reached level 40 and completed your second-class transition?" The vice captain also expressed his astonishment. "It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've become a second-class war god." Zheng Xiaoyang nodded in response, explaining that his return to Jojo Academy was aimed at leveling up and completing his class transition. His war god profession is particularly unique. Post-transition, there is no significant change in the title, merely the addition of a prefix indicating the transition level. War god. The mere mention of those two words speaks volumes about its potency. There's no need for embellishment. Liu Yang cast a surprised glance at Zheng Xiaoyang. With his own level being only 21, he was unable to discern any information about Zheng Xiaoyang or the two captains, who evidently surpassed him by more than 10 levels. "This is fantastic." The vice captain was visibly thrilled. He grasped Zheng Xiaoyang's hand and exclaimed, "Xiaoyang, your return is perfectly timed. We are in dire need of your skills." Zheng Xiaoyang immediately stood at attention and saluted, stating, "Please give your orders, Captain." The vice captain turned to the captain, who displayed a hint of resignation, saying, "Since you've returned, Xiaoyang, let us commence the mission." Just as he was about to elaborate on the task details, he suddenly noticed another person standing behind Zheng Xiaoyang. Who might this be? Zheng Xiaoyang stepped aside but did not introduce him. "Greetings, esteemed captains." Liu Yang, not having saluted, could only bow slightly and introduced himself. "I am Liu Yang, from the 8th Wilderness Branch of Jojo Academy, here on the director's orders for training with your esteemed regiment." The two captains scrutinized Liu Yang with surprise, their faces lighting up. A Titan Summoner, another legendary class. Goodness, Jojo Academy is indeed generous, sending 2 legendary class individuals for training in our regiment. However, both captains, having assessed Liu Yang's profile, expressed their concerns. "Fellow student Liu Yang, your level is only 21. Might that be a tad too low? The creatures outside are all level 30 to 40 monsters, which presents a significant disparity, does it not?" Just as Liu Yang was about to respond, Zheng Xiaoyang unexpectedly interjected, "Captains, there is no need for concern." He turned to Liu Yang, his gaze complex, and said, He is formidable, not inferior to me. The captain seemed to place great trust in Zheng Xiaoyang. If even Xiaoyang vouches for him, he must indeed be quite powerful. With his assurance, the captains no longer hesitated. They stepped forward to shake Liu Yang's hand, warmly welcoming him. Hello, fellow student Liu Yang. I am Tian Hao, captain of the Zhuzhou Army's Longya Regiment on the Northwest Defense Line. This is our vice-captain, Li Wei. Liu Yang greeted each of them in turn. Subsequently, Captain Li Wei returned to the matter at hand. With 2 legendary class professionals in our regiment, the strength of the Special Operations Team has significantly increased. The likelihood of success in our demolition mission has also risen considerably. Without further ado, let us proceed to arrange the combat plan. Tian Hao's expression became serious once more, tinged with a hint of excitement. In that case, for this demolition mission, Zheng Xiaoyang, you shall lead the team. Zheng Xiaoyang unhesitatingly accepted the task. Yes. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback. To be thrust into a special mission so soon after arriving felt rather swift. Yet, he relished this pace. Especially here. The thought of soon embarking on a true battlefield for training made Liu Yang's heart race with anticipation. Tian Hao nodded in satisfaction at Zheng Xiaoyang. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Special scouts have located the approximate location of the Black Tooth Mountain S portal to the alien monsters through energy detection. The Special Operations Team must infiltrate the Black Tooth Mountains, traverse the Black Tooth Canyon, identify the exact position of the portal, and then plant explosive charges to obliterate the portal. Upon concluding, Tian Hao sighed heavily, his expression grave. He looked again at Zheng Xiaoyang and Liu Yang, asking, the danger level of this mission far exceeds all previous tasks. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. You must think this through. Chapter 0184. Zheng Xiaoyang's warning. Zheng Xiaoyang, unfazed, called out loudly. I have thought it through. I accept the mission. Liu Yang nodded in agreement, stating, I accept as well. Excellent. Both Tian Hao and Li Wei's faces broke into expressions of relief, nodding repeatedly. Soon after, Tian Hao summoned the remaining members of the Special Operations Team. To Liu Yang's surprise, the so-called Special Operations Team, including himself and Zheng Xiaoyang, comprised only 5 individuals. Li Wei noticed Liu Yang's confusion and awkwardly explained, our nation is vast, with borders nearly all fortified. The Northwest Defense Line alone has over 100 defensive positions like ours, not to mention others. The Dragon Tooth Regiment has only a single company of combat professionals. The Special Operations personnel are all exceptionally skilled fighters, with the allocation to each regiment being quite limited, especially for top-tier combat professionals like you and Zheng Xiaoyang. They are exceedingly rare. Liu Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. He had learned about military structure over the past few days. During awakening, most individuals become support or life class professionals, with less than a third awakening as combat professionals. Thus, the composition of the military is not solely combat professionals, as one might imagine. On the contrary, most soldiers stem from support and life professions. Their direct combat power is not strong. However, with advanced weaponry, they can generally manage against ordinary alien monsters. In contrast, powerful high-level combat professionals are required to guard more perilous defensive positions. It is said that the southeastern coastal defense line, overseen by the esteemed Lan Xiaowang, faces alien monsters with a minimum level of over 60. Ordinary warfare weaponry finds it challenging to combat them. Only high-level combat professionals can barely withstand their assaults. Therefore, in places like the Northwest Desert Defense Line, where lower-level monsters congregate, the number of combat professionals is relatively sparse. Li Wei first introduced Liu Yang to the other team members. Tian Xingcai, a level 32 stealth assassin, Li Jiong, a level 33 shield knight, Yang Yuming, a level 31 blessing priest. Liu Yang noted that they were all merely advanced professionals, with not a single rare class among them. This is Liu Yang, a level 21 Titan summoner, an elite among legendary professionals, and a distinguished student of the Zhuzhou Academy. Upon hearing the introduction, the expressions of the 3 individuals reflected astonishment. Another legendary professional? Has our team struck gold this year? 2 legendary professionals at once. Oh my, having Zheng Xiaoyang is already remarkable. And now we have an additional Titan summoner. We are surely poised for greatness. Li Wei nodded in agreement, smiling as he declared, thus, we shall strike directly at the heart of the enemy. We will obliterate the portal of the alien monstrosities within Black Tooth Mountain and liberate the entire range. Are you all confident? He inquired. Yes. Zheng Xiaoyang led the enthusiastic response. The others eagerly echoed their commitment. We will certainly accomplish the mission. Excellent. Tian Hao gave a thumbs up to the group and began to elaborate on the operational plan. Liu Yang perked up his ears, listening intently. The task itself was not overly complex. It involved traversing Black Tooth Canyon and demolishing the portal of the alien creatures. However, The primary prerequisite was that they must remain undetected by the alien monstrosities lurking within the canyon. Fortunately, Tian Xingcai possessed a skill for group stealth that could ensure this. Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully, sensing that it did not seem overly daunting. The faces of the others were filled with confidence, believing the challenge to be manageable. Seeing the enthusiasm radiating from everyone, Li Wei seized the moment and said, "Time is of the essence. Prepare yourselves, and we shall depart." "Understood." Zheng Qiayang responded with a salute, leading the others out of the command room. Before leaving, Tian Hao solemnly cautioned, "You must remember, your safety is paramount. If you inadvertently expose your position, you must immediately abort the mission and return. I will dispatch the heavy artillery unit to provide support at the perimeter." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Tian Xingcai, who beamed with excitement and assured, "Rest assured, Captain, we will complete this mission." Subsequently, the group followed Zheng Qiayang out of the command room. Zheng Qiayang instructed the others to prepare while he took Liu Yang to the logistics office to facilitate registration. Under the guidance of the staff, Liu Yang successfully registered his identity and obtained a temporary military status. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Profession: Titan Summoner. Level: 21. Merit level: 0. Monsters killed: 0. From this moment forth, he became a member of the Longya team on the Northwest Desert Defense Line of the Zheozhou Army. Following this, the staff provided Liu Yang with a new communication chip, explaining, "This is a military-exclusive communication chip. The defense perimeter has signal jamming devices that render ordinary communication chips useless. Please note that this military chip can only communicate with personnel within the army and cannot contact outsiders." Liu Yang examined his contact list, discovering that he had indeed lost signal. He had intended to inform Su Jing and his companions of his safety, but it seemed that would not be possible. Liu Yang promptly completed the registration process and sought out Zheng Qiayang, giving him a nod as he said, "I'm all set. We can depart." Zheng Qiayang cast a mild glance at him, his brow slightly furrowed. After a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "Liu Yang, there is something I must warn you about in advance. I don't care what grievances you have with Wang Rui. Even if there are monumental issues between you, they can wait until we return to the academy. I have assisted Wang Rui against you, and if you have any objections to me, you can address them at the academy. I am open to that. But this is the military. If you dare to bring personal vendettas here and jeopardize the mission, do not blame me for being unkind." Liu Yang chuckled to himself. He had been concerned that Zheng Qiayang might try to undermine him, yet Zheng Qiayang had preemptively issued a warning instead. Although Zheng Qiayang spoke with an air of authority, Liu Yang remained cautious, unsure if he was truly different from the cunning and petty Wang Rui. He retorted with a smirk, "As long as you don't employ underhanded tactics like Wang Rui, we should be fine." "Humph." Zheng Qiayang scoffed, choosing not to engage further. When Tian Xingcai and the others arrived, Zheng Qiayang waved his hand, leading them through the camp until they stood before an imposing wall towering 20 meters high. The wall was topped with 3 layers of electrified fencing, crackling with arcs of high voltage. At intervals, enormous gun emplacements were stationed, each manned by 2 operators tirelessly launching magical artillery shells. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of explosions and magical detonations, assaulting Liu Yang's ears and causing him to frown. Zheng Qiayang appeared unfazed by the tumultuous atmosphere as he approached the base of the wall. After presenting a pass to the guards, a small door at the base of the wall swung open. With a resounding boom, as the door opened, Liu Yang was met with a wave of heat rushing towards him, carrying an intricate amalgamation of scents. The acrid stench of gunpowder, the metallic tang of blood, and a foul odor of decay mingled in the air. Following Zheng Qiayang through the small door, Liu Yang's normally composed expression widened in astonishment. Despite having envisioned countless battlefield scenarios, the scene unfolding before him was genuinely shocking. Countless alien monstrosities surged from the distance. Thousands upon thousands, their numbers unfathomable. They pressed forward in a dense mass, resembling relentless waves crashing upon the shore. Boom, boom, boom. The wall behind them unleashed a torrent of magical artillery shells, each explosion capable of annihilating a swarm of alien creatures. Encircling the wall were trenches filled with soldiers frantically discharging ammunition and unleashing various skills. Flashes of fire and smoke danced in the air, accompanied by a myriad of magical effects. Under the overwhelming barrage of firepower, the alien monstrosities struggled to approach the wall. The rate at which corpses accumulated surpassed even the rate of their own numbers. Bodies piled upon one another, forming hills of flesh. The stench of blood saturated the ground, completely tainting the terrain, coalescing into rivers of crimson. This was a veritable mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Even as the mountains of bodies reached heights of over 10 meters, the alien creatures behind continued to surge over these hills, charging forward without fear. Against the backdrop of the blood-red sky, it resembled a hellish nightmare. Liu Yang stood in stunned silence, wholly transfixed by the scene before him. Having lived a tranquil life within the protective walls of the city, he had never conceived that the true battlefield could manifest in such a hellish tableau. Were it not for the relentless guardianship of these soldiers over the nation's borders, they would have long been consumed by these ceaseless hordes of alien monstrosities. In comparison to the unfolding events before him, the wild creatures previously slain by Liu Yang and the dungeons he had traversed were utterly inconsequential. Liu Yang was momentarily startled when Tianxing patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let us go." "Oh, okay," Liu Yang replied, still somewhat dazed. Zheng Qiaoyang glanced back at Liu Yang with a calm expression, while the others offered him encouraging looks rather than mockery. They too had reacted similarly upon witnessing this scene for the first time. It was said that some were so frightened they wet themselves, crying out to return home to their mothers. Compared to them, Liu Yang's composure was commendable. "This is merely the beginning," Tianxing remarked. "If you ever consider joining the military, even more extraordinary and terrifying scenes await you. Rumor has it that monstrous creatures in the southeastern seas are colossal, towering dozens of meters high. Not only are they enormous, but their numbers are also considerable. Just imagine the scene there." Liu Yang's previously steady heart was once again shaken. Dozens of meter-tall giants? In their presence, his own Ghidorah, King Kong, and Godzilla would seem insignificant. He silently resolved to accelerate his leveling up and grow stronger. If the future required him to confront such foes, he must ensure he possessed the strength to fight. Prepare to break through the front lines. Zheng Qiaoyang interrupted their conversation, his voice commanding. The monstrous beings charging toward them nearly engulfed the entire expanse before the mountain range. To approach the Blacktooth Mountain, they would need to breach the horde of monsters head-on and seek an opportunity to conceal themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from him, enveloping his form, while 4 golden spears crossed behind him along with a circular shield. Additionally, a colossal golden humanoid silhouette materialized. Liu Yang noticed that the projection of the war god behind Zheng Qiaoyang had grown larger and more substantial, expanding from 7 or 8 meters to nearly 20. The number of golden spears had increased from 2 to 4. "Wow!" Tianxing and the others expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Zheng Qiaoyang, you look even more formidable after your class change." With that, they too entered battle mode. In contrast to Zheng Qiaoyang, their combat forms appeared far simpler. Their attire had merely changed, lacking even the most basic visual effects, highlighting the disparity between their professions. "Make some room," Liu Yang said as he summoned his 3 Titan summons. "Roar." Ghidorah spread its wings and let out a thunderous roar, releasing the pent-up emotions it had endured while confined in the summoning space. The crackling of lightning from its wings resonated, even provoking the storm clouds above to respond with 2 bolts of lightning that connected with the electricity on its wings. "Roar." Godzilla bellowed, its skin radiating a brilliant blue glow. "Roar." King Kong, in its habitual manner, pounded its chest with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 colossal beasts suddenly materialized before the onlookers. Except for Zheng Qiaoyang, who had already seen them, the faces of the others were filled with shock. The commotion attracted the attention of the soldiers engaged in battle, momentarily halting their fire. Awoo. Seizing the opportunity, the distant foreign monsters advanced several meters forward. Holy cow! Such enormous summons? Tianxing gazed up in awe at the 3 titans before him. They looked incredibly fierce. Their combat prowess must be extraordinary, right? Just look at that King Kong. It's nearly the same size as the war god behind Zheng Qiaoyang, and it's even wearing equipment. Unbelievable. Zheng Qiaoyang couldn't help but wince at the sight of King Kong, seemingly recalling an unpleasant experience from that day. King Kong noticed Zheng Qiaoyang's reaction, baring its teeth in a snarl. "You." Zheng Qiaoyang could clearly discern the disdain on King Kong's face. His expression contorted with frustration, but he refrained from lashing out directly, muttering to Liu Yang, "Remember what I told you." Suppressing a chuckle, Liu Yang signaled for King Kong to behave. They were allies now, not enemies. As everyone prepared, Zheng Qiaoyang led the team to advance along the wall, discovering an area where the monsters were relatively sparse. Whoosh! Zheng Qiaoyang suddenly soared into the air, reaching a low altitude of 30 to 40 meters. With both hands, he drew the 2 golden spears from his back, pointing their tips forward as he shouted, "Let us go." Chapter 0186, The Terrifying Warlike Howler. "Just the lowest tier monsters?" Zheng Qiaoyang called out, "Keep up," and flew straight ahead. The golden figure raced forward in the low sky, covering more than a kilometer in mere breaths. Tianxing and the others found it impossible to match his speed. How on earth are we supposed to keep up? The 3 of them could only run helplessly, turning to Liu Yang and saying, "Little brother, let us go." Liu Yang nodded at them, then climbed onto Ghidorah's back. Whoosh, whoosh. Ghidorah flapped its wings, taking off from the ground. A powerful whirlwind enveloped its body, resonating with the crackling lightning from its wings and forming a violent thundercloud around it. Boom, boom. Ghidorah flew low, soaring over Tianxing and the others' heads in an instant. The trio felt a fierce gust of wind as it passed, nearly knocking them off balance. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow, what is going on? Why does that dragon take off with such a storm of wind and lightning?" A dragon-type summon is already strong, and it can also serve as a mount, so powerful and majestic. It's absolutely thrilling. In comparison, Zheng Qiaoyang seems to pale instantly. Before the three could recover from their astonishment, thud, 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 thud. A series of deep thuds echoed from behind. The ground trembled beneath them. They turned to look back, their faces once again filled with shock. They found the 20-meter-tall King Kong sprinting forward at full speed, using all four limbs. It bounded past them in just a few strides, catching up to Ghidorah. Only Godzilla, standing over 6 meters tall, remained behind them, looking down at them from above. Liu Yang, concerned about their safety due to potential separation, instructed Godzilla to stay close. The three of them exchanged complex expressions, realizing they had no choice but to accept the reality. Their strength was simply incomparable to legendary tier professions like Zheng Qiaoyang and Liu Yang. "Let us go?" Tianxing urged the others to continue forward. Godzilla followed suit, running behind them. Whoosh! Up ahead, Zheng Qiaoyang plunged directly into the horde of monsters. Boom! The impact sent dozens of monsters flying. The surrounding creatures were immediately drawn to him, all pouncing in his direction, in an exaggerated display of force. It was as if a colossal wave surged forth, completely engulfing Zheng Qiaoyang in an instant. A dull, thunderous resonance erupted. The mass of monsters was blown apart, scattering in all directions. The golden figure of Zheng Qiaoyang re-emerged, wielding a golden spear, fiercely sweeping through the surrounding beasts. The projection of the war god behind him mirrored his every movement. With his second transformation, the war god projection had become even more solidified than before. Its actions could now directly influence portions of reality. With sweeping gestures, it could effortlessly send a multitude of monsters flying. Before long, a clean area had been cleared around him. Zheng Qiaoyang turned back to glance, noticing that a few individuals had caught up, and thus he proceeded confidently onward. Liu Yang soared to the rear of Zheng Qiaoyang, utilizing Ghidorah's perception to survey the monsters below. His face once again displayed profound astonishment. Only upon closer inspection could he truly discern the nature of these creatures. They appeared as fierce beasts, resembling wolves at first glance. Towering at approximately 2 to 3 meters in height and measuring about 7 meters in length, they possessed exceptionally strong forelimbs adorned with large, sharp claws. Unlike wolves, their skin was a sanguine hue, remarkably smooth, devoid of any fur, marked instead by dark scars and peculiar purple glowing patterns. Their eyes were hollow and grayish-white, occasionally flashing with hints of purple light. A massive maw, occupying 2/3 of their head, was filled with uneven, menacing teeth from which foul-smelling, dark red slime oozed forth, truly a gaping maw of blood. Most notably, the attributes of these monstrous beings were alarming. Viral Ray Howling Wolf LV-30, Alien Monster. Strength, 85,000. Intelligence, 42,000. Stamina, 90,000. Agility, 88,000. Spirit, 63,000. The Blacktooth Mountain was teeming with such alien creatures, representing the lowest tier of monsters in this battlefield. Yet, they possessed an astounding 90,000 points in attributes. This surpassed even the bosses found in nightmare-level dungeons of the same tier, though devoid of any skills. The sheer magnitude of their attributes and their exaggerated numbers rendered them exceedingly terrifying. Even though Liu Yang had easily slain the Thorn Queen with 31 million stamina, witnessing the countless alien monsters below, surging like a tide, evoked a sense of trepidation within him. It was truly horrifying. Liu Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself in awe. If such a tide were to breach our defenses and infiltrate the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zheng Qiaoyang. Suddenly, a panicked shout from Tian Xingcai echoed below. The sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Before the three could approach Zheng Qiaoyang, the area behind him was once again inundated with a relentless wave of beasts. The trio, left with no choice, drew their weapons, preparing to fight their way through. Yet at that moment, bang, bang, two twisted golden beams of light descended from the heavens. Like bolts of lightning, they struck into the mass of monsters. Instantly, dozens of viral ray howling wolves were sent flying, their lives extinguished. The two beams of gravitational light did not dissipate like lightning, but continued to bombard the horde of monsters below. Bang, bang. In an instant, Countless Viral Ray howling wolf corpses soared amidst the throng of beasts. Within moments, a clear area was established right before Tian Xingcai and the others. And it did not end there. The two beams circumvented Zheng Qiuyang, advancing along either side of him, one after another. Hundreds of Viral Ray howling wolf corpses were sent soaring. The area surrounding Zheng Qiuyang, spanning approximately 50 meters, was left littered with heaps of corpses, devoid of any living creatures. Tian Xingcai and his companions stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. What in the world is this? How can two beams of light annihilate so many monsters? Despite being the lowest tier Viral Ray monsters, they still possessed 90,000 stamina. One skill had utterly decimated a large group. The output appeared to be even more extravagant than Zheng Qiuyang's. Moreover, it was a wide area attack. Zheng Qiuyang couldn't achieve such feats. The three were filled with astonishment. They even forgot they were still in a perilous alien battlefield, standing in place with blank expressions. Gazing at the storm clouds above, Lu Yang, oblivious to the thoughts of the trio, had just received a flurry of kill notifications, his heart racing with excitement. His face was alight with joy, even exclaiming a rare curse. Damn, this is utterly exhilarating. Chapter 0187. The nation needs such guardians. Before Lu Yang, the kill notifications flooded his screen. Successfully killed Viral Ray Howling Wolf LV30. Experience points 30,000, 7, 500. Ghidorah gained 1 point in all attributes. He had not anticipated that a level 30 alien monster could yield 37,500 experience points. This was comparable to what bosses in nightmare-level dungeons provided. Most importantly, these creatures were everywhere. With sufficient kill efficiency, the rate of experience acquisition would skyrocket. Ghidorah had just unleashed a gravitational beam once. It had directly eliminated 367 Viral Ray Howling Wolves, providing Lu Yang with over 76 million experience points. Lu Yang's experience bar surged significantly. Furthermore, Ghidorah also gained 367 points in all attributes through King's Might. No wonder everyone at Jojo Academy spoke of wanting to hone their skills in the alien battlefield. With their strength, they could ensure a certain kill efficiency, thereby guaranteeing a swift acquisition of experience points and leveling up. The only lamentable aspect was that alien monsters did not drop any materials or items. Lu Yang was unsure why, but he did not dwell on it excessively. In his heart, he sincerely appreciated Su Jing for securing such a remarkable training opportunity for him. What are you doing down there? Zheng Qiuyang suddenly shouted sternly. Hurry up and catch up. Just as Tian Xingcai and Lu Yang were momentarily stunned, the area within a 50-meter radius around him was once again filled with Viral Ray howling wolves. Tian Xingcai and the others snapped back to reality and hastily sprinted forward. However, the area before them was quickly blocked once more by the monsters. Embarrassment washed over their faces. They wanted to call upon Lu Yang for assistance in breaking through. Suddenly, boom! A tremendous roar echoed from behind. The ground trembled beneath their feet. A colossal figure leaped overhead, crashing down into the mass of monsters ahead, instantly crushing several Viral Ray howling wolves. Zheng Qiuyang, drawn by the immense commotion, instinctively turned to look back. Upon witnessing the familiar figure of King Kong land behind him, a shiver inexplicably coursed through Zheng Qiuyang's heart, causing his face to involuntarily twitch. He swiftly turned around, roaring in fury as he brandished his golden spear. Launching a more ferocious offensive against the approaching warhowlers, King Kong let out a thunderous roar. With a mighty swing of his arms, he unleashed a relentless barrage upon the encroaching warhowlers. Each punch could deform a warhowler's body, sending it crashing backward and colliding with others, disrupting their charge. He even grasped several warhowlers in his gigantic hands, hurling them far away, like meteors streaking across the sky until they vanished from sight. King Kong had once again carved a path for Tian Xingcai and his companions. Yet, the trio was left utterly dumbfounded. What in the world was this? How could King Kong be so ferocious? Goodness! One punch, one warhowler. At this height of 20 meters, it felt akin to beating a child. Wait, what on earth is this new brother situation? Why are these summoned beasts so formidable? After saying this, they simultaneously glanced back at the ever-present Godzilla following closely behind them. Although it appeared the smallest in stature, the trio dared not underestimate it. Its unique and powerful appearance, luminous dorsal fins, and an indescribable aura of strength all radiated its might. Godzilla let out a low growl towards the trio, snapping them back to reality. Regaining their composure, they hurried over to King Kong's side, joining Zheng Qiuyang at the front. What are you all doing? Zheng Qiuyang vented his frustration. Why did it take you so long to catch up? Tian Xingcai sheepishly apologized. My bad, my bad. Li Zhiyong deployed his shield, forcefully pushing forward. A powerful shockwave dispersed, scattering a group of war howlers in front of Zheng Qiuyang, alleviating some of his pressure. Zheng Qiuyang snorted coldly, saying nothing further. He took to the air once more, pinpointing a direction before descending back into the throng, commanding, "Advance in that direction. Xingcai, be prepared to unleash mass concealment as soon as we approach the mountainside." Understood. Tian Xingcai nodded affirmatively, ready for his signal. Zheng Qiuyang looked up at the sky, pointing towards the chosen direction and bellowing, "Over there." His voice resounded with robust clarity, and the war god projection behind him echoed the indication. Lu Yang comprehended immediately and ordered Ghidorah to begin the sweep. Bang! Bang! Ghidorah unleashed 2 gravitation beams, sweeping from beside Zheng Qiuyang towards the indicated direction. In an instant, countless warhowler corpses were scattered. Boom! 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 King Kong leaped forward, vigorously hammering and sweeping away the monstrous foes ahead. Buzz! 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 Godzilla planted its legs firmly, its dorsal fins igniting one after another in brilliant blue luminescence. Tian Xingcai and his companions suddenly felt a wave of heat surge from behind. Turning around, they beheld Godzilla unleashing a robust blue atomic breath. The beam soared above their heads, crashing into the throng of alien monstrosities before them. Boom! The warhowlers struck by the blue beam were almost instantaneously vaporized, leaving not even a speck of ash. The devastation was absolute wherever the beam touched. Buzz! Godzilla swept its atomic breath sideways, expanding the cleansing range. The trio witnessed a clear path emerge before them, devoid of any remaining warhowlers. Not a single corpse remained. Only a blood-soaked ground remained, littered with blackened char and unburnt embers. Holy cow! Tian Xingcai exclaimed once more. Godzilla was indeed the ferocious summoned beast they had envisioned. This was utterly outrageous. Tian Xingcai's eyes brimmed with astonishment. If their team possessed a few such summoned beasts, no, even just one, it would be sufficient to defend Blacktooth Mountain. Yang Yuming sighed, reminding them, "Stop dreaming. Such super geniuses cannot be expected to stay with us forever. They are merely here to hone their skills and will inevitably return once their time is up." Tian Xingcai gazed ahead at Zheng Qiuyang and Lu Yang, his eyes sparkling with a unique glimmer. He shook his head and said, "That's not it. The country has more crucial places that require their protection. They must continue to grow. Only by nurturing individuals like them can we ensure our nation's stability." Chapter 0188. The Mist Formed by Flying Monsters. Tian Xingcai and his companions were official soldiers of the Dragon Tooth Corps, not mere students like Lu Yang and Zheng Qiuyang, who were here for training. Particularly, Tian Xingcai held another identity. He was the son of the Dragon Tooth Corps leader, Tian Hao. Thus, he had been immersed in military and war-related information from a young age, giving him a perspective on issues that differed significantly from Yang Yuming and the others. Tian Xingcai understood deeply how challenging it was to ensure a nation's stability. Only by nurturing super geniuses like Zheng Qiuyang and Lu Yang to the level of extraordinary powerhouses like Lan Xiaowang could the nation's stability be maximized. Yang Yuming and Li Zhiyong sighed at this, well aware of this truth. Yet, they could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Despite being human, the disparity in awakened professions was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, indescribable in words, especially with the newly arrived Lu Yang. They had initially thought that super geniuses like Zheng Qiuyang were the pinnacle. Who could have predicted the arrival of someone even more extraordinary in Lu Yang? Would they ever be able to hold their own as ordinary professionals? Bang! A resounding crash jolted everyone back to reality. Godzilla had approached them, opening its mouth to unleash the next atomic breath. The ultra-high temperature atomic breath shot out above their heads. Even without teammate injuries, they could feel the overwhelming energy and extreme heat, causing sweat to bead on their foreheads. Bang! Bang! In conjunction with Ghidorah's gravitation beams in the lower sky, they blasted open a massive breach. Charge! Zheng Qiuyang commanded loudly, leading the charge forward. Tian Xingcai and his companions hurriedly followed suit. King Kong and Godzilla stepped in unison, their heavy forms barreling through the horde of monsters, swiftly leading the trio out of the tide of monsters. Following Zheng Qiuyang, they reached a hollow at the base of a mountain. The warhowlers behind them continued their relentless pursuit. "Hurry!" Zheng Qiuyang shouted to Lu Yang. Riding on Ghidorah, Lu Yang quickly soared into the air, and before he could land, he heard Zheng Qiuyang's orders again. "Dismiss your summoned beast." He himself brought an end to the state of battle, the golden aura surrounding him vanishing abruptly, and the projection of the war god behind him dissipating in an instant. Lu Yang frowned slightly. Though puzzled, he complied nonetheless. With a swift motion, he leaped down from a low altitude, simultaneously recalling his 3 Titan-summoned beasts. With the absence of their intimidating presence, the warlike howlers behind him became increasingly ferocious, roaring furiously as they charged towards the group. Thud! Lu Yang landed, Invisibility. Tian Xingcai promptly unleashed the group invisibility skill. An ethereal shimmer spread from him, enveloping the 5 individuals. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yong and his companions vanished from sight. Their very essence seemed to dissolve into thin air. Roar! The warlight howlers, rushing towards them, abruptly halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the sunken area of the mountain ahead. Tentatively, they extended their noses to sniff the air, finding no scent. They collectively turned around and returned to the tide of monsters, charging recklessly towards the Dragon Tooth Regiment's defensive line once more. Phew! Tian Xingcai exhaled deeply, concluding the skill. The 5 figures reappeared. Zheng Qiaoyang swept his gaze over the group and inquired, "No injuries, I hope?" Yan Yuming shook his head and replied, "No injuries." With a hint of self-deprecating humor, he added, "With the 2 of you covering for us, the 3 of us barely encountered any monsters. We were quite safe." Zheng Qiaoyang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "That's good." He turned his gaze towards the distant Black Tooth Canyon, estimating it to be about 20 to 30 kilometers away. After surveying the surroundings, he noted that the majority of the monster tide was charging head-on, with fewer numbers on the edges. Zheng Qiaoyang swiftly formulated a combat plan. "We will proceed along the mountain's edge towards Black Tooth Canyon. Remember to exercise caution along the way, avoiding combat with the monsters as much as possible to conserve our strength. Otherwise, once a fight breaks out, it will become an endless struggle." He cast a serious look at his companions and reiterated, "Remember, our objective in this operation is to complete the demolition task, not to slay monsters." Upon finishing, Zheng Qiaoyang exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Yang. He could sense Lu Yang's excitement. After all, he had experienced a similar exhilaration during his first foray into the alien battlefield. For practitioners endowed with formidable strength like them, knowing they could annihilate alien monsters was exhilarating for any spirited youth, making it hard to suppress the urge to rampage. Understood. Tian Xingcai and the others readily agreed. As ordinary practitioners, they were eager to avoid direct confrontations with alien monsters, as they lacked the power to dispatch them swiftly. Conversely, a single misstep could potentially lead to their own demise at the hands of the monsters. Understood. Lu Yang nodded in agreement. He felt a surge of excitement and harbored a desire to charge into the battlefield astride his Ghidorah, unleashing havoc upon the alien monsters. However, Lu Yang was also acutely aware of the stakes involved. This demolition mission was pivotal for the safety of the entire Dragon Tooth Regiment and even the security of the cities they protected. If his actions led to a failure of the mission, the consequences would be dire. After all, today marked only the first day on the alien battlefield. With 6 months ahead of him, he was not in a rush. Zheng Qiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and began advancing along the mountainside towards Black Tooth Canyon, with Lu Yang and the others trailing behind, doing their utmost to remain concealed in the shadows of the cover. Whenever they encountered a location devoid of cover, they relied on Tian Xingcai's group invisibility to safely navigate through. The distance of 20 to 30 kilometers seemed vast, yet for practitioners of their caliber, even when being cautious and deliberately slowing their pace, it did not take long. After roughly an hour, they were able to observe Black Tooth Canyon up close. The Black Tooth Mountain Range was a continuous series of peaks, averaging over 1,000 meters in height, yet at the canyon, it was abruptly cleaved in two, revealing an astonishing chasm. The towering mountains on either side resembled 2 fearsome fangs, blocking all light from entering the canyon, rendering it shrouded in darkness, obscuring visibility. All that could be seen were swarms of warlight howlers continuously surging forth. The emerging warlight howlers did not immediately charge towards the Dragon Tooth Regiment's defensive line, but instead gathered in an open area ahead. Once a sufficient number had assembled, they would launch their assault. Alongside the warlight howlers, there existed a flying alien monster that, upon emerging from the canyon, ascended directly to the mountain's summit. Lu Yang gazed upwards along with the flying monsters, his eyebrows raising in astonishment. Hiss! Earlier, from a distance in the camp, he had observed the Black Tooth Mountains enveloped in a thick layer of black mist. Now, having drawn near, he realized that it was not mist at all, but rather a dense swarm of flying monsters clustering atop Black Tooth Mountain. Lu Yang sought to probe their information, but the distance was still too great for the detection spell to take effect. Ghidorah had not been summoned, preventing him from sharing its perception. Thus, he turned to Zheng Qiaoyang and the others. What kind of monsters are those? Chapter 0189. Perilous Black Crow Canyon, a life-or-death situation. Tian Xingcai glanced up at the clusters of black mist atop Black Tooth Mountain, unconsciously swallowing hard. His voice quavered with apprehension as he explained, Warlight Black Crows. Level 31 monsters, with attributes peaking at 95,000. These creatures are particularly troublesome. He sighed and continued, in truth, even if the ordinary warlight howlers are numerous, they pose little threat to our defensive line. With our magic artillery, we can handle them adequately, occasionally during massive waves of attacks. Deploying practitioner combat groups can also fend them off. However, if warlike Black Crows join the fray, the situation will change entirely. Tian Xingcai's expression reflected deep concern as he gazed at the warlike Black Crows on Blacktooth Mountain. Their numbers rivaled that of the Howlers, and their ability to fly posed a significant threat. Should both factions launch an assault simultaneously, the magic artillery would be unable to counter both aerial and ground attacks concurrently. Yang Yiming chimed in. Previously, the warlike Black Crows would gather in significant numbers to launch attacks at intervals. We could manage to cope, albeit at a certain cost. However, the current gathering is alarmingly vast. Conservatively estimating, there are around 10 to 20,000 of them. That is 2 to 3 times more than before. And they continue to amass. If we do not find a way to destroy their teleportation portal soon, we might face an unimaginable horde of monsters. Tian Xingcai sighed deeply and added, then they could easily overwhelm our defenses. Zheng Xiaoyang reassured them, rest assured, we will complete our mission this time. Tian Xingcai and the others nodded in agreement, though their tone lacked confidence. Lu Yang gazed intently at the flying monsters atop Blacktooth Mountain, lost in thought. If I were to eliminate them all, it should significantly alleviate the pressure on the Dragontooth Regiment, right? The crux of the matter is, tens of thousands of flying magical creatures. Their numbers are even on the rise. The sheer thought of the experience points and attributes one could acquire from vanquishing them sends a thrill through Lu Yang. However, the immediate priority remains to complete the demolition task assigned by the team leader. Zheng Xiaoyang gently patted Tian Xingcai on the shoulder and whispered, prepare for infiltration. Taking a deep breath to suppress his mounting anxiety, Tian Xingcai nodded vigorously. My group invisibility cannot provide limitless concealment for everyone, he cautioned. The effect lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes per use. He scanned the group and continued, we must find a suitable hiding spot within those 5 minutes. Once my skill cools down, we can proceed to the next step. This warning was primarily directed at Lu Yang, as Zheng Xiaoyang and the others had known him for at least half a year and were well acquainted with his capabilities. Also, Tian Xingcai added, do not stray more than 5 meters away from me, and refrain from using any skills that could reveal energy fluctuations. Lu Yang nodded in understanding. Zheng Xiaoyang granted the group a few moments to adjust their states before calmly commanding, let's move out. Tian Xingcai beckoned the others closer and unleashed the group invisibility skill. In an instant, a veil of invisible light enveloped the 5-member team, rendering them completely unseen, leaving not even a shadow behind. Once cloaked in invisibility, they set off at full speed towards the Blacktooth Gorge. Before long, they approached the mouth of the gorge. Yet, the duration of group invisibility was rapidly nearing its end. For safety's sake, Tian Xingcai advised against entering the gorge directly and instead led the group to a large boulder nearby, where they could temporarily conceal themselves. The 5 members revealed themselves and huddled tightly against the boulder, anxious to avoid even the slightest exposure. The echoing roars and the thunderous footsteps of the valiant howlers resonated from within the gorge, growing alarmingly close. The group held their breath in tense silence, acutely aware of each other's racing heartbeats. Zheng Xiaoyang glanced at Lu Yang in surprise, noting that while everyone else was palpably anxious, Lu Yang's heartbeat remained remarkably calm, though slightly quicker than usual, indicative not of fear, but of exhilaration. Finally, Tian Xingcai awaited the skill's cooldown to conclude. He hurriedly activated the full invisibility skill, causing the 5 of them to vanish once more. They quickly departed from their hiding place behind the boulder and sprinted towards the gorge. As they neared the entrance, the number of valiant howlers surged. At the gorge's mouth, they brushed past these creatures, catching a whiff of the foul stench emanating from their mouths. Waves of valiant howlers surged forth from the gorge, rushing past them and stirring up a gust of wind. The 5 of them entered the gorge unscathed. The darkness enveloped them suddenly. With no light penetrating the depths of the gorge, it was pitch black. At that moment, aside from Zheng Xiaoyang's divine warrior physique, the others could hardly discern the path ahead, let alone find a suitable hiding spot. Time was running out. Don't panic, Zheng Xiaoyang urged, his eyes darting around for a potential refuge. He spotted a crevice in the mountainside, a small but adequate hiding place for the 5 of them. He swiftly scooped up Tian Xingcai and tucked him under his arm, signaling for the others to follow as he made haste towards the crevice. Just before the invisibility effect dissipated, they arrived at the crack. You all go in first. Yang Yiming and Li Zhiyong squeezed into the crevice, followed by Lu Yang and Tian Xingcai. However, when it was Zheng Xiaoyang's turn, an awkward predicament ensued. His towering stature made it difficult to gauge the width of the crevice accurately for a sideways entry, but he miscalculated its height. At 2 meters tall, he simply could not fit. Less than 10 meters away, A horde of valiant howlers was charging towards them. Their growls and thundering footsteps grew ever nearer. A fresh wave of valiant howlers burst forth from the gorge. Hurry, Tian Xingcai urged anxiously. With the invisibility effect about to expire, Zheng Qiaoyang's inability to enter was becoming a dire situation for the 3 remaining members. If discovered now, their chances of survival would be slim. 5 seconds left. Tian Xingcai anxiously monitored the skill's duration, whispering reminders. 4, 3. In a moment of desperation, Lu Yang retrieved a spherical object from his spatial backpack and tossed it towards Zheng Qiaoyang. Zheng Qiaoyang's eyes lit up as he caught sight of the orb. Without hesitation, he turned and hurled it towards the gorge entrance with all his might. His immense strength propelled the sphere hundreds of meters away, soaring towards the gorge. As the orb flew, it began to radiate concentric rings of blue light. In an instant, it captivated the attention of the magical creatures within the gorge. The sphere's glow intensified, transforming into a blinding blue brilliance, like a sun descending upon the darkness of the gorge. A thunderous explosion resonated. The orb erupted in a fusion of blue magical waves and fiery red shockwaves, engulfing all nearby valiant howlers in a heartbeat. A colossal shockwave surged through the gorge, sending the creatures that had emerged tumbling in every direction. One unfortunate valiant howler was blown towards Zheng Qiaoyang, its gray-white eyes locking onto him as it prepared to roar. But Zheng Qiaoyang was quicker. He struck it down with a decisive punch to its skull. The creature, already weakened by the explosion, succumbed to his formidable power. The shockwave continued to reverberate, shaking the entire gorge. Debris rained down from above, clattering onto their heads. Though the damage was minimal, it still stung. Seizing the opportunity presented by the explosion, Tian Xingcai brandished his weapon and began to carve into the crevice above them. The fissure, already shaken by the explosive shockwave, had a chunk of stone cleaved away, revealing an opening. Zheng Qiaoyang swiftly maneuvered himself into the gap, simultaneously propping the lifeless body of the warlike howler against the entrance. A collective sigh of relief escaped the hearts of the others. Boom! The remnants of the explosion dissipated. The warlike howlers both within and outside the canyon were significantly diminished by the blast. Yet, they seemed to carry on as if nothing had transpired. The warlike howlers inside the canyon continued to surge outward, gathering outside, indifferent to the corpses of their fallen comrades. Within the fissure, Tian Xingcai wore an expression of shock. Exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? Was that a miniature magical missile?" He turned to Lu Yang, confusion etched across his features. "That's a military-grade weapon, only found in military camps. Where on earth did you acquire it?" Lu Yang chuckled awkwardly in response. "It was given to me by my teacher when I left the academy, saying it could come in handy during critical moments." Tian Xingcai and the others couldn't help but marvel once again, recognizing Lu Yang as yet another affluent individual. They had assumed he shared a similar background with Zheng Qiaoyang, both equipped with an array of rare items for their training, including military-grade weapons that were virtually non-existent on the market. However, Zheng Qiaoyang was not at all surprised. Just before their departure that day, he had witnessed Su Jing bestowing a plethora of items upon Lu Yang. Although Su Jing lacked military connections, her extensive network made acquiring such items feasible, albeit at a considerable cost. Zheng Qiaoyang gazed thoughtfully at Lu Yang for a moment before eventually murmuring a quiet, "Thank you." His tone was soft and somewhat awkward, yet his gratitude was genuine. Had Lu Yang not intervened, the imposing Zheng Qiaoyang would undoubtedly have drawn the attention of the monsters, leading them to face an unending onslaught of creatures, trapped amidst a siege of foreign monstrosities and forced to battle in the confined canyon. The outcome would have been dire, overwhelmed and consumed by the merciless horde within. Even had Zheng Qiaoyang and Lu Yang managed to break free with their formidable strength, they would still suffer grievous losses. Most critically, the demolition mission would have been a complete failure, resulting in a relentless gathering of monsters. The impending assault by these creatures in just a few days would surely breach the defenses of the Dragon-Tooth Core, infiltrating the cities behind them, leading to unimaginable devastation and chaos, a true hell on earth. No one wished for such a calamity to unfold. Nevertheless, Lu Yang and Tian Xingcai seemed oblivious, offering no response. Zheng Qiaoyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, turning his head away to feign nonchalance while keeping a vigilant eye on the swarming monsters outside. Tian Xingcai focused intently on his skill cooldown. As the time elapsed, he whispered, "It's time." Without hesitation, he activated his skill. Whoosh! The figures of the group vanished once more. Under the cover of invisibility, they carefully navigated through the fissure, advancing deeper into the canyon. 5 minutes swiftly passed. Fortunately, they successfully found a suitable hiding spot and secured their safety. They continued to advance under the cloak of group invisibility, repeating the process 4 or 5 times. Eventually, Lu Yang sensed a rush of air flowing towards them. Soon, A crimson glimmer appeared ahead. Weave arrived. Tian Xingcai exclaimed excitedly in a hushed tone, instinctively quickening his pace to breach the canyon. However, the duration of their skill did not permit it. The 5 members of the squad were on the verge of revealing themselves. To err on the side of caution, Zheng Qiuyang decided to temporarily conceal themselves near the exit, awaiting the next opportunity for group invisibility. The entire squad expressed no dissent, following Zheng Qiuyang to hide behind a slope that provided a view of the outside. The light outside the canyon, though present, was imbued with a gloomy crimson hue, even more profound than the sky on the other side. Howls echoed as countless warlight howlers surged into the canyon, occasionally accompanied by a flock of warlight black ravens overhead. Zheng Qiuyang remarked, "If we follow the direction they came from, we should be able to locate the portal to the other realm." He compared the information given by Captain Tian, which indicated that the scouts had detected the portal's location to be in the northwest, aligning with the direction from which the warlight howlers had emerged. Confirming the accuracy of the information, Zheng Qiuyang turned to Tian Xingcai and asked, "Is your skill cooldown complete?" Tian Xingcai nodded affirmatively, responding, "Yes, let us go." Zheng Qiuyang gestured for Tian Xingcai to release the skill. Once everyone was cloaked in invisibility, he took the lead, leaping off the slope and charging out of the canyon with his team. Chapter 0191. The Despairing Warlight Howlers. Countless warlight howlers rushed toward them, the sheer force and potent aura of the monstrous entities nearly suffocating Tian Xingcai and the others. Only Zheng Qiuyang and Lu Yang fared somewhat better. The former, a high-ranking warrior, remained largely unaffected by the presence of these lower-tier beasts, while the latter, possessing the regal powers of King's Might, Dominion's Might, and the utterly overwhelming Overlord's Might, found the creatures before him utterly inconsequential. To Lu Yang, these monsters merely appeared larger than himself, but in his eyes, they resembled a swarm of insignificant ants. Had it not been for the pressing need to prioritize their mission, he would have summoned 3 Titan summons to commence a massacre. Whoosh! Zheng Qiuyang led the team past the throng of monsters. They sprinted along the mountainside for a considerable distance, yet found no signs of the foreign portal. Instead, they were met with an unending tide of foreign creatures streaming toward them, forming an unbroken line that stretched into the horizon. As they awaited the cooldown of their skills once more, Tian Xingcai inquired earnestly, "Qiuyang, how much farther do you think we have to go?" Zheng Qiuyang shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure. The mission details only provided a rough location. We'll have to figure it out ourselves." "What?" Tian Xingcai raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that if luck was not on their side, they might have to run over 100 kilometers. Lu Yang felt a sense of frustration. If only he could summon Ghidorah. With its vast sensing abilities, they would likely pinpoint the portal's exact location in no time. Instead, they were left to wander aimlessly like headless flies. "Don't worry," Zheng Qiuyang reassured him. "By following the direction the monsters are coming from, we will surely find it. We've come this far. Does the remaining distance truly matter?" Estimating that Tian Xingcai's skill cooldown was complete, he commanded, "Let us move." With a resigned sigh, Tian Xingcai activated his skill. The squad set forth once again, each member harboring a sense of anticipation, eager to uncover the portal of the alien race. Yet, the reality proved starkly different from their expectations. They sprinted over 10 kilometers, repeatedly cloaking themselves, yet still found no signs of the alien portal. Even their detectors yielded no information, revealing only the distant approach of a pack of Wali Lei sentinels. Li Jiong could not suppress his grievances, exclaiming, "These damned creatures of the alien race possess remarkable stamina. It must be at least several dozen kilometers from here to the canyon, and they run without pause." However, at that moment, they too had nearly run the same distance without rest. Yang Yumming, growing impatient, urged, "Enough of the complaints. Let us hasten our search. Nightfall approaches." His words prompted the others to glance at the sky, which was darkening to a blood-red hue. Checking the time confirmed that dusk was upon them. Yet they had remained oblivious to the gradual change beneath the ominous sky. At this moment, the group's demeanor shifted palpably, worry etched upon their faces. They understood the stakes. Failing to complete their mission before darkness fell would spell danger. Zheng Qiuyang and his companions were acutely aware that the Wali Lei sentinels would become increasingly ferocious at night, their attributes significantly enhanced. While the Wali Lei black ravens would gain sharper vision and heightened senses in the dark, the likelihood of being detected by them would rise dramatically. The thought sent a rare wave of tension across Zheng Qiuyang's face as he hastily commanded, "We must expedite our efforts." Tian Xingcai promptly activated the group invisibility skill, leading the team onward. This time, they finally made a breakthrough. As Zheng Qiuyang navigated the winding slopes of the mountain, he discovered that the Wali Lei sentinels were emerging from a cave beneath a great mountain ahead. The detector seemed to register some energy fluctuations, confirming that the alien portal lay within the cavern. However, rather than expressions of joy, Zheng Chaoyang and his companions wore faces of sheer terror. For although the cave was tall, it was exceedingly narrow. The Wali lay sentinels squeezed out, nearly pressing against one another. Should they attempt to enter the cave, physical contact with those creatures was inevitable. Even while cloaked, they would undoubtedly be detected. Most concerning of all were the two massive monsters standing guard at the cave's mouth. Towering nearly 25 meters, they resembled humanoid forms with horns atop their heads, their grayish-white eyes gleaming menacingly, their visages grotesque. Their skin matched the smooth, dark purple hue of the Wali lay sentinels, yet they donned rudimentary armor and wielded enormous bone blades. The edges of these blades were not sharp, but formed from numerous sharp spikes fused together, resembling a saw. Wali lay walking demon. Tian Xingcai's face blanched with horror, his voice wavering. Yang Yuming and Li Zhiyong shared similar reactions. Even the typically confident Zheng Qiuyang furrowed his brow tightly, his expression grim. The distance was too great for Lu Yang to glean any information about the Wali lay walking demons, and he inquired, "What manner of beasts are those?" Tian Xingcai and the others stood frozen, speechless, while Zheng Qiuyang, maintaining a semblance of composure, explained, "The Wali lay walking demon, a level 35 creature. An exceedingly perilous alien beast. Its attributes hover around 500,000, with its stamina reaching an astonishing 580,000. I have encountered them only once before on the battlefield. During that assault by the alien race, just 50 of these creatures nearly breached our defenses. I cannot believe there are two guarding this place." Tian Xingcai slowly regained his senses, despair evident in his voice. Of course, such an important portal would be heavily guarded. We have underestimated the situation. Yang Yuming turned to Zheng Qiuyang, asking, "What shall we do? We cannot possibly enter the cave without being detected. If discovered, the five of us stand no chance against those two Wali lay walking demons, not to mention the multitude of other beasts. We would perish here." His tone was laced with desperation, trembling with the weight of their predicament. Li Zhiyong added, "There are two Wali lay walking demons outside. Surely there are more within the cave, perhaps even more formidable creatures." Tian Xingcai resigned, stating, "We should return and reconsider our strategy. This mission has not been entirely fruitless. At least we have pinpointed the exact location of the portal." Zheng Qiuyang's face contorted with inner conflict, torn between the desire to complete the mission and the harsh reality that it was unattainable. With a resigned sigh, he prepared to announce the termination of the mission. But before he could speak, Lu Yang interjected, "Why don't we give it a try?" Chapter 192. Let Lu Yang take the lead. The mission continues. What? Zheng Qiuyang and the others were taken aback, turning to Lu Yang in disbelief. "What did you say?" They thought their ears must have deceived them. Lu Yang reiterated, "I said, why don't we give it a try? After all, we have come this far. We must do something. At the very least to assist our rear defense line." His tone was casual and light, yet to the others, it sounded entirely different. Tian Xingcai and Yang Yuming regarded Lu Yang as though he were mad, their expressions incredulous. Only Zheng Qiuyang, brow furrowed in contemplation, appeared somewhat thoughtful. "What do you propose?" Yang Yuming's impatience bubbled over, his voice rising in challenge. "What can you possibly do in this situation? Those are Wali lay walking demons. Creatures with attribute values exceeding 500,000. Even with Zheng Qiuyang among us, we could barely contend with one. How do you propose we handle the countless Wali lay sentinels? And what of the unknown dangers lurking within the cave?" He grew increasingly agitated, unconsciously inching closer to Lu Yang. Tian Xingcai quickly stepped in front of him, urging Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, I understand that you and your kind have had a smooth path to leveling up. For you legendary class professionals, swiftly dispatching those monsters and bosses is a trivial matter, something you may not take seriously. But the situation is different now." He glanced toward the cave, his face a mask of conflict. Fear of the two Wali lay walking demons and the unknown perils of the cave weighed heavily on him. Yet he was reluctant to abandon this hard-won opportunity. Even if they were to terminate the mission today, could they safely retreat to camp? However, the impending onslaught of the monstrous horde in just a few days will undoubtedly herald a disaster. Tian Xingcai sighed helplessly and remarked, "This is the teleportation portal of the Valyrii demon clan, essentially their forward outpost. With merely our few strengths, it is impossible for us to stir up any significant upheaval here." He earnestly advised, "Even if there were a mere one chance of success today, I would accompany you. But as it stands, we don't even possess that slim chance. It would be tantamount to courting death." Upon his words, disappointment and despondency clouded the faces of Tian Xingcai and his companions, mingled with an ineffable sense of unwillingness. Lu Yang stood speechless. He could empathize with the sentiments of Tian Xingcai and the others. As soldiers, and moreover as ordinary practitioners, Their perspectives on the matter were undoubtedly different from his own, especially at such a critical juncture that teetered on the edge of life and death. Faced with an apparent lack of hope, any reasonable person would choose to abort the mission, if only to preserve their lives. Yet, Liu Yang was genuinely reluctant to forfeit this excellent opportunity for growth. He held confidence in his ability to accomplish the demolition task. After all, he had effortlessly vanquished the Thorn Queen, boasting an impressive 31 million health points. Thus, to him, confronting two Valyrii demon warriors, each with 580,000 health points, seemed insignificant. Sighing, Liu Yang was about to advocate for another chance when Zheng Qiaoyang unexpectedly uttered words that took him by surprise. I believe Liu Yang is correct. Now that we are here, we should at least engage in some endeavor before returning. What? Tian Xingcai and the others turned in unison, astonished at Zheng Qiaoyang's declaration. They stood in stunned silence for a moment. Yang Yuming, unable to contain himself, erupted, "Why can't you all attempt to understand our plight as ordinary individuals? Yes, you possess the capability to confront those Valyrii warriors, but we cannot. By proceeding, are you not dragging us along to our doom?" Tian Xingcai pulled him back, closing his eyes and taking several deep breaths to calm himself, then turned to Zheng Qiaoyang and inquired, "Are you serious?" Zheng Qiaoyang nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. I am serious." He glanced at Liu Yang and continued, "Liu Yang's strength is not inferior to mine. I am confident that I can slay one of the Valyrii warriors, and he can undoubtedly do the same. As for the other Valyrii demons, we shall leave them to Liu Yang. You witnessed the formidable power of his two summoned beasts. Ordinary Valyrii demons simply cannot withstand such damage." The group had been engulfed in fear induced by the Valyrii warriors and had not taken the time to consider other matters. Now, with Zheng Qiaoyang's reminder, they recalled the terrifying output of Liu Yang's two Titan summons. Indeed, Tian Xingcai's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. What if there are even more Valyrii warriors within the cave, or even more formidable monsters? Li Xiong interjected, "We can handle them as well." Liu Yang asserted confidently, "Whatever monsters may arise, we shall confront them. You need only find the teleportation portal and properly position the super magic missile." Zheng Qiaoyang cast a surprised glance at Liu Yang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tian Xingcai exchanged glances with the others. Li Xiong began to waver. Only Yang Yuming's face remained contorted with strong resistance, unwilling to continue the mission. However, after Tian Xingcai's patient reasoning and emotional appeal, Yang Yuming was ultimately persuaded. He stubbornly declared, "I am not capitulating because of you. I am doing this for our Dragon Tooth Brigade behind us." Zheng Qiaoyang nodded silently. He turned to Liu Yang and inquired if he was ready. Liu Yang affirmed his preparedness with a nod. In that case, Zheng Qiaoyang turned his gaze toward the cave ahead, his expression resolute and brimming with confidence. The mission continues. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding clang reverberated as a golden light erupted from Zheng Qiaoyang. The golden form of a battle god reappeared behind him. With a swift motion, Liu Yang summoned 3 Titan beasts. Roar! The golden Ghidorah spread its wings and let out a ferocious roar, the lightning crackling across its wings. Roar! Godzilla stretched its body and unleashed a mighty roar, its form illuminated with blue patterns of light. Roar! King Kong beat its chest in an angry display, producing a thunderous cacophony. The tremendous commotion created by Zheng Qiaoyang and the 3 Titan summons instantly drew the attention of all nearby monsters, including the 2 Valyrii warriors at the cave's entrance. The Valyrii warriors emitted a low, menacing growl, then lumbered forward with heavy strides towards them. Howl! Countless Valyrii howling wolves turned and charged towards them. A fierce battle was imminent. Zheng Qiaoyang glanced at Liu Yang, and they exchanged a nod of understanding. Immediately, Zheng Qiaoyang swiftly drew 2 golden spears from behind him, hurling them towards one of the Valyrii warriors. Roar! Liu Yang's King Kong bellowed, then charged towards the other Valyrii warrior with all its might. Thud! 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 The ground trembled as Ghidorah remained stationary, preparing its atomic breath, while Godzilla joined in, unleashing beams of energy to greet the oncoming Valyrii howling wolves. Clang! Clang! Chapter 0193. What were we so afraid of just now? The Valyrii howling wolves surged towards the group in an instant. The first dozen leapt high, claws bared, lunging towards Ghidorah and Godzilla. They even aimed for the gaps to pounce on Liu Yang and the others behind them. Fear etched deeply on the faces of Tian Xingcai and his companions as they braced for the impending assault. However, suddenly, clang! Clang! 2 golden beams and 1 blue beam shot forth. They instantly obliterated the oncoming Valyrii howling wolves. The 2 golden gravitational beams emitted by Ghidorah sent several of the approaching wolves flying, pushing forward relentlessly. Where the beams passed, countless Valyrii howling wolves were sent tumbling through the air. Godzilla's atomic breath vaporized several of the wolves in front of it. It slightly adjusted the angle of its attack, directing the atomic breath into the throng of monsters. The areas struck by the beams left no remnants. Only the acrid scent of charred flesh lingered in the air. The oncoming horde of Valyrii howling wolves was decimated, with hundreds slain in an instant, leaving a vast area empty. The ground was littered with the remains of those struck by the gravitational beams, alongside some partially melted remnants. Seeing this, Tian Xingcai and his companions instinctively exchanged glances, collectively swallowing hard. Though no words were spoken, the intensity of shock was palpable in their eyes. Liu Yang unleashed the skill, Thorn Sea, and mounted the back of Ghidorah. Although the range was currently limited to around 10 meters, the warlike wolves could be slain before they could even approach that distance. However, even one fallen foe was a victory. There would always be some stragglers. Keep up. He urged Tian Xing and the others to advance in the wake of Ghidorah and Godzilla, whose path-clearing efforts ensured their progress, albeit slowly, remained unobstructed. Meanwhile, Zheng Qiaoyang swiftly covered a distance of over a kilometer, on the verge of colliding with the charging warlike demon. As he soared through the air, he thrust his golden spears forward in unison. He deftly dodged the demon's bone blade and drove one of the spears deep into its body. With a piercing sound, he propelled himself forward, pushing the spear deeper. The massive form of the warlike demon was forced back, ultimately losing its balance and crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zheng Qiaoyang stepped onto the fallen demon, and as its enormous hand reached for him, he merely waved his hand slightly. The projection of the war god behind him effortlessly repelled the attack. He then retrieved the last of his golden spears, aimed precisely at the demon's heart, and thrust it in. Having completed his second-class transition, Zheng Qiaoyang's talent, Unbreakable Spear, had elevated its piercing effect from 88 to 90. Similarly, Impenetrable Shield had seen its damage reduction rise from 88 to 90. This strike pierced straight through the heart of the warlike demon, inflicting critical damage on its weakness. Ignoring its defenses, instantly, the demon's health plummeted significantly. Yet, with a staggering health pool of 580,000, this blow could not extinguish its formidable life force. Roaring, the demon struggled to rise, shaking off Zheng Qiaoyang. It then picked up the bone blade from the ground, raised it high, and brought it crashing down upon him. Zheng Qiaoyang nimbly evaded the attack. As he awaited the refresh of his golden spear, he once again seized the opportunity to plunge it into the demon's eye. With a sickening sound, the warlike demon let out a pained howl. It reached for the spear embedded in its eye, only to find it intangible and impossible to grasp. Zheng Qiaoyang capitalized on this chance, employing his exceptional combat skills to evade the demon's frenzied assaults while counterattacking. Before long, he had entirely depleted the demon's health. With a thunderous crash, the warlike demon collapsed to the ground, motionless. Zheng Qiaoyang finally exhaled in relief, while admiration welled up in the hearts of Tian Xing and the others. Truly, Zheng Qiaoyang had effortlessly dispatched the warlike demon. Yet, as they turned to gaze at the other side, where the colossal King Kong was ruthlessly slaughtering the warlike wolves, their expressions morphed into sheer astonishment. King Kong's display was even more extraordinary. Earlier, a resounding boom erupted. In a burst of motion, King Kong took flight, arms raised, and slammed down upon the approaching warlike demon. The demon's reflexes were not to be underestimated. It raised its bone blade to defend before King Kong could land. With a tremendous force, King Kong's arms came crashing down, his gauntlet-clad fist striking the demon's bone blade with a resounding impact. A powerful shockwave erupted, shattering the demon's weapon into countless fragments. The force of the blow continued downward, crashing into the demon's arm. Amidst the deafening noise, a distinct sound of bone snapping could be heard. The demon's arm broke with a sickening crack, and with a pained roar, it was toppled by the sheer force. With a thunderous thud, the massive warlike demon plummeted to the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air and causing the earth to tremble beneath. King Kong landed atop the fallen demon, straddling its body, fists clenched, and unleashed a relentless barrage upon its grotesque face. The sheer might of King Kong, boasting a strength value of 130,000, augmented by a 300 increase in physical output, reached terrifying heights. In just 3 punches, the demon's skull was pulverized, its flesh torn and bones shattered. Putrid brain matter mixed with foul blood pooled around them. The demon's immense body twitched a couple of times before falling still, unmistakably lifeless. King Kong, disdainfully baring his teeth, flicked the vile residue from his hands. Tian Xing and the others, witnessing this scene, stood agape, their eyes wide with shock and mouths agape. What on earth was that? Such a massive warlike demon? With 580,000 health points? Reduced to nothing in mere moments? It seemed King Kong was not even satisfied. as if the demon hadn't provided enough challenge. If only they had known how formidable Liu Yang's 3 summoned beasts were. What had they been so fearful of just moments ago? Chapter 0194. You go ahead. I'll handle this. The performances of Liu Yang and Zheng Chuyang were undeniably uplifting, particularly Liu Yang's. Tian Xing and the others were already quite familiar with Zheng Chuyang and had a substantial understanding of his prowess. It came as no surprise that Zheng Chuyang could single-handedly defeat a warlike demon. However, Liu Yang's display was astonishing. Though both were legendary-class professions, Liu Yang's combat performance seemed to far surpass Zheng Chuyang's. The trio was momentarily baffled. He was only level 21. How could he be so formidable? I believe he surpasses Zheng Chuyang by leaps and bounds. While Zheng Chuyang's output is impressive, he can only achieve single-point breakthroughs, whereas Liu Yang can inflict massive area damage while also breaking through. They turned their gaze to the surrounding warlike wolves, which surged toward them like waves, yet could not approach due to the presence of Liu Yang's Ghidorah and Godzilla. Before the demons could close in, they were obliterated by the exaggerated beams of light, either sent flying or reduced to mere corpses. The group stared at Liu Yang, murmuring, I thought legendary-class professions were the pinnacle. Is there really a hierarchy among them? In an instant, Zheng Chuyang's towering image in their minds diminished, while Liu Yang's stature soared like a spring shoot. At the cave entrance, Zheng Chuyang and King Kong had dispatched the guarding warlike demon and began to eradicate the surrounding warlike wolves. With one man and one titan standing guard at the cave's mouth, the warlike wolves that emerged from within barely showed their faces. Either one would be pierced to death by Zheng Chuyang's golden spear, or one would be mercilessly bludgeoned into a pulp by the explosive might of the King Kong. Zheng Chuyang turned back to glance, noticing that Tian Xingcai and the others were still some distance away, and could not help but urge, hurry up. His voice resonated powerfully, with a penetrating quality that could be distinctly heard even hundreds of meters away. Tian Xingcai and his companions snapped back to attention and hurriedly quickened their pace, racing forward. Soon, Liu Yang and the others converged with Zheng Chuyang at the entrance of the cave. Within the cave, countless Wali lay howlers surged forth, their overwhelming numbers completely obstructing the narrow entrance. In order to enter the cave, Liu Yang and his companions had no choice but to confront the tide of monsters head-on. Previously, Tian Xingcai and his group would have never imagined such a method of breakthrough, as it was unfathomable for them. However, now, following Liu Yang, they found that charging into the relentless swarm of monsters did not seem insurmountable at all. Liu Yang and Zheng Chuyang, indeed, took it in stride. They exchanged glances, nodded, and prepared to charge into the cave. Just then, a cacophony of piercing caws from the Wali lay black ravens filled their ears. They looked up to see countless Wali lay black ravens swooping down towards them from the sky. Through Ghidorah's perception, Liu Yang caught his first glimpse of these creatures. They were avian monsters, nearly 2 meters long, with a wingspan exceeding 6 meters. Cloaked in jet black, their smooth, hairless skin was adorned with bizarre deep purple patterns. Their beaks were long and sharp, and beneath their bellies were a pair of glimmering, lethal claws. The attributes displayed on their panels were astonishing. Wali lay black raven LV-31, alien monster. Strength, 68,000. Intelligence, 42,000. Stamina, 82,000. Agility, 95,000. Spirit, 48,000. The exceptionally high agility indicated their remarkable speed. From a height of over 1,000 meters, they dove down with immense force, descending 500 meters in the blink of an eye. Hovering directly above Liu Yang and the others, thousands of Wali lay black ravens gathered, resembling a colossal black cloud descending upon them, obscuring the sky. Accompanied by the gusts of wind from their flapping wings and their shrill cries, the oppressive atmosphere was overwhelming. Just by looking up, Tian Xingcai and the others felt a heaviness in their breathing. Oh no! Tian Xingcai furrowed his brow and exclaimed in panic. How did we overlook them? It was then they noticed that the Wali lay black ravens had emerged from a hole at the summit of the mountain before them, immediately flying towards the higher gorge. Now sensing the imminent threat, the flock of Wali lay black ravens swiftly redirected their course, diving towards Liu Yang and his companions. What should we do now? Yang Yuming shouted anxiously. If those Wali lay black ravens catch us, we will surely be torn to shreds. It was evident that, given the speed of these Wali lay black ravens, they would reach the group before they could eliminate the Wali lay howlers on the ground and enter the cave. Launching an attack upon them, Zheng Chuyang's expression darkened considerably, and he couldn't devise a good solution in that moment. Even if they forced their way into the cave, they would ultimately be trapped between the Wali lay howlers and the pursuing Wali lay black ravens, certainly leading to their doom in such a confined space. You all go ahead. Liu Yang interjected at that moment. I will handle them. His tone was imbued with confidence, making it difficult for anyone to doubt him. Zheng Qiaoyang, trusting in Liu Yang's abilities, nodded affirmatively and without hesitation turned to lead the others onward into the cave. On the ground, King Kong and Godzilla assisted in clearing a path for him. Tian Xingcai and his companions hurriedly followed. Yet their curiosity about how Liu Yang intended to deal with the ominous Wali Lei Black Ravens compelled them to glance back. They beheld Liu Yang mounted upon Ghidorah, whose wings crackled with electricity. He swung his colossal wings. With each flap, powerful gusts of wind erupted, blowing away the carcasses of fallen monsters and scattering the dust. The force of the wind even caused their allies to struggle to maintain their balance. The swirling winds stirred up the dust, becoming visible. Strangely, those gusts turned back after traveling a short distance. The fierce winds enveloped Ghidorah, quickly forming a storm around it. Combined with the crackling lightning on its wings, it conjured a violent thunderstorm. Boom! Under the tumult of the thunderstorm, Ghidorah's massive form soared rapidly. In an instant, it ascended 50 meters into the air, directly plunging into the thick cloud of Wali Lei Black Ravens. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle for Tian Xingcai and the others. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Their mouths agape as if they could fit their fists inside. Even Zheng Qiaoyang, accustomed to grand scenes, turned back, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. What on earth is this? Chapter 0195. Does his combat power have no limits? Liu Yang, riding Ghidorah, charged into the swarm of Wali Lei Black Ravens. His vision was instantly shrouded in darkness, as if he had plunged into a mass of black cotton. The surrounding Wali Lei Black Ravens, sensing prey, turned towards Liu Yang and launched a ferocious assault. They opened their beaks, emitting strange cries, extending their sharp claws towards the golden dragon before them. To Tian Xingcai and the others on the ground, it appeared as if countless iron filings had latched onto a magnet, instantly overwhelming Liu Yang. They instinctively raised their brows, a sense of dread washing over them, fearing that Liu Yang would be unable to cope. However, in the next moment, amidst the densely packed black ravens, a brilliant golden light suddenly pierced through the previously dark cloud. Boom! Like a flash of lightning from within the storm. Boom! The flashes continued to erupt. Golden lightning illuminated the gaps between the Wali Lei Black Ravens, and then, crackling loudly, a burst of electricity erupted from the most concentrated mass of monsters, sending forth hundreds of chain lightning strikes in all directions. The powerful chain reaction of the lightning, amidst such a dense throng of creatures, rapidly spread to every Wali Lei Black Raven in the sky. In an instant, the dark clouds below brightened momentarily, illuminating the crimson sky. The golden radiance flooded the pupils of Zheng Qiaoyang and Tian Xingcai, as well as the very bodies of every Wali Lei Black Crow on the ground. Yet, in an instant, it extinguished. The piercing cawing of the black crows abruptly ceased, and the howling winds fell silent. It was as if the world had suddenly plunged into tranquility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. First, dozens of Wali Lei Black Crows plummeted swiftly, crashing thunderously to the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Their massive bodies left deep craters upon impact. Then, with a cacophony, all the Wali Lei Black Crows in the sky began to fall uncontrollably. It was as if a torrential downpour of massive black raindrops descended from the heavens. Countless black crow corpses cascaded down, once again shrouding the heads of the onlookers beneath. It resembled a long-accumulated dark cloud finally releasing its rain after a flash of lightning. Zheng Qiaoyang and Tian Xingcai suddenly caught a whiff of a strong, charred odor. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with terror. Tian Xingcai had been staring in disbelief for what felt like an eternity, his dilated pupils unable to convey the profound shock within him. What had transpired? He couldn't comprehend it. How had Liu Yang charged into the throng of monsters, igniting two beams of golden light, triggering a chain of lightning that obliterated all the Wali Lei Black Crows? Most crucially, this chain lightning had, in a heartbeat, annihilated every single one of them. Was this not a calamity itself? What on earth was this? Li Zhiyong and Yang Yuming wore expressions that conveyed not merely shock, but an overwhelming awe. Their astonishment was laced with a palpable fear. Such an exaggerated display of power had completely surpassed their understanding. When faced with phenomena beyond their comprehension, humans instinctively feel terror. The two were left speechless, gazing vacantly at the sky where the black crow corpses continued to descend. Alone, Liu Yang, accompanied merely by a Titan-summoned beast, had managed to wipe out thousands of Wali Lei Black Crows in an instant. If it had been their dragon-tooth core, the expenditure would have necessitated at least hundreds of magical cannonballs and a countless number of bullets. They turned to each other, a mutual understanding dawning upon them. They suddenly grasped the significance of Tian Xingcai's earlier remarks. Liu Yang was only at level 21, yet the strength he exhibited was nothing short of extraordinary. One individual could hold a defensive line. He could even infiltrate the monster's lair and obliterate their teleportation portals with ease. If Lan Xiaowang could successfully defend the entire southeastern maritime defense line with a single army, then what would Liu Yang be capable of once he matured to a similar level? It was likely he could single-handedly defend an entire front. At that point, would the Zhozhou prefecture still need to worry about incursions from foreign monsters? Li Zhiyong and Yang Yuming exchanged relieved smiles. They had finally come to understand the chasm that lay between Liu Yang and themselves. In that moment, even Zheng Qiuyang, who had been exposed to grand spectacles since childhood, was filled with astonishment, a profound shock that transcended comprehension. This fellow was truly this formidable. His face bore disbelief, tinged with a strong sense of self-doubt. Did his combat prowess possess no limits? Zheng Qiuyang had initially believed that Liu Yang's summoned beast, the Titan, could defeat him in one blow, and that within mere seconds. He could vanquish the Thorn's Queen with 31 million health points. Such prowess was already remarkable. Hence, when he had previously swept aside those ordinary foreign monsters, Zheng Qiuyang was not particularly surprised, as it had all been anticipated. When Zheng Qiuyang had agreed to Wang Rui's request, it was due to the honor of the Liangyi Academy. They had grown up in the affiliated institutions of the Liangyi Academy, naturally fostering a deep sense of belonging. However, unlike Wang Rui, who was petty, Zheng Qiuyang was capable of acknowledging his own shortcomings after losing to Liu Yang, accepting the might of his opponent. He planned to thoroughly understand Liu Yang, enhance his own abilities, and seek another opportunity to challenge him and redeem his pride. Yet, he never anticipated that Liu Yang's strength would far exceed his expectations. The confidence he had in reclaiming his honor dimmed considerably. The fact that this lightning could slay thousands of Wali lay black crows. Even within Zheng Qiuyang's circle, he could scarcely find a few professionals capable of such an achievement. Of course, not to mention those high-level powerful professionals. Excluding them, it would require at least a rare professional of level 60 in the third advancement. And they must have awakened formidable talents to even have a chance of accomplishing such a feat. And that was merely a possibility. Yet, Liu Yang was only at level 21. At level 21, he possessed strength that far surpassed that of a level 60 rare professional in the third advancement. What would happen once he reached level 60 in the third advancement, or even level 80 or 90 in the fourth? The more Zheng Qiuyang pondered, the more apprehensive he became. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "By that time, I fear even I will be left far behind." Suddenly, a corpse of a Wali lay black crow crashed down beside him, jolting him back to reality. Zheng Qiuyang snapped back to focus and quickly beckoned Tian Xingcai and the others to follow. He then turned and charged into the cave alone. He wielded his golden spear with even greater speed and force. Zheng Qiuyang knew he must accelerate his own growth. He was unwilling to let the anticipated scene unfold before him. In the sky behind, the corpses of the Wali lay black crows had nearly all fallen. The remaining scattered monsters had also been dispatched by Ghidorah's winged lightning. Bang! A sudden pillar of light, signifying a level up, erupted from Liu Yang. Ghidorah beneath him, as well as the Titan and Godzilla on the ground, were likewise illuminated by a dazzling upgrade light. Liu Yang was brimming with excitement. It felt utterly exhilarating. He had just slain over 1,000 Wali lay black crows in one wave, and had leveled up directly. Liu Yang LV21 to LV22. Ghidorah LV21 to LV22. Godzilla LV21 to LV22. Titan LV21 to LV22. Chapter 0196. How is each of his summoned beasts more extravagant than the last? Liu Yang now required an immense amount of experience to level up. If he were in the academy, even with daily dungeon runs and exhausting all his reset stones and additional attempts, it would take him over half a month to gain a single level. Yet here in the battlefield against foreign monsters, he had leveled up within half a day, and he still had ample experience to spare. Liu Yang glanced back at the billowing black mist enveloping Blacktooth Mountain. There, at least 10,000 Wali lay black crows had gathered, and below, countless Wali lay sentinels roamed. Not to mention the many unknown Wali lay monsters still lurking within the mountain before him. If he managed to eradicate them all, he might very well level up once more. Such a rate of advancement was nearly unrivaled in terms of practical training methods at this stage. Aside from the vast reservoir of experience points, Ghidorah has acquired over 1,000 points in all attributes. This is due to a number of warlike ravens daringly charging onto Ghidorah's form, thus entering the domain of the Sea of Thorns. Consequently, Liu Yang has also gained 76 points in both intelligence and spirit. Should he manage to annihilate all the monsters present, with a stroke of luck, his own intelligence and spirit might surge by several hundred points. With a swift motion, Ghidorah descended towards the ground, stabilizing its form by flapping its wings. Unlike the incessant emergence of the warlike howlers, the warlike ravens appeared in intervals. Seizing this momentary respite, Liu Yang and his companions found temporary security above and behind them. Upon witnessing Liu Yang's return, Zheng Qiaoyang snapped out of his astonishment, nodded at him, and exclaimed, "Charge." He then led the way into the cave. Liu Yang instructed King Kong to take the lead as well. Although the cave was narrow, it still afforded Zheng Qiaoyang and King Kong enough space to maneuver. With a thunderous roar, King Kong swung his arms, clearing away groups of warlike howlers in his path. Zheng Qiaoyang, wielding a spear in both hands, executed rapid single strikes. Swiftly advancing forward with a focused assault, his singular output was nearly on par with King Kong's formidable strength. Godzilla, accompanied by Tianxing and a few others, followed closely behind. Godzilla unleashed a barrage of charged particle beams, assisting in dispatching the remaining foes. Occasionally, any warlike howlers that dared to approach its face were mercilessly swatted against the cave walls by its powerful tail. Liu Yang rode atop Ghidorah, bringing up the rear. Ghidorah's wings shimmered with golden lightning, cleaving through the air to aid in their advance. Crackle, sizzle. Meanwhile, they remained vigilant against potential threats from behind. The cave was inundated with an almost endless tide of warlike howlers. No matter how many Liu Yang and his companions felt, there always seemed to be more rushing forward. The speed of their resurgence outpaced the rate at which the monsters were being slain. The bodies on the ground had accumulated to such an extent that they gradually obstructed the narrow cave. Godzilla seemed relatively unbothered, but the massive forms of King Kong and Ghidorah had begun to feel constricted. Yet, the end of the cave was still out of sight. If this continued, the team risked being overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of warlike monsters. They could not allow this to persist. With a determined gaze, Liu Yang swiftly made a decision. Godzilla, charge your atomic breath. Upon receiving the command, Godzilla planted its hefty feet firmly on the ground. Boom, boom. Blue patterns of light surged forth from the folds of its skin. The dorsal fins along its back began to illuminate sequentially from the tail to the crest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless swirling charged particles began to manifest upon the glowing fins, coursing towards Godzilla's head. Zzz. Godzilla opened its maw, gathering energy from within and the surging charged particles at its surface into a singular blue point at the forefront of its mouth. This blue point fluctuated in size, rapidly changing. The immense energy and explosive heat contained within distorted the surrounding air, creating a haze. It radiated powerful energy outward, dispersing the surrounding dust and clearing away the piled bodies of the monsters. The companions standing beside Tianxing struggled to maintain their balance against the force, leaning on one another as they moved to Godzilla's rear, feeling somewhat steadier there. Meanwhile, Zheng Qiaoyang had spotted the cave's exit through a narrow gap. However, the closer they approached, the more monsters surged forth. Even though he and King Kong could instantly slay warlike howlers, breaking through this never-ending wave of creatures in a short time remained a daunting challenge. While continuing to fight, Zheng Qiaoyang rallied his teammates, shouting, "Let us push harder. The exit is just ahead." Just as his words fell, a shout from Liu Yang echoed behind him. "Get out of the way." King Kong promptly ceased its actions, turning to press against the cave wall. Zheng Qiaoyang, still processing the situation, suddenly sensed an overwhelming energy surging from behind. Frightened, he quickly darted to the side, pressing himself against the wall. Boom! A massive blue beam, thick enough to nearly span the cave's diameter, shot past his body into the cavern. This blue light was filled with violent energy. The flickering blue points within crackled wildly. The intense heat radiating from it caused Zheng Qiaoyang to break into a sweat. What is this? Struggling to half open his eyes, Zheng Qiaoyang beheld the blue beam racing past, utterly astounded. Isn't this Godzilla's atomic breath? Why has the output suddenly escalated to a whole new level? Initially, Zheng Qiaoyang believed that Liu Yang's only formidable summon was King Kong, having faced it firsthand. He was well aware of the weight behind a single punch capable of instantaneously eliminating him. The first time he witnessed Ghidorah and Godzilla in action, he was amazed by their overwhelming power, capable of obliterating swathes of monsters with ease. Yet, he had arrogantly thought little of it, considering that even legendary class professionals could achieve similar feats, albeit limited by their skills and the quantity of monsters they could slay at once. His confidence in his single-target prowess had led him to believe he would not be outmatched by anyone, save for Liu Yang's extraordinary King Kong. However, in this brief span of time, Zheng Qiaoyang had been forced to reevaluate his perceptions twice by both Ghidorah and Godzilla. First, he was astonished by Ghidorah's ability to annihilate over 1,000 warlike ravens in a single strike. Now, he was further astonished by Godzilla's sudden release of a powerful beam of energy. What on earth is Liu Yang capable of? How can each of his summons be more astonishing than the last? Chapter 0197. With a dozen portals, how can we possibly destroy them all? Before encountering Liu Yang, Zheng Qiaoyang had prided himself on being unrivaled among peers of his level and stage, let alone those of lower ranks. Yet, following his encounter with Lu Yang, his 20-year-long confidence and understanding had been shattered in an instant. His cognitive limits continued to be redefined. Zheng Qiaoyang was indeed confident, but he was not blindly so. After witnessing the series of shocks brought on by Lu Yang, he began to feel a twinge of insecurity. He believed he could not replicate the extraordinary feats exhibited by Lu Yang. To slay a legendary-class professional across a nearly 20-level gap, to obliterate over 1,000 alien monsters in one blow, and now to unleash this unfathomable energy beam before him. Is he truly merely a legendary-class profession? Zheng Qiaoyang found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Both belonging to the legendary tier, why is there such a significant disparity? Boom. The azure atomic breath continued to bombard the cavern ceaselessly. Zheng Qiaoyang's peripheral vision caught sight of the interior of the cave, and he realized that aside from the cerulean glow, nothing else remained visible. All the alien monsters within the cave had vanished, either completely engulfed by the atomic breath or left as mere remnants, their bodies partially melted, twitching helplessly on the ground. The edges of these remains still bore scorch marks, smoldering with faint embers. Zheng Qiaoyang resolutely closed his eyes in anticipation. The oppressive heat wave generated by the atomic breath was overwhelming, making him extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, it lasted only for a brief span of several seconds. Suddenly, Zheng Qiaoyang felt a darkness behind his eyelids, and the oppressive warmth on his face finally dissipated. He slowly opened his eyes to reveal a cavern that had transformed from a chaotic mass of monsters to an astonishing emptiness. Scattered remnants of the monsters lay on the ground, while many had been completely obliterated by the formidable atomic breath. The air within the cave was thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and an indescribable stench. The path leading deeper into the cave was now clear. Zheng Qiaoyang could even discern parts of what lay ahead. He stood there, mouth agape, at a loss for words. Had he known that Lu Yang could so effortlessly dispatch these monsters, he would not have exerted himself so desperately from the outset. After all that effort, no one had managed to eliminate more with a single skill than Lu Yang. Wasn't he that disheartening? As for Tian Xingcai and the others, they had long since succumbed to the overwhelming energy and heat, prostrating themselves on the ground, still struggling to regain their composure. Especially since they were right beside Godzilla, which radiated even greater heat. Although they had not suffered direct damage from their companions, the sensory experience was still quite unbearable, even painful. The three, pressed tightly against the ground, had soaked their garments with sweat. After a prolonged pause, they finally managed to rise from the ground, gazing dazedly at Godzilla beside them. It was still emanating intense residual heat. Tian Xingcai and the others instinctively recoiled a few steps, then turned to face the unfolding scene before them, utterly stunned. What on earth just happened? Why had the cave become so desolate? Where had all those monsters gone? Could it be that yet another skill had eradicated every last one of them? Their astonishment escalated to a new level. Initially, they believed that aside from the relentless King Kong and the formidable golden two-headed dragon, Godzilla, who had always lingered nearby, appearing unremarkable and the smallest in stature, would be the weakest. Otherwise, why hadn't it showcased any remarkable prowess? Yet the scene before them was a resounding slap to their expectations. Godzilla's combat prowess, unleashed in full force, was no less than that of King Kong and Ghidorah. In fact, in certain aspects, it might even surpass them. The three exchanged incredulous glances, their thoughts mirroring Zheng Qiaoyang's almost perfectly. Was Lu Yang, the Titan summoner, truly that formidable? How could each summoned creature display such superiority over the last? What were they waiting for? Lu Yang suddenly urged everyone, "Why aren't we rushing ahead?" He then mounted Ghidorah and charged forward, leading Godzilla onward. Although the monsters in the cave had been cleared by Godzilla, it was merely a temporary reprieve. The portals within the cavern continued to summon more monsters. If they didn't seize the moment to advance, they would soon be overwhelmed once again by an endless tide of creatures. Tian Xingcai and the others snapped back to reality, hastily following Godzilla's lead, eager not to lag behind. They no longer perceived Godzilla as weak. Instead, they felt a profound sense of security in its presence. "Let us go," Lu Yang advised as he passed Zheng Qiaoyang. With no monsters pursuing them from behind, there was no need to linger at the rear. The priority was to charge into the cave. Zheng Qiaoyang nodded vacantly, casting a complex glance at Lu Yang. Lost in thought, after a moment, he slowly rose and followed Lu Yang forward. With no monsters obstructing their path, they swiftly traversed the narrow cave and reached the exit. At last, they beheld the situation within the mountain. However, upon gazing at the unfolding scene, they instinctively halted, their expressions shifting from shock to one of profound dismay. What on earth was this? Tian Xingcai's face was a mask of terror, filled with intense fear and anxiety. The expressions of the other two were equally horrified, even bordering on despair. Even Zheng Chaoyang, usually brimming with confidence, wore a grim countenance. Before them lay an enormous cavern, its apex stretching up to the mountainous summit. A colossal opening allowing crimson light to pour in. The expanse stretched thousands of meters, and the end of the cavern was nowhere in sight. Inside this cavern, there were a dozen enormous portals, each pulsating with beams of light as they continuously transported wave after wave of alien monsters. Countless creatures thronged around the portals, and once their numbers reached a certain threshold, they surged into the cave or soared directly toward the opening at the summit. Moreover, in addition to the warlike ray howlers, black ravens, and walking demons they had encountered, there were many other warlike ray creatures, all possessing grotesque and fierce appearances. Some were even larger than the walking demons, exuding an intimidating presence. As they surveyed the scene, it became apparent that there were at least tens of thousands of warlike ray creatures within the cavern. Most alarmingly, the dozen portals were ceaselessly transmitting monsters. Yet Tian Xingcai and his companions had only 3 super magical missiles at their disposal. Despair etched across their faces. Even if all 3 missiles detonated successfully, they could not hope to obliterate all the portals. As long as even one portal remained, the tide of monsters would never cease. Everything they had accomplished would be rendered futile. A surge of intense frustration welled up within Tian Xingcai as he gritted his teeth and inquired, "What should we do now? How can we possibly destroy all these portals?" Chapter 0198. You all go ahead. I will remain behind. Super magical missiles, a military weapon combining magic and technology, possess power a millionfold greater than that of ordinary magical missiles. Among the arsenal of conventional weaponry, it stands as one of the most formidable. The Dragon Tooth Core is merely a regiment, insufficient to rival the strategic might of nuclear missiles. It is said that a single nuclear missile could obliterate the entire Black Tooth Mountain range. However, the collateral damage it inflicts is exceedingly grave. The explosion would indeed eradicate all monstrous beings from the Black Tooth Mountains. Yet it would equally devastate the ecological environment of the region and potentially disrupt the very laws of magic governing the area. Ultimately, the costs would far outweigh the benefits. The super missiles represent the apex of what the Dragon Tooth Core can deploy. Previously, the core possessed a total of 5 super missiles, reserved solely for instances when the monstrous forces mounted a full-scale offensive that could not be repelled. After steadfastly defending the Black Tooth Mountain line for over 2 years, only 1 missile has been utilized. With 4 remaining, 3 have been allocated for this demolition mission, leaving just 1 as a final contingency. This underscores the significance placed on the current operation. Other defensive lines within the country have long executed similar demolition missions, infiltrating the rear of enemy lines to annihilate their teleportation gates. From their successful endeavors, a portion of intelligence can be gleaned. In certain instances, enemy lines may possess only a single teleportation gate, with a few having 2. To obliterate a large teleportation gate, at least 2 super missiles worth of explosive energy is required for complete destruction. Thus, Tian Xingcai's initial objective was singular, 1 teleportation gate, with the additional missiles serving as insurance. He assumed that the Valyrii monsters of the Black Tooth Mountains possessed but 1 gate, as they are not particularly formidable foes, ranking among the weakest of the myriad monstrous races. Little did he anticipate the presence of over a dozen gates before him. Even if 1 super missile could destroy a single gate, the 3 missiles on Tian Xingcai and his companions were woefully inadequate. Zheng Chaoyang extinguished the golden glow surrounding him, pulling his comrades close to the cave wall to conceal their forms for a careful observation. Liu Yang's 3 titan beasts stood in the shadowy corner of the cave. How could this be? The intelligence from other fronts had never alluded to this. Were not those lower-tier monstrous beings supposed to possess only 1 or 2 gates? Why then were there over a dozen here? Yang Yuming and Li Zhiyong fell silent, their heads bowed in discontent. Zheng Chaoyang surveyed the cave's interior, and upon meticulous examination, he discerned notable discrepancies. Being the highest ranked among them, his sensitivity to energy fluctuations surpassed that of the others. No, Zheng Chaoyang shook his head. The teleportation gates of the Valyrii are different. He gestured towards one of the gates. The Valyrii's gates appear smaller than those of other monstrous races as indicated in the intelligence reports. The energy fluctuations during each teleportation are not as pronounced, and the number of beings transported is merely about 1/5 of what other races achieve. Many of the creatures along the defensive lines do not share a common origin, and this is our first infiltration into the Valyrii's rear lines. It is understandable that the intelligence may contain inaccuracies. Tian Xingcai and the others closely observed, confirming his observations. Yet their expressions did not brighten. Instead, they sighed in resignation. What does that matter? Even if the Valyrii's gates are smaller than those of other races, there are still over a dozen here. To destroy a teleportation gate, the super missiles must be set to explosive convergence mode, which limits the blast radius. We simply cannot annihilate so many gates with the super missiles at our disposal. Yang Yumming sighed in agreement. Perhaps we should reconsider. This mission is simply unattainable. Beyond being an auxiliary member of the Dragon Tooth Corps, he also served as their demolitions expert, responsible for setting the super missiles. I have calculated. Even under the most ideal circumstances, our 3 super missiles cannot possibly destroy all 16 gates present here. Li Xiong interjected, as long as even one gate remains. The Valyrii will continue to teleport ever more powerful monsters to reconstruct their gates, perpetually sending forth their kind into this realm. Rather than squander our precious super missiles on such a venture, it would be wiser to conserve them for when we face the grand offensive. At least then we may have a means of survival. Zheng Qiuyang opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. He was unwilling to abandon the mission, yet the reality was undeniable. This was a task deemed impossible. Sighing deeply, he clenched his fists in frustration. Perhaps I could return and ask my grandfather to assist the Dragon Tooth Corps in acquiring more super missiles. Next time, we shall obliterate every last one of these gates. Tian Xingcai shook his head in resignation, sighing, it seems that is all we can do. He offered his comrades a measure of comfort, nevertheless. This mission has not been entirely fruitless. We have at least gathered specific intelligence regarding the Valyrii. Zheng Qiuyang cast one final glance at the cave's interior before commanding. Let us retreat swiftly while they remain unaware. Due to the polluting alien energy carried by the monstrous beings, the laws of humanity often succumb to chaos or outright failure in areas densely populated with such creatures, including the laws governing teleportation. In locales where numerous monstrous beings congregate, utilizing teleportation stones significantly increases the likelihood of misdirected destinations. The life insurance employed by every student at the Jojo Academy is fundamentally reliant on teleportation laws. Consequently, life insurance cannot be relied upon in the alien battlegrounds to safeguard the lives of soldiers, posing a persistent dilemma for the military. Furthermore, the construction of life law arrays incurs exorbitant costs. The Jojo Academy achieved its life law array only after years of effort, through the collaborative expertise of countless high-ranking instructors. Thus, to facilitate their retreat, Zheng Qiuyang and his party must retrace their steps. Upon receiving the order, Tian Xingcai and the others turned without hesitation. However, Zheng Qiuyang noticed Lu Yang remaining motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the interior of the cave. What? Zheng Qiuyang suddenly realized that Lu Yang's expression was peculiar, his eyes seemingly aglow with excitement, perhaps even a hint of elation. A flicker of wild joy flashed across his countenance. No, Zheng Qiuyang instinctively raised an eyebrow, apprehensively pondering. Could this fellow be contemplating an attempt under these circumstances? He tentatively spoke. Lu Yang, we should retreat. Yet, Lu Yang's response struck him like a bolt from the blue. You all go ahead. I will remain to complete the mission. Chapter 0199. Stay behind and kill, brush. What? Zheng Qiuyang's mind reverberated with shock. Indeed. He stared at Lu Yang, astonished, gripping his shoulder. Are you serious? Lu Yang turned his head to look at him, nodding firmly as he replied. Indeed, I'm serious. Hiss. Zheng Qiuyang suddenly felt a wave of headache wash over him. He never anticipated that Lu Yang would choose to squander time on a task with virtually no chance of success. Zheng Qiuyang spoke up. Lu Yang, I recognize your confidence. However, the current situation transcends mere self-assurance. I understand that you may not regard the Wali-Lei demon creatures here highly and believe in your capability to annihilate them all. Yet, our mission objective is to destroy the Wali-Lei demon clan's teleportation portal. 3 super magic missiles are utterly insufficient to obliterate all these portals. Thus, it is utterly impossible for us to complete our mission. Wasting efforts on an unfeasible endeavor is nothing short of arrogance. It borders on folly. His explanation was charged with frustration. He suddenly perceived Lu Yang as excessively conceited. Initially, he thought it was mere confidence. However, it now seemed to be the hubris of one suddenly awakened to a legendary class profession, lacking the composure and steadiness required to truly master such a status. Zheng Qiuyang was aware that Lu Yang possessed the all-attribute mechanical gloves, an epic piece of equipment that augmented all attributes. He surmised that Lu Yang aimed to grind for attribute points here. Thus, when confronted with this situation, he became overly excited and lost his composure. Tian Xingcai and the other 2 were also gazing at Lu Yang with peculiar expressions. They found it hard to comprehend what Lu Yang was thinking. Tian Xingcai kindly advised. Yes, Lu Yang, I can empathize with your feelings. It's exhilarating to slay foes on your first day in the alien battlefield. Who wouldn't be thrilled? If I were you, upon witnessing such a scene, I would also yearn to eradicate all these alien demon creatures. But you must remember our objective. Liu Yang turned to glance at him, perplexed, and said, "But isn't our goal to destroy the teleportation portal here?" Yang Yiming frowned in displeasure, saying, "Did you not hear us just now? The super magic missiles we carry are simply insufficient." Liu Yang replied nonchalantly, "Can't we just use skills to destroy them?" He recalled that direct attacks on the portal were indeed possible. Huh. Yang Yiming was so exasperated that he almost laughed, asking, "Do you have any idea how much energy is required to destroy a teleportation portal? Even for one of this scale? It would take at least the full explosive energy of a super magic missile. Do you think your output can match that of a super magic missile? Destroying a portal primarily relies on energy and magical damage. After all, the portals are formless and intangible. Zheng Xiaoyang's damage was primarily physical. Even if his output were sufficient, it would still be in vain, and thus he had never entertained such an idea. After pondering for a moment, Liu Yang nodded. He was serious. If Godzilla could charge its electrical atomic breath to a certain extent, the energy of the emitted ray should not be inferior to that of a super magic missile. However, to the others, it sounded like a jest. The group was momentarily at a loss for words, completely flabbergasted and unsure how to continue the conversation. Zheng Xiaoyang adjusted his mood and advised once more, "Liu Yang, there will be plenty of opportunities to grind monsters. If you truly need to slay a large number, I can request Leader Tian to let you go to the front lines. I believe in your capabilities, but confidence should not be a mere display of temporary prowess. You must assess the current situation clearly." Liu Yang could understand their perspective. After all, from their point of view, his thoughts were indeed somewhat absurd, not to mention them. Even he found the notion a bit crazy when it first crossed his mind. He chuckled and said, "Just let me stay." Turning to look at Ghidorah and the others behind him, the three colossal titans, Ghidorah, Godzilla, and King Kong, stood resolutely, their 8 eyes fixed intently on Liu Yang. "If I truly cannot manage it, I can still retreat unscathed." To some extent, Zheng Xiaoyang and Liu Yang were of the same ilk. Thus, he understood at this moment that Liu Yang had made up his mind, and no amount of persuasion would sway him. Nevertheless, he still did not want Liu Yang to remain here alone, as it was tantamount to placing himself in perilous danger. In his view, Liu Yang's practical combat experience, particularly in a genuine battlefield scenario, was absolutely insufficient. A moment's carelessness could result in the loss of life. If a talent of his caliber were to perish prematurely, it would represent a grievous loss for the entire Jiuzhou Empire. After a moment's contemplation, Zheng Qiuyang stated, "I will say this one last time. The mission is terminated. Retreat. This is an order. You are currently a temporary soldier of the Jiuzhou Army's Lanya Corps. You must obey orders." Liu Yang frowned upon hearing this. After much internal struggle, he arrived at the same conclusion. This opportunity was a rare stroke of fortune for him, and he must seize it, even if it meant disobeying orders. Let alone the fact that there were nearly 10,000 Wali-laid demon creatures in the cavern. If he could hold his ground here and allow those portals to continuously summon Wali-laid demon creatures, Liu Yang could not even fathom how many he could slay, nor how much all attribute value Ghidorah and King Kong could acquire. He might even rake in a substantial amount of attribute points himself. Sigh. Zheng Qiuyang sighed helplessly, muttering, "I wish you luck," before turning to leave. Tian Xingcai and the others shared complex glances with Liu Yang, opening their mouths as if to speak, but ultimately refrained from further counsel, choosing instead to follow Zheng Qiuyang out. Liu Yang watched their retreating figures and finally declared, "Rest assured, I will undoubtedly complete the mission." His decision to stay was indeed driven by self-interest. Yet, he was also determined to fulfill this demolition task. Once he reached a certain level and accumulated sufficient all-attribute points, he would commence the destruction of the portals. Ultimately, he would annihilate all the portals and liberate the entire Haya mountain range. As the figures of the others faded from view, Liu Yang summoned Ghidorah and the others closer. Then mounted Ghidorah, striding confidently towards the cave entrance. Roar, 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 roar. The three titanic summoned beasts emitted a series of fierce roars into the cavern. The Wali-lay demon creatures within the cave instantaneously became aware of Liu Yang's presence. Hiss, howl, roar. The cacophony of countless Wali-lay demon creatures echoed throughout the cavern. Then, the Wali-lay demon creatures collectively surged forward, charging towards Liu Yang at the cave entrance. Thousands upon thousands of Wali-lay demon creatures moved in unison, creating a thunderous stampede. Boom, 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 boom. The entire cavern trembled violently in response. Debris and dust from the ceiling and cave walls rained down, scattering everywhere. Yet, not a trace of tension or fear marred Liu Yang's countenance. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. A triumphant smile played on his lips as he pointed forward, slowly uttering a single word, "Kill." Chapter 200. He felt exhilarated by the slaughter. Various Wali-lay demon creatures gathered from beside the teleportation portal, converging towards Liu Yang. Apart from the common warlight howlers, black ravens, and the walking demons, there existed numerous monstrous entities that Liu Yang had never encountered before, both large and small, some darting and others soaring. They gathered with remarkable order and swiftness. In the expansive cavern, they swiftly formed an immense army of warlike creatures. A cursory glance revealed at least several thousand. More were continuously converging from behind. In stark contrast, Liu Yang had only 3 Titan summons at his disposal. 3 versus thousands. Yet, instead of a trace of anxiety, Liu Yang's face was suffused with fervent excitement. Buzz, 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 buzz. A brilliant azure light ignited beside Liu Yang as Godzilla began to amass energy. Bang! The belly of Ghidorah illuminated with a resplendent golden glow, surging toward its 2 heads. Boom, 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 boom. The mighty King Kong pounded its chest, generating a series of deep, resonant sounds. The warlike creature army loomed ever closer. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 100 meters away. The foremost warlight howler accelerated, leaping high into the air. In tandem with the warlight black raven diving down from above, it resembled a monstrous wave surging forth amidst a tempest, accompanied by torrential rain cascading from dark clouds. Simultaneously, the 2 heads of Ghidorah unleashed dazzling golden gravitational beams. Bang! Bang! The 2 twisted beams of gravitational energy shot into the horde of monsters, shattering the advancing formation of warlike creatures. Buzz! Godzilla extended its head and unleashed a blue atomic breath, instantly creating a vacuum gap amidst the throng of warlike entities. The 3 beams began to sweep through the monstrous gathering with abandon. King Kong stood before Liu Yang, brandishing its arms to fend off any stragglers, ensuring Liu Yang's safety. It would unleash a devastating strike when faced with formidable foes like the warlike walking demons. The fervor in Liu Yang's eyes gleamed with golden and blue brilliance. Notifications flooded the screen before him at an alarming rate. His expression morphed into one of unbridled ecstasy. Successfully slain warlike howler LV-31. Experience gained 30,000,7, 500. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Successfully slain warlike black raven LV-31. Experience gained 30,000,7, 500. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Successfully slain warlike walking demon. Rumbling. Bang. Bang. Buzz. Just as Zheng Qiaoyang and his companions exited the cavern, they were startled by the tremendous commotion emanating from behind. Unable to resist, they turned to glance back. To their astonishment, the entire massive mountain seemed to tremble slightly. The air was filled with the echoes of explosions, the hum of energy, and the anguished cries of countless warlike creatures. Zheng Qiaoyang and his companions exchanged glances, each envisioning the scene in their minds. Liu Yang, accompanied by his 3 Titan summons, mercilessly slaughtering the warlike creatures. A twinge of envy stirred within them. The warlike creatures in the cavern numbered at least 10,000. If only they could slay them all, the experience points would be unfathomable. Even just tagging along would yield considerable experience. Even though Tian Xingcai and the others were already at level 40, defeating creatures of level 31 would yield minimal experience. However, given the sheer volume, it remained substantial. The thought of those 2 overwhelming beams sweeping through the mass of monsters brought an exhilarating thrill. Nations across the globe had long suffered from the plight of foreign monsters, harboring an intense hatred for such beings, yearning for their eradication. Tian Xingcai began to harbor regrets, remarking, "Perhaps we truly should have stayed with him. It looks incredibly exhilarating." Li Xiong echoed, "Indeed, with Qiaoyang and him being so formidable, they might really accomplish the task." "Impossible," Yang Yiming countered. "The energy required to destroy the portal is monumental. Our skills alone cannot suffice, particularly since Zheng Qiaoyang relied on physical damage, rendering him ineffective. Relying solely on Liu Yang's output, no matter how powerful his summoned creature's beams, it simply wouldn't be enough." Tian Xingcai, puzzled, queried, "But Liu Yang's summons can continuously unleash beam attacks. If the duration is sufficient, they should be able to destroy it, right?" Yang Yiming shook his head and shared a cold piece of knowledge. The foreign portal connects to their world, and its primary energy source resides there. Once damaged, it will immediately absorb massive amounts of energy to repair itself. If we cannot destroy the portal in a short span, it will be swiftly restored. To obliterate the portal, only immensely powerful supermagic missiles will suffice. Tian Xingcai nodded in realization, so that's another factor at play. Their understanding of Liu Yang was not profound enough. They could only interpret his plans from their limited perspective, considering him merely a level 21 practitioner. Even if he were a legendary class professional capable of annihilating ordinary foreign monsters, his output couldn't possibly rival that of a supermagic missile. Destroying the portal solely through skill damage was inconceivable. Why, then, did he insist on remaining there? Tian Xingcai found himself perplexed. Zheng Qianyang spoke up. He probably sees this as an opportunity for monster farming and training. Among the four, Zheng Qianyang had the most insight into Lu Yang. Proud as he was, he considered himself inferior to Lu Yang in certain aspects. Even so, Zheng Qianyang still believed Lu Yang's plan was doomed to fail. This was merely an excuse for him to stay, primarily driven by a desire not to miss such a perfect training scenario for rapid leveling. Then, through the all-attribute mechanical gloves, he could swiftly accumulate attribute points. Sighing, Tian Xingcai shook his head. Ah, the youth lacks prudence. Indeed, Li Jiong lamented. Even if it means defying orders, he insists on staying. Yang Yiming shook his head again. He clearly doesn't comprehend the significance of orders in a military context. To defy orders on his first visit, he'll likely be sent back to the academy by Captain Tian, missing this training opportunity. This is a classic case of losing much for a small gain. Let us not dwell on him. Zheng Qianyang felt a twinge of unease. As long as we fulfill our mission, once Lu Yang has eliminated the monsters and realizes he cannot destroy the portal, he will return on his own, with his strength. Escaping unscathed shouldn't be a challenge. Only he understood the immense growth Lu Yang would experience after slaying so many monsters, especially while equipped with that epic strategic weapon. He could potentially gain several thousand points in all attributes. Compared to this, missing out on a training opportunity in the foreign battlefield was trivial. If he were in Lu Yang's position, he might also risk defying orders to stay. As Zheng Qianyang pondered, an unexpected sense of envy for Lu Yang's opportunity washed over him. With a hint of resignation, he suggested, "We should hurry back to report on our mission." Chapter 0201. ISNT This child Lu Yang just being reckless. A war was unfolding within the cavern. A one-sided war unfolded. All the Varlai demon creatures lurking in the cavern were ruthlessly slaughtered by Lu Yang at the entrance. This included those monsters that had just emerged from the teleportation portal. Not a single one escaped the cave. Consequently, as Zheng Qianyang and his companions retreated, they encountered no monsters along their path, breezing through to the Blacktooth Canyon. Only at the far end of the canyon did they find clusters of Varlai demons that had long since gathered. Zheng Qianyang gazed upon the vast assembly of these creatures. A seemingly endless sea of monsters. Above Blacktooth Mountain, swarms of Varlai black crows loomed like ominous clouds. At least tens of thousands of monsters had congregated. Zheng Qianyang could not help but feel his eyelids twitch. How could there be so many monsters? He and T realized their sheer number when he arrived. With Lu Yang by his side, he instinctively dismissed the threat posed by these creatures, feeling no sense of danger. Now, without Lu Yang's formidable efficiency in exterminating foes, the looming crisis of the alien monsters surged back into consciousness. Relying on Tian Xingcai's group stealth, they successfully navigated past the horde and traversed the front lines of Blacktooth Mountain, returning to the defense line of the Dragontooth Core. By this time, night had fallen. However, the battlefield sky remained blood-red, albeit dimmer than during the day. The Varlai demons grew stronger under the night's cloak, their aggression heightened, launching increasingly ferocious attacks. The Dragontooth Core deployed more soldiers to fend off the onslaught, even sending numerous combat professionals to assist with the offensive. Boom. Bang. The overwhelming barrage of artillery fire and area of effect skills nearly engulfed the entire front line of the Dragontooth Core. The professionals could manipulate their skills to avoid friendly fire. But such precision was impossible with artillery shells and bullets. The incessant bombardment rendered it difficult for Zheng Qianyang and his companions to draw near. "It's us." Zheng Qianyang entered combat mode, golden light radiating from his form, as a massive war god projection appeared behind him. He soared high, becoming visible to the guards of the Dragontooth Core. The golden war god served as his finest emblem. The guards, spotting Zheng Qianyang, immediately brightened, hastening to reduce their firepower and collaborate with him to carve a path through the monster throng, facilitating their safe return. How did it go? Upon reuniting with Zheng Qianyang, someone could not restrain their curiosity about the mission's outcome. Was the task successful? Zheng Qianyang cast a sheepish glance at him and shook his head in resignation. The expressions of Tian Xingcai and the others were equally grim. Their comrades instantly recognized the severity of the situation. The mission had likely failed. They exchanged glances, none expressing disappointment, for everyone understood the daunting nature of the task. It was merely a sense of melancholy that hung in the air, and those wishing to comfort Zheng Qianyang found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere turned somber. Yang Yiming sighed. The specifics of the Varlai demon race diverge significantly from the intel we have on other alien creatures. They differ from our expectations. There are at least 16 teleportation portals behind their defensive line. With only 3 super magic missiles at our disposal, it is utterly insufficient. Understanding dawned on the faces of their comrades. So that's it. It's all right. They quickly reassured, we did our best. At least this mission helped us ascertain the Varli demon race's specifics. It wasn't a total loss. Suddenly, someone noticed the absence of one individual from the returning team. Wait, didn't we lose someone? Yes. What about that new recruit? Why didn't he come back with you? Tian Xingcai replied helplessly. He said he wanted to stay behind and continue the mission. What? The comrades were taken aback. Continue the mission? How can he accomplish that alone? Indeed, with the teleportation portals still operational, how could he destroy them by himself? Isn't he in danger? That's the Varli demon stronghold, filled with thousands of monsters. How could he handle that? Concern for him began to surface among the group. Zheng Xiaoyang voiced his speculation. I suspect he intends to stay and grind for experience. While he had the capability to do so, this course of action was nonetheless reckless. In that moment, the comrades present fell into a fervent discussion. Some questioned Lu Yang's motives. Others scolded him for his impulsiveness, while still others expressed their worries for his safety. Zheng Xiaoyang and his companions did not linger on idle chatter. They hastily bid farewell to their comrades and proceeded into the confines of the walls, heading toward the operations command room to report to Tian Hao. At that moment, Captain Tian Hao and Vice Captain Li Wei anxiously awaited the mission results in the operations command room. They had received news of Zheng Xiaoyang's team returning and were filled with excitement, though they struggled to contain their emotions and feigned calmness. Captain Tian, Vice Captain Li, Zheng Xiaoyang and his three companions entered the command room, standing straight with a salute. The special operations team has returned. Splendid. Tian Hao promptly rose to greet them, inquiring about the mission's outcome, only to notice the absence of one among them. Where's Lu Yang? Panic washed over him momentarily. What transpired during the mission? Lu Yang, a star student from Jiuzhou Academy, personally dispatched by the dean for training, had gone missing on his very first day. If anything went awry, he couldn't bear the weight of such responsibility as the captain. Zheng Xiaoyang recounted the mission details truthfully. Tian Hao and Li Wei listened attentively, their expressions fluctuating between despair and disappointment, ultimately flickering with a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing that Lu Yang had chosen to defy orders to remain behind, both frowned in concern. However, upon learning that Lu Yang possessed the strength for self-preservation, they felt a slight relief. Alas, Tian Hao sighed heavily. This child is being reckless. If he wanted to grind for experience, he could have simply told me. I could have arranged for him to be on the front lines. With plenty of monsters to grind, there would be no need for such a risky endeavor. He did not believe Lu Yang could destroy the teleportation portals to complete the mission. He assumed Lu Yang's intention was merely to level up. Li Wei shook his head in disappointment, saying, he is still just a child, acting far too impulsively and recklessly. To satisfy his own desires, he disregarded orders, potentially endangering the entire Dragon Tooth Corps. Huh? Tian Xingcai asked, puzzled. What do you mean by that, Vice Captain Li? Li Wei furrowed his brow and explained. The scale of Varli demons gathered before Blacktooth Mountain has far exceeded previous encounters. The likelihood of a massive assault breaching our defenses is unprecedented. If Lu Yang wishes to grind monsters, he should first address those creatures in front of Blacktooth Mountain. His absence on the front lines leaves us without such a powerful asset. Alas, Li Wei let out a deep sigh of resignation, gravely declaring, I fear that the Dragon Tooth Brigade's defensive line may not withstand the oncoming onslaught. Chapter 0202. The number of monsters at the front has diminished. Upon hearing these words, Tian Xingcai and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. They had not previously contemplated this issue, nor had they regarded the monsters congregating in the Blacktooth Mountains as a serious threat. After all, they had just witnessed Lu Yang's formidable strength while with him, believing he possessed the capability to eradicate those beasts. Thus, they had dismissed the monsters as inconsequential. However, now that Lu Yang was not with them, they feared that if those monsters launched a full-scale assault before his return, their own strength might indeed prove inadequate for defense. Do not worry, Tian Hao reassured the group. As you mentioned, Lu Yang remains there solely to hone his skills against these creatures. Once he has sufficiently trained, he may well return, potentially vanquishing the gathered monsters along the way. He then turned to Yang Yuming, adding, besides, did you not bring back the super magical missiles in their entirety? In this grand offensive, we might as well go all in. We will surely hold our ground. Tian Hao's optimism was palpable. Li Wei chuckled awkwardly in agreement, recognizing that his exaggeration stemmed from his disapproval of Lu Yang's reckless behavior. In truth, he held considerable confidence in the Dragon Tooth Brigade's capabilities. However, as Tian Hao resumed the discussion, Li Wei acknowledged that the deputy captain had hit the nail on the head. Given their failure in this demolition task, they must now prepare with full force for the impending monster assault. Simultaneously, he turned to Zheng Qiuyang, stating, This demolition mission cannot simply be abandoned. We have at least acquired specific intelligence regarding the Valyrii demon race. I shall confer with Deputy Captain Lee to see if we can request additional super magical missiles from our superiors, striving to obliterate all the portals in our next demolition attempt. Tian Hao's words carried a clear implication as he spoke to Zheng Qiuyang. Recognizing the hint, Zheng Qiuyang nodded and replied, I will also inquire with my grandfather to see if he can lend us any assistance. Upon receiving this response, Tian Hao's face lit up with joy, and he exclaimed, Excellent, excellent. He then dismissed the others. You have all worked hard today. Go and rest. After saluting him, Zheng Qiuyang and the others departed. Li Wei sighed once more, saying, I initially thought that the newcomer, Lu Yang, would be an obedient child. Yet, who could have anticipated such absurdity on his very first day, defying orders and taking matters into his own hands? Can we truly keep him in line? Tian Hao chuckled helplessly. Oh, come now. These youngsters are clearly not of the same ilk as us. What legendary class warrior is not proud and headstrong? They are merely here to train, not to serve as soldiers. Do you genuinely believe you can rein them in? He spoke with keen insight, returning to the matter at hand. If Lu Yang possesses the ability to eliminate those Valyrii monsters, as Zheng Qiuyang suggested, even if he ultimately fails to destroy the portals, he would have rendered us a significant service by at least halting the subsequent influx of monsters. Tian Hao sighed again, continuing, if one finds themselves in a situation, one must make peace with it. We must focus on doing our part. Li Wei shrugged in resignation and inquired, should we report this situation to the Jiuzhou Academy? After pondering, Tian Hao replied, it is better to inform them. If something goes awry, we cannot afford the consequences. Understanding his intent, Li Wei nodded and saluted before departing. Tian Hao then turned his gaze to the strategy board, swiftly devising a series of combat plans for the days to come. The night passed swiftly. The following day, as dawn broke, the blood-red clouds illuminated the Black-Tooth Mountain front. Following a night of brutal combat, the ground was strewn with the corpses of alien monsters, forming small hills, while blood flowed freely and dismembered limbs lay scattered about. The Valyrii scouting wolves continued to charge relentlessly toward the front lines. The soldiers on the Dragon-Tooth Brigade's defensive line dared not let their guard down for even a moment. However, amidst the tension, several soldiers seized a moment to converse during a brief pause in reloading. Have you noticed? Last night's battle felt considerably easier, one remarked. Indeed. I felt no pressure at all last night. Usually, we remain tense and alert, but I even found time to stretch. It seems it's not just my imagination. I believe it must be due to a decrease in the number of monsters. Last night, the Valyrii's assault waves were noticeably less dense. A soldier with combat experience chimed in, gesturing toward the front line. Look, the number of monsters being replenished behind the Valyrii ranks has been steadily declining. My kill count last night was significantly lower than before. At this rate, I estimate that in half a day, the enemy's assault lines may even vanish entirely, leading them to abandon their attack. The others shuddered at this revelation, incredulous as they questioned, abandon their attack? Surely that cannot be. The Valyrii have charged at us fearlessly for years. How could they possibly give up? The combat soldier retorted, then how do you explain this situation? He pointed toward the battlefield, where the number of Valyrii scouting wolves had diminished again. Each wave of assault had grown increasingly sparse, allowing many soldiers the opportunity to pause their fire and rest. What on earth is happening? Could this be the calm before the storm of a grand offensive? Yet, such a phenomenon did not occur during previous grand offensives. Tian Xingcai suddenly appeared behind the group, sharing his speculation. I suspect this is due to Lu Yang's influence. Lu Yang? The frontline soldiers were momentarily taken aback. Most had been engaged in battle and lacked the time to learn about the newcomer. Many had only caught a glimpse of him breaking through the lines with his colossal titan summons, creating a path through the horde of monsters with his extraordinary light skills, leaving spectators in awe. Only a few had heard whispers of his exploits during their downtime. That new titan summoner? I heard that after the mission failed yesterday, he chose to remain there, claiming he would complete the task. Given the current situation, could it be that he had already accomplished his mission? Tian Xingcai shook his head, analyzing his thoughts. I doubt it is a matter of completing the mission. He must have directly interrupted the Valyrii's reinforcements at the alien portal. With the Valyrii numbers at the front line failing to replenish, the attacking monsters are naturally dwindling. Chapter 0203. Completely bloodthirsty, utterly satisfied. Tian Xingcai still believed that Lu Yang could not complete the demolition task, even if he was not a professional demolitions expert. He understood the immense energy output required to destroy a portal. Moreover, the Warliar Demon Clan possesses an impressive 16 portals. The sheer extent of Lu Yang's capabilities, relying solely on his own strength, surpasses common comprehension and veers into the realm of the fantastical. However, after witnessing Lu Yang's prowess firsthand, Tian Xingcai holds a deep admiration for his ability to eliminate foes. It is indeed a commendable achievement to single-handedly sever the reinforcements of the warliar demons. Tian Xingcai's analysis is both logical and well-founded, particularly since many present have witnessed Liu Yang's slaughter of the warliar demons on the battlefield, leading them to trust in his abilities. No wonder the numbers of the attacking warliar demons have dwindled. It appears the fire has ignited in their own backyard. Ha ha ha. This lad is remarkably formidable. Upon his arrival, he accomplished such an incredible feat, alleviating a significant burden from us. After a grueling year of relentless toil, we can finally afford ourselves a moment of respite. Ordinary soldiers possess little understanding of skill damage. They have always relied on military weaponry for output, thus failing to grasp the crux of the matter. It wasn't until several combat professionals spoke up that the realization dawned. Have you considered this question? How is it possible for Liu Yang alone to sever the entire supply of the warliar demon clan? The magnitude of output required for such an act is unfathomable. A standard magic missile can only obliterate a small cluster of demons, at most a few dozen, and even an advanced magic missile can only devastate a few frontline formations. Even if we were to position the entire regiment's magic cannons by their portals, we might struggle to achieve such an outcome. Yet he has managed to guard all 16 portals against the demons. Just think about it. How extraordinary must this lad be? Prompted by their remarks, the onlookers began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their faces displaying astonishment. Goodness gracious, by your reasoning, this young man surpasses the firepower of our regiment's 50 magic cannons. Not to mention, did you not hear Zheng Chuyang and the others mention yesterday? On the other side of the canyon, there are even warliar walking demons and other high-ranking warliar creatures. To defeat such beings, ordinary magic cannons are insufficient. If he is indeed more formidable than an advanced magic missile, could there truly be a chance to accomplish the mission? The crowd exchanged glances, unable to fathom Liu Yang's current feats. The soldiers, however, thought simply. Since they had boldly compared Liu Yang to humanity's top weaponry, why not envision him even more grandly? They imagined Liu Yang as a humanoid advanced magic missile. Many began to anticipate Liu Yang's triumphant return upon completing the mission. Only Tian Xingcai and the other combat professionals maintained a cautious stance, for they alone understood the immense difficulty in unleashing skills that rival the output of an advanced magic missile. Yet, caught up in the fervor of the moment, they refrained from dampening the collective spirit. A misstep could diminish everyone's morale. Tian Xingcai shifted the topic, saying, while the pressure on the front line has eased, everyone can take a moment to rest. However, we must remain vigilant. He gazed toward the distant Haya Mountains, where a dark mass still loomed ominously. That was the gathering of countless warliar black ravens. Below, there were likely an equal number of warliar watchwolves and other magical creatures. Tian Xingcai conveyed Tian Hao's arrangements. Although Liu Yang has severed the warliar demon's reinforcements, a multitude of magical creatures has amassed at the foot of Haya Mountain, poised to strike. The commander estimates that an all-out assault is imminent within the next couple of days. This impending offensive will far exceed previous scales. We must prepare ourselves to confront it. Upon hearing the orders, the soldiers straightened their expressions, standing at attention and responding in unison. Understood. They then returned to their posts, coordinating their rest while remaining alert. Tian Xingcai patrolled the defense line before returning to the inner walls. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Haya Mountains, within the warliar demon clan stronghold, a cacophony of sounds erupted in the cavern. 2 twisted golden beams and 1 blue beam swept through the cavern with reckless abandon. The dimly lit cave was illuminated by the golden and blue light, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle. Wherever the beams passed, they claimed countless warliar demons' lives. Regardless of the type of demon, as soon as they emerged from the portals, they were instantly annihilated by the sweeping beams. Even the advanced warliar walking demons met a similar fate, only requiring a few more strikes. The cavern floor was already strewn with the corpses of warliar demons, their remains littering the ground. A foul stench pervaded the air, with blood pooling into shallow puddles, reflecting the beams of light and making the cavern even brighter. The atmosphere was thick with an amalgam of repugnant odors, blood, decay, and charred remains, all difficult to describe. Roaring, the giant stood at the cave's entrance, mercilessly striking down any escaping demons with fists as massive as boulders. With each punch, he sent a warliar demon flying, pulverizing flesh and shattering bones. The corpses flew back, crashing heavily against the cave walls. The giant was now drenched in blood, his once silver armor sullied and tainted. His fur was matted with the stench of blood, yet his face bore no sign of dissatisfaction. He was now consumed with bloodlust, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue, lips curled in a feral grin. Roaring, the giant bellowed, pounding his chest with ferocity, then striking the ground with both fists. Boom, boom, boom. He provoked the magical creatures within the cavern with wild abandon. At this moment, Liu Yang shared the same fervor. Perched atop Ghidorah, Liu Yang's eyes widened in excitement, grinning with a predatory smile. Kill, kill, kill. Successfully killed Warliar Watch Wolf LV-31. Gained 30,000 experience points. 7,500. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Successfully killed Warliar Black Raven LV-31. Gained 30,000 experience points. 7,500. Ghidorah gained 1 point to all attributes. Liu Yang had been relentlessly hunting throughout the night, yet he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was increasingly exhilarated and intoxicated. In just one night of slaughter, he had dispatched over 10,000 Warliar demons. He was utterly consumed by bloodlust. Chapter 0204. Su Jing's Concerns. Over 10,000 Warliar demons. This feat had propelled Liu Yang up one level, with his experience bar nearly full for another upgrade. Ghidorah and Godzilla serve as the primary forces for monster farming. Ghidorah has slain over 6,000 creatures, consequently augmenting its attributes by more than 6,000 points. After all, with 2 gravity beams, its efficiency is unparalleled. Following closely is Godzilla, having defeated more than 3,000 foes. King Kong has managed to eliminate just over 1,000, earning approximately 300 points in overall attributes through the all-attribute mechanical gloves. Even Liu Yang himself has garnered a couple of hundred points in intelligence and mental values via Sea of Thorns. The experience gained is nothing short of exhilarating. Liu Yang has calculated that, although the cave is filled with small teleportation portals, it can still transport over 30,000 warlike thunder monsters in a single day. At this rate, it won't be long before he reaches level 30. He could also amass a merit value directly up to 500,000, achieving level 7 in merits. Just as Liu Yang was reveling in his excitement, he suddenly noticed a decrease in the number of warlike thunder monsters in the cave. It seemed that the portals had not been dispatching monsters for a while. What could be the reason? Liu Yang, puzzled, vocalized his thoughts. He rode toward one of the teleportation portals, intending to investigate the situation closely. Suddenly, a flurry of activity erupted from the portals in the cave. With a whoosh, numerous teleportation beams illuminated the area. Instantly, thousands of warlike thunder monsters appeared within the cave. Through Ghidorah's heightened perception, Liu Yang discerned a notable difference. While the types of monsters remained unchanged, their levels appeared to have increased by 13. What a delightful turn of events. Liu Yang could not help but chuckle. Higher levels not only signify enhanced attributes, but also promise greater experience points. The slight increase in attributes posed no challenge to him whatsoever. His rate of advancement would surely escalate to new heights. Liu Yang speculated that perhaps the warlike thunder monsters on the other side of the portal had become aware of the situation, prompting them to elevate the levels of the monsters being summoned. Alas, the monsters before him could not provide any answers. They simply charged at him with reckless abandon. They met their end at the hands of 3 titanic beasts, or were obliterated by the distorted golden gravity beams, or melted into oblivion by the energy-laden atomic breath, or were pulverized into paste by King Kong's fists. Successfully defeated warlike Thunder Scout LV-32, experience points, 33,000, 8,250. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Successfully defeated warlike Thunder Mage LV-38, experience points, 108,000, 27,000. Ghidorah gains 1 point in all attributes. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Ghidorah beneath Liu Yang emitted several peculiar sounds. The beams it expelled flickered as if struggling to ignite. Liu Yang received a message from Ghidorah, hungry. A smile broke across Liu Yang's face as he patted Ghidorah reassuringly, encouraging. Well done. He produced dozens of bags of forest deer meat and tossed them before Ghidorah. Having procured such an abundance of meat, he was prepared for this very moment. Liu Yang instructed Godzilla and King Kong to stand by until Ghidorah finished eating, after which King Kong could partake. Ghidorah's 2 heads swiftly tore open the bags on the ground, extracting bloody deer meat and devouring it eagerly. Liu Yang himself also took out some pre-prepared cooked meat to gnaw on. Once sated, Liu Yang and the 3 titanic summons plunged back into battle. Meanwhile, at the Jiuzhou Academy, Bahuang Branch Campus, Su Jing strolled through the campus when she received a message from Tian Hao. Greetings, Director Su. The student Liu Yang, whom your academy dispatched to my team for training yesterday, has encountered a minor situation. Liu Yang acted independently, disobeying orders and remaining alone at the monster frontline's base. We trust in Liu Yang's capabilities, but we are also concerned for his safety. However, we do not know him well enough to advise him appropriately. So we kindly request your guidance, Director Su. Upon reading this, Su Jing's eyebrows knitted together in surprise. Remaining at the monster's base? Does he intend to use it as a farming point? She had a fair understanding of Lu Yang and immediately guessed his intentions. However, Su Jing could not help but smile wryly. To defy orders on the very first day is sure to give Captain Tian a headache. The military is not like an academy. Military orders are as solid as mountains and not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, since Lu Yang is not a formal soldier and is viewed as a talented student of Jojo Academy in Tian Hao's eyes, they dare not press him too hard. They can only resort to this last option, requesting Director Su's assistance in handling the matter. Su Jing has faith in Lu Yang's strength. If he dares to stay at the monster's base, it signifies that he possesses the confidence to manage the situation there. Nonetheless, she remains concerned for his safety. After all, facing thousands of foreign monsters alone is not without its perils. A momentary lapse in vigilance could lead to being overwhelmed by a horde of monsters. Most importantly, Su Jing, having previously trained on the foreign battlefield, is privy to certain information. Foreign monsters continually enhance their levels and attribute panels, especially following large-scale deaths, which leads to rapid upgrades. This is precisely why soldiers on every defensive line dread a massive monster offensive. The pressure on the front lines intensifies, and higher-level monsters with superior attributes will emerge. This is what truly troubles her. Su Jing is acutely aware of how terrifying Lu Yang's output can be. Slaying lower-level foreign monsters in Blacktooth Mountain likely felt like child's play to him. Consequently, the monsters there could swiftly elevate their levels. Su Jing worries that once the monsters reach a certain level, Lu Yang may encounter danger. She paused for a moment, deep in thought, before retrieving a teleportation stone and vanishing in an instant. Mere seconds later, Su Jing appeared at the teleportation array of the Longya Regiment's temporary camp. The soldiers in the camp were astonished to see a graceful woman suddenly appear, their eyes widening in surprise as they paused to watch. Su Jing politely stopped the soldier, requesting him to guide her to where Tian Hao was located. Remarkably, the soldier obediently complied, leading her to the operations command room. At that moment, Tian Hao was engaged in formulating the next battle plan with Li Wei, and Zheng Qiuyang happened to be present as well, as he was one of the primary combat forces of the Longya Regiment, often indispensable in various combat scenarios. Report. Two figures suddenly appeared at the door. The group turned to see Su Jing, their faces displaying astonishment. Director Su, what brings you here? Chapter 0205. The monsters suddenly cease their assault. Zheng Qiuyang, taken aback, had not anticipated Su Jing's sudden arrival. Tian Hao and Li Wei both wore expressions of astonishment. They never anticipated that, shortly after sending a message to Su Jing, she would personally arrive at the Longya Corps. They hastily abandoned their current tasks and approached Su Jing to extend their greetings. Greetings, Director Su. What brings you here in person? Su Jing replied with a slight smile. Lu Yang's situation is unique. I am concerned he may cause you difficulties. So I decided to come and handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Tian Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. With someone willing to take responsibility, they need not worry about Lu Yang's issues any longer. Thank you, thank you. Tian Hao expressed his gratitude fervently. As Su Jing approached the sand table and surveyed the battlefield layout, she straightforwardly inquired, where is the stronghold of the alien creatures on this battlefield? Tian Hao, accompanied by Zheng Qiuyang, stepped forward to indicate the approximate location to Su Jing. All right, Su Jing nodded, I understand. I will go assess the situation. She then turned and exited the room. Suddenly, a dazzling array of multicolored, glass-like light erupted from Su Jing's being, and a pair of wings resembling butterfly wings materialized behind her. Her attire transformed into a resplendent white robe adorned with gold trim, appearing exceedingly magnificent under the vibrant illumination. With a swift motion, Su Jing took flight, soaring over the high walls of the camp and heading towards the Haya Gorge. Wow! Tian Hao exclaimed in surprise, unable to restrain his curiosity as he turned to Zheng Qiuyang. What profession does this Director Su hold? Her battle state is utterly splendid. Zheng Qiuyang replied. Director Su is an elven high priestess. Among the 5 directors at our Jojo Academy, she is the only one with a supportive role. However, due to her supporting profession, she is already over level 80 and has yet to complete her 4th job advancement. The 4th job advancement differs significantly from the previous ones. The 1st and 2nd advancements merely require a simple transition at the advancement array. Starting from the 3rd advancement, however, a certain level of mental and physical fortitude is required to withstand the energy impact and spiritual baptism of the advancement array. Additionally, different professions require various materials to complete the advancement. Su Jing's delay in completing her advancement was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because the materials required for her transition were exceedingly rare, and she had yet to find them. Impressed, Tian Hao could not help but admire her. It is remarkable that a woman, especially one in a supportive role, has achieved such a high level. Moreover, she serves as the director of the nation's strongest institution. However, Li Wei sighed with a hint of regret. Alas, what a pity. If Director Su were a combat-oriented professional, she might easily assist us in clearing the magical creatures congregating before Haya Mountain. A level 80 professional would undoubtedly dispatch them with ease. Zheng Qiaoyang frowned upon hearing this. Support professionals possess certain offensive capabilities. Do not underestimate high-level support professionals. Tian Hao unreservedly admonished Li Wei. I find your perspective concerning. High-level professionals cannot engage in lower-tier battlefield matters. Have you forgotten? If we rely solely on high-level professionals to eradicate the alien creatures, what significance would our military hold? They have their responsibilities, and we have ours. Tian Hao's words were undeniably accurate. With numerous alien battlefields across the nation, high-level professionals serve as the combat backbone on higher-tier battlefields. Faced with formidable magical creatures, ordinary soldiers and weapons struggle to make an impact. Only high-level professionals can truly make a difference. The demand for professionals on advanced battlefields is perpetually high. It is unfeasible to assign them to lower-tier battlefields. Indeed, high-level professionals could rampage through lower-tier battlefields. However, doing so would render many soldiers obsolete. Would it not be tantamount to sending ordinary soldiers into advanced battlefields as mere cannon fodder? Each should perform their designated roles, as that is the optimal arrangement. Li Wei muttered somewhat disgruntledly. I merely wish to alleviate some pressure on our Lanya Corps. Tian Hao shot him a disapproving glare and chastised. Focus on your own duties. Awkwardly, Li Wei fell silent. After a moment, Tian Hao reopened the conversation. Is there any response from the higher-ups regarding the super magical missiles? Li Wei nodded yes. They mentioned they are willing to allocate another 10 super magical missiles to us. He cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Qiaoyang and added, I suspect Qiaoyang contributed significantly to this. Zheng Qiaoyang shrugged nonchalantly, replying, It is all my grandfather's arrangement. Fantastic. Tian Hao exclaimed excitedly. The portals of the Wali Lei magical creatures are all small-scale portals. If set appropriately, along with our Core 4 super magical missiles, 14 should be sufficient to obliterate all the portals. Li Wei nodded in agreement. That should be about enough. A rare smile graced Tian Hao's face as he declared, Excellent. Once we fend off this massive assault of magical creatures, we will reignite the demolition mission. Speaking of the impending magical creature onslaught, Tian Hao inquired again. Have there been any developments with the magical creatures gathering before Haya Mountain? Based on previous experiences, they are likely to launch their total assault in the next couple of days. The Lanya Corps has been diligently preparing for various arrangements. Li Wei shook his head and was about to respond when an excited report suddenly came from outside. Enter. Tian Hao turned to see a frontline scout. Reporting to the commander, the scout, with a peculiar expression, relayed the situation from the front lines. The Wali Lei magical creatures seem to have halted their assault. They have not charged for over 30 minutes. Tian Hao and Li Wei exchanged astonished glances. What? The two commanders stared at each other in disbelief. They had been stationed at the Black Tooth Mountain defense line for years and had never encountered such a phenomenon. Since establishing their defense line, the Wali Lei magical creatures had relentlessly attacked them without pause for years. Today, however, they astonishingly ceased their assault. It was utterly unfathomable. Is that true? Tian Hao, still somewhat incredulous, sought confirmation. Indeed, the scout affirmed with a nod. Let us go take a look. Tian Hao waved his hand decisively and exited the command room. He needed to witness the situation on the front lines with his own eyes to believe it. Upon arriving at the watchtower atop the high wall, he picked up a high-powered telescope to observe the battlefield. To his astonishment, apart from a ground strewn with the corpses of Wali Lei magical creatures, there were indeed no living Wali Lei creatures in sight. There were no follow-up charging lines either. The soldiers outside had ceased their fire, looking perplexedly at the battlefield ahead. None could fathom why the Wali Lei magical creatures, who had charged for years, would suddenly stop attacking. What on earth was happening? Tian Hao muttered to himself in contemplation. Suddenly, Zheng Qiaoyang contemplated a possibility and inquired, could it be due to Lu Yang? Chapter 206, Shocked Su Jing. Lu Yang? Tian Hao was momentarily taken aback. Lost in thought, Zheng Qiaoyang elaborated. Lu Yang single-handedly severed the supply line of the Wali Lei monsters, which has resulted in their insufficient forces, unable to maintain their charge. Although there is still a group of monsters gathered in front of Black Tooth Mountain, having experienced the grand assault of alien monsters himself, Zheng Qiaoyang understood that such amassed forces would not easily disperse, but would remain for a grand offensive. Tian Hao was no fool. With this reminder, he quickly grasped the causal relationship. However, his face still bore evident astonishment. Is he really that formidable? His mind raced, grappling with the idea that a level 21 practitioner could alone disrupt a monster's supply line. He had not witnessed Liu Yang's combat prowess firsthand. Leaving him unable to fathom how Liu Yang had accomplished such a feat, it should be possible. Zheng Qiang nodded in agreement. Though his pride resisted the notion, the truth remained undeniable. Liu Yang's strength not only exceeded Tian Hao's imagination, but also far surpassed that of Zheng Qiang, a fellow legendary practitioner. Never mind, Tian Hao thought, ultimately deciding to dismiss the matter. Since Liu Yang can sever the Worley Lay monster supply line, it is indeed a boon for us. Without the monster's disturbances, we can take a breather. My brothers have persevered for years. Now is the time to rest and prepare ourselves in the best condition for the impending grand offensive. With that, Tian Hao ordered the entire unit to stand down. The soldiers, who had remained on high alert, collectively exhaled in relief, soon engaging in discussions about the peculiar events of the day. Wow, I've been on the alien battlefield for years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. What on earth is going on? I heard it was that student who just joined the unit for training yesterday. He stayed alone in the Worley Lay monster stronghold, grinding monsters, and directly severed their supply line, leading to a severe shortage of monsters on the front lines. Hence, they can't mount an offensive. Are you serious? I find that hard to believe. Can a student possess such strength? According to Tian Xing and the others, Liu Yang takes down monsters as effortlessly as one would farm wild beasts. These kids are exaggerating. One person's combat power surpasses our entire Dragon Tooth unit. This has nothing to do with us. The soldiers were astonished by Liu Yang's might, simultaneously grateful for his deeds, which allowed their taut nerves and bodies to finally relax. Yet, before they could revel in their relief for long, another voice interjected, who said that the monsters gathered in front of Blacktooth Mountain are still numerous. Let's take advantage of this time to rest. In a couple of days, they will launch a grand offensive. The Dragon Tooth unit once again fell into a state of tense preparation, bracing themselves for the forthcoming grand assault of the monsters. Meanwhile, Su Jing had soared over the front lines of Blacktooth Mountain and arrived at its base. Her gaze sharpened, and her form accelerated suddenly. With a whoosh, she darted into the depths of Blacktooth Canyon. The Worley Lay monsters gathered at the canyon's entrance continued to howl and wail as if oblivious to the unfolding events. At Su Jing's level of strength, there was no longer a need for group concealment. Her aura was perfectly restrained, and her movements were as swift as lightning, rendering her nearly invisible to these lowly monsters. Su Jing swiftly traversed the kilometers-long canyon, reaching the other end. She scanned her surroundings and soon detected Liu Yang's aura, following it to the cave where he was located. Gently, Su Jing entered the cave and was greeted by a scene that left her utterly astonished. Bang, bang, boom. 2 yellow and 1 blue beam of radiant light were indiscriminately sweeping across the cave. Wherever the light passed, it instantaneously annihilated groups of Worley Lay monsters, either sending them flying or reducing them to mere ashes. The cave was now a mountain of corpses, stacked high. The mountains of bodies, subjected to Godzilla's atomic breath, had been carved with gaping wounds, leaving countless mangled monster corpses in their wake. The blood flowing from the corpses pooled on the ground, forming a crimson river. The cave was thick with a noxious stench. Even the cave walls bore the marks of the light strikes, riddled with deep gouges and circular openings that let through the blood-red light from outside. In addition, a colossal titan was leaping about within the cave, mercilessly obliterating the few remaining monsters in the light's wake with its boulder-like fists. Su Jing, having lived for nearly half her life, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The alien monsters, which struck terror into the hearts of humans, were now being slaughtered like mere weeds. Had a high-level practitioner been present, it might have been understandable. Yet, the orchestrators of this carnage were 3 titanic summoned beasts of even lower level than these alien monsters. Their master was merely at level 23, gradually regaining her composure. Su Jing's gaze locked onto Liu Yang, who was riding on the back of Ghidorah, and she softly called out, "Liu Yang." Her voice was gentle, yet resonated clearly in Liu Yang's ears. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Liu Yang's excitement was swiftly tempered. He turned to see Su Jing unexpectedly standing at the cave entrance. "Director Su." Liu Yang leapt down from Ghidorah, who continued its relentless assault, unleashing 2 beams of gravitational light at all times. "What brings you here?" Liu Yang approached Su Jing, a mix of surprise and curiosity evident in his voice. Su Jing scrutinized Liu Yang, noting that he was in a state of excitement and exhilaration, his skin flushed with the fervor of his stirred blood. Even his eyes bore traces of redness. "I was worried about your condition, so I came to check on you," Su Jing said with concern. From her observations, there was no need to worry about Liu Yang's safety. However, she was deeply apprehensive about his mental state and physical condition. The thrill of slaying monsters could lead to an overexcited mind and body, raising the risk of potential issues. With that thought, Su Jing quickly cast a healing spell on Liu Yang. A clear green light enveloped him, and Liu Yang felt a refreshing breeze wash over him, invigorating his spirit and relaxing his entire being. His mental state and physical condition improved significantly. Thank you, Director Su. Liu Yang felt much clearer-headed. Yet, Su Jing furrowed her brow and sighed heavily. Alas, Chapter 207, I left him there. What's wrong, Director Su? Liu Yang sensed something amiss and, filled with curiosity, inquired. You, child, Su Jing feigned anger, her expression a mask of feigned annoyance. You truly are a source of concern. On your very first day in the military camp, you dare to defy orders and act independently. Commander Tian, unaware of your situation, grew anxious about your well-being and hastily sent me a message. I too was worried about you and rushed here from the academy, only to find you frivolously engaging with the monsters. What a needless worry that was. Upon uttering these words, Su Jing could no longer contain herself and broke into laughter. In truth, she harbored immense confidence in Liu Yang. However, he was still but a child, venturing into an alien battlefield for the first time, and had plunged directly into the heart of the monster's lair. There was no safety net here. Su Jing held Liu Yang in high regard, and it was only natural for her to feel anxious. Now, witnessing him adeptly handling the Wali Lei demons brought her genuine relief. I apologize, Director Su, Liu Yang earnestly expressed, for causing you concern. Su Jing smiled and shook her head, responding, it's quite all right. She patiently instructed, you must remember, you are in a military camp now. Orders here are as solid as a mountain, representing not only seriousness and execution, but also respect. Respect for those soldiers who defend our homeland. Commander Tian's orders may not seem the best arrangement from your perspective, but from his viewpoint, they are likely the most prudent and secure for the majority. Even for the entire Longyear regiment. Your current actions are somewhat reckless. Liu Yang's eyes widened in realization. He nodded and replied earnestly, thank you, Director Su, I understand. Su Jing, observing the expression on Liu Yang's face, knew he had absorbed her words and nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I shall take my leave. Liu Yang, somewhat puzzled, asked, you aren't taking me back with you? Su Jing smiled gently, saying, surely you wish to seize this splendid opportunity for experience and engage in further battles here. I will clarify everything to Commander Tian. Thank you, Director Su. Liu Yang gratefully bowed. Su Jing could distinctly sense Liu Yang's growth. In less than a day's time here, he had risen 2 levels. His intelligence and spirit had also surged by several hundred points. Not to mention the substantial boost in all attributes provided by the Titan with the all-attribute mechanical set. Su Jing turned her gaze toward Liu Yang's 3 Titan summons and suddenly noticed that his Ghidorah seemed to have grown slightly larger. Curiously, she asked, has your Ghidorah grown again? Liu Yang nodded, proudly responding, indeed. Ghidorah originally had over 80,000 in all attributes. Since arriving here, it has effortlessly vanquished over 10,000 Wali Lei monsters. Just recently, its total attributes surpassed 100,000. Its size has changed once more with this growth, now reaching a height of 12 meters. When its wings are fully spread, they span a terrifying 36 meters. Liu Yang held a strong premonition. If he could elevate its level to 30 while maintaining the growth in all attributes, Ghidorah's size would ascend to another tier. At that time, it would likely dwarf the current Titan. Su Jing suddenly realized a pressing concern. If your Titan summons grow in size with level increases, just how large would they become once you reached a certain level? She was unaware that Liu Yang's Titans also grew in size with increases in total attributes. Liu Yang glanced back at Ghidorah and the others, smiling as he replied, I don't know. Perhaps they will reach heights of over 100 meters. This was the future he envisioned. What? Su Jing gasped at his response, astonished. A summons over 100 meters tall. Merely imagining it was breathtaking. Quickly composing herself, Su Jing smiled and remarked, hearing you say that, I suddenly find myself quite eager to see what they will look like in the future. After saying this, Su Jing refrained from further discussion, imparting one last piece of advice. Remember to rest while battling. Balance is essential. Otherwise, your spirit may falter. Liu Yang nodded in agreement, assuring her, I will be mindful. Su Jing smiled with satisfaction and then turned to leave. Liu Yang watched her depart until she vanished from view. Then he leaped onto Ghidorah's back, pointing forward once more. The slaughter resumed. Kill. After Su Jing exited the cave, she re-entered battle mode. Radiant wings of light appearing behind her. She soared through the Black Tooth Canyon, directly crossing the front lines of Black Tooth Mountain, returning to the Longyear regiment. Upon seeing the dazzling light approaching, Tian Hao and the others immediately understood that Su Jing had returned and respectfully greeted her below. Director Su, you have returned. Su Jing retracted her radiant wings and nodded at the group. Tian Hao, noticing Liu Yang's absence, curiously asked, where's Liu Yang? Did you not bring him back? He had assumed Su Jing's visit was solely to retrieve Lu Yang. With a smile, Su Jing shook her head and replied, "No, I left him there." "What?" Tian Hao and the others were momentarily perplexed. How could she have left him there? "I instructed him to stay there and continue honing his skills," Su Jing patiently explained. "You needn't worry about his safety. He possesses that strength." However, Tian Hao felt somewhat awkward. His concern was not for Lu Yang's safety, as he had witnessed the feedback from the front lines and had long since believed in Lu Yang's abilities. Rather, Tian Hao was worried that the Longya regiment would be at a disadvantage without such a powerful force on the front lines. The upcoming major assault from the monsters could become quite formidable. Originally, he had envisioned Su Jing bringing Lu Yang back, allowing them to prepare together for the impending monster onslaught. Now, without Lu Yang, it felt as if a crucial element of their plan had vanished. How could they proceed now? Yet, Tian Hao hesitated to voice his thoughts to Su Jing. Li Wei, however, was bold enough to speak candidly, stating, "Director Su, the situation is as follows. We are facing not only the Wali Lei monsters behind the front lines, but also those gathered before Blacktooth Mountain. Those monsters are poised to launch a major assault, and with our current strength, the Longya regiment will find it challenging to withstand." Li Wei's implications were clear. Lu Yang was a principal combatant on the front lines of the Longya regiment. Without him, their situation could become dire. Tian Hao nodded in agreement. He had sent a message to Su Jing precisely to ensure she would personally retrieve Lu Yang for the greater good. Yet, Su Jing had indeed come. But she had gone to the heart of the Wali Lei monster's lair. However, in the end, he did not return with the person. Instead, he allowed him to remain there, honing his skills against monsters. This turn of events was indeed somewhat unexpected. Su Jing was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. She was well aware of Tian Hao and his companions' intentions and had also observed the multitude of monsters congregating before Blacktooth Mountain. The reason Su Jing refrained from bringing Lu Yang back was that she recognized this opportunity for him was truly extraordinary. Engaging in endless battles against monsters at the teleportation portal was undoubtedly far more advantageous than facing those creatures on the front line. After a period of grinding, it could easily elevate Lu Yang's level to over 30. However, it must be noted that Su Jing's self-serving decision indeed placed the Dragon Tooth Guild in a somewhat awkward position. Although they still had the formidable combat prowess of Zheng Qiuyang, those who understood the dynamics knew that Zheng Qiuyang's battlefield lethality was evidently inferior to Lu Yang's. With him present, the Dragon Tooth Guild was unlikely to face defeat, yet they might incur severe losses in other areas. As a gesture of apology, Su Jing made a decision that astonished everyone present. "How about this? Since I did not bring him back, I shall remain to assist you in fending off this monster onslaught." "What?" Tian Hao and the others were momentarily stunned, their faces quickly transforming into expressions of ecstatic joy. With a level 80+ third-tier powerhouse in their midst, what could they possibly fear from this horde of monsters at level 30? In fact, Su Jing alone could likely clear out all the Valley Ray monsters. However, Su Jing abruptly shifted the tone of her statement, adding, "But I will not directly engage in slaying the monsters. At most, I will monitor the soldiers' conditions. High-level professionals are prohibited from directly participating in battles against lower-level foes, as mandated by the laws of the Jiuzhou Kingdom." Su Jing was adamant about adhering to the rules, intending to navigate the boundaries and assist the Dragon Tooth Guild through this challenging ordeal. A flicker of disappointment was evident on Tian Hao and his companions' faces, yet their hearts brimmed with excitement. After all, Su Jing was a high-level professional of over 80. Even if she did not directly strike down the monsters, her oversight of the soldiers would at least ensure that the Dragon Tooth Guild would not suffer casualties. "This is sufficient." Tian Hao expressed his gratitude. "With you, Director Su, present, we are filled with confidence for this monster onslaught." He stepped forward eagerly to shake Su Jing's hand, and the others mirrored his joy. Su Jing suddenly spoke again. "There is one more thing." "Please, go ahead," Tian Hao responded respectfully. Su Jing smiled gently and said, "I hope that after this monster offensive, you will afford Lu Yang some time and refrain from disturbing him." She seemed to have grasped the Dragon Tooth Guild's demolition task, recognizing they would not easily abandon it, and that they would likely resume it after the monster onslaught. Su Jing wished to secure Lu Yang a bit more time for monster grinding. After contemplating, Tian Hao replied, "All right, I promise you." Satisfied, Su Jing nodded and said, "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Please notify me in advance for the upcoming monster offensive. Safe travels, Director Su." Tian Hao and his companions respectfully saw her out of the room, and with a swift motion, she vanished from sight. Once she had completely departed, Tian Hao, suddenly curious, turned to Zheng Qiuyang. "Qiuyang, what exactly is this Lu Yang from your academy? Why does Director Su hold him in such high regard?" "Indeed," Li Wei chimed in. "She even personally came to check on his safety and is willing to help him secure time for grinding. Such personal involvement from the branch director of JoJo Academy is a privilege even you have not received. Their words were laced with envy. Zheng Qiaoyang's expression twitched slightly as he replied, "To my knowledge, he does not have any extraordinary background. He is merely an ordinary person from a county in the south, without any special connections." An ordinary person? Tian Hao was taken aback, his expression one of shock. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. For an ordinary person to awaken a legendary tier profession is truly a stroke of fortune beyond measure. No wonder he strives so hard. He seizes every opportunity and does not easily relinquish it. Having come from an ordinary background himself, Tian Hao suddenly understood Lu Yang's mindset and actions, feeling a sense of camaraderie towards him. With that thought in mind, he no longer dwelled on Lu Yang's circumstances and instead felt a sense of gratitude towards him. If it weren't for Lu Yang, the Dragon Tooth Guild would have faced an uncertain fate in this crisis. With Lu Yang single-handedly blocking the Valley Ray monster's advance, and Su Jing's personal assurance to assist them against the impending monster siege, Tian Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned to the messenger and instructed, "Ensure the scouts remain vigilant in observing enemy movements. The remaining soldiers should rest and prepare diligently for the upcoming monster offensive." Time swiftly passed as the Dragon Tooth Guild busily prepared. Soon, night fell on the following day. In the Valley Ray monster stronghold, a series of booming sounds reverberated through the cave. For towering beams of light shot into the sky, signaling Lu Yang's upgrade. The 3 Titan summons also ascended in level, with all of them rising from level 23 to 24. In just 2 days, Lu Yang had advanced from level 21 to 24. His face was alight with surprise. The speed of his leveling seemed to exceed his expectations. He noticed that the number of Valley Ray monsters transported had seemingly increased, and their levels had grown higher, which accounted for the acceleration in his own leveling pace. Now, Lu Yang could eliminate nearly 20,000 Valley Ray monsters in a single day. The lowest level Valley Ray Howling Wolves were already at level 35. One could only imagine the experience points he could amass in a day. His attributes, along with those of Ghidorah and King Kong, were rapidly surging. As for why this phenomenon occurred, Lu Yang was at a loss. He chuckled and speculated. Could it be that the Valley Ray monsters on the other side have sensed the impending crisis? Thus, they are increasing their forces? No sooner had he voiced this thought than 16 massive beams of light erupted from the cave's 16 teleportation portals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chapter 0209, General Tier Monster, Valley Ray Giant. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The cave was illuminated by colossal beams of upgrade light. The brilliance lit up the entire cavern. Lu Yang sensed something was amiss. He quickly called back his 3 Titan summons and observed the movements at the teleportation portals with heightened vigilance. What was happening? Whoosh. The beams of light rapidly dissipated, and suddenly, before the 16 portals stood 16 enormous silhouettes. They were Valley Ray monsters that Lu Yang had never encountered before. Resembling the formidable warlord-type monsters yet distinct in their own right, they towered at over 30 meters when standing upright, characterized by their broad shoulders and robust physiques. Their bodies were adorned with the signature dark purple, smooth skin typical of warlord creatures. Each hand wielded a short-handled axe forged from metal, and their formidable frames were encased in heavy metallic armor. Upon their heads rested horned helmets, from which 2 green eyes glowed ominously through the gaps. As Lu Yang gazed intently, he quickly realized that he could not access their attribute panels. Warlord Giant Monster LV40, Alien Beast, Commander Level, Strength, Intelligence, Stamina, Agility, Spirit. Their level exceeded his detection range. Previously, the attribute panels of monsters that surpassed his probing capabilities were shared among Zheng Qiaoyang and his companions. Now, standing alone, he found himself unable to discern the attributes of this new beast. A commander-level monster? Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. This classification, entirely different from ordinary creatures, was unfamiliar to him. Though he did not grasp its full implications, it was evident that these beasts were far more formidable than typical alien monsters. Regardless, he smirked confidently, declaring, "They are merely low-level beasts. How strong can they truly be?" With fervor, he shouted, "Eliminate them all." Roar. Under his command, Ghidorah spread its wings. Unleashing a defiant roar, sparks erupted from its wings. Even within the confines of the cavern, bolts of lightning crackled, striking in every direction and leaving deep gouges in the cave walls, debris cascading down. Godzilla, too, let out a furious roar, his skin shimmering with a blue glow. The dorsal fins on his back began to radiate with energy. Buzzing resonated as he prepared for battle. Roar. The Titan stood at the forefront, bellowing while pounding its chest. Boom, boom. Then, Taking the initiative, it charged forward, leaping directly at the nearest warlord giant monster. The monster, witnessing the approaching foe, instinctively extended its neck and roared in response. It then swung its massive short-handled axe, aiming to cleave down at the charging titan. The sheer size of its body wielding the enormous axe produced a piercing whistle as the blade sliced through the air. The titan, unable to maneuver midair, did not evade but instead raised its powerful arms to block. Clang, clang. Each arm successfully parried the axe strikes. Humph. The titan suddenly frowned, realizing that the giant's strength was greater than anticipated. The gauntlets and arm armor bore marks from the impact, yet it remained unscathed. The titan surged forward like a meteor, crashing into the giant. With a height of over 20 meters and the force of its charge, even the 30-meter-tall behemoth could not withstand the impact and was sent crashing to the ground. Boom. The giant fell with a thunderous crash, sending tremors through the cavern and kicking up clouds of dust. The axe it wielded clattered to the ground. Without waiting for it to rise, the titan mounted the beast and raised its colossal fist, ready to strike. Bam! With unparalleled physical prowess, the titan's punch crushed the helmet of the giant, indenting it deeply against the creature's flesh, causing it to grimace in pain. The monster desperately reached for the titan atop it, but, bam! The titan delivered a second blow. The giant's arm, racked with pain, fell back to the ground. Clang! The metallic gauntlet struck the helmet, producing a sharp sound. The helmet crumpled further, and a spurt of blood mixed with flesh burst forth from the cracks, along with several shattered teeth. Bam! Another punch. The resilient metal helmet shattered. Clang! The giant's skull, bereft of its protective covering, was obliterated by the next punch, turning its head into a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The massive body shuddered twice before succumbing to silence. Successfully killed warlord giant monster LV40. Experience gained 2,000,000, 500,000. Titan gains 1 point to all attributes. 2. 5 million experience. Liu Yang exclaimed in delight. The commander-level warlord giant monster was easily dispatched, yielding an impressive 2.5 million experience, far superior to those ordinary beasts. Onward. Liu Yang eagerly commanded his 3 summoned titans to attack the remaining 15 warlord giant monsters. The warlord giants hesitated momentarily, displaying a semblance of intelligence as they exchanged bewildered glances before roaring and charging at Liu Yang. Thud, 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 thud. The 15 massive giants thundered forward, causing the cavern to tremble violently. Debris rained down like a torrential downpour. Roar. The giants' guttural roars were gratingly unpleasant. Despite their size, they moved with surprising speed. 2 giants, drawing near to the titan, raised their axes high and brought them down with tremendous force. Clang, clang, buzz. Suddenly, 3 beams of light erupted. 2 twisted golden gravitational beams struck one of the giants, sending it crashing to the ground. Boom. The giant's massive form fell. Ghidorah's gravitational beams could not outright kill a warlord giant monster, which was to be expected, given its commander-level status. The giant extended an arm to shield itself from the beams, gritting its teeth in pain, struggling to rise. Yet the overpowering force of the gravitational beams kept it pinned. Boom. The beams continued to bombard it. Clang. A sound of metal shattering echoed. The armor on the giant's arm splintered. The giant's defenses were breached. The smooth, dark purple skin was torn apart by the beams, exposing gory flesh and white bone. Crack. The bones shattered. The entire arm was reduced to fragments, scattering debris everywhere. Chapter 0210. Experience is merely child's play, completely incapable of withstanding a blow. After the warlord giant monster's defenses were breached, it clearly became vulnerable. The 2 twisted golden gravitational beams continued their relentless assault, effortlessly shattering its armor. The dark purple skin ruptured, blood and flesh exploding forth, bones splintering. Boom. The warlord giant monster's massive body detonated, remnants of limbs and flesh flying in all directions in an instant. A considerable amount of flesh and blood splattered onto Liu Yang, the acrid stench provoking a wave of nausea within him. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters. The other warlord giants had already surged into his vicinity. Several had even charged directly before him, raising their massive short-handled axes to deliver heavy strikes. Buzz. Suddenly, Godzilla, looming behind Liu Yang, erupted with a thunderous roar. A brilliant blue light enveloped its entire form. The luminous point before its maw abruptly collapsed, only to instantaneously expand, forming a robust blue atomic breath that surged towards the nearest warlord giant. Godzilla's atomic breath, while unable to outright slay the warlord giant, successfully blasted through its body, forcing it to stagger backward until it could no longer maintain its balance. Collapsing heavily onto the ground, extending its neck, Godzilla continued to unleash its atomic breath upon the fallen giant. Boom. Moments later, it breached the giant's defenses. The thick metallic armor melted away under the extreme heat of the atomic breath, creating a gaping hole. The atomic beam then pierced through the grotesque dark purple body of the giant, leaving behind a massive cavity. The light in the giant's helmet dimmed abruptly. Its colossal form thudded heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless, beyond any possibility of revival. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining dozen or so giants advanced once more towards Liu Yang. Roar! King Kong pivoted and dashed back from the front, grabbing hold of one giant again, unleashing a relentless barrage of colossal punches upon it. Thud! Thud! Ghidorah, unfazed, unfurled its immense wings, generating powerful gravitational hurricanes. The winds surged forward, causing the other warlord giants to become sluggish, their movement noticeably hampered. However, given their elevated levels and attributes, they were clearly not ordinary monsters. The gravitational hurricanes could not entirely incapacitate them, but they effectively slowed their actions. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. Bang! Bang! Ghidorah continued to unleash two beams of gravitational energy, repelling two warlord giants. Godzilla maintained its assault with atomic breath. After dispatching one giant, King Kong immediately leaped onto another, raising its fists to deliver crushing blows. Liu Yang's 3 Titan summons remained composed in the face of the assault from 16 warlord giants. They even managed to counterattack with remarkable efficiency. Yet, the warlord giants before them were elite creatures. In terms of level, attribute, and size, they vastly surpassed the ordinary monsters they had faced before, making them resistant to quick extermination. Each could endure several seconds of assault. Ghidorah, Godzilla, and King Kong could only eliminate them one by one. The remaining warlord giants took advantage of the openings to close in on Liu Yang and his Titan summons. Thud! Ghidorah would not permit the giants to approach easily. It flapped its wings and ascended into the air. Although the cavern's space was limited, it could still soar to great heights, easily reaching hundreds of meters. As Ghidorah ascended, it continued to unleash gravitational beams downward. However, Godzilla could not fly. Several giants quickly charged before it, raising their massive axes high. Boom! Godzilla redirected its atomic breath, but it merely knocked the axes from their grip. The giants abandoned their weapons altogether, lunging at Godzilla with outstretched arms. Standing over 6 meters tall, Godzilla appeared diminutive before the towering giants, each over 30 meters high. The immense bodies of 3 giants swiftly enveloped Godzilla. Liu Yang turned to observe, his expression unfazed, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Humph. Soon enough, a brilliant blue light suddenly radiated from the gaps between the 3 giants. Boom. A low, resonant hum reverberated throughout the cavern. A wave of supervibrational energy, charged with surging particles, erupted from beneath the 3 giants, launching them skyward. They were sent crashing heavily to the side. Godzilla re-emerged into Liu Yang's line of sight, now bathed in blinding blue luminescence, its eyes and dorsal fins gleaming radiantly. Countless charged particles crackled around its form, snapping and popping. It turned its head, targeting one of the giants before opening its mouth. Boom! A torrent of atomic breath, infused with charged particles, instantly pierced through the giant's body. The giant barely managed to rise halfway before it collapsed once more. The remaining 2 giants met a similar fate, unable to even regain their footing before being annihilated. Before long, only half of the warlord giants remained in the cavern. Yet they inexplicably halted, standing frozen in awe before Liu Yang's trio of Titan summons. Their eyes reflected shock, glancing at one another, filled with disbelief. How could these 3 creatures, evidently inferior in level, attributes, and size, exhibit such ferocity? Regrettably, they could not comprehend it, nor would Liu Yang provide them with answers. Eliminate them all. Liu Yang gazed down at the remaining giants, his eyes filled with the fervent joy of a hunter spotting its prey. Roar! Roar! Beneath him, Ghidorah let out a piercing dragon's roar. Liu Yang suddenly noticed that the remaining warlord giants collectively took several steps back. Their demeanor suggested fear of battle. One giant glanced behind, seemingly realizing there was no escape, and reluctantly turned back, unleashing a defiant roar at Liu Yang's Titan summons. The ensuing scene unfolded exactly as Liu Yang had anticipated. Fully energized warlord giants stood no chance against Ghidorah and the others. How much less so against the intimidated giants? They swiftly became mere fodder for Liu Yang's experience. Utterly unable to withstand a single blow, silence enveloped the expansive cavern. Liu Yang, riding Ghidorah, descended slowly. He gazed quietly at the 16 teleportation portals ahead, awaiting the next wave of monsters. However, after a long while, no new creatures materialized. What was going on? Liu Yang pondered. Where are the monsters? Why had the warlord giants ceased to arrive? As he mulled over this, several beams of teleportation light suddenly descended before the portals once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.